There are so few ice-type items, are you sure you don't want to take a look at the bookshelf while you're at it? This article bypasses the college entrance examination route and directly leads to university admission. What kind of superpower do you want? Tell me in the comments. The Great Xia Kingdom, Jiangnan Province, Fengyang City, Fengyang No. 2 High School. The awakening ceremony is almost here. According to past practice, as a transmigrator, shouldn't the system appear by now? Amidst the bustling crowd, a young man was lost in thought. He is Lu Yuan, who suddenly traveled through time 18 years ago. The biggest difference between this world and his previous life is the existence of ferocious beasts and supernatural abilities. The ferocious beasts are monsters that came to Earth through underground passages and wreak havoc here. However, there's always a way out. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken superpowers and fight against ferocious beasts, and the quality of superpowers is closely related to genes. People with high-quality special abilities may even awaken them ahead of time. Lu Yuan's parents were just ordinary office workers. In recent years, underground world passages have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and ferocious beasts have swarmed out from them, sweeping across the blue planet. In the midst of the chaos, the nation lacked sufficient manpower, and oversights were inevitable in dealing with these ferocious beasts. As a result, when Lu Yuan was 7 years old, his father tragically died in the beast tide. As a result, my mother lost an arm. Let alone awakening one's superpowers early, being able to awaken them normally at the age of 18 is already considered quite good. The fact that his parents are ordinary also means that the quality of Lu Yuan's awakened superpower is likely not high. I also want to awaken a rare superpower and become a powerful figure. Lu Yuan's thoughts drifted away. In this turbulent era, only by becoming stronger can one protect oneself, possess privileges, and rise above others. Just as he was lost in his fantasy, a sudden mechanical sound interrupted his thoughts. Your account has been credited. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. The system he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Now, the chance to reach the pinnacle and defy fate has arrived. You will receive 1 random S-rank ice-type ability and 100 evolution points. Before Lu Yuan could recover from his ecstasy, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. S-rank ice-type ability. Lu Yuan was incredibly excited. S-level superpowers are extremely rare even nationwide. He remembered that in their Jiangnan province, there had been no S-level superhumans for 2 consecutive years. The entire Jiangnan province has nearly 400,000 students every year, which shows how rare S-level superpowers are. Wait, why is it an ice-type ability? After the initial surprise, Lu Yuan noticed this. Before transmigrating, he was a loyal reader of online novels. He knew that most of the male protagonists in novels awaken superpowers such as lightning, fire, and darkness. But this system clearly doesn't follow the expected rules. Ice-type characters are usually exclusive to female protagonists in novels, symbolizing a cold and aloof personality. Why would a grown man like me play with ice magic? Lu Yuan made a helpless complaint. To be honest, being able to awaken an S-class ability is already quite impressive, regardless of which category it belongs to. Brother Yuan, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. What type of superpower do you want to awaken? At that moment, a boy wearing glasses came over. His name is Li Ming. He is Lu Yuan's deskmate and a friend he grew up with. Ice type, I guess. Lu Yuan answered casually. Brother Yuan, wait a minute, I remember you once said that a real man should play with lightning-based magic. Li Ming was completely dumbfounded upon hearing Lu Yuan's answer. Superpowers are divided into 4 categories: elemental, summoning, combat, and special. Lightning is an offensive elemental ability. Summoning type ability users are extremely rare, but that doesn't mean they are powerful. The most famous one right now is the Tangshen Grandmaster, who awakened the A-level superpower Blue Gold Grass and can summon Blue Gold Grass to fight. Combat-related abilities are those that can enhance physical fitness. The scope of special categories is very broad, including the spiritual and spatial. Faced with Li Ming's questioning, Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment. How can I explain this? I can't exactly say that I've awakened a system, can I? People's thoughts change, and the icy type is the true romance of a man. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then casually said, that makes sense. I also hope I can awaken ice-type abilities. Li Ming thought he was right and immediately chimed in, yeah, Brother Yuan, don't be nervous, you'll definitely be able to awaken the superpower you want. The announcement blared, please line up in an orderly fashion. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. The awakening ceremony is in full swing. Everyone has their own destiny, and the will of heaven is hard to defy. Some are born to be kings, while others are destined to become outlaws. During the ceremony, some people were unexpectedly delighted, while others inevitably felt disappointed. But none of this concerns Lu Yuan. After the awakening ceremony, they will be on completely different levels. Next up, Lu Yuan, number 42, class 11, grade 12. Time ticked by, and it was Lu Yuan's turn. Sigh, the 11 classes are almost over, and not a single person has awakened an A-level ability, let alone a B-level ability. What are we going to do about next year's education fund? Principal 1. Wang, there are still a few classes that haven't arrived yet. Maybe things will turn around? When Lu Yuan stepped onto the awakening platform, he overheard a conversation between the principal and the dean of students. The principal seemed rather unconfident. This is not surprising, as fewer and fewer students at Fengyang No. 2 Middle School have awakened B-level superpowers. There was only one last year. The teacher next to him said gently, "Lu Yuan, don't be nervous, just put your hand on the awakening crystal." Lu Yuan was naturally not nervous. After all, he already knew the outcome. He smiled slightly and gently placed his hand on the awakening crystal. The moment your hand touches it, the crystal bursts forth with a strange, icy blue light. This color is definitely ice-based. The light is so intense. Could it be that the school's first B-level awakener is about to appear this year? Not just that, I bet it's at least a B+ level ability. The light drew everyone's attention. Even Principal Wang Jiyuan stared intently at the scene. The school's education fund allocation is determined annually based on the college entrance examination results. The evaluation criteria mainly consist of two aspects: the performance of top students and the average grade. If Lu Yuan really awakens a B-level or even higher superpower, in terms of academic performance, top students have undoubtedly found a savior. The icy blue light spread outwards, and layer upon layer of chill permeated the surroundings, causing many people to sneeze. The cold energy erupted so intensely, there might be hope for an A-level superpower. Principal Wang Jiyuan, standing to the side, squinted his eyes and stroked his chin in deep thought. The school hadn't produced an A-level student with superpowers for many years, so this was the only guess he could make. Lu Yuan's palm remained pressed against the awakening crystal, and he could feel a certain power resonating with his soul in the darkness. Suddenly, a few barely perceptible snowflakes drifted down from the sky. 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Is it raining? Some students looked up at the sky in confusion, feeling the coolness on their skin. The snowflakes fell more and more heavily, gradually turning into snow. The snow fell heavier and heavier, quickly covering the ground. My goodness, it's snowing in June. A natural phenomenon like this, let alone a B-level ability, this is at least an A-level ability. Amid gasps of amazement, all the students turned their gaze toward Lu Yuan on the awakening platform. A crown made of ice and snow slowly appeared above his head. This icy crown added a touch of imposing majesty to Lu Yuan, who was already tall and handsome. In an instant, all the students were stunned. Many female students even had a sparkle in their eyes. The awakening crystal shattered with a deafening roar. Debris flew everywhere. At this moment, no one cares whether anyone is injured. All eyes were fixed intently on that tall and handsome figure. The fact that Lu Yuan was able to detonate the awakening crystal directly means that his awakened ability has reached at least S-level, an S-class superpower. This is a top-tier superpower that has never appeared in the history of Fengyang No. 2 High School since its establishment. Isn't anyone going to stop Principal Wang from fainting from excitement? Quickly, call 110. Wait, how do I dial 110 again? Call 110? Kid, I think you have ulterior motives. Upon discovering that Principal Wang had fainted, the Dean of Students immediately took out his phone and contacted the ambulance that had been waiting outside the school for some time. This ambulance was originally intended for students who failed to awaken their powers or whose abilities did not meet expectations, in case of accidents. Unexpectedly, the first person to be put into the ambulance was Principal Wang. Congratulations on awakening your S-rank superpower, the Ice and Snow Crown. You have activated the panel function. A panel suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 100. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, awakened. Mental state, 120 Hz. Qi and blood, 210 calories. Skill, marksmanship, beginner. Qi and blood are important indicators for measuring physical fitness and strength. The spirit is equally important, as it is connected to abilities such as consciousness and the soul. There was a lot of discussion among the students. Seeing this, Director Li, the head of the teaching department, waved his hand and called out to the students, "The awakening ceremony is temporarily suspended. Everyone go back and we will continue when the new awakening crystal arrives." Awakening crystals are extremely precious, and it's simply impossible for an ordinary high school like this to prepare a second one in advance. Of course, Lu Yuan, who broke the crystal, does not need to pay compensation. The nation hopes that more and more awakened individuals will shatter the crystal during their awakening. Then, Director Li approached Lu Yuan and said in a low voice, "Come to my office with me." Hee, Principal Wang is so excited he's fainted. These future pillars of society can only have their investment opportunities seized by themselves. That's right, I am that angel investor. Director Li was secretly delighted. Lu Yuan understood Director Li's intention and nodded slightly in agreement. The two walked together toward the office. Lu Yuan, what is the superpower you have awakened? Director Li asked as soon as he entered the room. Breaking the awakening crystal only means that the ability level is at least S rank. Only the awakened individual knows the specifics of their superpower. Lu Yuan answered frankly, S-class superpower, Ice and Snow Crown. Maybe. S-level superpower. Director Lee paused, his breath catching in his throat. Even though he was mentally prepared. For 2 consecutive years, no S-level awakened ability users have appeared in Jiangnan province. I never expected that one would be born in such a small place this year. Who wouldn't be shocked to hear this news? Teachers from the 4 top universities should be visiting this afternoon. Have you decided which university you want to go to? Director Lee laughed and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. I haven't thought about that yet. Lu Yuan had indeed not looked up any relevant information. He knew that as long as he could get into schools of these calibers, someone would naturally help him analyze the pros and cons of each school. It's alright, I'll help you analyze it. Director Lee's smile remained unchanged. He has always been incredibly patient with such geniuses. The 4 top universities are Beijing North Superpower University, Shanghai Superpower University, Tianchuan Superpower University, and Shenzhen Superpower University. Placing aside geographical location, I would recommend the Shanghai University of Superpowers and the Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Lu Yuan listened attentively without interrupting Director Lee's speech. This made Director Lee even more satisfied with him. Your special ability is ice-based, right? These 2 universities have something in common. They both have a 7th-tier ice-based master in charge. Director Lee explained. A 7th-tier ice elemental master. A glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. It should be noted that the realms in this world from lowest to highest are as follows. Awakened 1, 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier, 7th tier Grandmaster, 8th tier Grandmaster, 9th tier Saint. There are only a few hundred experts like the 7th tier Grandmaster who are among the top in the entire Great Xia dynasty. If one could receive guidance from a master of that level, their future prospects would be limitless. Lu Yuan began to imagine what the future would look like. Of course, this is just a suggestion. When you weigh the final outcome, you should also take into account the geographical location and the conditions they put forward, and conduct a comprehensive analysis from multiple perspectives. Director Lee gave a few instructions, then opened a drawer and handed Lu Yuan a wooden box. To be honest, I also awakened an ice-type ability, but after working for many years, I haven't had the heart to cultivate anymore. Here's a skill book and a few pills, so I'll give them to you. Director Lee said earnestly. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he took the wooden box. Just as he expected, Director Lee specifically called him into his office, his purpose being to invest in him. If you can avoid accepting investments from others, you won't lose money. Seeing Lu Yuan accept the wooden box, Director Lee nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yuan, since we still have some time, would you like to use my computer to look up detailed information about these 4 schools? Director Lee asked. Could I borrow your phone first? I want to call my mom. Lu Yuan shook his head and spoke. Should I call my mother? Director Lee was slightly taken aback, then remembered that Lu Yuan seemed to come from a single-parent family. My father was killed by a ferocious beast. His mother raised him all by herself, which was no easy feat. Having awakened a precious S-rank skill, this joy should naturally be shared with loved ones. Before he arrived at the school, his mother specifically instructed him to tell her the result as soon as the awakening ceremony was over. The call was connected. Hello, who is this? The voice of Fong Wan, the mother, came from the other end of the phone. Lu Yuan used Director Lee's phone to make a call, but Fong Wan didn't know that Director Lee was on the other end of the line. After all, Lu Yuan is usually well-behaved and has never caused trouble, so there is no need for the head of the teaching department to call his guardian. Worried that Fong Wan would hang up the phone, Lu Yuan quickly said, Mom, it's me, Xiao Yuan. Oh, Xiao Yuan, the awakening ceremony is over, right? How did it go? Fong Wan asked. Judging from Xiao Yuan's tone, it seemed that the awakening had gone well. I have awakened an S-class superpower, Lu Yuan said without hesitation. Really? Fong Wan's voice suddenly rose several octaves. She was so excited she could hardly contain herself. This was not a question, but an exclamation of delight. She had already guessed the result would be good, but she didn't expect it to be this good. After her husband's accident, her biggest worry was Xiao Yuan. Seeing that Xiao Yuan hadn't given up on her and had instead become stronger, she felt much more at ease. Upon learning that her son had awakened an extremely rare S-class superpower, she was finally able to rest easy. Yes, teachers from the 4 top universities will be coming to the school this afternoon for special recruitment. Lu Yuan added. Okay. Fong Wan said okay 3 times in a row, showing how excited she was. Mom will cook you a nice meal tonight to reward you. Okay, Mom. Lu Yuan responded. That's settled then, Xiao Yuan. I'm still at work. I'll hang up now. Fong Wan hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Director Lee, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan returned the phone to Director Lee. Director Lee waved his hand, walked back to his desk, and entered the password to turn on the computer. Lu Yuan, you can look up information about the 4 prestigious universities here. The awakening crystal has been expedited from the city. I have to go to the awakening ceremony now, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Director Lee left in a hurry. The huge office was suddenly left with only Lu Yuan. Where should I begin when researching information on the 4 top universities? Lu Yuan was somewhat stunned. With no other option, he could only open a short video platform and start searching. 10 minutes passed quietly. The results were varied and numerous. In short, A says B is good, B says C is good, C says D is good, and D says A is good. Just like in his previous life when students from North Dakota praised Tsinghua University and students from Tsinghua University praised North Dakota University, Lu Yuan had never been to university and had no idea how to make a choice. This isn't the previous life where you could choose bunk beds, air conditioning, a large balcony, or a private bathroom. The reputation of the 4 top universities speaks for itself, so there's no need to worry about these things. Similarly, there's no need to choose a major, since with his Awaken Ice-type ability he should naturally enter an Ice-type academy. Let's not check anything else for now. I'll ask the system about the problem first. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered. Just now, he suddenly realized that the system not only gave him an S-level superpower ice crown, but also 100 evolution points. What exactly is this evolution point? What are evolution points used for? How do I obtain them? Lu Yuan asked the system in his mind, filled with doubt. Evolution points can directly help you level up and enhance your skills. Please see the icon on the system panel for details. The system responded quickly. After hearing the system's explanation, Lu Yuan understood instantly. Isn't this just the same old online game formula of leveling up by defeating monsters? He opened the system panel and sure enough, he saw the icon. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 100. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, Awakened. Mental state, 120 Hz. Chi and blood, 210 calories. Skill, Marksmanship, Beginner. Great, I love this kind of simple and straightforward cheat code. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. How do I obtain evolution points? He asked, suppressing his excitement. Defeating ferocious beasts will earn you evolution points. System explanation. I'll kill ferocious beasts to gain evolution points, and use those points to become stronger. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Kill the ferocious beast, kill the ferocious beast. He repeated the phrase over and over. He now knows what another important criterion he has for selecting universities is. Many years ago, the ferocious beast invaded Earth through a passage in the underground world. Now, the passage to the underground world is becoming more stable, and the human race has built a defensive line in the underground world, which has basically kept the ferocious beasts at bay. Therefore, for convenience, there is another condition for choosing a school yourself. There must be a passage to the underground world in the school. By piecing together fragmented information while chatting with classmates, Lu Yuan realized that not all schools have access to the underground world. One reason is that the location of the underground world passage is uncontrollable. The second reason is that the student years are the golden period for improving strength. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. It is wise to wait until the strength reaches the second or even third level before entering the underground world. Currently, the vast majority of those who actively enter the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts are individuals with special abilities. They make a living by hunting ferocious beasts and exchanging the crystals inside them for money. Although the money comes quickly, the ferocious beast could devour you at any moment. However, Lu Yuan wasn't afraid. After all, he was a player with cheat codes. Let's save the evolution points for now. After identifying the target, Lu Yuan analyzed the 4 prestigious universities again. With a clear direction, efficiency naturally improves significantly. Within minutes, he reached a conclusion. The eligible schools are Tianchuan Superpower University and Shenzhen Superpower University. He remembered that both the Shanghai University of Superpowers and the Shenzhen University of Superpowers had 7th level Ice-type masters teaching there. By combining the two, the initial goal was set. Shenzhen Superpower University. Search results popped up on the computer screen. Shenzhen University of Extraordinary Abilities, founded in 1983, is located in Shenzhen City, Guangdong Province, spanning over 200,000 mu, approximately 13,333 hectares. It comprises 21 colleges and enjoys a reputation as one of the 4 famous universities. The university excels in, you won't believe it until you see it. With a campus area of over 200,000 mu, this scale is unmatched by ordinary cities in Sichuan Province. The numbers are truly astonishing. A magnificent gate, technologically advanced buildings, a beautiful campus environment. As he flipped through the photos on his computer, Lu Yuan silently thought about his university life and began to look forward to it. In his previous life, he transmigrated to another world right after finishing his college entrance exams, but he still longed to go to university. The office door was pushed open, and Director Li walked in. A faint smile played on her lips, indicating she was in a good mood. I guess some students in the next few classes will awaken some pretty good superpowers. Lu Yuan, how's the investigation going? Director Li asked. That's about it, Director Li, Lu Yuan replied, standing up. The school has decided to award you 500,000 blue star coins. Come to the school in 3 days to collect it. Don't think it's too little, Director Li added with a smile. Not at all, Director Li. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. He knew that the school's funding had been increasingly tight in recent years, and receiving a reward of 500,000 Blue Star coins was already quite an achievement. That's good. Director Lee nodded. By the way, now that you've finished your investigation, hurry up and go to the classroom to pack your things. Leave the useless stuff there. Someone will take care of it, Director Lee said with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded, turned, and left the office. The awakening ceremony ended, and there were hardly any people left on the playground. He knew that the school would give everyone a 3-day holiday after the ceremony. Director Lee told him to hurry up and pack his things in the classroom, probably because he was worried that the classroom would be locked and would delay him. Before long, Lu Yuan returned to his original class, Class 11 of Senior 3. Just as he expected, the homeroom teacher was holding a safety education class meeting. What about swimming safety? What about cybersecurity? The sound came from outside the corridor. Lu Yuan walked to the classroom door and called out, "Report." The homeroom teacher and all the students immediately turned to look at the tall and handsome figure outside the door. Lu Yuan, come in quickly, the homeroom teacher said with a smile. This scene made Lu Yuan feel somewhat uncomfortable. The students usually jokingly call this homeroom teacher the Abyss of Extinction because she has a very bad temper, but now it is surprisingly mild. Lu Yuan sat back down in his seat, and the homeroom teacher understood that he had come back to pack his things. The class meeting ended quickly, and the homeroom teacher said, "That's all for today's class meeting. Students can go home now." After saying that, she left the classroom. Brother Yuan, can you tell us what it feels like to awaken an S-class superpower? Why, Yuan-ji, I've actually always had a crush on you. You won't mind that I'm a guy, will you? The students didn't disperse. Instead, they surrounded the area, making it impossible to move. Lu Yuan tidied up his things while responding with a smile. He was in a good mood, so chatting with his classmates was no problem. He didn't have much luggage. His backpack was only half full. As for the books and mountains of test papers, he planned to leave them to the younger students who came to treasure hunt in the senior year. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, someone shouted, "Brother Yuan, when you get to university, remember to take some photos and post them in the class group." Lu Yuan nodded, stepped out of the classroom, and left. That sounds nice, one test paper a day, but they don't even consider how many subjects we have to study. I bet he won't even bother to check. After Lu Yuan left, the students in the classroom returned to their seats to pack up their things, chatting and laughing. In the front row, a pretty girl was busy tidying up. Her name was Lin Xiangyu, and she was the class monitor. "Xiaoyu, why don't you go and talk to him?" her best friend asked, leaning over. She knew that her best friend had a crush on Lu Yuan for a long time, but had kept it a secret and planned to confess after the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, things took an unexpected turn. Lu Yuan has awakened an S-level superpower, so he will definitely be specially recruited by the 4 top universities, and he will even be exempt from the college entrance examination. My best friend's idea is for me to confess my feelings right now. We're not from the same world anymore. This seed buried deep in my heart, yet to sprout, should be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. Lin Xiangyu shook her head firmly. Her best friend understood her feelings and sighed softly. I just hope that Lin Xiangyu can truly let go and achieve good results in the college entrance examination. Has anyone seen Lu Yuan? Suddenly, a loud voice came from the back door of the classroom. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. It turned out to be Director Lee, the dean of students. Brother Yuan, he left less than 3 minutes ago and went to the other side, a classmate at the back door replied. Director Lee looked anxious. After saying that, he ran quickly in the direction Lu Yuan had left. The student standing at the back door scratched his head, wondering to himself what he had just heard. After all, it was a rare treat to hear Director Lee, the head of the teaching department, express his gratitude to him in his lifetime. Director Lee rushed downstairs, his gaze settling on a figure carrying a small bag walking towards his office. Lu Yuan, wait a minute. Director Lee called out. Director Lee? Lu Yuan heard the sound and turned around. Seeing Director Lee rush over, covered in sweat, Lu Yuan already had a vague guess in his mind. The admissions officers from the 4 top universities have arrived. Please follow me to the school lobby. Director Lee's words confirmed Lu Yuan's conjecture. Afterwards, Lu Yuan followed Director Lee to the entrance of the school hall. Outside the hall stood a middle-aged man wearing glasses, his face beaming with a wide smile, clearly in a very good mood. He showed no signs of the weakness one would expect after fainting. This middle-aged man is Wang Jiyuan, the principal of Fengyang No. 2 High School. After waking up, his biggest concern was Lu Yuan, so he rushed back to school from the hospital. Lu Yuan, the admissions officers from the 4 top universities are all inside. Come in with me, Wang Jiyuan said with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded, and then he and Wang Jiyuan stepped into the school hall together. The school lobby is usually a place for receiving important leaders and is not open to the public at other times. However, the admissions officers who came this time were all top-tier superhumans from the 4 prestigious universities, each of whom had reached the 5th level, and their status was directly equivalent to that of the mayor of the city. That's not all, they came in 4 at once. As the doors to the school hall slowly opened, Lu Yuan looked closely and saw two men and two women sitting around a long table, chatting and laughing. Teachers, Lu Yuan has arrived. Principal Wang Jiyuan led Lu Yuan toward the long table. At this moment, all four teachers turned their gazes to Lu Yuan. This way, admissions officers. Lu Yuan will be here shortly. Principal Wang Jiyuan led the four admissions officers from the four prestigious universities into the school hall and then served them tea. It's been a long time. It's been a long time indeed. Your Tianchuan Superpower University actually has a 7th level ice-type master, and you're actually trying to steal someone away. The only ice-type student this year. Don't try to take him from me. You stole my man last year, now it's my turn. The four immediately began exchanging pleasantries, and the atmosphere was tense. They clearly knew each other. A 5th-tier ability user, that's terrifying. The invisible pressure emanating from the four people during their conversation, coupled with the fact that Wang Jiyuan had just woken up from his coma and his legs were still a little weak, led him to stay outside the school hall and wait for Lu Yuan. This is Professor Zhang Wei from Beijing University of Extraordinary Abilities. This is Professor Li Hao from Tianchuan University of Supernatural Abilities. This is Ms. Zhang Ting from the Shanghai University of Superpowers. And lastly, this is Ms. Ling Weiwei from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. Wang Jiyuan introduced them one by one from left to right. Hello, four teachers. Lu Yuan bowed slightly, showing politeness without appearing ostentatious. I presume you are already familiar with our four universities, so let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the special admission requirements. I'll go first. Zhang Wei from Jingbei Superpower University spoke first. Our Jingbei Superpower University offers 3 million blue star coins and covers all basic pills and potions for 4 years of university. Anyway, the conditions were set by the higher-ups, so it doesn't matter who speaks first or last. Then, from left to right, Li Hao spoke up. Our Tianchuan Superpower University will provide 3 million blue star coins, plus a set of D-grade equipment. Then Jiang Ting parted her red lips slightly and said, for million blue star coins, a custom-made C-grade weapon, and our school even has a 7th-tier ice mage. Custom-made Class C weapons, your school is certainly extravagant. As soon as Jiang Ting finished speaking, the two admissions officers turned to look at her and snorted coldly. After all, Shanghai has a developed economy, so naturally, the funds used to attract new students are much more abundant. Don't worry, we still have our school. Ling Weiwei said mysteriously, although our school only gives 1 million blue star coins, it will provide an extra amount of credits every year. The specific amount depends on your performance, but the minimum is no less than 300 credits. And, our school also has a 7th-tier ice-type master. Zhang Wei was the first to speak up, unable to resist complaining. Are all of you playing this ruthlessly? Guaranteed at least 300 credits per year. You guys are really willing to spend that much. The other two admissions officers also looked surprised, their mouths slightly agape. After all, the value of academic credits differs greatly between liberal arts universities and universities specializing in superpowers. In universities specializing in superpowers, academic credits are equivalent to currency. 1 credit can be exchanged for 10,000 blue star coins, and this exchange is irreversible. This alone demonstrates the preciousness of academic credits. Moreover, these 300 credits are just the minimum guarantee. They can be gradually increased based on subsequent performance. 4 years of university, even at the very least, would yield 1,200 credits, which translates to 12 million blue star coins. Our school hasn't specially recruited any ice science students in the past 5 years. How can we do this without investing some resources? Ling Weiwei responded simply to the other 3 teachers. Although Lu Yuan didn't quite understand the specific meaning of credits, seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the other 3 teachers, he realized that Ling Weiwei from Shenzhen University of Superpowers had offered the most generous terms. With the added advantages of the Beast Passage and the Ice-type mentor, he was also considering choosing Shenzhen Superpower University. Is this what they called going in both directions? Lu Yuan, what do you think? Would you like to choose our Shenzhen Superpower University? Ling Weiwei asked. Jiang Ting immediately interjected. Shenzhen Superpower University regularly organizes students to enter the underground world. You need to think this through carefully. She was simply gambling that Lu Yuan was unwilling to enter the underground world and was afraid of those ferocious beasts. Over the past few years, she has used this method to poach several students. Although the number is small, the probability still exists. Unfortunately, she is destined to be disappointed this year. After all, who would have thought that Lu Yuan would awaken a system? Dear teachers, I choose Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Lu Yuan said firmly and earnestly. Ling Weiwei nodded gently, her eyes revealing admiration. If Lu Yuan were just a student who was afraid of dying and trying to escape, she would rather not recruit him at all than accept him. Lu Yuan, I wish you success in your cultivation. Since Lu Yuan had made his decision, the other teachers saw no need to linger and left after offering their blessings. In the vast school hall, only Principal Wang Jiyuan, Lu Yuan, and Ling Weiwei remained. As soon as the 3 teachers left, Wang Jiyuan felt much easier to breathe. breathe. He was just an ordinary high school principal. How could he withstand such torment? It's decided. Next time let Director Lee take on the important task. Lu Yuan, this is my contact information. Please add me first. Ling Weiwei took out her phone from her pocket, opened the QQ messaging interface, and revealed a QR code. Sorry, our school doesn't allow cell phones. Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly. The awakening ceremony is of great significance to every student. Some schools allow students to bring their phones to record this important moment, while their school strictly prohibits it. Upon seeing this, Wang Jiyuan's gaze sharpened, and he patted his head. I never imagined that my lousy school could produce a special admission student. He couldn't help but feel like crying. It's okay, this is my phone number. My QQ number is the same as my mobile number. You can add me when you get back. Ling Weiwei took out a small notebook from her coat pocket, tore off a page, and wrote down her phone number on the paper. Okay, Ms. Ling. Lu Yuan quickly took the paper, secretly grateful. Also, this is a special recruitment contract. Please sign it. Ling Weiwei handed over the agreement and a pen. Lu Yuan carefully reviewed the agreement before signing his name on it. By the way, the approval will be officially granted in about 2 days, at which time the school will open up to specially recruited students. If you want to come to the school earlier, you can come directly in 2 days, Ling Weiwei reminded Lu Yuan after he signed the agreement. Lu Yuan naturally planned to go to Shenzhen Superpower University as soon as the approval was officially granted. The earlier you enter university, the sooner you can access abundant resources and the faster you can grow. Every minute and every second is extremely precious and must not be wasted. After Ling Weiwei left, Lu Yuan didn't linger. He quickly left the school with his small backpack on his back. In this world, schools do not have evening self-study sessions. You're welcome. Evenings are generally reserved for students to practice on their own. A dozen minutes later, Lu Yuan, riding his bicycle, arrived at a building in front of him. This building stands out from the surrounding small houses, appearing tall and magnificent. It's full of modern, technological elements. The automatic doors opened and closed continuously, with a bustling crowd coming and going. Directly in front of the building, 5 large, gleaming golden characters are prominently displayed. Fighting Abilities Hall. Lu Yuan knew that fighting ability gyms were all over the country. On the one hand, it is because the founder, Lin Hong, is a 9th-level powerhouse, and on the other hand, it is specifically designed for all awakened combat-type ability users, with a huge user base. It's just like the chain store in the previous life. The Fighting Ability Hall is the largest ability hall in the country. The second place goes to the Blazing Ability Hall. Although there are far fewer people who awaken fire-based abilities than those who specialize in combat. However, the owner of the hall, Hu Mingho, is also a 9th-level expert with great strength and reputation. The museum offers both free and paid services. A simple blood and energy test is available in a regular room and is a free service, but sometimes there may be a queue. Purchasing weapons, medicines, providing lessons, and opening special training rooms are all paid services. After briefly surveying the magnificent exterior of the fighting ability arena, Lu Yuan, we passed through the automatic doors and entered the building. The Fighting Abilities Hall has 4 floors. The first floor is the reception area, the second floor is the free area, the third floor is the paid area, and the fourth floor is the office area. Each floor has an area of over 10,000 square meters. Because the entire floor was a reception area, and the venue was crowded, Lu Yuan hardly had to queue and easily reached the counter. Hello, what service do you need? The counter lady asked warmly, handing him a price list. Give me an E-level training room, thank you. Lu Yuan took the price list, thought for a moment, and then said. He knew that the E-level training room was the lowest level training room in the combat ability hall. Having just awakened my superpowers, choosing an E-level room is just right. 400 blue star coins per hour, less than an hour will be charged as a full hour. After reminding him, the receptionist handed the room card with the entered information to Lu Yuan. This expense is not wasteful, it's genuine and worth the price. After all, his family was poor, and he could only practice in a regular room before. With 1.5 million blue star coins about to arrive in his account, he naturally wouldn't be stingy with himself. The room key card has a virtual display screen showing the corresponding room number. Lu Yuan swiped his card, and the door to room 303 opened quickly. Inside the cultivation room, the concentration of elemental energy in the air increases, which helps improve cultivation efficiency. Stepping into the room, Lu Yuan looked around. There was an iron rack at the edge of the room, displaying various weapons. Long spears, broadswords, long swords, you name it, they had it. He took a long, black spear from the iron rack. Practice your marksmanship by swinging your gun a few times. The movements are still a bit clumsy and stiff. Fortunately, I have the system, and now is the time for the evolution points to come in handy. Lu Yuan opened the panel and pressed the only key without hesitation. Evolution points -100. Gun technique, beginner, gun technique, intermediate. After exhausting his evolution points, Lu Yuan felt a flood of memories of practicing various marksmanship techniques rushing into his mind, as if he had truly gone through days and nights of arduous training. When he came to his senses, he found that his control over the black spear in his hand had improved significantly. Is this the power the system has given me? Not bad, I like it very much. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. Incidentally, skill proficiency is divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, supreme, and perfect. After raising his marksmanship to intermediate proficiency, Lu Yuan raised his spear again and fired several shots swiftly and fiercely. Now, let's try out our superpowers. Ice and Snow Crown. Lu Yuan chanted the incantation in a low voice. Suddenly, an ice and snow crown appeared on his head, adding to his imposing aura. His internal energy was instantly activated, and his pupils gradually turned ice blue. Endless snowflakes danced around him, but Lu Yuan felt no cold at all. Instead, he felt unusually warm. A chilling aura emanated from the jet black spear, a sign that elemental energy was being channeled into the weapon. The tip of the spear was completely encased in ice. In this state, Lu Yuan practiced his marksmanship for another half hour. I've only been practicing for half an hour, and half of my internal energy has already been used up. I just awakened my superpower, so my internal energy reserves are indeed low. He muttered to himself but didn't pay much attention to it. Then, Lu Yuan opened the small wooden box that Director Li had given him. The box contained several ordinary pills and a skill book. Ice Ring D. Effect: after learning this skill, a ring of ice shards will form around the user's body, dealing minor damage and increasing their ice-type damage. The first page of the skill book details the name and effect. A D-level skill book. Director Li is indeed generous. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He knew that a D-level skill book of the common type would cost at least 100,000 blue star coins, while the ice type was a rare type, and the price would be several times higher. The rich spiritual energy in the cultivation room made his mind exceptionally clear. After a brief reflection, he sat down cross-legged and began to carefully read the skill book from the first page. At the same time, he took out a pill and swallowed it to further activate his mental acuity. The so-called D-level skill book is actually just a few thin pages of paper. In addition, he possesses the extremely rare S-class ability Ice Crown and has an exceptionally strong talent for comprehending ice-type skills. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan finished studying, exhaled, and with a thought, brought up the control panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 0. Special ability: Ice Crown, S. Realm: Awakened. Mental state: 120 Hz. Chi and blood: 210 calories. Skills: Marksmanship, Intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D. Beginner. Just as Lu Yuan had anticipated, the skill interface had undergone new changes. The appearance of Ice Ring on the panel means that he can use evolution points to upgrade this skill. If he hadn't already exhausted his evolution points, he would have loved to break through the Ice Ring body proficiency level on the spot and directly advance from beginner to intermediate, taking a shortcut. Ice Ring structure. He tried using his skill. 3 small ice shards spun around his body, currently covering a very limited area of just over 2 meters, slightly larger than the black spear in his hand. Of course, Lu Yuan could clearly feel that the activity of his internal energy increased when surrounded by ice shards. A good student like him never misses any of the knowledge points taught in class. He understood that the increase in elemental energy activity meant that ice-type damage would eventually be enhanced. However, he estimated that the improvement of D-level skills would not be too great, probably between 5% and 8%. When he had a moment to himself, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked up at the quartz clock on the ceiling of the training room. He knew that the dense elemental energy environment could damage mobile phones, so he usually did not allow mobile phones into the cultivation room. This quartz wall clock conveniently replaces the function of a mobile phone, serving as a way to remind customers of the time. The fee is a fixed amount of blue star coins per hour, and any time less than 1 hour is counted as 1 hour. Without a quartz wall clock, the time a customer leaves will not match up. For example, if someone practices for 1 hour and 1 minute but is charged for 2 hours, who can accept that? Over time, customers will naturally become dissatisfied with the superpower center and choose other superpower centers instead. This is extremely detrimental to the long-term development of the superpower hall. But with this quartz wall clock, customers will be more mindful of the time and leave on time. This even made them feel like they had gotten a bargain. By comparing the entry time, Lu Yuan learned that he had been in the cultivation room for exactly 59 minutes. I've practiced enough, I should go out now. He walked out of the meditation room. After readily paying 400 blue star coins, Lu Yuan left the fighting ability hall. The automatic door opened. Lu Yuan came out. There is a designated parking area not far away. His bicycle was parked there. As you approached the bicycle, to his surprise, he found a mouse next to the bicycle. Wait, is this really a rat? Is this considered an ordinary mouse? This rat has square ears and blue eyes. It's clearly not an ordinary rat. That can only be a ferocious beast. A ferocious beast. Lu Yuan's heart started racing, and his eyes widened. This is a living evolutionary point. How could he possibly let it go? Just as he was about to walk over and capture the square-eared mouse alive. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing Lu Yuan approach, the square-eared rat actually scurried into the nearby nearby sewer. In fact, Lu Yuan could have unleashed his superpowers and released his internal energy remotely to directly kill Feng Ershu. The advantage of this method is that it is extremely fast. The burst of superpowers is an instinctive bodily reaction, much faster than using skills. But the square-eared mouse was right next to the bicycle. Moreover, Lu Yuan had just awakened his superpower, and his control over the power's burst was still very unfamiliar. Once he makes a move, not only will his bicycle be destroyed, but the electric bikes parked nearby will also be doomed. Therefore, he did not choose this method. After all, once you reach the underground world, there are countless ferocious beasts. There's nothing to regret about killing one more to make up for it. As for why ferocious beasts appear in the real world, first, it should be clear that in the past, ferocious beasts came to Earth through passages in the underground world. But for some reason, in recent years, ferocious beasts have been appearing in the real world without warning. Moreover, most of these ferocious beasts, like the square-eared rat, are not aggressive. It's important to understand that ferocious beasts are synonymous with bloodlust and brutality. Generally, ferocious beasts will treat humans as prey the first thing they see. But these suddenly appearing ferocious beasts were different. Instead of attacking humans, they will run away. The official explanation is that it's a projection of the underground world. He also cited a whole bunch of spatial theories that Lu Yuan couldn't understand at all. But Lu Yuan always felt that the official explanation was full of loopholes, as if it was hiding some secret. Perhaps he'll find the answer when he arrives at Shenzhen University of Superpowers and meets more powerful individuals. He shook his head slightly. I didn't dwell on this for too long. I'm too weak right now. Becoming stronger is my only goal. After leaving the fighting arena, Lu Yuan rode his bicycle home. His mother, Feng Wan, hadn't come home from get off work yet, and he was the only one in the rented room. With nothing to do, he turned on the TV and started watching the news. Yi Mo, the ice martial saint, heroically sacrificed himself to withstand the ferocious beast's attack. Let us pay tribute to this hero. 10 years later, news broke that someone in the United States has awakened an SS-level superpower, and a reporter's investigation shows that the news is highly credible. The conflict between the Russian Bear Country and the Raven Country is escalating, and war may break out. It is still unclear whether the United States is behind it. This world is far from peaceful. I must become stronger. Lu Yuan sighed. After briefly browsing the news, he returned to his room and took out his usual hardwood stick from the corner of the wall, his weapon for practicing marksmanship. That's right, Lu Yuan was using the hardwood shaft as a spear. After all, a spear that can resonate with supernatural abilities would cost at least 6 figures. The situation of Lu Yuan's family is rather awkward. To buy such a long spear, you basically have to empty all your savings. If it were an ordinary iron spear, once the supernatural power was used, the original hardness of the iron bar would immediately turn into a lump of soft tofu, not much different from a hardwood shaft. Lu Yuan gazed affectionately at the hardwood pole that had been with him for so long. As the saying goes, rich people easily forget their roots. Lu Yuan was no exception. Once he had 1.5 million blue star coins in his account, he planned to go to the Superpowers Hall to buy a new long spear. Just like the gun on the iron rack that he had his eye on not long ago in the testing room of the fighting ability arena. Thrust, pick, chop, sweep. In the room, Lu Yuan practiced various spear techniques repeatedly, his back gradually becoming soaked with sweat. After a long while, he finally put away the hardwood pole and exhaled a breath of stale air. Looking up at the clock on the wall, it was already 5:50 p.m. Lu Yuan knew that his mother should be home in 10 minutes. However, 10 minutes passed, and he still did not see his mother. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan, who was sitting in the living room, finally heard a knock on the door. He rushed to open the door. The mother, Feng Wan, had a warm smile on her face and was carrying a large bag of vegetables and meat. A middle-aged man was following behind her. After the mother went inside, the middle-aged man carried a long gun into the rented room and then left. Mom, this. Lu Yuan looked at the spear on the ground with a complicated expression. Didn't you awaken a rare superpower? This is a gift Mom prepared for you. How about it? Are you happy? Feng Wan said with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded. He easily recognized it as the same long spear he had used during the test at the combat ability arena. It has to be said that the mother and son truly have a telepathic connection. He had originally planned to wait until the money arrived before making the purchase, but now it seems there's no need for it at all. Go do your homework for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Feng Wan carried the bag and prepared to go into the kitchen, but Lu Yuan stopped her, laughing and saying, Mom, you've forgotten. I've already been specially admitted to university. I don't even need to take the college entrance exam, so why would I need homework? Sorry, Mom just keeps saying it. Feng Wan smiled awkwardly, turned around, and went into the kitchen. Lu Yuan followed closely behind. Although he couldn't cook, washing vegetables was no problem for him. In the warm atmosphere, time passed by, and dish after dish was served. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers. These are not complicated homestyle dishes, but they all have flavors that Lu Yuan likes. Is it good? If it is, eat more. Feng Wan smiled happily as she she watched Lu Yuan wolf down his food. She was genuinely pleased that Lu Yuan ate more. The burst of superpowers from the extreme ability hall, coupled with several hours of marksmanship practice at home, left Lu Yuan with a significant physical exhaustion. He ate a full 5 bowls of rice in one meal. After finishing his meal, his hunger gradually subsided, and he patted his stomach contentedly. Xiao Yuan, which university specially admitted you? Fong Wan asked after seeing that he had finished eating. Shenzhen Superpower University is in Guangdong Province, Lu Yuan replied casually. Guangdong Province, that place is indeed quite nice, Fong Wan said with a gentle smile. By the way, Mom, I received a total of 1.5 million Blue Star coins and rewards from high school and college. Should I buy you some cosmetics, bags, or something? Fong Wan was once the school beauty, otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to such a handsome son as Lu Yuan. But now, the pressures of life have gradually faded her beauty, and her face has become increasingly haggard. Hearing that her son was so successful, Fong Wan couldn't hide her joy. Keep that money for yourself. I've heard that people with superpowers spend money like crazy. Besides, these things are for young girls, I don't need them. She waved her hand, politely declining Lu Yuan's offer. That night, Lu Yuan lay in bed watching videos. Suddenly, he received a message on QQ. As soon as the notification sounded, Lu Yuan clicked on it and saw that it was from his childhood friend Li Ming. Li Ming sent a video along with the following text. Wow, the Shenzhen Superpower University you chose actually has such a beautiful senior. Watch the video at 1 minute 18 seconds. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He knows Li Ming very well. Although he is plain looking, he has extremely discerning taste. Li Ming actually praised the beautiful senior students here, which made Lu Yuan curious. With a question in mind, he clicked on the video. The video showcases the prowess of each team from Shenzhen Superpower University. Lu Yuan dragged the progress bar to 1 minute and 18 seconds. A tall, slender girl instantly caught his eye. She had delicate features, a pert nose, and skin as white as snow. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, glossy and silky. The striking beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a unique charm to her. Not only that, she also has an outstanding figure. Although she was wearing loose clothes, she managed to make them look tight. In the comments section, many people expressed their admiration for this senior student. People even jokingly pleaded with Shenzhen Superpower University to lower its admission score. After watching for a while, Lu Yuan turned off the video. Beauty is good, and occasional appreciation can soothe the mind, but he knew he couldn't become obsessed with it. In the past 2 days, Lu Yuan did not slack off. On the contrary, he practiced his marksmanship even more diligently. Before he knew it, the day of his departure arrived. Xiao Yuan, take good care of yourself when you get to school. Don't worry about your family. Fong Wan was reluctant to part with him as she saw him off at the Fengyang City high-speed railway station. Don't worry, I will. After saying this, Lu Yuan turned and walked into the high-speed rail station. After entering the station, the waiting time seemed exceptionally long. He would occasionally look up at the big screen until the broadcast started. Attention passengers, boarding for train G888 from Tianyuan Station to Shenzhen Station is about to begin. Please take your belongings with you and proceed to gate 2 for boarding. Lu Yuan quickly grabbed his luggage and rushed to ticket gate number 2. Ticket check, waiting, boarding, all done in one smooth motion. After boarding the bus, he quickly found his seat. In the 3 rows of seats facing each other, 2 girls were sitting on one side, and the other side was empty. Lu Yuan's seat was between the 2 girls, by the window. Excuse me, could you 2 please move aside? My seat is inside. Wow, what a handsome young man, one of the girls exclaimed, swooning over Lu Yuan's face. Sorry, my best friend is sick and can't concentrate very well. The other girl smiled awkwardly and pulled her best friend to make way for her. Not long after, a boy with a side-parted hairstyle sat down in the seat opposite. Then, a little hamster climbed onto the boy's shoulder. This little hamster is entirely blue, clearly not an ordinary pet, but rather the companion animal of a superhuman. Chirp chirp chirp. The little hamster is moving its mouth. It's so cute. When it comes to companion beasts, they are actually ferocious beasts that have shed their bloodthirsty and brutal traits, and partners who have signed contracts with superhumans. Having a companion beast is not easy. First, you need to use a device similar to a pokeball in a game to capture the ferocious beast. Then, using special equipment, the captured beast ball is transformed into an egg. Finally, we have to wait for the egg to hatch. Of course, you can also directly find the eggs of ferocious beasts and incubate them by soaking them in special potions. However, the places where ferocious beasts incubate their eggs are usually extremely well hidden, and very few humans can discover them. Therefore, companion animals are extremely valuable in the market. Even if this companion beast is only at the first rank, the same applies. The moment the hamster appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 girls and also caught Lu Yuan's eye. In the future, I also want to have my own top-tier companion beast, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Seeing that all 3 people were looking at him, Wang Zhang's lips curled up slightly, looking smug. This display of arrogance truly gave him a sense of exhilaration. Its name is Xiao Mao, and it's my companion animal, Wang Zheng introduced with a smile. It's a companion beast. It must be very expensive. So cute, can I touch it? Both girls' eyes were shining. Women are naturally powerless against cute things. Lu Yuan glanced at it a few times and then looked away. He prefers dragons and phoenixes soaring in the sky, which are very majestic. These little hamsters aren't strong fighters, they serve more as companions, and their value lies primarily in emotional connection. He simply couldn't muster any interest. It's not expensive. It's not expensive. Wang Zheng waved his hand, then instructed, go. The little hamster obeyed the command, climbed off Wang Zheng's body, walked to the two girls, and affectionately rubbed its furry cheeks against their fingers. The two women's eyes shone brightly. The adorable little hamsters are almost melting their hearts. But seeing that the two women were constantly touching his companion beast and not paying any attention to him, Wang Zheng was a little annoyed. He hurriedly recalled his companion beast and began boasting about how powerful it was. At first, the two women were quite interested, but when they asked Xiao Mao to come over several times, Wang Zheng always changed the subject. After all, he wanted their attention to be focused on himself. However, the two women gradually became impatient. But Wang Zheng continued talking tirelessly, completely unaware of their thoughts. By the time he realized it, a girl had already looked down and started playing on her phone. So handsome, so handsome. The other girl was not only playing on her phone, but also glancing at the boy by the window from time to time, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Wang Zheng realized he was talking to thin air and was immediately embarrassed. He is the son of a family whose house was demolished and they received millions of yuan in compensation. Although he has more money, his inherently poor nature remains unchanged. This awkwardness made him silent for a moment before he forced himself to start a new topic. Did you know? This year, a student in our Jiangnan province awakened an S-level ice-type ability. Wang Zheng started to provoke conversation. 10 minutes ago, the high-speed train originated in Tianyuan City, Jiangnan province, and he believed that the two girls were likely from there as well. I think I've seen similar short videos before, one of the girls casually replied. To be honest, the student who awakened to S rank is actually my cousin. Wang Zheng continued. Their first reaction was disbelief. S rank? Ice type? That's way too exaggerated. Just then, Lu Yuan took out a bottle of cola from his backpack, held it with one hand, and channeled his internal energy into the can through his arm. Instantly, the cola turns into iced cola, with a significantly improved taste. He sipped his iced cola while leisurely watching the show. Really? Wang Zheng nodded, looking serious. Anyway, that person isn't here, so let them brag if they want. It's impossible for that person to be right in front of me, right? Wang Zheng's pretentious performance was so fake that the two girls still didn't believe him and were even somewhat disgusted. I'd rather believe this guy knows that student who awakened to S rank than believe he's your cousin. The girl who kept glancing at Lu Yuan pointed at him, who was watching the drama unfold, and said, "Heh, if he knew me, I'd eat him alive." Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng became anxious on the spot. 3 question marks slowly appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. Didn't I say, hey sis? How could you guess so accurately? Being a prophet isn't easy. You never know where the knife might be hidden. And that boy across the street. She started eating right away. What a little glutton. Hey bro, do you know that student who awakened an S-level superpower? The girl also started to take things seriously, turning her gaze to Lu Yuan with anticipation. I don't know him, but... Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, then smiled faintly. All 3 eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan. The student I know has awakened an S-level ice-type ability, not the S-level kind. As he spoke, a crystal-clear ice shuttle materialized on his fingertip. At the same time, he exuded a faint aura of supernatural power. Although it was only a slight emission, people could still feel the powerful intensity of the supernatural ability. Of course, this only applies to a small group of them. The group of people who sensed Lu Yuan's special ability immediately tensed up. They instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The intense pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Seeing this, Lu Yuan withdrew his supernatural power. The two girls' eyes flashed with surprise. They never expected that the handsome man beside them had awakened a powerful S-class ability. It's like something out of a novel. The reality is just so coincidental. This luck is absolutely incredible. Wang Zhengze blushed deeply with embarrassment. He never expected that his casual boast would actually get him into the spotlight. Before anyone could say anything, the announcement in the carriage started. We are about to arrive at Shenzhen Station. Passengers who need to get off the train, please gather your luggage and wait at the doors at both ends of the carriage. I didn't expect that we'd be arriving at our destination so soon. What a pity, such a pity. The two girls looked regretful, especially the one who kept glancing at Lu Yuan. Wang Zhengze breathed a sigh of relief. After this happened, he felt very uneasy and embarrassed. Now that things have come to an end, it's a relief for him. In fact, ever since Lu Yuan demonstrated his S-level superpower, no one has paid any attention to him anymore. The high-speed train slowly pulled into Shenzhen Station, and many passengers disembarked one after another. Lu Yuan was one of them. As the automatic door opened, a unique aroma wafted out, the smell of a big city. The station boasts a magnificent magnificent dome, with sturdy steel columns crisscrossing the interior and sunlight filtering evenly through the glass curtain walls. The towering buildings in the distance resemble steel beasts, creating a powerful and awe-inspiring visual impact. As you exit the station, various advertisements flash across the giant screen high above. I'm suffering from lower back and leg pain after overwork, feeling lethargic and like my body has been completely drained. Is it because my kidneys are overdrawn? I want a stable and happy life where he's well and I'm well too. Fall in love with rainbows and you'll conquer rainbows. Daewoo Motors, speeding across the world. The high-speed step-by-step ignition machine can ignite anywhere the fire doesn't burn. Most of them are advertisements that you usually see on TV. There were also some luxury brand advertisements, which Lu Yuan was not familiar with. Incidentally, an advertisement for tomato novels was prominently displayed on the train parked opposite. The girl who kept glancing at Lu Yuan shook her head gently, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. She understood that since the student had just awakened his S-level superpower and was getting off at Shenzhen Station, he must be a special admission student of Shenzhen Superpower University. She was just a student at an ordinary university in Shenzhen with supernatural abilities. They don't even go to the same school. From that moment on, they were destined never to cross paths again. Previously, Ling Weiwei sent a message on QQ saying that she would personally pick up Lu Yuan and take him to school once he arrived in Shenzhen. But fate can be unpredictable. She had an important matter to attend to today and couldn't come in person, so she could only post the task at the school's task center. The task was immediately snatched up by a senior student as soon as it was posted. Finally, Ling Weiwei apologized to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan expressed his understanding of this. It's normal to have an emergency. Besides, she had arranged for other senior students to pick her up, which was already her best effort. Look, there are people holding flags ahead. It's students from Shenzhen Superpower University here to pick someone up. Speaking of which, today is indeed the day that specially recruited new students enroll. I really envy them. At a top-tier superpower university like this, you graduate after 4 years and are at least at the 3rd level of the cultivation realm. Passers-by started talking about it, their eyes filled with envy. As expected of Shenzhen Superpower University, it has attracted so much attention. Listening to the whispers of passers-by, Lu Yuan pondered silently in his heart. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out of the station, he clearly saw a young man with a peaceful face held aloft a flag bearing the 6 large characters, Shenzhen Superpower University. The flag fluttered gently in the breeze. Judging from the appearance, this young man was the senior who came to pick him up. Lu Yuan pulled his luggage and walked quickly toward his senior's seat. The senior student also noticed Lu Yuan in the crowd. He didn't stop carrying the flag. He walked towards Lu Yuan. You must be Lu Yuan, right? Hello, I'm Jiang Yan. Come with me, I'll take you to Shenzhen University. Jiang Yan said with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded and said, Senior, wait a moment, I need to go get my weapon first. A spear like Lu Yuan's is sharp and can easily injure people. To protect passenger safety, these items are absolutely not allowed on the high-speed train and must be checked in as baggage. After retrieving the spear, Lu Yuan followed Jiang Yan to his car. Upon seeing Jiang Yan's car, Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He truly is a master of disguise. Unexpectedly, Senior Jiang was driving a Maybach worth more than 2 million blue star coins. Once you reach the underground world and start hunting ferocious beasts, you'll understand that this vehicle is nothing. Killing just one ferocious beast can easily earn you several thousand or even tens of thousands of blue star coins. Just save up and you'll have enough. Jiang Yan noticed Lu Yuan's gaze and smiled faintly as she spoke. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. That's a month's salary for an average person. You can obtain it simply by hunting a single ferocious beast. High risk, high reward. Don't be fooled by the number of people making money. Quite a few people die as well, Jiang Yan said. He then gave Lu Yuan a serious look and added, But Junior, Brother Lu, you absolutely mustn't rush to go to the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts for money. Even if you absolutely have to go, you should at least find an experienced team. Lu Yuan quickly asked, why? He did indeed have the idea of going to the underworld. On one hand, it's about making money. On the other hand, hunting ferocious beasts can earn evolution points, allowing one to continuously grow stronger. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The underground world is nothing like the human world. It's the domain of ferocious beasts. They're paradise. Danger lurks everywhere, and they could ambush you from the shadows at any moment. Finding an experienced team is extremely important. Furthermore, we can take on school assignments to earn credits. Our credits are different from those in liberal arts universities. They are like the school's internal currency. We earn credits by completing simple tasks, which are enough to cover our daily training and food expenses. For example, the fact that I'm here to pick you up now is actually a mission. Ha ha ha. So you'd better wait until you've officially entered the 1st level before going into the underground world. Jiang Yan explained. Lu Yuan listened, but he didn't fully accept it in his heart. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Where do you get evolution points if you don't go into the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts? Although mentorship can greatly shorten the time to advance to the first level. However, shortening the time does not mean eliminating the need for time. After all, it's faster to add points yourself. If you want to win the freshman competition, you absolutely can't take the conventional route. Of course, finding a team is still necessary, since I'm a newbie. Junior Lu, it's getting late, let's hurry to school. Jiang Yan's expression instantly returned to calm. Lu Yuan nodded, opened the Maybach door, and got in. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Yuan had ever ridden in such a luxurious car, and he couldn't help but feel excited. During the car ride, Lu Yuan would occasionally look out the window. The architectural style was extremely modern, something he had never seen in his hometown. After an unknown amount of time, the Maybach slowly came to a stop. This is the underground parking garage next to the Shenzhen Superpower University. After getting out of the car, Lu Yuan discovered that the underground parking garage was almost entirely filled with luxury cars worth millions. Although he wasn't familiar with the specific brands, the luxurious aura emanating from these cars was undeniable to anyone. Their brilliance was something that nothing could conceal. If each of these cars were taken out individually and driven in his hometown, it would definitely attract a lot of attention and stares. What? Stunned? Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Jiang Yan smiled and continued, "Don't worry, there's something even more astonishing to come." Is there something even more astonishing? Lu Yuan wondered, but he didn't voice it. Filled with doubt, Lu Yuan followed Jiang Yan out of the underground parking garage. Walk to the right from the garage, and you'll reach the gate of Shenzhen Superpower University. Suddenly, a huge school gate came into Lu Yuan's view. This school gate is hundreds of meters high and tens of meters long. Moreover, the school gate is made of alloys of various colors and materials, making it extremely imposing. Just one glance is enough to make one's blood boil and passion surge. Above the school gate, the 6 characters Shenzhen Superpower University are engraved in a magnificent manner. This massive school gate made Lu Yuan, who was 1.85 meters tall, feel incredibly small for the first time. Facing the school gate, he couldn't hide his surprise, staring at it intently for a long while. People come and go in front of the school gate. Students come and go, chatting and laughing, brimming with youthful energy. Most of them only glanced at Lu Yuan briefly before quickly looking away. Judging from their appearance, they are probably specially recruited freshmen who are stunned by the magnificent school gate. This kind of reaction is normal. After all, who hasn't been awestruck by these scenes when they were young? See, I told you, there's something even more amazing coming up. I was just like you when I first enrolled, Jiang Yan said with a light laugh. Lu Yuan snapped out of his thoughts, gave an awkward smile, and didn't respond. Let's go. I need to get you to register early, otherwise all the good food in the cafeteria might be sold out. Jiang Yan waved and urged Lu Yuan to follow. Lu Yuan followed Jiang Yan closely as they entered Shenzhen Superpower University. As soon as he stepped into the campus, his gaze involuntarily turned to the distance. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge fountain with crystal clear water, so clear that just one glance can dispel the heat in one's heart. Many couples sat on the benches by the fountain, their faces full of smiles, chatting casually. Looking further into the distance, the towering buildings stand side by side, their imposing presence awe-inspiring. Lu Yuan took out his phone, took a picture, and sent it to his senior year class group. By the way, this group is mainly for students to chat and play games. There are no teachers in it. Unexpectedly, just a few seconds after the photo was posted, several classmates commented in amazement. These people are still playing on their phones during class. Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard surprised whispers from the students around them, and Lu Yuan's gaze turned to the direction everyone was looking at. All eyes were focused in one direction. So, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look over as well. A team is coming towards us. The team leader was a tall and slender young woman with delicate features, fair skin, and a hint of indifference on her face. Her long, silver-white hair fluttered in the wind behind her. Her full, form-fitting battlesuit accentuated her alluring curves, as if she had endured an undue impact. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of mature charm to her, making her seem older than her age. At this moment, she strode confidently into the depths of the campus with her long, slender legs. His entire body exuded an aura of blood and slaughter, and a murderous aura spread out. He carried a long spear on his back, the shaft of which was faintly stained with dried blood. Lu Yuan made a quick comparison and was surprised to find that her spear was even bigger than his. Beside her, a silver-white wolf followed obediently, its fierce expression surprisingly gentle, creating a stark contrast. You can see thin arcs of lightning dancing on the wolf's fur. The other 4 members of the team followed closely behind. Clearly, this team has just returned from fierce battles in another world. It's Senior Jiang. The Silver Wolf team has returned from hunting the ferocious beast. Senior Jiang is still so beautiful, she's truly captivating. Everyone gasped in surprise. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Isn't this the beautiful woman from the video Li Ming shared with him a few days ago? So, are you captivated by her again? Jiang Yan teased. No. Lu Yuan shook his head and asked in return, doesn't our school have an underground world passage? Then why does the Silver Wolf team go to the the outside underground world passage to hunt ferocious beasts. He only glanced at it a few more times. He wasn't actually stunned at all. As Jiang Yan walked, he explained, the underground world passage in our school is controlled by the school to facilitate students' training. The highest level of ferocious beasts inside is only level 3. The Silver Wolf team is our school's top team, capable of fighting against level 4 ferocious beasts. If you want to truly hone your strength, you naturally have to go to the underground world passage outside. A 4th-tier ferocious beast. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered. For him, this goal remains out of reach. At this moment, his most urgent task is to advance from an awakened to a level 1 ability user. Alright, we've arrived at the student registration area. A moment later, Jiang Yan stopped and pointed to a building not far away. I didn't expect there to be a dedicated building for student registration. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He began to understand why Shenzhen Superpower University could occupy more than 200,000 mu, approximately 13,333 hectares. After all, the largest ordinary university campuses occupy only a few thousand acres, and some even occupy less than 1,000 acres, only a few hundred acres. The two then went to the student registration area. Upon entering, I found it wasn't crowded. After all, the college entrance exam hadn't started yet, and only specially admitted students were registering. There are only a handful of students admitted through special admissions programs each year, making them extremely difficult to encounter. The registration area was quite empty, and the two were warmly welcomed by the teachers as soon as they entered. The teacher who greeted us smiled and asked, "Are you a new special admission student? Please show me your ID." Lu Yuan nodded, took out his ID card, and handed it to the other person. After the ID card is placed into the scanner, a mechanical sound rang out. Beep. Scan successful. Identity confirmed as Lu Yuan, a freshman from the class of 52. Lu Yuan, welcome to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. The receptionist smiled and nodded, handing over his student ID, school badge, dormitory key, and school uniform. The dormitories at Shenzhen University are all double rooms, and the bedding and furniture inside are all brand new. You can move in directly. Lu Yuan responded softly. Jiang Yan, who was standing next to him, added, "This school uniform is for the opening ceremony. You can wear it or not at other times. You're welcome." The teacher waved her hand, indicating that they could leave. To be honest, the special admissions students registered really quickly. However, upon closer examination, it makes sense. After all, there are not many students who have awakened to S level or above, and with the 4 prestigious universities diverting students, Shenzhen Superpower University only admits a handful of special students each year. Oh, right, you might be shocked again later. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle as if she had thought of something funny. What else is waiting for me? Lu Yuan muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. He guessed that it was probably because the dormitory conditions were exceptionally good that he was so shocked. The campus environment is indeed outstanding. Surrounded by greenery, the air is fresh and the sun is shining brightly. It's summer, and many girls are wearing short skirts, showing off their long, slender legs, chatting and laughing as they walk along the campus paths, creating a unique scene. Following Jiang Yan's footsteps, Lu Yuan arrived at the dormitory area. We've arrived at the dormitory area. Jiang Yan stopped and pointed to the large area of villas ahead. Lu Yuan looked in the direction Jiang Yan was pointing. What comes into view are rows of 2-story villas. Although not huge, it is very exquisite. A gravel path runs outside the villa. The sides are lined with green plants and flower beds. Some students even planted various flowers in the flower beds. They are in full bloom right now, their flowers vibrant and beautiful. Some villas are uniquely located, with streams flowing alongside them. Therefore, a small bridge was built, which is quite poetic. The whole atmosphere was exceptionally charming and refreshing. Lu Yuan, standing in front of the villa, was stunned. He had expected the accommodations to be good, but he never imagined they would be this luxurious. Even though Jiang Yan had already warned him, ultimately, it was because I was too ignorant and had never seen the world. See, I told you you'd be shocked again. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Lu Yuan nodded in response. I felt no embarrassment at all. On the contrary, I was filled with joy. It's really great to be able to stay in a place like this. By the way, Junior Lu, now that I've brought you to the dormitory area, I should be going, otherwise there won't be any good food left in the cafeteria. Jiang Yan made a move to leave. Okay, goodbye, Senior Jiang. Lu Yuan waved goodbye. This senior student was friendly and approachable, and there was absolutely no sense of pressure from him. Lu Yuan felt very relaxed and comfortable around them. Also, Junior Lu, you seem to be the only Ice-type special admission student in our school in recent years. I remember there's a 7th level Ice-type master in the school. You can go and visit him later when you have some free time. Before leaving, Jiang Yan turned back and gave a reminder. Lu Yuan also had this plan. After all, this was one of the main reasons he chose Shenzhen Superpower University. He nodded in satisfaction. There is a 7th level Ice-type master here. Following the key number given to him by the receptionist, Lu Yuan quickly found his dormitory. At the same same time, a pretty figure from the dormitory across the street suddenly caught his eye. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, her skin was fair with a faint rosy glow, and her thin lips were as delicate and luscious as flower petals. Her long, smooth, jet-black hair was tied up high with a red ribbon. Even in a simple t-shirt, her stunning curves were still undeniable. Long, shapely legs beneath the black miniskirt, firm and without an ounce of excess fat, were impossible to look away from. Incidentally, a small light blue dragon was perched on her shoulder, clearly her companion beast. Compared to the hamsters I've seen on the high-speed train before, this light blue dragon is far superior in both strength and species level. This also proves that the girl comes from an extraordinary family background, otherwise, it would be impossible for her to possess such a rare companion animal. Seeing the suitcase next to her, Lu Yuan judged that she was also a newly enrolled special student and belonged to the same batch as him. I didn't expect that with so few special admissions students, there would be such a stunning beauty among them. Lu Yuan admired her for a few moments, then looked away. He turned around, used his key to open his dormitory door, and went inside with his suitcase. At the entrance of the dormitory across the street, a newly enrolled special admissions student also noticed the boys in this direction. He had striking eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, a well-defined jawline, and a tall, upright figure. The person gives off a very comfortable feeling. Of course, this specially admitted student noticed far more than just appearance. Her name is Xia Qingyin. She has awakened an S-level grass-type ability, natural spiritual essence, and possesses a certain level of perception. Through her supernatural abilities, Xia Qingyin could sense the icy aura emanating from the boy opposite her. In other words, the superpower he awakened belongs to the ice element. Master, I'm so sleepy. The baby deep-sea dragon perched on Xia Qingyin's shoulder made a cute, childlike sound that echoed in her heart. After a person with superpowers signs a contract with their companion beast, the two can communicate telepathically without needing to exchange words. Normally, a superhuman can only contract one companion beast, and a companion beast can only be contracted by one superhuman. Of course, as the master, the superhuman can terminate the contract at any time and instead contract with other companion beasts. Deepwater dragons are extremely rare, and their ultimate growth can even reach the 7th rank. Her family provided her with a water-type companion beast because her awakened grass-type ability is easily countered by fire-type abilities, and fire-type awakeners are more numerous than any other element. The water-type companion beast not only helps her withstand attacks but also assists in dealing damage, perfectly mitigating the threat of fire. However, the problem is not completely solved, as fire is not the only type that can counter grass. Although there aren't many ice-type awakeners, they are still effective against grass types, although the effect isn't as pronounced as that of fire types. There's even a special recruit with ice-type awakening. It looks like he'll be a tough opponent in the upcoming freshman competition. Xia Qingyin's eyes narrowed, her red lips parted slightly, and she murmured to herself, "Okay, I'll go in now." After speaking, she whispered to her companion beast, a young deepwater dragon, before pushing open the dormitory door and stepping inside. At the same time, Lu Yuan also entered his dormitory. Upon opening the door of this two-story villa, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and bright living room. The floor was spotless, with an exquisite marble coffee table, a plush leather sofa, and a dazzling crystal chandelier. All of these elements combine to create a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, praising the accommodation environment of Shenzhen University of Superpowers. "Hello, I am Xiuya, your dormitory smart management assistant. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything." A sweet yet mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. "It even comes with a smart assistant?" Lu Yuan was slightly surprised and tentatively asked, "Turn on the air conditioner for me." The air conditioning allowed him to maintain a comfortable body temperature without constantly relying on his superpowers. "The air conditioner is on." A slight rumbling sound followed, accompanied by a cool breeze. "Not bad, it's really smart, and the air conditioning is very powerful." Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the side and was pleasantly surprised to find that there was actually a kitchen inside the villa. Although he is not a good cook and often makes terrible dishes, having a kitchen is always convenient. His gaze continued to sweep into the distance, where he noticed a wooden spiral staircase at the edge of the living room, leading to the second floor of the villa. The first floor is the public area, including the living room and kitchen, while the second floor is presumably their own private space. With anticipation, he went up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor has 6 small rooms, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms with washrooms, and 2 toilets. These rooms are divided in half from the spiral staircase exit, which is the central location, with 3 rooms for each person. This way, you can shower at the same time, and there won't be any congestion when you go to the toilet. Lu Yuan secretly praised the thoughtful design. "Since I arrived first, I'll choose my room first." In the end, he chose the 3 rooms on the right. When he reached his bedroom door, he first registered his fingerprint. Lu Yuan always emphasized boundaries, and necessary safety measures were never omitted. After his identity was confirmed, he pulled his suitcase into the room. The bedroom was spacious, but somewhat empty. The room was furnished with a soft, comfortable bed, a brand new wardrobe, a small table, and a floor lamp. Although the furnishings were complete, the spaciousness of the room still made him feel incredibly empty. There is also a sliding glass door on the inside of the bedroom. Through the glass, he saw a huge balcony. Lu Yuan pushed open the glass door and went inside. Close your eyes and feel the gentle breeze on the balcony. The lighting and ventilation are excellent. It's definitely a top-tier university dormitory design. He sincerely admired the dormitory conditions and gave them a thumbs up. Just then, the phone rang. Lu Yuan quickly answered the phone and found that it was Ling Weiwei calling. Hey, Lu Yuan, have you arrived at school yet? Ling Weiwei's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I've arrived at the dormitory area now. The senior student Jiang Yan who came to pick me up is very friendly. Lu Yuan nodded and praised Jiang Yan a few times. Lu Yuan's words implied that Jiang Yan had completed the task Ling Weiwei had posted in the task center quite well. Oh, I see. Ling Weiwei paused for a moment, then continued, as a freshman, you can find answers to things you don't understand on the campus forum, or you can ask me if you want. Ling Weiwei's tone was exceptionally lively, largely due to her young age. Campus forum? Where is that? Lu Yuan's tone carried a hint of doubt. Ling Weiwei asked with some surprise, hey, didn't the senior who came to pick you up tell you? Senior Jiang, it's your fault for not telling me, you can't blame me for that. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, thinking to himself. The brief silence on the other end of the phone confirmed to Ling Weiwei that Jiang Yan had indeed not told Lu Yuan about the campus forum, and that he had probably forgotten about it. Ling Weiwei then explained, the campus forum is a platform for Shenzhen University students to communicate with each other. There you can freely post and ask questions, and there will always be senior students who have free time to help you answer them. At the same time, Ling Weiwei sent Lu Yuan a link. That's a download link for an app. Ling Weiwei said, this is an app specially developed by our Shenzhen University. It has many functions, such as monthly cultivation, potion collection, canteen food delivery, dormitory furniture repair, and so on. The campus forum I just mentioned is one of its modules. As expected of a top-tier university for superpowers, they even have such a convenient app. Lu Yuan was startled and immediately clicked the link sent by Ling Weiwei to start downloading and installing. The app is called Heart in Shenzhen University, a name that carries a romantic feel. The internet speed in the dorm is extremely fast. The app downloaded in less than 2 seconds. You should have already downloaded and installed the app, right? Ling Weiwei asked. After Lu Yuan confirmed. Before hanging up the phone, Ling Weiwei concluded by saying, welcome to Shenzhen Superpower University. Enjoy your campus life. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. The third canteen of Shenzhen Superpower University. Hey, what would you like to eat? The lady at the window asked warmly. Auntie, I don't want to eat my classmates. I'd like a honey crispy roast chicken instead. Jiang Yan shook his head and pointed to the honey-glazed crispy roast chicken next to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan sneezed several times. Welcome to visit us next time. Is someone thinking about me? He rubbed his nose, secretly guessing what was going on in his mind. After downloading the Heart in Shenzhen University app, Lu Yuan opened it with a mix of excitement and curiosity. The first thing you see is the login page. In the bottom left corner of the page, there is a line of small text, not logged in yet? Register now. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan clicked on the small text in the lower left corner. The registration page pops up immediately. Registration is very simple. Just enter your ID number, student number, and set a password. Lu Yuan entered his student ID number on his student ID card and set a password that he usually used. Next came the familiar human verification process. After completing it, Lu Yuan officially entered the app. As Ling Weiwei said, the app is divided into many sections. Monthly cultivation potion distribution, cafeteria food delivery, dormitory furniture repair. These functions are self-explanatory. There is also a search box at the top, making it easier for students to find content. Lu Yuan typed in the word forum and clicked confirm. The page changed instantly. Only one module appears in front of me, the campus forum. Lu Yuan clicked on it. Several posts immediately caught my eye. A must-read guide for the class of 52 freshmen. Pinned. Has anyone been to the new barbecue restaurant that opened on campus? Shocking. The eldest daughter of the Xia family has apparently been specially admitted to Shenzhen University. The first post has 2 large gold characters at the end. Pinned. This is clearly to make it easier for new students to see it immediately. That's really nice. Very thoughtful. Lu Yuan grinned and clicked on the post. After a while, he finally figured out some key points to note. First, the number of tutors in a school is limited, and each tutor is only allowed to take on 1 student, and usually the tutor actively selects the students. Therefore, standing out in the freshman competition has become a key factor for mentors in selecting students. The post specifically mentioned that you can visit your preferred mentor in advance to increase your chances of being selected. Lu Yuan happened to have the same idea, since his trip was for that 7th level Ice-type master at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Next up is the freshman competition. By the way, the regular college college entrance examination is in July, followed by a 1-month summer vacation, and freshmen officially enroll in August. Almost 2 months after enrollment, the school organizes a unified freshman competition, which all freshmen and specially admitted students must participate in. The rankings in the freshman competition not only determine the credits and potions the school distributes to students each month, but also determine which mentor they will be assigned to. Finally, there's one more thing that's especially important: academic credits. In the university for superpowered individuals, credits are like currency. The potions, skills, and equipment needed for regular training can all be purchased on campus using academic credits. Of course, you can also buy things with blue star coins, but most of those are old and outdated items. In the University of Superpowers, credits are indeed more valuable than money, Lu Yuan thought to himself, looking down. In terms of the scope of purchases alone, academic credits far surpass money. Thinking of credits, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that credits were also mentioned in the special admission requirements of Shenzhen University of Superpowers. He immediately sent a message to the admissions officer, Ling Weiwei, on QQ. Professor Ling, when will the credits mentioned in the special admission requirements be issued? Ling Weiwei replied quickly. You should know about the freshman competition, right? Academic credits are awarded based on performance in the freshman competition, which is the best proof of your ability. Teacher Ling also mentioned the freshman competition, so it seems that this freshman competition is indeed very important. Lu Yuan's eyes were solemn, and he clenched his fists. Just then, his stomach rumbled inappropriately. Lu Yuan expressed his understanding of his belly. After all, he hadn't had a proper meal since boarding the high-speed train, so it was only natural that he was hungry. With that in mind, he opened My Heart is in Shenzhen University and entered the cafeteria takeout delivery module. Upon entering, a variety of delicious foods come into view. The pictures on the screen made my mouth water. As expected of a top university, the variety of food is so abundant. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The dazzling array of delicious food overwhelmed him. In the end, he chose a simple and unpretentious braised chicken rice. The food delivery arrived quickly. While enjoying his braised chicken rice, Lu Yuan casually searched on the campus forum for information on preparations and precautions for entering the interdimensional portal for the first time. This content wasn't in the must-read guide for 52 freshmen, and he only discovered it after searching for it. After all, everyone cherishes life. Generally, newborns and those entering the underground world are not connected. But Lu Yuan was different. He awakened a system. If you want to become stronger quickly, entering the underground world passage and hunting ferocious beasts, there is the only way. After enjoying a hearty meal, Lu Yuan left the dormitory. His current goal is to visit the 7th tier Ice Elemental Master at the school ahead of time. If the mentor is interested in taking on a disciple, that would be even better. Regular students won't be given special attention. It's just like one-on-one tutoring. Becoming a disciple is different. That's about passing on knowledge and teaching real skills. Mentors have limited energy, and the time and resources they invest in cultivating disciples are immeasurable. It is by no means an easy task that can be accomplished overnight. According to information on the campus forum, Lu Yuan has already obtained detailed information about that 7th tier Ice-type master. Qin Tianlong, 46 years old, has awakened the S-level superpower 9 Nether Profound Ice, and his realm is the lower level of the 7th rank. His marksmanship is particularly outstanding, and he currently serves as the dean of the school's Ice-type academy. Most importantly, he also created his own exclusive S-rank skill, Ice Explosion. According to Ling Weiwei's notes, Lu Yuan has already determined the location of Qin Tianlong's residence within the school. The campus of Shenzhen Superpower University is very large. Even by shared electric bike, it would take almost half an hour to get there. More than 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan could see Qin Tianlong's residence from afar. The professor's residence, like the students', was a 2-story villa. The only difference is that students stay in double rooms, while tutors have single rooms. Lu Yuan parked the shared electric scooter to the side and then walked towards Qin Tianlong's villa. Just as they were walking to the door, a senior student who looked slightly mature and wore black-rimmed glasses came up to greet us. He shook his head and said, "Instructor Qin isn't here, you should go back." Lu Yuan immediately asked, "Who are you?" After riding the electric bike for more than 20 minutes, he couldn't just turn around and leave after hearing the other person's words. He had to find out the reason. The senior student with black-rimmed glasses smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Hu Dahai, a student from Professor Qin's class of 51. You must be a specially recruited freshman." "I am Lu Yuan, a freshman from the class of 52. Lu Yuan nodded in response. He wasn't surprised, since the other party was Professor Qin's student and had never seen him before, and he was already at the villa's entrance. They would naturally guess that he was a specially recruited freshman. Hu Dahai revealed a look of surprise and said, "Then you must have awakened at least an S-level Ice-type ability." "Yes, what I awakened is an S-class Ice-type ability, Ice Crown." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he briefly activated his supernatural power, and a burst of cold air erupted from his body. body. Above their heads, a crown formed from ice and snow quietly appeared. Then there's no problem. Our school hasn't had a student who awakened an S-level ice-type ability for several years. Instructor Chin will definitely choose you, and might even take you as his disciple. Hu Dahai patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, smiling warmly and naturally. He then changed the subject, saying, "It's just a pity that Professor Chin left for the underground passage in the province a few days ago. According to the butler at the entrance, he may not be back for another week." "Okay, I'll come back in a week." Lu Yuan had just turned around to leave. Hu Dahai said in a friendly manner, "Since you're already my future junior, and I'm free right now, how about I show you around Shenzhen University? You just arrived at the school today, right?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. When you first arrive and are unfamiliar with the area, relying solely on a map is definitely not convenient. After visiting several classic spots on campus, Hu Dahai suddenly said to Lu Yuan, "Did you know that the eldest daughter of the Xia family was specially admitted to our school, and she's in the same year as you?" "The Xia family's eldest daughter?" Lu Yuan fell into deep thought, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of the girl in the dormitory across the way. At the time, she had a dragon-like companion beast on her shoulder, which clearly indicated that she came from an extraordinary family. Could it be that the eldest daughter of the Xia family that senior who mentioned is her? The Xia family is a very large family in our Guangdong province. The family patriarch is currently a 7th level upper-level grandmaster, which is 2 minor realms higher than Instructor Chin. Seeing that Lu Yuan seemed dazed, Hu Dahai assumed that he was unaware of the Xia family's background, so he explained it to him in detail. His expression was solemn, and he said in a serious tone, "Junior Lu, the competition for your freshman class will be extremely fierce." A calm expression appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Having experienced the system's wonders, he now understands that as long as he has enough evolution points, he is invincible. Hu Dahai teased again, "But that Miss Xia is extremely beautiful. I think you're quite handsome, Junior Lu. If you could become her boyfriend, wouldn't it be easy to win without a fight?" Lu Yuan fell silent, and it was impossible to know what he was thinking at that moment. Suddenly, Lu Yuan tentatively asked, "Senior Hu, can you take me into the underground world passage within the school?" Lu Yuan knew that he needed someone to guide him when entering the underground world passage for the first time, but Hu Dahai was just his senior and had no obligation to help him, so he only spoke tentatively. Hu Dahai pondered for a moment and said, "That's possible, but the underground passage in the school is currently blocked, so you can't go in even if you want to." Lu Yuan asked in confusion, "It's been blocked? Why is that?" Hu Dahai shrugged and said casually, "Who knows? I've never encountered this situation before. I guess it's because they're preparing the venue for your freshman competition and have sealed it off in advance." Lu Yuan then asked, "How was the freshman competition conducted in the past?" Hu Dahai replied, "It's like a ring fight, 2 people fighting each other, a 2-to-1 format." After hearing Hu Dahai's words, a barely perceptible hint of joy flashed across Lu Yuan's face. If what Hu Dahai said is true, and the underground world in the school has become the arena for the freshman competition, then he at least has some advantage. "By the way, the mission center is just ahead. Shall we go take a look?" Hu Dahai slowed down and asked. "Mission center? Of course we have to go." Lu Yuan nodded in response. A few hours ago, Lu Yuan learned from Jiang Yan that there was a mission center at the school. Now that Hu Dahai brought it up again, his curiosity grew even stronger. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the entrance of the mission center. Upon entering, one sees a spacious hall with dozens of task display screens and a dozen task submission windows neatly arranged. Thump, thump, thump. This is the task display screen, where you can select tasks. That's the task submission window. Once you've completed the task, just submit the proof there for verification, Hu Dahai explained, pointing as he went. The two then walked to a task display screen. The screen is dim and lacks light. Lu Yuan frowned, unsure how to open it. Seeing his puzzled expression, Hu Dahai smiled. He took out his student ID and stuck it on the display screen. A beep sounded. The screen lit up. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that he needed to swipe a card to use it. Various task categories are displayed on the screen. The difficulty levels, from lowest to highest, are D, C, B, A, S, and SS. The colors are white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. Level D task, School Orientation Volunteer Registration, currently 129 to 200, reward 0.02 credits upon completion. D-level mission, set up the venue, currently at 49/50ths. Completion reward, 0.01 credits. Rank C mission, Shadow Cat's Claws *10, reward 0.5 credits upon completion. Rank A mission, Ghost Salamander Tail *5, reward 200 credits upon completion. The sheer variety of tasks left Lu Yuan dazzled. You can earn 0.02 credits for volunteering to welcome new students, and 0.01 credits for setting up the venue. Lu Yuan silently calculated, a chill suddenly running through his heart. Just by participating in a school's orientation event, you can earn 200 blue star coins, and by simply setting up a venue, you can also earn 100 blue star coins. This top-tier university for superpowered individuals is indeed incredibly extravagant. Lu Yuan sighed. The task reward depends on the final evaluation. This is just a reward for excellent task completion. If it's a good or passing grade, the final reward will be reduced by 20% or half respectively, Hu Dahai added casually. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that Senior Jiang, who had come to pick him up earlier, might have originally been rated as excellent in terms of task completion, but was only given a good grade, or even a passing grade. Hu Dahai continued, although school hasn't started yet, you already have a student ID, so you can come here to take on tasks from time to time. It's always a good thing to earn more money. Lu Yuan nodded, then asked, can I take on several missions at the same time? After all, he was going to enter the underground world passage to hunt ferocious beasts, and he needed to prepare the corresponding materials according to different tasks. He couldn't keep coming back to submit tasks. Hu Dahai thought for a moment and said, you can't do it now. You need to upgrade your mission level before you can take on multiple missions at the same time. He pointed to level 3 on the mission display screen, held up 3 fingers, and then said, I'm mission level 3 now, so I can take on 3 missions at the same time. Oh, okay then. Suddenly, a murmur of discussion arose from the mission center. Look, the captain of the Silver Wolf team has come to submit his mission. Long time no see, Senior Jiang has become even more beautiful. Even though I'm a girl, I'm still captivated by Senior Jiang. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Lu Yuan couldn't help but turn his gaze in that direction. What comes into view is the captain of the Silver Wolf team, with flowing silver hair, a cool and refined face, and a beauty mark at the corner of his eye. She was still carrying that long spear on her back. However, the dried bloodstains had disappeared, and the spear was still brand new and looked incredibly sharp. Jiang Shenran was clearly used to the discussions, her expression remaining calm and composed. She strode forward with long, slender steps, walked directly to one of the task submission windows, and with a flash of her spatial ring, a large pile of loot appeared in front of the window. Jiang Shenran handed her student ID to the staff member and said calmly, I have completed all these tasks. The staff member opened the screen to check the task list, which contained 5 tasks in total. 2 B-level missions, 2 A-level missions, and most importantly, an S-level mission. After the tally was completed, the staff member said enthusiastically, a total of 1280 credits, expected to arrive today. Jiang Shenran nodded, then turned and left the mission center. My god, 1280 credits, that's 12.8 million blue star coins. How many zeros are in that number? You can't calculate it like that. Blue star coins and academic credits can't be directly converted. The highest ratio on the campus forum even reaches 1 to 20,000. The staff member's words caused a huge uproar among the students present. Earning 1280 credits from a single mission is incredibly advanced for students at the mission center. Hu Dahai asked with a smile, do you know why her appearance caused such a sensation? Lu Yuan shook his head and honestly replied, I don't know. He tentatively asked again, is it because she's pretty? Hu Dahai said, yes, but not entirely. Seeing Lu Yuan's confused expression, he explained, Senior Jiang Shenran is not only beautiful, she has awakened the S-level superpower Jade Purity Divine Thunder and has already reached the middle of the 4th tier at the young age of 22. Last year, when she was a junior, the original captain was seriously injured, and she took on the heavy responsibility, leading Shenzhen Superpower University to win the championship of the previous National Superpower University competition. After hearing these words, Lu Yuan finally understood why Jiang Shenran was so popular. In an era where everyone awakens to supernatural abilities, the strong are naturally worshipped. Moreover, this powerful woman is also beautiful, which is undoubtedly the icing on the cake. If she were just a pretty face, she could never have such influence. The two left the mission center. Looking up at the sky, as the sun sets, it shines brilliantly like the embers of a fire. It's getting late, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch, Hu Dahai suggested with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, and the two walked forward. The campus is vast and has numerous canteens. The entire Shenzhen Superpower University has a total of 24 canteens. At this point, they arrived at the nearest canteen, the 14th canteen. The cafeteria is very large, even quite impressive. Lu Yuan sighed for a moment, then went inside with Hu Dahai. Looking around, the number of people in the cafeteria was just right, neither too many nor too few. Many of these students have their own companion beasts. When the students eat, their companion animals also eat with them. Lu Yuan felt perfectly natural about this. Although companion beasts were expensive, he was well aware of how capable the students at Shenzhen Superpower University were at making money, given that it was one of the top superpower academies in the country. While it's impossible to raise a deepwater dragon cub like Xia Qingyin, raising an ordinary companion beast is perfectly fine. What? Do you want to keep a companion beast? Hu Dahai couldn't help but ask when he saw Lu Yuan slow down. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Who would refuse to have a companion animal by their side? However, what he wanted was not a companion beast merely for display, but one that could assist him in battle, like that deep-sea dragon. He then asked, Senior Hu, do you keep a companion animal? Hu Dahai smiled slightly, of course. As he spoke, he took a containment sphere out of his pocket pocket and whispered, "Little White, come out." Containment spheres can hold companion beasts, making them easy to carry while concealing their presence. A flash of light appeared, the containment sphere opened, and a companion beast appeared before them. What came into view was a milky white kitten. Meow meow. As soon as it came out, the milky white kitten stretched out its paw and hugged Hu Dahai tightly. "Ha, my little Mimi is a bit shy, don't mind her." Hu Dahai stroked the kitten's fur, revealing a slightly embarrassed smile. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected that Senior Hu would like this type of companion beast. He hadn't noticed it before. After glancing at it a few times, Hu Dahai put the companion beast back into the containment sphere. Afterwards, the two chose a window seat and began to enjoy their dinner. After dinner, Hu Dahai said he was going back to his dormitory. Before parting, the two exchanged contact information. Lu Yuan did not return to his dormitory, but instead planned to go to the school's resource trading office. That's right, he has made up his mind to head to the underground world passage tomorrow. Although the underground passage inside the school is blocked, he can enter through the passage outside the school. Before parting, Senior Hu said warmly, "If you have any questions, feel free to come to me anytime." However, Lu Yuan decided to go alone to see if he could join a team. After all, it's not good to bother others when going to the underground passage outside the school. Through the campus forum, Lu Yuan learned that thorough preparations were necessary to avoid unnecessary dangers when venturing into the underground world. Soon, he arrived at the resource trading office. "Ahem, student, do you need any help?" There were many windows at the resource trading office. Lu Yuan walked up to an old man's stall. Although the old man had a full head of white hair, he was in good spirits and appeared very energetic. "I need 3 bottles of Tier 1 energy potion, 1 bottle of Tier 1 disinfectant, 1 Tier 1 berserk potion, 1 Tier 1 calming potion, and a set of Grade D alloy battlesuit." Lu Yuan rattled off everything he needed in one breath. Energy potions not only satisfy hunger but also accelerate the recovery of vital energy. The uses of disinfectants and rage agents are self-evident. As for calming potions, according to the campus forum, it's inevitable to become tainted with bloodlust when fighting ferocious beasts, so having a bottle of calming potion on hand can effectively prevent losing control. "Okay, 3 bottles of Tier 1 energy potion, 1 bottle of Tier 1 disinfectant," the old man repeated as he skillfully manipulated the abacus. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected to still see an abacus in this era. The rapid clanging of the abacus beads filled the air, prompting him to exclaim in admiration. After a series of confusing actions, the old man stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "That'll be 288,000 in total. It's a school promotion, so the odd amount is waived. 288,000 will do. Cash, card, or facial recognition payment? How much?" Lu Yuan's pupils dilated suddenly. He never expected that the cost of this trip would be higher than the size of the school. What kind of promotional activities does the school hold? Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, the old man smiled faintly and said, 3 bottles of energy potion cost 30,000, and 1 bottle of disinfectant costs 8,000. 2 days passed quietly. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuan had already obediently handed over his bank card. He had thought only the D-grade alloy suit would be expensive, but he hadn't expected the prices of these potions to be just as staggering. This sound was not only the sound of a bank card being swiped, but also a piercing pain in Lu Yuan's heart. After making the payment, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered something and casually asked, "I'm a specially recruited student. Can I receive the monthly cultivation potion?" The old man nodded and smiled, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan handed his student ID to the old man. "As expected, you are a specially recruited student. Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the medicine right away." After confirming his identity, the old man left those words and went to fetch the medicine. After returning to the dormitory in the evening, Lu Yuan turned on his computer and entered relevant keywords to search. He quickly came to a conclusion. Within Guangdong province, there are more than 20 supernatural ability bases, each corresponding to a passage to an underground world, meaning it corresponds to an underground world. Of course, there are far more than 20 underground passages in Guangdong province. The underground worlds that have been developed into supernatural ability bases are those with relatively low-level ferocious beasts, usually only containing beasts below the 5th rank. It is a place where people with supernatural abilities can hunt ferocious beasts and earn money. The underground world where 6th-order ferocious beasts roam is strictly guarded by the National Army, with multiple layers of security. By the way, the underground world is an independent living space for ferocious beasts, and each underground world is not connected to the others. Time passes by every second. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan finally decided on tomorrow's destination, Zhangjian City Supernatural Ability Base. The base is located in Zhangjian City, a remote area of Guangdong province. The ferocious beasts there are of relatively low level, making it more suitable for novices like him who are just starting out. After checking the information, Lu Yuan lay on the soft bed, ready to drift off to sleep. Although it's only 9 p.m., it's still a relatively active time for college students. But he has to get up early tomorrow morning morning to head to the Jiangjan City Special Abilities Base. Therefore, you must rest early and get enough rest. At dawn, the alarm clock rang on time, waking Lu Yuan. He went out onto the balcony. It was just beginning to get light. Instead of going back to bed, she quickly washed up. I put on my newly bought D-grade alloy combat suit, slung the jet black long gun over my shoulder, and prepared to head out. I just opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. Lu Yuan noticed that the door to the dormitory across the hall was also open. Xia Qingyin strode out with her long, slender legs. At this moment, she was wearing a breathable white short-sleeved shirt, her perfect figure impossible to conceal. To make running easier, her beautiful hair was tied up high with a red ribbon. Beside her, a small, dark blue dragon struggled to keep up with Xia Qingyin's pace. That little dragon was Xia Qingyin's companion beast, a deep-sea demon dragon cub. It wiggled its little legs frantically, looking ridiculous and laughable. Xia Qingyin slowed her pace, her gaze sharpening as she noticed Lu Yuan. She went out to exercise early in the morning. Seeing the handsome guy in the opposite dormitory fully equipped and armed, one can't help but wonder if he's going to the superpower training center? She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to go through the interdimensional passage. After all, there are many ways to make money while in school, and there's no need to risk going to another world if you're not strong enough. Little did she know that Lu Yuan had actually awakened the system. After a brief greeting, Lu Yuan slung the black spear over his shoulder, left the school, and arrived at the nearby subway station. On the subway, people were already used to Lu Yuan's attire. Just like the many young people in this train carriage who woke up early in the morning, preparing to head to the underground world passage to hunt ferocious beasts, their attire was the same as Lu Yuan's. Several hours later, Lu Yuan finally arrived at his destination. He then hailed a taxi. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at the gate of the Jiangjan City Superpower Base. The building of this superpower base looks a bit old, and you can even vaguely see a few cracks, but this has not stopped a large number of superpowered people from flocking here. For them, the dilapidated state of the buildings was irrelevant. What mattered most was being able to hunt ferocious beasts and earn rewards. The aura emanating from these individuals with supernatural abilities made Lu Yuan's heart tighten. Upon entering the Jiangjan City Superpower Base, since it was his first visit and he was filled with curiosity, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look around. There were shirtless burly men playing cards, women playing mahjong in a circle, and others chatting idly. The atmosphere here is exceptionally lively. Rather than calling it a superpower base, it's more like a small society. This makes sense, though, since ancillary services are also a significant source of revenue for the superpower base. Who would turn down money? The campus forum and the information I found on my computer say that you need to register your identity before entering the underground world for the first time. After scanning the area, Lu Yuan silently recited in his mind, "The place to register your identity is over there." He looked closely and found that the registration window was right next to the superpower base. Soon, Lu Yuan walked up to the registration window. Registering your identity here is very simple. Just show your ID card. The registration fee is also inexpensive, only 500 blue star coins. Subsequently, Lu Yuan obtained his own identity certificate for the superpower base. This card looks similar to a student ID. Jiangjan City Supernatural Abilities Base. Name, Lu Yuan. When the card is entered, Lu Yuan can see the above three items on the screen. He asked curiously, "What are these points for?" The staff member answered without hesitation, "After the ferocious beasts are killed, their vital parts and the crystal cores inside their bodies can be exchanged for points. Points can be exchanged for blue star coins, resources, equipment, and more. Points are not interchangeable between different superpower bases, so it's more cost-effective to buy things here with points than to use blue star coins directly." Lu Yuan understood. It turns out that the superpower base is not just about fighting monsters and making money. You're quite well prepared, carrying a long spear and wearing battle armor. You're much better than many newbies. The staff praised it. Lu Yuan waved his hand and replied indifferently, "It's all right." The staff member continued, "Since you're new, we suggest you join a team first. It will ensure your safety." "How do we find a suitable team?" Lu Yuan asked. "After all, you can't tell if a team is a good fit just by looking at it. Asking them one by one is too troublesome. It's very simple. Go into this room, and there's a big team recruitment board with recruitment information and contact details for each team." The staff member pointed to a room on the side. After thanking him, Lu Yuan went into the room. The Berserker Squad is recruiting combat-type ability users, with a minimum cultivation level of mid-tier 1. Contact 188. Forest Team is recruiting female grass-type ability users. Contact 185. Which team should I choose? The information on the team recruitment board was dazzling to Lu Yuan, and he fell into thought. After some selection, Lu Yuan finally decided to join a team. Firefox Team is recruiting ice-type ability users. Contact 186. It's this Firefox team. Their requirements were exactly what Lu Yuan could meet. Other teams either required players to have too high a cultivation level, or they had age or even gender restrictions. This requirement seems too simplistic. Lu Yuan stared at the recruitment message again, narrowing his eyes. Ice-type ability user. Is it really enough to just awaken the ice element? Whatever, let's make a call and see what happens. At least I meet the requirements. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan quickly took out his phone and dialed the contact information that the Firefox team had left in the team member recruitment section. The call was answered quickly. Hello, who is this? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Judging from her voice, she should be a woman in her 20s. Hello, I'm Lu Yuan. I saw your information in the team recruitment section. I awakened an ice-type ability, which meets your requirements, Lu Yuan replied. Little brother, you're so lucky. Our team is preparing to venture into the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts, and we're about to set off. I didn't expect you to call at such a perfect time. The voice on the other end of the phone responded excitedly. We're currently at the Zhangjiang City Ability Base, detailed location. Come over here first. Lu Yuan nodded and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, somewhere at the Zhangjiang City Supernatural Ability Base. Sister Zhou, does that mean our team is getting a new member? And a young guy at that, a tall, thin young man asked with a smile. Yes, he's at the Zhangjiang City Ability Base right now. I've already told him his location, and he should be here soon. Zhou Wan, the captain of the Firefox team, nodded and said, however, don't say anything before things are completely settled. About a few minutes later, following Zhou Wan's directions, Lu Yuan located the Firefox team's base. He looked closely. The Firefox team currently has 4 members, 2 men and 2 women. Lu Yuan, right? After receiving his nod of confirmation. So you want to join our team? First, prove you're an ice-type ability user, Zhou Wan said with a slight smile. Is this alright? Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and a snowflake quietly landed on his fingertip. That's enough, that's enough. Zhou Wan nodded, a smile spreading across her face. Little brother Lu Yuan, congratulations on officially joining our team. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. That simple? Aren't there any other requirements? Like strength or something? Zhou Wan said irritably, isn't ice-type ability a must-have for us? I've had this recruitment ad up for 2 weeks, and you're the only one who's contacted me so far. As for strength, we only require those who have awakened the ice element for now. You'll mainly be in charge of rear support. We'll only operate in the shallow areas. I have my Hua to ensure everyone's safety. Lu Yuan asked in confusion, what is fire? Hua, Zhou Wan smiled and took out a containment ball from her pocket. This is my companion beast. I spent a year working hard in another world to get it. The containment sphere opened, a flash of light appeared, and a fox-like companion beast appeared before the two. The fox was covered in fur that was a mix of beige and fiery red. His eyes were bloodshot, like burning flames, with a well-proportioned figure, long limbs, and elegant posture. It gently swayed its tail, and the next second, sparks flew from its tail. No wonder they're called the Firefox team. It's because of this fox, Lu Yuan thought to himself. By the way, let me make this clear first. Since you're a newcomer, if you feel uncomfortable after entering this other world, don't push yourself too hard. You can choose to quit at any time. Zhou Wan's smile faded, and her tone became serious. Lu Yuan nodded, understanding that as a newcomer he could give it a try, but he absolutely could not drag others down or become a burden to the team. Actually, you're pretty good. At least you have this awareness. Many newcomers come here unprepared, Zhou Wan said with a smile, glancing at Lu Yuan out of the corner of her eye. Lu Yuan was dressed in battle armor and carrying weapons, which made a good first impression, as both the previous staff and Zhou Wan could tell. Zhou Wan secretly admired him. It seemed this kid really had some talent. At that moment, she noticed a small circular symbol on Lu Yuan's battlesuit. The upper half of the circular logo features a design, while the lower half is inscribed with 6 large characters in a flowing, elegant style. Shenzhen Superpower University. These 6 words carry immense weight. Shenzhen Superpower University is not only a top university in China, but also a prestigious local university in their province, enjoying extremely high recognition. Considering that the little boy's spear and battlesuit looked brand new, without a single scratch, it is not difficult to deduce that. Really? The little brother who just joined their team is a specially recruited freshman from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, and specially recruited students. The awakening crystal must be shattered during the awakening ceremony, which means awakening an S rank or higher superpower. There are only a few dozen such individuals nationwide each year. I never expected to be so lucky. Such a top talent actually joined my team. At the very least, he's an S-class ice-type ability user. He's practically struck gold. The strength of one's superpower determines the upper limit of their combat ability. However, the lower limit is also ridiculously high. Even this new recruit, though only at the awakened level, isn't even a formal superhuman. Even disregarding skill proficiency, his strength is already comparable to that of a C-level awakened ability user at the mid-level or even high level of the first tier. The minor realms are divided into 3 levels, from lowest to highest, lower, middle, and upper. This shows just how terrifying rare superpowers can be. Thinking of this, Zhou Wan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, filled with surprise. With a delighted expression, she asked with certainty. Little brother Lu Yuan, are you from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities? Lu Yuan nodded. He wasn't surprised, since he bought the D-grade alloy suit at school, and it naturally had the school's unique logo printed on it. Lu Yuan, welcome to the team. Zhou Wan extended her hand and shook hands with Lu Yuan. As soon as she finished speaking, the other three people introduced themselves to Lu Yuan. Su Lu blinked and said, hello little brother, I am Su Lu. I have awakened the elemental sea-level ability Transparent Jellyfish, which is more supportive, and I am at the mid-level of the first tier. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, hello, Sister Lu. Then Huang Hao stood up, cleared his throat, and said seriously, hello, handsome young man, my name is Huang Hao. I have awakened the elemental sea plus level ability Destruction Wind. I am skilled with a spear, and my cultivation level is mid-first tier. Oh, by the way, you should remember that I am a serious person. Yes, you're a decent person. Zhou Wan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Huang Hao is a guy who always loves to joke around. Judging from his words and actions, he is completely unrelated to the word serious. Lu Yuan also responded to Huang Hao's greeting. At the same time, he noticed that Huang Hao said he was good at using a long spear. He also uses a spear, and recently reached intermediate proficiency through system-based skill point allocation. He couldn't help but wonder to himself who was stronger, his spear or his own. The next moment, Huang Hao smiled and exclaimed in surprise, wow, young man, you have great taste. You actually chose the spear just like me. Lu Yuan scratched his head and laughed. The spear is indeed useful. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. It was Wang whose turn to introduce himself. He was muscular, carried a shield, and had a double-edged axe on his back. He was clearly the frontline fighter of the team. He said, my name is Wang Hu. The double-edged axe on my back is my weapon. I have awakened a C+ level fighting ability called Tiger Soul, and I am currently at the upper level of the first tier. After the three finished introducing themselves, Zhou Wan introduced herself. My name is Zhou Wan. My weapon is a trident. I have awakened the elemental B-level ability Wildfire, and my cultivation level is the lower second stage. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression became somewhat complicated. I never expected that Sister Zhou, who looks so quiet, would actually use a trident in combat. Thinking of the battle scene, he sighed inwardly. The image was so beautiful, it was almost unimaginable. Now that all four members of the Firefox team have finished their introductions, it's time for me to give a proper introduction as well. Lu Yuan began by saying, Sister Zhou, Sister Lu, Brother Hu, Brother Hao, hello. I am Lu Yuan, and I have awakened an S-rank elemental ice-type ability Ice Crown. I am currently just an awakener and am new here, so please take care of me. Oh dear, we'll definitely take good care of you. But speaking of which, Ice and Snow Crown, does that mean a crown will really appear on your head? Huang Hao couldn't help but ask curiously when he heard the name of Lu Yuan's ability. Lu Yuan nodded. Brother, I have to admit, you're even more handsome than I am when I look in the mirror after taking a shower. Huang Hao patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Brother Hao, you flatter me. Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Zhou Wan clapped her hands to signal everyone to focus their attention and said, alright, everyone's here. Let's set off for the underworld now. The other team members nodded in agreement. But what? Finally, Zhou Wan specifically asked Lu Yuan, have you prepared the medicine and food? After receiving Lu Yuan's affirmative answer, Wang Hu, carrying a double-edged axe, and Zhou Wan, wielding a trident, walked at the front of the procession. Huang Hao, carrying a long spear, stood in the middle. Lu Yuan carried a long spear on his back, while Su Lu held a magic staff, walking at the back of the group. The group arrived together at the entrance to the stairs of the Jiangzhan City superpower base. That is the passage to the underground world. The so-called underground world is merely a name humans use for the habitat of ferocious beasts. It's not really about jumping deep underground. The third floor isn't very high, and we reached the top quickly. The location of the underground world passage is at the far left end of the stairs, where you turn a corner. Because there were so many people queuing, the long line stretched all the way to the entrance of the stairwell. Zhou Wan waved her hand. The group then lined up at the end of the queue. At this moment, Su Lu, who was standing behind Lu Yuan, asked, do you know why our team needs an ice-type ability user? Lu Yuan shook his head, admitting that he didn't know. Su Lu explained, because our team has Sister Zhou and Brother Hu, although they are good at both offense and defense, their control ability is slightly lacking. As a water type, I, combined with you, an ice type, can create a double slowing effect, which can better restrict the enemy. Lu Yuan suddenly realized, what the Firefox team lacks most right now is control ability. Ice and water are symbiotic elements that can work together to achieve their effects. Grass-type characters, which also have control effects, are relatively weaker. Because the control of grass-based systems mainly relies on vines binding the target, which is essentially a physical restraint. When a beast is of low level and its vines are not resilient enough, it can easily struggle to break free once it is trapped. At this moment, Huang Hao leaned over, winked, and said, don't be afraid, my marksmanship is already close to intermediate proficiency. When those ferocious beasts come, I'll blow them all to smithereens. words, approaching intermediate proficiency. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could only smile awkwardly. Should he tell brother Hao that his marksmanship is actually at an intermediate level? To avoid hurting Hao Ji's pride, let's keep quiet for now. The queue was long, but that was only because there were a lot of people. The inspection process was actually quite fast. Soon, it was Firefox team's turn. Hey, Captain Zhou, your team has a new member. The staff member in charge of checking documents noticed Lu Yuan and said to Zhou Wan with a smile while checking his documents. Yes, we have a pretty good new member. Zhou Wan nodded and smiled, then handed over her identification document from the superpower base. After the identity verification of the 5 people was successfully completed, Lu Yuan finally got to see the full view of the underground world passage as he had wished. Simply put, it's like a teleportation black hole in a game. Filled with excitement, Lu Yuan followed the others inside. The moment you enter the underground world passage, that feeling is hard to describe in words. In short, it was an absolutely wonderful experience. The underground world passage really is a passage. Lu Yuan never expected that he would be able to stay grounded and continue moving forward inside the physical sense. The underground passage was pitch black. Without light, it was impossible to see the way ahead. Using the beam of the flashlight, Lu Yuan followed the other members of the Firefox team, walking forward little by little. Soon, a bright light appeared in front of them. Sure enough, the bright light was the exit of the underground world passage. After Lu Yuan stepped out of the underground passage, he couldn't help but look around. He had expected to see hordes of monsters, corpses strewn across the land, and a desolate, miserable scene, but the reality was completely different. He looked closely and saw that the area around him was packed with people. These people exuded a faint aura of elemental energy, and each of them was a superhuman. The latest potion. Who wants to buy the latest potion? Medicine pills, medicine pills. Does anyone want to buy medicine pills? Someone nearby was shouting loudly. As soon as the Firefox team emerged from the passageway, they immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Disinfectant, wholesale price, 10 bottles for only 5,000 yuan. Don't miss this opportunity. A detailed map, only 100,000 coins, marks the activity range of all ferocious beasts with extreme accuracy. How about it? Want to buy it? The crowd gathered around, and he began to sell to everyone. As the team leader, Zhou Wan smiled slightly and politely declined their offers one by one. At this moment, Huang Hao interjected. In Jiangjiang City, there are many vendors selling potions, pills, and maps. They do have some unique channels that allow them to obtain goods at relatively low prices, but the quality is mixed. For example, half of the pills they sell may be fake. It's very difficult for non-experts to distinguish them, and they are easily deceived. Newcomers should try to stay away from these people. Lu Yuan nodded, keeping Huang Hao's words firmly in mind. As the surrounding noise gradually subsided, Lu Yuan's gaze involuntarily swept towards the distance. Before me lay a small city, but its style was completely different from modern ones. It was more like an ancient town. High walls were erected on the very outskirts of the city. The walls are neat, tightly fitted, and unbreakable, giving people a sense of solidity and security. Superhumans in battlesuits stood on the wall. They were the guards sent here by the state. When the telescope revealed a large number of ferocious beasts gathering and attempting to invade, these people with superpowers will then step forward, protect the city and prevent ferocious beasts from entering the real world through underground tunnels. If a high-level ferocious beast is spotted through the binoculars, reinforcements must be called immediately. It is because they guard every passage to another world that the outside world enjoys relative peace. As Lu Yuan looked around with curiosity, Huang Hao leaned closer and said with a grin, Lu Yuan, do you know what that building is? He pointed into the distance. Following Huang Hao's instructions, Lu Yuan saw that it was a building with classical charm. A wooden sign hangs at the entrance, with the 3 large characters Wang Duolo written on it. 2 heavily made-up young women, dressed boldly and scantily, stood at the entrance of Wanyue Tower. Their poses and the way they move their feet are enough to reveal their identities. Seeing this, Sulu couldn't help but stomp her foot and frowned, saying, Huang Hao, it's fine if you're not serious, but don't corrupt the newcomer Lu Yuan too. Huang Hao waved his hand dismissively and replied, oh, I was just introducing him. Lu Yuan is such a steady person, how could I possibly corrupt him? Lu Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know. Huang Hao leaned close to his ear, his voice low but clearly audible. That's where men relax. It's something you can only understand, not explain. Let me tell you, don't let Tiger's fierce appearance and the double-edged axe he carries fool you. He's actually a regular customer there. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and he asked with a strange expression, really? He really couldn't tell. Huang Hao laughed and said, why would I lie to you? When hunting ferocious beasts outside, you will unconsciously be tainted by their bloodthirsty aura, and the mental pressure is not small. It is a good way to relax occasionally and relieve mental stress. Lu Yuan fell silent. Although he agreed with Huang Hao's opinion, he himself would never go to such a place. Lu Yuan suddenly asked, doesn't Brother Tiger have a wife? Wang, who looked to be at least 35 years old. Moreover, as a person with superpowers, his income is far higher than that of ordinary people, so supporting his his family is not a problem. Huang Hao sighed and said, in our line of work, who knows when we might lose our lives in another world. Can you really bear to leave your wife and children behind and go first? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's face showed a thoughtful expression. Huang Hao smiled, patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, and said, don't think about such heavy things. You've just arrived in this world, so focus on improving your strength and finding a beautiful girlfriend in college. That's more important than anything else. Lu Yuan remains silent. He has only one goal, to become stronger by all means. As for finding a girlfriend, let nature take its course. Su Lu, standing to the side, frowned. Watching the two of them whispering to each other for so long, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She only hoped that Lu Yuan wouldn't be led astray by Huang Hao. We're leaving the city right away. Everyone, check your equipment and medicines to see if there are any problems. Standing at the front of the line, Zhou Wan turned to everyone and said. Lu Yuan did as instructed. While inspecting the items, Huang Hao smiled and said to Lu Yuan, we're about to leave Jiangzhan City to hunt ferocious beasts. Are you nervous? Lu Yuan shook his head, indicating that he was not nervous. After the inspection, Zhou Wan took out a somewhat old map from her backpack. When the team members saw this, they all gathered around. Lu Yuan also got a clear look at the whole map. Outside of Jiangzhan City, apart from natural landscapes such as mountains, rivers, and forests, there are no buildings. The map highlights the distribution of ferocious beasts in each area. Zhou Wan said, let's stay in the area where the shadow cat and the white-spotted dog appear first, just so that the newcomer Lu Yuan can practice. The other team members all agreed, including Lu Yuan. Since there are no problems, let's set off, Zhou Wan announced. Upon leaving the city, the group underwent another thorough inspection by two ability users at the gate before finally departing Jiangzhan City. As soon as he stepped out of the city, Lu Yuan sensed something was wrong. The oxygen concentration outside is too high. The concentration made him feel dizzy and lightheaded upon first arriving in the underground world. Su Lu comforted him. Lu Yuan, don't worry, you'll get used to it. I was about the same when I first arrived. Try to get used to it. Lu Yuan could only endure it and try his best to stay awake. Gradually, it was as if the vital energy within the body and the oxygen in the air had reached some kind of tacit understanding. His discomfort began to subside. The dizziness disappeared after I fully adapted to the high concentration of oxygen. He looked around. This is a primeval forest. The towering ancient trees, their branches and leaves overlapping, almost completely blocked out the sky. Only scattered sunlight fell like broken gold on the thick layer of decaying leaves, making a rustling sound when stepped on. The surrounding area was covered with bushes, making Lu Yuan feel that a ferocious beast might jump out from it at any moment. Therefore, he was extremely vigilant. However, so far, the Firefox team has not found any trace of the ferocious beast. The team maintained their formation. Team leader Zhou Wan and Wang Hu, who was responsible for carrying the wounded, walked at the front. Su Lu and the newly joined Lu Yuan are in the middle. Huang Hao, who also used a long spear, was at the very back of the line. They kept moving forward. Suddenly, Zhou Wan stopped and stared at the map, saying, now we should go to the left. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to the left. As we were walking, a ferocious beast suddenly leaped out of the bushes and appeared before them. Lu Yuan looked closely. This ferocious beast had sharp teeth and claws, a very conspicuous crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, and exceptionally fine fur. A cat's tail swayed gently behind it. Lu Yuan recognized the ferocious beast. He had heard his teacher introduce it in class. It was called the shadow cat. This shadow cat is small in size and is still in its juvenile form, at the lower level of the first tier. Zhou Wan stopped and turned to look at Lu Yuan, her eyes full of anticipation, saying, Lu Yuan, there's a low-tier first-level shadow cat up ahead. Go practice and get a feel for it. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, a smile playing on his lips. No problem. Then, Su Lu gently waved her staff, and a faint blue halo enveloped Lu Yuan. This is a buff I'm providing for you, which can increase your damage output. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. So much? The shadow cat, a low-tier tier 1 beast, is considered one of the weakest ferocious beasts. If I can't even beat it, then there's no point in coming to this underground world to hunt ferocious beasts. I might as well just go back to school. Moreover, Su Lu also provides additional support. So Lu Yuan raised his spear, smiled confidently, and walked forward with light steps. Seeing him approach, Zhou Wan said to Wang Hu, Huang Hao, and Su Lu, I'll get closer and keep an eye on things. Make sure Lu Yuan doesn't make any mistakes. You guys watch out for any ferocious beasts attacking us. The three understood immediately and replied in unison, understood. Lu Yuan, holding a jet black spear, swaggered up to Shadow Cat. Upon spotting him, the Shadow Cat let out a fierce screech, revealing a menacing expression, and immediately raised its long, snow-white claws. It suddenly used its hind legs to push off and pounced on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained calm, pointing his spear directly at the Shadow Cat's abdomen. His inner energy surged, covering the spear. With a burst of strength in his arm, he stabbed out. The spear created a whistling sound. The sound of alloy piercing through flesh rang out. A piercing meow shattered the air. The Shadow Cat's entire body was hung on Lu Yuan's spear. Then, Lu Yuan pressed the tip of his spear against the ground. The long boots stepped on the shadow cat's body. With a forceful pull, the spear was drawn out, still carrying a few tricks. If an ordinary person saw these bloody internal organs, they would probably vomit on the spot. A huge hole appeared in the shadow cat's body, and it died soon after due to excessive blood loss. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. Hearing the system notification, Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. Not far away, Zhou Wan saw that Lu Yuan's actions were decisive and efficient, without any hesitation, and nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of satisfaction. It seems this new team member not only has a high level of superpowers, but also solid basic skills. The key is a calm and composed personality. Wang Hu, standing at the back, lowered his head in deep thought, seemingly lost in thought. Su Lu's face showed admiration. That shot was just so cool. She glanced at Huang Hao, who was always acting frivolously beside her. It's true, there's no harm without comparison. Huang Hao didn't notice Su Lu's gaze. He seemed to be deep in thought, sensing that something was off about Lu Yuan's marksmanship. Lu Yuan's marksmanship, including his striking points and posture, seemed to be even more skillful and refined than his own. That can't be. Huang Hao found it hard to believe, but faced with the facts, he had no choice but to accept them. The thought of how she had previously said she would teach Lu Yuan how to use a spear filled her with embarrassment. He was supposed to be teaching him marksmanship, but it seemed like Lu Yuan was teaching him instead. Then the group walked over. Lu Yuan, well done. Zhou Wan praised sincerely. Lu Yuan waved his hand and laughed. It's nothing. Wang Hu carefully examined the shadow cat's corpse and said seriously, Lu Yuan, after hunting a ferocious beast, we need to collect the spoils. The most valuable parts of this shadow cat are its claws and the crystals inside its body. Take a close look. As he spoke, he pulled a dagger from his waist and slashed it viciously at a spot on the shadow cat's body. The dagger was sharp, and a bloody wound appeared instantly. Sliding along the bones, the shadow cat's claw was completely removed. After removing the claw, Wang Hu expressionlessly reached his hand into the hole that Lu Yuan had just poked. They took out an extremely small crystal. The crystal shimmered with a deep purple light in the sunlight. Lu Yuan stared intently, memorizing every move Wang Hu made. The surrounding grass rustled. Huang Hao suddenly roared and shot the shadow cat that was about to pounce on Su Lu, sending it flying. Thanks to his wind-based abilities, the distance the shadow cat was thrown was increased slightly. Seeing this, the group quickly formed a circle back-to-back to prevent a surprise attack from any direction. At the same time, Zhou Wan, the captain of the Firefox team, threw out a containment ball and summoned her companion beast. Huahua stood steadily to one side, its tail swaying slightly, with specks of flame leaping above it. The rustling in the grass gradually intensified. Several shadow cats appeared one after another. Lu Yuan looked closely. These shadow cats varied in size. The smaller ones were estimated to be at the lower level of the first rank. Those who are slightly larger are at the mid-level of the first stage. Behind them, a much larger shadow cat slowly emerged. This shadow cat moved with graceful steps, and the crescent moon mark on its forehead was not only larger but also faintly glowing. What's most surprising is that it has two tails. The two tails intertwined and tilted upwards, inexplicably exuding an air of elegance. It's Shadow Cat King, Zhou Wan said softly. As soon as Shadow Cat King appeared, he noticed Huahua from the Firefox team. Huahua was also staring at it. The two exchanged disdainful glances. It was as if they were competing. Whose posture is more elegant? Zhou Wan said seriously. Huahua and I will deal with the Shadow Cat King. You guys take care of those shadow cats first, and then come and support us. Everyone nodded in unison. They understood the principle of soldiers fighting soldiers and kings fighting kings. The battle commenced swiftly. Su Lu's expression was solemn as she waved her staff. The next moment, everyone's bodies simultaneously glowed with a light blue light, which meant that they had received Su Lu's buff. Lu Yuan, let's charge. Lu Yuan and Huang Hao grabbed their spears and charged toward the shadow cats. With his superpowers, Lu Yuan was able to take down a smaller shadow cat with a single shot. Huang Hao was slightly inferior. His explosive power was not as good as Lu Yuan's, but he easily defeated the shadow cat, who was at the lower level of the first level, without any pressure. The few shadow cats at the mid-level of the first stage were blocked by Wang Hu's sturdy shield. He activated his special ability, Tiger Soul, and a deep tiger's roar resounded. Wang Hu suddenly felt a surge of strength, allowing him to defend against the shadow cat while simultaneously launching attacks with his double-edged axe. However, this only forced them back. It was far from killing them. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 10. After dealing with the Shadow Cat, Lu Yuan shouted, Ice Shard Ring. This is a skills book that Director Li gave him. He mobilized his internal energy, and the next second, 3 ice shards swirled around him. He could feel the energy within his body becoming more active. Then, he swung his spear, gathered his strength, aimed at a shadow cat at the mid-level of the first level, and suddenly exerted his power. The jet-black spear thrust straight in, shattering the opponent's skull. 3 icy rings wings continuously slashed across its body, leaving wounds. Not long after, the Shadow Cat lost all signs of life. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 20. I have 20 evolution points. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. The remaining Shadow Cats looked at the boy holding the black spear, and a sense of fear inexplicably arose in their hearts. They actually saw a hint of greed on Lu Yuan's face. Lu Yuan became increasingly brave and fierce. He swung his spear repeatedly, killing several Shadow Cats in succession. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 20. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points plus 20. Finally, all that's left is the Shadow Cat King. Don't let its name fool you, Shadow Cat King. In reality, its level is only at the upper level of the first tier. Zhou Wan and Huahua possess awakened elemental B-level abilities and are both at the lower level of the second tier, almost overwhelming the Shadow Cat King. The Shadow Cat King was quickly defeated when it discovered that all its minions had fallen without it even noticing. It didn't care about elegance or anything like that, and fled in panic like a frightened mouse. Moreover, its fur, which was burned over a large area, had long since lost any possibility of elegance. Just then, Lu Yuan made his move. He raised his spear high, accurately predicted the Shadow Cat King's escape route, and threw it with precision, the spear tip piercing its thigh. Shadow Cat King immediately collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. Lu Yuan strode forward, drew his spear, and repeatedly thrust it fiercely at the Shadow Cat King. The beast was immediately riddled with holes. He only put away his spear with satisfaction after the system notification sounded. This means that Shadow Cat King has completely died. You have defeated the Tier 1 high-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat King. Evolution points plus 50. Several people gathered around, praising Lu Yuan's performance. There was really no way around it. Lu Yuan's performance was just too dazzling to ignore. Around noon, the members of the Firefox team had lunch and chatted happily for a while. The hunt continued in the afternoon. The Firefox team continued to reap the lives of Shadowcat and White Dog in this area. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the White-Spotted Dog. Evolution points plus 12. Lu Yuan was also frantically acquiring evolution points. No matter how many he killed, he remained highly aroused. The continuous influx of evolution points has given him a constant source of power. The nights here are completely different from those on Earth. By 4 p.m., the sun had already clearly moved westward. By 6 p.m., the sky was completely dark. Everyone set up their own tents, while Wang Hu and Huang Hao roasted white-spotted dog meat for the Firefox team. Shortly after the meat came into contact with the flames, a few drops of oil began to fall. The fragrance gradually filled the air. After sprinkling on cumin, everyone began to feast. Inside Lu Yuan's tent, Huang Hao leaned closer. He asked, "Has your marksmanship reached the intermediate level?" Lu Yuan nodded honestly. Upon seeing this, Huang Hao's breath hitched, and his pupils trembled slightly. At first, he thought that Lu Yuan's marksmanship was only slightly better than his own, still at a beginner level. But during the fierce battle with the Shadow Cats, he gradually realized something was wrong. So, taking advantage of the moment, I couldn't help but ask. The moon hangs high in the sky, and the night sky is dotted with stars. People like them with low mental energy levels need to sleep to recover their strength after a long day of work. High-level ability users have higher mental values and can remain awake for a long time without needing to hibernate. To guard against a surprise attack by a ferocious beast at night, everyone unanimously decided to take turns keeping watch. Now it was Lu Yuan's turn to be on duty. It's worth noting that all signals disappear in the underground world. After all, base stations can't be built deep underground. Although the edge of the underground world passage was guarded, the surrounding area was teeming with ferocious beasts. If we build a signal base station so that the ferocious beasts can also go online and play games with humans, the species will prosper. Ah, that's a really funny joke. However, the phone won't be completely turned into a brick. Having seen the warning on the campus forum, Lu Yuan already knew the signal would be cut off. I specifically downloaded a few novels. You can read it directly without an internet connection. After awakening my S-rank ice-type superpower, I became invincible. This is a novel he downloaded. After clicking on it, Lu Yuan began to read it with great interest. Halfway through reading, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked his findings for the day. So, with a thought, the long-lost system panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 300. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, Awakened. Mental state, 120 Hz. Chi and Blood, 210 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D. Beginner. To Lu Yuan's delight, he discovered that not only could he improve his Ice Shard body skill, but he also had the potential to break through his cultivation level. Between skill and realm, he chose realm without hesitation. Great! I can finally become a real superhuman. After all, when one first awakens their superpowers, they can only be called an awakener. Without specialized guidance, it is almost impossible to advance from an awakener awakened to a superpowered individual. I never imagined that I would become a superhuman before even becoming an apprentice. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the system panel without hesitation. Evolution points -250. Realm, awaken lower first tier. A surge of immense spiritual and physical power erupted within his body. This made him unconsciously calm down. Mental state, 120 Hz 140 Hz. Qi and blood, 210 calories 240 calories. After an unknown amount of time, he opened the panel again and found that while breaking through the realm, his spirit and blood attributes had also significantly improved. Instantly, he felt his mind become clearer and his strength increased. He was a little sleepy just now, but now he's full of energy. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Zhou was still sleepy, in a state of half awake and half asleep. As a second-tier lower-level ability user, her perception of elemental energy is more acute than that of the other members of the Firefox team. In her sleep, she sensed a significant fluctuation of elemental energy outside the tent. With a thought, Zhou immediately snapped out of her daze. He then unzipped the tent and went outside. What came into view was Lu Yuan, who was looking down at a novel. Zhou asked, "Lu Yuan, have any traces of ferocious beasts been found nearby?" Lu Yuan shook his head, indicating no. Just as Zhou was preparing to return to her tent to continue resting, suddenly realizing something, he raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, You've broken through to become a superhuman?" Lu Yuan answered frankly, "That's right." Although surprised, Zhou was also happy for him. After all, Lu Yuan's strength has increased significantly, which naturally boosts the overall combat power of the Firefox team. After resolving the doubts in my heart, sleepiness crept in again. Zhou sighed and went back to her tent to continue sleeping. During his free time, Lu Yuan began his long night watch. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully. The members of the Firefox team got up one after another. After packing up the tent and quickly washing up, I began the day's action plan. Yesterday, I wanted to let Lu Yuan practice his skills, so I went to the gathering place of shadow cats and white-spotted dogs. But to my surprise, he was even stronger than I had imagined. They said it was for practice, but in reality, they didn't practice much at all. To put it bluntly, Lu Yuan hardly needed any training. Just telling him some basic common sense was enough. For example, how to efficiently collect crystal cores from the bodies of ferocious beasts, which wild herbs are poisonous, etc. Zhou took out a map, and the other members of the Firefox team gathered around. Yesterday we thought we'd let our new recruit Lu Yuan practice, but we underestimated him. How about we go to the area we usually frequent today? Everyone spoke in unison. The Firefox team often goes to the area on the other side of the forest. The most common ferocious beasts there are black-spotted deer. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. The black-spotted deer is a ferocious deer-shaped beast that is entirely black and ugly in appearance, and its cultivation level is mostly from the middle to the upper level of the first rank. Although it looks ugly, however, the antlers of the black sika deer have the effect of nourishing the body and replenishing yang energy. Therefore, they are extremely sought after in the market. They can also achieve good returns when they are finally sold. Huang Hao leaned closer and asked with concern, "Lu Yuan, is your body adjusting well? Have you experienced any emotional outbursts?" Lu Yuan shook his head, indicating no. He knew that Huang Hao was referring to the bloodlust he had unconsciously acquired after hunting ferocious beasts. Although the calming potion can effectively prevent loss of control, it is still necessary to leave the other world for a period of time after taking it. Let your body cool down. Hearing this, Huang Hao looked on with envy, gave him a thumbs up, and said, "You're amazing. The first time I entered the underground world, I lost control of my emotions that afternoon and was forced to leave." Lu Yuan understood in his heart. This is not only because of his great strength, but also because his ice-type ability can effectively suppress his emotions and keep him calm. After several hours of hiking, they killed several ferocious beasts they encountered along the way. We've finally arrived at our destination. Beside the stream, the group saw a ferocious beast that was entirely black and had an ugly appearance. It was a black deer that was lying down, bending over to drink water. Black deer could not escape the control of the Firefox team. With Lu Yuan's addition, by the end of the day, the group had made a considerable haul, filling most of their large suitcases. The next night, it was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch. A thought struck him, and he opened the system panel. Take a look at what you've accomplished today. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 450. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, lower first tier. Mental state, 140 Hz. Qi and blood, 240 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, beginner. The panel displays 450 evolution points. Yesterday, Lu Yuan had 50 evolution points remaining, and today's gain is 400 more than yesterday's. Although killing a black deer yields more evolution points. However, shadow cats and spotted dogs are densely populated, while black deer are very difficult to encounter. Therefore, the evolution points gained on the second day were not much more than those gained on the first day. Unfortunately, only the icicle ring is marked with. The advancement section is blank, which means that your your realm cannot be improved for the time being. However, Lu Yuan didn't care. Haste makes waste, and the worst thing in cultivation is to be impatient for quick success. The night deepened and quietly receded, and when the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, it was already the morning of the third day. On the third day, during the day, the Firefox team has decided to stay put and continue hunting black deer. After Lu Yuan pierced the belly of a black deer with his spear, while using a dagger to cut off deer antlers, suddenly, I felt a surge of inexplicable irritability welling up inside me. Although his superpowers allowed him to forcefully suppress this emotion, he could still clearly feel its presence. He then reported the situation to Zhou Wan, the captain of the Firefox team. "Quickly drink this calming potion." Zhou Wan immediately took out a bottle of calming potion from her backpack. He opened the bottle cap, tossed it aside, and forcefully handed it to Lu Yuan, ordering him to drink it. This was the first time Lu Yuan had seen Zhou Wan look so serious since Lu Yuan joined the Firefox team. Lu Yuan wanted to say that he also had calming potions in his backpack, but seeing Zhou Wan's stern expression, and knowing that the bottle of medicine was already open, he didn't care about anything else and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the calming potion, Lu Yuan felt the inexplicable irritability in his heart completely suppressed. Of course, this is only temporary. He must return to the real world as soon as possible to cool down his body. Otherwise, it will have an irreversible impact on your future spiritual practice and emotions. This was definitely not what Lu Yuan wanted. To prevent Lu Yuan from having an accident halfway through the journey. After discussion, the members of the Firefox team decided to first send Lu Yuan back to Jiangjiang City, and then the rest of the team would return to the other world to continue their hunting mission. Time passed quickly. The superhumans stationed on both sides of the city gate used special devices to carefully scan the members of the Firefox team, in order to ensure that no one secretly brought the complete ferocious beast into the real world. At this moment, Zhou Wan released her companion beast, Hua Hua. After the inspectors confirmed that Hua Hua and Zhou Wan, the superhuman, did indeed have a contractual relationship, they allowed the Firefox team to pass. Of course, there are always exceptions. In the Great Xia Kingdom, only one specialized organization has the authority to bring captured ferocious beasts into the real world. After bringing the ferocious beast into reality, the organization will use a special device to transform it into a ferocious beast egg, which will then be hatched again. This organization is the renowned Association for the Breeding and Research of Companion Animals. Those who awaken their special abilities but lack combat or support skills can join the local Companion Beast Breeding and Research Association to seek development. This is my contact information. Remember to add me when you get back. I will arrange for you to join our team according to our team division rules, and I will also notify you of any future operations. Zhou Wan borrowed paper and pen from nearby and wrote down her QQ number. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, folded the note in half, and put it in his pocket. Afterwards, the group dispersed. The Firefox team continues its journey into the depths of the other world to hunt ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, returned to the Jiangjiang City superpower base through the interdimensional portal within Jiangjiang City. After connecting to the internet, Lu Yuan took out his phone and searched for the numbers on QQ according to the notes on the paper. The first thing you see is a chibi-style portrait of a bright red fox. It seems Sister Zhou really likes foxes. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. He then sent a friend request to Zhou Wan. The Jiangjiang City special ability base remains bustling with activity and lively chatter. Lu Yuan didn't linger. He left alone, took a subway, and returned to Shenzhen Superpower University a few hours later. As soon as he arrived at the station, Lu Yuan walked a few steps before reaching the school gate. His gaze lingered on the massive and imposing school gate. Everyone says that the school gate is the face of a university. It must be admitted that the gate of Shenzhen Superpower University is truly magnificent. Every time I pass by, this magnificent school gate always makes people stop and admire it. Of course, it's also possible that Lu Yuan has only been at the school for a short time and hasn't seen much yet. The upperclassmen who come and go and are familiar with the campus will not even glance at the school gate. Lu Yuan had only taken a few steps when he saw a familiar figure. It was Jiang Yan, the senior who had picked him up and dropped him off before. "Senior Jiang," Lu Yuan greeted him. Jiang Yan noticed Lu Yuan and was about to respond when his gaze fell on the dried bloodstains on the spear behind Lu Yuan. He frowned slightly and asked, "Junior brother Lu, have you entered the underground world again?" Lu Yuan did not deny it and replied, "Yes." Just as Jiang Yan was about to say something, he suddenly sensed the aura emanating from Lu Yuan. He changed the subject abruptly, a hint of surprise in his expression. "You've already advanced to the level of a superhuman?" After receiving a positive answer, Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Congratulations." Then, he apologized for not reminding Lu Yuan to pay attention to the campus forum a few days earlier. Lu Yuan waved his hand, not taking it to heart. Taking this opportunity, Lu Yuan asked Jiang Yan, "Senior Jiang, I have a question. After entering the underground world for the first time, what is the typical time interval between subsequent entries?" Jiang Yan thoughtfully for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and said, "It varies from person to person, but to be on the safe side, it would be safer to wait until the bloodlust in your body has completely disappeared and then go to the underground world a few days later." Lu Yuan kept those words in mind. "By the way, Junior Lu, your weapons and battle suit need to be cleaned. The school has a special cleaning center. I remember it's not far to the right of your dormitory area." Before Lu Yuan left, Zhang Yan gave him a special reminder. He scanned a shared electric scooter parked on the side of the road. In addition to relying on electricity, this electric vehicle also utilizes the elemental energy from the ferocious beast's crystal core for auxiliary propulsion. Therefore, the shared electric bikes at the school are much faster than regular electric bikes. Not long after, following the directions on his phone's map, Lu Yuan arrived at the cleaning center next to the dormitory area. Inside the cleaning center, as soon as Lu Yuan entered, the staff member asked him warmly, "Student, are you here to have your weapons and equipment cleaned?" He exuded a menacing aura, and his weapons and equipment still bore traces of dried blood, clearly indicating that he was a student who had just returned from the underground world, which is why the staff asked him such a question. After Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, the staff member continued, "The cleaning fee for the spear is 68 blue star coins, and a set of male combat clothing is 288 blue star coins. Please provide your student ID. After the cleaning is completed, we will send you a unique collection code through the Heart in Shenzhen University app. You can then come and pick it up directly." Lu Yuan first paid 356 blue star coins with his mobile phone, and then handed his student ID to the staff. He went into the changing room of the cleaning center, took off his protective suit, changed into his casual clothes, and came out. He then handed over the battle suit and long gun to the staff. The staff member took the combat suit and rifle, swiped Lu Yuan's student ID, and looked somewhat surprised. "Student, you're still a specially recruited freshman." Lu Yuan replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" The staff member shook his head and said, "It's nothing, it's just that it's really rare to see specially recruited freshmen go directly to the underground world these days." After leaving the cleaning center, Lu Yuan did not return to his dormitory, but changed direction and rode his electric bike to the mission center. He went to the task submission window and handed the 10 shadow cat paws wrapped in a plastic bag along with his student ID to the staff. He said, "My mission is complete." These 10 shadow cat paws were Lu Yuan's spoils of war on his first day in the underground world. He didn't hide it from the others, but told them honestly. Submitting tasks to earn credits at the Shenzhen Superpower University will definitely yield much higher overall returns than selling them at the Jiangjan City Superpower base. The teammates understood, but this portion would be deducted when calculating each member's share in the final settlement. After carefully inspecting the shadow cat's paw and confirming that everything was correct, the staff returned the student ID to Lu Yuan, saying, "You have completed a C-level task and earned 0.5 credits, which are expected to arrive in your account today. 0.5 credits are worth between 5,000 and 10,000 blue star coins, which is not much, but not bad either." After completing the task, Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that his task level on the Heart in Shenzhen University app had been upgraded to level 2. This means he can accept 2 tasks at the same time. The efficiency of earning academic credits has almost doubled. After leaving the mission center, Lu Yuan had nothing to do, so he rode his electric bike back to his dormitory. After opening the door with the key, as soon as he entered the door, he said, "Xiaoya, turn on the air conditioner." The air conditioner is on. As the air conditioner was turned on, a cool, refreshing atmosphere gradually filled the entire villa. Ice-type ability users especially like cold environments. Lu Yuan ordered takeout and was sitting on the sofa waiting for the food to be delivered when Xiaoya's mechanical voice suddenly sounded. "Master, someone is knocking at the door." There was a knocking sound at the door. Strange, who could be looking for me? Lu Yuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He walked to the door and opened it. There stood a tall, muscular young man at the door, but Lu Yuan was certain he didn't recognize him. "What does this guy want from me?" Just as he was wondering, the strong young man spoke first. "Hello, my name is Feng Shi. I have awakened the S-level Earth-type ability Vajra Xian Tuesday. Like you, I am also a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University this year." It turns out he was also a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University this year. "Hello, I'm Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "So, what brings you here?" Feng Shi grinned ly and said, "I came to find you because I want to challenge you." Lu Yuan did not press Feng Shi for why he wanted to challenge him, because he understood that some people are born to challenge others and specifically target their weaknesses to break through their own limitations. It's not surprising that everyone cultivates in different ways. So he countered, "What's in it for me if I win?" Feng Shi scratched his head and replied with a smile, "As long as you agree to compete with me, regardless of winning or losing, I will transfer 100,000 blue star coins to you. How about it?" 100,000 blue star coins. Lu Yuan's gaze immediately sharpened. He never expected that Feng Shi, who looked honest and simple, was actually a young master. "I spent a lot of blue star coins on battle suits back then, and this money can be used to replenish them." So Lu Yuan said, I just came back from the underground world today and I'm a bit tired. Could you come see me again tomorrow? Upon hearing the words underground world, Feng Shi immediately showed an expression of admiration. Going to the underground world so early? My parents won't let me go. In his view, anyone who could go to the underground world so early was a brave and fearless person. Just as Lu Yuan and Feng Shi were chatting happily, suddenly, a pretty figure walked out of the dormitory across the street, carrying a small dark blue dragon on her shoulder. Xia Qingyin was preparing to take her companion beast, a deep-water demon dragon cub, to the school's ability hall for training. Hearing the conversation coming from the dormitory across the way, she glanced over instinctively. It's him again. Feng Shi came to challenge her yesterday, but she politely declined. After all, she awakened a grass-type ability, which easily suppressed his earth-type ability, making the fight rather pointless. Besides, she didn't care about those 100,000 blue star coins at all. With the help of her supernatural spiritual energy, Xia Qingyin sensed that the boy opposite her had a much stronger aura than he had a few days ago. Has he officially become a superhuman? Xia Qingyin was slightly startled. She knew that becoming a formal superhuman from an awakened being was not something that could be achieved overnight, but rather a natural process. Of course, comprehension and guidance from a mentor can accelerate progress. Just like herself, she had only been awakened for 3 months, but she had already broken through the realm of awakeners and reached the middle level of the first stage. This was thanks to her aunt, a 7th-level master of S-rank grass-type abilities who frequently provided her with guidance. Speaking of which, Xia Qingyin chose Shenzhen Superpower University not only because her family was based in Guangdong Province, but also because her aunt was the dean of the grass-type academy. But the boys in the dorm across the hall are different. Although he is tall, handsome, and full of sunshine, judging from their clothing, their family's financial situation isn't very good. There was probably no dedicated mentor to guide them. Aside from his mentor's help, this only shows that he has exceptional comprehension. Xia Qingyin narrowed her eyes, a barely perceptible hint of wariness flashing in her beautiful gaze. It seems they already consider Lu Yuan a rival. Without hesitation, she turned around and quickened her pace toward the Superpowers Hall. In the afternoon, after lunch, Lu Yuan played on his phone for a while before lying down on the bed and falling into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, looking through the bedroom window, he realized it was already late. I instinctively picked up my phone from beside my pillow, unlocked the screen, and saw that the time was 2021. At the same time, he discovered a message from Hart in Shenzhen University. Your rifle and equipment have been cleaned. Please collect them as soon as possible. Collection code 134679. Additional storage fees will be charged if they are overdue for more than 3 days. The message was sent about an hour ago. After quickly tidying up, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter parked at the dormitory entrance toward the cleaning center. Although it was already dark, the tall streetlights along the road illuminated the road as if it were daytime, so he did not slow down. During the journey, Lu Yuan felt his pocket shake slightly. His phone was ringing. He stopped his electric scooter, took out his phone, and saw that it was a call from his mother, Feng Wan. I was a little confused. My mother had called me when I first arrived at school, and now, only a few days later, she called again. Of course, this did not annoy him. Lu Yuan knew his mother's personality well. She wasn't the type to call frequently or show excessive concern for her son. Feng Wan's voice came through the phone. Xia Yuan, we're moving. Lu Yuan quickly asked, moved? Moved to where? Feng Wan replied, it's not decided yet. The city said we can just choose anyone. That's it. I'll let you know when we've chosen. Just focus on your studies. The city said they could choose any set. Lu Yuan understood. It was probably because of him that the city was offering him a reward. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the cleaning center. He walked to the reception desk and gave them his collection code. Not long after, the staff returned his rifle and battle suit to him. He also said warmly, welcome to visit again next time, classmate. Young master, someone is knocking on the door. After Xiaogao's suggestion, Lu Yuan, who was washing up on the second floor, sped up. In less than a minute, he appeared at the dormitory entrance. Upon opening the door, the same tall, sturdy figure as yesterday stood before me, accompanied by an honest and simple expression. Needless to say, this person was Feng Shi, who had come to challenge him yesterday. Brother Lu Yuan, let's head to the arena area now. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, Feng Shi said with a smile. During university, there are many hot-blooded teenagers, and conflicts and disputes are common. Even the top-tier superpower academy in China, Shenzhen Superpower University, is no exception. In such cases, the school will set up a special challenge area for students who need to compete. In the world of superpowers, strength speaks volumes. The two sides can also make bets, with the referee as witness. The arena was open to all students present, making the outcome immediately clear and eliminating any possibility of cheating. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, then noticed a cute little brown bear next to Feng Shi. He pointed and said, is this your companion beast? It looks quite cute. Feng Shi touched his nose and replied, although little Shi looks like this, he's incredibly strong. Xiao Shi is the name Feng Shi gave to his companion beast. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Yuan and Feng Shi rode on shared electric bikes next to the dormitory building and headed towards the arena area of Shenzhen Superpower University. Brother Lu Yuan, do you know that besides you and me, there are 8 other specially recruited students in our school, and without exception, they all refused my challenge. Halfway there, Feng Shi said, besides you and me, there are 8 other specially recruited students. This means that there are a total of 10 specially recruited freshmen in the class of 52 this year. Lu Yuan noticed the key point in Feng Shi's words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression darkened. Heroes of the world are as numerous as rivers and seas. It seems that this year's freshman competition is indeed full of strong contenders. Moreover, the fact that they all refused Feng Shi's challenge shows that the families of those 8 specially recruited students are definitely well off, far beyond what they can compare to. I need to enter the other world again as soon as possible to quickly improve my strength. Lu Yuan made up his mind in his heart. Unlike ordinary universities, Shenzhen Superpower University has a large campus with many canteens and even 4 arena areas. Lu Yuan and Feng Shi were going to the closest one. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at the arena area. Entering the arena area, what comes into view is a large area of neatly arranged square arenas. The ring is surrounded by ropes made of D-grade alloy, which are strong and durable and will not break easily. Lu Yuan counted them quickly. There were probably several dozen. However, since it was just dawn, most of the arenas were empty, with no one in sight. Similarly, in the stands surrounding the ring, only a few people were chatting leisurely. The two had just entered the ring area. Before long, a staff member came over and asked, "Good morning, you two students, would you like to have a match?" The two nodded in unison and replied, "That's right, we'd like to have a friendly spar." After receiving an affirmative answer, the staff member continued, "Then please register first, and you can go up to the ring after you've registered." The two went to the registration desk and filled in their names and relevant information on the forms handed to them by the staff. The staff member smiled and said, "Registration is complete. Please follow me." The two followed him, one in front and one behind. Just as I arrived in front of the ring, a middle-aged man walked over. The aura emanating from him immediately alerted Lu Yuan, who realized that he was at the level of a second-tier ability user. He was wearing a referee's uniform, so he was obviously a referee in the ring. Shenzhen Superpower University is indeed extraordinary. Even second-tier superpowered individuals can only serve as junior referees here. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's gaze tightened. After all, in his hometown of Fengyang City, a second-tier superhuman could already serve as the captain of the police station. While Lu Yuan was deep in thought, the staff had already unlocked the arena. The referee asked, "Do you need a bet?" Both of them shook their heads. Feng Shi voluntarily gave Lu Yuan 100,000 blue star coins after the match, which could not be considered a bet. The referee said, "You will go up to the ring from either side. The match will begin immediately." The two nodded and walked in their respective directions. At first, Feng Shi's companion beast, the stone-armored bear cub, wanted to go onto the arena with him. However, considering that Lu Yuan seemed to have no companion beast, Feng Shi left the stone-armored bear cub off the stage. One-on-one is fairer. On either side of the ring, two young men stood facing each other. One man held a long spear, his eyes gleaming. The other man held a large knife, his face full of confidence. Feng Shi said, "Let's have a friendly spar, and stop when we've reached our goal." Lu Yuan made an OK sign with his hand. "Ready? 3, 2, 1, go." At the referee's signal, the whistle hanging around his neck was blown. The battle erupted instantly. Diamond-shaped mystic earth. Feng Shi gripped his broadsword tightly with both hands and let out a low shout. Earth-based powers enveloped the blade, and although no debris was stirred up, it emitted a warm, dark yellow luster. He took a half-step forward, the sole of his boots rubbing against the steel plate, steady and without any hesitation. Ice and snow crown. At the same time, Lu Yuan made no attempt to conceal his special abilities. A crown made of solidified ice and snow quietly appeared on his head. 3 icicles spun around him. His appearance prompted Feng Shi, who was opposite him, to secretly admire him. "He's kind of handsome." Immediately, Lu Yuan skillfully maneuvered with his gun, his ice-type ability condensing into fine frost flowers at the tip of the gun, which did not melt or drip, casting shimmering cold light as the gun moved. He moved with lightning speed, gliding over the steel plate, the soles of his shoes making a slight sound as they rubbed against the tabletop, dodging the sweeping blade of Feng Shi. The square stone blade cleaved straight down, the blade striking the air with a muffled thud, but it did not send up any earth or stone. Instead, the dark yellow luster became even more solid. Lu Yuan spun around to dodge, his spear shaft diagonally touching the side of his blade, the ice flowers colliding with the dark yellow luster. The two briefly collided before quickly separating. Although it was supposed to be a friendly sparring match, both of them used their true skills. After a period of intense fighting, both of them had beads of sweat on their foreheads. "This won't do. His ability's endurance is stronger than mine." Lu Yuan weighed the options in his mind, so he decided to deliberately reveal a weakness to lure Feng Shi into making an aggressive move. Seeing this, a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. By the time Feng Shi realized what was happening, it was too late. A cold glint appeared first, followed by the spear flying out like a dragon. As soon as Lu Yuan thrust out his spear, he flicked it sharply, sending Feng Shi's broadsword flying to the side of the arena. One side lost its weapon. The outcome is obvious. Lu Yuan wins. The referee announced the result on the ring. Upon closer inspection, his expression subtly revealed a hint of lingering enjoyment. As expected of a specially recruited freshman from Shenzhen University, you played a truly spectacular game. The referee sighed inwardly. Even as a second-tier ability user, he couldn't put on such a spectacular showdown as they did. Feng Shi clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lu Yuan and said earnestly, "Brother Lu Yuan, I have learned a great deal." Lu Yuan mimicked his tone, clasping his hands in a fist salute and replying, "Brother Feng Shi, you flatter me." It has to be said that only when you compete against someone of equal skill level can you truly enjoy the thrill. He also discovered several shortcomings in himself which he will likely be able to improve upon. After stepping off the stage, Feng Shi readily fulfilled the agreement, transferring the agreed-upon 100,000 blue star coins into Lu Yuan's bank card without missing a single penny. After receiving the transfer, Lu Yuan asked, "Brother Feng Shi, have you had breakfast today?" Feng Shi scratched his head and chuckled, "You haven't eaten, and I bet you haven't either. How about we go have breakfast together?" Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. He ordered a basket of xiaolong bao, soup dumplings, and a bowl of soy milk. Feng Shi's amount was almost several times that of Lu Yuan's. The two ate and chatted. "Brother Lu Yuan, could you tell me what the underground world is like?" Feng Shi asked, having just taken a bite of the fried dough stick. This is the question Feng Shi has been wanting to ask since yesterday. Although some pictures can be found online, they seem dull and uninteresting. He would much rather hear other people's first-hand accounts. "I went to the underground world near Jiangjiang City, which is roughly like a forest." Lu Yuan recounted his experiences in the underground world. Feng Shi listened, nodding repeatedly, his eyes filled with longing. He had made up his mind to join a team and explore the underground world. Since there are no security cameras at home, it doesn't matter if I keep it from them. After having breakfast and replenishing his energy, Lu Yuan did not go straight back to his dormitory to rest. Instead, he chose to go to the superpower hall set up by the school to practice. Top-tier institutions like Shenzhen Superpower University have exclusive contracts with numerous superpower academies across China. These facilities for people with special abilities naturally include Ice and Snow Superpowers Hall. Fengyang City doesn't have any such superpower academies, but this place has one of the same type as his, so Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't miss it. The Ice and Snow Ability Hall was founded by Yi Qingyue, an 8th-rank grandmaster who awakened the SS-level ability, Divine Frost Mystic Ice. Unfortunately, Yi Qingyue's influence still cannot compare to that of the owners of the Fighting Ability Hall and the Blazing Flame Ability Hall. After all, those two were both 9th-tier experts, among the very few in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, Ice-type ability users are extremely rare, and the Ice and Snow Ability Hall has only been established for a short time. Therefore, it is not located throughout the country. In places like Lu Yuan's hometown of Fengyang City, there is no Ice and Snow Ability Hall. To facilitate students' training, Shenzhen Superpower University has specially designated an area for building a superpower hall. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan had already ridden the shared electric bike and approached the area. He looked up and gazed into the distance. Fighting Ability Hall, Flame Ability Hall, Deep Water Ability Hall. Several tall and magnificent buildings stand here. Because of the different superpowers, the designs of each building are also different. Without exception, these buildings exude a magnificent aura that stirs the soul. Seeing this, Lu Yuan slightly opened his mouth, secretly sighing in his heart. As shared electric bikes get closer and closer, he noticed that ability halls with higher awakening rates during awakening ceremonies, such as the Fighting Ability Hall and the Blazing Ability Hall, had significantly more visitors. As for abilities with lower awakening probabilities, such as grass and ice types, the number of visitors to the related ability halls has decreased significantly. Storm Ability Hall, Asakusa Ability Hall, Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Lu Yuan drove all the way to the entrance of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall before parking the shared electric car in the designated spot. We were too far away to see clearly just now. Now, Lu Yuan can finally get a full view of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall from the front. The entire building is predominantly ice blue, with snowflake symbols hanging from the top and small snow effects added to the sides. Various elements are cleverly integrated and arranged perfectly, vividly showcasing a strong ice-themed style. Directly in front of the building, the 5 large characters Ice and Snow Ability Hall are written in a vigorous and elegant style. It's really well built. Lu Yuan sincerely praised it. It's a bit of a shame that, although the Ice and Snow Ability Hall is beautifully built, it's as deserted as the ice element it represents, with almost no one visiting it. After sighing, Lu Yuan stepped into the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. As soon as I entered, a chilling blast of cold air hit me. He looked up at the temperature display on the wall and found that the indoor temperature was less than 10 degrees Celsius. Excellent, excellent. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of enjoyment improvement on his face. After all, he is an ice-type ability user, so his comfortable temperature is naturally lower. The chill here is a feeling that his dormitory's air conditioning can't provide. Look away from the temperature display and around. Aside from continuing the exterior's ice blue color scheme, the interior decoration of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall is actually quite similar to the Fighting Ability Hall he had visited before. It's just that this Superpower Center is located on the campus of Shenzhen Superpower University, rather than in his hometown of Fengyang City, so it's larger in scale. Just as Lu Yuan seemed a little confused and curious, a staff member in uniform greeted him with a smile. "Is this your first time here? Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" The staff member was a few years older than Lu Yuan, with a bright smile that gave people a very warm and comfortable feeling. Lu Yuan nodded, smiled slightly, and said, "Yes, I have awakened an S-level ice-type ability, currently at the lower level of the first tier, and I use a spear as my weapon. This is my first time here. Could you recommend a suitable training room for me? Since it's your first time here and you're unfamiliar with the environment, it's best to be honest about your situation and ask the staff for recommendations." S-rank ice-type ability. The staff member's eyes widened in surprise. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuan asked, frowning slightly. The other person waved their hand and gave an awkward smile. She graduated from a nearby university 2 years ago and came here because she couldn't find an ideal job. The work is easier. Over the past 2 years, she has diligently and responsibly received many students, but the highest level she has ever met is A-level ability users. She has never encountered an S-level user. The main reason is that there are very few students who are born with S-level ice-type superpowers. It is rare to find even one in the whole country every year. Not to mention, there's also the competition from the Shanghai University of Superpowers. And the handsome little brother in front of her was actually the first one she had ever seen. After a moment of contemplation, the staff member said, "I suggest you go to the C-level training room on the second floor. It's more suitable for your current level." "A C-level training room, okay, how much?" Lu Yuan asked as he took out his student ID from his pocket. 1,000 blue star coins per hour, less than 1 hour will be charged as 1 hour. The staff member answered. Lu Yuan took the key and went straight up to the second floor. Use the key to open the door and step into your own training room. To his surprise, the entire room was not only filled with energy, but also piled with thick ice and snow. Scooping up a small handful of ice and snow and letting it fall into his palm, Lu Yuan sensed that this ice and snow was not ordinary, natural ice and snow, but a special kind of ice and snow that was specially designed to assist in the absorption of elemental energy. He found a place and began practicing his marksmanship, sitting cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy. Time slipped away quietly, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. That was so refreshing. Lu Yuan opened his previously tightly closed eyes, exhaled a breath of stale air, and felt a sense of satisfaction. This feeling was something he could never experience in the fighting ability gym before. Soon, when he left the training room to retrieve his student ID, he paid 4,000 blue star coins. This means that he practiced for a full 4 hours this morning. "Welcome to come again next time," the staff member said with a sweet smile. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and then left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. As soon as he stepped out of the automatic door, he subconsciously glanced to his right, at the spot where he had parked his shared electric scooter. Besides the shared electric bikes, his gaze was also drawn to a slender figure emerging from the Asakusa Supernatural Ability Hall next door. She had delicate features and fair skin. Her ponytail was tied high with a red ribbon, making her look both clean and neat. She was wearing a rather loose-fitting outfit, but it still couldn't hide her beautiful figure. Those fair and slender legs were perfectly rounded and shapely, making people exclaim that they were truly the masterpiece of the creator. This girl was Xia Qingyin, from the dormitory opposite Lu Yuan's. A baby deep-sea dragon was following closely behind her, trying to keep up with her. "Master, wait for me, wait for me," the cub said anxiously to Xia Qingyin. "I'm sorry, master, I'll never do it again," Boo-hoo had confessed. "Oomph, you think there will be a next time?" Xia Qingyin crossed her arms and snorted coldly. This was Xia Qingyin's punishment for her companion beast repeatedly slacking off during her morning training. "She's really great, just like a heroine straight out of a comic book," Lu Yuan thought to himself. He glanced at her with admiration for a couple of seconds, then looked away, hopped on a shared electric scooter parked next to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, and immediately headed for the nearest cafeteria to replenish his energy. Days passed by, and today is the 6th day since Lu Yuan arrived at Shenzhen Superpower University as a specially recruited freshman. Meanwhile, the Firefox team at the Jiangjiang City Superpower Base finally escaped the other world and returned to the real world. Not long after, Zhou Wan sent Lu Yuan a message. "Lu Yuan, according to our team's revenue sharing rules, you can receive 30% of the total revenue for the first 3 days. 30%? That much?" Lu Yuan was surprised and immediately replied upon seeing the message. "The more you work, the more you earn. Your performance in the first 3 days was outstanding, far exceeding our expectations. According to the profit sharing rules, you and I will each get 30%, and Wang Hu, Huang Hao, and Su Lu will share 40% together. There's no need to hesitate hesitate, just accept it. Since Zhou Wan said so, Lu Yuan couldn't refuse. By the way, do you want points or to exchange them for blue star coins? We're currently at the Zhengzhan City ability base. I can exchange them for you on the spot if you need them. Let's stick with blue star coins. Although it's more cost-effective to purchase resources using points at the Zhengzhan City superpower base. But after doing the math, Lu Yuan discovered that using blue star coins at school was actually more cost-effective. After all, this is a top university in the country, so the preferential treatment is naturally far superior to that of the superpower base. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan received the payment from Zhou Wan. The total is 89,680 blue star coins, which is close to 90,000. Even he hadn't expected that he would earn such a fortune after only 2.5 days of hunting ferocious beasts in the underground world. The suit was almost undamaged and could still be used, so the cost wasn't factored in. His actual expenses were only one bottle of disinfectant used when he accidentally cut himself on the roadside grass on the first day of his journey, and 2 bottles of energy replenishment potions. The total cost was less than 30,000. In other words, this hunt netted them a profit of 60,000. Earning 20,000 yuan a day was a goal he never even dared to dream of, but now it can be achieved with ease. No wonder so many people with superpowers know it's dangerous, but once they get involved, they can never get out. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered silently. Enjoying the huge profits from hunting ferocious beasts, how could he possibly go back to doing a job with a fixed salary? He suddenly remembered that he had used a bottle of calming potion that Zhou Wan had given him when he left. Sister Zhou, how much is that bottle of calming potion? I'll transfer the money to you. Realizing this, Lu Yuan sent Zhou Wan a message. No need, no need. We're on the same team. It's only right that we help each other. Zhou Wan replied quickly. Let's keep things separate, Sister Zhou, just tell me. Lu Yuan is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. After all, even brothers need to keep clear accounts. Okay, that's 12,000 blue star coins in total. Transfer it to me. Zhou Wan replied with a hint of helplessness. Actually, Zhou Wan, who was watching the screen, was in a particularly good mood at that moment. She felt fortunate that she had made the right choice back then. Bringing a new player with both impressive skills and a great personality to the team is truly a great deal. After Lu Yuan transferred the blue star coins to Zhou Wan, a thought struck him, and he brought up the system panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 560. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, lower first tier. Mental strength, 142 Hz. Chi and blood, 246 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, beginner. On the second night in the underground world, I had 450 evolution points. It wasn't until the third day, after hunting some ferocious beasts, that I accumulated 560 points. After his first visit to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, Lu Yuan took the relevant medicines on time and insisted on cultivating in the hall for at least 6 hours every day. Although his efforts over the past few days did not result in his marksmanship skill, his overall skill level once again showed in. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan chose to break through his cultivation level once again. Evolution points minus 560. Realm, lower first tier, middle first tier. A familiar feeling welled up, and Lu Yuan quickly sat up straight, meditating upright like a sharp sword, closing his eyes to quietly feel the surging energy within his body. Meanwhile, in the dormitory across the street, having just finished washing clothes and carrying them to dry, Xia Qingyin, thanks to her special ability, Natural Spiritual Essence, possessed extraordinary sensory abilities. They actually sensed a faint burst of elemental energy coming from the dormitory across the way. The slight here is relative to Xia Qingyin, since the two are separated by a main road. Even from this distance, Xia Qingyin could still sense it. Besides her extremely strong perception, this also shows that the energy burst from the opposite dormitory was extremely strong. Such a powerful burst of elemental energy, could it be that the student opposite has broken through to a higher realm again? This was Xia Qingyin's first reaction. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. The reason is simple. The student opposite him had only recently officially entered the realm of superhumans, specifically the lower level of the first tier. How could he have broken through to the first order mid-level in just a few days? If it wasn't a breakthrough in cultivation level, then why was the Yuan energy bursting out so intensely? Xia Qingyin blinked, her heart filled with curiosity. She decided to wait until the energy burst subsided before going to the dormitory across the street to find out the truth. Nearly an hour has passed. The burst of energy finally dissipated completely, and even with the use of her special ability, Natural Spiritual Essence, Xia Qingyin could not sense any fluctuation. Now we can finally find out the source of the energy burst. Xia Qingyin pondered to herself. She left her dormitory and arrived at the entrance of Lu Yuan's dormitory. Just as he raised his hand to knock on the door, Xia Qingyin raised an eyebrow, thought about it carefully, and realized that it would be too sudden to just run over and ask someone else. She went back to her dorm room and took out 2 slices of chilled watermelon from the refrigerator. It's the hottest time of the year now. Moreover, the student in the opposite dormitory dormitory is an ice-type ability user, so he would probably like to eat chilled watermelon. Holding 2 slices of chilled watermelon, Xia Qingyin knocked on the door. At this moment, inside Lu Yuan's dormitory, as the surging energy within his body gradually stabilized, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. With a thought, he brought up the control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 0. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental scale, 172 Hz. Qi and blood, 296 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D. Beginner. My mental state improved by 30 Hz, and my energy and blood increased by 50 calories. After a brief comparison, Lu Yuan nodded slightly, very satisfied with the gains from breaking through his cultivation level. Looking around, he noticed a chill in the air, with some corners even covered in a thin layer of frost. They're incredibly powerful. Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, just as he was about to get up. Master, someone's ringing the doorbell. Xiaoya's voice rang out in the room. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, wondering who would ring the doorbell. However, he didn't think much of it. He figured he'd find out once he went down and saw for himself. He walked down the spiral staircase and arrived at the dormitory entrance. Upon opening the door, a graceful young woman in a thin white short-sleeved shirt stood before you. She has delicate features and a high-nose bridge. Her long black hair was not tied up with red ribbon as usual, but instead cascaded down like a waterfall. The girl was holding 2 slices of chilled watermelon, and it was unclear what she intended to do. Hello, I'm Xia Qingyin. I live in the dorm across from yours. She chuckled and introduced herself confidently. A beautiful woman's smile is always incredibly infectious. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and replied, Hello, I'm Lu Yuan. What can I do for you? He couldn't help but glance at Xia Qingyin's ample bosom, then subconsciously looked at the chilled watermelon in her hand. Chilled watermelon, that's the best thing about summer. What's even better is that these 2 slices of chilled watermelon are seedless, making each bite incredibly refreshing. Lu Yuan, since you want some, here you go. Xia Qingyin smiled knowingly and handed him 2 slices of chilled watermelon. After taking the chilled watermelon, Lu Yuan asked, You can't just give me a chilled watermelon, can you? Just tell me what's on your mind. Since he said that, Xia Qingyin no longer hesitated and asked directly, I felt a strong burst of elemental energy here when I was in the dormitory, and I wanted to come here specifically to ask what was going on. You can sense it even in the dorm? Is it that strong? Lu Yuan scratched his head and asked with a smile. Xia Qingyin explained, The superpower I awakened is called Natural Spirit, which allows me to sense a certain degree of superpower fluctuations. Since it's a sensory ability, I'm standing right in front of you now. You should be able to sense my presence, right? Lu Yuan smiled faintly, releasing his supernatural aura without any concealment. So you really have broken through to the next level. Mid-level of the first rank. Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and her cherry-like mouth opened slightly. She was utterly shocked. From the moment Lu Yuan appeared before her, her supernatural abilities indicated that he had recently broken through his cultivation level and was now approximately at the mid-level of the first rank. But she still couldn't believe it. How could someone break through at such an astonishing speed? However, Lu Yuan himself admitted it, and coupled with his undisguised aura of supernatural power, faced with the facts, Xia Qingyin had no choice but to accept them. Lu Yuan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'll head back now. Coming to her senses, Xia Qingyin forced herself to remain calm, smiled, and turned to leave. This girl is quite interesting. Lu Yuan didn't linger at the door. He took 2 slices of chilled watermelon and went into the dormitory, where he immediately began to enjoy them. I must say, this chilled watermelon is crisp and sweet, absolutely top-notch. On the other side, Xia Qingyin returned to her dormitory, her chest heaving slightly, a sense of urgency rising in her heart. Lu Yuan had only been in school for a few days when he jumped 2 levels, becoming a mid-level first-tier ability user from an awakened one. Although she awakened her supernatural abilities ahead of time and entered the school at the mid-level of the first tier, she has remained stagnant ever since, without any significant improvement. No. Xia Qingyin shook her head gently, a thought suddenly flashing through her mind. Could it be that Lu Yuan entered the underground world for this reason? Xia Qingyin originally planned to explore the underground world after the freshman competition ended and the school opened the passage. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. Now, she's decided to try venturing into the underground world ahead of time. Don't let her unassuming appearance fool you. Her companion beast is actually a growth-type creature, and it's already at the mid-level of the first tier. Moreover, it is a noble dragon, whose combat power is far superior to that of ordinary ferocious beasts. As long as safety is guaranteed, there shouldn't be any problems. The baby deep-sea dragon, who was sleeping on the sofa, was woken up by Xia Qingyin shaking him. Master, what are you doing? That cute, childlike voice rang out. It slowly opened its eyes, still not understanding what had happened. Wake up, we're going to the underground world soon, Xia Qingyin immediately announced. Why, Master, didn't you say we were going to rest today? The deep-sea dragon cub swayed its tail gently, its face full of confusion. Ahem, you'll definitely get plenty of rest best time next time. Xia Qingyin smiled and coaxed him. Oh, okay then. At this moment, the deep-water dragon cub was fully awake. It was also the 7th day since Lu Yuan entered the Shenzhen University of Superpowers. He walked out of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall with a satisfied and content expression. Just then, my phone vibrated slightly in my pocket. Someone messaged me. Lu Yuan took out his phone, opened it, and took a look. Junior brother Lu, are you there? It turned out to be a message from Hu Dahai. Since they parted ways at the cafeteria entrance a few days ago and exchanged contact information, they have hardly chatted at all. Lu Yuan was curious about what Hu Dahai would say upon suddenly receiving his message. Senior Hu, I'm here. What's up? Thinking it over, Lu Yuan quickly replied. Professor Qin is back. He wants you to visit him tomorrow. News of Hu Dahai followed shortly afterward. Professor Qin is back. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated suddenly, his heart trembled, and he could not hide his excitement. After the initial excitement subsided, he calmly asked, do I need to bring any gifts? After all, it was my first time visiting my mentor, so I couldn't go empty-handed. But choosing a gift is a delicate matter. If it's too expensive, it hurts to buy it, and if it's too cheap, it's inappropriate. Finding the right one is harder than climbing to heaven. Therefore, the most reliable way is to ask Hu Dahai, the student 1 year ahead of your advisor. No need to bring a gift, just come directly. Hu Dahai replied as follows. It's really nice that Professor Qin doesn't need a gift. I really like this kind of great mentor. Relax when you go. Your mentor definitely won't make things difficult for you. You're the only student in our school who has awakened in S-level Ice-type ability, so your admission is basically guaranteed, and the chances of being accepted as a disciple are also very high. Do your best. Hu Dahai sent another message. Don't worry, I will. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and replied to the past. Afterwards, he rode a shared electric scooter from the entrance of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to the nearest cafeteria. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar-looking person riding an electric scooter ahead of him at the location of the Rock Ability Hall. Lu Yuan looked closely and suddenly recognized it. Isn't that a square stone? Oh, I see. He immediately turned the handlebars and sped up. When the electric scooter was about to catch up with Fengshi, he shouted loudly, Brother Fengshi. Fengshi immediately replied, Brother Lu Yuan. Then he deliberately slowed down to keep pace with Lu Yuan. Brother Lu Yuan, I didn't expect you to be training at the Supernatural Abilities Hall too. I was just about to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Would you like to come along? Fengshi spoke first. Perfect timing. I'm hungry too. Let's go together. Lu Yuan gladly accepted Fengshi's invitation. Not long after, the two parked their electric scooter in front of a cafeteria at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Lu Yuan ordered 2 servings of green pepper, beef, and egg fried rice, plus a large bowl of warm and delicious black chicken soup. Training in the Superpower Hall consumes a great deal of physical strength, so it's natural to eat more to replenish energy. However, Fengshi's appetite was astonishing. For servings of green pepper and beef fried rice, 2 large bowls of tender and flavorful corn and pork rib soup, and even 2 large flatbreads. Lu Yuan knew very well that, judging from Fengshi's tone and personality, he must be from the northern part of the Great Xia Kingdom. For them, flatbread is an indispensable staple food on the table. Although Fengshi doesn't look fat at all, but rather strong and muscular, he clearly exercises diligently. Otherwise, he would have become incredibly overweight by now. Oh, right, Brother Lu Yuan. I forgot to tell you last time, one of the specially recruited freshmen this year has awakened an S-level fire-type ability. You'd better be extra careful in the upcoming ability competition. Fengshi had just taken a big gulp of corn and pork rib soup when he kindly offered this reminder. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze filled with vigilance. Although Ice-type characters are rare, they are not easily obtained during awakening ceremonies. However, it is countered by the most common fire-based abilities. Moreover, this kind of restraint far exceeds the general restraint that Ice-type has over Grass-type. At the same level and realm, or even with a difference of 1 or 2 minor realms, Ice-type abilities are easily melted by Fire-type abilities. Once the ice melts into water, the water no longer contains any elemental energy. It is just ordinary water and cannot threaten flames of hundreds or even thousands of degrees. Even if your ability level is slightly higher, you must never let your guard down. Early in the morning, filled with excitement about his upcoming visit to Professor Qin, Lu Yuan got up. It's so early now, of course we can't go straight to Professor Qin's house. So he left the dormitory and decided to run a short lap around the dormitory area for a morning run. Morning runs are very helpful in improving physical fitness. Since arriving at Shenzhen Superpower University, Lu Yuan has been going for a morning run almost every day, except when he's in the other world. Sometimes, you might even run into Xia Qingyin from the dorm across the hall, who's also jogging in the morning. After his morning run, Lu Yuan's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Appetite also increases significantly. After having a hearty meal at a nearby canteen, I hopped on a shared electric scooter, bought some fruit, and then headed towards Qin Tianlong's residence, which I remembered. More than 20 minutes passed quietly. Qin Tianlong's residence came into view. Like Like Lu Yuan's dormitory, it was also a two-story villa. After parking his car, Lu Yuan walked to his residence. As Lu Yuan got closer, he noticed an older man standing at the door, seemingly waiting for someone. Needless to say, this person should be the butler that senior who mentioned. Beside him stood a burly, upright middle-aged man with sharp eyes. He was clearly a bodyguard. Although Instructor Chin is a 7th-tier ice-type master, the bodyguard's strength is definitely inferior to his. Rather than bodyguards, they are more like alarm officers, primarily serving a vigilant role. Lu Yuan quickly tidied his hair and clothes to make sure he looked composed and not frivolous, then walked towards the two people who were looking at him. Seeing this, the butler vaguely guessed his identity and stepped forward as well. "You must be Lu Yuan, right?" "Yes, I am Lu Yuan." Hearing the butler's words, Lu Yuan nodded in response. "Professor Chin is already waiting for you inside. Come with me." The butler waved, signaling Lu Yuan to follow. The two walked all the way to the door of Professor Chin's residence. The butler opened the door and gestured for Lu Yuan to go in. At this crucial moment, it's impossible not to be nervous. Lu Yuan's throat bobbed slightly as he tried to calm his anxiety before stepping inside. Entering Qin Tianlong's residence, Lu Yuan soon spotted a figure sitting on the sofa. He was a middle-aged man wearing a long gown. He picked up a ceramic teacup and took a small sip of tea. The sheer aura he unconsciously exuded made Lu Yuan's breath catch in his throat and his heart beat slightly faster. This feeling was somewhat relieved after using my special abilities to suppress it. "Lu Yuan, you've arrived." A voice sounded beside him, and Qin Tianlong's gaze turned towards it. As expected of a 7th-level grandmaster, the oppressive feeling emanating from his gaze was impossible for Lu Yuan to ignore. "Hello, Professor Qin, I am Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his expression calm and composed, neither humble nor arrogant. "Please have a seat." Qin Tianlong pointed to the sofa opposite him. Seeing this, Lu Yuan slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. "Lu Yuan, you're pretty good. Our school hasn't recruited any ice elemental special admission students for 5 years. Qin Tianlong said with a smile. "It was pure luck, pure luck." Lu Yuan scratched his head and smiled. "Let's get straight to the point." Qin Tianlong's smile faded. "Our school's mentors usually select students after the freshman competition, but you should know that mentors can also select students in advance, right?" Lu Yuan answered. Qin Tianlong's words implied that becoming his student was almost a certainty. "Let me guess, you came to me for more than just to become my student, didn't you?" Qin Tianlong picked up his teacup again, took a sip, and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "That's right, Professor Qin, I not only want to be your student, but also your disciple." Lu Yuan made no attempt to hide his true feelings and spoke sincerely. Qin Tianlong responded just as frankly, "Becoming my disciple is very simple, just get into the top 3 in the freshman competition. It doesn't have to be first place, just get into the top 3, that's not too high a requirement, is it?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Student understands." Qin Tianlong smiled and said, "You're a pretty sensible kid. Here's a skill book, take it." As he spoke, he took a skill book from the cabinet next to him and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan picked up the book and looked at it closely. "Ice-breaking technique. This is the skill book for ice-breaking technique, a B-rank skill. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Take it." Qin Tianlong explained, "Ice-breaking technique is a prerequisite skill for my original skill ice explosion technique. Once you officially become my disciple, I will give you the skill book for ice explosion technique as well." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and his heart began to race. It's important to know that Ice Blast is an S-rank skill, with prices often reaching tens of millions, making it virtually impossible for anyone to obtain. Moreover, this is an exclusive skill created by Instructor Qin himself, and its power is stronger than that of ordinary S-level skills. I must be in the top 3 in the freshman competition and become Mentor Qin's disciple. Lu Yuan secretly made up his mind. Suddenly, a crucial question occurred to him, and he blurted out, "What do we Ice-type ability users do when we encounter Fire-type abilities?" Fang Shi once mentioned that one of the specially recruited freshmen this year had awakened an S-level Fire-type ability user and was extremely self-controlled. It would be terrible if I accidentally ran into him in the freshman competition and got eliminated early. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Yuan naturally sought advice from the authoritative Instructor Qin. After listening, Qin Tianlong pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Ice-type is naturally countered by Fire-type. Unless your strength far surpasses your opponents, you must never confront them head-on. The first strategy is to raise a Water-type companion beast. Fire beats ice, but water beats fire." Qin Tianlong's gaze swept towards Lu Yuan. "Do you have a Water-type companion beast?" Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. "Forget about Water-type companion beasts, he doesn't even have one now." The second tactic is to strike unexpectedly and catch the opponent off guard. Strike swiftly when the opponent is not paying attention, leaving them no time to react. However, at your current stage, there is a third solution. Qin Tianlong paused briefly, then continued, "The data shows that you and I both use spears as weapons, right? As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. You can use your spear to to suddenly unleash your inner energy and knock the opponent's weapon away, then deliver a fatal blow while they are stunned. Lu Yuan understood and realized that he needed to study his marksmanship more. After saying this, Qin Tianlong asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Lu Yuan replied, "No, for the time being. By the way, you can go to the library later and pick out a body tempering technique that suits you. If you want my recommendation, it would be mysterious nether ice soul body. I also learned this body tempering technique myself. If you have any questions, you can come to me for guidance anytime." Qin Tianlong then gave a special reminder. Lu Yuan nodded, keeping these words firmly in mind, and decided to go to the library to find books as soon as he left Qin Tianlong's house. "Please add my contact information first. Feel free to ask me anytime if you have any questions." Qin Tianlong took out his phone. After adding each other's contact information, Lu Yuan had nothing else to do. He simply said goodbye and prepared to leave. "When did you awaken your superpower?" Qin Tianlong asked casually. Lu Yuan casually replied, "About 10 days ago." These words startled Qin Tianlong, his eyes widening as he asked, "Are you sure it really was 10 days ago?" Lu Yuan thought about it carefully and confirmed again, "I'm sure." "Oh dear, there's no need to wait until the freshman competition is over. I'll take you as my disciple right now. Would you be willing?" Qin Tianlong burst into laughter. Qin Tianlong's words left Lu Yuan completely bewildered. He had just said he wanted the top 3 in the freshman competition, but now he was directly taking on disciples? However, Lu Yuan would certainly not refuse such a good offer. He immediately performed the disciple acceptance ceremony, saying, "Disciple Lu Yuan greets master." Qin Tianlong said very good twice, his face full of joy. As for why Qin Tianlong would disregard the requirements of the top 3 in the freshman competition and directly accept Lu Yuan as his disciple, that's because he was able to directly sense that Lu Yuan's current realm was at the mid-level of the first rank, thanks to his extremely strong spiritual attributes. Moreover, this realm is completely real, without any superficiality, and it is obviously achieved through one's own comprehension, not through any medicine. More importantly, Lu Yuan's superpower awakening time actually happened during the awakening ceremony. His ability to break through to the middle level of the first tier in such a short time shows that his comprehension is extremely amazing. Since the student's comprehension is so terrifying, why not accept him as a student? What am I waiting for? Isn't this a waste of a rare gem? Waste is shameful, and Qin Tianlong believed he would never make such a mistake. In short, he decided to make an exception and accept Lu Yuan as his disciple. As agreed, now that you've become my disciple, I'll teach you the ice explosion spell directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianlong walked into a room and took out a skill book that was as thick as a modern Chinese dictionary. "Ice blast, here you go." Qin Tianlong handed the skill book to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. This is an S-rank skill book, quite valuable, yet it was given to him without hesitation. However, this skill book is indeed thick and heavy, comparable to a modern Chinese dictionary. The original plan was to have you learn the basic icebreak spell first to lay a solid foundation, so that it would be easier to learn Ice Blast later. However, since your comprehension is so amazing, it would definitely be easier to skip the previous steps and learn Ice Blast directly, Qin Tianlong said with a satisfied expression. After all, Lu Yuan is not only a specially recruited Ice-type freshman who hasn't been seen for 5 years, but his comprehension is also terrifying. As the dean of the Ice Academy at Shenzhen Superpower University, how could Qin Tianlong be dissatisfied? "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." Lu Yuan added a sentence. These words pleased Qin Tianlong greatly. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. Therefore, Qin Tianlong made a decision on the spot. He decided to personally take Lu Yuan to the library to borrow the body tempering technique Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body so that Lu Yuan could learn it anytime, anywhere. There's a world of difference between letting Lu Yuan go to the library on his own and having him personally take him there. The library rules of Shenzhen Superpower University stipulate that all skill books and body tempering techniques can only be borrowed from the library, and the time restrictions are extremely strict. There was no other way. Shenzhen Superpower University had a large number of students and limited resources, so the school had to take this measure. However, it can only be kept in the library and cannot be taken away. Plus there are strict time restrictions. This will inevitably reduce learning efficiency significantly. However, there's always a way out. There's always a chance for things to turn around. With his status as the dean of the Ice Element Academy as a guarantor, it would be very easy to borrow a copy of Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body directly. Therefore, the environment at Shenzhen University of Superpowers is not fair. In fact, this is true for the entire world of superpowers. Resources always gravitate towards the strong. Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan had just left his residence. Qin Tianlong let out a low shout and took out a containment sphere from his spatial ring. A flash of light appeared, and a huge ice blue eagle appeared before him. This eagle has sharp talons and keen eyesight, as if it could capture its target instantly once it locks onto it. Xiaoyu is my companion beast. Let's take it first. The library is quite far from here. With Xiaoyu's help, we can save a lot of time. Qin Tianlong Tianlong explained. The two sat one in front of the other on the back of an ice blue eagle. Hold on tight, I'm about to take off. After receiving affirmative responses from both of them, the eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. The eagle's back is broad enough for two people to sit comfortably. It gently flaps its wings and soars hundreds of meters in the air. Lu Yuan then witnessed a completely new world. He opened his eyes wide and looked around with great curiosity. Those towering buildings that were usually towering appeared much smaller in his eyes at that moment. Moreover, the eagle activates a mental barrier during flight, blocking most of the airflow. It flew very fast, but all Lu Yuan felt was a gentle breeze on his face. Since you said that you can rely on water-type companion beasts to fight against fire-type ability users, why did you choose ice-type companion beasts? Wouldn't that make you doubly countered by fire? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Qin Tianlong explained. Play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Your companion beast of the same element can slightly accelerate your growth under the influence of the contract relationship, and at the same time, it will also enhance the power of that element. The signal remains stable even at an altitude of several hundred meters. After asking the question, Lu Yuan casually sent Hu Dahai a message of good news. Great, I've become Teacher Qin's disciple. About a minute later, Hu Dahai saw the message and quickly sent his congratulations. Congratulations, Junior Lu. To gain Professor Qin's approval so quickly and become his disciple, it seems that junior brother Lu is really about to take off. Hu Dahai thought to himself in front of the screen. He had already foreseen Lu Yuan's bright future. Soon after, the eagle landed and the two arrived at the school library. The library was built extremely luxuriously, in no way inferior to a teaching building. People came and went in front of the door, some chatting and laughing, others reading silently with their heads down. There are quite a few students who have taken time out of their schedules to study. The sight made Lu Yuan exclaim in amazement. Let's go, I'll take you straight in, Qin Tianlong said. Okay, Teacher Qin, Lu Yuan replied. The two entered the library. Welcome to the library. Please show your student ID. The staff member greeted warmly, then smiled even more enthusiastically and said, Isn't this Dean Qin? May I ask what brings you here? Qin Tianlong asked with a smile. I've come to borrow a body tempering technique called Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body for my disciple. Is that alright? Of course. You and your disciple wait here, and I'll have someone bring the book right away. The staff members had smiles on their faces. Look, isn't that Dean Qin from the Ice Academy? What's he doing in the library? Wait a minute. There's another student next to Dean Qin. I heard that one of the specially recruited freshmen this year is an ice-type student. Could he be Dean Qin's new disciple? It's only been a few days, isn't it a bit too hasty? In the free speech area on the first floor of the library, students noticed this scene and began to whisper among themselves. After more than 10 minutes, a staff member hurriedly carried an equally heavy book and ran towards the library's reception area. Dean Qin, here is the body tempering technique you requested. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body. The staff handed the book to Qin Tianlong. Wow, it's an S-rank body tempering technique. I'm so envious that he can take it out to sea. Is this the treatment for the dean's disciples? Don't look at me like that. I'm not jealous, I just ate a lemon. The students whispered among themselves again, their eyes all turning to Lu Yuan standing next to Qin Tianlong. To become Dean Qin's disciple right after enrolling in school means his future prospects are limitless. Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan ignored the discussions among their classmates. After obtaining the mysterious netherworld ice soul body, the two turned around and left the library. Qin Tianlong said, Let's go back to my place first, and I'll teach you some key points of the mysterious nether ice soul body. Lu Yuan nodded, and then rode Xiaoyu with Qin Tianlong. Hold on tight, everyone, I'm about to take off. The two of them and Xiaoyu flew back to Qin Tianlong's residence from the library. Qin Tianlong explained slowly, body tempering techniques are divided into 4 types: tempering bones, tempering organs, tempering meridians, and tempering flesh and blood. They are arranged from shallow to deep in the order of bones, organs, meridians, and flesh and blood, which are called the 1st to the 4th level. Body tempering techniques of grade B and below only go up to the 4th level. Grade A and grade S body tempering techniques can be used for secondary tempering, that is, to temper the bones, organs, meridians and flesh in sequence, to reach the 5th to 8th level. These tempering parts are all basic, so there is a certain connection between different body tempering techniques, and the cost of switching to a body tempering technique of the same system is not high. But if you come into contact with SS level or higher body tempering techniques in the future, you will need to continue to extend your understanding of the same level S level body tempering technique and master the 9th level or higher of body tempering. It should be noted that SS level and above body tempering techniques cannot be transferred. If you want to transfer, you can only start over from the previous S level foundation. Qin Tianlong explained the body tempering technique in detail, and Lu Yuan listened attentively, memorizing it. Seeing that Lu Yuan's eyes were not confused, Qin Tianlong nodded in satisfaction and said, Alright, now I'll guide you through the basics. Open the mysterious nether ice soul body, and I'll teach you how to temper your bones. Lu Yuan did as instructed. The human body has 206 206 bones, including 29 skull bones, 51 trunk bones, and 126 limb bones. These 126 limb bones are further divided into 64 upper limb bones and 62 lower limb bones. Following the method of the profound nether ice soul body, use the ice-type supernatural power in your body to guide and temper all 206 bones, and you will reach the first level of the profound nether ice soul body. Qin Tianlong provided further explanation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and his gaze became serious. It actually takes tempering all 206 bones of the human body to reach the first level. How long will it take to train like this? It's a long and arduous journey. However, after receiving an answer to his long-awaited question to the system, Lu Yuan's emotions gradually calmed down, because he knew that body tempering technique could also be used to break through using evolution points. In that case, the problem isn't so big anymore. Now we'll begin tempering your bones. The first time will definitely be very painful. You'll have to endure it, Qin Tianlong announced. Disciple understands. Lu Yuan nodded, already mentally prepared. The lesson has officially begun. Just as Qin Tianlong said, when I first came into contact with the body tempering technique, the pain of tempering my bones was simply unbearable. The body's internal energy is deliberately guided and constantly impacts the bones. Only those who have experienced it can understand that feeling. This made Lu Yuan feel like he had thorns in his back, making him restless and uneasy. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered, gradually getting used to it, and the pain subsided. After getting used to it, this pain was nothing to Lu Yuan. On the contrary, it brought a strange sense of enjoyment. Unfortunately, Qin Tianlong had warned that bone tempering should not be rushed, otherwise it would be very difficult to even get out of bed the next day. More importantly, being too eager for quick results may sow the seeds of future problems and create obstacles on the path of cultivation. After receiving Qin Tianlong's meticulous guidance for a whole morning, Lu Yuan has already mastered how to guide the Yuan energy within his body to temper his bones. Therefore, around noon, Lu Yuan bid farewell to Qin Tianlong. After having lunch to replenish his energy, he immediately went to the ice-type ability hall to begin practicing marksmanship, tempering his bones, and taking medicine to absorb elemental energy for cultivation. Throughout the entire day, relying entirely on his own efforts, Lu Yuan actually tempered a total of 11 bones. This progress, it'll take another 2 weeks or so. It's still a bit slow. Lu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If others knew his thoughts, they would probably be shocked. He thought 2 weeks was too slow? As expected, the underground world is where I can improve my strength the fastest. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Speaking of which, the bloodlust within me has almost dissipated, and it's time for me to re-enter the underground world. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan took the initiative to send a message to Zhou Wan. Sister Zhou, when is our team's next trip into the underground world? A few minutes later, Zhou Wan replied, our team usually goes into the underground world twice a month, and each operation lasts about a week. We just got back yesterday, and we'll have to wait a few more days before we can go in again. Lu Yuan replied to the message. Once the bloodthirsty energy within me completely dissipates in the next few days, I'll have nothing to worry about. I'll take advantage of this time to see if I can master the basics of Ice Blast. Earlier, Lu Yuan learned through the system that as long as the skill reached the entry level, that is, a basic understanding, you can use evolution points to upgrade your skills to basic proficiency. In that case, he could directly cast Ice Explosion. Fantasy may be wonderful, but reality is cruel. Lu Yuan originally planned to use this time to practice the Ice Explosion technique to the basics. After several days of hard study, he only grasped a tiny bit of the basics. Furthermore, Ice Blast does not appear on the skill panel, so it cannot be upgraded with evolution points. Time flies, and a few days passed quickly. After this period of rigorous training, Lu Yuan's attributes have significantly improved. I am still incredibly excited to be stepping into the underground world again. After all, the underground world is full of evolution points. How could one not be captivated by it? With a thought, the skill panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 0. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 174 Hz. Chi and blood, 301 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D. Beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. Level 0. It's truly gratifying that my blood and energy levels have exceeded 300 calories. It's worth mentioning that a new body tempering technique item has been added to the panel, but it's only at level 0. In addition, Qin Tianlong later gave Lu Yuan a book titled Complete Guide to Basic Fighting Techniques. He said that people with superpowers cannot fight with weapons alone. Learning martial arts is equally important. At everyone, assemble at the Jiangjian City Superpower Base at 12 noon tomorrow. Zhou Wan added Lu Yuan to the team's group chat. That evening, she sent this message in the group chat. Huang Hao replied, received. Huang Hao was the first to reply received, and soon after, the others also said they had received it. After setting his alarm, Lu Yuan fell into a deep sleep at just 9 o'clock in the evening. Upon returning to the underground world, Lu Yuan naturally needed to make thorough preparations and conserve his energy. The night passed, and Lu Yuan got up early. Brush your teeth and wash your face, put on your battle gear, shoulder your weapons, and head out. The movements are swift and decisive. As Lu Yuan stepped out the door, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Xia Qingyin from the opposite dormitory since she asked him a question. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, it's someone else's private matter, and there's no point in meddling in it. I rode a shared electric bike outside the dormitory to the school gate and then took the nearby subway. A few hours later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Jiangjiang City Special Abilities base again. Lu Yuan, over here, over here. As soon as she stepped into the base gate, Zhou Wan saw him and waved for him to come over. Hearing the shouts, Lu Yuan nodded slightly and then walked over. At this moment, Zhou Wan was staring at the crowd waiting at the entrance of the base. Huan Hao was looking down at his phone, chatting and typing with someone. He had a smile on his face, but who knows what he was talking about. Wang Hu, standing to the side, remained silent, simply wiping the double-edged axe in his hand. The axe blade reflected a cold, sharp light. Lu Yuan, how was it? How was your first time entering the underground world? Huan Hao put down his phone and spoke first. Not bad, I guess. Lu Yuan remained calm and spoke the truth. After all, the other party gave him several hundred evolution points and tens of thousands of blue star coins, which was quite a generous treatment. You're so calm. I wasn't as composed as you back then. Huan Hao smiled and patted him on the shoulder. By the way, when are we going into the underground world? Lu Yuan then asked. Su Lu is exchanging for the necessary medicines. She should be back in a few minutes. Zhou Wan replied. Sure enough, within a few minutes, Su Lu returned carrying several bottles of medicine. Zhou Wan turned around and announced to everyone, the entire Firefox team is here, ready to enter the underground world. Following Zhou Wan, the group underwent an inspection and entered the familiar Jiangjiang city through an underground passage. Lu Yuan looked around. The guards on the city walls remained on high alert, while the cries of vendors echoed through the streets. And that moon-gazing tower. Well, it seems that nothing has changed in Jiangjiang city. Zhou Wan took out a map, and the members of the Firefox team all crowded around. Points, 0. Are we going to hunt black-spotted deer again this time? Zhou Wan asked. I agree. Yes, either is fine, I have no objection. The other members of the Firefox team responded. Lu Yuan did not raise any objections. Although his strength was enough to rival that of a lower tier or even mid-tier second-order ferocious beast, ferocious beasts included both solitary individuals and groups. After all, one can't fight against many opponents. If he accidentally runs into a pack of ferocious beasts, he'll be left with no one to turn to. Therefore, his plan was to first hunt down first-tier ferocious beasts and steadily increase his strength. Once I've improved my strength further, I'll challenge the second-tier ferocious beasts. Seeing that no one had any objections, Zhou Wan announced, alright, let's set off right now. After passing through the city gate checkpoint, the group maintained their previous formation and left Jiangjiang City. Following the directions indicated on the map, the group headed towards the habitat of the black deer. Along the way, they encountered several low-level first-tier ferocious beasts, most of which were killed by Lu Yuan first. Even if a ferocious beast gets close to others, Lu Yuan will say, wait, I'll kill it. Then he will draw his spear and pierce the beast's body with a single thrust. Although no one understood why he always stole kills, but his enthusiasm was a good thing, so no one said anything and let him do it. You have defeated a tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the jumping pig, and gained 10 evolution points. You have defeated a tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the little bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points plus 10. As the Firefox team continued their journey, Lu Yuan's evolution points also slowly increased. In the underground world, the flow of time is remarkably regular. The sun rises at 6 in the morning and sets at 6 in the evening. Night had fallen. The members of the Firefox team stopped and set up several tents by the stream. The babbling brook sounds like a melodious piece of music. Several unidentified fish were leaping merrily in the water. Upon closer inspection, these fish are large in size and have plump flesh. This undoubtedly means we can have a feast tonight. We're having grilled fish tonight, the team members exclaimed excitedly, and they all went into the water to catch them. At night, they lit a campfire using fallen branches from the nearby trees. Skewer the fish with thin branches and roast them over a fire. Sprinkle some cumin on top, and the aroma is irresistible, making your mouth water. After dinner, the long night began. When it was Lu Yuan's turn to be on duty, he still did not relax his strict training. Practice marksmanship, temper your bones, and study the ice explosion technique. As dawn broke, the Firefox team set off again, fully prepared. About an hour later, they arrived at the black deer habitat marked on the map. Spread out and search, keeping a distance of no more than 500 meters between each other, Zhou Wan said with a serious expression and a firm tone. Lu Yuan understood immediately. This improved efficiency and ensured the safety of his teammates. He noticed a rustling sound coming from the bushes ahead. The next moment, a ferocious deer-shaped beast suddenly leaped out of the bushes. It is entirely black and has an ugly appearance. That's right, that's exactly what they're after, the black deer. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and several several teammates nearby, Black Deer not only refrained from provoking them, but instead turned and fled. Lu Yuan let out a low shout and suddenly thrust his spear forward. Unfortunately, the Black Deer moved erratically and the spear missed its mark, instead embedding itself in a nearby tree. The ice elemental energy attached to the spear tip spread rapidly, piercing directly through the tree. With a loud crash, the tree fell to the ground. The tree trunk was originally covered with a thin layer of frost. The birds that had been perched on it scattered in panic. Lu Yuan, what happened? The other members of the Firefox team were attracted by the sudden noise. After Lu Yuan gave a brief explanation, the group chased after the black deer in the direction it had fled. Following the trail, they arrived at a small settlement of black deer. There are about a dozen black-spotted deer in the settlement. The largest one is naturally the leader among the dozen or so. The black deer leader let out a deafening roar, unleashing the powerful aura of a lower-tier second-order deity. Zhou Wan's eyes sharpened, and she summoned her companion beast, Hua Hua. Sulu quickly applied buffs to the other members of the Firefox team. The Firefox team has been formed for over a year. However, encountering a second-tier lower-level black deer leader is extremely rare. This was their second encounter. 6 months ago, Zhou Wan, as the team leader, was severely injured by it and almost lost her life. Fortunately, he escaped, but was bedridden for a whole week afterward. Now, Zhou Wan has gained a companion beast, Hua Hua, as well as a powerful new member, Lu Yuan. Can she compete with the black flower deer leader? Let's charge! Zhou Wan had just shouted when 3 ice shards surrounded Lu Yuan as he stepped forward, his spear poised to strike. When approaching the leader of the black deer, its muscles tensed and its strength increased sharply. A deafening, tearing sound rang out. Lu Yuan's spear pierced through the thick skin of the black deer leader, who possessed the second-tier lower realm. He pulled out the spear, and a thin layer of frost appeared where it had pierced the skin. And the black deer leader. Its face showed pain, its limbs gradually went numb, and it eventually collapsed to the ground. Lu Yuan showed no mercy, firing several shots in quick succession, decisively ending the life of the black deer leader. You have defeated the tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, and gained 120 evolution points. As the system announcement sounded, Lu Yuan was filled with joy. I never expected that the black deer leader would be so valuable. The newly joined team member, Lu Yuan, easily took down the black deer leader they had always feared with just a few shots. This is terrifying. Is this the power of an S-class ability? The other members of the Firefox team were stunned and unanimously gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Even Wang Hu, who is usually taciturn, cast an admiring glance at him. After the black deer leader was killed, the remaining black deer scattered instantly, and the rest of the Firefox team quickly wiped them out. You have defeated a tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. You have defeated a tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. These black deer naturally brought Lu Yuan a considerable amount of evolution points as a reward. It's so hard. How can it be so hard? I can't even cut it. Huan Hao frowned and complained as he desperately tried to cut the antlers off the black deer leader's head with his dagger. Upon closer inspection, the dagger hadn't cut off the deer antlers, instead, it had damaged them first. Then, Wang Hu stepped forward, switched to a dagger made of harder material, and after finding the right spot, finally cut off the deer antlers completely. What I'm holding in my hands isn't just any ordinary deer antlers, but a treasure worth tens of thousands of blue star coins. Huang Hao's eyes sparkled as he gripped the deer antlers tightly. Next, following the method taught by Wang Hu, Lu Yuan extracted a moderately sized brown crystal core from the body of the black deer leader. The spoils from the remaining fallen black deer were also collected by Zhou Wan and Su Lu. Just as everyone was preparing to rest, Zhou Wan suddenly asked, Lu Yuan, how did you suddenly become so strong? She clearly remembered that during the last Firefox team operation, Lu Yuan could barely fight against a first-tier low-level ferocious beast. But now, he was able to strike first and kill the second-tier lower-level black deer leader in just a few rounds. It has only been about 10 days since I left this other world, yet my strength has improved so quickly, it's truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Firefox team also cast curious glances at him. Everyone was just stunned by Lu Yuan's sharp spear technique, and now that we think about it, it really is unbelievable. Actually, I have already managed to break through to the middle level of the first tier. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and then exuded an aura. Everyone immediately realized that Lu Yuan's cultivation level was already firmly at the middle stage of the first rank. Mid-tier first order. So fast. They remembered that when Lu Yuan first joined the team, he introduced himself as just an ordinary awakened one and asked everyone to be understanding. And now, he has transformed into a mid-level first-tier superhuman. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, even the usually silent Wang Hu showed astonishment. Lu Yuan, you wouldn't be. Zhou Wan suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and cast a worried glance at him. Sister Zhou, don't worry, I definitely didn't take any random medications. Lu Yuan immediately understood her concerns and waved his hand with a smile. Zhou Wan's worries were understandable, given how fast the speed was, it was truly unbelievable. But so what? The system awakened on its own, so the speed of its breakthrough is only to be expected. Hearing Lu Yuan's explanation, Jo-won finally felt relieved. She was afraid that he would overdraw his future due to a momentary impulse. But thinking about it carefully, Lu Yuan has always been steady and would never do anything irrational. Oh dear, Sister Jo, how could you say that? Don't you realize that Lu Yuan is a genius that comes along only once in a century? Huang Hao joked with a smile. Brother Hao, stop making fun of me. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. This brief interlude came to an end, and after a short rest to replenish their energy and fluids, the group continued their journey. The members of the Firefox team once again embarked on a mission to search for and hunt down ferocious beasts. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was already the evening of the second day. Lu Yuan briefly checked his evolution points. He had accumulated a total of 560 points in the past day and a half. On the panel, the only skill that can be enhanced is still the D-level skill Ice Shard Ring. Instead of strengthening himself now, he decided to accumulate evolution points first. A long night has passed, and it is now the third day since Lu Yuan entered the underground world for the second time. Unlike the inexplicable irritability he felt on the third day at noon, even by evening, Lu Yuan did not experience any of the usual discomfort and remained in a very good mood. This filled him with joy. After all, being able to stay in the underground world a little longer means that you will gain more evolution points. When it was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch, he naturally took advantage of this free time to start practicing his marksmanship. Thrust, prick, pick, deflect, sweep, brace, gather, grasp. Half an hour has passed. Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air. There wasn't a drop of sweat on his back. Instead, the constant flow of cold air revealed his condition. During his break, he opened the panel to take a look. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 870. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 174 Hz. Chi and blood, 302 calories. Skills, marksmanship, intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D. Beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. Level 0. Evolution points have been accumulated to 870, and it is expected to break through the 1000 point mark tomorrow. Not bad, very good. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He was about to close the panel and start learning Ice Explosion, but then they suddenly noticed the long-lost mark next to the marksmanship indicator. He recalled that the last time his marksmanship was marked was when he had just obtained the system and awakened his superpowers. Marksmanship is extremely important to him. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan immediately clicked on the panel. Evolution points minus 860. Gun technique, intermediate. Gun technique, advanced. In an instant, a flood of memories rushed into Lu Yuan's mind, as if he had really practiced his marksmanship day and night. These memories flowed as smoothly as silk, causing him no discomfort whatsoever, but rather making him feel much more fulfilled. After fully absorbing the memory, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "So this is what advanced proficiency marksmanship looks like." He mastered a high level of marksmanship that many ordinary superhumans would struggle to achieve in their entire lives, yet he grasped it with ease. Let's test the power of advanced marksmanship. Lu Yuan picked up the spear beside him and got into a fighting stance. Phew, phew, phew. With a whooshing sound of wind, he thrust out 3 shots in a single second. The movements were steady, powerful, clean, and efficient, without any hesitation. If we were facing that Black Deer leader from today, we probably wouldn't last a second. Truly superb marksmanship. Lu Yuan sheathed his spear, a smile playing on his lips. Overjoyed, he continued to immerse himself in learning the Ice Blast spell. What made him even more gratified was that he has actually increased his understanding of the skill book Ice Blast to 10%. This item appears on the panel. Ice Blast, S. Beginner. It's just a little regrettable that he had just used his accumulated evolution points to break through to the advanced level of marksmanship. I only have 10 evolution points left, which is far from enough to upgrade Ice Blast to basic proficiency. Lu Yuan had already consulted the system beforehand. The number of evolutionary steps required to progress from beginner to intermediate proficiency is very small. S-rank skill Ice Explosion. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Afterwards, Lu Yuan and his teammates from the Firefox team began searching for traces of the nearby ferocious beasts. Today, Lu Yuan is more proactive than ever before. Lu Yuan found several small bamboo leaf snakes curled up under the dead leaves. The moment he lifted the dead leaves, several small bamboo leaf snakes bared their sharp fangs, trying to scare him with their display. What's wrong with me? I actually find their fangs kind of cute, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. However, they soon discovered that the human in front of them showed no fear whatsoever, but rather a face full of joy. Just as they were about to escape, Lu Yuan brandished his spear, and a cold light gradually magnified in their green eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, several small bamboo snakes were instantly pierced by the spear. You have defeated a tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the bamboo leaf snake. Evolution points plus 10. A pleasant system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. He subconsciously opened the panel and saw that there was still no up arrow next to the skill Ice Blast, which meant that he didn't have enough evolution points. So Lu Yuan began a new round of searching. However, whether it was fate deliberately working against him or not, he didn't encounter a single ferocious beast in the next half hour. Lu Yuan, I found a low-tier first-level red-haired rat here. Su Lu's melodious voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and quickly walked over. He and the rest of the Firefox team had already agreed that if anyone discovered any trace of the ferocious beast, they had to call him to go there. The others naturally agreed. Lu Yuan looked closely. What came into view was a red-haired rat covered in dark red fur. The red-haired rat's face revealed a fierce expression. The next second, it pounced directly on Su Lu, who was clearly the more delicate of the two. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and thrust his spear forward. Fresh blood immediately dripped onto the ground, turning the lush green grass red. The red-haired rat is dead beyond dead. Faced with such a low-level ferocious beast, Lu Yuan could easily pierce it with a single thrust using only the force of his spear, without even needing to use his special abilities. You have defeated a tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the red-haired rat. Evolution points plus 10. I gained another 10 evolution points, and I'm very happy. Today's luck wasn't so good, even though we were in a habitat densely populated with black deer. But the entire Firefox team spent the whole morning without even seeing a single black deer. Could it be that all the black deer in the vicinity have been hunted down, or have gone into hiding? Jo Wan couldn't help but wonder. She took out a folded map from her pocket, unfolded it, and gathered all the members of the Firefox team together. We probably won't find any black-spotted deer here. How about we go deeper into the area? Jo Wan suggested. The map shows that the probability of encountering second-tier ferocious beasts increases as we go deeper. Like here, and here, there are even mid-tier, second-tier ferocious beasts. Going in rashly could be very dangerous. Su Lu frowned and pointed at the map with her finger. What do you guys think? Jo Wan turned to look at the other members of the Firefox team. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten? Our Firefox team has Lu Yuan, who can take down a tier 2 lower-level black flower deer leader with just a few shots. Even if we encounter a tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, we can just run away, Huang Hao said with a grin. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the strongest player on the Firefox team. When he first joined, he was an awakened one, not even a proper superhuman. Looking back now, the changes are truly astonishing. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lu Yuan patted his chest, a confident smile on his lips. Wang Hu, what do you think? Jo Wan asked the last person who hadn't spoken. I have no objection. Wang Hu also felt that, based on Lu Yuan's previous performance, with him around, the possibility of encountering danger was not high. Alright, let's head to this area first, the habitat of the purple fong serpent. After making the decision, Jo Wan, the captain of the Firefox team, announced, rest here for half an hour, then we'll set off. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The Firefox team ventured deeper into uncharted territory. Along the way, a tier 1 mid-level Pippi Pig happened to pass by. As expected, Lu Yuan shot him dead with a few shots. You have defeated the tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast, Pippi Pig, and gained 24 evolution points. Lu Yuan habitually opened the panel. He discovered that the skill Ice Blast had the icon he had been dreaming of. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 100. Ice Blast, S, beginner, Ice Blast, S, elementary. The moment the evolution points disappeared, some tips for using the ice explosion spell automatically appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. The skill book, which was originally obscure and difficult to understand, can now be easily comprehended if he looks at it again. Of course, skill books can only help learners reach a basic level of proficiency. As for higher proficiency, it requires the learner's own comprehension and diligent practice day after day before they can have a sudden realization and improve their skill proficiency by one level. Lu Yuan, are you listening? Hearing a sound, Lu Yuan finally came to his senses. It turned out that Huang Hao was talking to him, but he was so engrossed in absorbing the memories in his mind that he didn't hear the other person's voice. I'm listening, brother Hao, what's wrong? Lu Yuan responded calmly. How about we roast pork belly tonight? Let's see if it's even more delicious than the roasted pork belly you buy outside, Huang Hao said excitedly. I think it's okay. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The purple-toothed snake's habitat is quite far from here. They walked for a full 6 hours, and even on the 4th night after Lu Yuan entered the underground world, they still hadn't reached their destination. Fortunately, they had prepared sufficient supplies, so they had no worries about food or other necessities. Just as Huang Hao guessed, the roasted pork belly did indeed taste better than the roasted pork belly. After all, Pippi pigs live in this pristine environment, while the pigs outside are fed high-tech feed and kept in enclosures. The meat quality is naturally incomparable to that of Pippi pig, and the taste after roasting is also significantly inferior. The wonderful atmosphere around the campfire soon came to an end. Before going to bed, Jo Wan asked Lu Yuan, are you feeling unwell right now? He understood that this was her way of showing concern for him. It must be said that although although Jo-won is not very old, probably only 27 or 28, she is thoughtful, considerate, and good at thinking about others. Lu Yuan shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. If you feel any discomfort, please don't ignore it. Be sure to tell us. As soon as she finished speaking, Jo-won left. It was Lu Yuan's turn to keep watch. The need for marksmanship and ice blast has temporarily subsided. He took advantage of this break to continue tempering his bones, and at the same time took out the complete guide to basic fighting techniques that Qin Tianlong had given him earlier and began to practice. As Qin Tianlong said, even without weapons, or if weapons malfunction, they can still continue fighting through close-quarters combat. When Lu Yuan first started learning martial arts, a new item quietly appeared on his interface. Martial Arts, Beginner. As dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, the 4 members of the Firefox team got up early. Chicken leg, I want to eat it. It smells so good. Huang Hao was the only one still sleeping in. Brother Hao, get up. Lu Yuan walked to Huang Hao's tent, unzipped it, and called out. After everyone had finished washing up with the water that had been prepared in advance, Firefox team continues its journey. 2 more hours passed before we finally arrived at our destination. Let's move forward together as a group. As Jo-won unfolded the map to confirm the location, she spoke with a serious expression. After all, the purple fong serpent is not the black flower deer from before, but a second-tier lower-level ferocious beast. A slight mistake could cost it its life. After all, this was their first time setting foot here. Therefore, we must be extremely careful. Look, there's a purple-fanged snake here. Huang Hao pointed to a pile of stones on the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, he trembled and quickly hid behind Lu Yuan. He was full of vigor yesterday, but today he has become unusually timid. Purple fong serpent, prepare to die. Lu Yuan stepped forward and used his spear to clear away the scattered stones. It turned out that it wasn't a live snake at all, but rather the shed skin of a purple-toothed snake. Purple fong snake skin. This snake's skin is worth tens of thousands. Jo-won's face lit up with joy as she carefully put the snakeskin away. Suddenly, hissing sounds rang out from all around. Everyone immediately became alert, their expressions serious. Jo-won also summoned her companion beast, Hua Hua. After all, one more beast means one more source of assistance. Lu Yuan remained calm and composed, his face as still as a stagnant pool. Sure enough, just as they had predicted, 2 serpentine beasts slowly emerged from the grass. These 2 ferocious beasts were quite large, nearly a meter long. Most striking of all were their long, sharp purple teeth. The purple on those teeth wasn't just decoration, it was a potent poison. Once their sharp teeth break the skin, the toxins will seep into the body and attack the nerves. This is why they are called purple-fanged snakes, or more accurately, long-fanged venomous snakes. The purple-fanged snake opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp, even teeth, and looked extremely frightening. They simultaneously spat out snake apricots, their purple pupils fixed on the Firefox team members. Clearly, they saw this group of people as prey. That suits me perfectly. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and quickly mobilized his internal energy. The tip of the spear was instantly covered with a layer of ice elemental energy, emitting wisps of cold air. The next moment, with lightning speed, he fired 3 shots in quick succession, fierce and ruthless, instantly killing one of the purple-fanged snakes. Just moments ago, the snake, Xingzi, was trembling slightly, but now it lay limply on the ground, lifeless. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the purple fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. The 2 purple-fanged snakes were preparing to attack them. However, the next second, one of them was surprised to find that its companion had been easily assassinated. Something's wrong. Something's extremely wrong. The surviving purple-toothed snake quickly twisted its body, preparing to escape. But the biggest problem is that although it escapes quickly, it is far slower than Lu Yuan's gun speed. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the purple fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. Lu Yuan, you're amazing. Seeing that Lu Yuan had easily killed the 2 purple-toothed snakes, the people behind him all gave him a thumbs up, while collecting the loot from the purple fong serpent. I've never eaten snake meat before. How about we roast a purple-toothed snake tonight? Huang Hao suggested with a grin. Brother Hao, if you want me to pay my respects to you on this day next year, then you can try. Lu Yuan replied coldly. What a pity, the fangs of the purple-fanged snake can't be removed. We lost tens of thousands. Faced with the precious fangs of the purple fong snake, Jo-won shook her head and sighed. She did not bring any special tools. Ordinary gloves are not hard enough. If you handle them rashly, and the gloves and skin are pierced by the venomous fangs, you will be poisoned, and the loss will be huge. Sister Zhou, I have a solution, Lu Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jo-won's eyes lit up with anticipation. What's your idea? Lu Yuan bent down, aimed his finger at the purple fong snake's fangs, and released a burst of icy air. The moment the icy air came into contact with the venomous fangs, it immediately condensed into a layer of frost, tightly enveloping the fangs. As the ice layer gradually thickened, Lu Yuan forcefully broke it apart with his bare hands. The fangs broke as easily as a cookie stick. Just then, a loud noise came from afar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned toward towards the direction from which the sound came. Is this an earthquake? Earthquakes can happen in the underground world? Huang Hao muttered, his face full of confusion. No, it's not an earthquake, it's a ferocious beast. A huge ferocious beast is walking towards us. Zhou Wan frowned, her expression grave. A few seconds later, a huge figure quietly emerged from the depths of the forest. It was a ferocious beast in the form of a rhinoceros, nearly 4 meters long and about 1.6 meters tall. Its skin was rough and thick, and its body was heavy. Its thick thighs supported its massive size, and it was estimated to weigh at least several tons. The most striking feature is the single horn on its head. This horn is hook-shaped, unusually large, and takes up almost half of the head. Under the sunlight, the unicorn reflected a dazzling, cold light. Just looking at it sends chills down your spine. This is a one-horned rhinoceros? How did it get here? Zhou Wan's eyes narrowed, and her face turned serious. This is not the habitat of the one-horned rhinoceros. This only shows that they were unlucky and ran into a lone rhinoceros. A one-horned rhinoceros this big is only at the mid-second tier. We might not be able to handle it. Retreat quickly, Zhou Wan said urgently. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan, who had originally planned to run away, immediately stopped in his tracks. What? Only the second-order median? It seems that being physically large does not equate to having a high level of spiritual attainment. I've learned the Ice Blast spell, but I haven't used it yet. Why don't I test its power on you first? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then raised his spear and charged forward. The rest of the Firefox team stared in disbelief. Lu Yuan, come back quickly, don't be reckless, Zhou Wan shouted loudly. The sound was loud. Lu Yuan could definitely hear it. However, after Zhou Wan shouted, he remained nonchalant, and his speed of attack not only did not decrease, but increased even more. Seeing this, Zhou Wan was extremely anxious, her chest heaving slightly, and she almost couldn't help but rush forward to pull Lu Yuan back. Just as she was about to leave, Huang Hao stopped her. Zhou Wan turned her head, asking with a mixture of confusion and urgency, "Why are you pulling me? Go and pull Lu Yuan back." Huang Hao shook his head and said, "Lu Yuan has always been a calm and composed person. I believe in him. He would never blindly charge forward just to show off." Hearing him say that, Zhou Wan's impulsiveness was doused with cold water, and she slowly calmed down. From the moment Lu Yuan joined the Firefox team, his behavior proved that he was not an impulsive or reckless person. I really hope Lu Yuan can succeed. Zhou Wan lowered her head, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and murmured to herself. Meanwhile, on Lu Yuan's side, full of confidence, he carried his spear and ran towards the one-horned rhinoceros. Seeing that the human not only did not flee but actually went forward to his death, the one-horned rhinoceros naturally decided to grant his wish. It raised its single horn and charged head-on at Lu Yuan. It showed no mercy, wanting to smash Lu Yuan into pieces with a single crash. Unfortunately, the imagined scene did not materialize. Ice Blast. Just as Lu Yuan's spear collided with the horn of the one-horned rhinoceros, the tip of the spear released a large amount of elemental energy, which covered the entire body of the one-horned rhinoceros. Thud, thud, thud. A powerful burst of ice elemental energy erupted instantly, as if a giant bomb had been planted inside its body, instantly blasting the one-horned rhinoceros into pieces. Not only was its horn blown off, but its entire body was also blasted to pieces. Rhinoceros fragments, mixed with blood, splattered everywhere. Lu Yuan's battle clothes, cheeks, and hair were splattered with bright red blood. Even Su Lu, who was hundreds of meters away, couldn't help but feel nauseous upon seeing this bloody scene, and almost gagged. At this moment, Huang Hao, Zhou Wan, and Wang Hu were far more shocked than disgusted. They knew all along that the one-horned rhinoceros was no match for Lu Yuan, but who would have thought that he would kill it with a single blow? Lu Yuan's growth rate is truly incomprehensible. However, Lu Yuan, who had just killed the one-horned rhinoceros and was the closest to it, showed no excitement whatsoever. It could even be said that he felt nothing at all from the blood on his body. He felt a sense of emptiness. The moment he unleashed the ice explosion spell, Lu Yuan clearly felt that more than half of his body's energy was inexplicably drained away. For those with superpowers, elemental energy is like mana in a game. This sudden change left Lu Yuan struggling to adapt. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the one-horned rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. Fortunately, the result was still good. After the one-horned rhinoceros died, the white crystals inside its body remained intact because they could withstand elemental attacks. These crystals were therefore quite valuable. At the same time, Lu Yuan also gained a full 400 evolution points. His evolution points are approaching 700. How long has it been? It must be admitted that the deeper you go, the stronger the ferocious beasts you kill, and the faster you gain evolution points. The members of the Firefox team rushed over. Huang Hao was the first to give a thumbs up, his face beaming. Lu Yuan, you're amazing. Sister Zhou just told me to stop you, but I told her not to worry about you. Zhou Wan noticed Lu Yuan's unusual behavior and asked with a serious expression, Lu Yuan, what's wrong? He answered frankly, most of my vital energy has been drained, and I need an energy potion. Zhou Wan nodded and quickly took out a bottle bottle of energy potion from her backpack and handed it to him. Lu Yuan drank the medicine without hesitation. As the bottle emptied, the missing vital energy within the body began to slowly replenish itself. Although it will take time for his energy to return to full, he already feels much better. As soon as he stood up, Huang Hao, holding a relatively intact piece of rhinoceros meat, said excitedly, "We don't need to eat roasted snake meat tonight." "Wouldn't rhinoceros meat be even better?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "This meat definitely can't be roasted with ordinary flames. Why don't we ask Sister Zhou if she can use her special ability to help roast it?" At this moment, Zhou Wan blinked her bright eyes and asked, "Lu Yuan, what skill did you just use? It was so powerful." Zhou Wan's question drew other people to gather around, their faces also full of doubt. After all, the visual impact of Lu Yuan's attack was simply too great. Doubt and curiosity naturally arose in their hearts. Lu Yuan told the truth. "This is my teacher's self-created S-rank skill, Ice Explosion, which I only learned yesterday." Zhou Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Huh? An S-rank skill?" The rest of the Firefox team were shocked once again. An S-rank skill book is of immeasurable value, let alone a self-created S-rank skill, which is extremely rare. More importantly, Lu Yuan was able to master an S-rank skill so quickly. After all, he had only been at Shenzhen Superpower University for 3 weeks. Even if you start learning from day one, it will only take 3 weeks. During this period, they might not even learn a C-level skill. S-rank skill? That's pure fantasy. This is enough to prove just how extraordinary Lu Yuan's comprehension is. He was able to master an S-level skill in such a short time. However, upon closer examination, if it weren't for an S-rank skill, a mid-tier second-level unicorn rhinoceros could never have been killed in one hit, and its elemental energy could not have disappeared in mid-air. "Lu Yuan, the strength of the few of us isn't suitable for staying here for long. The risk is too great. What about you? Do you still plan to stay here?" After Zhou Wan finished collecting the remaining valuable spoils from the one-horned rhinoceros, she suddenly spoke. These words sounded strangely melancholic. "Lies don't hurt people. What truly hurts is the truth, which pierces the heart like a sharp knife." Although it sounds sad, it is indeed the truth. Their strength is simply insufficient. Staying here would not only be of no help, but might even hinder Lu Yuan's performance. However, it's clear that Lu Yuan still harbors the desire to continue hunting ferocious beasts here, so he added another question. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yuan nodded. He really wanted to stay and continue hunting the ferocious beasts. After all, compared to the outside world, in terms of the gains and evolution points, hunting a ferocious beast here is equivalent to a whole day's harvest outside. "Alright then." Zhou Wan nodded in agreement, then continued, "We'll head back now. Be careful on your own. Don't worry, you'll get your full reward." To prevent Lu Yuan from running out of energy potions, Zhou Wan even transferred most of the energy potions from her backpack to Lu Yuan's backpack, keeping only one for herself. It must be said that Zhou Wan is indeed very caring. It's worth mentioning that Lu Yuan's original spear couldn't withstand the pressure of the ice explosion spell, so when the rhinoceros was shattered, his spear also broke into several pieces. Therefore, when he left, Huang Hao handed his spear to Lu Yuan. This spear cost over 200,000 to buy, and its quality is much better than Lu Yuan's previous one. "This spear isn't cheap, you'd better cherish it," Huang Hao instructed. "Don't worry, brother Hao." Lu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded. After the other members of the Firefox team left, Lu Yuan felt he had almost recovered. Then they ran deeper into the area. These evolutionary points are real assets. About 10 minutes later, Lu Yuan suddenly realized a crucial problem. Zhou Wan had completely forgotten to give him the map. He had originally planned to return to where he started, hoping Zhou Wan would come back and give him the map. As a result, all around him were dense forests. "I couldn't tell where I was at all." The next second, a rustling sound came from the grass. A purple-fanged snake slithered past him. A smile couldn't help but appear on Lu Yuan's lips. "Look, isn't this an evolution point that was picked up for free? You have defeated the tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple fang serpent. Evolution points plus 130. Very good." Hearing the pleasant notification from the system, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He now had a new plan. "Even without a map, I can't go back to my original location to get it. But wouldn't it be fine to just wander around nearby and not go far? Anyway, it's not difficult to go back. Just keep walking back in the direction you came from. Although it's impossible for them to be exactly the same. Fortunately, Jiangjiang City is large and its buildings are eye-catching, so it can be seen from afar." With this in mind, Lu Yuan began to circle around the area. He also used a dagger to mark the trees he passed by, making them easier to identify. Until he parted the grass, they discovered an open space ahead, in the center of which was a ferocious beast's lair. "Let's see what kind of ferocious beast's lair this is before we leave." Lu Yuan became alert and crouched down beside the bushes to observe carefully. After observing for a period of time, he came to the following conclusion. The ferocious beasts here are wolf-shaped, with a fierce appearance, a greenish-blue body, and rough fur. A faint wisp of wind elemental energy lingered at its tail. Lu Yuan recognized it at a glance as the lair of the Gale Demon Wolf wolves. The Gale wolf, when fully grown, can reach the upper level of the second tier. Unlike other wolves, the Gale wolf usually lives in pairs, male and female, and will never allow other members of its kind to enter its territory. This is knowledge that my teacher taught me in high school. Born into a difficult family, Lu Yuan naturally studied exceptionally hard, and he remembered these contents clearly. Two adult Gale wolves, both at the upper second rank, are going to be a tough opponent. Lu Yuan couldn't help but hesitate. It's important to understand that although the Gale wolf's defense is far inferior to that of the one-horned rhinoceros, the difference in their cultivation levels is undeniable. Even a difference of just one minor realm can result in a huge gap in strength. One Gale wolf is manageable, but facing two makes the situation much more complicated. Should I really give up this tempting opportunity? According to the system prompt, Lu Yuan knew clearly that killing the unicorn rhinoceros had brought him a gain of 400 evolution points. Conservatively estimated, a single second-tier upper-level Gale wolf has at least 500 evolution points, and two of them together would have over 1,000. Just as Lu Yuan was hesitating and his thoughts were racing, a sound suddenly came from the bushes behind him. An alarm bell rang in Lu Yuan's heart, and he quickly turned to look at the bushes behind him. Following his gaze, a pretty figure slowly emerged from the bushes. She has delicate features and long, flowing hair. She was wearing a light black battlesuit. Women's battlesuits are mostly form-fitting, so her perfect figure is on full display. On her shoulder, she carried a small, dark blue dragon cub. That's right, the pretty woman who emerged from the bushes was Xia Qingyin, who lived in the dormitory opposite Lu Yuan's. Since she asked him that question, Lu Yuan seems to have never seen her at school again. But these are not the main points. What truly stunned Lu Yuan was how Xia Qingyin ended up here. Not only was he stunned, but Xia Qingyin herself was also stunned. A few seconds later, Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes and asked, "What a coincidence, Lu Yuan, what are you doing here?" Lu Yuan told him frankly, since there was nothing to hide. He said, "This is the underground world, so of course I'm here to hunt ferocious beasts." Then he countered with, "And what about you, Xia Qingyin? Why are you here?" Ordinary people come to the underground world for only one purpose, to make money. After all, the underground world is extremely dangerous, and a slight mistake can lead to death. If one cannot earn a reward far exceeding that of ordinary work, who would be willing to risk coming here? Lu Yuan, on the other hand, had an even more important goal besides making money, to acquire evolution points. But Xia Qingyin, as the eldest daughter of the Xia family in Guangdong province, has a rare deep-sea dragon cub prepared for her as a companion beast. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't seem like someone who needs to hunt ferocious beasts in the underground world to make money. Moreover, she clearly did not awaken a system like I did. Xia Qingyin said halfway through her sentence, "I'm here to train my teamwork with Shaolan through actual combat." The effects of real-world training often surpass those of drills conducted in a training room. Furthermore, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that the school's decision to seal off the underground world is definitely in preparation for the freshman competition a month from now. Familiarizing yourself with the environment beforehand is definitely a wise move. Of course, the other half of the truth is that Xia Qingyin suspects Lu Yuan's terrifyingly rapid increase in strength might be related to his past exploration of the underground world. So a few days ago, she entered the underground world for the first time. Similarly, the passage leading to the underground world in the Jiangjiang city interdimensional base is suitable not only for Lu Yuan, but also for Xia Qingyin. Although Xia Qingyin didn't gain any insights into cultivation when she first entered the underground world and instead hastily left due to the bloodlust, but she still chose to go in a second time, because she enjoys the feeling of freedom in the wilderness. This is something you can't experience in the training room. No matter how realistic the simulation, it can't compare to the impact of a real scene. After listening to Xia Qingyin's explanation, Lu Yuan noticed an unfamiliar keyword. "Little Blue, that lazybones perched on my shoulder, come on, say hello." Xia Qingyin smiled slightly, parted her red lips, and began to introduce the companion beast perched on her shoulder. "Hello." The deep-sea dragon cub responded lazily, then obediently climbed back onto Xia Qingyin's shoulder. It is clearly very sleepy right now. You could even say that this deep-sea dragon cub's nature is to get sleepy from time to time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Yuan. Although these two Gale wolves, at the second-tier upper level, were not originally a match for me, but the situation is different now. If Xia Qingyin is willing to help, these two Gale wolves will naturally be no match for them. There are two high-level second-tier Gale wolves ahead. I can't handle them by myself. Can you help me? I asked. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin frowned slightly, a hint of worry appearing on her fair face. A second-tier upper-level Gale wolf, Shaolan, and I can handle one. But Lu Yuan, you. She wasn't being overly pessimistic, it's just that I'm only at the mid-level of the first tier, while she's at the upper level of the second tier. Even if my superpower is S-level, it can't make up for this huge gap in realm. Hearing her say that, I made a strange face. What does she mean by that? Does she think I'm not good enough? How can a man be told he can't do it? I patted my chest and smiled confidently. Leave the other Gale wolf to me, no problem at all. Seeing my confident demeanor, Xia Qingyin's worries gradually dissipated. Then, we squatted down in my original spot. As I approached, I caught a faint, delicate fragrance, like flower petals, gently drifting into my nose. This might also be related to Xia Qingyin's awakened grass-type ability. I discussed with her, there's a male wolf and a female wolf in the den ahead. We'll each take on one. Oh, and remember to leave the Gale wolf alive while you're dealing with it. Xia Qingyin asked in confusion, why keep it alive? I remember that living ferocious beasts cannot be brought into the real world. I said, I'll finish the job with the final blow. I naturally couldn't tell her about the system. Xia Qingyin nodded. Okay. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't press me for details, otherwise it would have been difficult to explain. We emerged from the bushes. I picked up a rock and hurled it hard at the lair of the Gale wolves. The stone struck the nest, making a loud sound. The sound immediately interrupted the two wolves, a male and a female, who were in their den, adding to the pack's numbers. Not long after, two Gale wolves emerged from their den. Their faces were displeased, and their light green eyes seemed to burn with anger. They lowered their heads and howled, as if gathering strength to prepare for an attack. The loud howl startled the birds in the nearby trees, causing them to take flight. What's the use of being loud? Strength is the foundation of everything. I raised the light green spear that Huang Hao had left me and rushed forward. Little Blue, let's go too. Xia Qingyin showed no weakness, drew the long sword from her back, and charged forward. The deep-sea dragon cub jumped off Xia Qingyin's shoulder and instantly grew larger. Many companion beasts have a daily state and a combat state, and this deep-water dragon cub is no exception. It has clearly switched from its normal state to combat mode at this moment. Seeing that we were not retreating but attacking instead, the two swift wolves became even more determined to fight. Who told you to ruin our good time? It's time to settle this score. But when they saw the fighting form of the deep-sea dragon cubs, the anger in my heart was instantly extinguished as if doused with cold water. This is a companion beast of the dragon race. The dragon race is an extremely powerful top-tier race within the ferocious beast faction. Seeing this, the male and female Gale wolves began to whisper among themselves. What should we do? It's a dragon race, should we still fight? What's there to be afraid of? That dragon cub is so small, how could it possibly be a match for us? That's right, they've ruined our fun, they all deserve to die. They quickly reached a consensus to continue the fight. Lu Yuan couldn't understand the language of the Gale wolf at all. What are you all chattering about here? Lu Yuan frowned, holding his spear, and was almost in front of the two Gale wolves. The two Gale wolves showed no weakness, their claws imbued with wind elemental energy, their sharp claws raised high, ready to clash head-on with Lu Yuan's spear. Flying leaf blade, water balloon impact. Xia Qingyin gently swung her sword behind Lu Yuan, unleashing the flying leaf quick blade skill. The next moment, a swarm of hook-shaped, dagger-like leaves shot swiftly toward one of the Gale wolves. Little Blue also activated its water ball impact skill at the same time, spitting out several water balls, which were also locked onto the Gale wolf. As the leaf flew past, it slashed a deep wound on the Gale wolf, and blood dripped to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Several water balls hit its body in succession, causing it obvious pain. Its attention was immediately drawn, and its target shifted from Lu Yuan to Xia Qingyin. Back to Lu Yuan's side. The claws of the Gale wolf clashed with Lu Yuan's spear, the sound of which was like the clash of metal. The wind elemental energy on the wolf's claws caused the spear to tremble irregularly. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's marksmanship was already very skilled, and he could still maintain steady control of this slight tremor. He then activated the Ice Ring body skill, which increased the activity of ice-type elemental energy within his body. I'm not playing with you anymore, Ice Blast, Lu Yuan murmured. In an instant, most of the body's energy was drained. Although this was his second time using Ice Blast, he still hadn't fully adapted. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable, the Gale wolf he was fighting was in even worse shape. Powerful ice elemental energy spread through the spear, covering the entire body of the Gale wolf. The next second, a violent shattering sound rang out. How to say it? A huge bloody hole was blasted into the head of the Gale wolf. Due to its different cultivation level, its vitality is even stronger than that of the previous mid-level second-tier rhinoceros. There should be limits to joking. Although its head was destroyed, its vitality had not completely dissipated, and its limbs were still twitching. However, for Lu Yuan, this was just a few more blows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He raised his spear and repeatedly stabbed at the still twitching part. A few seconds later, the Gale wolf finally died completely. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale wolf. Evolution points plus 550. A single Gale wolf can gain a whopping 550 evolution points. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This far exceeded what he had gained in a day in the shallow areas. Indeed, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But that's not all, we've gained more evolution points this time. As his thoughts raced, Lu Yuan turned his gaze to the battle between Xia Qingyin and another Gale wolf. The Gale wolf was covered in wounds, with wounds of varying sizes and depths covering its entire body. The originally green fur was mostly stuck together, and there were also many bloodstains and water stains. He looked utterly disheveled. Xia Qingyin's light black battlesuit was almost completely free of of stains, indicating that she fought with considerable ease. After all, her companion beast, the deepwater dragon cub, is no pushover. Although it is still in cub form, its offensive power should not be underestimated. That's about it. Lu Yuan raised his spear. He threw the spear, which pierced through the dying Gale Wolf's body. Ice-type elemental energy raged wildly within its body. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale Wolf. Evolution points plus 550. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction after gaining another 550 evolution points, bringing his total income to 1,100 points. But the good times didn't last long. His internal energy was rapidly depleted, and he immediately felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yuan, are you alright? Seeing this, Xia Qingyin quickly ran over and asked with concern. Lu Yuan shook his head, revealing a faint smile. Then, he took out a bottle of energy potion from the bag on his back and drank it all in one go. Then he stood up again. He said gratefully, Xia Qingyin, thank you so much. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to handle these two Gale Wolves by myself. He was right. Without Xia Qingyin's help, he would have to expend a lot of internal energy to use Ice Explosion and would not be able to deal with the other Gale Wolf. You're welcome. Xia Qingyin shook her head slightly, then asked the question that had just popped into her mind. What skill did you just use? It was so powerful. When Lu Yuan cast Ice Explosion, the loud explosion immediately caught Xia Qingyin's attention. She was shocked to discover that the enormous adult Gale Wolf had been blown to pieces. However, given the tense situation at the time, she did not ask questions immediately. That's my teacher's exclusive S-rank skill, Ice Explosion, Lu Yuan told him frankly. An S-rank skill? Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes. Coincidentally, her aunt also gave her an S-level skill book from the day she registered for the job. However, to this day, she has only mastered 60% of it and has not yet reached the threshold of basic proficiency. Xia Qingyin sighed softly. Lu Yuan's outstanding performance made this young lady from a prominent family feel a little frustrated. However, she didn't take it to heart. Cultivation is about surpassing oneself, not about blindly comparing oneself with others. If you always compare yourself to others, you will only get caught up in pointless self-destruction. She glanced at the bloodstains on Lu Yuan's face and asked with concern, your face is dirty. Do you want to wash it? Of course I'll have to trouble you. Lu Yuan nodded in response. Xiaolan, quickly bring some water in. With a thought, Xia Qingyin's spatial ring flashed, and a basin of water of a suitable size appeared in front of everyone. Master, why do I feel like you stole the credit for what I did? The deep-sea dragon cub teased. Despite saying that, the deep-water dragon cub still did as instructed. Seeing this comical scene, Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He couldn't help but recall a common advertising slogan from his previous life. We don't produce water, we're just nature's porters. The scene at this moment is surprisingly similar. After a quick wash, the bloodstains on Lu Yuan's face were completely gone. He thanked her and then asked, Xia Qingyin, did you bring a map? Xia Qingyin answered matter-of-factly, of course I brought it. Hearing her say that, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he added, it just so happens that I didn't bring a map with me right now. When you and Xiaolan are training your teamwork, why don't you take me with you? Xia Qingyin nodded in agreement. Since she could help her classmate, she naturally wouldn't refuse. While traveling with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan opened his control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 1900. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 174 Hz. Chi and blood, 302 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, basic, ice shard ring, D, basic, ice blast, S, basic. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, level 0. Evolution points have reached 1900. The items that can be improved are, Lu Yuan scanned the panel. To his surprise, an symbol appeared after the body tempering technique. He currently has about 90 bones that he has refined, which is still more than 100 short of the complete 206 bones. In other aspects, such as realm and marksmanship, the current evolution points are not enough. As for why his cultivation level was not high enough, Lu Yuan was puzzled. It only takes 560 evolution points to advance to the first tier mid-level, so why are thousands of evolution points still not enough now? He asked the system, but the system responded that everything was normal. Left with no other choice, Lu Yuan decided to allocate the points to body tempering technique first. He then stopped and said to Xia Qingyin, who was standing beside him, I think I've had a sudden realization about my body tempering technique. Xia Qingyin, could you please keep watch for me? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin's almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. She opened her mouth slightly and asked in confusion, is this another enlightenment? Or is it the body tempering technique? It is important to understand that the cultivation of body tempering techniques relies on perseverance and the body's ability to withstand limits. Both are indispensable and mutually reinforcing. But given the current situation, how long has it been? He had just broken through to the mid-level first rank a few days ago, and had just learned that he had also mastered the S-rank skill Ice Explosion technique. Now he has suddenly had an epiphany about the body tempering technique. That's absolutely outrageous and unbelievable. Do you think cultivation cultivation is like riding a rocket? Lu Yuan's body tempering technique shouldn't be S rank, right? Xia Qingyin could only make sense thinking that way. It was just a fluke, just a fluke. Lu Yuan was unaware of Xia Qingyin's guess. He simply pressed the key on the system panel and then casually found an open space to sit cross-legged. Evolution points minus 1100. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S, level 0. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S, level 1. Instantly, a powerful and surging surge of ice elemental energy erupted from his entire body. The process of allocating points to the body tempering technique is by no means easy. A series of snap sounds rang out. At the same time, beads of cold sweat appeared on Lu Yuan's forehead. He frowned deeply, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Go for it, Lu Yuan. Seeing his appearance, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but feel nervous. About an hour later, Lu Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. It was obvious that he could feel the activity of his blood and qi greatly increased, and his ice-type elemental energy also became more abundant. He immediately opened the panel to check the changes in the attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 800. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-tier 1. Mental strength, 194 Hz. Qi and blood, 422 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, beginner, ice ring, D, beginner, ice blast, S, beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, first level. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He remembered that when his body tempering technique was at level 0, his mental strength was 174 Hz and his blood energy was 302 kilocalories. Now, his mental state has been raised to 192 Hz, and his blood energy has soared to 422 calories. After all, it's a body tempering technique, so the improvement in mental strength isn't that significant. However, the increase in blood and energy is quite significant, adding a full 120 calories. It should be noted that when he broke through from the lower level of the first tier to the middle level of the first tier, his blood and qi only increased by 50 calories, which is less than half of the 120 calories he has now. More importantly, the total amount of ice-type elemental energy in the body increased by about 1/3. Previously, I could only unleash Ice Blast once even with all my might, but now I can barely manage to do it twice. Lu Yuan, you've finally finished. I have some sandwiches here, would you like some? Xia Qingyin noticed the commotion beside her and turned her gaze over. It happened to be her mealtime, and she and her companion beast were enjoying the sandwiches she had brought. Yes, thank you. Adding points to the body tempering technique is extremely energy consuming, and Lu Yuan was indeed a bit hungry at this moment. He took the sandwich from Xia Qingyin and began to eat it in large bites. This sandwich has a soft yet chewy texture, filled with a variety of ingredients such as fried egg, ham, and chicken breast. The sauce was perfectly balanced, sweet but not cloying. This sandwich is so delicious. Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up and exclaimed in admiration. Of course, I made it myself. Xia Qingyin puffed out her chest, her face full of pride. Although she couldn't compare to Lu Yuan in cultivation, she was quite skilled in other areas. During the meal, Xia Qingyin's superpower natural spiritual essence passively sensed that Lu Yuan's aura had undergone a huge change. Such an increase in aura doesn't seem like something a low-level body tempering technique could bring about. Xia Qingyin slowed down her chewing, and a thought flashed through her mind. Since Lu Yuan was here, she naturally asked, Lu Yuan, can you tell me what level of body tempering technique you are practicing? Lu Yuan answered frankly, it's an S-rank body tempering technique, the profound nether ice soul body. S-rank body tempering technique. Xia Qingyin gasped in surprise, then instinctively asked, How did you master it? I can't say for sure. Maybe it's just good luck, or maybe it's because I'm quick to understand, Lu Yuan explained. He couldn't openly tell Xia Qingyin that he obtained evolution points by killing ferocious beasts and then used those points to skip the cultivation process. Xia Qingyin's expression of surprise did not diminish in the slightest. She was now even more certain that describing Lu Yuan as a genius was not enough. Only the word monster could truly encompass him. In the remaining half-day, although he did not encounter any second-tier high-level ferocious beasts like the Gale Wolf, Lu Yuan still encountered nearly 10 second-tier low-level ferocious beasts like the Purple Fong Serpent. You have defeated the Tier 2 low-rank ferocious beast, the Leafy Monkey. Evolution points plus 120. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the Little Yellow Bear. Evolution points plus 140. In the evening, Lu Yuan opened the panel to check the day's total harvest. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2050. Unfortunately, even though he had accumulated 2050 evolution points, he still couldn't break through his current level. The reason will be explained later. Therefore, Lu Yuan simply raised the proficiency of the skill Ice Shard Ring from beginner to intermediate. This is a skill book that Director Lee gave him before. He's already mastered it. Evolution points minus 200. Ice Ring, D, beginner, Ice Ring, D, intermediate. Compared to breaking through the body tempering technique, improving skill proficiency is much easier. First, a large number of skill memories flood into the mind, and then all of these memories are digested and absorbed. absorbed. After absorbing the memories, Lu Yuan mobilized his internal energy and once again used the ice prism ring body. He discovered that the number of ice spikes increased from 3 to 4, the size of the ice spikes also increased slightly, and the amplification of ice-type abilities was also stronger. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, it's only a D-level skill, so you can't expect too much. Lu Yuan noticed that after the ice prism ring technique broke through to the intermediate level of proficiency, Ice Ring D, Intermediate, the panel still displays. This means that with his remaining 1850 evolution points, he can continue to upgrade Ice Ring body from intermediate to advanced. Where the province is located, the local governments should also spend money. Where the money is needed, the money should be spent. However, Lu Yuan wouldn't waste a lot of evolution points on such a D-level skill. Xia Qingyin and the deep-sea demon dragon cub were nibbling on the food they had brought. Lu Yuan picked up a few dry branches and lit a campfire. The bonfire blazed brightly, warming the surrounding air in people's hearts. Then, Lu Yuan used thin twigs to make skewers and skewered the meat of the ferocious beasts he had hunted that day. The moment the beast meat touched the campfire, it immediately emitted thick smoke. He then sprinkled on cumin and other seasonings. The aroma was absolutely irresistible. The billowing smoke drifted into Xia Qingyin and Xiaolan's noses. "Master, I want to eat meat." As Xia Qingyin's companion beast, Xiaolan communicated with her in her mind, her mouth practically watering. As if he had anticipated it, Lu Yuan carried several skewers of grilled meat to the man and the beast. Smiling, she said, "Xia Qingyin and Xiaolan, would you like something to eat?" Little Blue was already drooling and said eagerly, "Yes, yes, I want it." Xia Qingyin smiled slightly and did not refuse Lu Yuan's kindness. She said, "Thank you, Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite, we're all classmates. It's normal for you to help me and me to help you." Xia Qingyin nodded gently and replied, He then carefully tasted a skewer. The heat was perfectly controlled and the seasoning was very flavorful. I have to admit, these skewers were grilled really well. Although it is small in size, it contains enormous energy. Xia Qingyin had only taken a few bites when Xiaolan had already devoured all of her skewers. "I want more, I want more," Little Blue said coquettishly, sticking out her tongue. "You little rascal, you're such a gluttonous dragon." Xia Qingyin chuckled and gently patted her companion beast's head. Little Blue was in pain and touched its head with its two little paws, looking both aggrieved and helpless. While eating the remaining skewers, Lu Yuan handed a freshly grilled skewer to Xiaolan. And so, the evening passed quietly in a joyful and pleasant atmosphere. Because Xia Qingyin possesses the S-level superpowered natural spiritual essence, her sensory abilities are extraordinary, allowing her to easily detect the approach of ferocious beasts. This ability is also effective while you are asleep. Therefore, Lu Yuan no longer needed to keep watch at night. When I was with the rest of the Firefox team, it gets dark at 6 p.m., mealtime is from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and bedtime is from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., a full 10 hours. The Firefox team consists of 5 members, with their night watch time divided equally among them, each person watching for 2 hours. Even so, being woken up in the middle of the night is still very uncomfortable. Now that there was no need to keep watch, Lu Yuan naturally slept soundly. This was the first time in several days that he had slept so soundly. The next day, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin got up early. After all, with 10 hours of sleep, anyone can get a good night's rest as long as they don't use their phones or stay up late. Soon, night fell. A soft snore could be heard coming from Xia Qingyin's tent. That was sent by Xiaolan. 10 hours of sleep can indeed make you feel refreshed. But here's the problem. Xiaolan, as the cub of the deepwater dragon and Xia Qingyin's companion beast, it was no ordinary creature, but a small dragon. The two are simply incomparable. After Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin finished washing up, they began preparing breakfast. With a flash, a microwave oven appeared from Xia Qingyin's spatial ring. This microwave oven is powered by energy, Xia Qingyin said. She put the food in the microwave, turned it on, and simultaneously infused it with her own energy. The fragrance immediately filled the air, enticing Xiaolan to get out of bed. With a gentle flap of its little wings, Little Blue slowly flew over. "I knew this trick would wake you up," Xia Qingyin smiled slightly. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, her eyes widening in disbelief. Seeing Xia Qingyin's panicked expression, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Xia Qingyin, what's wrong? What happened?" Xia Qingyin frowned and said, "I sense that there is an extremely powerful ferocious beast about a kilometer away from us. It should be a third-tier ferocious beast." "A third-tier ferocious beast?" Lu Yuan was taken aback. A deafening roar suddenly rang out. The tiger roared in the valley, and all the beasts trembled in fear. The ferocious beasts hiding in the shadows all trembled. With a roar, the figure of a ferocious beast slowly emerged from the darkness. In the darkness, Lu Yuan couldn't see its appearance. But at this moment, this ferocious beast seemed to become a source of light. Approaching us was a massive, fiery tiger. Its body was as thick as a small mountain, and every step it took carried heavy pressure, as if the ground was trembling slightly. Its limbs were thick and muscular, and its pupils were sharp and menacing. A single glance seemed to carry a blazing flame flame that could scorch everything. Its entire body is covered in fiery red mane, and its tail is burning with real flames. The firelight illuminated the surrounding space, allowing Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin to see its appearance clearly. It is far superior to the previous second-tier high-level Gale Wolf, although it was impossible to accurately determine the level of the flaming tiger before them. However, through comparison, Lu Yuan could determine that this flaming tiger was at least at the third rank. Even at the lower tier of the third level, its ability to withstand damage far surpasses that of the upper tier of the second level by several times. An attack that can instantly kill a tier 2 upper level attacker would only cause a minor injury to a tier 3 lower level attacker, and to a tier 3 middle level attacker, it wouldn't even scratch the surface. Although killing a third tier ferocious beast would yield a large number of evolution points, Lu Yuan would never easily attempt such a futile endeavor. Therefore, his decision was clear. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin exchanged a glance, their eyes both revealing the same unwavering determination. Their ideas were completely aligned. Xia Qingyin spoke up first. Put all your things in my spatial ring. There's definitely no time to pack them up. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised, but still nodded in agreement. He had originally planned to give up all these things. Saving his life was his top priority. I never expected Xia Qingyin's spatial ring to be so big. It could actually fit 2 open tents inside. Xiaolan was also retrieved into the containment sphere by Xia Qingyin. After completing these, without hesitation, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin turned around and immediately began to run away. The flame tiger also spotted them and, seeing them as prey, gave chase. Both of them were at the mid-tier of tier 1, so their speed naturally couldn't match that of the flaming tiger. The distance between them kept shrinking. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Lu Yuan felt the wind rushing behind him and shook his head, saying, "This won't work. We'll be caught up soon." With a thought, Xia Qingyin took out 2 white pills from her spatial ring. She told Lu Yuan, "This is a speed pill, containing wind elemental energy. After taking it, it can greatly increase your speed for a short period of time." I awakened an ice-type ability. If I take a pill with wind-type elemental energy, there will probably be side effects afterward. Lu Yuan pondered to himself. However, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. Survival is the most important thing. Without life, you can't do anything. So he took the white swiftness pill from Xia Qingyin's hand and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of heat coursed through my body, making it hard to breathe. At the same time, his running speed increased threefold, reaching 4 times the original speed. Enough to outrun the flaming tiger. And so, relying on the swiftness pills that Xia Qingyin had prepared in advance, the two easily left the flaming tiger behind. The flame tiger was initially puzzled as to how these two humans had suddenly become so fast. It tried to chase for a while, but found that it couldn't catch up at its own speed. If we can't catch up, wouldn't continuing to chase just be asking for trouble? Therefore, the flame tiger gave up the pursuit. After all, this underground world is teeming with ferocious beasts, and there's no need to risk your life for 2 humans. Besides, it still has a mission to complete. After a few tense and exciting minutes of escape, huff, 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 the two of them were panting heavily and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Lu Yuan found himself increasingly unable to breathe. This is probably the price to pay for the extra elemental energy within the body. He tried to endure it, but then Xia Qingyin said softly, "Natural bath." The next moment, a green light enveloped him. Xia Qingyin used her skills to help Lu Yuan dispel the negative status. He was finally able to breathe smoothly, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He exclaimed, "This swiftness pill is really powerful. I feel like I've turned into a gust of wind, but the side effects are quite severe." Xia Qingyin said irritably, "How could it not be powerful? This swiftness pill cost me over 300,000 blue star coins." Lu Yuan quickly clenched his fists and said gratefully, "Xia Qingyin, thank you so much. I will definitely transfer the money to you after we leave this place. No wonder this pill is so potent. With a price tag of over 300,000, it has to be incredibly expensive." Xia Qingyin responded. Although her family is wealthy, she wouldn't give away such an expensive gift for nothing. She would still charge the money she was entitled to. Afterwards, Xia Qingyin released all the things she hadn't had time to organize from her spatial ring. Little Blue, who had entered the containment sphere, was also released by her. "Xia Qingyin, just how big is your spatial ring?" "It can actually hold 2 tents. This was a question Lu Yuan had wanted to ask for a long time, but he hadn't been able to speak up just now due to the urgent situation. "It should be around 100 cubic meters. Xia Qingyin pondered for a moment before answering. 100 cubic meters. He nodded in satisfaction. A glint of light flashed in Lu Yuan's pupils, and his eyes widened. He had seen it on TV before. A 1 cubic meter space ring costs around 30,000 blue star coins. Based on this calculation, a 100 cubic meter space ring would be worth at least 3 million blue star coins. Moreover, the larger the size, the more complex the manufacturing process often is. This means the final price will definitely be far more than 3 million blue star coins. It might even be as high as 5 million blue star coins. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Is this what they call a big family? I was so ignorant. Since your spatial ring has such a large capacity, why don't you absorb me in too? That way, you can save a swiftness pill, Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but burst out laughing. This only confused Lu Yuan more. His expression was somewhat strange, as if he were asking, what are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Seemingly realizing she hadn't been polite enough, Xia Qingyin covered her mouth with her hand and quickly suppressed her smile. Then she said, Lu Yuan, you don't have your own spatial ring yet, do you? Lu Yuan nodded. I've been busy cultivating lately and have completely forgotten about this. After leaving the underground world this time, he plans to go to the school to buy a spatial ring. Xia Qingyin revealed an expression of I knew it. Her red lips moved slightly as she added, a spatial ring is essentially a mental space. It must be imprinted with a mental mark in order to officially possess this space. Humans are not objects, they possess independent spirits. If you want to enter the spatial ring, you must completely erase this independent spirit. Completely eradicate independent spirit? Lu Yuan quickly understood. Doesn't that mean that people must be turned into slaves without independent thought in order to enter the spatial ring? Xia Qingyin nodded with a smile. That's definitely not possible. Lu Yuan gave an awkward laugh. Just then, several figures in blue flew past overhead. It's clearly using the power of wind to accelerate, just like when I took the swiftness pill before. It was moving extremely fast, although it was difficult to see clearly, judging from the outline. These figures were none other than the ferocious beast, the Gale Eagle. Immediately afterwards, several more white figures flew by. Its speed was not as fast as the Gale Eagle, so Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin could see it clearly. It is a mid-tier second-order ferocious beast, the white-feathered pigeon. Xia Qingyin's eyes widened, and she recognized him on the spot. I remember that both of these ferocious beasts prefer to stay in their habitats and are unwilling to travel far. Even when they forage, they only stay near their habitats. What could have happened to make them fly at full speed? A look of confusion appeared on Lu Yuan's face. The direction they flew in seems to be Zhangjiancheng. Did something unexpected happen? Xia Qingyin said solemnly as she looked at the map. Could it be that these ferocious beasts intend to attack Zhangjiancheng? Lu Yuan made a bold guess. No one could give an answer, but the only thing they knew for sure was that this is not a place to linger. Two groups of ferocious beasts had already flown past in a short period of time. If more beasts appeared and spotted them on the ground, that would truly be a dead end. This doesn't look safe enough. Shall we go back to the real world? Xia Qingyin made the suggestion. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. On the one hand, he had been in the underground world for almost a week, and the restless emotions within him were about to become uncontrollable. On the other hand, the current situation is indeed, as Xia Qingyin said, very unsafe. Thirdly, the gains from this operation were by no means empty-handed. Lu Yuan had already mastered the ice explosion technique at a basic level, and his body tempering technique, the profound nether ice soul body, had reached the first level. He also had 1850 evolution points remaining. After leaving the underground world, he would receive a large amount of blue star coins as a reward, so the two of them traveled at a brisk pace without stopping for a moment. However, one must eventually rest at night. After all, underground, the night is so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face, and you can't even see the road ahead. Until noon the next day, they finally arrived at the city gate of Jiangkan. Check my documents. The two guardians, both possessing superpowers, spoke up. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin each took out their respective superpower base identification certificates from their pockets. The contractual relationship between Xiao Lan and Xia Qingyin was also carefully examined and found to be without any problems. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin. After confirming that everything was correct, the superhuman made way, allowing the two to enter. Fortunately, you returned in time. We detected through specialized instruments that the number of ferocious beasts in the vicinity has increased dramatically, posing a risk of the city being attacked. If you happen to be caught in a ferocious beast attack on the city, the gates won't be able to open. The guard offered a reminder. Hearing his words, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Upon entering Jiangjian City, Lu Yuan clearly noticed that the number of guardians with superpowers had increased significantly. They also set up a number of cannons that we'd never seen before. Clearly, all of this is in preparation for the current offensive. Although an increase in the number of ferocious beasts does not necessarily mean an attack on the city, it is always wise to be prepared. Xia Qingyin, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'll give you half of the points we got from hunting ferocious beasts together. Seeing that Xia Qingyin seemed to want to leave on her own, Lu Yuan spoke up. After all, it's impossible for him to kill all the ferocious beasts by himself. Some of them were deliberately left alive by Xia Qingyin after she discovered them, so that Lu Yuan could kill them and obtain the evolution points. And that Gale Wolf, if Xia Qingyin hadn't intervened, Lu Yuan would have lost 1100 evolution points for nothing. Xia Qingyin nodded slightly in agreement. She wasn't the kind of person who would act coy, say no, and then change her mind a few days later. She said, Lu Yuan, I don't need these. But a few days later, she came back to question him. Does saying I don't want them mean I don't want them? She particularly dislikes this kind of hypocritical skeptical attitude. Lu Yuan in front of her was not bad. Not only was he handsome, but his personality also suited her taste. After spending a few days with him, she felt comfortable and at ease. The two then returned to the real world through the underground passage of Junkin City. Lu Yuan had learned this from Zhou Wan earlier. The location for exchanging loot for points is on the second floor of the Junkin City ability base, so the two went upstairs. 3 exchange windows came into view. The window prominently displays the 6 characters loot exchange. Lu Yuan pulled his suitcase and walked over. The box was filled with the spoils he had collected after separating from the rest of the Firefox team. The exchange window was spacious enough to allow him to fully open his suitcase and place it on it. Inside the box were more than a dozen crystals of different sizes and colors, as well as some precious parts from the ferocious beast. These things of yours can probably be exchanged for a lot of points, the staff member said with a smile. They then began to use instruments to count the spoils of war that Lu Yuan had brought one by one. A purple Fong serpent's Fong, 27 points each. A pair of cabbage monkey ears, 19 points. Phew, there's even a crystal of the Gale Wolf, 69 points for one. The staff operated the equipment while counting each item. Congratulations, you have a total of 620 points. Ultimately, the staff gave a total score of 620 points. At Zhangzhan's supernatural ability base, the exchange rate between points and blue star coins is 1:1000. In other words, these spoils are worth 620,000 blue star coins when directly exchanged. Although Lu Yuan had made estimates before setting off, but he was still shocked when he heard the exact price quoted by the staff. In just one day, I was able to earn a staggering 620,000 blue star coins. Is this the earning power of superhumans? The word that instantly popped into Lu Yuan's mind was utterly terrifying. The more you spend, the more you earn. Now it seems that the price of the D-grade alloy battlesuit bought for over 100,000 blue star coins, along with tens of thousands of potions, is indeed reasonable. He lowered his head in deep thought, pondering to himself. At the same time, he handed his identification document from the superpower base to the staff. The staff entered a string of numbers into the device, and the next second, the notification sounded as points were credited to your account. 620 points have been credited to your account. Could you help me exchange my points for blue star coins? The staff member smiled and nodded, indicating that of course there was no problem. She asked, what is your bank card number? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan recited a long string of numbers, 62. As a superhuman, their blood and energy are more surging than ordinary people, and their spirit is also exceptionally abundant. This gave him a memory far exceeding that of ordinary people. Therefore, Lu Yuan was able to accurately recite the bank card number from memory. The savings card account ending in 62 of bank name received a transfer of 620,000 yuan on date at time. The current balance is yuan. Less than 2 seconds later, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated slightly. He pressed the power button, the screen lit up, and he received a text message confirming the payment. Now that the money has arrived, there's no need for him to linger here any longer. Luckily we came back quickly, otherwise we would have been dead. When was the last time the ferocious beasts attacked the city? It seems like it was 4 months ago, but I'm sure it was the last attack. Behind them were several other teams who, realizing the situation was dire, hurriedly fled back to Jiangzhan City and back to the real world. The two then arrived at the first floor of the Junkin City superpower base. They first went to the changing room and changed their battlesuits into ordinary casual clothes. His battlesuit was stained with blood, and Lu Yuan had been wanting to take it off to get some fresh air for a while. Xia Qingyin, what's your bank card number? After changing his clothes, Lu Yuan asked. After all, he had promised to transfer half of the blue star coins to her, so he naturally had to keep his promise. 32. Xia Qingyin softly gave out her bank card number. Lu Yuan then transferred 310,000 blue star coins to her. Of course, this transfer did not trigger any regulatory mechanisms. Unlike the previous life, this life has many people with superpowers and an amazing ability to make money. As long as you verify your superpowered status on the app, you can make large transfers directly without triggering any regulations. Suddenly, Lu Yuan thought of something. He asked, that swiftness pill cost over 300,000, right? I'll transfer the money to you now? If it weren't for this swiftness pill, Lu Yuan would probably have just left it there. Therefore, he will absolutely not delay paying this money. I don't remember the exact price, just transfer 300,000 blue star coins to me directly. Xia Qingyin thought for a moment, then shook her head slightly and said. Lu Yuan nodded and operated his phone for a while. My bank card balance has decreased by another 300,000 blue star coins. Next, he began to tally up the bank card transactions for the day. Income, 620,000 blue star coins. Expenditure, 610,000 blue star coins. The net income was only 10,000 blue star coins. Only 10,000 blue star coins. What's the difference between that and not earning anything? At most, I'll just buy one energy potion. Lu Yuan, it seems you haven't made much money. Xia Qingyin also noticed the problem and spoke up. Lu Yuan said calmly. calmly, "It's alright, there will be plenty of opportunities." He's right, money isn't important to him. What matters is evolution points. With evolution points, he can become insanely powerful. By then, my earning power will definitely far exceed what I am now. Besides, in the days before entering the underground world, he and the other members of the Firefox team had hunted down many ferocious beasts. All in all, I still earn quite a bit of blue star coins. The two then left the Junkin City special ability base together. "Goodbye, Xia Qingyin, I have to go back to school." As soon as he stepped out of the gate of the Jungjun City superpower base, Lu Yuan said goodbye to her. "Perfect timing, I'm also heading back to school. Want to hitch a ride?" Xia Qingyin took out her car keys from her spatial ring and waved them in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. It's noon now, during the subway's rush hour. He'd rather not squeeze onto the crowded subway than take a ride. He's got a screw loose. So, the two followed Xia Qingyin to the underground parking garage next to the Jungjun City superpower base. Upon entering the underground parking garage, Lu Yuan saw a large crowd gathered around a car, admiring it and taking pictures. It was a bright red Ferrari, exuding luxury and typical of high-end cars. Xia Qingyin led him over. As soon as she pressed the remote key, the Ferrari roared to life. Immediately, those who had been taking photos turned to look at them. "Such a beautiful girl, and she's so rich, it's just so unfair. Go to hell. Is that guy next to her lover? He's only slightly more handsome than me, isn't he?" They were whispering among themselves. Lu Yuan had no idea that he had already been assumed by some passers-by to be Xia Qingyin's male concubine. However, he vaguely sensed that Xia Qingyin sighed inwardly. She frowned and said, "This Ferrari is only 4 million, which is the cheapest one in my garage. Why are so many people watching it?" Lu Yuan's eyes widened on the spot. 4 million? And that's just amount? So, these two words can actually be used together? Indeed, I still can't understand the world of the rich. Sitting in Xia Qingyin's Ferrari, the scenery outside the window kept moving backward. Accompanied by the high-pitched roar of the Ferrari engine, Lu Yuan quickly returned to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Along the way, various thoughts churned in his mind. When he first arrived in Shenzhen, the senior student who picked him up drove a Maybach worth more than 2 million blue star coins. But now, he's riding in a Ferrari worth over 4 million blue star coins. This gave Lu Yuan a thought. He must buy a luxury car in the future. Of course, this is on the premise that you have enough blue star coins. He would never stop buying cultivation resources just because he had just earned a few million blue star coins, and instead buy these luxury items that are of no help to cultivation. At the entrance of the Shenzhen Superpower University, Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin kept a respectful distance as they walked into the campus together. Just then, a senior student who looked slightly mature and wore black-rimmed glasses walked towards us. That's right, he is Lu Yuan's senior, Hu Dahai, a sophomore. "Junior brother Lu Yuan, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here." Hu Dahai greeted him. Then, he glanced at Xia Qingyin beside him and secretly gave Lu Yuan a meaningful look. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was completely oblivious to Hu Dahai's hint. He simply replied, "Senior Hu, what a coincidence." Last time, Lu Yuan had just returned from the Jungjun City superpower base when he ran into Senior Jiang Yan at the entrance. I ran into Senior Hu Dahai again this time. Is this also some kind of strange coincidence? After greeting Hu Dahai, the three of them slowly walked deeper into the campus. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't seem to understand what he meant, Hu Dahai took out his phone and sent him a message on QQ. "Junior brother Lu Yuan, I was just joking before, I didn't expect you to actually take it." The phone beeped, and Lu Yuan turned on the screen. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw the message. Several seconds later, he remembered that Hu Dahai had said something earlier, but that Miss Xia is indeed extremely beautiful. "I think you're quite handsome too, junior brother Lu. If you could be her boyfriend, wouldn't that be like winning without a fight?" That was a joke Hu Dahai made when discussing the fierce competition in the freshman competition. Upon seeing this message, Lu Yuan immediately realized that Hu Dahai must have misunderstood. So he quickly replied on QQ, "Senior Hu, you misunderstood. I just happened to meet Xia Qingyin in the underground world of the Jungjun City ability base, and then we just happened to come back together." Xia Qingyin? That's a nickname. Seeing Lu Yuan use this form of address, Hu Dahai realized that he had indeed misunderstood. However, his attention soon shifted to a new focus, the underground world. So he asked, "Junior brother Lu, have you already entered the underground world?" Lu Yuan replied to the message. Looking at Lu Yuan's reply, Hu Dahai couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He first stepped into the underground world 3 or 4 months after the start of the school year. Unexpectedly, before school even started, junior student Lu Yuan had already entered the underground world. After returning to school, Xia Qingyin received a phone call and hurriedly left the campus. It's unclear what she was going to do. Lu Yuan's first priority was to go to the cleaning center to thoroughly clean his spear and battle armor. Sitting on the electric scooter, Lu Yuan felt somewhat dazed. His spear was shattered into pieces, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The weapon before you is Huang Hao's spear. Later, he also needs to go to the school's resource exchange office to buy a brand new rifle. Another day, I'll return this borrowed spear to Brother Hao. After leaving the cleaning center, Lu Yuan went to the nearby mission center first. Before leaving school, he took on 2 assignments at the same time. One is grade C, and the other is grade D. These 2 tasks combined earned Lu Yuan 2.5 credits. The task was easy for him because he was sure he could complete it successfully before he dared to accept it. Although the score wasn't high, it was still a way to recover some of the losses. After completing the task, Lu Yuan went to the resource trading office. Now, he is preparing to buy a brand new rifle. "Excuse me, do you need any help?" the staff member asked warmly. "I want to buy a long spear," Lu Yuan answered truthfully. The staff member continued, "What quality of spear do you want? Rank D? No, rank C, I guess." He originally wanted to say D rank, since the previous spear was D rank. But before he could say it, he suddenly changed his mind. "A D grade spear? Even if I smash it with ice explosion, I can only accept it, since a spear can't be used as a disposable cannon." So he decided to upgrade the weapon. "These are all the Class C rifles we have here. You can take a look." The staff member handed him a tablet computer. Azure Cloud Spear, grade C, weighs 55 kilograms, is 2.6 meters long, and costs 448,000 blue star coins. Black Dragon Spear, grade C, weighs 60 kilograms, is 2.7 meters long, and costs 499,000 blue star coins. Lingxiao Spear, grade C, weighs 80 kilograms, is 2.9 meters long, and costs 60 credits, payable only with credits. The tablet provides detailed information on the weight, length, actual photos, and price of all Class C rifles. This price, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel heartbroken looking at it. The cheapest C-grade spear, the Azure Cloud Spear, costs over 440,000 blue star coins. Sure enough, the quality improved, and the price also increased significantly. However, things have come to this point, and there is no other choice. When he first arrived at the school, he still had 1.5 million blue star coins in his bank account. He gritted his teeth and figured he could still afford it. "My current comfort zone for holding it is between 56 and 64 kilograms. After repeated comparisons and selections, Lu Yuan finally decided. He chose the Black Dragon Spear, which weighs 60 kilograms and is 2.7 meters long, just right for his needs. "Come in with me for a moment. Old Xia, I'm taking this student inside to get the gun. You keep an eye on things for me while I wait." After swiping his bank card, the staff led Lu Yuan into the warehouse. After all, the staff couldn't lift that 60-kilogram Black Dragon Spear themselves. The buyer must pick it up in person. The staff led Lu Yuan to the resource trading area, where they arrived at the equipment display area. Along the way, Lu Yuan saw all sorts of weapons: staffs, broadswords, long swords, you name it. Finally, the staff led him to a long gun. This spear is painted entirely in dark black. The tip of the spear was sharpened to an extremely sharp point, reflecting a cold light. A small dragon carving is wrapped around the grip. This little dragon is carved to be very lifelike. It's not just for decoration, it also makes the grip more comfortable. That's right, this is the Black Dragon Spear that Lu Yuan just bought. "Here's the rifle you wanted. Take it back," the staff member said warmly. Lu Yuan picked up the Black Dragon Spear and first tested its feel. It's really quite good. The weight was just right, perfect for him to exert his strength. The broken spear he used before was too flimsy and not comfortable to use. This new one is just right for him. He was overjoyed and left the resource trading center with the brand new Black Dragon Spear. There are still several hundred meters between the resource trading office and the shared electric vehicle parking area. He took out his phone and scrolled through short videos for a while. To my surprise, the results for the martial arts exam were released today. The college entrance examination is divided into a military skills test and a written test. This refers to the martial arts exam alone. The martial arts exam mainly tests spirit, blood, and chi, damage and support abilities, and also includes some questions about ferocious beasts. The results are given very quickly. After all, it's impossible to throw all the students who have only been awakened for less than a month into the underground space to kill ferocious beasts, let alone killing it. Most students trembled in the face of the ferocious beast. Calling out mom would be considered quite good. Killing ferocious beasts is simply unrealistic. He glanced casually at the video announcing the martial arts exam results. After all, he is a college student now, and the college entrance examination is a thing of the past. Speaking of the college entrance examination, Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of his good friend from high school, Li Ming. Li Ming's awakened superpower is only level E, and he can't even pass the martial arts exam for a junior college. In terms of academic subjects, his grades were good enough to get into a regular undergraduate program, so he chose to take the academic subjects exam. The written exam and the martial arts exam are a few days later. They've only just begun. Lu Yuan silently prayed for Li Ming in his heart. And there was also his former class monitor, Lin Xiangyu. I heard from her classmates that her awakened superpower is grade B, which is not bad. She's at awakening rank B, so she probably chose the martial arts exam, but nobody knows how well she did or where she got in. Lu Yuan didn't think much about these things. As he walked, he unknowingly arrived at the shared electric scooter parking area. He unlocked a shared electric scooter. Without hesitation, I turned around and slowly drove towards the dormitory. Having just returned from the Jiangxan City Superpower Base, I'm now wandering around the Shenzhen Superpower University campus, turning left and right. I am extremely exhausted both physically and mentally and desperately need rest. The wind was strong outside, and I could hear the constant whooshing sound of the wind in my ears. Soon after, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. He went straight up to the second floor and into his bedroom. He was so exhausted that he didn't even have the strength to take a shower. As soon as I lay down on the bed, I fell into a deep sleep. Out of habit, he picked up his phone from beside his pillow and looked at it. It was already 10 p.m. I didn't expect to sleep until 10 p.m. It looks like I won't be able to fall asleep tonight. After waking up, Lu Yuan felt much better and had a lot of energy. He quickly went to the bathroom next door and took a refreshing cold shower. After returning, although I didn't eat much, I was still very hungry. He opened the Heart in Shenzhen University app and ordered himself a honey crispy roast chicken. It was only a little past 10 o'clock, and the college students' lives were just beginning. The cafeteria's food delivery service was still operating normally. This honey-glazed crispy roast chicken was recommended by senior student Jiang Yen. Sales were also extremely strong. Even at 10 p.m., the cafeteria will still be making a fresh batch of food. If Lu Yuan hadn't acted quickly, he might not have been able to snatch it. Sure enough, after waking up at 10 o'clock at night, he couldn't fall back asleep when he should have been sleeping. It wasn't until 3 a.m. that Lu Yuan felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep again. Lu Yuan did not get up early today. He didn't get up until 8 o'clock in the morning. After a quick breakfast, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter to the Ice and Snow Ability Museum. Daily training is essential. Even though he could directly add points through the system, Lu Yuan would not give up the opportunity to gradually become stronger in his daily life. After all, if your strength increases normally, the number of evolution points required to add more will decrease accordingly. From a certain perspective, this can be considered a way to indirectly obtain evolution points. After leaving the Ice and Snow Ability Hall with great satisfaction, Lu Yuan went to the cafeteria for lunch. After lunch, he would usually go back to his dormitory for a nap for 1 or 2 hours before coming to the Ice and Snow Ability Center for afternoon training. But today, he doesn't plan to go back to his dorm. I've had enough sleep. What's the point of going back? So, Lu Yuan returned to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall once again. This made the staff who knew Lu Yuan look at him with new respect. She remembered that Lu Yuan used to take a nap, but now he doesn't even take a nap anymore. Despite awakening a rare S-class superpower, he still works so hard. After training at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for about 5 hours, Lu Yuan ate dinner first and then returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, his gaze immediately focused. He discovered several bags of snacks that did not belong to him, placed next to the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Normally, other people can't enter your dormitory. Therefore, only. Just then, a tall, thin young man with fairer skin than the average person walked down the spiral staircase. This young man appears to be about the same age as Lu Yuan. "Hello, I'm your roommate, Lu Yuan." The young man gave a friendly smile. As Lu Yuan had expected, this person was indeed his roommate. The martial arts exam results came out quickly, and the application process was completed just as fast. Because the martial arts exam only requires applying to schools, unlike the humanities exam which involves complicated procedures such as major selection, transfer, and file transfer. Once you submit your application, you'll receive the admission results the next day. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan also revealed a friendly smile and said, hello, I am Lu Yuan." The two shook hands in a very friendly manner. Lu Yuan's first impression of him was not bad. It seems that Lu Yuan has a good personality. "Brother Lu Yuan, you're a specially recruited student, right? Tell me quickly, what kind of superpower did you awaken?" Lu Yuan looked on with curiosity. He arrived at the dormitory about an hour ago. It was discovered that some people had already moved into the dormitory. By asking Xiaoya, the smart management assistant in the dormitory, he learned that this person had moved in more than 20 days ago. Since they moved in early, they must be specially recruited new students. "What I awakened was an S-class superpower, the Ice Crown." Lu Yuan answered Lu Yuan's question frankly. "S-class superpower, Ice Crown." Lu Yuan immediately took a breath, his eyes filled with envy. Then, he actually said to Lu Yuan, "Brother Lu Yuan, can we have a match tomorrow?" This sudden request left Lu Yuan somewhat at a loss. His understanding of fighting a battle naturally refers to a battle between the two sides. But why did they fight? Could it be that Lu Yuan has a grudge against me? But Lu Yuan's smile remained gentle, not at all like a hostile person. Seeing Lu Yuan's confused expression, Lu Yuan added, "I am the top scorer in this year's Tianchuan Province Martial Arts exam, and I have awakened an A+ level Ice-type ability. I just want to test how much difference there is between an A+ level Ice-type ability and an S-level Ice-type ability. You also awakened an Ice-type ability. What a coincidence." Lu Yuan was both amused and exasperated. Ice-type abilities are rare elemental elemental abilities, and very few people awaken them. Unexpectedly, my roommate was also an ice-type ability user. Fine, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and said. Then he asked, what level are you at now? Lu Yuan scratched his head and replied, I awakened my superpower 2 months ago, and I'm still in the awakened realm. He said this with a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Alright, you're an awakened one, right? Then I'll also lower my cultivation level to that of an awakened one to compete with you. Lu Yuan responded. This decision is reasonable. Only when people are at the same level can the difference between superpowers be truly revealed. By the way, brother Lu Yuan, what realm are you at now? Since Lu Yuan asked me, it's only natural for me to ask him back, right? Lu Yuan blurted out, I am currently at the mid-level of the first rank. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. The first tier intermediate level, that's the goal I set for myself to achieve in the first semester of my freshman year. Universities haven't even officially started yet. How did brother Lu Yuan already reach this level? That's absolutely terrifying. There's another question that Lu Yuan forgot to ask. That is, brother Lu Yuan, when did you awaken your superpower? After all, the awakening of superpowers depends entirely on talent, and the rarer the superpower, the easier it is to awaken at an earlier time. If brother Lu Yuan had awakened his powers much earlier, that would have been understandable. So Lu Yuan asked, brother Lu Yuan, when did you awaken your superpower? Lu Yuan also blurted out, about a month ago, to be precise, less than a month ago, on the day of the awakening ceremony. Ha! Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt his head spin. Having awakened less than a month ago, he was able to leap directly from an awakened to a mid-level first-tier cultivator. Such a person is unbelievable, no matter where they are. And now, such a being is standing right in front of me. Even though Lu Yuan usually acts very friendly, Lu Yuan feels immense pressure. Fortunately, brother Lu Yuan said he would suppress his cultivation level to that of an awakened, so he should be able to save face after losing. The two arrived at the school's arena area. Along the way, they encountered a tall and strong young man. It was Feng Shi, who had just come out of the dormitory and was on his way to the Kengan arena for training. Upon learning that the two planned to fight in the arena, Feng Shi smiled and said he wanted to go and watch. This gave Lu Yuan a bad feeling. After communicating with the staff, the two were able to step into the ring as they wished. This battle had no stakes, it was simply a friendly spar. Brother Lu Yuan, let's go, Lu Yuan said with a firm expression. As soon as he stepped into the ring, he felt full of confidence and his blood was boiling. However, he quickly changed the subject and reminded him, brother Lu Yuan, remember to add more water. Although my heart was filled with excitement, my mind remained clear and rational. Lu Yuan nodded, while making an OK sign with his right hand. Feng Shi, standing beside the arena, stared intently at them. Not long ago, he went into the underground world. Unfortunately, the team I joined was unreliable, and I didn't learn anything from it. Therefore, he also wanted to learn from Lu Yuan's experience. Lu Yuan first suppressed his cultivation level to that of an awakened, as agreed. Then, the battle was about to break out. An ice and snow crown? There really is a crown? The icy crown that appeared above Lu Yuan's head amazed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's weapon was a large sword, which was clearly inferior to Lu Yuan's 2.7-meter-long black dragon spear. Clang, clang, clang. The two weapons clashed, producing a crisp metallic clang. With his highly skilled marksmanship, Lu Yuan easily suppressed Lu Yuan. Even if Lu Yuan infused ice-type elemental energy into the greatsword, even without using his elemental energy, Lu Yuan could fight him to a draw. Because Lu Yuan's rudimentary level of swordsmanship was like playing with a baby in Lu Yuan's eyes. Brother Lu Yuan, this is too exaggerated. Your marksmanship is so skillful. Seeing this, Lu Yuan sighed helplessly, as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young man, you still need to practice more. Lu Yuan shook his head, feigning helplessness. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his ice elemental energy into his spear, which actually knocked the broadsword out of Lu Yuan's hand. The broadsword was knocked away and landed on the ground not far away. Brother Lu Yuan, I admit defeat. Lu Yuan said helplessly. Without weapons, how can we fight? Your swordsmanship isn't sharp enough, your movements are often sluggish. Gunmanship and knife skills, in essence, are both techniques for controlling weapons. Lu Yuan could easily spot the problems with Lu Yuan's rudimentary level of swordsmanship. Lu Yuan's purpose was simple. He wanted to see the difference between A+ level ice-type abilities and S-level ice-type abilities. The results showed that the difference in their abilities was not significant. This, on the contrary, exposed a fatal flaw in Lu Yuan. His swordsmanship was too poor and too disorganized. After hearing Lu Yuan's comments, Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. He said that he would start practicing his swordsmanship diligently from tomorrow, striving to reach intermediate proficiency before the freshman competition. Then you'd better step up your game. Lu Yuan gave him an encouraging look. Lu Yuan nodded. He had only just enrolled in school, and brother Lu Yuan was already so strong. He couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Meanwhile, in the dormitory across the street, Xiaoying, we're so lucky to be assigned to the the same dorm. The speaker was Wang Yuzhu, Xia Qingyin's high school classmate and best friend. She awakened an A-level superpower, Ruthless Storm, and ranked 10th in the martial arts exam in Guangdong province. On the day the martial arts exam results were announced, she chose Shenzhen Superpower University without hesitation. It's close to home, and my best friend lives here too. Hearing Wang Yuzhu's words, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but smile. Do you really have that much good luck? Actually, it was Xia Qingyin who spoke with her aunt, the dean of the grass-based academy, to help Wang Yuzhu change dorm rooms. Of course, Wang Yuzhu also guessed that Xia Qingyin had helped her change dorm rooms, and that what she said earlier was just a joke. Xiaoyin, I never expected you to have such a great figure. I wonder which jerk will steal you away in the future. Wang Yuzhu looked at Xia Qingyin's ample bosom and made a joke. Hee, let me see. She revealed a lecherous expression and was about to reach out and pinch him when Xia Qingyin skillfully dodged her. Xia Qingyin frowned slightly and said jokingly, you're already like this since you just arrived. If you keep this up, I'll have to ask Auntie to replace you. My best friend is always so unserious, but she's also a very straightforward and good friend. Hee, Xiaoyin, you're the best to me. You definitely wouldn't really do that, right? Wang Yuzhu shook her head and smiled, then changed the subject. How about we go for a drive tonight? Okay. Xia Qingyin readily agreed, as she was also looking forward to relaxing. I've been under a lot of pressure lately, so it's really necessary to relax a bit. After chatting with Feng Shi, Lu Yuan took Lu Yuan to the ice-type ability hall. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, Lu Yuan understood that there must be an ice-type ability center in his hometown as well. After all, Lu Yuan didn't look around with the same curiosity as I did when I first came. The two quickly entered their respective training rooms and began their training. The morning training session ended quickly. Both Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan had exhausted a lot of their energy. After leaving the training room, the two hurried to the cafeteria. The honey-glazed crispy roast chicken was sold out, so they had to queue at another window. While waiting in line, Lu Yuan received a message from Zhou Wanfa. Lu Yuan, you've already left Jiangzhan City, haven't you? Lu Yuan sent an emoji to indicate that he had left. There is no signal in the underground world, so you can neither receive messages nor reply. This morning, Jiangzhan City was completely sealed off because of a massive attack by ferocious beasts. It's estimated that we won't be able to hunt those beasts there for at least a month. Zhou Wan reminded her. The ferocious beasts actually attacked the city. Lu Yuan secretly rejoiced that he had escaped early. Then, Zhou Wan mentioned the Firefox team's performance over the past few days, which totaled 900 points, equivalent to 900,000 blue star coins. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yuan received 630,000 blue star coins from Zhou Wan. Upon seeing the transfer, Lu Yuan was taken aback and did not accept it immediately. He thought to himself that taking half was already quite reasonable, and that 70% was a bit too much. At this moment, Zhou Wan sent another message, just keep it. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten so many points. Since Zhou Wan said so, and it was indeed true, Lu Yuan accepted the transfer without hesitation. Now things are much better. Not only did they get the money back for the Black Dragon Spear, but after deducting the expenses for potions in the underworld, they also made a net profit of about 100,000. After receiving the money, Zhou Wan remained silent for a few minutes and did not send any more messages. A few minutes later, she sent a message. Lu Yuan, you have indeed brought us many surprises since you joined the team, but I think that with your strength you should not be limited to our team. The meaning of these words is quite clear. He feels that his team is too weak and will drag Lu Yuan down. Therefore, she hoped that Lu Yuan could leave the team and fight on his own, or find a stronger team. In fact, the behavior of the one-horned rhinoceros has already demonstrated this point. Otherwise, Zhou Wan wouldn't have let the other team members go back first. Seeing this, Lu Yuan felt conflicted. In the Firefox team, there was Zhou Wan who warmly cared for him. The next morning, Huang Hao, who was unconventional but humorous, Wang Hu, a man of few words, imparted to him much knowledge of the underground world. There's also Su Lu, who's timid and shy, but quietly provides support from behind. Although I've been a member for less than a month and have only been to the underground world twice, but he truly felt the warmth of the Firefox team. Everyone there was very kind. When the time actually came to leave, he found himself somewhat reluctant to go. Brother Lu Yuan, stop sending messages, it's our turn to get the vegetables. Lu Yuan, who was standing in front of him, turned around and asked. Lu Yuan snapped out of his daze, put down his phone, picked up the dishes he had just ordered, and walked to the dining table with Lu Yuan. Are you free tomorrow night? Let's have dinner together. Zhou Wan sent another message. Okay, I'll be on time tomorrow night, Lu Yuan replied, thinking the arrangement was good. Let's have one last meal together and part ways amicably. After having dinner with Lu Yuan originally wanted to go back to the dormitory with Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan said he had something to do and left alone. After replying to Zhou Wan's message, Lu Yuan then asked his teacher, Qin Tianlong, if he was free at noon today. I received a positive response. Therefore, when he said he had something to do, he meant he was going to see Qin Tianlong. After returning from the underground world, he discovered his problem. After parting parting ways with Lu Yuan arrived at Qin Tianlong's house.
Lu Yuan, please come in.
The butler made way for him.
Upon entering, Lu Yuan saw Qin Tianlong sitting on the sofa.
However, this time, the pressure Qin Tianlong exerted on him was noticeably less intense than when they first met.
Perhaps I've already gotten used to it. Lu Yuan, what do you need me for? Qin Tianlong asked. As soon as Lu Yuan entered, he went straight to the point. Teacher, when I was in the underground world, I found that although the ice explosion technique was quite effective, it consumed too much of my internal energy, which I couldn't handle. Relying solely on spear attacks isn't strong enough either. Could you recommend a suitable skill for me?
Qin Tianlong showed no surprise when he heard the term underground world.
As a 7th level grandmaster, he could sense the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Lu Yuan with ease.
However, when Lu Yuan mentioned using ice explosion, he couldn't help but pause slightly. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan not only has extremely strong comprehension and cultivation, but also has an outstanding ability to comprehend skills.
In addition, Lu Yuan's excellent personality won him his favor. It seems I've really found a good apprentice this time. Qin Tianlong sighed inwardly.
In response to Lu Yuan's question, he explained, the more powerful the skill, the greater the energy consumption, which is normal, so don't worry too much.
As your cultivation level
increases and you gradually practice the body tempering technique, the energy within your body will continue to increase, at which point you will be able to unleash more S-rank skills. Also, I have 3 skill books here that are very suitable for your current strength.
Take them and start learning.
As Qin Tianlong spoke, he rummaged through the books and quickly handed 3 skill books to Lu Yuan.
Frozen Shield. These are the names of the 3 skill books.
Ice Blade, an A-level skill, can release ice blades for ranged attacks. Ice Flash, a B-level skill, provides rapid movement and is suitable for chasing or dodging. Frozen Shield, an A-level skill, grants the user a frozen shield that can block a certain amount of damage.
Qin Tianlong gave a brief introduction to the effects of the 3 books.
Lu Yuan accepted the skill book, thanked him repeatedly, and said respectfully, "Thank you so much, teacher." When encountering ferocious beasts in the underground world, he could only rush forward and attack with his spear, or he could throw long spears from a distance, but he often missed. Although the burst of superpowers can be considered a ranged attack.
But that's the way to consume the most elemental energy.
Although the damage is high, it's simply too expensive to use for clearing out regular mobs.
Now with Ice Blade, we finally have another reliable means of ranged attack.
Ice Flash is a movement skill, while Frozen Shield is a defensive skill, which undoubtedly makes Lu Yuan's combat more comprehensive. By the way, teacher, my mysterious nether ice soul body has officially entered the 1st level.
Could you tell me what I need to pay attention to in the 2nd level?
After thanking him, Lu Yuan inquired. This book, The Mysterious Ice Soul Body, is as thick as a modern Chinese dictionary. I can even flip through it and study it when the teacher isn't around.
But now that the teacher is right in front of us, wouldn't it be more direct to ask him?
After he finished speaking, Qin Tianlong was stunned for a moment.
Ice explosion technique is already at the beginner level, but the profound nether ice soul body has actually reached the 1st level? This is way too exaggerated.
With a thought, Qin Tianlong used his mental power to examine Lu Yuan's entire skeleton. He discovered that all 206 of Lu Yuan's bones had been tempered by ice-type elemental energy, without any trace of tempering errors. At this moment, Lu Yuan's bone hardness is several times higher than that of ordinary superhumans.
Cough cough.
Clearing his throat, Qin Tianlong said, the 2nd level is to temper the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs are the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. When you reach the 6th level, you will begin to temper your 6 internal organs, namely the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner.
But you are still far from that point.
It is especially important to note that the heart must be the first organ to be tempered, as it is the core support. Otherwise, you may die because your heart cannot withstand the explosion.
Lu Yuan kept Qin Tianlong's words firmly in mind.
After all, it concerns his life.
To temper the 5 internal organs, 5 bridges need to be built.
Through the circulation of qi and blood and the guidance of the mysterious netherworld ice soul body, the body's energy channels are connected to the heart's energy nodes, forming a stable circulation path. The same principle applies to the other 4 organs. Come, I'll teach you how to temper your heart first. You can learn the rest yourself from the mysterious nether ice soul body manual.
Disciple understands. So the 2 of them went to Qin Tianlong's training room and began one-on-one instruction. So much. It wasn't until nightfall that Lu Yuan left Qin Tianlong's residence feeling refreshed.
He ordered takeout on the Heart in Shenzhen University app and then returned to his dormitory with 3 skill books.
As soon as Lu Yuan entered the room, he saw Lu Yuan sitting on the sofa, eating snacks, and watching TV.
He was holding a bag of potato chips that he had just opened and hadn't eaten more than a few pieces of.
Brother Lu Yuan, want some? Lu Yuan enthusiastically handed over potato chips.
Lu Yuan first placed a few skill books on the table, then casually grabbed a few potato chips from the packaging and put them in his mouth.
Brother Lu Yuan, where did you get these skill books? Aren't skill books from the library not allowed about to be taken out? Lu Yuan asked with wide, curious eyes. Lu Yuan explained, I didn't bring this from the library. My teacher gave it to me. Lu Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Lu Yuan could tell that Lu Yuan was definitely unaware of the existence of the campus forum. After all, he wasn't a specially admitted freshman, he was just an ordinary student and didn't have the privilege of being picked up and dropped off by someone. In addition, I was in a hurry last night and didn't notice this. So, just like he had done with Ling Weiwei, Lu Yuan sent a link to Lu Yuan. What's this? This is an app used exclusively by our school. It has a campus forum inside. You can check it out. After saying that, he went to the kitchen to wash his hands. After washing his hands, Lu Yuan took the 3 skill books upstairs, inside the Ice and Snow Superpowers Pavilion. Inside the sea-level training room, the air was filled with rich elemental energy, and the surrounding area was piled with special ice and snow, all of which could effectively enhance the training effect. In just one morning, Lu Yuan gained a preliminary understanding of the B-level skill Ice Flash from the 3 skill books. Evolution points -60. Ice Flash, B, Beginner, Ice Flash, B, Elementary. Related memories kept surfacing in my mind. After consuming 60 evolution points, Lu Yuan was able to fully unleash Ice Flash. He currently has 1,790 evolution points remaining. Ice Flash, B, Beginner. After browsing the panel, Lu Yuan discovered that this skill could also be improved in terms of proficiency. The evolution points required to upgrade a B-level skill from the beginner to the intermediate level are not large. However, he plans to save his evolution points for now, as his current Ice Flash skill at the beginner level is sufficient. There is about a month left until the freshman competition. The next goal is clear. Before the freshman competition, reach the upper level of the first tier, or even strive for the lower level of the second tier. Let's try out this skill and see how it works. Ice Flash. Lu Yuan lowered his head and muttered to himself. The next moment, he transformed into a streak of blue light and swiftly dashed forward a distance. White snowflakes still lingered behind them. A quick estimate suggests that performing the Ice Flash move takes approximately 0.4 seconds and can displace up to 15 meters. The effect is quite good. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He paid 4,000 blue star coins and left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Every day, Lu Yuan practices for at least 8 hours, and the venue alone costs 8,000 blue star coins. The basic pills and medicines provided by the school were far from enough, so he had to buy more. All told, Lu Yuan spends between 10,000 and 20,000 blue star coins every day. As the saying goes, you can't cultivate yourself without money. Although those with superpowers earn high incomes, they also burn through money quickly if they want to grow rapidly. This is unavoidable. Therefore, Lu Yuan decided to wait until the bloodlust within his body completely dissipated before entering the underground world again to hunt ferocious beasts, both to earn blue star coins and to accumulate evolution points. Of course, he doesn't need to spend 8,000 blue star coins at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall today. This afternoon, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric bike away from school and arrived at the subway station near the school gate. He carried a long gun wrapped in satin, took the subway, and headed towards Jiangjian City. Lu Yuan hadn't forgotten that he still had to return the spear to Huang Hao. The dinner will be held at Juxinlu restaurant at 6 p.m. This is a message Zhou Wan sent to Lu Yuan last night. At the same time, Zhou Wan also sent him her location so that he could find her exact location. At approximately 5:40 p.m., Lu Yuan arrived at the entrance of Juxinlu. 2 piercing stone lions stand guard at the entrance. The 3 characters Juxinlu are hung in large gold lettering under the 3-story eaves. The strokes are vigorous and powerful like a swimming dragon, and they gleam with a warm luster in the sunlight. The entire building is mainly constructed of rosewood, with layers of carved window lattices. A string of red lanterns hangs on the outward-facing corridor, their tassels swaying gently in the wind, making the vermilion railings even brighter. Not only is the name antique, but the interior design is also full of classical charm. Lu Yuan gave a simple sigh. Perhaps it is because of this classical decoration that Juxinlu is always bustling with guests, with crowds coming and going. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and walked through the entrance hall of Juxinlu. He walked to the counter and gave Zhou Wan's name. The clerk checked the information first, then said enthusiastically, "She booked room number 52. Would you like me to take you there?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." This was his first time here, and rather than wandering around aimlessly, he figured it was better to have someone guide him. After several twists and turns, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the door of private room number 52. The clerk at the counter smiled and said, "I've brought you here. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "Not for now." After the clerk left, Lu Yuan went into the private room. There were already 4 people sitting in the private room, all of whom were members of the Firefox team except for Lu Yuan. After finishing this meal, Lu Yuan will officially bid farewell to the Firefox team. Sister Zhou, Brother Hu, Brother Hao, Sister Lu. As soon as he entered the private room, he greeted everyone with a smile. "Lu Yuan is here. Please sit here with me." Huang Hao waved for him to come over. "Brother Hao, I brought your spear. I put it over there in the corner." "Everyone's here.
there, let's start ordering. Jo-won patted her chest and said generously to everyone, order whatever you want, don't be shy, it's on me as the team leader. Since Sister Jo has said so, this is a rare opportunity, I'm definitely going to rip you off. Huang Hao teased with a smile. Sulu chimed in, yes, Sister Jo, it's rare to see you so generous. The two picked up the menu on the table and began ordering food on the mechanical display screen. Lu Yuan was not to be outdone and skillfully ordered the dishes. To his surprise, Juxinlu not only had a unique decor, but its dishes were also reasonably priced. Many dishes only cost tens to a little over 100 blue star coins. No wonder there are so many people here, it turns out they're doing it on a low-profit, high-volume model. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. The food was served very quickly. In less than half an hour, all the ordered dishes were laid out on the table. Boiled chicken, steamed grouper, roast goose. The exquisite dishes were laid out in front of me, and just looking at them made my mouth water. At this moment, someone else entered the private room and brought over a few bottles of low-alcohol beer. Lu Yuan, you can drink beer, right? Of course. Lu Yuan nodded in response. With all the dishes prepared and beer poured, everyone began to enjoy their meal. Tender poached chicken, flavorful steamed grouper, and juicy roast goose. Every dish was just to Lu Yuan's liking. Goodbye, everyone from Team Firefox. After more than an hour of dining, Lu Yuan bid farewell to everyone with a hint of reluctance. It was late, so he left Juxinlu. Welcome to visit again, sir. With this, he officially bid farewell to the members of the Firefox team. The area is crowded with people, and taxis simply cannot get in. So, Lu Yuan walked for a while, and when he reached a relatively open area, he took out his phone and called a taxi. A gentle evening breeze blew, and Lu Yuan felt the coolness, but he was lost in thought. Where did this cat come from? He instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. To my surprise, the cat seemed a little strange. Its size is much larger than that of an ordinary cat. Moreover, it has sharp teeth and claws, and a faint crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. However, the crescent-shaped mark appeared somewhat dim, and the hair on its entire body was not smooth and delicate at all. Instead, it was rough and messy. What did I actually see? A shadow cat? Shadow cats have actually appeared in the real world? Am I drunk? A few beers wouldn't be enough to make him drunk. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes and looked in that direction again. The figure of the shadow cat still came into view. Although ferocious beasts occasionally appear in the real world, they are non-aggressive beasts like the square-eared rat, which pose almost no threat to humans. But now, this shadow cat doesn't seem to be harmless to humans at all. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Immediately, his supernatural power erupted. Since he wasn't in the underground world at the moment, he didn't need to worry about conserving his elemental energy. Naturally, he chose the quickest solution. His supernatural power erupted, and endless ice and snow surged from around him, completely covering the shadow cat. The shadow cat was frozen to death with ease. You have defeated the tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat. Evolution points +8. Only 8 evolution points? Shouldn't it be 10? Lu Yuan was somewhat puzzled. The shadow cat was the first ferocious beast he killed. He remembered it clearly. Killing a tier 1 low-rank shadow cat should have earned him 10 evolution points. Perhaps this shadow cat barely reached the threshold of the lower tier of the first level, and its strength is relatively weak? Lu Yuan had this thought in his mind. This place is sparsely populated. With the trees providing cover at night, no one noticed what was happening. He made a phone call to the relevant agency before getting into a taxi. I remember that he had found traces of a ferocious beast near the bicycle next to the fighting ability arena. However, those were just square-eared mice, posing no threat to humans. At that time, he thought to himself, once I enter Shenzhen Superpower University and come into contact with more powerful individuals, I will naturally find the answer. But once he actually entered the Shenzhen University of Superpowers, all he could think about was entering the underground world, hunting ferocious beasts, obtaining evolution points, and constantly becoming stronger. So he put the matter aside for the time being. It wasn't until I encountered it again that I remembered it. Speaking of powerful figures he has come into contact with, unsurprisingly, it is only his teacher, the dean of the Ice Element Academy, Qin Tianlong. So Lu Yuan sent a message to his teacher directly. However, the teacher has not replied immediately. The taxi arrived at the station quickly. Lu Yuan took the subway back to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. The familiar gate is still awe-inspiring. As soon as he entered the school gate, the colorful fountain immediately caught his eye. On the benches beside the fountain, many couples were cuddling sweetly. Lu Yuan suddenly regretted glancing at the fountain. He left in a hurry, got on a shared electric scooter, and quickly returned to his dormitory. Looking around, he did not see Lu Yuan. I guess she's already back in her bedroom. Lu Yuan didn't think much of it. He went straight back to his bedroom and began to study the skills of Ice Blade. First, there's the regulation of condensing ice-type elemental energy within the body into a blade. He opened the first page of the Ice Blade skill book. For him, it's enough to just try it out briefly and then use evolution points to directly upgrade to basic proficiency. 2 hours passed. Lu Yuan ended his study session. At this moment, he discovered that Teacher Qin had already replied to his message. This was most likely done by that black blood cult in China. They like to roam wild beasts in sparsely populated or inconspicuous places, but these beasts are usually not that fierce. In fact, the shadow cat you saw, although it looks fierce, is not that powerful. The country has been cracking down hard on the black blood cult. The school's mission center occasionally assigns related tasks. You can keep an eye out if you're interested. This is his reply. Upon seeing this message, Lu Yuan's expression gradually turns serious. The world of superpowers is fraught with danger, facing not only external threats but also internal strife. Just as he guessed, the underground world projection mentioned by the authorities was indeed intended to cover up the existence of the black blood cult and avoid causing public panic. However, Lu Yuan still had one question that remained unanswered. He quickly pulled out his phone and asked on QQ, why are ferocious beasts appearing in the real world? After all, ferocious beasts should only live in the underground world. When you want to leave the underground world and come to the real world, you will undergo a scanning check. Bringing out a living ferocious beast, it can be spotted with a single sweep. How exactly did the black blood cult manage to deceive everyone, bring out a live ferocious beast, and release it into the real world? A few minutes later, Qin Tianlong replied, the ferocious beasts that appear in the real world are actually formed by grafting the flesh of ferocious beasts brought from the underground world onto normal animals, injecting some drugs to cause them to fuse and mutate. That's why the ferocious beasts in the real world don't have real ferocity. The country currently doesn't have any very effective solutions in this regard. Seeing Qin Tianlong's reply, Lu Yuan finally sorted out his thoughts. No wonder the crescent moon mark on the shadow cat's forehead looked somewhat dim, and its normally fine fur was unusually coarse. It turns out that these ferocious beasts are not complete ferocious beasts, but rather the product of the fusion and mutation of ferocious beast meat and ordinary animals. The black blood cult has truly gone mad. Lu Yuan shook his head, his desire to become stronger growing stronger. Remember, what I'm telling you today must never be revealed to ordinary people, Qin Tianlong said with unusual seriousness. Understood, teacher. Lu Yuan answered solemnly that he was not the kind of person who acted rashly. Lu Yuan has not yet mastered the skills Ice Blade and Ice Shield. During these 3 days, he focused on practicing Ice Blade. On the third day, evolution points -80. Ice Blade, A, beginner, Ice Blade, A, elementary. At this point, Lu Yuan had 17-18 evolution points remaining. Memories flooded his mind, and Lu Yuan successfully learned the Ice Blade technique. He immediately raised the black dragon spear and swung it fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. Several crescent-shaped ice blades flew out in succession, exploding after hitting something in the distance and releasing a faint mist of ice. Of course, you can release ice blades without a spear, because this skill directly consumes internal energy and is unrelated to weapons. Ice Blade, A, beginner. 17-18 evolution points would have been enough for Lu Yuan to upgrade Ice Blade to intermediate proficiency, but he did not choose to do so. Next, he began to study Frozen Shield. Evolution points -80. Frozen Shield, A, beginner. Frozen Shield, A, elementary. After absorbing the memories, Lu Yuan mastered the method of releasing the Frozen Shield. When this skill is used, a seemingly thin but sturdy ice shield will surround him, blocking a certain amount of damage. At this point, there are 1,638 evolution points remaining. Although he had enough evolution points, he still didn't plan to immediately increase the skill's proficiency. As for the primary hurdle of the second stage of the Xin Ming Ice Soul Body, tempering the heart, the sign of successful tempering is the formation of a stable energy cycle between the body's energy channels and the heart's energy nodes. But this step is still a long way off for Lu Yuan. He could still feel a strong blockage in his heart. Training the heart requires patience. Lu Yuan sighed and decided to focus on breaking through his cultivation level first. Time passed day by day. Another 4-day cycle has ended. That night, Lu Yuan, who had returned to his dormitory bedroom to continue absorbing Yuan energy for cultivation, let out a long breath. At this moment, he was naked, sitting cross-legged on the bed with his upper body bare, radiating a chill. Exhaling and opening his eyes, Lu Yuan didn't bother to put on clothes and immediately opened the system panel. Realm level, mid-tier 1. After each absorption of elemental energy, Lu Yuan would check the panel to confirm whether he could break through to a higher realm. Now, that familiar has finally appeared, which means that he finally has the opportunity to break through to a higher realm. The system's skill point allocation is equivalent to accelerating the cultivation process. Training a portion of the time in advance can reduce the consumption of evolution points. This also explains why he had 2,050 evolution points in the underground world but could not break through his realm, while he was able to advance to the first tier upper level with fewer evolution points when he returned to school. The 10 days of rigorous training in between are not a time that can be easily ignored. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the system panel. Evolution points -1,628. Realm level, first tier mid-level, first tier upper level. In an instant, a surge of spiritual power and blood energy erupted within his body. Unconsciously, Unconsciously, terrifying fluctuations of elemental energy surged forth.
Xia Qingyin, who possesses the S-class superpower natural spiritual essence, can not only sense.
Even Lu Yuan, who was eating watermelon and watching TV in the living room on the first floor, could clearly sense this energy fluctuation.
No way, brother Lu Yuan, you.
Lu Yuan froze, his pupils dilated suddenly, and the watermelon he hadn't finished eating instantly lost its appetite. He knew that when brother Lu Yuan first returned to the dormitory, he had asked him about his cultivation level, which was at the middle stage of the first rank. This level is already unbelievable. After all, Lu Yuan himself, who had gone through the martial arts exam and was the provincial champion, had only just awakened to the Awakener realm. But this terrifying fluctuation of elemental energy, the only possible conclusion is that brother Lu Yuan is breaking through to the first tier upper level. That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Lu Yuan lowered his head and muttered to himself. This is not only due to the terrifying fluctuations of Yuan energy, but also to Lu Yuan's talent. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan simply put down half a watermelon and quickly ran back to his bedroom to start cultivating. He usually trains for 6 hours, but starting today, he has decided to increase it to 8 hours. Xia Qingyin and her best friend Wang Yuzhu were chatting after taking a shower. Suddenly, Xia Qingyin seemed to sense something, her pupils trembled slightly, and she stared blankly into the distance.
Xiaoyin, what's wrong?
Seeing this, Wang Yuzhu quickly waved her hand in front of her face.
It's alright, it's alright.
Xia Qingyin snapped out of her daze, shook her head, and said.
Seeing her best friend looking distracted,
Wang Yuzhu laughed and said, Xiaoyin, you're not thinking about some handsome guy, are you? Of course, that was just her joking. Xia Qingyin was already used to such teasing and remained expressionless. Although, from a certain perspective, Wang Yuzhu's guess was not far off. She was indeed thinking of a handsome guy at that moment. She parted her red lips slightly and said calmly, Xiao Zhu, do you believe that someone who awakened their supernatural abilities during the awakening ceremony is now breaking through to the upper level of the first tier? High level tier 1? That's roughly equivalent to breaking through to the level of a superhuman, right? Wang Yuzhu shook her head, clearly not believing it. She struggled to reach the first tier position even after a whole semester. It's in the dorm across the street. Why don't you go out and take a look? Xia Qingyin pointed towards the dormitory across the street. Really? Wang Yuzhu stood up from the sofa with some doubt, put on her slippers, walked to the dormitory door, and opened it. The dormitories are separated by a main road that is more than 10 meters wide. She had only taken a few steps when she clearly felt the energy fluctuations emanating from Lu Yuan's breakthrough. How is this possible? She was so surprised that her mouth dropped open. A minute ago, she didn't believe it at all. Half a minute ago, she was skeptical. But now, the truth is right in front of her, giving her a resounding slap in the face. Then, Xia Qingyin came out of the dormitory with a smile on her face and said, Xiaozhu, do you believe me now? I believe you. Wang Yuzhu nodded repeatedly, then asked, who is that genius in the dorm across the hall? Xia, do you know him? It's okay, it's okay. After all, her best friend awakened her superpowers ahead of time, had abundant cultivation resources, and did not neglect her daily training, but she is still only at the mid-level of the first rank. The person in the opposite dormitory not only didn't awaken their superpowers beforehand, but their level actually surpassed that of her best friend. This sparked Wang Yuzhu's curiosity. His name is Lu Yuan. He is an exceptionally talented and equally hard-working person. Xia Qingyin spoke the truth. As his cultivation level continued to break through, the fluctuations in his elemental energy gradually stabilized. When Lu Yuan broke through to the first tier upper level, he first opened his eyes and then quickly checked his panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 10. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, upper first tier. Mental state, 260 Hz. Qi and blood, 520 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, beginner, ice shard ring, D. Intermediate, ice flash, B. Beginner, ice blade, A. Beginner, frozen shield, A. Beginner, ice blast, S. Beginner, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. First level. Before the breakthrough, his mental strength was 197 Hz and his blood energy was 428 calories. Now, my mental state has been raised to 260 Hz, and my blood energy has increased to 520 calories. Although the increase in Qi and blood was not as significant as that of the body tempering technique, the improvement in spirit was still considerable, increasing by a full 63 Hz. He glanced at his impressive panel and the limited number of evolution points he had. Calming down, I didn't sense the slightest hint of bloodlust. It's time to go back to the underground world. Evolution points won't wait for anyone. Lu Yuan pondered to himself. He reached out and brushed the snow off the computer, turned it on, and began searching for the underground world passage he was heading to. The underground world near the familiar Jiangzhan City superpower base has been sealed off and is no longer accessible. After careful selection and comparison, Lu Yuan finally decided. Shenzhen City number 3 superpower base. There are 3 supernatural ability bases in Shenzhen, and the one corresponding to the underground world has the weakest ferocious beast. It's not too far from Shenzhen Shenzhen University of Abilities, and the environment is similar to the Jiangjan City Abilities base, both being primeval forests. Unfortunately, it's already late at night, so it's not convenient to go out. I'll just have to wait another night. The next morning, Lu Yuan got up early. He put on his slightly worn D-grade alloy battlesuit, carried the black dragon spear wrapped in black satin on his back, and went down the spiral staircase from the second floor of the dormitory to the first floor. At this moment, Lu Yuan was also woken up by the alarm clock he had set. After Lu Yuan's repeated urging yesterday, he was much more self-disciplined than when he first arrived. At this moment, he was preparing to brush his teeth and wash his face, and after finishing breakfast, he would head to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for today's training. Seeing Lu Yuan's gear, Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes and asked, "Brother Lu Yuan, where are you going?" "Underworld," Lu Yuan answered concisely. "Xiaoya, open the door for me." After saying that, he called the dormitory's smart management assistant. "The dormitory door is open." Xiaoya responded quickly, and the dormitory door opened. As Lu Yuan walked out of the dormitory, he happened to run into Xia Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu, who were dressed casually and preparing for their morning run. "Lu Yuan, are you going to the underground world again?" Xia Qingyin's eyes lit up as she greeted them. "Yes, Xia Qingyin, and this student, are you two going for a morning run?" Lu Yuan responded. "Hello, my name is Wang Yuzhu, and I'm from the dormitory across from yours." Wang Yuzhu spoke up from the side. "Hello, hello." Lu Yuan returned the greeting with a smile. After a brief greeting, the two went their separate ways to begin their own business. "Does Lu Yuan often go to the underground world?" Wang Yuzhu blinked and asked curiously. She noticed the word again in Xia Qingyin's words. "Yes, I ran into him in the underground world last time." Xia Qingyin replied casually. "Hey, a man and a woman in the wild, don't you think something might happen between them?" Wang Yuzhu immediately began to tease, a meaningful smile on her face. "Do you think it's possible?" Xia Qingyin rolled her eyes helplessly. "The martial arts exams have just ended, and now the new students can register early, marking the start of their enrollment period. However, few freshmen are willing to stay at school, most choose to go home and have fun. As a student of Shenzhen University of Superpowers, I should have this awareness. At the same time, curiosity and longing for university are also driving everyone. As a result, the number of people on campus has increased significantly, even in the morning." However, this did not prevent Lu Yuan from riding a shared electric scooter to the school gate at top speed. After all, the campus of Shenzhen Superpower University is really huge, with wide roads and avenues dozens of meters wide. It's almost impossible to bump into someone unless they come up to you on their own. After leaving the campus, Lu Yuan hailed a taxi. As I got off the bus, the driver kindly reminded me, "Young man, be careful." Lu Yuan understood that these words had a double meaning. They were both a reminder of the safety of getting off the vehicle and an indication of the dangers of the underground world. After getting out of the taxi, what came into view was Shenzhen City's number 3 superpower base. As a first-tier city, Shenzhen's economic development far surpasses that of Jiangjan, a remote city in Guangdong province. This superpower base is much more impressive than the one in Jiangjan City. The building features a modern and innovative design, and 2 security guards are stationed at the entrance. The 2 security guards must have been paid well, as they stood tall and had sharp eyes, showing no sign of slacking off. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lu Yuan entered the number 3 special ability base in Shenzhen City. Upon first entering this place, his instincts compelled him to look around. The interior furnishings are roughly the same as those of the supernatural ability base in Jiangjan City. Each superpower base needs to obtain its own unique identification document, which is not valid between different bases. Just as he was about to register his identity, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses walked over. "Young man, is this your first time here? Would you like a map? It's a flat price of 50,000 blue star coins." The middle-aged man waved the map in his hand. Lu Yuan hesitated. This time, he plans to hunt the ferocious beast alone, and the map is crucial to him. However, he could not confirm the authenticity of the map. "If you get scammed, losing money is a minor issue. Losing your life is a real problem. Can I take your map to the staff there to have it verified? If it's genuine, I'll pay on the spot without haggling." Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted it out. The middle-aged man didn't say anything, turned around and left, heading straight to sell to other people who looked like newcomers. Why did it go that way? Could it be that I guessed right, and this map is fake? Lu Yuan muttered to himself. The map is real, but it's not worth the price. A middle-aged man, about 35 years old, wearing a Class C alloy suit, walked over and said calmly, "A real map isn't even worth 50,000 blue star coins?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "This map is a free gift. As long as you register your identity here, you can get one for free." When he heard you say staff member, he was afraid of being exposed, so he quickly ran to find the next sucker. How disgusting. Taking something for free and selling it is practically a risk-free business. Lu Yuan shook his head. The middle-aged man glanced at Lu Yuan. "Are you a student at Shenzhen University?" Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. His weapons, the black dragon spear and the D-grade alloy
armor, were both purchased from Shenzhen Superpower University, bearing the school's exclusive logo and easily recognizable.
He was somewhat stunned, so he didn't find it strange. We recently had a freshman from your school join our team.
What's going on at your school lately?
I remember your school has a portal to the underground world, and for freshmen with that kind of strength, the school's underground world is more than enough.
Why are freshmen still coming here? The middle-aged man asked, his face full of doubt.
Oh, the underground passage to our school has been blocked. I guess it's being used to host this year's freshman competition.
Lu Yuan answered. It's been blocked? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly.
Then he said, it seems the competition for freshmen at your school this year must be incredibly fierce.
Of course, there are 10 specially recruited freshmen this year, so the competition is sure to be fierce. Lu Yuan answered casually. 10, you know so much about them. Wait, young man, you're not a freshman too, are you? The middle-aged man asked again. Lu Yuan did not deny it. Our new recruit has awakened an S-rank Earth-type ability and is a specially recruited student this year. You might know him?
The middle-aged man said with a smile.
Earth-based superpowers? Lu Yuan fell into deep thought.
He remembered that he had run into Feng Shi on the road on the day he was dueling with Lu Yuan. Feng Shi once said that he had left the unreliable team he was working for and wanted to join a new one. While Earth-type abilities are not as rare as Ice-type abilities, they are by no means common.
Moreover, what he awakened was an S-rank Earth-type ability.
It's almost certainly, no, it's 100% Feng Shi. It was quite a coincidence to run into Feng Shi.
Would you like to join our team?
Even if you don't know each other, as specially recruited freshmen in the same year, you can get to know each other and become friends. The middle-aged man extended a warm invitation, but before he could finish speaking, ability users who awaken S-class abilities have extremely high potential and low skill levels. With just a little training, they can provide tremendous assistance to the team and significantly enhance their combat power.
Never mind, I still prefer to act alone. Lu Yuan waved his hand and declined the middle-aged man's invitation.
Judging from the middle-aged man's battle attire and the imposing aura he exuded, their team was definitely not weak. However, teams rely on revenue sharing. As the number of team members increases, the number of ferocious beasts found will not increase significantly, but the revenue sharing will decrease. What I lack most right now is not only evolution points, but also blue star coins.
Although it's safer in a team,
however, the blue star coins obtained after the division will definitely be less than those obtained by acting alone. Moreover, in order to obtain evolution points in the future, I will inevitably need to frequently enter and exit the underground world.
It's impossible to keep changing teams. All things considered, acting alone is still the most appropriate course of action.
Alright, be careful when you go into the underground world.
Before parting, the middle-aged man gave Lu Yuan a piece of advice. Lu Yuan left and arrived at the identity registration window of the number 3 superpower base in Shenzhen. It cost 1,000 blue star coins. Shenzhen City number 3 supernatural ability base. Name, Lu Yuan. Points, 0. This is Lu Yuan's identity certificate from the superpower base, almost identical to that of the superpower base in Jiangjiang City. They must have made a lot of money just from registering identities. Lu Yuan thought to himself.
Fortunately, he managed to obtain the map of this underground world. He slowly unfolded the map and studied it carefully.
They finally determined their route. Lu Yuan entered Deep City number 3 through the underground world passage.
Looking around, he found that the construction here was basically the same as that in Jiangjiang City. The shouts of vendors could still be heard in my ears. Wholesale herbs, 20% off.
Come and take a look if you're interested.
Mental sustaining pill, 200,000 blue star coins each, will keep you energized all night long. No need to rest. Just as Lu Yuan was about to ignore the vendors' cries and leave Shenzhen City number 3 to hunt ferocious beasts, as he had done before, suddenly, he noticed something and immediately stopped in his tracks. Mental sustaining pill, one costs 200,000 blue star coins, which can keep you energetic at night without needing to rest.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. This spirit-maintaining pill is a treasure to him.
They can even save their nighttime hours to continue searching for and hunting ferocious beasts.
The freshman competition is about to begin. Time in the underground world is limited,
so having more time to cultivate at school will naturally greatly enhance one's grasp of the competition.
Such a good product, could it have any side effects? Lu Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. Never mind, let's go check it out first.
The spirit maintenance pill was of great significance to him, so Lu Yuan decided to ask about it first.
Long queues formed in front of the stalls. This is enough to show that the spirit maintenance pill is indeed very effective, and many people want to buy it. It was finally Lu Yuan's turn. He asked the vendor, how long does this spirit sustaining pill last? Are there any side effects? This is his biggest concern. He would rather not buy it than risk consuming his mental attributes or affecting his future.
The vendor shook his head slightly and said with a smile, my price is 200,000 per pill, and the effect lasts for 7 days.
The side effects
are not significant, except that you will need to sleep for a day or two longer during your first sleep after the pill's pills effect ends. Lu Yuan calculated that the time saved could completely offset the extra 1 or 2 days of sleep. He took out his bank card and readily said, "Okay, I'll take it." "Swipe it. Here it comes." The vendor, however, didn't take the card. Instead, he said, "I haven't finished speaking. For this spirit maintenance pill to take effect, there are certain requirements for one's mental attributes." Lu Yuan's eyes widened, and he asked urgently, "What are your requirements?" The vendor blurted out, "Your mental attribute must exceed 250 Hz, otherwise the effects will be poor, and it may even cause irreversible damage to your body. Do you meet the requirements?" Lu Yuan remembered that when he broke through to the upper level of the first tier, he checked his panel and his mental attribute was 260 Hz, which had already met the standard. He nodded slightly. Seeing Lu Yuan nod, the vendor didn't say much, took the bank card, swiped it, and asked him to enter his payment password. After the payment was successful, the vendor handed him a dark brown mental sustaining pill. Before leaving, he also reminded her, "Take no more than 1 pill a month, otherwise it will affect your health." Following Lu Yuan was a one-eyed youth with a black eye patch over his other eye, exuding an imposing aura. He patted his chest and said, "Give me 5 spirit maintenance pills." The vendor gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, we only have 4 spirit maintenance pills left." "For coins then, swipe your card." The one-eyed youth handed over his bank card. After obtaining the 4 spirit maintenance pills, the one-eyed youth strode forward and blocked Lu Yuan's path. Lu Yuan didn't walk fast, but he heard clearly. The one-eyed youth wanted to buy 5, but the vendor only had 4. So his purpose in stopping me is self-evident. Someone was blocking his way from behind, and Lu Yuan was a little displeased, but he didn't show it too obviously. "What do you want?" "Dude, I'd like to buy your spirit-sustaining pills. There are 5 of us on our team, and each of us needs 1. Can you sell them to me?" The one-eyed youth forced out an awkward smile. Lu Yuan turned and left decisively. How could he not understand the rule of first come, first served? You think you can get him to sell it again just because of a few words? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Of course, if the one-eyed youth is willing to pay more, that's a different story. If someone really wants to buy it, they'll definitely come over and ask for a higher price. As long as the price satisfies him, Lu Yuan will make a wise choice and obediently hand over the spirit maintenance pill, essentially getting free money. The one-eyed youth stared wide-eyed at Lu Yuan's receding figure. TCH, a little brat who hasn't even grown his first hair yet, and he dares to try and raise prices on the spot. What is the reason? The one-eyed youth sneered inwardly, clearly having seen through Lu Yuan's intentions. If he really pays a higher price to buy the spirit maintenance pill, he'll lose a lot of money. How can he tolerate that? He snorted coldly, his voice carrying a threatening tone. "You'd better be glad you didn't run into me in the underground world, otherwise." He thought that a young lad like Lu Yuan would be scared off by his words and would surely obediently come back to sell pills. But the kid in front of him acted as if nothing had happened, his movements remaining unchanged. "You won't even raise the price, yet you want the pills? Dream on." Lu Yuan completely ignored the one-eyed youth's clamor and walked straight towards the city gate. After handing over his identification to the superpowered individuals on either side of the city gate for inspection, he was able to leave smoothly. Outside number 3 Shenzhen, a rush of fresh air, rich in oxygen, greets you. After returning to the underground world, Lu Yuan was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Fortunately, he had laid the foundation beforehand, and within a few minutes he was able to breathe smoothly again. The surrounding trees were tall and their dense foliage blocked out the sky. He had only walked for less than 10 minutes when his boots stepped on a hard, brittle object, which caught his attention. Looking down, I realized it was bone. He had no way of knowing whether the bones were human or those of a ferocious beast. He gently brushed away the mud covering it with his boots, revealing more of the bones. Looking around, there were still scattered bones. The bones are easily identifiable as the remains of ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this. After the ferocious beast was killed, the superhumans could not move it completely. Usually, only the most precious crystals and vital organs are removed from the body, along with some flesh, leaving the rest of the body in place. After being weathered and eaten by other ferocious beasts, only bones remained in the end. This situation is extremely common throughout the underground world. Suddenly, a squeaking sound came from above, and Lu Yuan's gaze shifted accordingly. What comes into view are 2 monkeys sitting on the trunk of a towering tree, contentedly munching on bananas. These 2 monkeys have sharp fangs, claws at the tips of their fingers, and their skin has a black and white striped pattern, just like zebras. Clearly, they were not ordinary monkeys, but ferocious beasts that look like monkeys. "You dare eat a banana in front of me? Just because you're in a higher position doesn't mean I can't do anything to you." Lu Yuan smiled faintly, swung his spear, and swung it sharply. Swish, swish, swish. Several crescent-shaped ice blades flew out one after another, bringing with them gusts of whistling wind. Although it didn't hit the monkeys, it did strike the tree trunk beneath their feet. As billowing cold smoke rose, 2 ferocious monkey-like beasts crashed to the ground. They were covered in blood, one had a broken arm, and the other had a broken thigh. Even so, they were still not willing to give in, their eyes bloodshot, their teeth bared, and they pounced on Lu Yuan with all their might. "That suits me perfectly." Lu Yuan Yuan raised his gun to meet the attack. Within 2 rounds, 2 large holes appeared on the beast's body. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the black and white monkey, and gained 12 evolution points. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the black and white monkey, and gained 12 evolution points. The system prompted that they were completely dead. Vulnerable. Lu Yuan slightly pursed his lips. After removing the crystals from the 2 black and white monkeys, he slowly made his way deeper into the area, following the route planned on the map. We continued deeper into the area. Along the way, Lu Yuan encountered many ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Pippy Pig, and gained 24 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 1 high-ranking ferocious beast, the Great Fang Squirrel, and gained 40 evolution points. With the Iceblade skill, the speed of killing ferocious beasts is much faster than before. After all, not all ferocious beasts will rush at humans when they see them. A small number will choose to run away. For example, those black deer that lure enemies to their own settlements. Although the entire settlement was ultimately slaughtered, the outcome was not pleasant for it. Throughout the day, evolution points 490. Lu Yuan has accumulated 490 evolution points on his panel. When I first arrived, I only had 10 points, which meant I earned a net gain of 480 evolution points during the day. This is only the shallowest area. No second-tier ferocious beasts have appeared yet. If we continue deeper, there will definitely be more evolution points. Lu Yuan lowered his head, silently calculating in his mind. At night, after eating a few of the high-energy compressed biscuits he had brought with him, he swallowed a mental maintenance pill in one gulp. This spirit-maintaining pill is brownish-black in color, and although it is not bitter, it has a faint sweet taste. As soon as he swallowed it, Lu Yuan immediately felt much more refreshed, and the fatigue from a day of running around and hunting instantly disappeared. The effect is really good. He wasted no time, took out a large flashlight and turned it on. The light is bright as day. Most ferocious beasts also need rest, and they are much more prone to sleep than humans. Even when a flashlight is shown on them, they usually don't react much. However, some ferocious beasts are nowhere to be seen during the day and only become active at night. This is precisely why the Firefox team needed to take turns keeping watch at night. Without anyone guarding it, it's easy for these nocturnal animals to ambush it. Lu Yuan proceeded cautiously. While using the Iceblade to hunt ferocious beasts remotely, they remained vigilant for any sneak attacks from behind. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the red-toothed giant earthworm. Evolution points plus 11. You have defeated the Tier 1 mid-rank ferocious beast toothless tiger, gaining plus 20 evolution points. All night long, evolution points 710. Because of the limited range of the flashlight, Lu Yuan missed many ferocious beasts. The first night yielded a net gain of 220 evolution points. In total, I gained 700 evolution points on the first day. The second day, the third day, Lu Yuan gradually ventured deeper into the underground world. Over the course of 3 days, he earned a total of 2,400 evolution points. With a thought, the panel appeared immediately. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2410. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, Upper First Tier. Mental state, 260 Hz. Chi and Blood, 520 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced, Melee Combat, Beginner, Ice Shard Ring, D. Intermediate, Ice Flash, B. Beginner, Ice Blade, A. Beginner, Frozen Shield, A. Beginner, Ice Blast, S. Beginner. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S. First Level. Lu Yuan carefully browsed the panel. The screen was filled with up arrows, almost making his eyes dizzy. Aside from marksmanship, all other skills can be upgraded. At this moment, he was hesitating whether to add Ice Blade, a powerful tool for killing monsters, or Ice Explosion, an ultimate burst skill. After thinking for a moment, he decided to save the evolution points for now. It's more important to break through to the lower level of the second tier first. Lu Yuan thought to himself. The freshman competition is held in an underground space with a constantly changing environment. Instead of improving skill level, it's better to break through to a higher realm first. On the one hand, breakthroughs in realms do not have the side effect of unstable foundations, and one will not fall from genius to good for nothing due to excessive reliance on drugs. On the other hand, the increase in chi and blood and spirit attributes brought about by the advancement of realm can also indirectly enhance the power of skills. I guess I've reached the middle of this underground world? Lu Yuan stopped and looked at the map, muttering to himself. He put away the map and continued on his way. Soon after, Lu Yuan felt a slight tremor. He certainly wouldn't have thought that an earthquake had occurred in the underground world. It's probably a huge, ferocious beast. Let's hide and observe first. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yuan's mind, and he quickly hid in the bushes nearby. Soon, a ferocious beast, as large as a small mountain, slowly appeared. It has a tiny horn on its head, which is almost insignificant compared to its enormous body. His entire body was covered in thick gray armor. The surface of the armor was covered with numerous arc-shaped notches, making it uneven. This is a distinctive feature of this ferocious beast. It It was unusually large, with short, thick limbs, and was estimated to weigh 10 tons, making it larger than the largest one-horned rhinoceros he had ever seen. After all, the one-horned rhinoceros is the smallest of all rhinoceros-like beasts, without exception. With every step you take, the ground shakes violently. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. His high school teachers had never talked about this kind of ferocious beast, and he didn't recognize it at all. So he took out his phone and took a picture of the slowly approaching ferocious beast. Next, open the Heart and Shenzhen University app and use its automatic search function to match the corresponding ferocious beasts through photos. This feature is really convenient. As long as the database is downloaded in advance, it can be used even in underground environments with no signal. This is a feature that was just updated a few days ago on the Heart and Shenzhen University app. Lu Yuan couldn't help but give the designer a big thumbs up in his heart. After the photo was uploaded, the information about the ferocious beast was displayed immediately. The armored rhinoceros, in its adult form, is at the upper level of the second tier, with a very small number reaching the lower level of the third tier. The tallest can reach 3 meters in height. Its armor provides extremely strong defense, but it also makes it move slowly. So this ferocious beast is called the armored rhinoceros. Lu Yuan carefully read the information about the armored rhinoceros. Judging by the naked eye, the armored rhinoceros in front of us is just over 2 meters tall, which is still quite different from the tallest individual, which is 3 meters. This indicates that it belongs to the second-order superordinate category. Would I get significantly more evolution points from killing the armored rhino than from the Gale wolf? The Gale wolf from before, although it was also a tier 2 high level, only yielded 550 evolution points after being killed, indicating that its overall strength was not strong. Defeating a mid-tier tier 2 one-horned rhino will grant you 400 evolution points. If you kill a tier 2 upper rank armored rhino, you will receive approximately 800 evolution points. Even Lu Yuan couldn't be sure if he could inflict effective damage on the armored rhinoceros. As described in the Heart and Shenzhen University app, the armor gives it powerful defensive capabilities. Lu Yuan chose to add points directly. He is never rigid and knows how to adapt to changing circumstances. It's a complete meat shield, completely different from a ferocious beast like the flaming tiger that relies on heavy attacks. Fighting it isn't too dangerous. This piece of fat meat cannot be let go easily. Lu Yuan opened the panel and pressed the upgrade button for the skill Ice Explosion. Evolution points minus 1600. Ice Blast S, Beginner, Ice Blast S, Intermediate. It cost a full 1600 evolution points to improve an S-rank skill. The price was indeed high. The moment I activated the skill, countless memories of using Ice Explosion flooded my mind. After absorption is complete, Lu Yuan immediately sensed that the power of the Ice Blast technique had increased by at least 50%. With such a significant upgrade, the armored rhinoceros probably won't be able to withstand it. He silently prayed to himself, waiting for the armored rhinoceros to approach. As it approached, Lu Yuan suddenly stood up, raised the black dragon spear, and charged toward the armored rhinoceros at an extremely fast speed. Before the armored rhinoceros could react, it was hit by Lu Yuan's Ice Explosion spell, which he had just upgraded to intermediate proficiency. The ice layer wrapped around the tip of the black dragon spear vanished instantly. A deafening boom. A small hole was blown into the armor that the armored rhinoceros was so proud of. I didn't expect the armor to be so tough. Even an intermediate level Ice Blast spell couldn't completely penetrate it. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Yuan quickly downed a bottle of energy potion. The intermediate level Ice Blast skill requires far more elemental energy than before, almost draining his energy completely. Although it didn't completely blast through the armor, the effect was almost there. After the armor was blasted open, a small hole was blown in it, exposing the soft flesh inside. Ignoring the cruelty, Lu Yuan plunged the spear directly into the flesh and began to stir it wildly. Roar! 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 The armored rhinoceros immediately let out an extremely miserable and painful roar. Lu Yuan's actions were even more cruel than rubbing salt into a wound. But he didn't care at all. He felt no remorse because ferocious beasts and humans are natural enemies. There was even a hint of joy, because once the armored rhinoceros dies completely, he will gain a large amount of evolution points. As Lu Yuan continued to stir with the black dragon spear, bright red blood gushed out like a spring. The armored rhinoceros has gone completely insane. Despite the excruciating pain, it thrashed about wildly. Lu Yuan noticed this and quickly used Ice Flash to create distance. He retreated 15 meters, and the armored rhinoceros was temporarily unable to harm him. As he moved around, he used his ice blades to target the armored rhinoceros's weak points and unleash a barrage of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Several ice blades were fired. The armored rhinoceros's movements gradually slowed down. The next moment, it fell straight to the ground. You have defeated the tier 2 high-ranking ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and gained 900 evolution points. A system notification sounded, confirming that the armored rhinoceros was indeed completely dead. To Lu Yuan's surprise, killing the armored rhinoceros yielded 900 evolution points, 100 200 more than he had anticipated. Not bad. After extracting the silvery white crystal from the armored rhinoceros's body, Lu Yuan continued to venture deeper. Based on my intuition, most of the ferocious beasts active in this area are of the lower first rank, a few are of the lower second rank, and very few are of the middle second rank. As for encountering this tier 2 high-level armored rhinoceros, it was entirely by luck. After all, the ferocious beasts roam a wide area, and maps can only mark the general area, not the specific individual beast. Time quickly passed to the evening of the 4th day. Lu Yuan opened the panel to check his gains. Evolution points, 1500. He was quite satisfied with this. I've been so engrossed in cultivation these past few days that I completely forgot to buy a spatial ring. Looking at his full backpack and the suitcase he was pulling, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. Valuable parts of ferocious beasts are divided into crystals and important organs. The crystals are small in size, but the organs are not small. Therefore, he had to discard some organs to make more space for crystallization. Although most of the discarded items were organs from low-level ferocious beasts, which were not of high value, but Lu Yuan still felt heartbroken, as it was tantamount to losing the money he had worked so hard to earn, regardless of the amount. As night fell, Lu Yuan continued his journey. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickly turned on his flashlight and shone it behind him. Before he knew it, several blue-winged bats were following him. These bats were entirely blue and had a sinister and terrifying appearance. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and threw several ice blades behind him. 2 blue-winged bats fell to the ground on the spot, while the rest scattered and fled, disregarding the lives of their companions. You have defeated the tier 1 mid-level ferocious beast, the azure-winged bat. Evolution points plus 20. You have defeated the tier 1 mid-level ferocious beast, the azure-winged bat. Evolution points plus 20. Is this person here to earn some extra money for me? Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. The 5th day arrived. He started another wave of crazy kills. The number of mid-tier second-level ferocious beasts in this area has increased significantly, and there are even traces of activity from several high-tier second-level ferocious beasts. Killing these high-level ferocious beasts also consumes a huge amount of the body's energy. Lu Yuan had no choice but to give up on some of the ferocious beasts that were difficult to kill. While energy potions can replenish vital energy, too much of a good thing can be bad. You should only drink a maximum of 3 bottles a day. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone have unlimited magic power? As the sun sets, the sky is already shrouded in endless twilight. Evolution points, 3000. Upon opening the panel, Lu Yuan's evolution points were an astonishing 3000. This efficiency is more than twice that of his first day in this underground world. Unfortunately, the familiar symbol did not appear after the boundary. Do I need to reach 4000 or more evolution points? Lu Yuan secretly wondered what was going on in his mind. Just then, a cave suddenly appeared in front of me. Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't let it go, so he went inside. The cave is not large, containing only a clear spring with a few weeds growing beside it. It doesn't mean anything. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, a sense of unease suddenly arose in his heart. Are these really weeds? He then took out his phone and snapped a photo. The final results show that these plants are all different, but the only thing they have in common is that they all look very ordinary. Image could not be found in the database. This should be weeds. Let's move on to the next picture. Grade B herb, Jinling grass, has the effect of calming the mind. The Grade A herb, dewdrop grass, can concentrate the mind and is helpful for cultivation. The Grade A herb, dewdrop grass, can concentrate the mind and is helpful for cultivation. The 3 weeds at the back turned out to be medicinal herbs. In this world, the demand for herbs is enormous. Whether it's for regular cultivation or for using pills and potions in the underground world, they are almost all made from various herbs, each with its own unique effects. As for the difference between pills and medicines, actually, the only difference is their form. One is solid, and the other is liquid. A Grade B herb is worth tens of thousands of blue star coins, while a Grade A herb is worth hundreds of thousands of blue star coins. This wave of profits netted Lu Yuan hundreds of thousands of blue star coins, making him feel extremely pleased. What great luck! Looking at the results displayed on his phone, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He then uprooted the herbs and put them into his pocket. To his delight, Lu Yuan discovered another herb that he hadn't photographed. He immediately took a picture of it and uploaded it to the Heart in Shenzhen University app. Soon, the results came in. The S-grade herb blood boosting grass is a superior tonic for improving blood and qi. However, it should be noted that it is a highly nourishing herb, and processed products should not be used in excess. The results on his phone made Lu Yuan's pupils shrink sharply. What incredible luck! I never expected to find S-grade medicinal herbs hidden in this tiny cave. Realizing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. It should be noted that there is a huge difference in rarity between S-grade and A-grade herbs. Although A-grade herbs are quite difficult to cultivate, they are still worlds apart from S-grade herbs. In the country, companies capable of cultivating S-grade herbs are as rare as 9th-tier experts. Therefore, S-grade herbs are quite valuable, at least 10 times the value of A-grade herbs.
herbs. Each one is worth millions of blue star coins. The last time he saw a fortune of millions of blue star coins was when he was first specially recruited and the money was directly deposited into his bank account by Shenzhen Superpower University. Of course, that belonged to Lu Yuan himself. This spring water looks ordinary. Could it be hiding some rare and precious treasure? Upon discovering that these seemingly ordinary weeds were actually rare medicinal herbs, Lu Yuan's thoughts continued to wander. Image could not be found in the database. To his disappointment, the database showed that the spring water was just ordinary spring water. Lu Yuan was unwilling to accept this, feeling that a spring capable of nurturing S-grade herbs could not be so ordinary. He speculated that the database might have difficulty distinguishing springs because they all look similar and are clear and transparent. He tried taking a sip and felt a slight burning sensation, and his blood and qi surged slightly. This spring water only provides a slight stimulation and doesn't offer much benefit to me. Okay, I understand. Clearly, it wasn't the spring water that created the S-grade herb, but rather the S-grade herb that nourished the spring water, giving it a subtle surge of vital energy. Captain, I absolutely have to get a copy when we get back this time. The ones over there are too basic, buddy. I'll take you to something much better. Just as Lu Yuan was about to collect the remaining S-grade herb, he suddenly heard someone speaking. Suddenly, a small teen walked in from outside the cave. Lu Yuan subconsciously looked up, and what came into view was the leader was none other than the one-eyed youth who had once wanted his spirit-sustaining pill but refused to give it to him and had even made outrageous remarks. And 14 members of similar age to him. These 5 people also discovered Lu Yuan's presence. Oh, little brother, it's you again. Although everything is about first come, first served, the rules are always made by the strong. This place is already occupied by us, so you'd better get out. The one-eyed youth, who was in the lead, waved his hand with a mocking smile on his face. The one-eyed youth's purpose in coming here was to use this cave as a temporary residence. Lu Yuan was too lazy to argue with him. After uprooting the S-grade herb, the blood-inducing grass, he was about to leave. Look, what did he just pull out? Beside the one-eyed youth, a slightly chubby young man with messy hair pointed at the thing in Lu Yuan's hand and said, to be precise, it was the S-grade herb in Lu Yuan's hand, the blood-piercing grass. Lu Yuan was about to make up a few words when the one-eyed youth spoke first. You must have some rare herbs in your hand, so hurry up and hand them over. Hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, this one-eyed youth was quite clever and immediately recognized his identity. What if I don't pay? Lu Yuan frowned and responded coldly. Not going to pay? The one-eyed youth smirked, his laughter arrogant. This is the underground world, not a society governed by law. Even if I kill you, I won't face any consequences. Face reality, kid. Is it true? You can kill someone and not face any consequences? How about it? Scared now? If you are, then quickly offer up the herbs with both hands. The one-eyed youth laughed with extreme arrogance. Lu Yuan did not respond, but simply straightened his body and gripped the black dragon spear tightly. His gaze was as deep as an abyss, fixed on the one-eyed youth as if the man were already dead. You still won't listen after all this talk? Let's teach him a lesson. The one-eyed youth waved his hand and raised his broadsword. Little brother, look at your delicate skin, we won't hold back. The other team members also laughed loudly, their expressions extremely contemptuous, completely disregarding Lu Yuan. It is worth mentioning that, a year ago, this team had a conflict with another team over the distribution of supplies, and the one-eyed youth, as the team leader, accidentally killed someone. Of course, killing someone in the underground world carries absolutely no punishment. This further twisted the one-eyed youth's mind. In addition to hunting ferocious beasts, he would also rob weaker teams of their spoils. They were even willing to kill. Moreover, Lu Yuan and the one-eyed youth had a grudge against each other in Shenzhen City number 3. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Since others have already gone so far as to bully him so openly, he naturally won't show any mercy. He used Ice Flash to rush forward in an instant. No sooner said than done. With lightning speed, Lu Yuan cleanly and decisively thrust the black dragon spear into the one-eyed youth. He then mobilized his internal energy, releasing a large amount of ice-type energy through the tip of the spear. An ice explosion accompanied by a loud bang. Before the one-eyed youth could react, he instantly became an eyeless youth. More accurately, in front of his 4 teammates, the one-eyed youth exploded. Even his battle armor couldn't withstand the power of the Ice Blast spell, turning into a powder mixture of ice mist and blood mist. The blurry, bloody flesh of the one-eyed youth splattered and hit one of the team members in the face. Half a head rolled down in front of the group. That face was so disfigured that it sent chills down one's spine. The other 4 team members were stunned by what they saw. What did they see? The team's strongest captain was instantly killed by this kid in one move. Moreover, not even a complete body was left behind. The impact of this scene was simply too shocking for them. A wave of fear washed over everyone, and they all shivered and involuntarily took a few steps back. The morale that had been lifted instantly vanished without a trace. With a thump, they knelt down on the ground, begging Lu Yuan for forgiveness. He said, trembling, "We still have quite a few crystals here, worth a few 100,000. Please, let us go, okay?"
okay? Seeing this, the others also knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Yuan several times. Lu Yuan drank a bottle of energy potion and smiled faintly. Let you go? Killing you won't change anything. These crystals will all end up in my hands anyway. He had no intention of letting them go. Although the possibility is extremely slim, he would never leave any hidden dangers for his future. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yuan hurled several ice blades, hitting the kneeling men and killing them instantly with headshots. Blood and remains were scattered everywhere, piling up on the cave floor. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably have nightmares for days. This was Lu Yuan's first time killing someone. However, he did not feel any psychological burden. After all, the other party had intended to kill him first, and his actions were in self-defense. In the real world, accidentally killing someone in self-defense is considered excessive self-defense and can also lead to imprisonment. But as the one-eyed youth said, this is the underground world, not a society governed by the rule of law. So what if someone kills someone? Even if the video is transmitted back to the real world, Lu Yuan will not be subject to any trial. He took a few steps forward and pocketed their spoils. A quick glance revealed that the crystals were mostly from level 1 ferocious beasts, with level 2 ferocious beast crystals making up about 30%. Of these 30%, the vast majority were crystallizations of second-tier lower-level ferocious beasts. Not a single second-tier upper-level ferocious beast was found. Although the quantity is not large, it can be considered an extra gain. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. After dealing with the cave matter, he didn't linger. The effects of the spirit maintenance pill are still working. We must hurry. He continued searching for and hunting the ferocious beasts while starting to head back. Further in, you'll find the lairs of level 3 ferocious beasts. For me now, it's like a lamb being led to the slaughter. You have defeated the tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the second tier mid-level ferocious beast, King Tanuki. Evolution points plus 200. Searching for ferocious beasts at night is extremely difficult. A few nights ago, Lu Yuan went for several hours without encountering a single ferocious beast, averaging less than 1 per hour. Fortunately, he is in a good location now, and the evolution points given by the ferocious beasts he kills are very generous. After a night, Lu Yuan opened the panel and took a look. Evolution points, 3,900. There are 900 more evolution points than the previous day. Realm, upper first tier. To his dismay, he still couldn't add any points to his cultivation level. Won't I get another 4,000 or so evolution points? He secretly speculated in his heart. I hope that's true. If more is needed, and there aren't enough evolution points left when you leave, then things will get complicated. Before we knew it, the 6th day had passed. Lu Yuan had bad luck that day. He encountered less than half the number of ferocious beasts he had the day before. You have defeated the tier 2 low-rank ferocious beast, the leafy monkey. Evolution points plus 120. After defeating the last low-tier tier 2 ferocious beast, the leafy monkey, which was munching on leaves, Lu Yuan opened the panel again. Evolution points, 4,600. Realm level, upper first tier. He rubbed his eyes, but the scene before him remained unchanged. Just as he was about to press the button on the system panel, reason made him stop. Because when breaking through a realm, the abundant primordial energy within the body will circulate wildly, requiring complete concentration and an undiminished attention. If I add points now, even if a few low-level second-tier ferocious beasts suddenly appear, I could very likely lose my life. He searched for a long time but couldn't find a safe place where he could sit quietly for hours without being disturbed. Left with no other choice, Lu Yuan could only return to the school first, preparing to break through there. How many evolution points are needed to break through the marksmanship barrier? And what about ice explosion technique, mysterious nether ice soul body, and, most importantly, the enhancement of superpowers? When he saw that none of the 4 skills on the panel had the icon, a new question arose in his mind. I know. You have defeated the tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the tier 2 low rank ferocious beast, the leafy monkey. Evolution points plus 120. After Lu Yuan killed 2 ferocious beasts in succession, accumulating 4,850 evolution points. Ice Blast, S, intermediate. The familiar up arrow finally appeared after Ice Blast. He hesitated for a moment, but did not choose to add points immediately. Although raising Ice Blast to advanced proficiency would likely allow him to easily deal with lower tier third order ferocious beasts. But the key is the body's own vital energy. The current Ice Blast is like a special move in a game. It can no longer be cast consecutively. The body's internal energy can barely withstand the Ice Explosion spell at an intermediate proficiency level. If you reach advanced proficiency, he was unsure whether his internal energy could withstand the full power of the Ice Explosion spell. In the end, Lu Yuan decided to prioritize improving his cultivation level, and while heading back, he searched for nearby ferocious beasts. Captain Lee, what do we do? Those 2 second-tier high-level blue-spotted tigers are still chasing us relentlessly. Why, I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die. 2 second-tier superior blue-spotted tigers
tigers were relentlessly chasing a team. If Lu Yuan were there, he would definitely recognize that the captain of this team was the same person who had tried to recruit him. His team also included someone he knew, Fang Shi, who had challenged him before. Captain Li Ren gritted his teeth. If it were an ordinary second-tier high-level ferocious beast, they would still have ways to deal with it. But these two ferocious beasts are blue-spotted tigers, which are among the strongest beings in the second-tier upper level. To make matters worse, there were two of them, making them even more difficult to deal with. Captain, what should we do? My speed boost isn't enough, and the blue-spotted tiger will catch up soon. The female support player in the team had a furrowed brow. Her awakened ability is a sea-level gentle breeze, at the lower level of the second stage of the cultivation realm, which can provide a speed boost to teammates. It's very useful whether you're traveling or chasing ferocious beasts. However, sea-level superpowers are ultimately limited in strength, and at crucial moments they fail to utilize their speed advantage. Fang Shi, standing to the side, remained silent with a solemn expression. Although he was wealthy and had prepared many elixirs, but unfortunately, they hadn't prepared the perfect escape elixir. Otherwise, they would have left those two blue-spotted tigers far behind. If these two beasts don't turn tail and leave, we'll drink berserk potions and fight them to the bitter end. Li Ren's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, and he said in a cold voice, "Look over there." Suddenly, the team member who had just shouted, "I haven't gotten married yet," pointed ahead. A small black dot is slowly approaching. As they got closer, they could vaguely make out that it was a human figure. Traveling alone in the underground world? Could he be a powerful being? Great! There's hope! The entire team cheered, their tense expressions finally relaxing, and smiles appearing on their faces. As the team leader, Li Ren was also full of hope. However, as the small black dot drew closer and its face came into clear view, they immediately realized something was wrong. That was clearly the face of a boy who was about 18 years old. They're probably university students. Fang Shi and Li Ren looked closely. Isn't that brother Lu Yuan? Isn't he the student I saw at the number 3 superpower base in Shenzhen before? They each had their own guesses. To prevent Lu Yuan from getting involved in trouble unnecessarily, Fang Shi shouted, "Brother Lu Yuan, there are two high-level second-tier blue-spotted tigers over here. Run!" It's clear that even when he's in danger, Fang Shi is unwilling to drag his classmate Lu Yuan down with him, which is a commendable quality. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was rushing back. Not only was the effect of the spirit maintenance pill about to end, but the bloodlust within him was also about to reach its peak. He noticed two small black dots in the distance, closely following 5 other small black dots. Judging from the general outline, it was obvious that two ferocious beasts were relentlessly chasing 5 humans. Let's go check first. If we can save them, we will. If we can't, then we can run away. This is what Lu Yuan is thinking at this moment. If he could lend a hand, he would naturally do so. But if it would put him in danger, he would never hesitate to turn around and leave immediately. When Lu Yuan realized that 2 people in the team looked very familiar, the one who had invited him to join and Fang Shi, a classmate from school. "Brother Lu Yuan, there are 2 blue-spotted tigers at the upper level of the second tier over here. Run!" Fang Shi's shouts had already reached Lu Yuan's ears. 2 ferocious beasts at the upper level of the second tier? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed. "I never expected that I would receive a generous amount of evolution points just as I was about to leave the underground world." So he quickened his pace and rushed over there. Seeing that Lu Yuan not only did not leave, but instead sped up to catch up, Fang Shi felt a strange feeling welling up inside him. Brother Lu Yuan is truly a man of honor. Fang Shi sighed silently to himself. The other team members sighed. They all knew that Fang Shi was a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Judging from how they've gotten used to Fang Shi's tone of voice over this period of time, it can be deduced that the person who was about to arrive is Fang Shi's classmate, who is also a specially recruited freshman at Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. A specially recruited student. At this point in time, even at the very best, he would only be at the mid-level of the first rank. Since he's willing to help us, we can't give up so easily. Everyone get a berserk potion and let's fight these 2 beasts. Li Ren's voice was as loud as a bell. His words were incredibly powerful, instantly boosting the morale of everyone on the team. Over here, Lu Yuan rushed forward with an ice flash, and then suddenly burst forth, casting ice explosion on one of the blue-spotted tigers. A tremendous sound of ice exploding rang out. That blue-spotted tiger was blown to pieces on the spot. The deep blue crystal inside the body was exposed, reflecting the same color light under the sunlight. Upon seeing this, the disdain in the eyes of the other blue-spotted tiger vanished instantly, replaced by deep terror. Without hesitation, he used all his strength to escape quickly.
quickly. Ha, what's going on? Isn't this blue-spotted tiger a high-level second-tier ferocious beast? How could it be killed instantly? Those who had just drunk the berserk potion were stunned in place. Their eyes widened, their mouths slightly agape, as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. I initially thought this young man was just acting impulsively out of passion, but it turns out he has absolute confidence in his own strength. It's no wonder they were surprised. After all, no one could have imagined that this specially recruited freshman, who had only awakened his superpower a few months ago, would be so powerful. You have defeated the Tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger. Evolution points plus 1,000. At the same time, a kill notification sounded, and Lu Yuan smiled. This blue-spotted tiger gave an extremely generous amount of evolution points, even more than the armored rhinoceros we killed not long ago. Lu Yuan drank the energy potion. Just as they collected the dark blue crystal from the spotted tiger's body, the rest of the team rushed over. Thank you for saving us. Thank you so much. Their faces showed a mixture of gratitude and joy at surviving a close call, and they thanked them repeatedly. It's nothing, it's a small matter, don't worry about it. Lu Yuan waved his hand, looking relaxed. Actually, he still had some regrets. Very good, very good. The other blue-spotted tiger ran really fast, causing him to lose 1,000 evolution points for nothing. Lu Yuan turned and left amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd. As soon as he left, Feng Shi muttered to himself, "Brother Lu Yuan is too terrifying. I have to work even harder." Lu Yuan left the underground world. When he first stepped into Shenzhen City number 3, he glanced at his evolution points. Evolution points, 6,400. Having made up his mind, he then closed the panel. Then, Lu Yuan casually approached a staff member and politely asked, "Excuse me, where is the place to exchange the spoils for points?" The staff member replied with a smile, "It's on the second floor. Just go upstairs and turn right. Would you like me to show you there?" Lu Yuan nodded, not refusing the other party's kindness. Shenzhen number 3 superpower base. It's over there. The staff member pointed to the window in front of them. "Thank you for your help." After saying that, Lu Yuan, carrying a tactical backpack and pulling a suitcase, walked over. This window was similar to the place where you exchange loot at the Jiangjiang City superpower base, and it's big enough for Lu Yuan to pile all his loot on it. He poured all his spoils onto the window. The staff member's eyes widened immediately. So many crystals, and nearly half of them are second tier. Isn't this the crystallization of an armored rhinoceros? And the crystallization of a blue-spotted tiger? Judging by their size, they're probably both at the upper level of the second tier. The spoils that Lu Yuan displayed already exceeded those of most other teams. What's even more surprising is that this young man was able to produce such results. The staff thought to themselves, maybe this young man has some strong teammates who just didn't come with him. With a sense of doubt, the staff member asked, "Why didn't your teammates come with you?" Usually when exchanging loot, all teammates come together. After all, the points will be directly deposited into the identity certificate of the superpower base, and outsiders cannot see the record. If only one person is sent, there is a high possibility that points will be embezzled. Fairness can only be guaranteed when everyone is present. Several similar incidents have occurred before. Therefore, when redeeming points now, the entire team acts together. Lu Yuan shook his head and said calmly, "I did all of this myself." His tone was calm, as if it were nothing more than a trivial matter. "Ha, you played this all by yourself?" The staff member's mouth dropped open, clearly surprised. Could this young man look young, but is he actually over 25 years old? A pair of cabbage monkey ears, 19 points. The crystallization of the ironclad rhinoceros, 90 points each. While counting the spoils, the staff casually asked, "May I ask how old you are this year?" Lu Yuan scratched his head, somewhat confused, not understanding the other party's intention in asking his age, but still answered, 18 years old. The staff member stopped what he was doing and froze. 18 years old, entered the underground world alone, and took so much loot. Although Lu Yuan's words were brief, they stirred up quite a ripple in the hearts of the staff. Looking at the other person's expression, he cast a questioning glance at them. The staff member smiled awkwardly and continued to count his spoils. "That's 2540 points in total. Please hand over your identification document from the special ability base." After the inventory was completed, even the staff themselves couldn't believe it. Lu Yuan gave his bank card number and asked the staff to transfer blue star coins into his account. Bank of XX, your savings card account ending in 62, received a transfer of 2,540,000 yuan on date, at time. Current balance, yuan. The moment the money arrived in his account, Lu Yuan felt an immediate surge of joy. This is a huge sum of money, exceeding 2 million yuan. Earning this much in 7 days before school has even officially started is truly impressive. Of course, the cost is also very high. First, a spirit maintenance pill worth 200,000. Secondly, a large quantity of energy potions, 3 bottles a day, for a total of 21 bottles, worth approximately 210,000 blue star coins. Finally, his battlesuit was badly worn, having cost him over 100,000 blue star coins. Overall, earning over 200,000 yuan a day is an income that far exceeds his previous level.
essential. After leaving the superpower base, Lu Yuan went into a nearby restaurant. This restaurant is located in a prime location and is quite expensive, but the taste of the food is completely unworthy of its high price. But there's no way around it. When you're in the game, food is essential. After eating only compressed biscuits for several days in the underground world, my stomach was growling with hunger. Lu Yuan wolfed down 10 bowls of rice, then hailed a taxi and immediately returned to school. He dozed off for a moment in the car. "Handsome guy, we've arrived at Shenzhen Superpower University." The driver reminded him several times before finally waking him up with a forceful push. Lu Yuan was still groggy, his eyes filled with the confusion of someone just waking up. Strangely, after taking a short nap, I feel even sleepier. After entering Shenzhen Superpower University, he neither submitted his mission to the mission center nor washed his blood-stained weapons and armor at the cleaning center. Instead, they rode shared electric bikes directly to their dormitories. He was exhausted, his eyelids were as heavy as an armored rhinoceros's shell, and he desperately needed rest. As I approached the dormitory entrance, two girls walked towards me, a petite woman who was incredibly talkative. The other woman has a slender figure, her white t-shirt can't hide her enviable curves, and her blue jeans add a touch of youthful energy. It was Wang Yuzhu and Xia Qingyin who were returning to their dormitory together. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, the talkative Wang Yuzhu was about to greet him, but Xia Qingyin gently stopped her. Xia Qingyin narrowed her eyes slightly, noticing Lu Yuan's unusual state at the moment. "Lu Yuan, what's wrong? You look so unwell," she pondered silently in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered that a week ago, Lu Yuan had gone to the underground world. The answer is obvious. He must have encountered some danger in the underground world this time. What exactly makes Lu Yuan so determined to go to the underground world? Is he really that short of money? Xia Qingyin was filled with doubt. "Brother Lu Yuan, you're back." Back in the dormitory, Lu Yuan told Lu Yuan, "I'll probably be sleeping in my bedroom for the next few days." The implication was that Lu Yuan should not knock on his door out of curiosity. After saying that, he went up the spiral staircase and into his bedroom. As he walked, Lu Yuan couldn't help but remark, "The aftereffects of this spirit maintenance pill are really strong." He had no interest in taking a bath and collapsed as soon as he touched the bed. 1 day, 2 days, until the 4th day. He slowly woke up when the first rays of sunlight shone through the large window onto his face. "Rub your eyes and exhale a deep breath. After a good night's sleep, I feel much better." How long did I actually sleep? He instinctively picked up his phone from the bedside and saw that he had slept for 4 whole days. "I'm a little hungry, let's go out to eat first." Touching his already empty stomach, Lu Yuan got up and went downstairs. I washed up first, then took a shower and changed into clean clothes. After all, he hadn't taken a bath in a long time. Even the blankets and sheets on the bed were washed. After finishing tidying up, Lu Yuan went downstairs. They discovered that Lu Yuanzhang was secretly enjoying a bunch of fried skewers in the living room. "Brother Lu Yuan, you're finally awake." Lu Yuan heard the voice and looked towards him. Seeing Lu Yuan wake up, she smiled with delight and handed him a handful of fried enoki mushrooms. Lu Yuan naturally accepted the food Lu Yuan offered without hesitation. He was starving and desperately needed to replenish his energy. "Hey, brother Lu Yuan, stop eating. Leave some for me." After a while, Lu Yuan said, on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan was like a hungry wolf frantically devouring the fried skewers on the table. This resulted in Lu Yuan not even finishing a third of the fried skewers he bought himself. While munching on a fried duck wing, Lu Yuan patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll treat you to a nice meal at noon." "Really?" Lu Yuan's mood instantly changed from disappointment to joy. "How could I be lying?" Lu Yuan smiled faintly and responded casually. These fried skewers were clearly not enough for Lu Yuan, who had been lying down for 4 days. After leaving the dormitory, he went straight to the cafeteria to fill his stomach again. In the cafeteria, Lu Yuan happened to run into his senior, Hu Dahai, who was also a student of teacher Qin Tianlong. Since they were acquaintances, Lu Yuan naturally went over and sat down. "Junior brother Lu Yuan, long time no see. Where have you been making your fortune lately?" Hu Dahai asked with a smile. "This is a meme that has been circulating online for a long time, and it's a bit old-fashioned. I didn't get rich, I just made a little money." Lu Yuan was still in his senior year of high school at the time and hardly ever went online, so he didn't understand this meme. However, he still answered Hu Dahai honestly. After all, those 2 million Blue Star coins weren't exactly a fortune. The daily consumption of Blue Star coins for cultivation is astonishing. If one relies solely on this amount of money, it will be quickly depleted through frantic cultivation. "Junior brother Lu Yuan, have you been eating more lately?" Hu Dahai asked, looking at the 10 empty bowls on the table and Lu Yuan still eating. "Even a combat-type ability user couldn't eat this much, right? I just got back from the underground world and slept for a few days. I'm really starving," Lu Yuan explained. After leaving the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory and took the Black Dragon gun to the cleaning center. After cleaning, Lu Yuan rushed to the mission center to submit the mission. He earned a total of 25 credits this time. Afterwards, Lu Yuan went to the school
school's resource trading office. This time, an old man was standing behind the empty window. It was the same old man Lu Yuan had met when he first came to the resource trading office. Despite not having seen him for a long time, he was still in good spirits and full of energy. "I need a C-grade alloy battlesuit and a 20 cubic meter space ring," Lu Yuan said bluntly. He had already investigated beforehand and found that the capacity of the space rings, from smallest to largest, were 1, 10, 20, 50, and 100 cubic meters. For larger capacity or special customization, one can only find a specialized space-type ability user, which is extremely expensive. Based on his available funds, Lu Yuan chose a 20 cubic meter spatial ring, which was more than enough for him at the moment. "That'll be 1.6 million blue star coins in total. Swipe your card, student," the old man blurted out. "It's just 2 things, and the price won't be complicated enough to give you a headache." How much?" Lu Yuan's eyes widened, speechless with surprise. He had made the same remark when he first met the old man, never expecting that he would repeat the same mistake the second time. "A C-grade alloy battlesuit costs 400,000 blue star coins, and a 20 cubic meter space ring costs 1.2 million, so that's 1.6 million blue star coins in total," the old man explained patiently. Lu Yuan could accept the price of 400,000 blue star coins for a C-grade alloy battlesuit. After all, his Black Dragon Spear is also a C-grade weapon, priced at over 490,000. But the fact that a 20 cubic meter space ring costs 1.2 million blue star coins is simply unbelievable to Lu Yuan. He only checked the capacity and didn't pay attention to the price. "I saw on TV that a 1 cubic meter space ring costs about 30,000 blue star coins. Logically speaking, a volume of 20 cubic meters shouldn't exceed 1 million. The result was a staggering 1.2 million, with an extra 200,000. In the end, Lu Yuan still paid for it. "I still chose the 20 cubic meter space ring. As for why not buy 2 10 cubic meter space rings, clearly, low-level ability users have limited mental power and can only leave one mental imprint." The thought of how expensive this spatial ring was reminded Lu Yuan of the spatial ring Xia Qingyin had once possessed, which had a capacity of 100 cubic meters. "Using my own 20 cubic meter space ring for a simple conversion, that 100 cubic meter spatial ring was worth a staggering 6 million blue star coins. This is a rough calculation. The actual price is much higher. The power of a family is truly terrifying." Lu Yuan sighed silently in his heart. "I need to collect this month's cultivation resources as well." Finally, he didn't forget to remind himself of this sentence. Lu Yuan chose an ice blue spatial ring, which matched his supernatural ice and snow crown quite well. After putting the ring on his finger, he circulated his mental energy. Instantly, I felt the lock on the spatial ring being unlocked. Immediately, the campus scene disappeared, replaced by a pure space. The volume of this space is exactly 20 cubic meters. Beyond the boundary, like an invisible wall in a game, his consciousness was restricted and could not break through. Lu Yuan withdrew his consciousness and returned to reality, pointing the spatial ring at the newly purchased C-grade alloy battlesuit and the cultivation resources he had just received. A flash of light, and the 2 items vanished instantly, entering the spatial ring. With nothing else to do, Lu Yuan decided it was time to head back to his dorm. Back in the dormitory. "It's almost time, buddy. I'll treat you to a nice meal tonight," Lu Yuan said with a smile on his face. When Lu Yuan saw that he had finally returned, he quickly stood up from the sofa, his gaze soon drawn to the spatial ring on Lu Yuan's finger. "Wow, brother Lu Yuan, this ring is so sparkly, it almost blinded me. I'm afraid I won't be able to go," Lu Yuan joked. Lu Yuan naturally understood what he meant and retorted with a smile. "If you're going to be blinded by all that light, then you shouldn't go." Lu Yuan changed the subject and began to flatter. "Brother Lu Yuan, you chose a really great spatial ring. It suits your temperament perfectly." "Lu Yuan, your flattery skills are really terrible." Lu Yuan walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Afterwards, the two set off together to the highest-rated restaurant near the Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Although Lu Yuan said he would give Lu Yuan a good beating, he didn't actually do anything drastic. After a hearty meal, the two arrived at the entrance of Shenzhen Superpower University. "I need to go see my teacher first. You go back by yourself." He had already asked Qin Tianlong during the meal, and it just so happened that the other party was at his residence, so the two parted ways. Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter, his destination Qin Tianlong's residence. "Qin Tianlong's residence. Your ice-breaking technique is only at the intermediate level of proficiency? You need to work harder. Even your junior brother Lu Yuan has already mastered the ice explosion technique at the beginner level," Qin Tianlong said in a serious tone. After mastering the ice explosion technique, Lu Yuan returned the skill book to Qin Tianlong. After all, skill books can only help learners reach a basic level of proficiency. Subsequent improvements relied entirely on daily practice, seeking breakthroughs within limited opportunities. After Lu Yuan returned the skill book, Qin Tianlong planned to pass on the right to use the ice explosion skill to Hu Dahai, a student at level 51. This is only the right to use, not the right to own. Qin Tianlong would naturally
naturally allocate the more precious resources himself, leaving the vast majority to Lu Yuan. We've been teaching him the B-rank skill icebreaking technique for almost a year now. He should have reached advanced proficiency by now, right? Xin Tianlong thought to himself. After all, without Lu Yuan's amazing comprehension, only by reaching the advanced proficiency of icebreaking technique and laying a solid foundation can one be qualified to formally learn ice explosion technique. As a result, Hu Dahai's performance truly disappointed him. Therefore, he inevitably received a severe reprimand from Qin Tianlong. Lu Yuan stood politely at the door and listened without interrupting. After Qin Tianlong finished reprimanding Hu Dahai, Lu Yuan stepped forward and said, "Teacher, I'm here." Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Qin Tianlong, who had just been filled with anger, instantly broke into a smile. Hu Dahai wisely left, leaving space for Lu Yuan and Qin Tianlong. "Teacher, my Ice Blast spell has reached the intermediate level of proficiency," Lu Yuan said directly. Although he wanted to save face for Senior Hu, he knew that only by demonstrating stronger abilities could he secure more resources and support from the teacher. Pretending to be weak in front of a teacher is obviously unwise. The world always revolves around the strong. Already at intermediate proficiency? So fast? Qin Tianlong couldn't hide his surprise. After all, he also awakened the S-class superpower, 9 Netherworld Ice. When he was in college, the S-level skill his teacher taught him took him a month to learn and 3 months to reach intermediate proficiency. Unexpectedly, less than a month after I gave Lu Yuan the Ice Blast skill book, he actually mastered it to the intermediate level. "Want me to show you what I can do?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Qin Tianlong nodded. The two then went to the backyard of Qin Tianlong's residence. "Just use Ice Blast to unleash your full power," Qin Tianlong said, conjuring a shield with his elemental energy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan picked out a long spear from the weapon rack that was similar to his black dragon spear. He immediately mobilized his internal energy and with a sudden burst of strength thrust his arm at the shield without reservation. The spear struck the shield with a loud bang, and when the icy smoke dissipated, the shield was completely undamaged. This is normal. It would be a problem if the shield developed cracks. Not bad. This Ice Blast spell has indeed reached the intermediate level of proficiency. Your foundation is also very solid. You must have spent a lot of time training. Qin Tianlong nodded in satisfaction and exclaimed, "Your progress is much faster than mine was back then. You've truly surpassed your teacher." Lu Yuan clasped his hands in a fist and bowed, responding humbly, "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." Qin Tianlong then asked, "You came to me this time not just to prove that you've reached intermediate proficiency in ice explosion, right?" "Of course." Lu Yuan nodded and said, "This disciple would like to learn a skill book with sensory abilities. Does the teacher have any recommendations?" The after effects of using the spirit maintenance pill were too great. Lu Yuan didn't want to use it again after using it once. Moreover, resting alone in the underground world means you could be attacked by ferocious beasts at any time. In addition, having sensory abilities makes it easier to track ferocious beasts and increases the speed at which evolution points are acquired. For various reasons, he felt that he had to learn a special ability that included perception. Skills related to perception? I do have an A-level skill book here, but in our school library, there's also. Qin Tianlong pondered for a moment before speaking. There are also S-level skill books. I wonder if you want to learn A-level or S-level ones. He added slowly, seeing Lu Yuan's expectant gaze. Of course it's S-rank. Lu Yuan answered without hesitation. High-quality skills, in terms of both their upper and lower limits, are far superior to low-quality skills and have fewer substitutes. Given the opportunity to learn high-quality skills, Lu Yuan naturally chose the higher-quality ones. Really? Your current cultivation level should still be at the upper level of the first tier. With your current mental attributes, let alone learning S-level, even learning A-level would be difficult, Qin Tianlong reminded him. After all, perception belongs to the mental type and has nothing to do with the ice type. Learning it is naturally not easy. Generally speaking, if someone outside their own department wants to learn an S-rank mental skill book, their mental attribute must be at least 1000 Hz. It's okay, I have plenty of time now. I'll just learn the S-level skills directly. Lu Yuan's eyes were firm. Anyway, he has a system, so he only needs to understand the contents of the skill book a little bit, without having to master it completely, to reach the basic proficiency level. Once you reach the beginner proficiency level, not to mention the intermediate level, even the advanced, master, and even the final perfect level, as long as you have enough evolution points, everything will go smoothly without any obstacles. At worst, I'll just try it myself first. Only when you truly can't accept it anymore should you listen to your teacher and learn skills of lower quality. Having confidence is definitely a good thing. Keep it up, I believe in you. Qin Tianlong patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, encouraging him. So far, he has witnessed too many miracles in Lu Yuan that have never happened around him. Therefore, he was willing to continue to trust Lu Yuan. Then, Qin Tianlong said, "This skill book is called Detective Technique. It's in the library, but it belongs to another department. Many senior students from other departments are learning it. It's a very popular skill. I can't borrow it for you, but you can apply for it using
using my name, and they should give you a few more hours to study.
Disciple understands. Lu Yuan nodded. He silently thought to himself, detective technique, what an awesome name.
Just then, the doorbell rang at Qin Tianlong's house. The housekeeper, who was cleaning the living room, opened the door, and a gentle-looking woman walked into the house. Hearing the noise, Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan returned to the living room from the backyard. Old Qin, the tree fruits sent from above have arrived. The woman placed the tree fruit on the living room table.
He glanced at Lu Yuan casually and asked, is this your new student?
Or disciple? She had heard that this year, the Shenzhen Superpower University had finally welcomed a student who had awakened an S-level ice-type superpower. But I don't know what he looks like, and I'm not sure if he's the young man in front of me, so it's just speculation.
This is my newly accepted disciple, Lu Yuan, who has awakened an S-level ice-type ability. Qin Tianlong introduced.
She is Wen Xiao, the dean of the Water-type Academy.
Qin Tianlong deliberately emphasized the words S-level in his words, with a hint of boasting. Stop pretending in front of me. You know the water system didn't have any special admissions this year, right?
Wen Xiao scolded him with a smile. Then she turned and left in a hurry, seemingly because she still had things to do. Qin Tianlong walked to the center of the living room and began to disassemble the boxes containing the tree fruits, layer by layer. The box was sealed with many seals, and even he himself would have to expend a lot of effort to open it. There's no way around it. The security level is just too high.
What exactly is this tree fruit that Dean Wen mentioned, and why is it sealed so tightly? Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask.
You should know about some of the world's superpowers, right? While using his mental power to break the seal, Qin Tianlong also separated a wisp of his consciousness to communicate with Lu Yuan.
Yes, I know.
The Great Xia Kingdom, the Beautiful Kingdom, the White Continent Alliance, the Black Continent Alliance, and the Ocean Continent Alliance are the 5 major superpowers.
Lu Yuan already knew this information when he was in elementary school.
That's right. In the largest known underground world, there grows a plant called the Sky Tree.
The passage to this underground world is not open to ordinary ability users.
Only those who have broken through to the 7th level Grandmaster realm can go in and visit.
The Sky Tree is a giant tree that is 1,000 meters tall.
Every 4 years, it bears various kinds of fruit. Tree fruits are divided into 3 levels according to their effectiveness: S+, SS+, and SSS+. These resources are jointly distributed by the 5 superpowers through contracts. In our Great Xia Kingdom, we usually give S+ grade tree fruits to 7th level Grandmasters once a year.
Qin Tianlong added.
I am an Ice Master, so the fruit given to me naturally has the effect of activating the ice elemental energy within my body. Activating ice-type elemental energy is equivalent to ice-type damage bonus in the game, not increasing experience points, so it doesn't help much with realm advancement, but the actual effect is more significant than simply advancing realm. At this moment, Qin Tianlong finally completely removed the seal, and 3 tree fruits appeared in his hand. The tree fruit was entirely ice blue and constantly emitted a chilling aura. In Lu Yuan's eyes, it looked like a giant blueberry. Less than a minute after it was taken out, a thin layer of frost formed around the fruit.
Here, have one.
Qin Tianlong handed a tree fruit to Lu Yuan. No, teacher, these are resources you sent from above. How can I accept them? Besides, they're S+ level resources, extremely valuable. Seeing this, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and did not take it. Take it if I give it to you. I can't accept something for nothing, but you have to promise me one thing,
Qin Tianlong said with a loud laugh.
Since the teacher said so, Lu Yuan no longer hesitated and took the tree fruit from his hand. What's up? He knew in his heart that he had a high probability of being able to complete this task, otherwise the teacher would not have been so at ease. When we encounter Xiaoyan's student during the freshman competition, we must go all out and beat him to a pulp. I initially wanted you to avoid the limelight, but seeing how outstanding you are, I have no more concerns. A ruthless glint flashed across Qin Tianlong's face.
Disciple understands. Lu Yuan nodded slightly in response.
On ordinary days, Hu Dahai, a senior student, often talked to me about Teacher Qin, and he also mentioned Xiaoyan. He is the dean of the Fire Academy.
Not only are the two sides irreconcilable in terms of attributes, but they also often clash over many things.
Relying on the fact that he gets specially recruited fire-type freshmen every year, look at his arrogant attitude.
Now the tables have turned, and Lu Yuan's performance has far exceeded Qin Tianlong's expectations.
The freshman competition is just around the corner, and your chance to shine is right in front of you.
After leaving Qin Tianlong's residence,
Lu Yuan carried with him the S-grade herb blood-boosting grass he had obtained in the underground world and the S+ grade resource, the fruit of the Sky Tree, that Qin Tianlong had just given him.
Heading to the alchemy workshop at the school.
Neither of these two things can be swallowed directly. Lu Yuan's current physique cannot withstand them. If you force yourself to swallow it, the terrifying elemental energy will rampage through your body, ultimately leading to your body exploding and you dying. Therefore, they must be refined into pills and taken at intervals.
Could you help me refine these into pills?
Lu Yuan walked to the corresponding window, handed out several medicinal herbs and the fruit of the Sky Tree, and asked. The person in charge of the window was a senior student who had awakened fire-type abilities. She was clearly working part-time. She smiled and replied, "Of course." But she blinked, glanced at the herbs and tree fruit that Lu Yuan had brought, and was immediately stunned. Isn't this the S-grade herb blood-piercing grass? And what's that fruit in your hand? Did you just take it out of the refrigerator? The senior student looked both surprised and puzzled. Water, fruit. Clearly, she didn't recognize the fruit of the sky tree. That's normal. It would be strange if everyone recognized such a rare resource. Wait a moment, I'll go and call the head of our alchemy department over. Whether it's the S-grade herb blood-activating grass or this fruit that the senior student doesn't understand. This was clearly beyond her capabilities. After saying that, she left. Lu Yuan could only stand there and wait. A few seconds later, a young man with a calm demeanor walked in from the door. Lu Yuan subconsciously looked back. He recognized the person. It was Senior Jiang Yan, junior brother Lu Yuan. What a coincidence. What kind of pill are you planning to refine? Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan ran into an acquaintance at the alchemy workshop. He greeted him with a smile. These herbs, and this tree fruit. Lu Yuan spread his hands and answered. It seems you've had quite a haul in the underground world, including the S-grade herb blood-boosting grass. But I don't recognize this tree fruit. It must be something very rare. Jiang Yan continued. Great S-herbs are expensive, and newbies usually don't touch them easily. Therefore, he guessed that the herb must have come from the underground world. Then, Jiang Yan added, the freshman competition is coming soon. After the competition, how about you consider joining the seniors team? He remembered that when Lu Yuan first returned from the underground world, he successfully broke through and became a formal superhuman, which meant he reached the lower first-level realm. Now, quite some time has passed, and Jiang Yan estimates that Lu Yuan should have already advanced to the mid-level first tier. Unfortunately, he didn't directly ask Lu Yuan about his specific cultivation level, otherwise he would definitely have doubted his own understanding. Thank you for the invitation, senior, but I still plan to do it myself. Lu Yuan first expressed his gratitude for Jiang Yan's invitation, then decisively declined. A post on the campus forum about the freshman competition mentioned that many teams would come to recruit new members. These teams are different from Lu Yuan's previous Firefox team. They are large-scale teams with members ranging from dozens to hundreds. Joining a team can occasionally provide guidance and support from senior students, but you'll definitely need to pay team fees. Silver Wolf Team is actually a large team. However, the Silver Wolf Team, which amazed everyone, is an elite team composed of 5 of the strongest members, led by Jiang Xianran. Of course, Lu Yuan not only rejected Jiang Yan's invitation, but also planned to refuse all team recruitment after the freshman competition. After all, with the system and the teacher's resources, it's more than enough. Joining a team, in his view, was like joining the student council in his previous life, not very meaningful. The most crucial element is those complex interpersonal relationships. After all, as newcomers, their skills are far inferior to those of the veteran players when they first join the team, and the veteran players often have an inexplicable arrogance, which can easily cause friction. Just thinking about these things gave Lu Yuan a headache. Hearing Lu Yuan's answer, Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it anymore. After all, he had only asked casually. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs, indicating that someone was coming down. Lu Yuan turned his head and saw the senior student from before leading an old man with a flowing white beard and wearing a purple robe slowly down the road. This man was the head of the alchemy department. There's a rule in the alchemy department: S-grade herbs and other rare resources must be refined personally by the department head. On the one hand, others do not have this ability, and on the other hand, if an accident occurs, the consequences would be unbearable. I'm here. Where is the blood-piercing grass? The section chief came downstairs and looked around. Lu Yuan sensed a burning intensity in his gaze. This head of the alchemy department must be an alchemy fanatic to show such an expression. Lu Yuan secretly pondered this in his heart. I have the blood-piercing grass here, and the fruit of the sky tree. Could you please help me refine it as well? Facing the director's burning gaze, Lu Yuan spread his hands, showing the herbs as he spoke. Give me these herbs, I'll refine them for you first. Wait, the fruit of the sky tree? Upon hearing the second half of this sentence, the head of the alchemy department's pupils suddenly contracted. Seeing the head of the alchemy department react in such a way, the senior student standing beside Lu Yuan and Jiang Yan standing behind him suddenly understood. This fruit, no, it's the fruit of the sky tree, is no ordinary fruit. The two of them simultaneously pulled out their phones and searched, and the results surprised them greatly. Fruits from the sky tree. Even the lowest quality level reaches S+. Student, I'll refine it for you right away. Just come back in 2 days to pick it up. The head of the alchemy department's gaze burned even brighter. With the rapid development of technology and the upgrading of alchemy equipment, the speed of alchemy is much faster than before. In addition, the director himself is a 5th-tier ability user with awakened A-level fire-type abilities, and has decades of experience in alchemy. With all these advantages, Lu Yuan was able to obtain the refined pills in just 2 days. Oh right, director, I haven't paid yet. Lu Yuan was about to leave when he realized realized he hadn't paid the bill yet. No need to pay. I refine pills for fun, why would I need money? The head of the alchemy department readily refused Lu Yuan's payment. The fruits of the sky tree are usually consumed directly by high-level ability users. Because processing it into pills would reduce its potency, very few people refine it into pills. Now, to actually be entrusted with refining such a rare item, not only without charging money, but also making me incredibly excited. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out of the alchemy room, his phone rang. Who called me? He took his phone out of his pocket and discovered that the caller was his mother, Feng Wan. After the call was connected, there wasn't much conversation. His mother told him that the family had moved from their old, dilapidated rented house to the Manhwa residential area in the city center. He knew about Manhwa residential area, of course. That's a luxury residential area in the city that only leaders at all levels and their relatives can live in. Without a doubt, this is definitely thanks to his awakened S-class superpower. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan was naturally delighted. My mother has worked hard for most of her life, transforming from a school beauty into an ordinary working woman. It's time for her to enjoy her retirement. After returning to his dormitory, he rested for 4 days before dealing with many matters. However, he hasn't used any of the evolution points in the system yet. He didn't see Lu Yuan in the living room on the first floor. I just fed him until he was stuffed, so he's probably going back to his bedroom to sleep. Lu Yuan thought to himself. He walked up the spiral staircase and returned to his bedroom. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and focused on bringing up the control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 6400. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, upper first tier. Mental state, 260 Hz. Chi and blood, 520 calories. Skills, gun technique, advanced, melee combat, beginner, ice shard ring, D, intermediate, ice flash, B, beginner, ice blade, A, beginner, frozen shield, A, beginner, ice blast, S, intermediate, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, first level. The number of evolution points is astonishing, with marks densely packed on the surface. He glanced at it casually, and was just about to break through to the lower second tier when, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he looked at the panel more carefully. Only then did he realize that his body tempering technique could actually break through. Should I choose to break through to a higher realm, or should I choose to break through to a higher body tempering technique? Lu Yuan fell into deep thought. Ultimately, he decided to break through the body tempering technique first. The reason is simple and clear. The after the realm appeared before the after the body tempering technique, indicating that more evolution points are needed to break through the body tempering technique. The more you consume, the greater the improvement will be. With the freshman competition approaching, Lu Yuan naturally chose the one that would bring the greatest improvement. After all, realm of understanding is not everything. Combat is a test of overall strength. Having a high level of skill but neglecting other aspects will only lead to being easily defeated by opponents of higher levels. After figuring it out, he clicked the next to the body tempering technique without hesitation. Evolution points minus 6000. Mysterious nether ice soul body, S, first level. Mysterious nether ice soul body, S, second level. The moment he added the points, he felt a surge of heat throughout his body. To be precise, his heart was burning intensely. Thump, thump, thump. My heart suddenly started racing, and I could clearly hear it beating. A surge of immense primal energy erupted from his heart, dispelling the obstacles that had previously prevented him from forming a stable primal energy cycle. Once this energy completes one cycle, the first bridge is finally built, and the tempering of the heart is successfully completed. Next is the liver. The obstacles were also broken down. The second cycle was easily established, the second bridge was completed, and the liver was tempered. Next comes the spleen, lungs, and kidneys. These three organs were also tempered one by one in the same way. Although it sounds easy, the actual process is extremely difficult. After nearly 2 hours of agony, Lu Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. My forehead and back were already soaked with cold sweat. He could clearly feel that after the cycle was established, the mobilization of his body's energy became smoother and more free. The human body itself is truly a wondrous existence. Lu Yuan sighed, then opened the panel to check the changes in his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 400. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, upper first tier. Mental state, 300 Hz. Chi and blood, 710 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, hand-to-hand combat, beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. He clearly remembered that when he was at the first level of the profound nether ice soul body, his mental energy was only 260 Hz and his blood energy was only 520 calories. In comparison, my mental state improved by 40 Hz, and my energy and blood increased by a full 190 calories. Such attribute growth is already quite remarkable, but that's far from the most important thing. Most importantly, the establishment of 5 bridges, the Yuan energy cycle. This allowed Lu Yuan to achieve a qualitative leap in his control over the ice-type elemental energy within his body. Take the most basic burst of superpowers as an example. powerful. When he encountered the Shadow Cat in the city during a dinner at Juxinlu, it was difficult to accurately control the amount of elemental energy used when releasing his superpower burst. This is also why the amount of ice and snow that gushes out when you kill a tiny Shadow Cat is astonishing. Now, his control over ice-type elemental energy has improved significantly, and he can better control his ability to unleash his powers.
Generate snowflakes for me. Lu Yuan spread out his palm.
The next moment, snowflakes slowly drifted down from his hand. These snowflakes are exquisitely beautiful, like a near-perfect work of art.
Previously, he simply couldn't generate snowflakes with such high precision.
In addition, he felt that the recovery speed of his body's energy was about 50% faster. Great, the results are quite satisfactory.
Lu Yuan was very satisfied with this promotion.
The third level of the body tempering technique is tempering the meridians, which is probably another huge undertaking.
Let's wait until after the freshman competition before delving deeper.
With that thought in mind, he walked toward the bathroom next to the bedroom. After all, his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. After taking a shower, drying his hair, and changing into clean clothes, Lu Yuan didn't waste any time and immediately set off for the library. Filled with curiosity, he really wanted to see what this S-level mental skill, detective technique, was like.
The library is far from the bedroom.
Even if you ride a shared electric scooter at top speed, it will still take almost an hour to get there. Upon entering the library, a staff member said, S-level skills can only be borrowed for 2 hours each day. However, Dean Chin has already spoken with us, and the borrowing time for all skills can be extended by another 2 hours.
Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. The teacher took such good care of me, she even gave me advance notice.
In the library of Shenzhen Superpower University, the first floor is the book lending area, where all the books available for borrowing are displayed.
The second floor is a reading area.
After borrowing books, you will be registered by staff when leaving the first floor before you can go up to the second floor to read.
It's worth mentioning that there's also a free speech area on the first floor.
After all, there is always a need for communication, such as two students discussing their learning experiences with the same skill, so this area was specially set up. He still remembered that when Qin Tianlong took him directly to borrow the S-level body tempering technique Shenming Ice Soul Body, it caused a lot of discussion among the students in the free speech area on the first floor. The ceiling on the first floor is covered with soundproofing material, so the two areas do not interfere with each other.
Where are the fire, wind, lightning, and mental elemental types? Entering the book lending area, Lu Yuan looked around.
Here, soon, he found books on the subject of spirituality. Rank B skills, rank A skills. His gaze gradually moved upwards, and he discovered that the S-level skills were displayed at the very top of the counter.
Illusionary beams, telekinetic cutting, detective techniques.
To his surprise, the library of Shenzhen Superpower University was even more luxurious than he had imagined. Among the S-rank skills that are rarely seen in the outside world, there are more than a dozen mental skills alone. Each skill is accompanied by about a dozen corresponding skill books.
You should know that skill books can't be made by simply making a few photocopies.
A skill book can only be considered complete if it is written out stroke by a person with the ability to master the skill. This shows just how terrifying the strength of Shenzhen Superpower University is.
After some searching, Lu Yuan finally found his target, the S-rank mental skill, detective technique. I'm really lucky. This skill is indeed in high demand.
There are still several other mental skill books left, but this one is the last one. Lu Yuan sighed and then reached out to take down The Art of Detective. Just as he turned his head, he suddenly saw a pretty figure walking towards him. She has a graceful figure and long, fair legs.
That was Xia Qingyin. Hey, Lu Yuan, what a coincidence, you're here too. Xia Qingyin blinked her beautiful eyes playfully and then greeted them. Yes, I'm here to learn skills. Lu Yuan gave a concise and clear answer.
Hearing this, Xia Qingyin glanced at the skill book in his hand and said with delight, "You also learned detective technique?
That's perfect. I'm learning it too."
She puffed out her chest proudly and said, "My special ability is somewhat related to this, so I'll learn it faster.
Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand."
Okay, sure. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. He thought to himself that he only needed to learn a little bit, and with someone to guide him, he would naturally be able to master that little bit faster. Moreover, when they encountered the third-tier ferocious beast, the flaming tiger, in the underground world, she didn't disregard her own safety. Instead, she decisively took out the swift travel pill and didn't take the opportunity to raise the price, which is enough to prove that she has good character. Helping her like this now is a way of repaying her small kindness. It is only natural for classmates to help each other. After registering their books, the two did not go to the reading area on the second floor, but instead went to the free speech area on the first floor. They found an inconspicuous corner where the noise was low, making it perfect for the upcoming lesson. The two sat facing each other. Lu Yuan turned to the first page of the skill book. Just looking at those words made his head feel swollen. Teacher Qin is right, it is indeed very difficult for me to learn this skill. His forehead darkened, and he sighed silently in his heart. Seeing Lu Yuan, whose cultivation speed was once astonishing, finishing, now struggling with something. Xia Qingyin couldn't help but smile. She stood up and began to fulfill her teaching duties. The teaching process was exceptionally long for Lu Yuan. On the one hand, it's because this skill book is really too difficult. Although Xia Qingyin explained it well, it was still painful to learn. On the other hand, with Xia Qingyin's stunningly beautiful face right in front of him, coupled with her melodious voice, Lu Yuan was constantly distracted and found it difficult to calm down. This is normal. After all, Lu Yuan isn't a eunuch in terms of cultivation. 2 hours passed quickly. Lu Yuan felt that he had mastered an astonishing 1% of this skill book. Although it's only 1%. However, it's important to know that the minimum proficiency level required to add points is only 10%. In other words, as long as we continue to study like this for 9 more days, Lu Yuan can directly reach the beginner level of proficiency, start adding points, and quickly break through to the junior level of proficiency. Xia Qingyin, you've taught me really well, thank you. Without Xia Qingyin's help, he would probably have had to slink away and transfer to an A-level school, or even a lower-level school with only sensory effects. Yes, you're welcome. Xia Qingyin nodded simply, then flipped through the skill book many pages and focused intently on her studies. Lu Yuan roughly estimated that she had flipped through about 70% of the pages, which meant that she had mastered 70% of the content in the skill book. Xia Qingyin, I'm going to have dinner now. Do you need me to bring you anything? It was 5:30 in the afternoon when Lu Yuan asked. If Xia Qingyin continued studying here for another 2 hours, by 7:30 p.m. her stomach would be growling with hunger. Just bring me a serving of Xiaolong Bao, please, Xia Qingyin replied while flipping through her skill book. Lu Yuan left the library and went to a nearby cafeteria for a meal. Then he returned to the library with the steamed buns that Xia Qingyin had asked for. It's still that same corner. Xia Qingyin remained quietly seated in her chair, concentrating on her studies. This time, however, there was one more person. That was Xia Qingyin's roommate and best friend, Wang Yuzhu. Lu Yuan noticed Wang Yuzhu, and Wang Yuzhu also noticed Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin, here are your steamed buns. Lu Yuan placed the steamed buns on the table, meeting Wang Yuzhu's gaze, and was about to leave when Wang Yuzhu wore a look of amusement and said with a grin, Lu Yuan, you even bought dinner for our Xiaoyin. Does that mean you have feelings for her? Before Lu Yuan could respond, Xia Qingyin made her move. She pinched the soft flesh around Wang Yuzhu's waist, causing Wang Yuzhu to cry out in pain and Xiaoyin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xia Qingyin let go of his hand and said with a smile, thank you, Lu Yuan. Can you add me on WeChat? I'll transfer the money to you later. After adding Xia Qingyin on WeChat, Lu Yuan said goodbye and left. Xiaoyin, girls should know how to be reserved. Look at you, you actually gave your WeChat to someone else. Wang Yuzhu said with a look of disappointment. No, the kind you're talking about is not the same as what I just did. Xia Qingyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Xiaoyin, back in high school you never got this close to any boy. Look at you now. Wang Yuzhu said, hands on her hips. Stop. Xia Qingyin interrupted Wang Yuzhu before she could finish speaking. She quickly retorted, most of those boys in high school were just trying to take advantage of my enthusiasm and use the opportunity of asking questions to get something out of me. But Lu Yuan is different. His gaze held more admiration, and also a determination to become stronger. Xia Qingyin didn't have a good impression of the boys in high school. One boy was incredibly bold and tried to lay a hand on her, but Xia Qingyin kicked him so hard he crashed into the wall. They then used their family influence to lock the boy up for quite some time. From then on, no one dared to provoke her. In comparison, Lu Yuan left a fairly good impression on her. He is tall and handsome, and has a good personality. A guy like that would make a good impression no matter where he is. That being said, there was actually something else she wanted to ask Lu Yuan, but she didn't dare to ask. She sensed that Lu Yuan's aura had increased significantly, indicating that he had become stronger. However, considering that the current situation is different from before, and the freshman competition is coming soon, she chose not to ask for the time being. After leaving the library, Lu Yuan did not go straight back to his dormitory, but went to the Ice and Snow Ability Museum. After all, I hadn't slept well for 4 whole days. I didn't practice during the day today. The freshman competition is about to begin. How can I slack off? Lu Yuan didn't sit idle. He immediately rented a C-grade training room and began practicing his marksmanship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One shot after another was thrust out rapidly. I'm still a bit rusty, he muttered to himself, then continued practicing. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Yuan opened his phone and found that Xia Qingyin had transferred a sum of money to him. He immediately accepted the transfer. At the same time, he was thinking, how can I get Xia Qingyin to continue teaching me? After all, other people's time is valuable too. This was just an accident that led to this situation. It's impossible for accidents like this to happen every day, right? Suddenly, he remembered something Xia Qingyin had once said, you can ask me anytime if you don't understand anything. In addition, Xia Qingyin is still learning the skill of detective techniques, so she will definitely be going to the library again for some time to come. Doesn't this mean I can take this opportunity to ask her for help at the library? Although this is not as fast as Xia Qingyin teaching me directly, it is still much better than figuring it out on my own. So, Lu Yuan sent a message. Xia Qingyin, when do you usually go to the library? The other side replied immediately. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She usually goes to the library at 2 p.m. At that time, there were relatively few people in the library, and there were usually leftover copies of the skill book Detective Techniques. Moreover, after studying for 4 hours, it will be 6 p.m., which is just the right time to go to the nearby cafeteria for dinner. Unfortunately, she was a little late to the library today because of some urgent business, which led to the series of events that followed. Upon receiving Lu Yuan's message, Xia Qingyin already understood that he wanted to take the opportunity to ask her some questions about detective techniques. Anyway, it won't cause any delays, and there's no harm in lending a hand. As for regarding Lu Yuan as a competitor, Xia Qingyin shook her head. Ever since witnessing Lu Yuan's almost monstrous cultivation speed, she no longer had that kind of thought. In the morning, Lu Yuan went to the ice and snow ability hall to cultivate. In the afternoon, he went to the library with Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan discovered that after the first day of learning, his ability to learn this skill seemed to have improved considerably. Even on the second day, he spent most of his time studying on his own, only asking Xia Qingyin a few questions, yet his learning progress increased by more than 1%. This was undoubtedly good news for Lu Yuan, meaning he could master the detective techniques more quickly. He even secretly wondered what kind of expression Xia Qingyin would have when she saw that he had suddenly had a flash of inspiration and was able to learn the entire book of detective techniques in one night. I got up early in the morning. The pills are already refined? So fast? Upon receiving the message from the alchemy department, Lu Yuan immediately rushed there. Of these two types of pills, one is made from S-grade medicinal herbs, blood-piercing grass, and other auxiliary herbs. The other type is even more precious, requiring an S+ grade resource that is even rarer than bloodgrass, the fruit of the sky tree. From the moment he handed over these materials to the head of the alchemy department, he had been eagerly anticipating the final effects of the resulting elixir. Young man, the elixir is ready. As soon as Lu Yuan entered, the head of the alchemy department appeared. He was holding a wooden box in each of his left and right hands. The box in his left hand contained bright red pills. The box in his right hand contained ice blue pills. Just by looking at the colors, one can guess the ingredients of these two elixirs. This is a blood-boosting pill that can improve your blood circulation, but it's not advisable to take too much at once. To be on the safe side, it's best to take one pill every 2 days. And this extreme ice pill can activate the ice-type elemental energy in your body. It is also recommended to take one pill every 2 days. The head of the alchemy department said with a serious expression. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded, took the 2 wooden boxes, and closed the lids. Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory with the pills. With the freshman competition approaching, Lu Yuan went to the ice and snow ability hall to train early, leaving the dormitory empty. Lu Yuan first took out a bright red blood-activating pill. The pill was bright red all over, and just looking at it made him feel his blood and qi stirring slightly within his body. Then, he swallowed the blood-boosting pill in one gulp. Instantly, a burning sensation spread from his stomach throughout his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Thump, thump, thump. At the same time, his heartbeat suddenly quickened, becoming exceptionally clear in the quiet environment. He himself awakened ice-type superpowers, and ice-type elemental energy flows through his body. This feeling of experiencing both ice and fire lasted for a full 10 minutes before it gradually subsided. Lu Yuan reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then slowly exhaled. Immediately afterwards, he swallowed an extreme ice pill. It must be said that the effects of this extreme ice pill are indeed powerful. Lu Yuan originally thought that since he had awakened ice-type superpowers, taking the extreme ice pill should not cause any discomfort. Unexpectedly, the moment I swallowed it, it felt like an ordinary person swallowing a block of ice. For Lu Yuan, the extreme cold of this ice pill was almost unbearable. Since the extreme ice pill is so cold, let alone its raw material, the fruit of the sky tree, I wonder when I will be able to swallow it directly like Teacher Qin. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and tried his best to absorb the effects of the extreme ice pill more fully. After a few minutes, the discomfort in his body gradually lessened, and Lu Yuan slowly adapted to the chill. After a long while, the effects of the extreme ice pill were completely absorbed into his body, and Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes. He felt that the activity of his internal energy had indeed increased significantly. He had only taken one pill. The head of the alchemy department had given him a total of 15 pills. It is foreseeable that after all the extreme ice pills have been consumed, the activity level of the body's Yuan energy will definitely increase significantly. Time passed day by day. Lu Yuan maintained his fixed routine of cultivating at the ice and snow ability hall in the morning and studying at the library in the afternoon. More than a week later, at 6 o'clock in the evening, after leaving the library with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and opened the panel. Detective Skills, S, Beginner. Great! After so much effort, the skill Detective Skill has finally appeared on the panel. Furthermore, the familiar failure at the end indicates that it can directly advance to the beginner proficiency level. Evolution points -100. Detective skills, S. Beginner. Detective skills, S. Elementary. At this point, there are only 300 evolution points remaining on the panel. A flood of memories rushed into his mind, and Lu Yuan mastered how to use the detective technique. The moment he learned the detective technique, he was able to continuously use a small amount of mental energy to perceive all life forms within a radius of 1,500 meters centered on himself for an extended period of time. At the same time, it can also intermittently use a large amount of mental energy to expand the range of perception, but the duration is extremely short. Lu Yuan tested it out, and his perception range expanded to 4 times its original size, becoming a radius of 3,000 meters centered on himself. The range of perception for this skill is closely related to Lu Yuan's mental attributes and skill proficiency. Incidentally, this skill isn't X-ray vision. At most, it can only sense the presence of a living being and the aura it emits, but it can't reveal its specific form. The maximum range is 3,000 meters in radius, which should be more than enough in the underground world. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. See you tomorrow. Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin waved goodbye and then parted ways with Lu Yuan. They ran so fast, they were gone before I could even finish my sentence. After all, Lu Yuan has already learned this skill, so there's no need for him to go to the library again for the time being. Therefore, Xia Qingyin definitely won't see him tomorrow. However, today he was still asking her questions, and it was obviously inappropriate for him to say that he had learned it as soon as he left the library. I'll tell her tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Yuan went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to cultivate. The staff member who was quite familiar with Lu Yuan finally couldn't help but ask, "Young man, why haven't you been coming in the afternoons lately? Has something happened?" After all, Lu Yuan used to cultivate for more than 8 hours every morning and afternoon without fail. They would greet each other normally. But recently, she noticed that Lu Yuan almost never came in the afternoons, so she couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing, I just went to the library this afternoon to learn a new skill." Lu Yuan waved his hand, took the key handed to him by the staff, and entered the designated training room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Qingyin frowned slightly when she saw that Lu Yuan was almost an hour late, thinking to herself, could it be that classmate Lu Yuan has fallen asleep? She then made a QQ message call to Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan entered the cultivation room, he naturally put his phone in the safe outside. No one answered the phone. Maybe Lu Yuan is busy with something else, Xia Qingyin thought to herself. With these thoughts in mind, she stopped thinking about it and continued to bury herself in her studies. For her, only one crucial step remains before she can fully master the entire skill book. The whole afternoon flew by. She closed the skill book and activated her mental energy. That's right, she's already able to use the S-rank skill, detective technique. Afterwards, she left the library alone, and then received a message from Lu Yuan. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I learned the detective technique this morning." It turned out that when Lu Yuan left the cultivation room to retrieve his phone, he found that Xia Qingyin had missed calls to him via QQ, so he made up a random excuse to reply. After all, he possesses a system and has exceptional comprehension, so it's only natural that he does so. Upon seeing the message from Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin froze on the spot, her breath caught in her throat, and she was so surprised that she couldn't speak for a moment. Yesterday, Lu Yuan only had a superficial understanding and even asked her for help, but today, he has completely mastered it? Unable to think of any other reason, she could only conclude that Lu Yuan's comprehension was probably far superior to her own. In just one morning, as if struck by a flash of inspiration, he caught up with several weeks' worth of progress in an instant, his thoughts flowing as smoothly as an inexhaustible spring. Upon closer reflection, Lu Yuan's comprehension has always been remarkably astounding. The signs of this had already begun to emerge when they were learning S-rank body tempering techniques and S-rank skills. He's simply a monster. I'm not going to bother with him. Hee, I can't wait to see what expressions everyone else will have when they face Lu Yuan during the freshman competition. Thinking about these things, Xia Qingyin's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Lu Yuan got up very early today. After washing up, he put on his spatial ring and was about to head to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, but he discovered that Lu Yuan had arrived even earlier than him. Lu Yuan has indeed been working very hard lately. Just yesterday, Lu Yuan told him that his swordsmanship had broken through to the intermediate level of proficiency, and he had officially become a superhuman, reaching the lower level of the first tier. "Brother Lu Yuan, come quick. There's a post on the campus forum." Lu Yuan waved to Lu Yuan, signaling him to come downstairs. A post on the campus forum? Lu Yuan leaned closer, puzzled. On Lu Yuan's phone screen, a post caught his eye. Shocking. 2 S-rank Ice-type students have entered this year's freshman. It must be said that the use of words like shocking and unexpectedly in the title is very eye-catching. Not to mention, the combination of the rare terms S-class and Ice-type instantly piqued people's curiosity. Who could resist clicking in to take a look? Another S-rank Ice-type has appeared? Lu Yuan frowned slightly and clicked on the post to take a look. The post is not clickbait. It's about the news that 2 new students this year have awakened to to S-rank ice-type abilities. The first one was naturally Lu Yuan, who was specially recruited by Ling Weiwei. The second person was an international student from the Black Continent Alliance. The post also included his name, Jack. Brother Lu Yuan, another S-rank ice-type has appeared? I have a feeling he's after you. Lu Yuan couldn't help but say this after reading the post. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, not feeling much pressure. If you want war, then let's fight. My current cultivation level is the upper stage of the first tier. I have already mastered the second level of the S-rank body tempering technique, Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, and I have also mastered 2 other S-rank skills. I really don't know how I could have lost. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't feel any pressure at all, Lu Yuan felt a bit of pressure instead. Not wanting to be idle, he quickly left the dormitory and went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to train. Although Lu Yuan felt no pressure, he still didn't relax. He left his dormitory and went directly to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to continue his training. A tall, dark-skinned international student with curly hair was led to the door of his dormitory. This person is none other than Jack, the second freshman at Shenzhen University of Superpowers this year to awaken an S-level ice-type superpower. The elders of the Great Xia Kingdom were right. The accommodations for international students here are really good. Jack was overjoyed. He came from a relatively ordinary family in the Black Continent Alliance. Many pioneers who came to the Great Xia Kingdom earlier said that the universities in the Great Xia Kingdom treated international students very well. Moreover, many girls in the Great Xia Kingdom are very fond of this type of guy. Full of anticipation, Jack did not choose to attend university in his hometown, but instead came to study in the Great Xia Kingdom. He originally planned to go to the Shanghai University of Superpowers, since Shanghai is more famous internationally than Shenzhen. But when Jiang Ting, the admissions officer for the Shanghai Superpower University, told him that the only freshman in the Great Xia Kingdom to awaken an S-level ice-type superpower was at the Shenzhen Superpower University, he then changed his mind and shifted his study abroad goal from the Shanghai University of Superpowers to the Shenzhen University of Superpowers. To put it bluntly, it's just that a strange competitive mentality has arisen in my heart. Back to Jack's perspective. To him, the villa in front of him was indeed exceptionally luxurious. The decor is classic, with lush greenery, trees, and streams all around. As a child from a low-income family in the Black Continent Alliance, Jack had never enjoyed such a superior living environment. This made him extremely excited. Actually, this isn't special treatment given to international students by Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. All students live in villas. It just so happened that there were no other international students from the same district to keep him company, which is why he had this 2-story villa all to himself. After all, there are plenty of villas on campus, so this kind of thing is harmless. With excitement, I pushed open the dormitory door and entered the villa. A spacious living room, spotless floors, and exquisitely arranged furniture. Everywhere surprised and delighted Jack. The dorm conditions are absolutely amazing. Next, it's time to try the second thing our predecessors mentioned. As he thought this, Jack couldn't help but smile. He left the dormitory, intending to chat up 2 girls. Although he was often looked down upon in his hometown because of his poverty, who would know his background here? As Jack walked out of the dormitory area, he soon encountered 2 sophomores who were walking towards him. They chatted and laughed, their silvery laughter clear and melodious, completely unaware of Jack's presence. "You two are so beautiful, seniors. My name is Jack. I just arrived to study abroad. Can we get to know each other?" Jack showed what he thought was a charming smile and spoke frankly. "This is the experience of our ancestors. They said that most girls in the Great Xia Kingdom like direct compliments from men. Most boys in the Great Xia Kingdom are reserved and not good at speaking. Therefore, speaking frankly has a very high success rate." The 2 sophomores frowned, remained silent, and walked straight past him. They continued chatting, their laughter still crisp and loud. Jack scratched his curly hair and was immediately stunned. "What's going on? This is different from what our ancestors said. It must be because my expression was off just now. Let's try again." He decided to try again, using the same method. However, the result was even worse. The second time the senior student approached her, she not only left immediately but also showed obvious disgust. This was a huge blow to Jack. His predecessors had done it this way, even taking photos and videos and sharing them in the group chat. He was incredibly moved when he saw it. But why doesn't it work if I just copy it directly? He sat down on a stone bench by the roadside with a helpless sigh. Just as he was feeling disheartened, a senior student with long, wavy hair gently patted Jack on the back. It conveys an appreciation for his charming personality. "Thank you, but you're actually quite charming too," Jack thought to himself. Jack was overjoyed. He never expected such a good thing to happen, with his prey actually coming to him on its own. Actually, while it seems like the senior student took the bait willingly, there was more to it than met the eye. She was a veteran of many battles and had once suffered a minor injury in a fierce fight. Jack's appearance was a novelty for her, as she had never tried the special product from the Black Continent Alliance before. Today is the opening ceremony for the 2052 freshmen of
Shenzhen Superpower University. Early in the morning, Lu Yuan, who had just woken up, had an idea and opened the panel to check his current attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 200. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm, upper first tier. Mental stimulus, 320 Hz. Chi and blood, 750 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, intermediate, ice flash, B, beginner, ice blade, A, beginner, frozen shield, A, beginner, ice blast, S, intermediate, detective skill, S, beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. This panel is extremely luxurious. Among this year's freshmen, it's unlikely to have a rival. It's worth mentioning that a few days ago, Lu Yuan also managed to advance his combat skills from beginner to intermediate proficiency. After all, it only cost 100 evolution points to upgrade combat skills from beginner to intermediate. However, it can significantly enhance his close combat ability, making this investment quite worthwhile. After checking the panel, Lu Yuan put on the school uniform that the teacher who had greeted him had given him. The school uniform is made of high-quality materials and is clearly not poorly made. It is quite comfortable to wear. After getting dressed, Lu Yuan left the bedroom and happened to run into Lu Yuan, who was also coming out of the bedroom at the same time. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, he immediately sensed that the other party was somewhat nervous. So he stepped forward, patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, and whispered a few words of encouragement. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, and his tense mood eased considerably. The school stipulates that the opening ceremony will be held at 8 a.m., and the assembly point is the central playground. The two left the dormitory, ate breakfast in the cafeteria, and then rushed to the designated meeting point, the central playground. From a distance, a large crowd had already gathered on the playground. They were wearing school uniforms, proving they were also freshmen from the class of 52. So Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan also went over. Among the crowd in the central playground, two teenage girls sharing a dorm room were chatting. It was Xia Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu. Xiaoyin, you'll be able to see your Lu Yuan classmate again soon. Aren't you excited? Wang Yuzhu teased with a grin. Yes, you're right. Isn't that enough? Ever since Wang Yuzhu discovered that Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin often studied together in the library, her gossipy nature has become uncontrollable, and she always loves to say such things. Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin were just ordinary classmates, at most good friends. It's not as exaggerated as Wang Yuzhu made it out to be. Xia Qingyin chose to ignore this. She knew Wang Yuzhu would soon return to normal. Sure enough, Wang Yuzhu found it boring and immediately returned to her normal self. Suddenly, the sound of discussion among the freshmen came from the surrounding area. Look, isn't that the international student who awakened an S-class ice-type ability that they were talking about on the campus forum? Wow, he's so tall. He's walking this way. Upon hearing the words S-rank ice-type, Xia Qingyin's first thought was that it was Lu Yuan. She was about to turn around and greet him when she realized that wasn't Lu Yuan at all, it was a foreigner. Needless to say, this foreigner is Jack, an international student. Hello, beautiful lady, may we get to know each other? Jack couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw Xia Qingyin's stunning face and enviable figure. He walked over with feigned elegance and said softly. Xia Qingyin frowned slightly, immediately feeling displeased. Jack's intense gaze was so obvious that it made her very uncomfortable. He kept staring at his chest without moving. Who wouldn't notice? I'm sorry, I don't intend to get to know you. Xia Qingyin suppressed her nausea and decisively refused. Alright then, beautiful lady, have a wonderful life. Jack continued speaking with feigned elegance, then stepped aside as soon as he finished speaking. Wow, that girl is so pretty. I didn't even notice her before. Wait a minute. I think there was a post saying that the Xia family's daughter came to our school. Could it be her? The Xia family? Isn't that the Xia family that has a 7th level grandmaster? Jack overheard the whispers of the surrounding freshmen. Having just conquered the long-haired, wavy-haired senior last night, he felt an involuntary surge of desire to conquer her. Not only does she have a great figure and looks, but she is also the daughter of a wealthy family. If Jack could win her over, he couldn't even imagine how wonderful his future life would be. Such thoughts flooded his mind. One can only say that last night's intense effort had completely overwhelmed his brain. Just as Jack was immersed in his fantasies of a bright future, the sound of Xia Qingyin and Lu Yuan talking could be heard over. Jack turned his head and looked. Good grief, she was giving him the cold shoulder just a moment ago, and now she's chatting and laughing with another guy. However, Jack was smart enough not to embarrass himself on the spot. He was plotting in his heart that he would definitely make Lu Yuan suffer during the freshman competition. This caused Lu Yuan to lose face completely. Let this beautiful lady understand who the real boyfriend material is. Just as he was walking towards Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan also noticed Jack. Is this the exchange student who awakened an S-class ice-type ability just like me? Lu Yuan glanced at Jack and noticed that he was looking at him with a hostile gaze. Both are S-rank ice-type? Perfect. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Lu Yuan thought to himself. Thus, unaware that Lu Yuan was also an S-class ice-type ability user, Jack developed hostility towards Lu Yuan
Yuan because of Xia Qingyin. After learning that Jack was also an S-rank ice type and that he had initially been hostile towards him, Lu Yuan also developed the idea of fighting. Dear new students. Suddenly, a voice came from the platform. All the new students immediately stopped talking and looked towards the podium. On the playground, more than 1,000 freshmen fell silent instantly. Because the speaker at this moment is Song Liyuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. His cultivation level was as high as the middle of the 8th rank, and the pressure he unconsciously exuded made many freshmen feel their legs go weak. This was not something Song Liyuan did intentionally, it was more of a natural reaction to the psychology of many new students. Hello, new students. I am Song Liyuan, the president of Shenzhen University. This year's 52nd class of freshmen consists of 1,424 students, including 11 specially recruited students, the most in the past 10 years. Shenzhen Superpower University is a top-tier superpower academy in China, renowned as one of the 4 famous universities. The country has provided strong support, and you have all seen the environment, cultivation resources, and mentor strength of Shenzhen University, which are far superior to those of ordinary universities. Song Liyuan spoke slowly, his pace not fast, but every word struck a chord with the freshmen. While many were dreaming of a glorious future, Song Liyuan's face darkened, and he continued in his serious tone. But getting into Shenzhen University does not mean that you can rest easy from now on, nor does it guarantee that your future will be bright. The resources of top-tier universities for people with superpowers will never be distributed equally, but will be preferentially allocated to the strongest. What this society in this era truly need are strong individuals who can safeguard a region in the future, not mediocre people. So, fellow freshmen, the trick of pretending to be weak to fool the strong will never work here. You may have been a real tiger, but in the end you've disguised yourself as the pig. The upcoming freshman competition is probably familiar to everyone. It's your first important opportunity to showcase yourselves. Song Liyuan's expression was solemn, and his voice was firm and powerful. This year's freshman competition is completely different from the past. All freshmen will enter the passage to the school's underground world to compete here. As soon as Song Liyuan said this, those lucky summer freshmen who had just awakened some decent superpowers and were fortunate enough to be admitted to Shenzhen Superpower University immediately showed panic on their faces and couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "My God, an underground world passage? Doesn't that mean we'll have to face ferocious beasts? I've never seen a real ferocious beast before. What should I do?" Judging from their words, they didn't pay much attention to the campus forum, or they just glanced at it and then ignored it. In fact, many senior students on the campus forum had already speculated that the freshman competition would be held in the underground world. However, most of the freshmen remained calm, and only a few muttered under their breath. Their whispers, though soft, were exceptionally clear in the quiet environment. Song Liyuan uttered only 2 words, yet his imposing aura immediately shone through. This imposing aura was so precise that it directly intimidated the freshmen who were secretly gossiping, causing them to involuntarily take a few steps back. The surrounding freshmen secretly chuckled. The specific rules for the freshman competition held in the underground world will be explained in detail by a dedicated teacher at that time. I'll mainly talk about the competition's rewards here. The underground world is inhabited by various ferocious beasts, and the crystals and certain organs on their bodies are quite valuable. During the freshman competition, you can also collect these spoils. So, the champion of this freshman competition will receive a 400% bonus when calculating the final value of the loot. Second and third place will receive a 200% bonus. Third to 10th place winners will receive a 150% bonus. Rankings 11th through 50th will receive a 100% bonus. Rankings 51st to 200th will receive a 50% bonus. Rankings 201st to 700th will receive a 20% bonus. Song Liyuan's words, though calm, instantly ignited the previously quiet playground. Of course, learning from past lessons, this excitement could only be kept hidden in their hearts, and no one dared to shout it out loud. This has stirred up a great deal of emotion in the hearts of the vast majority of freshmen. After all, this extra bonus is practically the school giving away money in disguise. The first place winner, in particular, receives a 400% bonus, which is equivalent to 5 times the original reward. If you accumulate 1 million blue star coins, you can withdraw 5 million. If you could have earned 2 million originally, wouldn't that be a profit in the tens of millions? While getting first place is out of reach, the top 700, which is more than half of the freshmen, have a real chance to compete. Even a 20% bonus is quite considerable. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Song Liyuan waved his hand and continued. These words drew all the new students' attention back to him, their eyes filled with anticipation. The champion of this freshman competition will receive the opportunity to customize a weapon and S-level resources, as well as multiple rewards such as 10 times the monthly cultivation resources, which I won't go into detail here. The second place winner will receive S-level resources and 100 credits. The third place winner will receive S-level and A-level resources. Song Liyuan's words
caused a huge uproar among the freshmen. The opportunity to customize weapons is extremely rare.
Most weapons currently sold on the market are mass-produced, which inevitably leads to incomplete compatibility with users and affects their performance. Custom-made weapons are not only expensive but also require craftsmen specializing in combat-related superpowers to create them. This award also covers the top 700 participants. Even freshmen ranked at the bottom of the top 700 will receive C-level resources, 10 credits, and a 1.1x bonus to their monthly cultivation resources.
This scene is something that all the new students yearn for. Even if they can't make it into the top few, making it into the top 700 shouldn't be a problem, right?
Lu Yuan, standing in the crowd, was overjoyed to hear this. With his strength and his past experience venturing into the underground world, he could easily make it into the top 50, even if he couldn't get into the top 10. For Lu Yuan right now, the rewards for being in the top 50 are already extremely generous.
A 400% bonus? And you can even customize weapons to fit it?
Lu Yuan secretly made up his mind that he had to take first place. This is not only to make the teachers who have high hopes for me proud, but also to ensure that I can obtain more resources in the future. One more thing I want to remind everyone, during the freshman competition, all the school's mentors and I will be there to watch.
Your performance in the underground world will directly influence the mentor's choices.
Being a student personally mentored by a mentor is definitely much better than attending large classes,
Song Li Yuan added in conclusion.
Afterwards, the school's vice principal also went on stage and said a few words, and the opening ceremony ended simply.
After the disbandment was announced, all the new students scattered to chat with acquaintances before leaving on their own. It must be said that Shenzhen University of Superpowers does this much better than many ordinary universities.
At the opening ceremonies of ordinary colleges and universities, the speeches by school leaders are so long they drive you crazy, and teachers surround the students, not even allowing them to touch their cell phones. The students are suffering terribly, and outsiders might think they are being forced to start school.
Lu Yuan, good luck in tomorrow's freshman competition.
Standing not far away, Xiao Qingyin smiled and said to Lu Yuan,
"Yes, you too," Lu Yuan responded.
Afterwards, Xiao Qingyin and Wang Yuzhu, Lu Yuan walked together.
"Brother Lu Yuan, not bad.
The semester has only just started, and you've already won over that beautiful girl from the dorm next door. If you ever offer a class, I'll definitely sign up and bring a bunch of new students to listen."
Lu Yuan chuckled and teased. "Don't talk nonsense. She and I are just ordinary friends. It's not as exaggerated as you're making it out to be."
Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at him and responded indifferently. Lu Yuan stared wide-eyed at Lu Yuan's handsome face, trying to find a flaw, but found nothing.
"Okay, sorry, brother Lu Yuan."
Lu Yuan immediately apologized. Lu Yuan waved his hand to indicate that it was alright, as he was not the type to dwell on trivial matters.
The two then returned to their dormitory.
Since the school uniform event was cancelled, they changed into their usual training clothes and prepared to head to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to begin their training for the day.
The day's training quickly came to an end.
The second day that the freshmen had been eagerly anticipating, the freshman competition, finally arrived. All the new students were dressed in battle suits, carrying or holding their own weapons. The battle suits are colorful, including red, blue, white, and black, with white and black being the most common.
Girls mostly wear white outfits, while boys prefer black.
The variety of weapons is also extensive. The main weapons are cold weapons, with spears, broadswords, and longswords being common, and even rarer weapons such as halberds, axes, and hammers. The freshman's eyes burned with fervor, like a lion just awakened, exuding an imposing aura.
Incidentally, the university has class divisions, and Lu Yuan is in the first-year Ice-type class, 1.
According to the message sent by the counselor, all colleges need to line up.
For example, the Ice College, to which Lu Yuan belongs, will enter the underground world together. But honestly, there are really few people in this Ice Academy. Lu Yuan, standing in the middle of the line, looked around.
At Shenzhen Superpower University, where a class only has 30 students, the Ice Academy only has one class, and it's not even full, with only 29 students. This is even with Qin Tianlong, a 7th-tier Ice-type master, presiding over the large class. It is evident that students who awaken Ice-type abilities are extremely rare, and after the martial arts exam, their numbers become even more pitifully small.
But dramatically, 2 S-class Ice-type ability users have emerged among this year's Ice-type freshmen.
Lu Yuan glanced around briefly and couldn't help but notice the hostile gaze directed at him by Jack, a nearby international student. At the same time, he also saw confidence in that gaze. However, Lu Yuan didn't care, because he knew in his heart that his biggest opponent was not the international student Jack in front of him, but the other freshmen who were quite strong. For example, Xia Qingyin, who has a deep-sea dragon cub as her companion beast, and that specially recruited freshman who awakened an S-class fire-type ability. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan felt that these so-called formidable rivals were nothing special. In his eyes, none of this mattered.
First place ultimately belongs to him.
As the saying goes, be contemptuous in strategy, but take it seriously seriously in tactics. Even though he was full of confidence, Lu Yuan remained vigilant and never underestimated his opponent. After all the formations have gathered and stood in place on the central playground, the mentor in charge of the freshman competition spoke up. "Hello students, I am the person in charge of this year's freshman competition. Next, I will read out the rules and precautions for this year's competition." As soon as he finished speaking, all the freshmen turned their attention to him. "This freshman competition will be held in the underground world and will last for 7 days. We have prepared ample supplies such as medicines, food, folding tents, and tactical backpacks for everyone to carry. As you all know, the ferocious beasts of the underground world possess a bloodthirsty aura, but don't worry. During the period when the underground world of the school was closed, the beasts underwent special treatment so they will not be tainted with bloodthirsty aura after being killed. Therefore, you can kill to your heart's content, kill desperately, and kill to your heart's content. After defeating the ferocious beast, you will receive points based on the beast's strength, which will determine your ranking. Next, we will distribute special record watches to everyone. The watches can display maps, record points, and check leaderboards. Most importantly, the watch is infused with the elemental energy of the mentors, which can generate an elemental energy shield in critical moments to save your lives. There are also many senior students who are participating in the mission patrolling nearby. Once the elemental energy shield is triggered, they will rescue you in time. The map is divided into 2 areas, the shallow area and the deep area. When you check the watch map later, you'll see that the shallow areas are marked in white and the deep areas are displayed in red. The shallow area is mainly inhabited by first-level lower and first-level middle ferocious beasts. As you go deeper, you'll enter a more advanced area where there are first-level high-ranking and second-level ferocious beasts. There's also a third-level low-ranking ferocious beast. Students who are confident in their strength can give it a try. Not only do you get points for killing ferocious beasts, but you can also directly get 25% of their current points by defeating other freshmen and triggering the protection mode of their record watches. It is important to note that defeating other freshmen is only permitted on the 4th day and onwards. Taking action within the first 3 days will be considered a violation, and the participant will be immediately disqualified from the competition. On the 7th day, which is the last day of the competition, the locations of all surviving newbies will be revealed directly on the map. After finishing speaking, the mentor in charge of the freshman competition was already parched, so he quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag and drank it all in one gulp. By the way, tomorrow is Chishi Festival, wishing everyone a happy Chishi Festival. Of course, this excludes those who have girlfriends. According to the rules of the freshman competition, the wise choice is to hunt more ferocious beasts in the first few days to accumulate basic points, and then harvest them after everyone's positions are announced on the last day to increase the extra points. As for that low-level level 3 ferocious beast, after consuming blood-boosting pills and extreme ice pills for a period of time, I might not be no match for it. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Just as his thoughts were churning, his mentor, who had been quenching his thirst, smiled and continued. Finally, a reminder that team formation is allowed in this freshman competition. Of course, there are both advantages and disadvantages to forming a team, so please weigh them carefully. Upon hearing that teams were allowed, many freshmen couldn't help but cheer. For them, the underground world is extremely dangerous. Even hunting a single ferocious beast alone is not enough to guarantee their safety, and they could be eliminated at any time. Teaming up will naturally improve the final results. However, some of the more gifted freshmen, including Lu Yuan, did not feel much pressure. After all, their strength is undeniable, and they are fully capable of hunting down ferocious beasts on their own. Teaming up doesn't significantly improve the efficiency of finding ferocious beasts, and the score and loot are shared, making it difficult to achieve the same final score as going solo. Some senior students who came to observe the competition found the rules quite interesting. He then called upon his other senior classmates to go and watch together. Many teams have also started taking action, sending their captains or vice-captains to watch matches and scout out fresh talent to inject vitality into the team. The entire freshman competition was recorded using a specially designed energy camera and displayed on a giant screen via projection. This specially customized large screen can fully display the real-time performance of the top 100 students. Led by their counselors, each class arrived in unison at the entrance to the underground world passage of Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities. Wow, is this the underground world passage? It looks just like a black hole. Once you go inside, you'll see a whole new world. Some of the new students exclaimed in amazement, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation. Then, the line of people entered the passage one by one. Within the underground world of the Shenzhen Superpower University, a small city has also been built to guard the underground world passage and prevent ferocious beasts from invading reality. As for why Lu Yuan knew that the city was called Tengfei City, it was because there was a large stone tablet at the entrance with the 3 characters Tengfei City clearly engraved on it. He looked around and found that there were some vendors selling temporary travel gear nearby, but these vendors had been strictly checked by by the school and would not harm the students. More than a dozen third-tier ability users are stationed on the city wall to deal with various emergencies. However, the biggest difference between this building and the Jiangjiang City and Shenzhen No. 3 city that Lu Yuan had seen before was the moon-gazing tower. Dear counselors, please distribute tactical backpacks and recording watches to the students in your classes. After this is done, students who are wearing spatial rings on their fingers, please come over for inspection. If anyone conceals prohibited items in their spatial ring and uses them during the competition, they will be immediately disqualified. Lu Yuan stood at the front of the line and soon received a tactical backpack and a recording watch from the counselor. As soon as he got the backpack, he immediately unzipped it to check. As expected, it contained quite a few potions, including Tier 1 energy potions and Tier 1 disinfectant potions. He counted them. There were only 7 bottles of energy potions. These 7 bottles of medicine are probably more than enough for other freshmen to use, but Lu Yuan knew in his heart that he had to control the consumption of yuan energy, otherwise there would not be enough potions. After slinging his tactical backpack over his shoulder and putting on his watch, he jogged over to assist the specialists in checking his spatial ring. Non-compliant items will be temporarily confiscated and stored. Only then did he realize that the number of freshmen with spatial rings at Shenzhen Superpower University was indeed quite large, at least more than 10%. Upon closer examination, this makes sense. Students from well-off families receive significant assistance during the early stages of training, naturally resulting in better martial arts exam scores compared to students from ordinary families. All the newborn spatial rings were inspected one by one, and contraband items were temporarily confiscated. 3, 2, 1. The 2052 freshman competition officially begins. The supervising instructor announced loudly, "Go, Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan patted him on the shoulder from behind, encouraging him. "Lu Yuan, you can do it too." Lu Yuan responded with a smile. "Go, go, go. Watch me break into the top 700. You have no ambition at all. I'll just aim for the top 100. As the gates of Tengfei City slowly opened, a large number of freshmen rushed out, shouting loudly, scrambling to get ahead, afraid of being left behind. Lu Yuan remained calm and unhurried. Killing 1 or 2 low-ranking first-level beasts in the shallow area would not have a significant impact on his performance. "What's wrong? My head is so dizzy. No, I have to hold on. I must hold on." As soon as Lu Yuan stepped out of Tengfei City, he saw many freshmen who could not even walk steadily, some even holding onto the city wall, their faces pale. They only mentioned that the ferocious beast's bloodthirsty aura had temporarily disappeared, but failed to point out that the oxygen content in the air was far from normal. The situation of these newcomers reminded Lu Yuan of the first time he entered the underground world with the Firefox team. His gaze did not linger on these new students for long. He immediately activated his recording watch. The recording watch is on. Lu Yuan first checked the map. After observing for a while, he learned that the underground world within the Shenzhen Superpower University was circular in shape, and Flying City happens to be located at the center of the underground world. A circular area radiating outwards from the center is displayed in white, representing the shallow layer. The remaining rings are red, representing the deeper areas. Lu Yuan casually chose a path he could take and left first. After leaving, he mobilized a small amount of his mental energy and used the S-level skill he had just learned, detective technique. In an instant, he sensed all the ferocious beasts within a radius of 1,500 meters. Mantis shrimp or mantis shrimp? Lu Yuan thought to himself. He knew that the mantis shrimp, like the shadow cat, was one of the weakest of the ferocious beasts. They have the body of a praying mantis, but the tail and pincers of a shrimp, and are about the size of a real-world mouse. So many mantis shrimp. They can be seen actively in crevices, bushes, and even tree trunks. To put it simply, it's the Pikachu you see every day on the roadside. Besides mantis shrimp, there are other ferocious beasts. Of course, as previously agreed, all of these ferocious beasts were first-tier low-level ferocious beasts. Even mid-tier first-order ferocious beasts are hiding even further away. At the same time, Lu Yuan also sensed some cameras located at high altitudes. After getting a general idea of the surrounding area, Lu Yuan stopped using his mental energy. He estimated that even if he only maintained a small amount of mental energy, he could only last for half an hour at most. The underground world here is slightly different from Jiangjiang City and Shenzhen No. 3 City. The vegetation did not grow exceptionally lush. Oh no, what do we do? It's a ferocious beast. Lu Yuan had only been gone for a short time. Suddenly, 2 mantis shrimps darted out of the grass and appeared in front of a group of 3 freshmen nearby. To Lu Yuan, these 2 mantis shrimps were utterly insignificant. "Ah, there's a ferocious beast. What do we do? Xiaomei, you go first. You stay away, or I'll stab you." But for these 3 freshmen, the 2 ordinary mantis shrimp made them tremble and unable to speak properly. Seeing this, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Many children who grow up in a privileged environment will feel involuntarily afraid when they first encounter a ferocious beast in real life, just like them. Influenced by this emotion, even if one is strong enough to kill these mantis shrimps, it is difficult to perform at one's proper level. If you won't take these points, then I'll gladly accept them. His ice blue spatial ring flashed, and he took out the black dragon spear. He first used ice flash to teleport, and then swiftly thrust out 2 spears. The next moment, the 2 mantis shrimps were instantly reduced to dust. You have defeated a tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. A system notification sounded in my ear. Lu Yuan didn't care much about this few evolution points. He immediately opened his watch to check his current points. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 20. 20 points, 10 points for a mantis shrimp, the same as the evolution points given by the system. Then, Lu Yuan switched to the leaderboard interface. Ranking, 155/1424. 155? It seems the other freshmen are quite fast. He sighed softly. I didn't pay much attention to it. No rush, no rush. This is only the first day. The best is yet to come. These 3 freshmen, upon seeing Lu Yuan's swift movements and handsome face, their eyes gradually filled with red hearts. They were determined to go up to the campus wall and try to catch this handsome guy after the freshman competition was over. Time passed by, second by second. At this moment, the blazing sun hangs high, scorching the earth mercilessly. Fortunately, he awakened an ice-type ability, which allowed him to maintain a relatively stable skin temperature and prevent him from feeling excessively uncomfortable. Lu Yuan took out his recording watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 120. Rank, 120/1424. We set off at approximately 7 a.m., which is still the time in the underground world. 5 hours later, Lu Yuan had only accumulated 120 points. The ranking improved slightly, but it was still not high, only ranking 120th, not even making it into the top 100. Although he could use his detective skills to investigate the nearby ferocious beasts, he felt that it was not worth sacrificing the bigger picture for such a small amount of points. The points from a first-tier lower-level ferocious beast are so few that it's not worth him deliberately deviating from the route. After all, he still needs to hurry up and go to a deeper area to hunt higher-level ferocious beasts. Xia Qingying mounted her companion beast, Xiaolan, and dashed forward at high speed. In combat mode, Xiaolan's body length reaches 2.5 meters, just enough to carry people in flight. Name, Xia Qingying. Student ID, 205-200-9001. Points, 240. Rank, 2/1424. Riding Little Blue, she was several times faster than on foot. With the help of the newly learned detective technique, even though we are still in the shallow area, we can already sense the traces of several first-tier mid-level ferocious beasts. As a companion beast that can grow to the 7th rank, the deep-water demon dragon cub possesses a certain level of perception. It can also launch water balloons for long-range attacks. Even while traveling, one can still pick up quite a few ferocious beasts. Even so, she could only rank 2nd. Because of Lu Yuan's extraordinary existence, although her ultimate goal was 2nd place. But the competition has only just begun, and Lu Yuan will definitely not be the 1st place winner. She blinked, unable to contain her curiosity. Who is currently in 1st place? A young man with neat short hair took out his recording watch. If you look closely, you'll notice that his right pupil is not the black color commonly seen in people from Great Xia, but rather a light green. Name, Wang Zhe. Student ID, 205-200-2001. Points, 300. Rank, 1/1424. He awakened an S-class wind-type ability, Eye of the Storm, from which his light green right pupil originated. The powerful wind-based ability not only accelerated himself but also sped up the Gale Eagle beneath him, which was at the upper level of the 1st tier. The Gale Eagle itself is extremely fast. The combined speed of the two can reach a maximum of 160 meters per second. After 5 hours of flight, Wang Zhe had already seen quite a few mid-tier 1st-level ferocious beasts. Furthermore, the points earned on the recording watch from killing a tier 1 mid-level ferocious beast are different from the evolution points obtained in the Lu Yuan system. Generally speaking, Lu Yuan can obtain 20 to 30 evolution points by killing a mid-level tier 1 ferocious beast. Wang Zhe, however, received 50 points, which is equivalent to killing 5 first-tier low-level ferocious beasts. Upon closer examination, this makes sense. The school deliberately set it up this way to select the strongest individuals. Otherwise, everyone will just be farming those weak, ferocious beasts. I'm actually number 1? A few hours later, when he saw the rankings, Wang Zhe could not hide his surprise and astonishment. But he regained his composure in less than half a minute. My speed advantage can't last long. I must continue to penetrate deeper. Riding the Gale Eagle, Wang Zhe remained calm as he flew deeper into the area once more. The first day was pretty uneventful. We spent most of our time traveling. The situation was similar on the second day, with the main focus still being on getting on the road. However, about half of the new teams chose to stay in the shallow area, that is, the area where only first-tier low-level ferocious beasts appear. The remaining half of the new recruits naturally chose to continue forward, facing the first-tier mid-level ferocious beast head-on. A number of older students gathered nearby to watch the game. Although there are no battle scenes, you can appreciate the good looks of the new students through the display frame. It's perfectly normal for boys to like looking at beautiful women and for girls to like looking at handsome men. Wow, she's pretty good looking and has a great figure. The only downside is, she's not my girlfriend. What are you thinking? Do you even know who she is? I wonder, could there be some amazing background behind this? That's right, she's the daughter of the Xia family. I advise you to stop daydreaming. The Xia family? You mean the Xia family in Guangdong province, the one with 3 7th level grandmasters, and whose patriarch is even at the upper level 7th level? At this moment, a person staring blankly at Xia Qingyin in the second display case whispered to the person next to him. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's already the third day of the freshman competition. In front of the large screen sat hundreds of instructors from Shenzhen Superpower University. They stared intently at the large screen, carefully observing the performance of each student. By the way, there are a total of 100 display frames on the big screen, and the top 10 display frames will be made bigger and more eye-catching. Dean Sheen, I heard that your Ice Academy has 2 freshmen who have awakened S-level Ice-type abilities this year. Congratulations. Xiaoyan, the dean of the Fire Element Academy sitting next to Qin Tianlong, suddenly spoke up, cupping his fists in greeting. Yes, that's certainly the case this year. Qin Tianlong gave a brief response. Ice-type abilities are rare. I wonder if any of these 2 S-rank Ice-type freshmen are disciples you've taken a liking to? Xiaoyan smiled and asked, seemingly with concern. Dean Xiao, please don't worry about the matter of accepting disciples. Qin Tianlong took a sip of the tea on the table, waved his hand, and said. He scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself, I know exactly what you're up to, you old devil. I just wanted to see if there were any Ice-type ability users in the top 10 display cases. Knowing Xiaoyan as he did, Qin Tianlong had already seen through his thoughts. Qin Tianlong first glanced at the display box of the 9th place. He was a young man with dyed red hair. He roared, flames erupted from his broadsword, and he slashed down fiercely. Flames roared with intense heat, and the Shadow Cat, a mid-level first-tier cultivator, was instantly cleaved in 2, thick black smoke rising in its wake. His information is displayed in the upper right corner of the display box. Name, Su Bing. Student ID, 205-200-2001. Points, 2,940. Rank, 9/1424. Clearly, he is the special student who awakened an S-level fire-type ability this year. Then, Qin Tianlong turned his gaze to the 87th display box below. The corresponding figure is his disciple, Lu Yuan. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 1820. Rank, 87/1424. Lu Yuan casually unleashed an ice blade, instantly beheading a black deer in the distance. A slight smile appeared on Qin Tianlong's lips. It was only because the top-ranked players had companion beasts that they were slightly ahead of his disciple in points. This is harmless. The real freshman tournament will only begin on the 4th day when the freshmen can fight each other. You've mocked me for 4 whole years. It's time for me to finally get my revenge. When that time comes, will you still be laughing, you old devil, Xiaoyan? Qin Tianlong secretly rejoiced. Several more hours passed. Lu Yuan was lucky enough to encounter a herd of black deer on the move. You're lucky. Without hesitation, he acted decisively. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, ice blades flew out. After using an ice blade to kill a mid-level first-tier black deer from a distance, a notification sound rang in Lu Yuan's ear. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer, gaining plus 22 evolution points. The points recorded on the watch also increased accordingly. Points, 3,150. Rank, 23/1424. Just now, Lu Yuan was ranked 61st, not even making it into the top 50, but now his ranking has jumped to 23rd. That's not the most important thing. Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and brought up the panel to check. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2050. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, upper first tier. That's right, to his surprise, he discovered that he could directly add points to his cultivation level. It was already 4 p.m. in the underground world. The breakthrough would only take a little over an hour, and there would be plenty of time before dark. More importantly, the energy fluctuations that erupted during the breakthrough were enough to deter even the lower and middle first-tier ferocious beasts in the surrounding area from approaching. Furthermore, this is the 3rd day of the freshman competition, and the freshmen are not allowed to lay a hand on him, otherwise they will be disqualified. All of this shows that Lu Yuan can break through on the spot. Evolution points minus 2,000. Realm level, upper first tier, lower second tier. With that in mind, he pressed the button on the panel without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of ice elemental energy erupted within him and spread outwards. Lu Yuan quickly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in meditation. meditation. About half an hour later, two freshmen passed by. They developed feelings for each other in high school and agreed to apply to the same school together after the martial arts exam. Now, participating in the freshman competition, they naturally teamed up, ranking 63rd and 66th respectively on the leaderboard. "There's a ferocious beast ahead," the girl exclaimed, trying to pull her boyfriend away. The terrifying aura emanating from the ferocious beast instilled fear in them, making them realize they absolutely dared not provoke it. "Wait, isn't this still the shallow zone? The shallow zone only has first tier lower and first tier middle ferocious beasts. How could it have such a terrifying aura?" The boy's brows were furrowed. Rather than calling it a ferocious beast, he felt it was more like the oppressive aura emanating from someone breaking through a cultivation level. Who exactly broke through to what realm? How could they have such a powerful aura during the breakthrough? He wondered to himself. At this moment, Qin Tianlong had just finished dinner and hurriedly returned to the big screen. He noticed that Lu Yuan's ranking had risen significantly again. However, the image displayed on the screen made him squint slightly. At the same time, some of the older students watching the game also noticed Lu Yuan's image on the big screen. That posture? Could he be breaking through to a higher realm? "Aren't you afraid of the danger of doing this? Breaking through like this?" The older students were discussing it amongst themselves, but they didn't show much surprise. After all, they didn't know Lu Yuan's true cultivation level. The burst of primordial energy is invisible and intangible. It can only be judged by feeling. The large screen simply cannot display it. But Qin Tianlong was different. He knew that Lu Yuan was only a first-tier upper-level cultivator before the start of the freshman competition. This is already the pinnacle of what a new student can achieve. Most freshmen at Shenzhen University of Superpowers don't break through to the first-tier upper level until the second semester of their freshman year or even closer to their sophomore year. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan was able to break through again and advance to the lower level of the second tier. Qin Tianlong, a 7th-level grandmaster, was also deeply shocked. The speed of this breakthrough is truly astonishing. It's too fast. 2 months, just 2 months. He actually rushed from the Awakener realm all the way to the second-tier lower realm. Who can believe that? But the facts were undeniable, and Qin Tianlong had no choice but to accept them. He was filled with relief that he had taken on such a terrifying disciple. It was approximately 5:30 p.m. in the underground world. The ice-type elemental energy within Lu Yuan's body gradually stabilized and ceased its agitation. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. He immediately checked his panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 50. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, lower second tier. Mental stimulus, 370 Hz. Qi and blood, 880 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D. Intermediate, ice flash, B. Beginner, ice blade, A. Beginner, frozen shield, A. Beginner, ice blast, S. Intermediate, detective skill, S. Beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. Second level. Mental energy increased by 50 Hz, and blood energy increased by 130 calories. This is not the full improvement brought about by simply breaking through from the first tier upper level to the second tier lower level. After all, Lu Yuan had undergone a long period of arduous training before using evolution points to break through. "I've reached the lower level of the second tier. In that case, even that third tier ferocious beast in the underground world might not be a match for me." After successfully breaking through, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. This smile not only graced Lu Yuan's face, but Qin Tianlong's lips also unconsciously curled up. Lu Yuan has now reached the lower level of the second tier. Furthermore, Su Bing was only an S-rank fire-type ability user. Even in a head-on confrontation, you'll be able to handle it with ease. On the third day of the freshman competition, Wang Zhe, Xia Qingyin and others, who were moving at lightning speed, had already arrived at the deep area. Because they were the first group of newcomers to enter the deeper levels, a large number of first-tier low-level and second-tier low-level ferocious beasts gathered there for them to kill. Of course, these ferocious beasts will also choose to hide. However, Xia Qingyin had already mastered the detective technique, so the beast's hiding place was almost useless to her. This allowed her to successfully overtake others and reach the top of the leaderboard. Name, Xia Qingyin. Student ID, 205-200-9001. Points, 6,560. Rank, 1/1424. Xia Qingyin's score reached an astonishing 6,560 points, mainly thanks to the fact that killing a Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast directly grants 200 points. Those at the second-tier lower level can get 500 points. But to Xia Qingyin, these ferocious beasts were no different from the ones before. They were like tofu dregs, easily broken at the slightest touch. She didn't spend too much time searching for and killing enemies nearby, but continued to advance deeper into the area. Because of the deeper, more ferocious beasts, the points rewards will skyrocket even more wildly. "I wonder how long I can stay in first place," she muttered to herself. As the soft morning sunlight falls evenly on the earth, the fourth day officially arrives. On this day, defeating other freshmen will earn you 25% of their points. This is precisely Lu Yuan's forte. After walking for an hour, Lu Yuan did not encounter any new students. Instead, it penetrated deeper into the deeper areas. We've finally reached the deeper areas. Killing the ferocious beasts here will definitely earn us a lot of points. Lu Yuan stared at the red area marked on the recording watch while making calculations in his mind. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps crunching on leaves came from nearby. The sound immediately alerted Lu Yuan. He immediately used his detective skills to sense the surrounding movements. They discovered that what was near them wasn't a ferocious beast, but a person. This person is quite tall, almost 2 meters. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, secretly speculating in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he made a not difficult judgment. This person is very likely Jack. Regardless of whether it's Jack or not, as long as they aren't the senior students in charge of patrolling, Lu Yuan is prepared to take action. He is now at the lower level of the second tier, and his combat power is unmatched. Lu Yuan didn't try to lower his footsteps. Instead, he ran quickly, attracting the attention of a tall, dark-skinned, curly-haired young man. This is Jack, who came to Shenzhen University of Superpowers to study. Defeating a freshman grants you 25% of their points. Although he had awakened an S-class ability, he had only just become an ability user and his cultivation level was only at the lower first tier. In addition, without a companion beast, their monster killing efficiency is far lower than others. Rank 69/1424. This allows him to simultaneously meet the conditions of awakening an S-level superpower without entering the top 50. How come I'm only ranked 69th? Luckily, this time there were prey that came to me willingly. Jack secretly rejoiced. He quickened his pace. Then, he directly engaged with Lu Yuan in a two-way journey. Jack, it really is you. Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Jack's eyes widened. Forget it, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. You're not worthy to listen. Lu Yuan exhaled, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Several icy blades sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yuan's sudden attack caught Jack completely off guard, and half of the ice blades pierced his body. A thick, icy fog instantly spread out, leaving several deep wounds on Jack's body. Immediately afterwards, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The watch lit up, and an energy shield quickly enveloped Jack. This undoubtedly means that Jack has been eliminated. Is that all you've got? I thought you'd be able to handle speed bumps. Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He vaguely remembered that Jack had initially given him a hostile look. Furthermore, both of them awakened rare S-class ice-type abilities. I thought he would be a worthy opponent. Unexpectedly, it was as fragile as paper, crumbling at the slightest touch. Come on, let's see how many points Jack got. Lu Yuan opened his record watch, and the points and rankings immediately came into view. Points, 3,750. Rank, 19 to 1424. He remembered it clearly. When I met Jack, my score was 3150, and I was ranked 23rd. The score has now increased to 3750, an increase of 600 points. According to the rules, the points earned account for 25%. Therefore, Jack's integral is 2,400. You've awakened a rare S-rank ice-type ability. Can't you at least try to prove yourself? Lu Yuan sighed. If Jack had tried a little harder, he would have gotten more points after killing Jack, and his ranking wouldn't have been just 19th. It's heartbreaking, absolutely devastating. Stop right there. I'm not having it. Ah! At this moment, Jack, who had activated his elemental shield, was shouting loudly in broken Chinese. He shouted as he pounded his fist on the elemental shield, but Lu Yuan ignored him completely and ran straight towards a more distant place. Hey, are you alright? Soon after, a senior student on patrol nearby arrived, reached out his hand, and asked with concern. Jack stood up and followed his senior away, dejected. Perhaps, my initial reason for coming to Shenzhen University of Superpowers was simply to satisfy my competitive spirit, which was a mistake from the start. He was currently contemplating whether he could transfer to that so-called Magic City Superpower University. You have defeated the Tier 1 high-ranking ferocious beast, the Great Fang Squirrel, and gained 40 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. Lu Yuan fired ice blades in succession, and the system's kill notifications sounded one after another. I never thought that the Purple Fang Serpent could not even withstand 2 of my ice blades. After killing the Purple Fang Serpent, Lu Yuan walked over and put its crystal into his spatial ring, sighing. The ice blades are launched at an extremely high speed, but the damage per shot is low. However, even the Purple Fang Serpent, which was at a similar level to itself, couldn't withstand 2 ice blades, which speaks volumes. This is the result of taking the extreme ice pill during this period, activating ice-type elemental energy, and the combined effect of my recent breakthrough in body tempering technique and realm. Lu Yuan understood. He didn't stop, and continued to rush deeper into the area. Points, 4,500. Rank, 16/1424. Points, 5,500. Rank, 14/1424. Points, 7,000. Rank, 12 to 1424. In just half a day, Lu Yuan's ranking jumped from 23rd to 12th. Even without a companion companion beast, it has already shown a trend of breaking into the top 10. Lu Yuan's handsome figure, his clean and efficient monster-slaying movements, his high ranking, and his strength without a companion beast. These 3 points attracted the attention of many senior students. In comparison, many second-year students realized that their abilities were not as good as those of a freshman. However, they only thought about it and didn't take it to heart, so they weren't greatly affected. Even though you are a genius, there are geniuses everywhere on the Shenzhen University campus. If I were to compete against every genius, I'd probably develop depression long ago. This freshman has enormous potential. Our team will go after the freshman competition to snatch him up. Forget about it, this freshman has awakened the ice element. Our extreme ice team already has 3 ice element members. It's a perfect match. So what? Haven't you heard that teams should complement each other? Our water blue team is just missing an ice type player, so this is the best fit for him. At the same time, many teams noticed Lu Yuan and had the idea of recruiting him. Lu Yuan knew nothing of these things. He is still hunting ferocious beasts in the underground world. You have defeated the tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple Fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the second tier mid-level ferocious beast, King Tanuki. Evolution points plus 200. A day passed quietly, and the 5th day of the competition for new students finally came to an end. Points, 12,500. Rank, 8/1424. Lu Yuan's points surged again, reaching an astonishing 12,500 points, propelling him into the top 10 and rising to 8th place. If you're wondering why Lu Yuan's points increased so quickly, that's because killing a mid-tier tier 2 ferocious beast directly grants 1,500 points. After entering 8th place, Lu Yuan's figure naturally appeared in a larger display frame. It's going up again, it looks so cool. The spectators watched as Lu Yuan easily killed the second tier mid-level ferocious beast, the great Tanuki, with a few shots, their hearts filled with boundless excitement. Some people excitedly waved their fists, as if they were killing ferocious beasts in the underground world. When someone rises to a position, it means someone else will be pushed out. The student who was squeezed out was Su Bing, whom Xiao Yan, the dean of the Fire Element Academy, valued. Now, not only more senior students and teams are keeping an eye on Lu Yuan, but even Xiao Yan is keeping a close eye on him. At that moment, his eyes widened as he stared intently at the figure in the 8th display case. A layer of icy shield surrounded his body. It's clearly an ice-type skill. It seems this person is one of the newcomers who has awakened an S-class ice-type ability. More importantly, he didn't even have a companion beast. This means he has lost one source of points. Xiao Yan wasn't stupid, so he naturally didn't think it was just luck. This only proves that this newcomer who awakened an S-level ice-type ability is definitely stronger than some of the contestants ranked ahead of him. Just as Xiao Yan was feeling somewhat down, he suddenly thought of something. If Su Bing were to encounter Lu Yuan at this moment, who would win? Although Lu Yuan is strong on his own, Su Bing not only possesses fire-type abilities, but also has a fire-type companion beast, a blazing griffin cub. If Su Bing were to encounter Lu Yuan and defeat him, Xiao Yan glanced at Qin Tianlong, who was smiling beside him, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Soon, excitement gleamed in Xiao Yan's eyes, because, judging from the display frames of Lu Yuan and Su Bing, they are about to clash. It's already 6 p.m. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Yuan stopped and instead opened his backpack, setting up a tent on the spot. Su Bing, on the other side, also stopped advancing and set up his tent in place to rest. This made Xiao Yan, who was watching from a distance, somewhat impatient. He was thinking of having Su Bing leverage the advantage of fire-type over ice-type, along with the help of his companion beast. Let's teach Lu Yuan a lesson and boost our points in the process. Unfortunately, we probably won't see this scene until tomorrow. Just as Xiao Yan was sighing and preparing to go back to the cafeteria for dinner, he suddenly realized that Lu Yuan had moved. Lu Yuan left the tent and walked towards Su Bing's location not far away. Xiao Yan once again showed an expectant expression, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Tianlong also noticed this scene. He chuckled to himself. Lu Yuan, who was at the second tier lower level and had consumed so many extreme ice pills, was beating Su Bing like toying with a baby. Then, Lu Yuan returned to the underground world. After setting up the tent, Lu Yuan used a bit of his mental energy to casually unleash a detective technique. He originally planned to kill a few ferocious beasts in the vicinity before it got completely dark. Unexpectedly, not only were all the ferocious beasts around him exposed to his mind, he also unexpectedly discovered that a freshman was hiding nearby. How could I possibly refuse points offered to me? Lu Yuan showed no mercy and immediately left the tent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Bing was only at the mid-level of the first rank, and his spiritual attributes were extremely low. He had almost no perception of Lu Yuan using detective technique and was completely unaware of the danger before him. Ian, hurry up and eat. Lu Yuan rushed over and saw a heartwarming scene before him. Su Bing was gently feeding roasted meat to the fiery griffin cub. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan's arrival was not to witness this heartwarming scene. Before Su Bing could react, Lu Yuan decisively launched a ranged attack. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, ice blades shot out rapidly. The fiery griffin cub was happily eating roasted meat when suddenly several ice blades appeared before its eyes. Without hesitation, it immediately got up and pushed its owner, Su Bing, away. As a companion animal, protecting its owner is its duty. Ian, what are you doing? At first, Su Bing was stunned. Only when he saw that his companion beast had been slashed with several bloody wounds by the ice blades did he realize that something was wrong. Sure enough, he saw Lu Yuan charging towards him from not far away, carrying a long spear. The spear was covered with a thin layer of frost, and Su Bing recognized at a glance that it belonged to an ice-type ability user. You're the freshman who awakened an S-rank ice-type ability? You dare to be so arrogant with your ice-type powers? He raised his broadsword. The blade burst into flames. Immediately, he rushed towards Lu Yuan. The spear and the broadsword clashed, producing a loud metallic clang. Whether it's the senior students and teams off the field, or the mentors Qin Tianlong and Xiao Yan, everyone was watching the duel intently. Sigh, why did he have to provoke the fire-type freshman? Ice-type is utterly helpless against fire-type. Is this where he's going to stop? Lu Yuan's actions were difficult for many of the older students watching the game to understand. It's only natural to want to beat the new students and get more points. But ice-type fighting fire-type is simply asking for trouble, and they can't accept that. They will soon understand. The two weapons clashed, and flames and ice clashed fiercely. Ultimately, a situation arose in which fire and ice were in a state of mutual restraint, with ice even having a slight advantage. Judging from Lu Yuan's expression, he didn't seem to have used his full strength yet. Su Bing was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this person's marksmanship far surpassed his own knife skills? Extreme Flame Slash. Seeing that the two sides were deadlocked, Su Bing simply changed his strategy. She sheathed her greatsword, circled around to Lu Yuan's side, and then activated the skill Extreme Flame Slash. The greatsword, engulfed in raging flames, slashed straight at Lu Yuan. Despite its injuries, the young fiery griffin spat out several small fireballs to help its master fly towards Lu Yuan. Frozen Shield. Lu Yuan uttered the words in a low voice, and a shield as thin as a cicada's wing yet solid quickly enveloped his entire body. The broadsword struck the shield, sending up plumes of smoke. With a single slash, the frozen shield not only remained intact but also developed a few small cracks. No, what realm are you at now? Su Bing was stunned and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just as the fireball was flying in, Lu Yuan dodged to the side, and after two fireballs hit the shield in succession, the frozen shield finally dissipated. Second order lower level. Lu Yuan, who was about to be eliminated, told the other party frankly without any concealment. He immediately struck, seizing the opportune moment and unleashing his full power. With the aid of his superior marksmanship, he knocked Su Bing's broadsword away. The broadsword spun 360 degrees in the air and plunged straight into the soil. Not only that, but it also killed a newly sprouted blade of grass by the roots. Second tier lower level? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Bing's pupils dilated violently, and he involuntarily muttered no wonder repeatedly. His special ability was one level lower than others, and his cultivation level was two minor levels behind. Even if there is a counter relationship between attributes, it is indeed possible to be suppressed in the opposite direction. Su Bing sighed deeply and then activated the recording watch. Since we're no longer a match for him, it's better to activate the elemental shield proactively than to be beaten half to death by Lu Yuan and then passively trigger it, thus saving ourselves a lot of suffering. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but you lack strength. Lu Yuan gave a few brief reminders, then turned and went back to his tent. Lu Yuan's sharp movements, coupled with Su Bing's voluntary surrender, severely embarrassed many of the older students present, eliciting gasps of surprise from the surrounding crowd. This Lu Yuan is definitely a promising talent. Quickly, put him on the priority list. We must recruit him into the team. What about Xia Qingyin, who came in first place, and Wang Zhe, who came in second place? They lined up at the back. I have a feeling that Lu Yuan will definitely be the first place winner in this freshman competition. Lu Hongzhang, the vice captain of the Silver Wolf team, was talking quietly with the team members next to him. The instructor's seat in front of the big screen. Dean Xiao, my disciple is right. Su Bing's strength is indeed a little lacking. He needs to practice more when he gets back. Several years have passed, and Qin Tianlong has finally had his moment of triumph. Naturally, he will not let go of this precious opportunity. Qin Tianlong then smiled and patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. This is the 6th day of the freshman competition. Many freshmen are not defeated by ferocious beasts and thus trigger the elemental shield on their record watches. More often, they are defeated by other freshmen. Even worse, some did not continue to explore further, but instead returned to their original path to harvest the points of the weaker newcomers. After all, after accumulating points over the first 5 days, many new students had 25% of the points, far exceeding the points they could get from hunting a ferocious beast. The points leaderboard therefore changes exceptionally rapidly. Just a moment ago they were in the top 200, but in the blink of an eye they might have fallen to below 250. It can be said that the freshman competition has now truly entered a white-hot stage. However, Lu Yuan was unaware of this and continued to silently kill the ferocious beasts around him. If you see one, you must kill it. He possessed comprehensive skills, leaving the ferocious beast with no chance of escape. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple Fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the one-horned rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-ranking ferocious beast, the two-headed mad dog. Evolution points plus 750. As Lu Yuan ventured deeper, he discovered that all the ferocious beasts in the area were at the second-tier level, with no trace of first-tier beasts remaining. There was even a second-tier superior ferocious beast, a two-headed rabid dog. This ferocious beast has a menacing appearance, with a face full of scars and a black and red body. Its size is about 2 to 3 times that of a real adult domestic dog. Its name is two-headed rabies, and as the name suggests, it has 2 heads. Looking like that would definitely terrify many delicate young girls, but Lu Yuan was not afraid at all, and a smile was still on his handsome face. In his eyes, the two-headed mad dog at the second-tier upper level was no longer a simple ferocious beast, but a walking evolution point and a treasure trove of points, especially points. It's worth mentioning that killing a Tier 2 high-level ferocious beast will directly earn you 6,000 points. After all, this kind of ferocious beast at the second-tier upper level is comparable to the top experts among the new students, so it naturally deserves more points. Lu Yuan is facing a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, a two-headed rabid dog? That's right, this thing with 2 heads is definitely a two-headed rabid dog. A two-headed rabid dog? A second-tier superior? Lu Yuan, please don't get into trouble. Huff huff, Lu Yuan, take this dog down. Among the group of senior students watching, some sharp-eyed students immediately recognized the two-headed rabid dog. Upon learning that this was actually a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, some of the fans frowned, unable to help but worry about Lu Yuan. However, other senior students chose to believe in Lu Yuan. Two-headed rabid dog, I'm rooting for you. Xia Yan, who was deeply affected by the previous day's blow, had his brows furrowed for several hours. He learned that Lu Yuan had encountered a second-tier high-level ferocious beast, and he couldn't help but pray that the two-headed rabid dog would end Lu Yuan's life. But he knew Lu Yuan's strength, so he could only silently pray. Return to the underground world. The moment Lu Yuan saw the two-headed rabid dog, he knew he could no longer hide it. Ice explosion. The moment the two-headed mad dog charged, Lu Yuan gripped his spear tightly, frantically mobilized the Yuan energy within his body, and unleashed his most powerful skill to date without hesitation. He frowned slightly and gave a low shout. Instantly, a frost emanated from the tip of the black dragon spear, completely enveloping the two-headed mad dog. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard. The once lively two-headed rabid dog has now been blown into pieces of bloody, mangled flesh. Holy crap, it was done in seconds? What skill? It's so powerful. All the senior students who witnessed this scene widened their eyes in astonishment, completely dumbfounded. They had long anticipated that Lu Yuan would be able to defeat the two-headed mad dog, but they never expected that he could kill it in one blow. This is absolutely terrifying. Some of the female students who had been covering their eyes couldn't help but scream when they saw this scene, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. After all, students who awaken S-level superpowers are extremely rare, even at Shenzhen University, one of the top superpower universities in the country. Isn't this Dean Sheen's self-created S-rank skill Ice Explosion? Many senior students who had awakened Ice-type abilities squinted and recognized it, clearly finding it very familiar. Qin Tianlong, as the dean of the Ice Element Academy, naturally had his self-created S-level skills known to many senior students. Lu Hong, the vice-captain of the Silver Wolf team, also had his eyes shining. He said with a firm expression, even the captain probably couldn't reach this level back then. We must spare no effort to get Lu Yuan to join our team. Like Zhang Xianran, Lu Hong is a senior at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Zhang Xianran was indeed the first-place winner in the freshman competition back then. But if we compare Zhang Xianran from the freshman competition back then to Lu Yuan now, it's not hard to see that Lu Yuan is superior. How could Lu Hong not be excited? Lu Yuan himself was completely unaware that his simple killing of a two-headed rabid dog had caused such a sensation outside. He simply turned on his record watch after the kill. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 26,750. Rank, 3/1424. He has now climbed to 3rd place. As for who ranks above him in 1st and 2nd place, Lu Yuan didn't care. Anyway, he's the clear winner tomorrow. He wasn't in a hurry for the subsequent rankings. He would wait until the 7th day when all the new students' locations were displayed on the map to see who was closest to him. He does possess this kind of self-confidence. Tomorrow will be the 7th day, and I'll finally get to spar with more S-class newcomers with superpowers. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with boundless anticipation. Sitting by the campfire in his tent, he prepared to check his daily evolution points. With a thought, the panel opened. Name, Lu
Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 4400. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, lower second tier. Mental energy, 371 Hz. Chi and blood, 883 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, hand-to-hand combat, intermediate. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S. Second level. The current evolution points have reached 4,400. I wonder how many evolution points I'll need to break through to the mid-tier of the second tier. It should be soon. Lu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, silently calculating in his mind. Incidentally, he would also set aside an hour or two for cultivation during his evening rest. My spirit increased by 1 Hz, and my blood energy increased by 3 calories. The highly anticipated freshman competition has finally kicked off its final day. On this day, there were many more senior students gathered in front of the big screen than in the previous days. After all, the final champion will inevitably be one of these few. Go, Junior Lu Yuan. Go, Junior Xia Qingyin, defeat this Lu Yuan. Many senior students who had been watching the game for several days were silently cheering them on. Currently, the favorites to win the championship are undoubtedly Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin. Logically speaking, Xia Qingyin's grass type is slightly countered by Lu Yuan's ice type. Furthermore, she was only at the upper level of the first tier, while Lu Yuan was at the lower level of the second tier, a minor tier ahead of her. Although Xia Qingyin also has an extremely powerful companion beast, a deep-water demon dragon cub, ice-type attacks are also effective against water-type attacks. Overall, Lu Yuan is still more likely to win. However, this world itself is a giant game of deception. Therefore, there is still a small group of older men who like Xia Qingyin's looks and hope that she can bring Lu Yuan to his end. Xiao Yan was among them, but his reason was different. He wasn't attracted to her looks, but rather because Lu Yuan had once made him lose face, and he hoped Xia Qingyin could help him vent his anger. Lu Yuan got up very early that day. He was full of energy. He clearly remembered that on the last day, the locations of all the new students would be displayed on the map. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan immediately opened the map. Sure enough, many small red dots appeared around myself on the map. Each small red dot is labeled with the information of the corresponding new student. Name, Wang Zhe. Student ID, 205-200-2001. Points, 27,000. Rank, 2/1424. Name, Xia Qingyin. Student ID, 205-200-9001. Points, 29,400. Rank, 1/1424. There are currently about 60 small red dots on the map. More than 40 of them are distributed in the shallow layer, and about 10 are on the edge of the deep layer. As for those who have gone as deep as myself, judging from the situation around me, there are currently 4 still alive: Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, himself, and Fang Shi. The gap between my points and those of the top 2 is not that big, and the one closest to me is Wang Zhe. Lu Yuan was not familiar with Wang Zhe, but instead of being afraid, he became even more excited. After all, unknown challenges are more exciting, aren't they? Therefore, Lu Yuan took the initiative to move closer to Wang Zhe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Zhe was also full of anticipation for this last day. He opened the map on his watch. Upon discovering that Lu Yuan was the closest person to her, her sense of anticipation intensified. He had heard that 2 S-level freshmen had arrived at the ice department this year. Although he wasn't entirely sure about the international students level, he didn't seem to care much. What he was more concerned about was just how strong this new student in China really was. Currently, Lu Yuan is ranked 3rd, and the difference in points between him and Lu Yuan is very small. This shows that Lu Yuan's strength is definitely not inferior to his own. This small difference can be completely made up for by luck. Perhaps I'm lucky this time, etc. Wang Zhe's gaze sharpened as he suddenly noticed that the little red dot representing Lu Yuan was slowly approaching him. Interesting, he muttered to himself, a slight smile appearing on his face. It seems that I'm not the only one who wants to compete with Lu Yuan. A few sounds arose from the surroundings. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened, his eyebrows rose slightly, and he immediately used a small amount of mental energy to activate the skill detective technique. He discovered that there were neither ferocious beasts nor other newborns nearby, only the senior students who patrol the underground world. Lu Yuan kept checking the map as he walked forward. At this moment, Lu Yuan and Wang Zhe can be described as going in opposite directions. Both sides are looking forward to the upcoming showdown. About 10 minutes later, when he got closer to Wang Zhe, Lu Yuan used his detective technique again and discovered that Wang Zhe's companion beast was an eagle. Moreover, judging from the movement speed of the small red dot, Wang Zhe's speed was obviously faster than his own. An eagle? It's probably a wind element one. Lu Yuan had already made a guess in his mind. Clearly, this inference is correct. Finally, the two met. Lu Yuan, I look forward to playing against you. Wang Zhe smiled slightly. His striking light green pupils seemed to have deepened even further. The companion beast, the Gale Eagle, also let out a sharp cry, seemingly expressing its anticipation for the upcoming battle. Battle is about to break out. The most crucial element is a preemptive long-range attack. Lu
Yuan unleashed several ice blades in quick succession, then shouldered the black dragon spear and charged towards his opponent. These little tricks can't hurt me. Having awakened wind-based superpowers, one naturally excels in agility. Wang Zhe and the Gale Eagle easily dodged the ice blade shot by Lu Yuan. I'll take this challenge. Wang Zhe looks similar to Jiang Yan and belongs to the calm and composed type. Surprisingly, the weapon he used was a long sword, the kind of long sword that Guan Yu often used. Do wind-type ability users use long swords to maximize their damage output? Lu Yuan squinted to observe. This long sword was clearly a relatively heavy weapon, but Wang Zhe wielded it with ease and showed no signs of fatigue. This shows that even if wind-based abilities can make weapons lighter, Wang Zhe must have undergone special training on a regular basis, otherwise it would be impossible for him to achieve such ease. Clang, 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 clang. The spears and swords clashed with great force, although Wang Zhe wielded the long sword with incredible agility. However, Lu Yuan maintained a firm advantage thanks to his proficiency in advanced marksmanship. Just as Wang Zhe was starting to feel the strain, his companion beast made its move. A fierce eagle swooped down, its sharp talons exposed. Lu Yuan had no choice but to change the direction of his spear, take 2 steps back, and use his spear to drive away the Gale Eagle. This relieved Wang Zhe. Lu Yuan's marksmanship put him under immense pressure. Whirlwind slash. Wang Zhe adjusted his breathing, strained his shoulders, and swung his long sword fiercely. The next instant, a huge wind blade flew rapidly toward Lu Yuan. The eagle, not to be outdone, was equally fierce. It flapped its wings frantically, creating 2 small whirlwinds, and attacked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan first activated the skill Frozen Shield, followed by a quick ice flash to reposition himself. The wind blades and whirlwinds collided with the Frozen Shield. The shield immediately developed numerous cracks, but it had not yet broken. Seeing Lu Yuan rapidly approaching, Wang Zhe raised his sword to defend himself. He was completely unharmed. Lu Yuan's target isn't me, it's... Wang Zhe's gaze sharpened, and he instantly understood. He caught a glimpse of the Gale Eagle being sent flying by Lu Yuan's thrust. A graceful arc flashed across the sky, and the Gale Eagle crashed heavily to the ground. Wang Zhe shouted anxiously and immediately retrieved the injured companion beast into the containment sphere. Now it's our turn to fight one-on-one. But Lu Yuan would never give him a chance to catch his breath. He leaped forward 15 meters with a flash of ice technique. With explosive power from a single arm, the black dragon spear thrust out repeatedly like a storm. With his sharpshooting, he made it almost impossible for Wang Zhe to breathe. Swift wind kick. When Wang Zhe confronted Lu Yuan, he channeled some of his wind elemental energy into his right leg. He then swiftly extended his leg, creating a whistling sound. The kick landed directly on Lu Yuan's frozen shield. Wang Zhe pulled his thigh back, his brows furrowing slightly. This kick not only failed to injure Lu Yuan in the slightest, but also caused a dull ache in his own leg. He decisively pressed the recording watch to activate the elemental shield. Instantly, a layer of elemental energy shield enveloped Wang Zhe, signifying his elimination by Lu Yuan. I am no match for you, Wang Zhe said frankly. You're too kind, you're not bad either. Lu Yuan clasped his hands in a fist salute and smiled. In his view, Wang Zhe was well-rounded in all aspects and had no obvious weaknesses. However, it doesn't have any outstanding advantages. The reason I lost to myself was simply because I wasn't good enough. Lu Yuan easily defeated Wang Zhe without breaking a sweat. The many senior students watching the game erupted in cheers. Many female students even regard Lu Yuan as an idol. Lu Yuan turned on the recording watch. Name, Lu Yuan. Student ID, 205-200-7001. Points, 33,500. Rank, 2/1424. He is currently firmly in second place, while Xia Qingyin remains in first place. This means that Xia Qingyin has defeated Fengshi. This is normal. Both Xia Qingyin's grass-type Pokemon and the water-type Deepwater Dragon Cub firmly suppress Fengshi's Earth-type. Based on their attributes, Fengshi's chances of winning are extremely slim. Losing to Xia Qingyin is not surprising. It's time to make the final decision. Just as Lu Yuan opened the map, trying to locate Xia Qingyin's position, suddenly, a deafening roar came from deep within the forest, startling the flock of birds perched in the trees. Lu Yuan's gaze also turned towards the direction of the sound. A colossal creature appeared, its entire body covered in fiery red mane, its size as large as a small mountain, and its muscles strong and powerful. What's most striking are its fiery red pupils, which seem to burn with raging flames and are full of boundless vitality. At the same time, it exudes a very strong deterrent force. It gently swayed its tail, with a few wisps of flame burning at the tip. This is a flaming tiger at the lower level of the third tier? Not only Lu Yuan, but Wang Zhe also noticed the appearance of the flaming tiger. To his surprise, when Lu Yuan saw the flaming tiger, instead of backing down, they quickened their pace and went to meet them. Wang Zhe knew that Lu Yuan should be able to easily deal with ordinary low-level third-tier ferocious beasts, but this is a low-level third-tier fire-type ferocious beast. However, based on Lu Yuan's previous encounters with him, he was not an impulsive person, but rather extremely calm calm and collected. Therefore, Wang Zhe did not choose to leave the underground world with the patrolling senior students, but stayed where he was and quietly observed Lu Yuan's performance. Since Wang Zhe wasn't leaving, the patrolling senior students naturally stayed put and waited. If Lu Yuan is defeated, the Yuan energy shield will be able to take him away from the underground world once it is triggered. Is this the third-tier lower-level ferocious beast that's kept in the underground world? A low-tier third-order fire-type ferocious beast. I admit he's strong, but isn't that a bit too arrogant? Perhaps Lu Yuan is a master of reverse attributes. Su Bing was no match for him just now. That's right. Go Lu Yuan. You can definitely win. Lu Yuan's actions ignited the enthusiasm of many senior students, causing a huge uproar. Sitting next to Qin Tianlong, Xiaoyan smiled again. The flaming tiger, a lower-tier third-order creature, is not only a level higher in cultivation, but it is also a fire-type creature. Lu Yuan, I'd like to see how you handle this. Lu Yuan was unaware that thousands of people were staring at him intently, preparing for a fierce battle with the flaming tiger. All he knew was that he had to get his hands on the head of this fiery tiger. Amidst thousands of expectant gazes, he rushed forward in a few strides, and then quickly advanced with a move called Ice Flash. His right hand swung the black dragon spear wildly, creating a whistling wind, like a black wheel of fire. 4 icicles surrounded him. Ice explosion. Just as the flaming tiger was about to launch its attack, Lu Yuan's black dragon spear was already upon it. With a roar, a massive amount of ice elemental energy covered the entire body of the flaming tiger with the help of the black dragon spear. The fiery tiger tried to ignite flames to melt the frost. As a result, a huge ice explosion suddenly occurred. Several holes were blasted into the body of the flame tiger. Fur, blood, and ice splattered everywhere. Although the flame tiger did not die on the spot, it was on the verge of death and its life hung by a thread. In the next 4 seconds, Lu Yuan fired more than 10 shots. Even though the flame tiger was on the verge of death, flames could still ignite on its body. Like a candle flickering in the wind, it could not hold on any longer. They simply couldn't withstand Lu Yuan's fierce offensive. In the end, Lu Yuan completely ended the life of the flaming tiger. You have defeated the tier 3 low-rank ferocious beast, the flaming tiger. Evolution points plus 4,000. The moment the flaming tiger's life force completely dissipated, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. 4,000 evolution points. A low-level third-tier ferocious beast can give so many? Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and his excitement surged. With 4,000 evolution points, his total number of evolution points is now close to 10,000. Breaking through to the mid-level of the second tier is not a problem at all. At the same time, he was also curious about how many points he would get for killing this only third-tier low-level ferocious beast. I opened the watch and saw points 133,500. Rank 1/1424. Wow, the points are a whopping 6 figures. I thought I could watch Lu Yuan and the flaming tiger fight to the death and take the opportunity to learn some tactical experience, such as how to deal with elemental disadvantages, special movement techniques, and so on. Unexpectedly, the third-tier lower-level flame tiger couldn't even withstand a few moves from Lu Yuan. If I don't even have a few seconds to look at it, what am I supposed to learn? Wang Ziren stared in disbelief. He shook his head, thinking, Lu Yuan is still holding back against me. If he used this move against me, my Yuan energy shield would probably trigger immediately. The senior students on patrol were also dumbfounded. The third-tier lower-level flame tiger is no pushover, it is extremely ferocious. Even these third-year students cannot be easily provoked by one person alone. It takes several people working together to subdue him. It's unbelievable that this freshman could easily deal with it all by himself. A genius. This is a true genius. Several senior students on patrol couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's over just like that? I originally thought that the flaming tiger would not be a match for Lu Yuan, but I did not expect it to be so easy. Ah, Lu Yuan is so handsome. I love him. Stop shouting. It's fine if the female students shout. What are you, a grown man, shouting for? What's wrong? I'm from Sichuan province. Lu Yuan's performance shocked all the senior students present, sparking heated discussions among them. His strength is so great that even senior sister Jiang Xianran might not have been able to match him back then. Shenzhen University truly produces a wealth of talented people. The older students' eyes shone with pride. Having studied and grown at Shenzhen University for so long, they are naturally excited and proud to see such outstanding students emerge. For Xiaoyan, the fact that Qin Tianlong's student, with whom he had previously been at odds, not only escaped being defeated by the flaming tiger but also easily turned the tables on him naturally made him extremely displeased. But Shenzhen University has such a strong person. As a mentor and as a member of Shenzhen University, to be honest, he also feels happy and proud. These two complex emotions intertwined, and in the end, Xiaoyan could only sigh deeply and turn away from the mentor's seat. Qin Tianlong noticed Xiaoyan's departure but didn't say anything. The captain went to the underground world to kill monsters alone and we can't contact him for the time being. Lu Yuan is determined to win this time. I can promise him the position of
vice captain a year from now. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility.
Lu Hong, the vice captain of the Silver Wolf team, spoke with a firm and unquestionable tone. The teammates beside him nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, Xia Qingyin, with her long, slender legs, was quickly heading towards Lu Yuan's location while keeping an eye on the map.
A small red dot is displayed on the map.
Next to it is displayed the new student information corresponding to this small red dot.
Name, Lu Yuan.
Student ID, 205-200-7001.
Points, 133,500. Rank, 1/1424.
First place, with a score of 6 figures?
Xia Qingyin smiled faintly. It seems that Lu Yuan has killed that low-level third-tier ferocious beast. Her points skyrocketed several times over in an instant, and there were no other new students nearby.
This was the only possibility she could think of. Even so, she did not immediately activate her elemental shield to avoid self-destruction.
Instead, they accelerated their approach to Lu Yuan's location.
On the other side, Lu Yuan saw the small red dot on the map gradually approaching his location, and his eyebrows rose slightly.
Xia Qingyin, do you want to have a match with me now?
Lu Yuan thought to himself silently.
About 10 minutes later.
Lu Yuan, although I already knew you would get first place, I still want to congratulate you, Xia Qingyin said with a smile.
Lu Yuan responded calmly. Even with Xiaolan and me combined, we're no match for you, but I still want to have a one-on-one spar with you, is that alright?
Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes and asked.
Sure, the freshman competition isn't over yet. Lu Yuan nodded slightly in agreement. The battle erupted instantly.
Xia Qingyin raised her long sword, and several thorny vines wrapped around it, greatly increasing the sword's damaging power. At the same time, Lu Yuan also covered his black dragon spear with a thin layer of frost. Actually, ice elemental energy slowly flowed onto it. Aside from not using the skill Ice Explosion, Lu Yuan didn't hold back much. Clang! Clang! The long sword clashed with the spear, producing a loud metallic clang. After several rounds, Xia Qingyin gradually lost ground.
Huff, huff.
Xia Qingyin took a few steps back, panting heavily, her full chest rising and falling slightly. A few glistening beads of sweat slid down her forehead. She raised her sword and charged forward again. As expected, Xia Qingyin was still no match for Lu Yuan. That was a really satisfying fight, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Thank you, Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin said with a smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead.
She then activated the elemental shield.
According to the rules, this means that Xia Qingyin was defeated by Lu Yuan. At this point, only Lu Yuan, a newborn, survived in the deep underground region of the world. There is another newborn in the shallow area who survived a fierce battle. Of course, the result was no surprise. Lu Yuan rightfully won first place. She smiled so beautifully. I'm in love. A few senior students couldn't help but get excited and let their imaginations run wild when they saw Xia Qingyin's radiant smile on the display case.
You're overthinking it. She wasn't smiling at you.
The person next to him rolled their eyes at him, interrupting his fantasy without hesitation. The freshman competition has ended. All freshmen, please leave the underground world as soon as possible. The freshman competition has ended. All freshmen, please leave the underground world as soon as possible. Although the official start date hasn't arrived yet, the freshman competition is essentially over. The broadcast sounded repeatedly, and Lu Yuan didn't linger. He quickly left the underground world with Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, and the patrolling senior students. He knew that the strongest ferocious beast in the underground world of Shenzhen Superpower University was a third-tier high-level beast. So where did those ferocious beasts go? It is naturally sealed deeper inside. Lu Yuan guessed that the sealed skill would not last more than 7 days, which was why the broadcast urged the new students to leave quickly. Several days passed before Lu Yuan left the underground world, but when he and his group arrived at the exit of the underground world passage, they were greeted by a large number of returning students and new students. This wasn't arranged by the instructor, nor was there any academic credit reward. It was simply everyone's spontaneous desire to welcome Lu Yuan's return. After all, Lu Yuan's performance in the underground world was outstanding, and he had already gained a large number of fans. When he appeared, a gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd.
Lu Yuan smiled and waved. Principal, wait, it's the principal, someone shouted excitedly. Where is the principal? It really is the principal. Someone pointed behind them, their voice excited.
Everyone turned to look and saw several people walking towards them.
Leading the group was Song Liyuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University.
Song Liyuan walked up to Lu Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, Lu Yuan, I saw your performance in the underground world, it was excellent.
Come to the principal's office tomorrow. Principal Song, I understand. Lu Yuan nodded slightly in response.
And you also performed exceptionally well, you are the best among our class of 52 freshmen.
Song Liyuan's gaze swept over Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, and Feng Shi in turn. Thank you for the compliment, principal. The three answered in unison. Alright, leave the rest to the other relevant personnel.
I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now.
After saying that, Song Liyuan waved his hand and turned to leave.
I am Jiang Guang, the mentor in charge of calculating the value of this loot. Your loot hasn't been calculated yet, right? Come on, I'll take you there. A man Lu Yuan didn't recognize greeted him with a smile and spoke gently. Thank you for your help, Professor Jiang. The group responded and followed Jiang Guang away. Other new and returning students who came to greet them also followed. They were all very curious about how much value the spoils of this year's top 4 freshman competition winners would ultimately be worth. After all, 4th place gets a 150% bonus, 2nd and 3rd place get a 200% bonus, and 1st place gets an astonishing 400% bonus. To make it easier for students to redeem their loot, the loot redemption point is located in this building. The group followed Jiang Guang to the exchange counter. A large group of curious new and returning students followed behind them. Let's help these students count and calculate the total value of their spoils. Jiang Guang said this to the 3 staff members in charge. Okay, Professor Jiang. Jiang Guang was in charge of calculating the value of the spoils, and the 3 staff members naturally nodded enthusiastically. The 4 then split up to count the students, each responsible for 1 student. Fangshi, the total value of the loot is 980,000, with a 150% bonus. The final value is 2,450,000. Fangshi had the fewest spoils, so his result was announced first. With a 150% bonus, the total value reached an astonishing 2.45 million. Although it's less than the 2.54 million that Lu Yuan earned at base number 3 in Shenzhen, it's 90,000 less. But for both new and returning students watching, 2.45 million is a number they haven't been able to reach for a long time. 2.45 million, that's so enviable. Sigh, I was born in the wrong era. Why weren't there such lucrative freshman competitions back then? They're only 4th place, you guys should try to get into the top 4 first. You're surprised too soon, the results for the top 3 haven't been announced yet. Some people are envious, some people sigh. Many more people are looking forward to the results of the top 3. After all, the top 3 get a higher bonus, especially the 1st place, which reaches a terrifying 400%, so the final number will definitely be even more astonishing. Fangshi wasn't that excited, after all, his family was well off. Of course, he was genuinely happy. Wang Zhe, the total value of the spoils is 1.4 million, with a 200% bonus. The final value is 4.2 million. Next came Wang Zhe's result. The news caused an immediate uproar among the crowd, which had just calmed down. 7 days, 4.2 million. An average daily income of 600,000. How could this not be shocking? Xia Qingyin, the total value of the spoils is 1.9 million, with a 200% bonus. The final value is 5.7 million. Next came Xia Qingyin's grades. A feeling of envy gradually spread. The other students felt a pang of sympathy just listening to this. Xiaolan, you did a great job. I'll make you something delicious when we get back. Xia Qingyin's heart stirred, and she silently connected with her companion beast, Xiaolan. 5.7 million is nothing to her, but Xiaolan's performance was truly outstanding and deserves praise. Thank you, Master. Little Blue's sweet, childlike response echoed in her mind. It's possible that Jiang Guang deliberately delayed counting Lu Yuan's spoils, wanting the 1st place winner to make a grand entrance last. It's also possible that he was extremely careful in his inventory. In conclusion, what was finally announced was the total value of Lu Yuan's spoils of war. Lu Yuan, the total value of the spoils is 3.05 million, with a 400% bonus. The final result is 15.25 million. Jiang Guang's voice was exceptionally loud, quite different from the other staff members. The sound was like dropping an even heavier bomb on the already turbulent waters. Upon hearing Jiang Guang's announcement, the students, who were already excited, stared wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to utter a single word. My God, 15.25 million blue star coins. That's a whopping 8 figures. It is impossible to know who gave the first round of applause. As the applause erupted, everyone else joined in. This includes Fangshi, Wang Zhe, and Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan's strength is beyond doubt, and this applause is well deserved. That's great. With this, Lu Yuan shouldn't be short of money anymore. He won't have to go into the underground world so often, and he won't be so tired. Xia Qingyin looked at Lu Yuan with gentle eyes, a slight smile on her lips, genuinely happy for him. Soon, thunderous applause resounded continuously. Many boys put in all their effort, competing to see whose applause was louder and lasted longer. Finally, Lu Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and waved his hand to signal that the applause had gradually subsided. These blue star coins will be deposited into your accounts right now, so please take out your bank cards. The group nodded and took out their bank cards from their spatial rings. The savings card account ending in 62 of bank name received a transfer of 15,250,000 renminbi on date at time. The current balance is RMB. To be honest, even though the blue star coins were actually transferred into his bank card, Lu Yuan still found it hard to believe. Thump, thump, thump. Even though he was mentally prepared, his heart still raced when he heard Jiang Guang announce 15.25 million blue star coins. When the real money was deposited into his account, his heart started racing again, filled with with tension and excitement. Alright, all the blue star coins have been distributed. As for the other resources, someone will deliver them to your dormitory door within 3 days at the latest. The group nodded slightly. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin, and Wang Zhe, the three of you come with me. One of the mentors, who had been quietly accompanying everyone, spoke up. Seeing the puzzled looks on the three faces, he quickly explained, at our school, we take a group photo of the top 3 in the freshman competition every year as a memento. You don't mind, do you? The three of them naturally had no objections. Competition is secondary, friendship comes first. Losing in the freshman competition is okay. There's no need to hold grudges against your opponents. Instead, you should work hard to improve and constantly surpass yourself. This is the mindset that a strong person should have. The three followed their mentor to a place in the school where a huge stone monument stood. The motto of Shenzhen Superpower University is engraved on the stone tablet in dark red, flowing, dragon and phoenix-like characters. The instructor took out a camera. Although Lu Yuan didn't recognize the brand, he could sense that this camera was no ordinary item and was quite valuable. The three stood in front of the stone tablet and posed for a group photo. Lu Yuan stood in the center, Xia Qingyin was on the left, and Wang Zhe stood on the right. Smile more, and don't forget to strike a good pose, the tutor reminded him. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, as if he felt something was missing. On a sudden inspiration, he took out 3 trophies from the spatial ring on his finger. These 3 trophies represent the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place winners of this year's freshman competition. However, they are not the traditional bronze, silver, and gold cups. Instead, it is made from even rarer and more precious materials. The 3rd place trophy is made of obsidian, with extremely fine details, clearly showing that a lot of effort was put into its creation. The runner-up's trophy is made of purple and pink crystals, and under the sunlight, the 2 colors shine brightly, making it both dazzling and charming. The championship trophy is made of an extremely precious decorative material, aurora glass. A soft halo shimmers around the glass, as if it has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, symbolizing the purity and brilliance of top-tier achievement. Not bad, not bad. The instructor in charge of taking photos nodded in satisfaction when he saw the 3 of them holding the trophy together. 3, 2, 1. With a click of the camera, a group photo of the 3 appeared on the screen. From then on, they will be remembered forever as the top 3 in the freshman competition at Shenzhen Superpower University. This group photo will also be sent to each of the 3 of them for their own safekeeping. Lu Yuan, I won't admit defeat so easily. We'll have another chance to compete next time. I'd be happy to go all the way. Lu Yuan, congratulations. I'm leaving now. See you next time. After taking the photos, everything was fine. Wang Zhe and Xia Qingyin each left with their trophies. Lu Yuan didn't linger. He put the trophy into his spatial ring and turned to leave. Lu Yuan, join our extreme ice team. Most of our members have awakened ice-type abilities, which is perfect for ice-type ability users like you. Let's work hard together and improve together. Lu Yuan, why don't you consider joining our water blue team? We have lots of beautiful upperclassmen on our team. Lu Yuan had only taken a few steps when he was surrounded by a group of team members. Many teams have already noticed Lu Yuan's performance and want to recruit him into their ranks. They had planned to seize the initiative as early as when Lu Yuan left the underground world. But when we were calculating the value of the spoils, a large group of students surrounded us, and we couldn't say a word. In addition, it's a sacred moment like taking a group photo, so it's naturally best not to disturb them. Now that Lu Yuan is finally alone, this is the best opportunity to recruit him. Lu Yuan, I am Lu Hong, the vice captain of the Silver Wolf team. I sincerely invite you to join our team. You will not only receive abundant resources and multiple opportunities to enter the underground world, but you will also be promoted to vice captain after 1 year. After one of the vice captains spoke, the other teams fell silent. This man was none other than Lu Hong. Sai, the Silver Wolf team is here, and they even promised him the vice captain position. It seems he's definitely going to join the Silver Wolf. It's hopeless. Let's go. Perhaps he will refuse? Many people were whispering among themselves. Captain Lu Hong, please give me your contact information first. I'll think about joining the team carefully and give you an answer later. Lu Yuan spoke these words with great care. It's an art of language. Pretending to consider it for a few days before refusing is much more dignified than refusing on the spot. Moreover, by leveraging the momentum of the Silver Wolf team, they can politely decline offers from other teams, saving time and effort. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed, and he understood Lu Yuan's meaning perfectly. He sighed silently and handed his contact information to Lu Yuan. He then left with his team. Back in the dormitory, my roommate Lu Yuan said with a smile, Brother Lu Yuan, you made a lot of money this time, treat us to a meal. Lu Yuan was also among those welcoming the students. Sure, Lu Yuan was in a good mood and readily agreed. By the way, Brother Lu Yuan, where did that mentor who was following you 3 go? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. They took a group photo with me and even gave me a trophy. Lu Yuan showed Lu Yuan the trophy made of aurora glass, then put it back into his spatial ring. It's so beautiful. Oh, let me see it again. After exchanging a few words with Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan went up the spiral staircase to the second floor and returned to his bedroom. For 7 consecutive days, he immersed himself in the underground world, frantically hunting ferocious beasts. In the end, they reaped a great harvest, earning 15.2 million blue star coins alone. Now, at least for a long time, I won't have to worry about funding. It's pretty good. However, 7 days of continuous fighting were indeed exhausting. Lu Yuan couldn't help but let out a big yawn. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he lay down on the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yuan finally woke up slowly at 10 p.m. He left the bedroom, went to the bathroom, and took a refreshing cold shower. After taking a shower, while I was blow-drying my hair, Lu Yuan suddenly felt his phone vibrate slightly, indicating that a message or notification had come in. When I turned on the screen, it was indeed a message from the Heart at Shenzhen University app. The content is as follows. You performed exceptionally well in the freshman competition and have been awarded 1,000 credits in accordance with the special admission agreement. 1,000 credits? That's a lot? Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. After all, at Shenzhen University of Superpowers, many resources can only be obtained by exchanging academic credits. He often saw on the campus forum that people were exchanging blue star coins for academic credits, usually 15,000 blue star coins for 1 academic credit. I heard that the highest exchange rate is as high as 20,000 blue star coins for 1 credit, but upon closer reflection, it's reasonable that he won first place in the freshman competition and received 1,000 credits. How should I spend these 1,000 credits? Lu Yuan rested his chin on his hand and began to ponder. Weapons? The custom-made weapon for the first place winner of the freshman competition is definitely a much better fit than the weapons that require credits to exchange at the school's resource exchange office. Battle suit? Only A-grade alloy battle suits and above in the school require credits to exchange for. I don't need such a high-level one at the moment. Eliminating those 2 options leaves only the last one. So, without hesitation, Lu Yuan used 20 credits to buy a bottle of second-order frozen elemental liquid. He had been eyeing this thing for a long time. After being applied to the whole body, it can accelerate the absorption and exchange of energy in the air and stabilize the body's energy. This will greatly help both cultivation level and physical tempering. The only downside is that it's a bit pricey, but otherwise it's almost flawless. He'll buy 1 bottle to try it out first, and if it works well, he'll continue to buy more. The phone rang shortly after I placed the order. Lu Yuan looked closely and saw that it was Ling Weiwei calling. He answered the phone. Hey, Lu Yuan, you should have received your credits, right? I hope you don't think it's too few. Ling Weiwei's voice came from the other end of the phone. No, 1,000 credits is better than the combined offers from the other 3 schools, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. That's good. I hope you can get 1,000 credits next year. I wish you a smooth cultivation journey. I'll hang up now. After saying that, Ling Weiwei hung up the phone. After drying his hair, his stomach started rumbling, so Lu Yuan ordered some takeout from the Heart in Shenzhen University app. It's time to see what I've gained in the underground world. He sat back on the big bed and with a thought brought up his control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 10100. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, lower second tier. Mental energy, 371 Hz. Chi and blood, 883 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, intermediate, ice flash, B, beginner, ice blade, A, beginner, frozen shield, A, beginner, ice blast, S, intermediate, detective skill, S, beginner. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. My gaze swept across the skill list, and all the skills were marked with the familiar. Aside from body tempering technique, you can add points to all the other skills. The 3rd level of body tempering technique is tempering the meridians. There are 20 meridians in the human body, divided into the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. It is very difficult to complete the tempering. No wonder I can't add more than 10,000 evolution points. Lu Yuan checked his phone and got a clear idea of what was going on. Let's break through to a higher realm first. Without thinking twice, he directly clicked the next to the boundary. Evolution points minus 7,000. Realm level, lower second tier, middle second tier. At the very moment of his breakthrough, Lu Yuan felt a surge of powerful Yuan energy erupting within his body. He quickly closed his eyes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and gradually entered a state of breakthrough. Meanwhile, in Lu Yuan's bedroom, Mom, let me tell you, my son is really successful. He got 15th place in this year's freshman competition. Lu Yuanzhang was video chatting with his mother, his face beaming with smiles and pride. This 15th place was much higher than his original goal, so how could Lu Yuan not be in a great mood? A smile is always contagious. Seeing her son so happy, Lu Yuan's mother was overjoyed. His face was full of smiles. She laughed and said, "Our little Yuan has a bright future. Ha ha. Of course, shouldn't we look at who gave birth to the son?" Lu Yuan patted his chest proudly. Suddenly, a strong surge of elemental energy swept over, its intensity undiminished even through several layers of walls. Lu Yuan stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Yuan, what's going on over there? Seeing Lu Yuan's sudden change in expression, his mother couldn't help but ask worriedly. It's nothing, it's my roommate who's making a breakthrough. He's amazing, he's the first place winner in this year's freshman competition. Lu Yuan said this in a seemingly casual manner. Actually, he was completely dumbfounded. He had long heard that Lu Yuan had broken through to the lower level of the second tier during the freshman competition. This aura, it's definitely at the mid-stage of the second tier. How long has it been? Less than a week, right? Lu Yuan couldn't help but question the meaning of life. It felt like Lu Yuan was playing a hacked version of a game. Oh, is that so? Then you'd better work harder and not fall behind. Lu Yuan's mother gave him some instructions. About 2 hours later, Lu Yuan successfully broke through. He opened his eyes and checked the changes in his attributes. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 3100. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-second tier. Mental strength, 451 Hz. Chi and blood, 1053 calories. Before the breakthrough, his mental value was 371 Hz and his blood energy was 883 kilocalories. Now, my mental state has soared to 451 Hz, and my energy and blood have exceeded 1000 calories, reaching 1053 calories. What surprised Lu Yuan the most was the significant increase in the volume of Yuan energy within his body. With his energy fully replenished, he was able to unleash 3 complete Ice Blast spells at the intermediate proficiency level and still have 10% to 20% of his energy remaining. Subsequently, he simultaneously broke through the 3 skills of Ice Blade, Ice Shield and Ice Flash. All have been upgraded to intermediate proficiency. Evolution points minus 900. Ice Blade, A, low level. Ice Blade, A, intermediate level. Evolution points minus 1000. Frozen Shield, A, low level. Frozen Shield, A, medium level. Evolution points minus 600. Ice Flash, B, low level. Ice Flash, B, intermediate level. Because Ice Blade is a skill that Lu Yuan frequently uses, although he didn't practice it deliberately, his proficiency naturally improved, so it consumed fewer evolution points than Frozen Shield. After adding points, a flood of memories about the 3 skills rushed into his mind, as if he had really practiced them hundreds of times day after day. Phew, that's really good. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. As an A-level skill, the damage and maximum range of Ice Blade and the toughness and duration of Frozen Shield have been increased by nearly 50%. Even the B-level skill Ice Flash has increased its maximum displacement distance by 40% to 25 meters while maintaining the same duration. Although the breakthrough process was exhausting, the satisfaction brought by the increase in strength made Lu Yuan completely forget about time. When he came to his senses, he realized it was already past midnight. The takeout, chilled to the bone by the evening breeze, seemed to be complaining, "You're such a precious person, hurry up and eat." Lu Yuan went downstairs, put the already cooled takeout into the microwave to reheat it, and then wolfed it down. Lu Yuan learned the exact location of the principal's office by asking Qin Tianlong. He walked to the principal's office and politely knocked on the door. "Come in." Principal Song Li Yuan's voice came from inside the room. After receiving a response, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and went inside. "Hello, Principal Song." Lu Yuan first greeted them politely. "Okay, please have a seat." Song Li Yuan nodded slightly, gesturing for him to sit on the sofa next to him. Lu Yuan did as he was told and sat down. Song Li Yuan also sat down on the sofa opposite. A rare smile appeared on his usually serious face. He chuckled softly. "Lu Yuan, you did very well. There aren't many people who can break through to the lower second tier in the freshman competition. You're the first one in the last 4 years." Lu Yuan scratched his head and smiled slightly, saying, "Principal Song, you flatter me. I was just lucky." "Hey, you can't say that. Your comprehension is indeed extraordinary, but it is also inseparable from your own hard work." Song Li Yuan's smile deepened. This made Lu Yuan feel somewhat uncomfortable. The serious expression on Song Li Yuan's face at the opening ceremony is still vivid in my mind. The difference now is enormous. "Wait, judging from your aura, you've already broken through to the mid-second tier?" Song Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Since everyone else has already figured it out, there's no need for me to hide it anymore." "Good, good, good." Song Li Yuan patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. He said good 3 times, which was enough to show how happy he was at that moment. "Now, I'll see what they do when the 4 top universities hold their freshman competition a month from now." Song Li Yuan's lips curled up slightly. "A competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities? And it's being held in the underground world?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. "No, this is being conducted in a virtual reality jointly created by the 5 superpowers. After all, the freshmen sent by the 4 prestigious universities are the cream of the crop. The period right after entering school is crucial for improving one's strength. If one is seriously injured, it will have an indelible impact on future cultivation. That's why we use virtual reality to avoid being harmed." Song Li Yuan explained patiently. "Oh, I understand." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. "Our school's special ability center has specialized equipment. You can go and try it out.
Song Liyuan made the suggestion.
Okay, I understand. Lu Yuan thought to himself that he had no idea the Superpowers Hall had such a thing. To be precise, he had never even heard of it. Virtual reality? It should be something that can simulate combat scenarios.
Training in actual combat would greatly help my growth.
He secretly thought that he must try it out when he had time. Also, I obtained a skill book in a secret realm opened up by a powerful being many years ago. Unfortunately, I awakened a combat type ability, so I can't use it.
I see that you are destined to have it, so I'll give it to you now. Song Liyuan walked to the bookshelf and pulled out a thick skill book. This book is incredibly thick, and its value is naturally extraordinary. Principal Song, I can't accept this. It's such a precious item, I can't take it. Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand in refusal. Actually, he really wanted it. But this tactic is a strategic retreat.
Accepting this offer comes with conditions. You must lead our Shenzhen Superpower University to victory in this year's 4 famous universities freshman competition.
Can you do that?
Song Liyuan smiled faintly and asked. Of course. Lu Yuan nodded as he took the skill book from Song Liyuan. To his surprise, he discovered that it was an SS-level skill book. The Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array is an SS-level skill that can generate several ice swords around you and control them to attack and defend within a certain range. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He could already clearly imagine the scene where he would use this move. Lu Yuan, you say you don't want it, but you're actually very envious. Song Liyuan was in a good mood and started joking with Lu Yuan. Ha, you've noticed that. Lu Yuan scratched his head and responded with a smile. By the way, I noticed you don't have a companion beast yet. Go to the beast egg sales point at school and get a free beast egg. Although its level isn't high, it's pretty good as a transition or to provide emotional value. Song Liyuan said casually.
Thank you, Principal Song. Lu Yuan thanked him repeatedly.
After leaving the principal's office, Lu Yuan excitedly headed towards the beast egg sales area. Putting aside the fact that the companion beasts being sold aren't top tier in strength, this is, after all, a free companion beast.
Who wouldn't want something given away for free?
Even if it's just for companionship and emotional comfort, it's still worth the price.
A magnificent building stands before us.
Through the glass, Lu Yuan could clearly see that there were several different rooms inside. Some are damp and cold, others are hot and dry. This is clearly to create a suitable incubation environment for different types of animal eggs. Above the main entrance of the building are the words Beast Egg Sales Office in large characters.
The most eye-catching feature is the huge, hatched animal egg model on the top of the building.
As soon as Lu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the sales area, he saw a couple holding hands as they walked out of the automatic door. They each held a long-eared rabbit with blue ears and a long-eared rabbit with pink ears in their arms. The one with blue ears was lively and active and tried several times to break free from the boy's arms, but unfortunately, it didn't succeed. The one with pink ears was well-behaved and quiet, blinking its big eyes and staying quietly in the girl's arms. The two had sweet smiles on their faces and were clearly in a very good mood.
Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but imagine what kind of companion beast he might have in the future.
Just then, he noticed a familiar figure walking towards him. Senior brother Hu Dahai. Lu Yuan waved and shouted loudly.
Junior brother Lu Yuan?
Hearing the call, Hu Dahai's face lit up with surprise, and he quickly walked over. Congratulations, junior brother Lu Yuan, on winning first place in this freshman competition. Hu Dahai gave a thumbs up and praised.
You flatter me, you flatter me.
Lu Yuan responded modestly by waving his hand.
Don't be modest. Don't let my level 51 senior status fool you.
I can't even take on a low-tier tier 3 flame tiger one-on-one right now. Hu Dahai pondered for a moment and asked, I'm buying nutrient solution for my little white dog.
Junior brother Lu Yuan, are you here to buy a beast egg?
He knew that Lu Yuan did not yet have his own companion beast. Although this animal egg sales point is called a sales point, the building is so large that it definitely sells more than just animal eggs.
There are other products related to companion animals.
Extending the industrial chain and increasing added value is something those in the know will understand.
To be precise, it's not about buying. Principal Song asked me to come and get one for free. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and answered.
Oh, it seems Principal Song values you highly. This year, it should be Shenzhen University's turn to host the competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities. Junior, you need to step up your game and beat the other school's contestants to a pulp.
Hu Dahai clenched his fist and said confidently. After saying that, he happily picked up a bag of nutrient solution and walked towards his dormitory.
Absolutely. Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly as he stepped into the beast egg sales area. Looking around, he found that the interior was divided into several areas, categorized according to the attributes of the companion beasts.
For example, fire element, water element. Hello, what kind of companion beast would you like to purchase?
The staff at the counter asked with a warm smile.
My name is Lu Yuan. Principal Song asked me to come and collect a beast egg. Lu Yuan said it bluntly. Lu Yuan?
That's Lu Yuan, the winner of this year's freshman competition. Principal Song did mention you earlier.
Come with me.
me. The staff members' eyes lit up, and their smile became even more enthusiastic. They stepped out from behind the counter and led Lu Yuan forward. Shaoli, I'm taking Lu Yuan to get a beast egg. Can you go pick me up after get off work? As soon as he finished speaking, the staff led Lu Yuan into the incubation room specially prepared for ice-type beast eggs. As soon as the door opened, a strong blast of cold air hit them, making the staff shiver, while Lu Yuan felt unusually comfortable. Lu Yuan, it's too cold inside, so I won't go in. The staff member said, come out after you've made your selection, and we'll register you. Lu Yuan gave him an okay sign and then stepped into the room alone. The temperature in the room is only a general range, not the most precise incubation environment for these beast eggs. Therefore, each animal egg was placed in a specially designed incubator and arranged neatly. The bottom of the incubator also clearly displays detailed information about the corresponding animal eggs. Name, cold insect egg. Life status, good. The highest level of adulthood, upper tier 1. Price, 280,000 blue star coins. Incubation time, expected within 2 weeks. This is the information for one of the beast eggs. Lu Yuan examined them one by one and found that the purchase methods for these beast eggs were not the same. Some could be purchased with blue star coins, while others could only be obtained by exchanging academic credits. This cold insect egg, for example, can only reach the highest level of tier 1 upper when it is an adult, so it can be bought with blue star coins. Beast eggs that reach level 3 or higher can only be purchased with credits. The highest level adult beast egg in this room is a 4th tier upper level beast egg. Although slightly inferior to those contestants from wealthy families in the freshman competition, such as Xia Qingyin's Deepwater Dragon Cub and Wang Zhe's Gale Eagle. However, a 4th tier high level beast egg requires approximately 400 credits. This is by no means a small amount for Lu Yuan. He performed exceptionally well in the freshman competition, yet earned only a little over 1,000 credits. Being able to save these credits is of great significance to him. After careful selection, Lu Yuan finally chose a beast egg called the Ice Shard Serpent Egg. The information is as follows. Name, Ice Shard Snake Egg. Life status, good. The highest level of adulthood, upper 4th tier. Price, 475 credits. Incubation time, expected within 3 days. After selecting, Lu Yuan pressed the button. The specially designed incubator was then opened, and he carefully took out the Ice Shard Snake Egg. The shell of this ice-clawed snake egg is adorned with ice blue speckles, making it quite beautiful. It's quite large and feels heavy in your hand. It was almost half the size of Lu Yuan's body. He squinted, his gaze fixed on the panel. Evolution points, 600. Ice snake, unhatched. This means it can hatch immediately. Incubation countdown, 48 hours. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. The panel is still clearly visible and is physically present. This Ice Shard Serpent can actually be upgraded? Could its ultimate potential be surpassed after it reaches adulthood? Its form will change? It might turn into a giant python, or even. Lu Yuan couldn't help but secretly speculate in his heart. After all, even Caterpie can transform into Rayquaza in a spectacular fashion. Finally, he shook his head, interrupting the fantasy in his mind. It's too early to think about these things now. Let's take the Ice Shard snake eggs out and register them first. He carried the beast egg to the door. Lu Yuan, just sign this form and you can take it with you. The staff member readily agreed. After quickly confirming that everything was correct, Lu Yuan signed his name. Animal eggs that incubate for only 3 days are no longer as demanding in terms of environmental requirements. With a little attention and patience, they can hatch. So he stored the Ice Shard Serpent Egg in his spatial ring. Wait, Lu Yuan. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a staff member's voice called out to him. Is there anything else? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. My daughter is a fan of yours. Could you sign an autograph for her? The staff member smiled awkwardly and took out a piece of cardboard and a pen. Your daughter? Or one of my fans? Do you need an autograph? Of course, no problem. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, took the paper and pen, and neatly wrote on the cardboard. Wishing you happiness every day. Thank you very much. Seeing that Lu Yuan had finished signing, the staff member's face lit up with joy, and he quickly thanked him. Lu Yuan then left the beast egg sales area. After leaving, he went back to his dormitory, turned on the air conditioner in his bedroom, and put the Ice Shard snake eggs inside. The system panel served as a reminder, informing Lu Yuan of the exact incubation time. He didn't need to worry at all that the companion beast might take the opportunity to escape. Lu Yuan, come to my residence. Just then, Qin Tianlong sent a message. Okay, teacher. After responding, Lu Yuan left the dormitory and headed to Qin Tianlong's residence. Inside Qin Tianlong's residence, Lu Yuan, you're here. Sit here. Qin Tianlong pointed to the sofa next to him. Lu Yuan did as he was told and sat down. You did a fantastic job. Taking first place in the freshman competition really made me proud. Qin Tianlong patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. All of this is thanks to your teaching. Ha, you're the best at flattery. Qin Tianlong immediately saw through Lu Yuan's flattery, but he was still very pleased with it. After all, flattery depends on the person. If an ordinary student student from the Ice Element Academy said such things, Qin Tianlong would have been disgusted long ago. Immediately, his brows relaxed and he smiled, saying, Lu Yuan, just tell me what reward you want. I will do my best to help you in any way I can. Since Qin Tianlong said so, Lu Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. A flash of light appeared in his spatial ring, and a thick skill book appeared before the two of them. It was the SS-level skill book Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array that Song Liyuan had given him not long ago. This must have been given to you by Song Laoding, right? Qin Tianlong blurted out. So that's how Teacher Qin addresses Principal Song. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. He brought this skill book out of a secret realm. I was thinking of buying it for a low price of 150 million, since he didn't need it anyway. But he absolutely refused to sell it, and even said with a straight face, this is for someone who was destined to have it. And this person who was destined to meet me is none other than my student. Qin Tianlong's lips curled up slightly. Lu Yuan, I haven't learned this skill before, but I can teach you the basics. You can study the rest on your own. Qin Tianlong said confidently. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly live up to your expectations. Lu Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Teaching you this skill isn't a reward, it's my responsibility as your teacher. Any other thoughts? Qin Tianlong asked. Lu Yuan shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet. No rush, take your time to think it over, and let me know when you've made up your mind. The reward is valid with me indefinitely. Qin Tianlong explained patiently. Teacher, my body tempering technique has broken through to the second level. Could you teach me some things to keep in mind for the third level? Lu Yuan thought of this and asked directly. If you can cultivate in advance, the evolution points consumed during the breakthrough will naturally be reduced. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianlong, who had been smiling just moments before, immediately turned serious. He focused on both his own disciples and their cultivation, ensuring that not only were their cultivation levels rapidly improving, but their training in body tempering techniques was also progressing smoothly. Excellent! Such a prodigy is my disciple. Qin Tianlong was secretly pleased. Looking at Lu Yuan, he became increasingly satisfied. In the tempering technique, we need to temper the 12 regular meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Once all 20 meridians have been tempered, we will have officially reached the third level of the tempering technique. The process is actually similar to tempering organs. Taking the body tempering technique Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body as an example, it guides the body's yuan energy to impact the meridians, washes away impurities, and continuously strengthens and reshapes them. By then, the yuan energy circulation path will be more complete. After breaking through to the third level of the tempering technique, your control over yuan energy will be like a fish in water, and your abilities will reach a new level. You will be able to allocate the yuan energy within your body more rationally. Qin Tianlong said slowly. Lu Yuan kept this in mind. Watch closely. Qin Tianlong flicked his wrist, and a small, almost imperceptible piece of ice flew out, without even reaching Lu Yuan's ears. In the distance, a flower bud in a vase was quietly broken off. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. As long as you practice diligently, with your comprehension, you will soon be able to reach this level. Qin Tianlong said. Professor Qin, the dishes are ready. Just then, the housekeeper's voice came from the kitchen. Lu Yuan, master is in a good mood today. Would you like to have a couple of drinks with me? Qin Tianlong asked with a smile. Of course I'm willing. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. With his current physical condition, ordinary alcohol wouldn't be able to get him drunk at all. Even with baijiu, Chinese liquor, he felt he could easily drink more than a dozen bottles without any problem. However, soon after entering the kitchen, Lu Yuan realized that he had been too naive. The beer or liquor that Teacher Qin was drinking was not ordinary beer or liquor, but a liquor made from two kinds of tree fruits, the snake fruit and the bewitching fruit, and its alcohol content was indeed surprisingly high. After drinking one cup, Lu Yuan felt slightly tipsy. After 2 drinks, his consciousness began to blur, and he eventually collapsed onto the table. Butler, take Lu Yuan to his guest room to rest. Qin Tianlong said, then poured himself another cup. It was almost noon the next day when Lu Yuan finally opened his sleepy eyes and slowly woke up. When he woke up, his mind felt empty. Looking around, I realized that this was clearly not my room. Where am I? Lu Yuan's eyes were blank. He suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling the scene of being drunk after 2 glasses of wine yesterday. So this is Teacher Qin's residence. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan left the room. Lu Yuan, is he awake? Lunch is almost ready. Let's eat together. Downstairs in the living room, Qin Tianlong stood up, a slight smile on his lips. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's face showed a hint of embarrassment. I promised to have a couple of drinks with Teacher Qin yesterday, and I actually ended up having 2. However, the dishes prepared by the butler were indeed unique. After lunch, the two went to the training room in the residence. Qin Tianlong provided practical guidance to Lu Yuan on his knowledge of meridian tempering. Together they studied the SS-level skill book, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Lu Yuan, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to me anytime. Qin Tianlong said with concern. Understood, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded
slightly, then left Qin Tianlong's residence. After leaving his residence, Lu Yuan immediately headed to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Although the freshman competition has just ended, it's time for the freshmen to catch their breath. But he will never let his guard down. The freshman competition has ended, but the freshman competitions of the 4 top universities are next. He will then face top freshmen from other schools. Moreover, this year's competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities is being held at Shenzhen University of Extraordinary Abilities. Principal Song, Teacher Qin, and others all had high hopes for him. He absolutely cannot let the school lose face. We must win, and we must win spectacularly. Just as he was riding a shared electric scooter toward the Ice and Snow Ability Museum, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated slightly, indicating that he had received a message notification. He stopped the car, unlocked the screen, and took a look. It's a message from the Heart in Shenzhen University app. Upon opening, the full content comes into view. Lu Yuan, I am the Dean of the Combat Academy at Shenzhen Superpower University. I will personally craft your weapon. This is my phone number, 195XXXXXXXX. We can discuss your specific needs over the phone. The Dean of a Martial Arts Academy personally crafted a weapon for me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat flattered. He felt that this news was actually quite good. Then, Lu Yuan dialed the phone number Yu Yan had left behind. The phone rang, and Lu Yuan's heart trembled slightly. The call was answered in less than 5 seconds. Hello Dean Yu, I am Lu Yuan, and I would like to discuss the issue of weapon manufacturing with you. Lu Yuan got straight to the point. Hello, Lu Yuan. As far as I know, you are using a long spear. What are your specific requirements for this spear? For example, its weight, length, etc. Yu Yan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Let's set the length at 2.9 meters, a little longer than my current spear. As for the weight, my current comfortable grip range is between 76 kilograms and 84 kilograms, and a long gun weighing around 80 kilograms would be more suitable. Lu Yuan explained his situation carefully. Okay, I've got it. Any other requirements? Yu Yan continued to ask. I wish the spearhead and shaft of this spear could be separated and made detachable. Is that alright? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before making his suggestion. Lu Yuan, are you trying to extend the lifespan of your spear? No problem, of course no problem. Yu Yan smiled and agreed. For him, a 7th-tier mid-level grandmaster and master-level blacksmith, this small request was no problem at all. There's one more thing, Lu Yuan. The S-level resource you obtained as the first-place winner in the freshman competition, Ice Vein Crystal, can be used to forge this spear if needed. Yu Yan added. Yes, we need to. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before answering. After all, ice vein or crystals cannot be used for oral cultivation, but they are quite good as weapon materials. That's all for now, Lu Yuan. I'll hang up now and send you a few sketches to choose from later. After saying that, Yu Yan prepared to hang up the phone. Thank you for your help, Dean Yu. Lu Yuan made sure to express his gratitude at the end. Okay, I'll hang up now. Yu Yan hung up the phone. A new spear. After finishing his call with Yu Yan, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Ice and Snow Superpowers Hall. As soon as Lu Yuan entered, the staff member who knew him well said with a smile, Congratulations, Lu Yuan, you've won first place in the freshman competition. Lu Yuan smiled in response and then asked, Do you have any devices here that allow access to virtual reality? Yes, but it's a bit pricey, 50,000 blue star coins per hour. The staff member kindly offered a reminder. It's okay, I want to try. 50,000 blue star coins might have been a lot of hesitation for Lu Yuan in the past, but it's nothing now. Ha, I forgot you were the first place winner in the freshman competition. How could you be short of such a small amount of money? The staff smiled and led him to the virtual reality device inside the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. What comes into view is a huge white chair. A white helmet sat on the seat, its surface covered with a dense, multicolored bundle of wires. A strong sense of technology is immediately apparent. The seats have various grooves of varying depths around them. Different crystals are embedded in the grooves. It is obviously used to replenish elemental energy. Lu Yuan, just lie down in the seat and put on your helmet. The staff gave a brief explanation of how to use it. Lu Yuan nodded, lay down, and put on his helmet. The moment I put it on, a wave of dizziness washed over me. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall, but in a virtual space. Welcome to virtual reality. A mechanical voice echoed in the virtual space. Lu Yuan pinched his own face first, and the almost 100% realistic touch made him feel incredibly amazed. He then explored it briefly. Unfortunately, this virtual reality is a simplified version. Scene generation cannot be entirely arbitrary. Just how terrifying is the simulation capability of a full-fledged virtual reality? Generating any scene is no problem. It can fulfill all of humanity's fantasies. This stripped-down version of virtual reality is limited to generating only combat scenarios. In other words, it can summon several ferocious beasts in corresponding environments for it to fight. Generate a Tier 3 lower-rank flame tiger. With just a thought, Lu Yuan could change the scene
seen before him. A lifelike, fiery tiger suddenly appeared before him, exactly the same as the one he had seen in real life. With a deafening roar, the fiery tiger took a step forward and pounced towards Lu Yuan. "Let me try to see how difficult it is to deal with you without using Ice Blast." Lu Yuan raised his black dragon spear and charged forward. Ice Blade technique. Ranged skills are an excellent tool for taking the initiative. Swish, swish, swish. Several icy blades swept past, easily slicing through the flame tiger's skin and revealing bright red flesh. The flame tiger roared in pain, leaned forward, and spat out a huge fireball. "That suits me perfectly." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The next moment, a layer of ice shield unfolded beside him. The fireball struck the shield, instantly sending up billowing white smoke. To Lu Yuan's surprise, he was completely unaffected. The frozen shield perfectly blocked the flame tiger's fireball attack. "You beast, take this." Lu Yuan used Ice Extreme Flash to instantly move forward 25 meters to the limit. Before the flaming tiger could even react, Lu Yuan had already fired several shots in quick succession. It quickly raised its claws to defend itself. The two engaged in a fierce battle. A spear pierced the flaming tiger's eyes, and blood gushed out. The fiery tiger frowned, the intense pain causing it to collapse and roll on the ground. Taking advantage of its unpreparedness, Lu Yuan easily killed it. "Not bad. Now I can deal with a low-tier third-level flame tiger even without using Ice Blast." Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Next, he created a mid-tier tier 3 flame tiger, but set it to be unable to move and only serve as a meat shield. Ice Blast. Lu Yuan unleashed the ice explosion technique. The flaming tiger was not killed instantly, but was seriously injured. It was only after the second ice explosion that it finally collapsed. "I can use Ice Blast at full power 3 times in a row. As long as I time it well, even a mid-tier third-level flame tiger will have little threat to me in actual combat." Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered silently. He then began randomly generating targets, either 2 low-tier third-level ferocious beasts or 1 mid-tier third-level ferocious beast, to engage in combat. The purpose is to hone practical experience. It's worth mentioning that Lu Yuan did not reduce the pain level setting. This is a truly realistic combat experience. Sometimes he would be knocked away by ferocious beasts, fall to the ground, and have difficulty getting up. Fortunately, this is not the real world, where there are unlimited opportunities to try and fail. These are all valuable practical experiences. It has to be admitted that the thrill of combat is addictive. 2 hours later, Lu Yuan, still feeling unsatisfied, voluntarily exited the virtual reality and took off the helmet. It's a real shame that you can't gain evolution points by killing virtual beasts. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. He felt he would soon become invincible if he could exploit this loophole. It's just that the system doesn't allow it. Even after having dinner, Lu Yuan did not go back to his dormitory to rest. After a short walk to digest his digestion, he returned to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to continue his training. Incidentally, Lu Yuan set the delivery address for the bottle of Tier 2 frozen yuan gathering liquid he bought yesterday here. The Ice and Snow Ability Hall is equipped with special lockers for regular students. At this moment, the bottle of second-tier frozen essence liquid has been delivered. Lu Yuan held it in his hands, overjoyed, and opened a B-level cultivation room for himself. As Lu Yuan's strength rapidly increased, the original C-level training room gradually became unable to meet his needs for absorbing elemental energy. That feels so good. When the door to the B-level training room opened, a cold aura mixed with an even stronger yuan energy rushed out, and Lu Yuan squinted his eyes, instantly feeling refreshed. The price of a grade B training room is 3 times that of a grade C one, so Lu Yuan wasn't going to waste any time. He quickly found a spot, took off his coat, and sat down cross-legged. Then, he opened the bottle of second-tier frozen essence liquid. I took a gentle sniff and didn't detect any unusual odor. According to the instructions, he planned to apply the liquid evenly all over his body. Upon contact with the gathering essence liquid, a cooling sensation slowly seeps into the skin, so refreshing it almost makes you roll your eyes. After regaining his senses, Lu Yuan carefully applied the gathering essence liquid all over his body. At this moment, he felt like a giant magnet, and the surrounding elemental energy was like scattered iron filings, being frantically drawn to him. If I had to describe this process in one word, it would be awesome. The optimal effect of this second-stage frozen condensation liquid lasts for half an hour. Lu Yuan was unwilling to waste this golden time, so he closed his eyes and, while the effect was at its peak, desperately absorbed the surrounding elemental energy. Time ticked by second. An hour later, Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes with satisfaction. Although the best effect only lasts for half an hour, the charm of cultivation itself made him so immersed that he didn't even notice the passage of time. The effect is really good. No wonder the price is so high. He mentally gave the bottle of liquid a thumbs up. He quickly made a decision and placed an order for 10 bottles of Tier 2 frozen essence liquid. In this way, 200 credits were spent. After finishing his cultivation and leaving the B-level cultivation room, the dense yuan energy around him immediately dissipated, the activity of his cells dropped significantly, and the long-suppressed fatigue instantly surged through his body. Lu Yuan couldn't help but yawn. He then left the ice and snow ability hall and returned to his dormitory. In the dormitory across the street, Xiaoyin, let's get started. Coo coo coo. Wang Youju's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Although Little Blue can't speak yet, it expresses its excitement with cooing sounds. The table was covered with all sorts of small cakes that Xia Qingyin had just made. Xia Qingyin has a great interest in food and often cooks delicious dishes for her relatives and friends to enjoy. Sitting at the table were judges Wang Yuju and Xia Qingyin's companion beast, Xiaolan. It's worth mentioning that Little Blue was wearing a tiny napkin around its neck and its tongue was sticking out slightly and moving gently, making it look exceptionally cute. A dozen minutes later, Wang Yuju smacked her lips, took a sip of water, and said, Xia, these little cakes are as good as ever, but they're a bit too sweet, which is a common problem with cakes. By the way, did you make too many cakes today? It seems so. Xia Qingyin nodded slightly. Wang Yuju and Xiaolan were both too full to eat anymore, but there was still plenty of cake left. How about we give some to Lu Yuan? He seemed to really like the sandwiches I made back in the underground world. Maybe he'll like these little cakes too. This thought suddenly popped into Xia Qingyin's mind, so she found a plastic box, put some small cakes inside, and prepared to leave the dormitory with the box. Wang Yuju, who was leisurely lying on the sofa scrolling through her phone after finishing her meal, noticed Xia Qingyin's unusual behavior and narrowed her eyes. What's wrong with Xiaoyin? A slight upturn of her lips revealed a meaningful smile, as if she had sensed something unusual. So she walked over to Xiaolan, who was watching anime on her phone, gently patted its head, and said, don't imitate your owner. You need to be more reserved. Xiaolan? Xia Qingyin left the dormitory, walked to the door of the dormitory across the street, and rang the doorbell. The doorbell rang. However, after a full half-minute, the door still did not open. Isn't Lu Yuan in the dormitory? A hint of disappointment flashed in Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to return to her dormitory, she heard footsteps approaching behind her and couldn't help but turn around. That tall and resolute figure. Isn't that Lu Yuan? Xia Qingyin, what's going on? Lu Yuan glanced at Xia Qingyin and naturally noticed the plastic box in her hand, so he asked, these are some small cakes I made, have a taste. Xia Qingyin handed the box containing the cake to Lu Yuan. The smile on her face revealed her anticipation. She hoped Lu Yuan would accept the position. It's hard to refuse someone's kind invitation, and it's also difficult to turn them down. Thank you, thank you. So, Lu Yuan accepted the cake. When he turned around, he found that the dormitory door was open and his roommate Lu Yuan was standing at the door. That's perfect. It saves him the trouble of opening the door himself. Not bad, at least you know to greet me. Lu Yuan smiled and took a few steps forward, patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder. As for why the dormitory door was open, it all started when Xia Qingyin rang the doorbell earlier. Although Lu Yuan wasn't in the dormitory at that time, Lu Yuan was. Who rang the doorbell? Upon hearing the reminder from Xiaoya, the dormitory management assistant, Lu Yuan walked to the door and opened it. I just happened to see this scene. Lu Yuan was speechless. He then stood there blankly, overwhelmed with emotion. Why did I open this door in the first place? Oh dear, I shouldn't have opened it. I should have just pretended I didn't hear it. Just as Lu Yuan was in a state of confusion, Lu Yuan walked in. First, he patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. After closing the door, Lu Yuan noticed Lu Yuan's expression and couldn't help but ask, Lu Yuan, do you want to eat? There's a lot in this box. I'm afraid I can't finish it all by myself. They actually asked me if I wanted to eat it? Brother Lu Yuan, you really are. I'm almost crying. However, what I just witnessed almost made me feel quite full. No need, I just had a late night snack and my stomach is still bloated. Lu Yuan shook his head vigorously, refusing outright. How could I possibly accept gifts from other girls that Lu Yuan received? Fearing Lu Yuan wouldn't believe him, he patted his stomach to prove he was really full. Lu Yuan didn't pay much attention and went up the spiral staircase to his bedroom on the second floor. He opened the plastic box. As soon as you open the box, a rich aroma wafts out. It made me twitch my nostrils slightly and take a deep breath. Xia Qingyin's sandwiches are quite good. I wonder how the little cakes taste. Give it a try. Lu Yuan picked up a small cake with his fingertips, the cool cream first rubbing against his fingertips. He lowered his head and took a small bite. The soft sponge cake, wrapped in fluffy whipped cream, slowly melted on his tongue. The sweet aroma, mixed with subtle strawberry pulp, had a lingering and pleasant flavor that made him involuntarily squint his eyes. The Adam's apple bobbed gently, and after swallowing, he picked up a second piece, his fingertips still covered in cream. Before anyone could see, Lu Yuan had devoured all 3 small cakes. I never expected that these little cakes would suit my taste so well. After wiping away the remaining cream, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He has always had a sweet tooth, like the honey-glazed fried chicken from before. Not to mention, the choice of ingredients and the baking temperature of this little cake are just right. Since you've already eaten someone else's food, you should at least say something complimentary. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Xia Qingyin. Xia Qingyin, the little cakes you made are delicious. The next second, the nickname for Xia Qingyin above the WeChat message box changed to typing. Is it good? If it is, I'll make more for you next time. After sending the message, Xia Qingyin immediately realized that the content might cause a misunderstanding, so she quickly retracted it. Then, she modified the message and sent it again. Is it good? If it is, I'll make more next time. You've gone to so much trouble. It's not troublesome at all. I often cook for myself, so it's okay to make more. Xia Qingyin replied quickly. This matter is temporarily closed. Evolution points, 600. Ice Sharp Snake, unhatched. Incubation countdown, 30 seconds. Lu Yuan watched with anticipation as the eggshell gradually emitted a faint blue light, like a piece of glass encased in a thin layer of ice. Subsequently, cracks began to appear in the eggshell. 9, 8, 7. Click, click. The cracks are getting deeper and deeper, and their number is increasing. 3, 2, 1. Incubation countdown, 0 seconds. When the countdown on the panel reached 0, the ice serpent's eggshell shattered completely. Lu Yuan paid no attention to the scattered fragments, because his companion beast had already hatched from its egg. The top of the eggshell cracked into a spiderweb-like pattern, and a silvery white, sharp snout emerged from the crack, bursting out of the shell with a chilling aura. A small snake appeared before Lu Yuan. Its entire body is ice blue, and its scales are like frozen icicles, radiating a cold light. It curled up its slender body and slid out of the eggshell, the tip of its tail sweeping across the eggshell fragments, instantly covering them with a thin layer of frost. It tilted its head slightly, quickly flicked its tongue, and with a wisp of white mist, licked away the remaining eggshell set around it. Those icy amber eyes slowly opened, like crystals just taken from the coldest lands, exuding a newborn chill and liveliness. According to the rules of the companion beast contract, Lu Yuan needs to give the newly hatched ice shard serpent his own blood orally. He used an ice spike formed from his internal energy to pierce his thumb, then stuck his finger into the mouth of the ice serpent. The ice serpent gently sucked Lu Yuan's blood without the slightest resistance. On the one hand, it is newly born and still seems bewildered. On the other hand, Lu Yuan was the first creature it encountered, so it naturally felt a sense of closeness to him. And so, a superhuman and his companion beast officially formed a contract. After the contract was completed, the information about the ice serpent on Lu Yuan's panel was also updated. Evolution points, 600. Companion beast, ice shard serpent. Realm, lower first tier, / upper fourth tier. At the same time, with the appearance of the ice shard serpent, Lu Yuan vaguely sensed that the ice-type elemental energy within his body had become more active. Although the increase is small, it is currently only about 2%. But this is not a problem, as the ice serpent's level will increase, and the boost it provides will gradually become stronger. As Qin Tianlong said, play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Under the influence of the contract, companion beasts of the same element can slightly accelerate each other's growth and enhance the power of that element's ability. Although fire-type ability users have more advantages than other elemental users, fire-type companion beasts are extremely rare. Taking all factors into consideration, this is also why Lu Yuan chose an ice-type companion beast. The ice serpent gently coiled around Lu Yuan's arm, its body, about 30 centimeters long, supple and agile. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Bing. Lu Yuan affectionately stroked Xiao Bing's head. Xiao Bing's tongue trembled slightly, and its thin tail moved lively, clearly indicating that it was very satisfied. Thank you, Master. I really like this name. It silently responded to Lu Yuan in its heart. For the next 10 days, Lu Yuan continued to go to Qin Tianlong's residence every morning to study the SS-level skill book Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array together. In the afternoon and evening, he would go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to train with his companion beast, Xiao Bing. Influenced by Lu Yuan, Xiao Bing also sets high standards for herself, never missing any opportunity to strengthen herself. In just 10 days, Xiao Bing has broken through to the mid-level of the first tier. Evolution points, 600. Companion beast, Ice Shard Serpent. Realm level, first tier mid-level / fourth tier upper level. Lu Yuan also finished consuming the remaining Extreme Ice Pill and Qi and Blood Pill. Although the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array is an SS-level skill book, it is still an Ice-type skill. With Lu Yuan's own efforts and Qin Tianlong's guidance, 10 days was enough for him to reach a beginner level of proficiency. As soon as the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array appeared on the panel, Lu Yuan pressed the button next to it without hesitation. Evolution points -120. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Beginner. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Elementary. A flood of skill memories rushed into Lu Yuan's mind, as if he had studied the skill book thousands of times and thoroughly mastered its essence. At this moment, Lu Yuan was finally able to unleash the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Let me see just how powerful this SS-level skill really is, he said in a low voice. In an instant, a dense chill emanated from Lu Yuan's body, quickly transforming into a cold mist that spread outwards. The air seemed to tremble slightly from the cold. After the cold fog spread out, it gradually gathered again. The blades of the 8 ice swords slowly solidified, layers of pale blue ice crystals stacking together. Even the curve of the sword's spine and the sharpness of its tip tip become concrete and vivid in the cold air. The sword was shrouded in a faint, ethereal mist, like flowing, cold light. In the blink of an eye, 8 complete ice swords had floated around Lu Yuan, evenly spaced, as if held in place by an invisible force. At the same time, Lu Yuan could clearly feel that more than 90% of the ice-type elemental energy in his body was instantly consumed. His energy was almost completely drained, followed by a period of weakness. If it weren't for Xiaobing's timely support, he probably would have fallen to the ground long ago.
Fortunately, this is a Class B training room, where the surrounding air is filled with abundant elemental energy, according to the principle of energy balance between the body and the external environment. At this moment, Lu Yuan was like a vacuum cleaner, frantically absorbing the elemental energy from the surrounding air.
Although it cannot instantly replenish the body's energy, it is still easy to restore one's complexion and stand up again in a very short time. Each of these 8 ice swords can instantly kill a low-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Together, they can probably easily kill a high-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast. With a gentle lift of his hand, Lu Yuan caused 8 ice swords to begin rotating rhythmically around him. A chilling, icy aura swept over us, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Great, now I have the means to raid the underground world within the school. He smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Seeing Lu Yuan so happy, Xiaobing gently swayed her slender snake tail, as if she were happy for him too. As night falls, the streetlights illuminate the night like stars. After finishing his training, Lu Yuan left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, went to the cafeteria to buy some late-night snacks, and didn't forget to buy Xiaobing her favorite roast chicken.
Just then, Lu Yuan's phone rang. Lu Yuan, your weapon is complete.
It turned out to be a call from Yu Yan, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan was filled with barely suppressed excitement and a sense of anticipation. Although Yu Yan had sent him the drawings several days earlier, but he was still thrilled to learn that the actual product was completed. But it was already late at night. It's not appropriate to visit someone's home at this time. I could only suppress my excitement and quietly wait for the next day to arrive. Having already arranged a time with Yu Yan over the phone, Lu Yuan got up early and went out with his companion beast, Xiaobing.
Hey, Lu Yuan, wanna run together?
A melodious voice came from behind me. Lu Yuan didn't need to turn around to know who it was. It was Xia Qingyin from the dormitory opposite his. Both of them have a habit of jogging in the morning. The dormitories are just across the street from each other. Therefore, we often bump into each other during morning runs and simply run together.
No, I have some things to do. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, politely declining.
He still had to go to Yu Yan's house, so he declined Xia Qingyin's invitation. Hearing him say that, Xia Qingyin lowered her eyes slightly, her expression dimmed, and without saying anything more, she turned and ran away with her companion beast, Xiaolan.
Hoo, little Bing Bing, let's play together again next time. Little Blue let out a soft roar and spat out a small bubble. The bubble burst, and tiny droplets of water splashed onto Xiaobing's body. This is a way for the Deepwater Dragon Clan to express goodwill.
Hiss hiss hiss, okay, sister Little Blue. Xiaobing gently shook its body, its slender snake tail swaying slowly. At the same time, the scales on its body slightly open and close, which is also a signal of friendliness. Then, Xiaobing perched on Lu Yuan's shoulder, and the two of them and the snake shared the electric scooter, heading towards Yu Yan's residence. At the entrance of Yu Yan's house, there were also bodyguards to open the door and butlers in charge of daily affairs. The old butler gestured for him to come in and said, "Is this Lu Yuan? Dean Yu is already waiting for you inside." Lu Yuan nodded slightly, and then walked into Yu Yan's residence with the old butler. Upon entering Yu Yan's residence, Lu Yuan subconsciously looked around. Although the overall layout is similar to the residence of his teacher, Qin Tianlong, but the main color scheme is completely different. Qin Tianlong's residence was predominantly decorated in ice blue tones. The sofa, coffee table, and floor were all this color.
In Yu Yan's home, the main colors are red and black. Seeing the icy blue color always gave Lu Yuan a refreshing feeling. It seems that the primal energy flowing within one's body subtly influences one's aesthetic sense. Lu Yuan lowered his head and pondered silently.
"Dean Yu, I am Lu Yuan, I have arrived." Seeing the tall and strong figure on the sofa, Lu Yuan spoke. Truly worthy of being called a master of the fighting style. He sighed inwardly. "Lu Yuan, your weapon is in the forging room. Come with me." Yu Yan noticed Lu Yuan's arrival, stood up, and gave him a welcoming smile. Then, Lu Yuan followed Yu Yan into the forging room. The forging room is extremely large, covering over 1,000 square meters. In a corner frozen in ice, Lu Yuan saw a long spear. Yu Yan stepped forward and, in a few steps, retrieved the spear from the layers of ice. Broken ice blocks were scattered all over the ground, and the air was bitterly cold. However, what puzzled Lu Yuan was that the shaft of this spear was completely dark and had no luster whatsoever. The spearhead is a sharp, triangular, armor-like shape covered with a thin layer of frost that does not melt at all, instead reflecting a cold, sharp edge under the light. The tip of the spear is engraved with intersecting ice crack patterns, as if the frozen earth has suddenly broken apart, full of power. The shape of this gun barrel, it's as if it wasn't activated at all. "Lu Yuan, come here, this This gun is made exactly according to your requirements, give it a try. Yu Yan smiled and handed the spear to Lu Yuan. The moment he took the spear, Lu Yuan showed a curious expression. The spearhead is clearly heavier than the shaft, making it truly top-heavy. The spearhead is made of an extremely dense material and is quite heavy. The gun barrel, however, was soft and light, even lighter than iron of the same volume. To Lu Yuan, it felt like holding cotton. It almost made him lose his grip on the gun. Try injecting some of your elemental energy into it and see. Seeing this, Yu Yan smiled and said, "Yes, Dinyu." Lu Yuan followed the instructions and began to inject his Yuan energy into his body. As elemental energy continued to flow into the spear, the originally dark and dull shaft gradually turned silver-white. I hadn't noticed before, but there were actually long marks engraved on the gun barrel. At this moment, these engravings burst forth with an icy blue radiance. Moreover, the surface of the gun barrel was shimmering with a faint, cold silver light, giving it a chilling aura even when it was still in motion. In fact, the weight of the gun barrel has also changed. The more ice elemental energy injected, the heavier the gun barrel becomes. Soon, the weight of the gun barrel finally matched the tip of the gun. The weight of the gun barrel has changed, Lu Yuan said with delight. He quickly raised his gun and thrust it forward several times, moving with incredible speed, creating a whistling sound. It looked like a cold glint piercing through, sending a chill down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, one can also see that a tiny frost crystal was left where the spear tip passed. Lu Yuan swung the spear several times without feeling any resistance. His movements were free and easy, as if the spear was in sync with his will. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, sheathed his spear, and sighed. Lu Yuan, the shaft of this spear is made of S-grade resource ice vein or crystal and other rare metals. After being infused with elemental energy, the weight of the shaft will change significantly. It can reach a maximum weight of 4,280 kilograms, meeting the standard of an S-class spear. As your strength increases, the spear tip can be replaced. You could say this spear will last you all 4 years of university. Yu Yan patted his chest and said confidently, "Thank you so much, Dinyu." Lu Yuan bowed slightly, his expression showing gratitude. It's nothing. Yu Yan's tone made it sound as if it were just a small favor. That being said, Lu Yuan was well aware of the spear's rarity and value. If it were put on the market, even if the price were tens of millions of blue star coins, countless people would fight over it. The engravings on the gun barrel gleamed with an icy blue light, and its surface shimmered with a cold silver luster. Let's call it the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. The icy blue luster on the spear flickered slightly, as if responding to his inner thoughts. I've learned the SS rank skill Extreme Ice Illusion Annihilation Array. I also obtained the Hanchuan Sky-Splitting Spear, which is like a divine weapon to me. Now, I can easily sweep through the underground world of the school. The bloodlust within me has long since dissipated, and with the upcoming freshman competition among the 4 prestigious universities, this is the perfect time to frantically increase our strength. After returning to his dormitory with the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear, Lu Yuan already had a plan in mind. He focused his mind, opened the system panel, and checked his current strength. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 600. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-second tier. Mental energy, 564 Hz. Chi and blood, 1190 calories. Skills, marksmanship, advanced, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, intermediate, ice flash, B, intermediate, ice blade, A, intermediate, frozen shield, A, intermediate, ice blast, S, intermediate, detective skill, S, beginner, extreme ice annihilation array, SS, beginner, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level, companion beast, ice shard serpent, tier 1 mid-tier / tier 4 high tier. After browsing the panel, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Wait, the proficiency level for the ice shard ring can be increased? He raised an eyebrow and then pressed the button after ice ring. Evolution points minus 600. Ice ring, D, intermediate, ice ring, D, advanced. Memories flooded his mind, and Lu Yuan quickly absorbed them. At this moment, the number of icicles surrounding his body increased from 4 to 5. The activity level of ice-type elemental energy within the body also increases. Afterwards, Lu Yuan went to the mission center. He is now qualified to take on A-level missions. A level A mission typically rewards between 100 and 300 credits. Even for Lu Yuan, who had just gained a lot of resources in the freshman competition, this was a considerable amount of extra income. Rank A missions are not available all the time. After all, demand creates the market. Fortunately, Lu Yuan was lucky. When the student ID is brought close to the task display screen, a striking purple color appears amidst a sea of white, green, and blue. Purple represents A-level missions, a fact that Hu Dahai had already emphasized, and Lu Yuan naturally remembered. Rank A mission, 1 flaming tiger whip at least at the mid-level of the 3rd rank, reward 175 credits upon completion. Ha, this mission is exactly what I need. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this A-level mission. In the underground world within the Shenzhen Superpower University, the flame tiger makes up a significant proportion of the high-level ferocious beasts. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not hesitate and decisively took on the task. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mission center,
Captain, an A-level mission was stolen.
Sorry, I wasn't fast enough, a member of the Silver Wolf team said with a guilty expression. It's alright, he was quick, he deserves it.
Lu Hong, the vice-captain of the Silver Wolf team, waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned.
At the same time, Zhang Xianran, the captain of the Silver Wolf team, looked with her purple eyes at a tall and handsome figure on the other side of the mission center. That person was Lu Yuan, who had just accepted an A-level mission. Lu Hong once mentioned that while he was away on a mission, the champion of this year's freshman competition refused his recruitment.
Zhang Xianran didn't mind. After all, everyone has freedom. If Lu Hong forces Lu Yuan to join the team, she will be angry instead.
The only thing she cared about was that this freshman named Lu Yuan was able to single-handedly defeat a third-tier lower-level flame tiger in the freshman competition. As the champion of the freshman competition 3 years ago, she knew that she could never have done it so easily back then.
At best, they can only barely win.
At least, she felt at ease. After she graduates from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, someone will finally be able to take on the responsibility of being the leader. Of course, I only took it to heart. After glancing at Lu Yuan, Zhang Xianran led the other members of the Silver Wolf team away from the mission center.
Lu Yuan also noticed Zhang Xuanran's gaze.
Seeing that she was only fleeting and showed no hostility, he didn't take her seriously. Aside from occasionally venturing into the underground world, Lu Yuan doesn't usually come to the mission center. So far, he has only entered the underground world 3 times and completed 5 missions. Therefore, his mission level is still level 2, and he can only accept 2 missions. He accepted 1 A-level and 1 B-level mission this time, which will earn him a total of 200 credits.
After accepting the task, Lu Yuan rushed to the school's resource trading office.
They spent a considerable amount of blue star coins to purchase a batch of pills and potions. He also specifically bought a swiftness pill.
Lu Yuan had a very deep impression of this swift movement pill.
Without it, he might have perished in the jaws of the flaming tiger long ago, and there would have been no subsequent story.
Although Lu Yuan was confident he could easily clean up the underground world within the school.
But as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. It's always good to be a little more cautious.
Stop looking at me, when did I ever say that? After everything was ready, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. Even if you are confident.
Before venturing into the underground world, it is essential to be well rested and mentally prepared. So, at 9 p.m., while many high school students were still studying for the evening, Lu Yuan, a freshman, was already in bed and asleep.
He woke up naturally before the alarm clock went off.
Dressed in full battle armor, wearing his spatial ring, and accompanied by his companion beast, Xiao Bing.
Lu Yuan had a question in his mind.
After Xiao Bing, his companion beast, kills the ferocious beast on its own, can it provide him with evolution points?
This is the key. If possible, he will gain evolution points much faster.
Little Ice, if you want to go further, you have to work harder to kill monsters.
You have to earn your own evolution points.
Lu Yuan stroked Little Ice's slippery snake head.
Hey, Master, does my growth have anything to do with killing monsters?
Little Ice asked, looking completely bewildered. Although confused, Xiao Bing will do her best as long as her master gives the order. It knew that as long as its owner was happy, it would be content.
This is the underground world within the school. Look, a handsome young man is coming over there. What's the use of being handsome? Can being handsome put food on the table? Wait, isn't he Lu Yuan, the first place winner of this year's freshman competition? As soon as Lu Yuan entered Tengfei City, whispers began to circulate around him. However, Lu Yuan ignored the surrounding noise and left quietly by himself.
Oh, and his companion beast, Xiao Bing, also left with him. After leaving Tengfei City, Lu Yuan randomly chose a direction and continued to walk deeper into the city. Even though there was no wind blowing, a rustling sound could be heard all around.
Lu Yuan naturally noticed this subtle movement. He immediately looked around.
The grass rustled slightly. The next moment, the figure of a cat-shaped ferocious beast appeared. This cat-like beast has a crescent moon mark on its head, clearly indicating that it is one of the weakest of the beasts, the shadow cat.
Go, Xiao Bing.
With a thought, Lu Yuan began to communicate tacitly with his companion beast. The ferocious beasts roaming around Tengfei City are undoubtedly at the lower level of the first tier. He could easily defeat an opponent of this caliber with a single ice blade move, but his choice to let Xiao Bing take action was actually for a different purpose. I wanted to test my previous guess. If it's feasible, that would be great. If it doesn't work, there's no loss. Yes, Master. Xiao Bing gently nodded the snake's head. This was its first time carrying out its master's command, and it was full of fighting spirit. It must complete the task perfectly and must never disappoint its owner. So, Xiao Bing quickly crawled away, its icy blue pupils flashing with a fierce light. Meow meow meow, we are all ferocious beasts. Why are you siding with the humans? The shadow cat meowed twice, already having the idea of running away. Hiss hiss hiss, stop talking nonsense. Little Ice made a decisive move, moving with incredible speed and pounced on Shadowcat, biting its thigh. The moment the sharp teeth pierced the flesh, Ice-type elemental energy was frantically injected into the Shadowcat's body through Little Ice's teeth. The Shadowcat struggled desperately, but as Ice-type elemental energy continued to invade, its movements became slower and slower, and its strength gradually weakened. Soon, Shadowcat stopped breathing under Little Ice's fangs, its life coming to an abrupt end.
At the same time, a pleasant notification sound rang in Lu Yuan's ears.
Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. Just as I expected, when Xiao Bing kills a ferocious beast, I also gain the corresponding evolution points.
A smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips, and his eyes shone brightly.
No matter how much I guessed before, I could never be 100% sure. But the system's prompt now is undoubtedly the best evidence. After confirming that the mission was completed perfectly, Xiao Bing crawled back to Lu Yuan's side and proudly raised her head. After all, it was his companion beast, so Lu Yuan naturally understood Xiao Bing's thoughts.
Okay, I'll grant your wish. Lu Yuan reached out and touched Xiao Bing's smooth head.
Xiao Bing closed her eyes slightly, looking quite content. Xiao Bing, you stay in this area to find and kill the ferocious beasts, and wait for my next instructions. Lu Yuan communicated with Xiao Bing earnestly.
Since killing ferocious beasts can bring him evolution points,
before Xiao Ice grew up,
he went to investigate first, leaving Xiao Bing here to accumulate experience.
Yes, master.
Although somewhat reluctant, Xiao Bing understood its master's intention. As a companion beast, obediently carrying out orders is the right thing to do. Unnecessary actions will only disturb the owner.
So, Xiao Bing nodded obediently. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lu Yuan gave Xiao Bing a pep talk and then turned to leave.
Xiao Bing watched Lu Yuan's figure gradually disappear into the distance.
Those icy blue pupils were filled with reluctance, but quickly turned into determination. It's time for me to start killing the ferocious beasts. Xiao Bing silently made up her mind.
Lu Yuan continued to venture deeper into the area alone.
So far, the ferocious beasts he has encountered have posed no threat to him whatsoever.
Up to now, his single ice blade attack can easily kill ordinary mid-tier second-level ferocious beasts. Even for a mid-tier second-level armored rhinoceros with extremely strong defense, it's just a matter of adding one more ice blade move.
You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated a Tier 1 mid-level ferocious beast, the black-spotted deer. Evolution points plus 20.
With the addition of the S-rank skill, detective technique, and the extra help from Xiao Bing, Lu Yuan's evolution points on his panel were skyrocketing like a rocket.
On the first day, he earned 500 evolution points. The next day, they gained an even greater 700 evolution points. When I participated in the freshman competition, the supply of energy potions was extremely limited. On average, I could only drink one bottle a day, and it was a first-tier energy potion, not a second-tier one. For Lu Yuan, who had already entered the lower level of the second tier, such supplies were extremely scarce, almost insufficient.
But now, the situation is very different. Lu Yuan prepared a full 50 bottles of second-tier energy potions for himself.
As long as there are no health problems, there will never be a shortage of medicine. Therefore, he used the ice flash intermittently to travel.
The rhythm of these intervals is grasped very precisely.
The amount of energy consumed in the body is slightly higher than the body's natural recovery rate, and this slightly higher amount is exactly equivalent to the total energy provided by 3 bottles of second-tier energy potions. That's why, on the very second night, Lu Yuan had already reached the deepest part of this underground world. As night fell, he stopped, lit a campfire, and set up a tent. Then, the fresh meat of the ferocious beast hunted at noon was roasted over the fire and sprinkled with cumin powder. Wow, that taste is just so tempting. While chewing on barbecue, Lu Yuan looked up at the full moon in the sky, his heart filled with countless emotions. This scene reminded him of his days with the Firefox team. However, people always strive for higher positions, while water always flows downhill. There's no other way but to look forward.
Some things from the past can only be cherished as memories. I haven't practiced my marksmanship yet. After quickly digesting his food, Lu Yuan stood up, his gaze gradually hardening.
By the light of the campfire, he began to deliberately hone his marksmanship.
Time flew by, and 2 hours passed.
Hey, hey, hey! Han Xuan's sky-splitting spear thrust out one spear after another. Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized that after practicing for so long, he was not tired at all, but was becoming more and more proficient.
The most direct way to verify your feelings is to open the panel.
After all, the dashboard best reflects one's real-time status. So, with a thought, Lu Yuan displayed the panel.
Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 1200.
Chi and blood, 1191 calories. Skill, marksmanship, master. Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level. Companion beast, ice shard serpent, tier 1 mid-tier / tier 4 high tier.
There's no plus sign after marksmanship. Am I seeing things? Lu Yuan originally thought that his marksmanship had just had an epiphany and his proficiency would greatly improve.
After all, he now has 1,200 evolution points, and it's been a while since he broke through to the advanced proficiency level in marksmanship. But now there isn't even a familiar up arrow after gun skills, so it seems I was just overthinking it. Sigh, I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the master level of proficiency. He shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Just yesterday, his teacher Qin Tianlong said that if his marksmanship reached the master level, he would be given an SS level skill book. Unlike the ice explosion and extreme ice illusion killing array that instantly weakened him before, this skill is a continuous skill that gets stronger the longer you fight. A true champion possesses both explosive power and endurance. Once I have enough evolution points, I'll definitely add some points to my marksmanship as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. In his excitement, he glanced at the panel casually. Just as I was about to close it with my mind, I suddenly noticed a bright spot. My marksmanship is already at the master level? Am I seeing things? Lu Yuan's eyes widened suddenly. I rubbed my eyes, and after confirming that the panel hadn't changed, his eyes immediately lit up with a sharp light. I'm so excited I can hardly contain myself. This was the first time Lu Yuan had fully experienced the improvement in proficiency. He advanced from advanced proficiency to master proficiency entirely on his own, without using a single evolution point. While it's fun to improve using evolution points, the feeling of improving entirely on your own is the most genuine enjoyment. Wait, that doesn't seem quite accurate, or entirely correct. After all, those evolution points were earned by personally killing one ferocious beast after another. The system wouldn't just let you sign in every day to give away evolution points for free. The morning of the third day, Lu Yuan has already ventured deep into the inner regions, and the rate at which he gains evolution points has accelerated once again. In less than an hour, he had earned 300 evolution points. At this point, he had accumulated 1,500 evolution points and discovered Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent. My little ice can finally break through its current realm. Xiaobing, go find a safe and secluded place. Lu Yuan knew that breaking through a realm was not something that could be achieved overnight. It required a period of accumulation. So, he spoke to Xiaobing in his mind. After the contract was formed, a special mental connection was established between the superpowered individual and their companion beast, allowing them to communicate without hindrance no matter how far apart they were. Yes, master. Xiaobing didn't ask any more questions, completely trusting her master's words and doing as she was told. About 10 minutes later, Xiaobing sent a message saying that a location had been found. After receiving the reply, Lu Yuan pressed evolution points minus 1,500. Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 1 mid-tier / Tier 4 high tier. Ice Shard Serpent, Tier 1 high tier / Tier 4 high tier. Only by becoming stronger can Xiaobing kill stronger ferocious beasts and earn more evolution points for herself. This benefit to Lu Yuan far exceeded the value of 1,500 evolution points. More importantly, the ferocious beasts were unaffected by the bloodlust, while the companion beasts were minimally affected, far better than he, a human. Assuming that he can only stay in the underground world for 2 weeks a month under extreme circumstances, Xiao Ice can stay for at least 20 days, or even 25 days under extreme circumstances. After several successful practical applications, it has been proven that investing in Xiao Ice is investing in your future self. Master, I have broken through to a higher realm. Although Xiao Ice didn't understand the underlying principles and didn't realize that the root of all this was Lu Yuan's system, for it, the breakthrough meant true joy. This allows it to assist its owner to a greater extent. Xiaobing, keep up the good work. Lu Yuan encouraged him. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the One-Horned Rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 mid-tier ferocious beast, the Toothless Tiger. Evolution points plus 20. In the following days, on the third day, the evolution points accumulated to 1,800. On the fourth day, Lu Yuan encountered a second-tier high-level ferocious beast and gained 4,000 evolution points. He originally planned to continue improving Xiaobing, but the system prompted him that Xiaobing's strength was still weak and she could not break through her realm continuously in a short period of time. On the fifth day, Lu Yuan encountered two low-level third-tier ferocious beasts. These two ferocious beasts are slightly weaker than the flaming tiger of the same level. One brought 3,400 evolution points, while the other brought 3,600 evolution points. By the end of the fifth day, Lu Yuan had earned a total of 11,000 evolution points. That evening, he opened the panel and took a look. Evolution points, 18,000. A whopping 18,000 evolution points. All of this is the result of my hard work. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. I simply couldn't contain my joy. Realm level, mid-second tier. Lu Yuan estimated that the gap between his body tempering technique and his current level was not large, but not too far either. Under the current conditions, upgrading one's realm is undoubtedly the most cost-effective option. Evolution points minus 8,500.
Realm level, mid-tier 2 upper tier 2.
After 10 days of rigorous training, the number of evolution points required for the breakthrough has decreased accordingly.
The moment Lu Yuan pressed the key, an unprecedented surge of Yuan energy erupted from his body.
Lu Yuan quickly closed his eyes, carefully sensing the shocking changes. This terrifying burst of elemental energy awakened many previously dormant ferocious beasts in the vicinity. This level of elemental energy impact made them tremble all over, and they could only guess what was happening. Even if you had 1,000 lives, you wouldn't dare to get close and find out.
However, a ferocious beast that happened to be passing by revealed an excited look in its eyes. This is a mid-tier tier 2 ice cub.
It had just finished its hunting mission for the day and was preparing to return to its nest when it happened to witness Lu Yuan's breakthrough moment. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the frost lion cub.
Its father was a high-ranking third-tier ice lion.
They are the overlords of this underground world. Unfortunately, he has been stuck at a bottleneck and unable to break through to the upper level of the third tier. Now, a breakthrough user with such terrifying Yuan energy bursting forth has appeared before us. It thought to itself that perhaps after its father devoured it, its cultivation level would naturally break through. As for whether the father will be killed in retaliation, it considers the possibility extremely low. After all, his father was a third-tier high-ranking official.
Who would dare kill him? And who could kill him? If my father really breaks through to the 4th rank, wouldn't I have even more confidence?
The frost lion cub curled its lips into a smile, as if it could already see its bright future. At this moment, Lu Yuan had no idea that he had been targeted by the frost lion cub.
Even if I knew, I would never take it to heart.
As the almost violent ice-type elemental energy within his body gradually subsided, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air.
Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 9,500.
Mental strength, 654 Hz. Qi and blood, 1391 calories.
Realm level, upper 2nd tier. Skill, marksmanship, master.
Body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, 2nd level.
Companion beast, ice shard serpent. After breaking through to the upper 2nd tier, I still have 9,500 evolution points left. I estimate that by tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, I will have enough evolution points to break through to the lower 3rd tier. The freshman competition of the 4 top universities is here. Lu Yuan was filled with heroic spirit, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The realm of the lower 3rd rank is undoubtedly an invincible existence among freshmen.
Not to mention that he also possesses the SS level skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, giving him the ability to fight beyond his level.
Little Blue, water jet attack, Xia Qingyin said.
Little Blue obeyed its owner's command, suddenly opened its mouth, and sprayed out a jet of water. Although this jet of water looks much like a real-world tap,
but its impact is extremely terrifying.
Before our eyes, a 2nd-tier lower-level burrowing squirrel was directly smashed to pieces by the water jet. If it were a real-life faucet, it would at most give this squirrel a bath to relieve its heat. The difference between the two lies in the powerful aquatic elemental energy contained within the water column.
Little Blue, well done, Xia Qingyin praised. He, thank you for the compliment, master.
Xiao Lan's adorable voice echoed in Xia Qingyin's heart. Having witnessed Lu Yuan's strength in the freshman competition, Xia Qingyin became even more demanding of herself. She had originally spent 2 weeks accumulating experience at the upper level of the 1st tier. A few days ago, I successfully broke through to the lower level of the 2nd tier, and my strength has greatly improved. In contrast, her companion beast, Xiao Lan, only gets excited when it hears the words eat and sleep.
He seemed lethargic during training.
After all, it's difficult to significantly improve one's own strength for the time being.
So Xia Qingyin took Xiao Lan to the underground world for training.
The ferocious beasts grow stronger through fighting and devouring. Even if the companion beast loses its ferocious, bloodthirsty aura, the pressure from the wild combat environment, it can still greatly promote their growth. To make training easier and save travel time, Xia Qingyin even bought an off-road vehicle. Her space ring, with a massive capacity of 100 cubic meters, can easily store an entire off-road vehicle.
I wonder if it was because my true nature was being awakened.
As soon as Xiao Lan stepped into the underground world, the little dragon immediately became energetic. The training results were quite remarkable. Just as Xia Qingyin was praising Xiao Lan, her superpower natural spirit suddenly sounded an ominous alarm. It turned out that a fiery tiger was rushing towards her at an extremely fast speed. Judging from its size, this flaming tiger is at least at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Although its companion beast, Little Blue, is a water type, it is a perfect counter to the fire-type flame tiger. However, Xiao Lan had only just advanced to the lower level of the 2nd tier, while the other party was at the middle level of the 3rd tier, a difference of 1 major tier plus 1 minor tier between them. As for himself, he possesses grass-type abilities, but he is completely countered by the flame tiger.
Little Blue, run!
Without hesitation, Xia Qingyin picked up her companion beast, Xiao Lan, and ran quickly toward the SUV parked nearby.
Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Just then, a deafening explosion came from behind.
The powerful impact even caused the ground to tremble slightly. Curiosity often comes at a price. Safety first. Xia Qingyin didn't look back. After getting into the SUV with Little Blue in her arms, she looked toward where the flaming tiger had been. What comes into view? Where is the flame tiger? It's just a pile of bones and flesh mixed together as remains. A head split in two, with an incomplete earth character carved on its forehead, still barely recognizable as belonging to a flame tiger. After the thick smoke dissipated, a tall and strong figure slowly appeared before Xia Qingyin. Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin was shocked. She never expected that the earth-shattering sound just now was actually made by Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin, what are you doing here? Lu Yuan also noticed her, his expression showing a hint of confusion. I brought Xiaolan here for training. After all, the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities is coming soon. Also, Lu Yuan, I'm already a lower-tier second-order cultivator. While surpassing you won't be easy, don't even think about leaving me too far behind. Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes and said playfully. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He then bent down and began searching through a pile of wreckage. Xia Qingyin also bent down, resting her hands on her knees, revealing a glimpse of her skin, but she didn't seem to care. Instead, she asked, Lu Yuan, what are you looking for? Do you need my help? Lu Yuan waved his hand in refusal and continued searching. The next moment, he stood up, his face full of surprise. Xia Qingyin followed the gaze. He held a large, fiery red crystal in his left hand. In his right hand was the tiger whip of that fiery tiger. This is, could it be that Lu Yuan? With her mouth slightly open, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but start guessing. I usually learn science from my best friend Wang Yuzhu. She knew that matters concerning a man's dignity should never be asked lightly. Seeing Xia Qingyin's slightly mischievous expression, Lu Yuan was quite confused. In his memory, Xia Qingyin was a warm and thoughtful girl. However, the expression vanished in an instant, and he didn't think much of it. If he knew what Xia Qingyin was thinking at that moment, he would probably collapse on the spot. You can scold a man however you want, but you absolutely cannot say he's incompetent. Humans are social animals. For the past few days, Lu Yuan has been hunting ferocious beasts alone in the underground world. You have defeated the tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the flaming tiger. Evolution points plus 7,000. Now, by chance, I've run into an acquaintance, and with the abundant evolution points gained from killing a mid-tier tier 3 flame tiger, he was in a great mood and couldn't help but say a few more words. Lu Yuan is not the kind of straight man who is completely unable to speak. On the contrary, he has a high EQ. Ha 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 ha. As she spoke, Xia Qingyin laughed heartily. Lu Yuan, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, Xia Qingyin's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a solemn expression. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuan quickly activated his detective skill. After his mental energy was slightly depleted, he sensed information within a range of several kilometers. Soon, he noticed an ice lion rushing towards him at high speed. The frost lion was massive and exuded a chilling aura. Its fur was pale blue or pure white, as if covered with a thick layer of frost, shimmering with a cold light in the sunlight. Its mane stood upright like sharp icicles, radiating a chilling aura. The tail tip is made up of spikes composed of multiple ice crystals. As it sprints at top speed, its tail sways gently, causing the ice crystals to collide and produce a crisp sound. This size of ice lion is already at the upper level of the 3rd tier. Lu Yuan muttered to himself, come with me quickly, my SUV is parked nearby. Get in it, and those ice lions won't be able to catch us. Xia Qingyin said anxiously. Lu Yuan remained motionless, and she even tried to reach out and pull him away. However, Lu Yuan suddenly moved. Unfortunately, instead of running away, he strode forward and charged straight at the ice lion. Killing a tier 3 high-level ferocious beast should net me at least 10,000 evolution points, right? He thought to himself. Clearly, evolutionary points are the biggest driving force. Soon, the man and the lion met face to face. This human is interesting. He charged at me instead of running away. The frost lion squinted. Through some unseen intuition, it sensed that Lu Yuan was very likely the person its son had mentioned yesterday. I was instantly filled with excitement. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity for it to break through the bottleneck and advance to the 4th tier. During his sprint, Lu Yuan drank a specially made berserk potion. Except in very rare cases, such as dragon type versus dragon type, damage from the same type will cancel each other out. Just like Lu Yuan's frozen shield, its ability to absorb ice type damage far exceeds that of other types. The same goes for this frost lion. Even if Lu Yuan used all his energy in one strike, he might not be able to kill it instantly. To prevent it from escaping in the slightest, Lu Yuan chose to take the berserk potion. This specially made berserk potion is a diluted version that Qin Tianlong specially prepared for him. The damage increase is less than 25% of that of a regular berserk potion. It has minimal side effects and can only mobilize trace amounts of the body's vital energy within 2 hours. Lu Yuan can handle it perfectly well. Extreme ice illusion killing array, he muttered to himself. Instantly, a terrifying surge of elemental energy erupted from his body, rapidly spreading outwards. Soon, the primal energy solidified, and 8 ice swords circled circled around him. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One ice sword after another shot towards the Frost Lion. Seeing that things were going wrong, the Frost Lion panicked and turned to flee frantically. It also quickly cast a shield around itself in an attempt to block the attack of the ice sword. I knew you'd try to escape, and you still think you can? Don't even dream about it. Lu Yuan sneered. That shield was completely useless. The ice sword shattered upon contact. The Frost Lion's neck, body, thighs, tail, every single one was shattered into pieces by the ice sword, accompanied by agonizing screams. The once massive ice lion was torn into pieces and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Only a dying head remained. With its head separated from its body, the Frost Lion could not possibly survive. Finally, the head slowly closed its eyes, signaling its complete death. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ear. You have defeated the Tier 3 high-rank ferocious beast, the Frost Lion, and gained 15,000 evolution points. This time, I directly gained 15,000 evolution points. Lu Yuan's eyes widened suddenly as he opened the system panel and saw evolution points 33500. Although his internal energy was almost completely depleted and his body was extremely tired, Lu Yuan felt that it was all worthwhile when he saw the rich harvest. More than 30,000 evolution points is no small amount. After that, Lu Yuan's strength will once again experience a leap forward. Xia Qingyin witnessed all of this, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her almond-shaped eyes were full of surprise. Lu Yuan was able to easily kill a third-tier high-level ferocious beast. His strength was astonishing. She understood that a swift kill was completely different from a defeat. It represented an absolute and overwhelming advantage. After Lu Yuan collected the Ice Lion's crystals and key organs, as the effects of the specially formulated Berserk potion were off, side effects began to appear. Instantly, Lu Yuan's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Even after taking energy supplements beforehand, it didn't alleviate the symptoms much. Lu Yuan, are you alright? Xia Qingyin quickly stepped forward, came to his side, and extended her hand. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but under her concerned gaze, he finally took her hand. With Xia Qingyin's help, Lu Yuan stood up, but he still felt somewhat unsteady. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin immediately used her A-level skill, Vine Light Therapy. Two vines grew from the ground and tightly wrapped around Lu Yuan, trying to help him alleviate the side effects of the specially made Berserk potion. I have to admire the power of this S-class ability. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Yuan felt much better. The previous restriction that only a small amount of internal energy can be mobilized has also disappeared. Except for Ice Explosion and Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, all other skills have returned to normal. Thank you so much, Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan said sincerely. Faced with his sincerity, Xia Qingyin was slightly taken aback, turned her head away, and then waved her hand, saying, "No, don't be so polite. We are friends, and it's normal for us to help each other." She blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and asked, Lu Yuan, do you still plan to continue hunting ferocious beasts? She has been accompanying her companion beast, Xiaolan, into the underground world for 3 days, and the training goal has been achieved. Now is the time to return to the real world. Lu Yuan nodded and answered decisively without the slightest hesitation. Before his bloodlust reached its limit, he naturally wanted to take the opportunity to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Thank you so much, Xia Qingyin. Goodbye. With that, he quickened his pace and left. Xia Qingyin stared blankly at Lu Yuan's retreating figure, her mind racing with thoughts. Lu Yuan should have earned a lot of blue star coins and credits after the freshman competition, so there's no need for him to frequently go to the underworld to hunt ferocious beasts. Could there be another reason behind his fanatical hunting of ferocious beasts in the underground world? She seemed to have sensed something. After parting ways with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan found a place to rest for a while. After resting, he resumed his hunt for ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger. Evolution points plus 1,000. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast, the two-headed viper, and gained 4,000 evolution points. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. Your companion beast has killed a Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, the mantis shrimp. Evolution points plus 10. On Lu Yuan's panel, evolution points gradually increased. A day has passed. He mostly hunted ferocious beasts at the 2nd tier level. After all, 3rd tier ferocious beasts are not something you can encounter casually. Therefore, Lu Yuan added points to the S-level skill, Detective Technique. Evolution points minus 1,600. Detective Skills, S, Beginner, Detective Skills, S, Intermediate. On this day, he gained a total of 7,000 evolution points, and currently has 38,900 points remaining. The moment I added the points, memories flooded my mind like a tidal wave. Lu Yuan was like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbing the flood of memories. After the memories were fully integrated, the detective skills reached an intermediate level of proficiency. His maximum detection range extends to a radius of 6 kilometers centered on himself. It was with this skill that he discovered a two-headed viper that occasionally came out to hunt for food. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, although the detective technique has a very wide range of detection capabilities, the underground world is even more vast and boundless. Moreover, the stronger the ferocious beast, the more territorial it is, and it will not appear randomly. Generally speaking, the number of powerful ferocious beasts in a given area is always very small. After all, it's impossible for all third-tier ferocious beasts to gather in the same place, right? For a long time to come, detective skill will be of great benefit to me. Keep adding points to it, Lu Yuan muttered to himself. After killing the two-headed viper, Lu Yuan began to make plans. Evolution points minus 4,800. Detective skills, S, intermediate. Detective skills, S, advanced. There are currently 34,400 evolution points remaining. Absorbing the memories of mental skills consumes a great deal of mental energy for Lu Yuan. After his mental strength had almost recovered, he decisively used a large amount of mental energy. The next moment, all traces of the ferocious beasts within a radius of 10,000 meters were clearly visible. A golden feathered vulture at the upper third tier has been spotted. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, as if he could already see those more than 10,000 evolution points beckoning to him. Unfortunately, this joy did not last long and was soon replaced by helplessness. Because this golden feathered vulture flies at an extremely high speed, exceeding 100 meters per second, he simply couldn't catch up with it. If you can't catch up, how can you even talk about hunting? 2 more days passed. Compared to before, Lu Yuan stayed in the underground world for a longer period of time, and his body gradually could not withstand it. Not only is his body brimming with bloodlust, but he is also utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He took out a mirror and looked at himself, and found that his eyes were bloodshot and he looked extremely haggard. Then, Lu Yuan opened the panel. Evolution points, 50100. I've accumulated 50,000 evolution points. Time to head back. With that thought in mind, Lu Yuan decisively turned around and left the underground world. During the freshman competition, Lu Yuan was able to instantly kill a third-tier low-level ferocious beast. 20 days have passed now, and I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with a low-level third-tier ferocious beast. What's more, this guy is clumsy and slow. A freshman looked at the third-tier lower-level ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, with confidence in his eyes. His name is Jiang Xingyu, and he has awakened an S-level poison-type ability, bone-corroding toxin. He also ranked 5th in the 2052 freshman competition. This armored rhinoceros belongs to the lower third tier and is 3 meters tall. It was rushing towards Jiang Xingyu at this moment, like a moving small mountain, and even the ground trembled slightly because of it. A torrential downpour of poison. Jiang Xingyu waved his hand. Large purple raindrops flew toward the armored rhinoceros. Instead of dodging, the armored rhinoceros charged straight at them. In reality, given its speed, it couldn't possibly avoid it. Smack, smack, smack. Raindrops fell on the hard iron armor. However, these raindrops did not cause any real damage to its armor. You think this is the end? As the armored rhinoceros withstood the rain of poison, Jiang Xingyu smiled slightly and tossed out several daggers imbued with the poisonous elemental energy within his body. The daggers struck the armored rhinoceros's head, but was deflected. This damage is like a mosquito bite to a human, nothing much, but it still annoys the armored rhinoceros. The armored rhinoceros slammed into the ground. Immediately, an invisible seismic wave spread out from around it. Jiang Xingyu was unable to dodge in time and was thrown away. Ugh, this armored rhinoceros is too tough. My skills are practically nothing to it. I really don't know how much force it would take to hurt it. Jiang Xingyu, covered in dirt, got up and shook his head. Several whooshing sounds suddenly rang out. Jiang Xingyu turned his head and saw streaks of ice blades flashing through the air, their trajectories graceful. Several ice blades slammed heavily into the armored rhinoceros's carapace. When the cold mist dissipates, it even left groove after groove on the armor. This scene made Jiang Xingyu's eyes widen. Having witnessed the immense power of the ice blade, he couldn't help but look around. A tall and strong figure appeared in front of him. The next moment, the figure suddenly appeared, instantly moving more than 20 meters. Then, with a flick of the spear, Jiang Xingyu sensed that the armored rhinoceros, with its thick hide and tough flesh, instantly turned into fragments of flesh and bone. That's right, this figure is none other than Lu Yuan, the champion of the 2052 freshman competition. However, judging from Lu Yuan's current appearance, he looked extremely haggard, as if he had been in the underground world for a long time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to steal your beast. How about we split the value of this crystal in half? Lu Yuan said apologetically. He simply saw the evolution point beckoning to him and couldn't resist making a move. As for the subsequent blue star coins, that's secondary. We're talking about splitting it 50-50 now, but in reality, we could just give them to you if necessary. You have defeated the tier 3 low-rank ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and gained 3,600 evolution points. The system notified him that he had gained 3,600 evolution points, which was indeed quite considerable. Lu Yuan, it's you, Lu Yuan. Jiang Xingyu quickly recognized the other party's identity. His eyes gleamed with eagerness and excitement. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Yuan smiled gently when he saw Jiang Xingyu's fanboy-like expression. Brother Lu Yuan, are you going back? I'm also about to go back, let's go together. Jiang Xingyu invited warmly. He simply wanted to see the strength of a low-level third-tier ferocious beast in reality. Now that the objective has been achieved, I am still struggling to cope and plan to return. Lu Yuan nodded. With a flash of light from the spatial ring on Jiang Xingyu's finger, an SUV instantly appeared in front of the two of them. Upon seeing the SUV, Lu Yuan was taken aback, inwardly marveling, the space ring has such a large capacity? It must be incredibly expensive. This guy is definitely rich. The two got into the car. Lu Yuan asked, by the way, I still don't know your name. Jiang Xingyu quickly replied with a smile. My name is Jiang Xingyu. If nothing unexpected happens, I should also be one of the team members in your 4 prestigious universities freshman competition. Hello, Jiang Xingyu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lu Yuan reached out and shook hands with him. He understood that the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities was a competition between teams of 5. I know myself, Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, and Fang Shi are among the top 4 in this competition. The stranger in front of me can only be in 5th place. After a brief exchange, Lu Yuan got into Jiang Xingyu's SUV and sped away. On the bus, Lu Yuan could occasionally close his eyes to rest and relax, getting more rest. It's an off-road vehicle. How did an off-road vehicle get in? Aren't the passages in the underground world particularly narrow? It must be a spatial ring. My god, how big is the capacity of this spatial ring? A day later, Jiang Xingyu's SUV drove into Tingfei City. It attracted the attention of a large group of students, who then began to whisper among themselves. Lu Yuan and Jiang Xingyu got out of the car. After resting, Lu Yuan's complexion improved significantly, and he radiated a new glow. Many students have already recognized the two people's faces, especially Lu Yuan's. Brother Lu Yuan, you're a big star now. Jiang Xingyu joked. If only I could avoid being talked about by so many people, even if it's in a positive way. Lu Yuan said with a wry smile. After leaving the underground world and returning to reality, the two went to the loot exchange point to exchange their spoils. Hello, are you here to redeem your spoils? The staff member asked warmly. The two nodded in response. Jiang Xingyu suggested that Lu Yuan exchange the items first, as he wanted to see just how much Lu Yuan had gained to be in such a state of torment. Since he wants to see it, let him see it. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, and his ice blue spatial ring shimmered with light as a large amount of spoils fell into a large basin prepared by the staff. A quarter, half, full, the staff member exclaimed in surprise, and Jiang Xingyu also looked astonished. I never expected that Lu Yuan would kill so many ferocious beasts. Hee, I still have some in my spatial ring. Lu Yuan scratched his head and said with a smile. The remaining quantity was not large, so Lu Yuan simply placed it on the ground. You have quite a lot of spoils. I'll call a few more people out to count them together. The staff member said, somewhat taken aback. Okay, thank you for your help. Brother Lu Yuan, you're really something else. Jiang Xingyu exclaimed in admiration, giving a thumbs up. Lu Yuan simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Soon after, 3 staff members came out. One of them was the same person who counted Lu Yuan's spoils after the freshman competition. A second-tier high-level ferocious beast crystal, the tiger penis of the blue-spotted tiger. 3 staff members are carefully counting the spoils brought by Lu Yuan. Suddenly, the staff member who already knew Lu Yuan stopped what he was doing, his eyes filled with disbelief. He exclaimed in surprise, such a large crystal. It's the crystal of a third-tier high-level ferocious beast, and the color is ice blue. Could it be the frost lion inside? He's been in the business of inspecting spoils for years. He would never make a mistake. It's unbelievable that a freshman who just finished the freshman competition could kill a third-tier upper-level ice lion. Brother, you have a really good eye. You could even tell that. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, the other 2 staff members did not seem particularly surprised, because they did not know that Lu Yuan was just a freshman. Jiang Xingyu couldn't help but panic the moment the staff raised the question. Did I hear that right? Brother Lu Yuan really killed a tier 3 upper realm ice lion? After Lu Yuan confirmed it, Jiang Xingyu was completely dumbfounded. A newcomer was actually able to kill a ferocious beast at the upper level of the 3rd tier. How can these 2 words exist at the same time? Finally, after a meticulous count by the staff, the compensation for the half crystal given to Jiang Xingyu was deducted. Lu Yuan obtained a total of 9.3 million blue star coins this time, which is almost double what he got when he entered the underground world last time. After leaving the building with Jiang Xingyu, Lu Yuan noticed that a tall, silver-haired girl had been waiting outside the door for quite some time. Her expression was cold and icy, like an iceberg. There were some male students around who pretended to walk around, but actually they were all trying to steal glances at her stunningly beautiful face. Lu Yuan knew that this silver-haired girl was the captain of the Silver Wolf team and the strongest person at Shenzhen University of Superpowers, Jiang Xianran. Upon seeing Jiang Xianran, Jiang Xingyu's face lit up with surprise, and he excitedly shouted, "Sister, what are you doing here?" He then rushed over. They both have the surname Jiang, so they really are siblings. siblings, but they don't look alike at all, so they're probably not related by blood. Lu Yuan lowered his head and thought silently to himself. When he first heard the name Jiang Xingyu, he had a vague guess about it, since they shared the same surname, but it was not appropriate to ask directly. Now that we see Jiang Xingyu calling out sister in public, the truth is clear. At the same time, Jiang Xingyu's shout attracted the attention of many male students around him, who were secretly tempted. You haven't replied to your aunt's messages all day, and you're not answering the phone. We can't get in touch with her, so she asked me to come and find you. Next time you go into the underground world, remember to tell your family first, so they don't worry too much. As Jiang Xianran spoke, she handed her phone, which had already dialed her aunt's number, to Jiang Xingyu. Xiaoyu, I'm so sorry, I was really worried when I couldn't reach you all day. I never imagined you were in the underground world. The first thing Jiang Xingyu's mother said when the call was connected was an apology. I'm sorry, Mom, for making you worry. I'll definitely let you know in advance if I go to the underworld in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyu was deeply moved and apologized. After exchanging a few words, the mother and son hung up the phone and switched to chatting via QQ. After all, this phone still belongs to Jiang Xianran. After dealing with the matter, Jiang Xianran left, while her cousin Jiang Xingyu followed closely behind her. Sister, do you know who I met in the underground world? Although Jiang Xingyu awakened an S-level poison ability, his personality was not like those insidious poisoners in novels. Instead, he was lively and cheerful. Jiang Xianran responded coldly. As the two of them walked out, Lu Yuan was standing next to her cousin, so she naturally saw him. He, sis, stop urging me to cultivate. You need to work harder too, Jiang Xingyu said with a smile. Brother Lu Yuan can already solo kill a third-tier high-level ferocious beast. He'll surpass you soon, Jiang Xianran said calmly. You talk as if you're proud of it. Who cares? The competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities is starting in a little over a week. How's your training going? She asked. Despite her calm demeanor, she was actually quite shocked inside. His bluish-purple pupils trembled slightly. Only a month into the semester, Lu Yuan is already able to kill a high-level third-tier ferocious beast? Afterwards, Lu Yuan went to the mission center to submit the mission and successfully upgraded the mission level to level 3, which means that he can now accept 3 missions at the same time. This also attracted the attention of many students in the mission center, bringing a huge shock to their young minds, while also making them feel deeply frustrated. After filling his stomach, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. Incidentally, students selected by their mentors have complete freedom to choose their courses, including weapon use, pill refining, potion making, body tempering, and other courses. They can even choose not to attend any classes. Regular students, on the other hand, only have some freedom to choose courses. Although they can choose their own courses, they cannot choose none at all. Lu Yuan was indeed selected by other instructors from the Ice Academy, but as far as Lu Yuan knew, he still enrolled in a course. It was during Lu Yuan's class time, and the dormitory was empty. Lu Yuan went up to the second floor via the spiral staircase, took a shower, and returned to his bedroom. He brought up the system panel and scanned it. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 56,000. Mental strength, 654 Hz. Qi and blood, 1391 calories. Realm level, upper second tier. Skills, marksmanship, master, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, advanced, ice flash, B, intermediate, ice blade, A, intermediate, frozen shield, A, intermediate, ice blast, S, intermediate, detective skill, S, advanced, extreme ice illusion killing array, SS, beginner, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, second level, companion beast, ice shard serpent. Lu Yuan quickly scanned the list and found that all abilities, except for gun skills, could still be improved. Level, add some points, he said in a low voice. Evolution points minus 16,000. Realm rank, upper second tier lower third tier. After consuming 16,000 evolution points, an unprecedented surge of massive ice-type elemental energy erupted within his body. Nearly 3 hours later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was the increase in his attributes. So I opened the panel and took a look. Mental strength, 764 Hz. Qi and blood, 1651 calories. I spent so many evolution points, but thankfully the improvement is not bad, he muttered to himself. With 40,000 evolution points remaining, Lu Yuan continued to add points to his body tempering technique. Evolution points minus 20,000. Mysterious nether ice soul body, S, second level. Mysterious nether ice soul body, S, third level. In an instant, Lu Yuan frowned, feeling as if the meridians in his body were frozen by ice. The human body has a limited tolerance. This feeling will not make him feel comfortable, but rather extremely uncomfortable. Just like how a person can drink warm water without changing their expression, but would get scalded if they drank boiling water. The completely frozen meridians gradually began to melt away. It had just melted away, only to be frozen again. In this cycle of freezing and thawing, the impurities in Lu Yuan's meridians were gradually cleansed, and he underwent extreme tempering. After the tempering was completed, he no longer felt pain, but instead felt relaxed and at ease. He checked the chain
changes in his attributes. Mental energy, 824 Hz. Qi in blood, 2051 calories. My blood and energy levels have finally exceeded 2000 calories. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Now he felt that he could easily flick a cow away with a single finger. There are 20,000 evolution points left. Add points. Max them all out. Evolution points minus 1800. Ice Flash, B, Intermediate, Ice Flash, B, Advanced. After absorbing the memories, Lu Yuan discovered that his maximum displacement distance had increased to 40 meters. The improvement is as high as 60%. Adding points is still ongoing. Evolution points minus 3000. Ice Blade, A, Intermediate, Ice Blade, A, Advanced. Evolution points minus 3000. Frozen Shield, A, Intermediate, Frozen Shield, A, Advanced. Both of these are A-level skills. Breaking through from intermediate to advanced levels increases strength by approximately 80% to 90%. Evolution points minus 4800. Ice Blast, S, Intermediate, Ice Blast, S, Advanced. Previously, this ice explosion technique was Lu Yuan's ultimate skill, which exhausted his internal energy and could only be used once at a time. However, with the increase in the body's energy capacity and the learning of the more powerful SS-level skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, what was once a powerful move has now become a minor one. Although it has become a minor move, Lu Yuan can still put it to good use. After fully absorbing the memories, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, as expected of an S-rank skill, the effect increased by 120% even though the proficiency level was only one level lower. Finally, Lu Yuan also added points to his highest damage skill at the moment, the SS-level Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. With the breakthrough to the lower third tier, the body tempering technique's level increased and the capacity of ice-type elemental energy within the body also increased significantly. He was still able to unleash the full power of the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array at the intermediate proficiency level. Evolution points minus 2600. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Beginner, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Intermediate. An SS-level skill, just from the initial breakthrough to the intermediate proficiency, has increased by 70%, which is quite remarkable. At this moment, Lu Yuan's attributes had reached an extremely terrifying level. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 4800. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, lower third tier. Mental energy, 824 Hz. Qi in blood, 2051 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Master, Melee Combat, Intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, Advanced, Ice Flash, B, Advanced, Ice Blade, A, Advanced. Frozen Shield, A, Advanced, Ice Blast, S, Advanced. Detective Skill, S, Advanced. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Intermediate. Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S, third level. Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent. With my current strength, I really don't know how the other teams in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities will deal with me. Lu Yuan revealed a satisfied smile. After absorbing the memories multiple times, he felt utterly exhausted. He lay back on the big bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. When he finally woke up, it was already the next morning. Upon waking up, Lu Yuan almost reflexively pulled his phone from beside his pillow. The time I saw was 7:49. Another teacher, Qin Tianlong, sent a message saying that the principal asked him to go to the principal's office before 9 o'clock, and Qin Tianlong was just conveying the message on behalf of the principal. There was still plenty of time, more than an hour. When Lu Yuan went to a nearby cafeteria for a meal, several people he knew arrived one after another. Fang Shi, who had challenged him before, Wang Zhe, his opponent in the freshman competition, and Zhang Xingyu, whom he met in the underground world, all gathered around a table in a corner of the cafeteria. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, they all took the initiative to sit down. As the saying goes, no one becomes friends without a fight. After a few pleasantries, their relationship gradually became more familiar. They even imitated Fang Shi, calling each other Brother XX and Brother XX, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Soon, an abstract ceremony called the Forsworn Brothers of the Dining Hall took place. Just then, 2 beautiful young women walked into the cafeteria, immediately attracting the attention of many boys, who then lost interest in their breakfasts. One of the girls was a pretty girl with delicate features, while the other was stunningly beautiful with a stunning figure and long legs that made many boys in their adolescence unable to take their eyes off her. These 2 girls were Xia Qingyin and her best friend Wang Yuzhu, who were about to head to the principal's office. Feeling the intense gazes of the crowd, Xia Qingyin shook her head slightly, sighing inwardly, alas, being too beautiful isn't always a good thing. After buying breakfast, Xia Qingyin noticed Lu Yuan and his group. A glint of light flashed in her eyes, and she walked over with Wang Yuzhu. Hello, may I sit here? Xia Qingyin asked. Yes, yes, they all answered in unison. After exchanging a few words, they discovered that they were both students who had been called to the principal's office. It's not hard to deduce that Xia Qingyin will suffer the same fate this time. The distance between Wang Zhe and Lu Yuan was quite far, enough for not only one person but also 2 people to sit comfortably
comfortably, so Xiao Qingyin took the opportunity to sit down. As for Wang Yuzhu, after thinking about it, she decided to sit opposite him. After breakfast, the group walked together toward the principal's office, while Wang Yuzhu went straight to the teaching building. Lu Yuan, who was in the lead, knocked on the door of the principal's office. "Come in." Principal Song Li Yuan's loud and clear voice came through the door. Upon hearing the response, Lu Yuan pushed open the door and entered, followed closely by the others. "Is it fashionable for you guys to come in teams now?" Song Li Yuan rarely smiled, and his tone was less authoritative. Then he said, "Do you know why I called the 5 of you here?" Lu Yuan answered without hesitation, "Is it to discuss the freshman competition teams from the 4 prestigious universities?" The 5 of them happened to be the top 5 in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities, and that's the only reason that comes to mind. Song Li Yuan nodded and continued, "The competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities is about to begin. Your training should be almost complete. Now is the time to form teams and conduct special training between teams. You can decide on the team leader yourselves. I won't interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 4 people besides Lu Yuan pointed at him, indicating that they were willing to let Lu Yuan serve as the team leader. "The captain has been decided, Lu Yuan. You will be in charge of formulating the team's combat tactics. Here is the team's training plan from before, for your reference." Song Li Yuan immediately added Lu Yuan on QQ and forwarded him a document. "Yes, Principal Song." Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Afterwards, Song Li Yuan gave several instructions and told Lu Yuan and the other 4 that they could go directly to the competition venue of the 4 prestigious universities' freshman competition for training. Lu Yuan wrote them down one by one and kept them in his heart. After leaving the principal's office, the group arrived at the venue for the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. This is a spacious hall. 5 chairs that allow entry into the virtual world are placed in the front, back, left, and right of the hall, corresponding to the 5 members of each participating team. Above the center of these 20 seats is a rectangular screen facing 4 directions, presumably for spectators to watch the game. There are rows of seats of varying heights next to it for the audience to sit in. According to Song Li Yuan's introduction, Lu Yuan learned that all permissions were granted to these seats. Unlike the temporary experience inside the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, this is where they enter the virtual world using their real identities. After registration, you can even add other people as friends and be in the same virtual space with them. "Let's get in first," Lu Yuan suggested. The group responded in unison and then found a seat. Upon entering the interface, one is greeted by the 5-star red flag, the stars and stripes, the 12-star flag, the 6-star Union Jack, and a dark green flag. These are the flags representing the 5 major superpowers currently on Earth. After all, this virtual reality was jointly developed by 5 superpowers. Welcome to virtual reality. Scanning you. As expected, unlike the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, this place requires scanning the user's identity. Identity confirmed. Lu Yuan, country of origin, Great Xia Kingdom, ID number. After his identity was confirmed, Lu Yuan's consciousness avatar appeared in a space. Xia Qingyin has sent you a friend request. Wang Zhe has sent you a friend request. While Lu Yuan was still figuring out how to bring others into the same space, friend requests from 4 other people began to appear in front of him. It's worth noting that Xia Qingyin, Wang Zhe, Fengshi, and Jiang Xingyu come from wealthy families. Their homes are already equipped with virtual reality chairs, and they have entered the virtual world countless times, so they are naturally very familiar with all the operations here. Seeing the friend requests coming in one after another, Lu Yuan naturally accepted them all. After becoming friends, Xia Qingyin requests access to your space. Wang Zhe requests access to your space. Several more people sent requests in succession. After Lu Yuan agreed to them one by one, their figures appeared in front of him. The group had already changed into their battle suits in their own spaces. "Brother Lu Yuan, tell us how to train," Fengshi asked as he raised his fists and clashed them together. "No rush. The most crucial thing for the team is the formation. Let's set up the formation first." Lu Yuan waved his hand. Immediately, a thought struck him, and a piece of paper and a pen appeared in his hand. "Now that we're a team, let's lay out our strengths. There's nothing to hide. Knowing each other's capabilities will make it easier to cooperate and also make it easier for me to make decisions," Lu Yuan said seriously. "I'll go first. I've awakened the S-rank Earth-type ability, Vidra Profound Earth, at the lower 2nd level of the realm. I'm skilled. With a greatsword and my abilities lean towards defense." As soon as he finished speaking, Fengshi introduced himself first. "I awakened the S-rank ability Stormeye, a lower-level 2nd-tier realm, specializing in long swords, with speed as my main strength." Wang Zhe pushed up his glasses and smiled faintly. As he spoke, one of his pupils turned light green. "And me, I awakened the S-rank ability Bone Corroding Toxin, at the lower level of the 2nd tier. I'm skilled with daggers, and my abilities lean towards sneak attacks, no, I should say thrusting." The next one was Jiang Xingyu. "I awakened the S-rank Grass-type ability Natural Spirit, at the lower level of the 2nd tier. My weapon is a long sword, but I can also
also use a staff.
My abilities are more supportive. Xia Qingyin introduced herself last. Xia Qingyin does have some offensive skills, but compared to the previous three, her output is not outstanding, while her support ability is much stronger. Fortunately, she frankly admitted that her abilities lean towards support roles.
What I awakened is the S-rank Ice-type Ice Crown, the lower level of the 3rd tier.
I am good with spears, and my abilities, well, they are quite balanced, or rather, all around.
Since we're all teammates, there's no need to hide anything.
Moreover, Lu Yuan has never liked to hide his strength. He spoke calmly, as if it were just a trivial matter, but it stirred up huge waves in the hearts of others. The lower level of the 3rd tier is already a whole tier higher than them. During the freshman competition, he was only a 2nd tier lower level player. Xia Qingyin, in particular, had a glint of wonder in her almond-shaped eyes. She knew perfectly well that when Lu Yuan first enrolled, he was just an awakened one, not even a superpowered one.
Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan has now taken a significant lead.
Only Jiang Xingyu showed a smile that he had expected. After all, he knew that Lu Yuan had once killed a 3rd-tier high-level ferocious beast single-handedly.
Captain Lu Yuan, with you here, can't we just sweep our opponents aside? Do we even need to train?
Jiang Xingyu said with a smile.
Lu Yuan did not answer, but merely glanced at Jiang Xingyu indifferently.
I was just joking, hee. Jiang Xingyu's body trembled slightly, and he laughed awkwardly. While the group was introducing themselves, Lu Yuan had already started writing and drawing on the paper. Now, as he showed the contents of the paper, he began, since it's a team competition, there will definitely be team battles.
The team formation I've arranged is like this.
The formation arrangement is naturally not static, and Lu Yuan proposed 3 different formation schemes, including attack methods, on the spot. This is only the theoretical part. The specifics must be judged based on the actual situation.
Alright, let's begin training.
Lu Yuan smiled slightly, then waved his hand, driven by spiritual power. The next moment, 5 ferocious beasts appeared before them. One is a swift and powerful gale wolf, another is a shadow bat with exceptional ambush capabilities, a third is an armored rhinoceros with astonishing
defensive power, and a fourth is a mutated female baboon whose roar can enhance the fighting spirit of other ferocious beasts and disrupt their abilities.
And in the center of the formation is a blazing tiger. Of course, in order to achieve the desired training effect, Lu Yuan did not activate the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array.
Apart from that, he didn't deliberately hold back. The arena was spacious enough that the ferocious beasts were killed and regenerated wave after wave.
This allowed the team to train together very effectively.
A morning has passed. The first day of training has come to a simple conclusion. Can we train from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. from now on?
Lu Yuan asked.
Yes, we will listen to whatever brother Lu Yuan says.
The group nodded in agreement. After training, the group regained their senses, removed their helmets. They then left the hall.
By the way, Lu Yuan, I made a few croissants this morning and didn't finish them. They're still in my dorm. Do you want them?
After leaving the lobby, Xia Qingyin came over and asked Lu Yuan with a smile.
Oh, is that alright? Thank you so much, Lu Yuan said gratefully.
It has to be said that the snacks Xia Qingyin usually makes are surprisingly to Lu Yuan's liking. It was delicious, but Lu Yuan was too embarrassed to ask for it directly. Xia Qingyin seemed to have noticed that he liked to eat, and was always happy to share things with him.
For someone who cooks frequently, receiving recognition from others is an absolute huge encouragement. I couldn't help but feel happy.
Wang Zhe rested his chin on his hands, gazing at the scene with a thoughtful expression. He recalled the scene of the freshman competition. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face, as if he had everything under control.
He blinked frantically at Jiang Xingyu beside him.
Jiang Xingyu immediately understood and showed up "I understand everything" smile.
Why are you two blinking so much? Are you sick? You were perfectly fine just now. The honest and simple-minded Fengshi couldn't decipher their brainwaves.
Jiang Xingyu sighed, thinking to himself that Fengshi was truly incorrigible. Xingyu and I have sick companion beasts, so we have to go now.
Wang Zhe sounded very anxious and spoke very quickly. Yes, my Kaka is feeling down and hasn't been eating lately. I need to go check on it.
Jiang Xingyu also seemed to be in a hurry, speaking very quickly. Before the words were even finished, the two quickly slipped away. At this moment, Fengshi pondered deeply and finally realized the truth.
He followed them and left.
Coming to her senses, Xia Qingyin realized that of the 5 people who had come out, only she and Lu Yuan remained.
She couldn't help but blink and ask curiously, where did they go? They all had something to do, so they left first, Lu Yuan replied calmly.
As they were talking, Xia Qingyin's stomach suddenly growled.
Lu Yuan, I.
Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head, too embarrassed to say anything.
Are you hungry?
Lu Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. Such things were beyond anyone else's control. He took out a well-packaged compressed biscuit from his spatial ring and handed it to Xia Qingyin. Xia Qingyin recovered from her embarrassment and intended to take the food from her spatial ring herself, but seeing the cookies Lu Yuan offered, she took them instead and said softly, "Thank you."
Lu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. This afternoon, Lu Yuan went to his master Qin Tianlong's residence. When he first broke through to the master level of marksmanship proficiency, he set his sights on the ultimate skill that his master had said could only be learned after reaching the master level of proficiency. This skill is at the same level as his existing extreme ice illusion killing array, both being SS level. Just as Lu Yuan was about to arrive, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. It was his senior, Hu Dahai. At this moment, Hu Dahai was walking out of teacher Qin Tianlong's house, skipping and jumping, his face full of undisguised joy. Senior brother Hu, good afternoon. What's making you so happy? Lu Yuan greeted Hu Dahai and casually asked him a question. Haha, my skill icebreaker has finally broken through to the advanced proficiency level. My mentor has already asked me to learn Ice Blast. Hu Dahai laughed heartily. After offering a few words of congratulations, Lu Yuan entered Qin Tianlong's residence. Lu Yuan, what brings you here to see your master this time? Qin Tianlong asked with great interest as he sat on the sofa and brewed himself a pot of tea. Teacher, my marksmanship has reached the master level. You said before that once my marksmanship reaches the master level, you would give me an SS level skill book to learn. So, could you? Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, looking at Qin Tianlong with anticipation. Oh, you broke through so quickly? Show me a few moves. Qin Tianlong said with a smile. The two then went to the backyard of the house. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Yuan raised the Cold River sky-splitting spear and unleashed his spear techniques with fierce movements and a murderous intent. In just 1 second, he fired 5 shots in quick succession. Good, good, good. This is indeed master-level marksmanship. Qin Tianlong exclaimed repeatedly, using 3 good S to express his approval of Lu Yuan. Then the teacher? Lu Yuan's pupils dilated slightly as he asked anxiously. Come with me, Qin Tianlong said readily, leading Lu Yuan toward the bedroom door. Half a minute later, Qin Tianlong came out of the bedroom and handed the agreed-upon skill book to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked closely. On the thick skill book were 4 large, gleaming golden characters. Frosty Spears strike repeatedly. Frost Spear combo, SS level skill. After use, you enter a special state in which the spear's damage is greatly increased, and the more combos you perform, the more significant the increase. Qin Tianlong gestured for Lu Yuan to turn to the next page. It can also materialize the ice-type elemental energy within the body into an enhanced version of the ice spear and utilize it. The first 2 pages of the skill book clearly outline the effects of this skill. To materialize the ice-type elemental energy within my body into an enhanced ice spear? Lu Yuan blinked. This appears to be an upgraded version of his Ice Blade skill, but upon closer reflection, it's somewhat different. Although its power is significantly weaker, the Ice Blade has a much longer attack range. Thank you, teacher, Lu Yuan said, making sure to express his gratitude. Don't mention it, you deserve it. Qin Tianlong waved his hand. Lu Yuan seems to have already reached the 3rd level. Qin Tianlong murmured to himself as he watched Lu Yuan leave. He was shocked by Lu Yuan's extraordinary speed of advancement, but then he thought that this was, after all, his disciple, a truly miraculous existence. Thinking about this, he felt that everything made much more sense. Since they are my disciples, the stronger the better. Tonight, Lu Yuan did not go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for training. He remained in his bedroom and opened the laptop on his desk. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although Lu Yuan felt that with his lower-level 3rd-tier cultivation, no one could be his opponent. But it's always good to be cautious. At this moment, he was preparing to review the information of potential participants in the freshman competitions of the other 3 prestigious universities. Although this kind of information certainly won't be published on the school's official website, but many students will definitely record the exciting moments on the field and upload them to the internet. On platforms like Douyin and Dahangshu, there are many pictures and videos about the freshman competitions of the other 3 prestigious universities. Some videos have even garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. Students who perform exceptionally well will generally participate in the freshman competitions of the 4 top universities. This world doesn't favor the pretending to be weak to take advantage tactic. The stronger you are, the more resources you acquire. After all, participating in the freshman competitions of the 4 top universities doesn't require you to pay any price. Moreover, the 5 team members who won first place in the competition not only bring honor to the school, but also have a subtle but real influence on the next year's student recruitment. More importantly, they will also receive generous rewards prepared jointly by these 4 prestigious universities. This has become an annual tradition, and it is done every year. With each click of the mouse, Lu Yuan browsed through one video after another. More than an hour later, he wrote down several names on the paper: Tang Hai, Lin Tongtong, and Li Ji. Based on videos from various platforms, these individuals are the strongest freshmen from the other 3 prestigious universities. Observing from the video, Tang Hai, from Beijing North University of Supernatural Abilities, awakened grass-type supernatural ability, specializing in control abilities. Incidentally, Lu Yuan also discovered in the comments section that someone revealed Tang Hai is the son of Tang Shan Grandmaster. His awakened ability is S-grade purple
purple gold grass, which is far stronger than his father's A-grade blue gold grass. Many people say that Tanshen really gave birth to a good son. This sentiment reached its peak after Tang Hai won the championship in the freshman competition of Jingbei Superpower University. Unrivaled in popularity, attracting everyone's attention, Lin Tongtong from Tianchuan University of Supernatural Abilities awakened a rare mental supernatural ability, possessing the ability to control objects remotely. In the video, whenever her opponent made the slightest mistake, Lin Tongtong used her powerful mental strength to knock down the opponent's weapon and win easily. Li Ji, from the Shanghai University of Superpowers, awakened an S+ level combat type superpower, Dragon Soul Body. Li Ji's fighting style is extremely fierce. Judging from the video, the weapon he used was a boxing glove, and his punches were powerful and forceful. There have even been instances where a single punch shattered an opponent's large sword made of D-grade alloy. We need to be more careful with these people, Lu Yuan silently reminded himself. Just then, the dormitory doorbell rang. Master, someone has rung the doorbell. Xiaoda's voice rang out as the dormitory smart management assistant. Who came looking for me? Lu Yuan raised a brow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. He then went down the spiral staircase to the first floor, opened the door, and saw a pretty figure standing in front of it. Her hair still had a slight dampness at the ends, with a few strands clinging to her neck, exuding a light fragrance after her bath. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower not long ago. The cool moonlight added a layer of hazy beauty to Xia Qingyin. This scene left Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. Lu Yuan, come and try my egg tarts. Xia Qingyin noticed his slight daze, but didn't point it out. With a smile on her face, she handed over the egg tarts she had just baked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. He realized that Xia Qingyin seemed to be sharing homemade food with him frequently lately, but he didn't mind. He took the egg tart. Pick one up and bring it to your mouth. The moment your teeth touch the pastry, the thin, crisp layers melt on your tongue, and the aroma of butter fills your nostrils. The filling, with its sweet and creamy custard, is served at the perfect temperature, neither too sweet nor too hot. All that remains is the crispness of the pastry and the smoothness of the filling intertwined in your mouth. It's delicious, Lu Yuan said frankly. Hee, I'm glad you like it. Xia Qingyin chuckled, revealing a warm smile as bright as the spring sunshine. Then, as she prepared to leave, she said with concern, Lu Yuan, we have training tomorrow, so get some rest. Okay, you should get some rest too. Even Xia Qingyin herself didn't realize that she seemed to be caring more and more about Lu Yuan. The group arrived at the original hall ahead of schedule. Hey, you guys are here pretty early. Lu Yuan greeted him. Thank goodness, I just arrived too. Wang Zhe pushed up his glasses and said habitually, good morning, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin also greeted them. Fang Shi and Jiang Xingyu, who were left behind, also greeted Lu Yuan in their own ways. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and beckoned everyone to come closer. The group approached one after another. Then, Lu Yuan took out the paper he had marked yesterday from his pocket, unfolded it completely, and presented it to everyone. Brother Lu Yuan, what is this? Jiang Xingyu looked somewhat bewildered. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Captain, you were just like me. Wang Zhe's right pupil changed from black to light green, and at the same time he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The content above is almost identical to what Lu Yuan wrote. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Yuan and Wang Zhe exchanged a smile. It felt like meeting a kindred spirit. Then, Lu Yuan put away his smile and began to analyze the situation seriously. Tang Hai's abilities are more control-oriented and belong to the grass type. Fang Shi, you need to be careful not to get controlled by him. Among them, Fang Shi has the worst agility, and grass type is effective against earth type. Brother Lu Yuan, I understand. Fang Shi nodded to indicate that he understood. Lin Tongtong is a psychic, everyone stay focused and don't let your guard down. I'm talking to you, Jiang Xingyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyu dropped his frivolous smile and scratched his head. Li Ji has awakened an S+ level combat ability, making him extremely strong in close combat. We don't need to confront him head-on, we can take care of his teammates first. Everyone agreed, nodding in agreement. Alright, that concludes the theoretical analysis. Now, let's enter virtual reality and begin today's training. Then, the group lay down on the seats one by one, their consciousness gradually sinking in, entering virtual reality. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed day by day. In the morning, I trained with the other 4 people, and in the afternoon and evening, I practiced at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Time flew by. Soon, more than a week later, the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities finally arrived. A few days ago, the Shenzhen Superpower University had already hung up various banners and prepared and cleaned the venue. The bushes were trimmed neatly, resembling rectangular prisms. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept clean. Every detail was handled with utmost care. After all, this year's competition is being held at Shenzhen University of Superpowers, which is related to the school's image, so there can be no slackening in the slightest. Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin, and the others wore confident smiles. The day they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, having more opponents makes it more challenging and enjoyable. On this day, not only were the 5 participants excited, but the other students were also full of anticipation. Because, during the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities, the whole school is on holiday. Want to see the brilliance of the nation's top new talents? Want to cultivate your skills independently and overtake others? Or sleep until noon, no one will bother you. Of course, most students still chose to watch the game. After all, watching a match earns you 0.02 credits, but more importantly, it fosters curiosity and admiration for the strong. According to Lu Yuan's understanding, the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities is purely a contest among people with superpowers, and does not require the participation of companion beasts. However, Lu Yuan would not leave Xiao Bing in the underground world to continue hunting ferocious beasts at this crucial moment. It would be easy for me to get Xiao Ice to sit in the spectator seats as a contestant. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and the panel popped up immediately. Mental strength 854 Hz. Qi in blood 2,171 calories. During this period, he exerted all his strength, consuming several bottles of second-tier frozen essence liquid, almost pushing his body to its limit. The attributes naturally improved as well. As for the skill called Frost Spear Combo, Lu Yuan hasn't started learning it yet. It was around 8:30 a.m. Several unfamiliar cars drove into Shenzhen University of Superpowers, followed by several buses. The security guards let them through without any problem. Sitting in the car were the teachers leading the teams from the other 3 prestigious universities, the contestants, and the accompanying spectators. Afterwards, these people followed a dedicated guide to the central playground. 4 types of seats are neatly arranged on the playground, each with a label indicating the corresponding school on the back, making it easy to identify. They took their seats one by one. Before the official competition begins, there will be a conference to be held. It's just a formality, like the opening ceremony of a school. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Xingyu became restless, fidgeting and glancing around. On the far left is the team from Jingbei Superpower University, 3 men and 2 women. That woman has fair skin, but she's a bit chubby. On the left, there's another team from the Shanghai University of Superpowers, 4 men and 1 woman. Is that girl's body really that muscular? Jiang Xingyu shook his head. In the Shanghai team, the only girl had clearly defined muscles, second only to the team leader Li Ji among the 5. On the right is the team from Tianchuan Superpower University, consisting of 2 men and 3 women. A tall, mature woman in black stockings is sure to attract attention, and there's also a little girl with twin ponytails. Pretty good, just my type, hee. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingyu revealed a lewd smile. Yes, he was staring at the beautiful woman. Xingyu, what are you looking at? Wang Zhe asked with a smile as he approached. No, I didn't see anything. Jiang Xingyu pretended to be confused and refused to admit it. Friendly reminder, they are from Tianchuan Superpower University. As soon as Wang Zhe finished speaking, he turned his head away. Tianchuan Superpower University. Jiang Xingyu was startled, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He sighed repeatedly. A few minutes later, he realized that they were just students at Tianchuan Superpower University, which did not mean they were from Tianchuan province. Brother Wang Zhe, don't try to mislead me. Jiang Xingyu smiled, a smile that seemed to have seen through everything. The conference is still ongoing. The person in charge of this competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities took the stage to speak. The competition will last for 4 days. As for the specific arrangements, the person in charge pretended to be mysterious, saying that they would be announced tomorrow. After all, the athletes from other schools have traveled a long way to get here, so they need to rest for a day first. Tomorrow is when the real battle begins. Subsequently, the person in charge repeatedly emphasized the issue of safety. The whole process didn't take long. Next, the team captains took turns to speak on stage. Lu Yuan, Tang Hai, Li Ji, Lin Tongtong. Their words all exuded a strong sense of confidence. Finally, Song Liyuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University, announced the end of the conference. After the conference, everyone should go back and rest for a day to recover their strength. Just as Lu Yuan was about to leave, a voice quietly rang in his ear. He doesn't come here with good intentions. This was Lu Yuan's first reaction. He quickly turned his head to look. 3 men and 2 women walked towards them, led by Tang Hai, the captain of the Jingbei Superpower University. At that moment, he wore a mocking smile. Lu Yuan, do your best tomorrow, don't let me down. Tang Hai's lips curled up slightly, his smile carrying a hint of contempt, which was extremely annoying. Everyone has a different personality. That's just his personality, and it's probably closely related to his father's upbringing. Don't worry, I will never let you down. I will make you completely despair. As the saying goes, courtesy should be reciprocated. The reverse is also true. Since Tang Hai dared to jump in front of him and make such threats, Lu Yuan naturally chose to retaliate in the same way. Really? We'll find out tomorrow, ha ha. Tang Hai waved his hand dismissively. He then led his team away. Captain, Tang Hai seems really arrogant. Didn't he awaken a grass type? He was suppressed by Lu Yuan's ice type, yet he's still so cocky? Beside her, the short little girl spoke to Lin Tongtong, who was the team leader. Ignore him, the real show is yet to come. Lin Tongtong waved her hand, her face showing a look of watching the show. Captain, Tang Hai definitely knows you're an ice type, yet he still dares to be so arrogant? At this moment, Jiang Xingyu came over and asked in confusion. He's using such an obvious provocation tactic. So confident, does he have some trump card up his sleeve? Wang Zhe then fell into deep thought. Lu Yuan shrugged, looking indifferent, and said, it's not surprising to have a trump card, is it? Who doesn't have some hidden cards these days? We'll deal with whatever comes our way, and just adapt to whatever comes our way. That's true. Jiang Xingyu rested his chin on his hand and muttered softly. He then smiled. Others may not understand, but everyone in their team does. The captain is now at the lower third tier, so his spirit and blood attributes must be incredibly powerful. At this moment, Jiang Xingyu's only expectation was to see Tang Hai's jaw drop in astonishment when the captain demonstrated his strength. An hour before the first battle, the seats from the third row onwards were already full. The first row of seats is reserved for the principal and the mentors of the contestants from the four top universities. For example, Lu Yuan's teacher Qin Tianlong, Xiao Qingyin's aunt Xiao Wan, and others. The second row of seats is the designated spot for the contestants. Lu Yuan's companion beast Xiao Bing, Xiao Qingyin's companion beast Xiao Lan, and others were sitting there. Snake, dragon, eagle, bear, scorpion. The 5 companion beasts gathered together, chatting animatedly. Wow, what an adorable companion animal. The girls sitting behind them all lit up. Every time a team walked into the stands from outside, it would trigger a burst of enthusiastic cheers. Kyoto University, you're the best. Kyoto University, you're the strongest. Shenzhen University, go Shenzhen University. You will win. It seems that whoever shouts the loudest will become the champion. The audience from each school gave it their all, their shouts rising and falling like a deafening torrent. However, since this is Shenzhen Superpower University, the majority of the audience consists of students from the university. Judging from the shouts, it seems that the final victory is destined to belong to Shenzhen Superpower University. Wow, I heard this competition is going to last 4 days, 1 day longer than in previous years. That's awesome. Didn't you hear that yesterday when you were in the audience at the conference? Wait a minute, is that the beautiful girl walking over there, Senior Jiang? The two boys chatted while watching. That long, silvery white hair was simply too eye-catching. Just as one of them was about to answer, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Xianran swaying in the distance. Stop dreaming. Senior Jiang didn't come in the past few years. Wait, it really is Senior Jiang. The other person didn't believe it at first, but then glanced at it casually and their eyes widened. Oh my, if I could get together with Senior Jiang, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. What? Don't be so greedy, trying to have everything? What else is there to say? Draw your sword, brother. Gradually, more people noticed Jiang Xuanran's arrival, and another round of discussion broke out in the room. This is normal, after all. Jiang Xianran is the most famous student at Shenzhen Superpower University. Jiang Xianran was already used to this. Her cold face remained expressionless as she sat down in the second row. The champion from the year before last and the number 1 from last year are far inferior to her from back then. Instead of watching the battle here, why not go to the Thunder Ability Hall to be baptized by thunder and hone your strength? Lu Yuan, with his extraordinary performance, aroused her interest. Therefore, she made an unprecedented move by personally coming to the stands to watch the game. He actually managed to kill a tier 3 high-level ferocious beast. Junior brother Lu Yuan, I'd like to see if you're really as powerful as my cousin claims. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Xuanran's blue-purple pupils. Good morning, fellow contestants, mentors, and dear students. Welcome everyone to the 2052 freshman competition of the 4 top universities. I am Xiang Jun, the person in charge of this competition. This competition will last for 4 days. The person in charge slowly appeared before everyone, standing on a floating platform. With a wave of his hand, the 4 screens above his head instantly lit up. It attracted the attention of everyone present. On the first and second days, 2-on-2 matches will be randomly arranged, with the losers entering the losers bracket. There will be 1 match in the morning and 1 match in the afternoon on the first day. On the second day, the losers bracket will play matches, with the winners remaining in the competition and the losers being eliminated. On the third day, the 3 teams will simultaneously face ferocious beasts in virtual reality, and the top 2 teams will advance. On the fourth day, the 2 teams finally faced off in a decisive battle. In addition, each match consists of 5 one-on-one matches and 1 team match. A one-on-one win earns 1 point, and a team win earns 2.5 points. After 6 matches, the team with the highest score wins. The screen displays a detailed schedule for the 4 days of competition. This year, we added a battle against ferocious beasts, and I think that's a fantastic design. Having 1 more day of competition time is already a great benefit for everyone. Many students in the audience couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Now, please invite 1 representative from the 4 prestigious universities sitting in the first row of the audience to come up on stage to draw draw lots. A flash of light appeared on Xiang Jun's spatial ring. The next moment, 4 identical slips of paper appeared in his hand. Incidentally, these 4 slips of paper are made of special materials used to shield against mental energy, and they are quite expensive. Multifunctional. It can be freely pieced together, and it can also be written with mental power. Most importantly, it can shield the outside world from perceiving its mental power. This prevents mentors from using their mental powers to peek at the drawing of lots when they go on stage. Lu Yuan is the team leader, so it would be more appropriate for instructor Qin to draw lots. Song Li Yuan, who was sitting next to Qin Tianlong, said, "That's right, that's right." The other mentors all agreed with the principal's words. Hearing everyone's voices, Qin Tianlong felt a surge of warmth in his heart. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, I wouldn't even need to come and watch the game, let alone whether I should go up to draw lots, since none of my students were participating. Sure enough, my judgment was absolutely right. This student is truly a great find. Captain, which opponent do you think Instructor Qin will draw for us? Jiang Xingyu asked with a grin. I don't know, and I don't care. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, his face as calm as still water. Lu Yuan, aren't you afraid of letting your big talk slip? And you say you don't care? You'd better pray you don't get picked by our Jingbei Superpower University. Tang Hai crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Seeing this, the others were not angered at all. Instead, they looked at them with clownish eyes. Lu Yuan seemed not to hear, showing no reaction whatsoever, his face remaining expressionless as he chose to ignore it. Although she didn't look at him, Tang Hai felt that this indifferent attitude was worse than being treated like a clown. Lu Yuan, do you think that just because you're an ice type and can kill a third-tier lower-level flame tiger, you've got victory in the bag? Tang Hai didn't say those words aloud. He just gave a cold laugh. He had already prepared his trump card. It will definitely overwhelm Lu Yuan. Then I'll see if you can still laugh. During the conversation, representatives of the mentors from each school went up on stage and took slips of paper from Xiang Jun. After drawing their papers, the group spread them out and showed them to the camera without reservation. The camera footage is simultaneously transmitted to the large screen above, ensuring that everyone on site can clearly see the results. The slips of paper marked with 1 represent Shanghai Superpower University and Tianquan Superpower University. Those marked with 2 are Shenzhen Superpower University and Beijing Superpower University. The meaning is obvious. Xiang Jun waved. The display screen then changed. Morning of Day 1, Shanghai Superpower University versus Tianquan Superpower University. Afternoon of Day 1, Shenzhen Superpower University faces off against Beijing Superpower University. All mentors, please return to your seats. The competition is about to begin. Xiang Jun announced. Humph, what a fucking coincidence. Lu Yuan, you'd better keep a close eye on things. Tang Hai sneered. Jiang Xingyu and Feng Shi clapped their hands in celebration. Xia Qingyin's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Ever since Tang Hai leaned close to Lu Yuan's cheek and uttered those harsh words, she clenched her fists, filled with displeasure. Now, fate has played a cruel trick, and the two sides have come face to face. Now that's great, I can finally teach them a lesson based on our strength. After all, strength is the best weapon to shut people up. Now, please have the teams from Shanghai and Tianquan step forward. As soon as Xiang Jun finished speaking, the team members from both schools stepped forward. The 10 team members from Shenzhen and Beijing sat on the benches in place, also staring intently at the screen. In particular, Lu Yuan, in order to be absolutely certain, tried to find out the weaknesses that both sides might expose while observing the battle. Battle is about to break out. First, there's the singles battle. Both sides must send out their players without the other side knowing their own players. Regardless of the outcome, this player will not be allowed to participate in any further individual matches. Therefore, the competition is highly unpredictable. This also kept the audience watching with great interest. Unfortunately, the two captains did not face each other. The audience from both schools was greatly disappointed and let out a long sigh. The 5 singles matches have ended. The current score is 3-2. The Shanghai University of Superpowers has a slight advantage. However, whether it's 3-2 or 2-3, a difference of 1 point doesn't have a big impact. The winner is determined by who wins the team battle in the end. Unless it's a 1-4 score, even if they win the team competition, it won't be enough to turn the tide. Li Ji has extremely strong personal qualities and a firm will. My mental strength has little effect on him. Let's attack his teammates first and leave him for last. Lin Tongtong, captain of Tianquan Superpower University, said to her teammates. Everyone agreed that this made sense and nodded in approval. On the other side, Li Ji had all his teammates stand behind him. Team battles have officially begun. Seeing this, some students who were looking down at their phones looked up. After all, this was much more exciting than a one-on-one match. Behold my fireball. Lightning, strike down. After a brief probing, the two sides engaged in a more intense exchange. Dragon's soul body. Li Ji murmured. This is a signal that he is unleashing his full power. The next moment, it was as if a dragon's roar echoed through the scene. Even off the field, many of the weaker students couldn't help but tremble. Looking around, several small small golden dragon phantoms floated irregularly around Li Ji. Rising Dragon Fist. Li Ji locked onto one person, rushed forward, and threw a punch. Instantly, a small red dragon phantom appeared behind that person. He was knocked away, crashed heavily to the ground, coughed up blood, and was on the verge of death. On the other side, a student from the Shanghai University of Superpowers was also ambushed and killed. After a fierce struggle, only Li Ji, Lin Tongtong, and that little girl remained on the field. But judging from Li Ji's expression, he didn't seem to have used his full strength yet. In contrast, Lin Tongtong was already panting heavily, her breathing rapid. Finally, Li Ji stood on the stage, breathing evenly, a few beads of sweat slowly sliding down his forehead. S+ level superpowers are indeed impressive. They held their own against two opponents. The team victory means that Shanghai Superpower University has won its first battle. Li Ji's body tempering technique seems to have reached the third level. He is definitely a formidable opponent worth fighting. A glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he silently thought to himself, the morning's matches have come to an end. Screams and applause erupted from the audience. Many girls' eyes were filled with admiration, almost overflowing with love. Most eyes were focused on Li Ji, the captain of the Shanghai Superpower University. He was tall and muscular, with well-defined muscles, yet it did not appear clumsy at all. Its movements were as agile as a serpent. In the end, he fought against two opponents, but he only had a slightly dirty hem of his clothes. The consciousness of the 10 people returned from virtual reality. Captain, he's too strong, exclaimed the little girl from the Tianchuan Superpower University team. Indeed, I am completely convinced. Sigh, I can only pray that I can win in the losers bracket tomorrow. Lin Tongtong nodded inside. There was also one team member. Although he didn't utter a sound, his slightly trembling pupils still revealed that he was still in shock. He was the one who was just punched away by Li Ji. With the morning's matches over, the spectators had no reason to linger any longer. It's lunchtime. Lu Yuan, let's hurry up, or the cafeteria will be packed. Xia Qingyin's silvery voice rang out. With so many spectators gathered, including students from our school and students from other schools, they will definitely flock to the cafeteria. Really? Lu Yuan nodded and left with Xia Qingyin. Not far away, Tang Hai stared at Lu Yuan's back with a cold smile. It seems, Lu Yuan and that beautiful woman have a good relationship? Once the official match begins this afternoon, I'm going to make Lu Yuan lose face. In the end, the applause can only belong to yourself. After lunch, I took a short nap. It was 2:30 in the afternoon in the blink of an eye. Many people had eaten breakfast early and rushed to secure their seats in the audience. They were afraid of being taken away by someone else. The number of attendees was higher this time than in the morning. After all, these are students from our own school participating. Even if there are no seats, people will squeeze in and stand on the side. Were the matches this morning exciting? Is that enough to see? It's okay if it's not enough. The competition starts this afternoon, Xiang Jun said, with a guiding tone. He waved his hand. Thud, thud, thud. The cannons fired a salute. Emotions are contagious. This immediately drew excited screams from the audience. The atmosphere instantly soared to several levels. Under the fervent gazes of the students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers and Beijing University of Superpowers, the two teams appeared one after another, went to their seats, and put on their helmets. The consciousnesses of the 10 people re-entered virtual reality. At the same time, the figures of 10 people were clearly displayed on the huge screen above their heads. Just then, Qin Tianlong received a telepathic message. This transmission of sound is extremely secretive. Unless one's cultivation level is at least 2 major realms higher, no one can detect it. After receiving the message, Qin Tianlong's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the first row of the audience seats at the Beijing North Superpower University. The one who sent the telepathic message was none other than Tang Hai's father, Tang Shan. There is also a little-known story behind this. More than 20 years ago, Qin Tianlong and Tang Shan were roommates at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. At that time, the two also formed a team together, serving as captain and vice-captain respectively. However, during an adventure in the underground world, Tang Shan, fearing death, abandoned the team and fled alone. As a result, Qin Tianlong and the rest of the team members managed to escape death and survive. Upon returning home, Tang Shan even made excuses for his escapist behavior. At this point, the two had a complete falling out. Upon learning that Tang Shan was now teaching at the Beijing North Superpower University, Qin Tianlong was filled with mixed emotions. Unexpectedly, the next time I saw Tang Shan was at the freshman competition of these 4 prestigious universities. As for the content of their telepathic communication, Tianlong, it's been a long time. How about we make a bet? A voice came from Tang Shan, its tone tinged with provocation. What are we betting on? Qin Tianlong raised an eyebrow and then responded with his mental energy. Do you dare to bet on whether Shenzhen University or Beijing University will win this competition? The betting agreement quickly spread from Tang Shan. Why wouldn't you dare? Tell me what the stakes are. Qin Tianlong knew that Tang Shan's initiative to propose the bet showed that he had great confidence in his son, Tang Hai. But Qin Tianlong wasn't worried at all.
all, because he had even greater confidence in Lu Yuan.
This is precisely the source of his composure and confidence.
How about we bet 2 S-grade resources? The loser has to hand over both S-grade resources. Tangshan has placed its bet.
What are S-grade resources anyway? They're worth at most tens of millions.
2 of them together aren't much. If we're going to gamble, let's gamble big.
For them, the 2 S-level resources were of no use whatsoever and could not arouse Tangshan's interest at all.
So what do you want to bet on? Since you're so confident, if you lose, hand over the blood-activating pill you have. If I lose, I'll give you an SS-level resource. Shall we bet? Qin Tianlong threw out his bet without hesitation.
Tangshan frowned slightly as he listened to Qin Tianlong's telepathic message.
I never expected Qin Tianlong to be so ruthless. It's important to know that an SS-level resource is worth at least hundreds of millions, often over $1 billion.
The key issue is that there's simply no market for it, and it's extremely difficult to buy even if you want to. Although the blood-activating pill is precious, it is difficult to circulate. After taking the blood activation pill, the blood in the body of a superhuman becomes abnormally active, giving them the opportunity to break through to the 4th level of body tempering technique within a week. However, the blood revitalizing pill can only be used on ability users who are refining their flesh and blood for the first time. Its true value is at the SS level, which is not comparable to SS level resources.
What does he need the blood activating pill for? Could it be for his disciple? It seems he really puts a lot of effort into that disciple. Tangshan understood Qin Tianlong's intention.
But even though he understood, Tangshan's lips curled up slightly, full of confidence, when he thought of his son Tang Hai's hidden trump card. He transmitted his voice telepathically, his tone cheerful. You haven't changed at all, still so fond of adventure.
I'm betting. Don't be as lucky as you were before this time.
It's rare for you to agree so readily, so don't go back on your word later.
Go back on your word? How could I, a grandmaster, go back on my word? That would damage my reputation. As for you, don't try to renege on your debt after you lose. Hee, a promise is a promise. The telepathic communication between the two ended with Qin Tianlong's light laugh.
After the two exchanged mental energy, the match between Shenzhen University of Abilities and Beijing University of Abilities officially began on the other side. Lu Yuan, whether we can get the blood revitalizing pill depends entirely on you.
Qin Tianlong silently cheered for Lu Yuan in his heart.
First up is the individual competition. The players from both sides took to the stage one after another, and after the list of players was announced, the competition was officially revealed.
The contestant sent by Shenzhen Superpower University is Jiang Xingyu. More accurately, it was Jiang Xingyu who was unusually active, full of energy, and volunteered to step forward.
Lu Yuan simply let him take the field.
As long as 4 out of the 5 people don't lose, it's fine.
The key to victory lies in the team battle where you can score 2.5 points. The team sent by Jingbei Superpower University consisted of the female member who Jiang Xingyu described as having fair skin but being slightly overweight.
Hey beautiful, I won't hold back.
Jiang Xingyu, as always, was sarcastic and said with a grin,
Enough talk, let's get started.
The female team member remained calm and composed, showing no emotion whatsoever.
Battle is about to break out.
As the battle began, the smile on Jiang Xingyu's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an increasingly solemn expression. He suddenly remembered that the female team member had awakened a metal-type ability. Metal-type abilities are particularly effective against poison-type abilities.
Especially in terms of immunity to poison damage, it is almost astonishingly high.
I can only blame my bad luck for running into her.
Jiang Xingyu felt immense pressure. At this moment, he could even feel beads of sweat appearing on his back. Since she used the A+ rank skill metallization,
his skill, Rain of Poison, was relentlessly poured onto her.
Although the special effects were dazzling and as dense as raindrops, they failed to cause any real damage.
After more than 10 rounds of intermittent fighting, Jiang Xingyu was finally defeated with her longsword pressed against his neck. Thus, in the first round of the individual competition, Jingbei Superpower University emerged victorious.
Brother Lu Yuan, Jiang Xingyu said in a low voice. It's okay, it's not your fault.
Lu Yuan quickly patted his shoulder to comfort him. As Jiang Xingyu stepped off the stage, his face was filled with a helpless expression, as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. The second round of the individual competition begins. When Xia Qingyin came on stage, it immediately drew cheers and excitement from many boys in the audience. Even before the group entered, Xia Qingyin's beauty had already attracted a lot of attention. Not only students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, but also students from many other schools have paid close attention to the event.
Everyone is looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing performance this stunning beauty will deliver. Back in the ring, both sides remain silent.
An S-rank grass type versus an S-rank wind type, their types are mutually restraining, and neither can gain an advantage. In the end, Xia Qingyin, relying on her superb swordsmanship, executed a feint. They unexpectedly severed the opponent's arm. Incidentally, the virtual reality system has pain perception disabled. Otherwise, if the contestants experience the pain of dying and being resurrected, it may leave a shadow and seriously negatively affect their future training. With this, both teams have scored 1 goal each, making the score 1-1.
Hee, Lu Yuan, I did a good job, right? Xia Qingyin smiled sweetly.
The boys in the audience who were initially excited by her victory, seeing her smile bloom, but then her face gradually turned into a clenched fist, her eyes revealing resentment. At this point, only 3 players remained on both sides.
In the third round of the individual competition, Wang Zhe was the contestant sent by Shenzhen Superpower University.
On the other side was a fire-type ability user.
Brother, go easy on him, no rush, let's take it slow.
Wang Zhe still had a gentle smile on his face.
As soon as the battle began,
whirlwind slash, Wang Zhe brandished his longsword and unleashed a massive wind blade at incredible speed. The other party reacted quickly and dodged, but Wang Zhe deliberately used a trick, slightly tilting the wind blade, and still managed to slice off one of the opponent's fingers.
Most importantly, it was the other person's right finger that was cut off.
With the advantage of striking first, the subsequent battles became much easier. Within minutes, the opponent was defeated by Wang Zhe's long sword.
Not bad, I won. Captain, keep it up. Wang Zhe stepped off the stage, and the two high-fived in celebration. After 3 rounds, Shenzhen Superpower University has gained the upper hand. Brother Fengshe, shall we go first or should we go first? Lu Yuan asked casually.
The opposing team still has Captain Tang Hai, who has awakened grass-type abilities, and a girl who has awakened light-type abilities.
I'll go first. The captain will probably be the last one to appear, so you can deal with him. Fengshe, holding a broadsword in one hand and a shield in the other, took the initiative to walk onto the arena.
Unexpectedly, Tang Hai did not choose to be the last to appear, but rather the second to last. This prevented the highly anticipated captain showdown between the 2 schools from taking place.
The result is self-evident. Tang Hai used the purple gold grass's special ability, and a giant vine immediately extended from his body.
He frantically whipped the square stone. There's no way to get close enough to fight. Even knowing that his opponent was holding back, Fengshe's eyes remained firm and unwavering, showing no intention of admitting defeat. In the end, Fengshe persisted for nearly 10 minutes before collapsing.
After 4 matches, the score was tied. I won't go into detail about the last game.
Lu Yuan, at the lower level of the 3rd rank, makes his appearance. Let alone getting serious, even the light elemental girl opposite him couldn't withstand the series of ice blades he unleashed.
As the opponent falls in virtual reality,
the individual competition has ended, with Shenzhen Superpower University leading Beijing Superpower University 3-2.
As expected, the final outcome will be decided by the team competition. Go Shenzhen University. Go Lu Yuan. Kyoto University is the strongest. Kyoto University is the strongest.
At this moment, a roar like a landslide and a tsunami erupted from the audience, and the atmosphere reached its climax. At the start of the team competition, players from both sides took to the field and quickly set up their formations.
The moment it officially began, nature's essence.
Xia Qingyin closed her eyes and fully unleashed her supernatural power.
Swish, swish, swish. Her hair, upper body, thighs,
they sprouted short branches and flowers. The short branches are strong and resilient, reaching out from all directions, dotted with tiny white flowers, and filled with a faint fragrance of grass and trees, as if they are perfectly integrated with nature. When she opened her eyes, it was easy to see that her pupils had turned bluish-green. The other 4 people around her were also bathed in the protection of the power of nature.
It makes people feel incredibly comfortable.
In terms of actual results, this not only significantly improved output capabilities, but also enhanced damage immunity to a certain extent.
This is the strongest state of nature's essence. So beautiful. Oh my god, I'm totally interested. Exclamations of admiration echoed continuously from the audience.
At this moment, Xia Qingyin was like a saint nurtured by nature, exuding a pure and flawless aura, her beauty breathtaking. But when they thought back to the smile Xia Qingyin had given Lu Yuan earlier, the fist that had been loosened clenched tightly again.
Seriously, buddy, what makes you think you can? Holy light protection.
Applying buffs at the start is basic common sense. Seeing this, the other side did not back down either. The girl at Jingbei Superpower University who awakened an S-level light-based superpower. It also unleashed its own power.
In an instant, a dazzling light emanated from her body.
All team members were enveloped in a golden light shield. However, both Xia Qingyin and the light elemental girl had to concentrate their mental energy to maintain their enhanced state.
Whirlwind technique. Fireball shot out.
The opponents seized the initiative and launched the first attack.
Rock barrier. Fengshe roared angrily. Rock barrier, S-rank skill. The next moment, a thick rock wall appeared before everyone's eyes, successfully withstanding the enemy's bombardment. As an S-rank skill, its defensive power is terrifying. This rock wall withstood all the attacks and did not completely break. Purple gold grass. Suddenly, a giant vine flew in from afar. Spikes attached.
Suddenly, sharp thorns sprouted from the vines, sweeping across with tremendous force.
Thud, thud, thud.
The remaining rock walls were naturally no match for them and were swept away in just a few seconds.
A great opportunity.
Before the purple purple gold grass could be retrieved. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, ice blades shot out rapidly. The ice blade struck the purple gold grass, instantly unleashing a dense cloud of ice mist. As the icy fog dissipated, everyone was surprised to find that Tang Hai's purple gold grass was indeed damaged, and ice blue patterns appeared all over its body. Moreover, after these damages were repaired, the purple gold grass became even stronger than before. Ha! What's going on? Jiang Xingyu opened his eyes wide, rubbed them in disbelief, and confirmed it was true. My purple gold grass ability has a special feature when it is awakened. It is not afraid of fire, and I can also feed the purple gold grass various potions. Ever since it was awakened, I've been giving it ice-nourishing potions and specifically training its related abilities. In this way, when it suffers ice-type damage, it can not only absorb it, but also recover from its own injuries, becoming even stronger than before. Although this effect may gradually weaken as my cultivation level increases, at my current level, my purple gold grass is practically immune to ice. Tang Shan shrugged, his smile practically reaching the sky. He finally revealed the answer, which was his trump card. Upon learning that this year's captain of the Shenzhen Superpower University is actually an ice-type superpower user. Moreover, this ice-type ability user is a disciple of Qin Tianlong, who is at odds with his father, Tang Shan. He was eager to step on Lu Yuan and avenge his father, which led to his series of actions earlier. Tianlong, how about it? Don't go back on your word about the SS grade resources, okay? Tanshen couldn't wait to send a telepathic message. He eagerly awaited to see what expression Qin Tianlong would make. Of course I won't go back on my word. You'd better obediently prepare to hand over the blood-activating pill. To Tang Shan's surprise, Qin Tianlong remained calm. Others might not know, but he understood that Lu Yuan's strength was far more than that. Otherwise, Qin Tianlong wouldn't have placed such high hopes on Lu Yuan and dared to make this bet. Your disciple is not very strong, but you have quite the big mouth. Tang Shan tried to send a telepathic message again, but unfortunately Qin Tianlong did not reply after receiving it. Oh no, oh no. I never expected Tangshen to have this trick up its sleeve. The purple gold grass's ability to absorb medicinal effects is terrifying. The battle isn't over yet. How can we give up so easily? In the audience, on the Shenzhen Superpower University side, a small number of students sighed and complained, but the vast majority of students remained steadfast. Go master, go master. Sitting in the second row, the 5 companion beasts, including Xiao Bing and Xiao Lan, cheered for their master with their own actions. They look very cute. Many female students noticed this scene and were almost melted by its cuteness. Jiang Shenran, who was also sitting in the second row, gradually focused her gaze. That's what makes it exciting. Back on the field. After he finished speaking, the people from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities did not show the despair he had expected. This surprised Tangshen. After a moment's thought, he came to the following conclusion. Let me think about it. Oh, right. You also have an awakened poison type here, right? Tang Shan narrowed his eyes. The purple gold grass is called a summoner type rather than a grass type because Tang Shan can only summon purple gold grass to fight and cannot use many other grass type skills, which is completely different from Xiao Qingyin. But the essence of the purple gold grass is still that of a grass. Grass type characters are good at all aspects, including offense, support, and defense. Unfortunately, there are also an astonishing number of attributes that can counter it. Fire, ice, poison, metal, insect. 5 in total. Aside from the fire element, the other 4, while extremely rare, are not non-existent. For example, on the arena right now, Jiang Xingyu has awakened a poison type that counters grass type. Charge them. Tangshen waved. Dude, what did I do? Why are they targeting me? Jiang Xingyu was speechless. The students from Jingbei Superpower University concentrated their firepower on Jiang Xingyu. It's a fighting style that's absolutely risking their lives. Jiang Xingyu was substituted, but the opposing team was now down to 2 players. However, Tangshen didn't care at all. Lu Yuan's ice-type attacks are not only not a threat, but can actually enhance the purple gold grass. The rock formations of Fengshe are restrained by itself. The remaining 2 posed little threat to him. Jiang Xingyu is off the field. Let's see how you guys play next. At this moment, Tang Shan's expression became even more arrogant. Emotions are contagious. On the other side of the audience at Jingbei Superpower University, the excitement quickly spread. Go Beijing! Tangshen is invincible. They were shouting enthusiastically. Tang Hai, it's 4 against 3 now, and you can still laugh? Lu Yuan's tone remained calm, but the calmer he was, the stronger the provocation in his words became. 4 against 3? It'll soon be 3 against 3. Tang Hai snorted coldly and waved his hand. Immediately afterwards, the purple gold grass charged toward the team from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities with unstoppable momentum. This time, Tang Hai's goal is to eliminate Fengshe, the opponent's defensive expert. Once Fengshe is eliminated, the situation will be much easier to control. 3 against 3? That's not necessarily true. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. He first performed an extreme ice leap, jumping forward a full 40 meters. Then Then he raised his Cold River sky-splitting spear. He tightly suppressed all the ice elemental energy within the gun, preventing any leakage. Otherwise, it could be exploited by the opponent. Huff, 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 huff. Then, in a mere second, he thrust out 5 times. In these 5 shots, Lu Yuan infused a staggering 2,171 calories of his own vital energy. It erupted in an instant. In just 1 second, the offensive and defensive situation changed in an instant. 5 huge holes were immediately pierced in the purple grass, and purple sap slowly seeped out from the holes. At first glance, it looks like it's bleeding. In fact, the purple gold grass is not an inanimate object, but a living one. It was trembling violently at that moment, as if silently telling of its extreme pain. Just a second ago, the students of Jingbei Superpower University were cheering, while some people from Shenzhen Superpower University looked worried. Half a second ago, some students noticed something was wrong and held their breath. Ah, invincible. His marksmanship was incredible. So cool. Half a second later, an even more enthusiastic cheer erupted from the audience of Shenzhen Superpower University. Meanwhile, at the Jingbei Superpower University, the atmosphere was deathly still. Brother Tanshen, as a grandmaster, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Xin Tianlong couldn't hide his smile and immediately used his mental power to transmit his voice. Tanshen remained silent. As a father, he invested a great deal of resources in refining this purple gold grass. But did Tang Hai repay him like this? You're lucky this time. I'll give you the blood-activating pill after the competition. After a long silence, Tanshen finally responded. Anyway, Tang Hai obtained this blood-activating pill by chance at the auction. Since he wasn't going to use it himself, what's wrong with giving it away? He already had a new plan in mind. It was time to create a new account for himself. Seeing this, Jiang Xianran narrowed her eyes, a rare occurrence for her. Many students may not recognize her, but Jiang Xianran is a skilled gun user, especially proficient with long guns. It was obvious that Lu Yuan's marksmanship had reached an astonishing master level. It's worth noting that her marksmanship only reached the master level during the summer of her sophomore year, and now, only a month into the semester, Lu Yuan's marksmanship has already reached a level of perfection. If all goes well, reaching master rank before graduation is almost a certainty. Clearly, his prized marksmanship was nothing compared to Lu Yuan's. However, Jiang Xianran was not discouraged and remained calm. There are countless strong people in the world. On the road to growth, we must constantly face and challenge the strong. It's just a bit of a pity that I only have 1 more year before graduation. Otherwise, I really wanted to have a match with Lu Yuan. Back in the ring, Lu Yuan continued his attack, taking the initiative to pursue. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The time is right to harvest the badly damaged purple gold grass. Seeing this, Tang Hai could only do his best to quickly retrieve the purple gold grass. To his surprise, Lu Yuan wasn't fast enough to catch up with the purple gold grass. They could only follow closely behind the purple gold grass. Just as Tang Hai was satisfied and preparing to completely retrieve the purple gold grass, Lu Yuan leaped into the air and unleashed the ice explosion technique. With a deafening roar, the sound of ice exploding resounded through the heavens. Both the purple gold grass that had not yet been retrieved and Tang Hai himself eventually turned into countless shards of ice. This scene takes place in virtual reality. As the ice fragments gradually dissipated, Tang Hai was resurrected below the arena. At this moment, Wang Zhe was engaged in a fierce battle with the fire-type ability user. The two sides were evenly matched, and the battle was deadlocked, with no clear winner. He paused briefly when he discovered that his team leader, Tang Hai, had been eliminated. Wang Zhe quickly seized the opportunity and unleashed his S-rank skill, Storm Triple Slash. Although the other party reacted, they were still somewhat slow to react. As a result, Wang Zhe severed one of his arms. Even so, the fire-type ability user showed no sign of backing down. Brother, there are only 2 of us left. Why fight to the death? I will never surrender. His face was resolute, radiating determination. Until he was finally defeated by Wang Zhe. With the successive defeats of several members of the Jingbei Superpower University team, the Holy Light Protection skill has also lost its purpose. Like the fire-type ability user, the Light Elemental girl was resolute and unyielding, charging forward with all her might, determined to fight to the death. Her will was unwavering, but the difference in strength was undeniable. Her desperate attempt was destined to fail to make any difference, even without using skills. Under Lu Yuan's fierce marksmanship, she couldn't withstand more than a few moves. With all members of the opposing team eliminated, Shenzhen Superpower University has successfully advanced. Lu Yuan clapped his hands lightly. The 4 survivors walked off the stage one after another, while Zhang Xingyu greeted them from below. The screen froze on the image of the 5 people smiling. We won! We won! Smack! 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 Thunderous applause erupted from the audience and echoed for a long time. The first day of the competition has officially come to a close. Moda University and Shenzhen University advanced smoothly, while Sichuan University and Peking University entered the losers bracket but still have a chance to advance. Many audience members left with lingering emotions expressions on their faces. From their expressions, one could almost feel the intensity and tension of the match. Brother Lu Yuan, thanks to you, otherwise this match would have been in a difficult situation long ago. Let's go eat. You're the only one who got eliminated, but you're so enthusiastic about eating. They're targeting me, is that my fault? A joyful atmosphere filled the team from Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Lu Yuan, you did a great job. I have a surprise for you after the match. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's phone vibrated slightly. He unlocked the screen and saw the message. After the competition, Tang Shen delivered a blood-activating pill to Qin Tianlong as promised. Lu Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. Since it's called a surprise, it means this thing must significantly boost my current strength. See you tomorrow, everyone. After saying goodbye to everyone in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan immediately headed to Qin Tianlong's residence. What surprise did the teacher prepare for me? Thinking of the message Qin Tianlong sent after the competition, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Arriving at Qin Tianlong's doorstep on a shared electric scooter, Lu Yuan suppressed his excitement and politely rang the doorbell. Qin Tianlong's loud voice came from inside the room. Then, footsteps approached, and the door was quickly opened. Lu Yuan, come in quickly. Qin Tianlong smiled kindly. He was not surprised by Lu Yuan's arrival. Who is Lu Yuan? He's been a teacher for so long. How could he not know? Similarly, he understood the purpose of Lu Yuan's trip. The two entered the living room. Teacher, the surprise you mentioned, Lu Yuan asked expectantly. Seeing his expression, Qin Tianlong smiled. The spatial ring on his finger flashed with light, and then two items appeared in his left and right hands respectively. In his left hand was a lemon green pill, and in his right hand was a ticket that looked to be made of a very special material. Qin Tianlong said calmly, the pill in your left hand is called the blood-activating pill, which can accelerate the tempering of your blood. As for the flesh within your blood and flesh, it has already been tempered through your usual cultivation. This pill can allow you to break through to the fourth level of the body tempering technique within a week. 1 week. Although Qin Tianlong spoke calmly, his words caused a huge uproar in Lu Yuan's heart. He couldn't help but gasp. It should be noted that it took Lu Yuan a full 20,000 evolution points to break through from the second to the third level of the body tempering technique. Next, to break through from the third level to the fourth level, it is conservatively estimated that at least 50,000 evolution points will be needed, or even more. This is under the condition that one has the power of the system and can obtain evolution points. Without a system, relying solely on one's own tempering of the blood, who knows how long it would take to complete the training. And now, all of this can be resolved quickly with a single pill. Sure enough, the surprise the teacher mentioned was no ordinary surprise. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's throat moved slightly. Teacher, hesitation was evident on his face. To be honest, Lu Yuan naturally wanted the blood-activating pill because of its amazing effects and how much it could help him. On the other hand, precisely because this elixir is so precious, the teacher must have paid a great price to obtain it. In comparison, what I have done so far, leading the Shenzhen Superpower University team to defeat the Beijing Superpower University team, is really insignificant. Holding the pill, Lu Yuan even felt somewhat unworthy of it. With over 40 years of experience and broad knowledge, Qin Tianlong immediately saw through Lu Yuan's inner turmoil. Sigh, he used to be such a straightforward young man, why is he so hesitant now? He sighed inwardly. He then patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, I didn't spend a penny or pay any price to get this blood-activating pill. Ha, no money spent, no price paid? Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. That's right. Qin Tianlong smiled smugly, then continued, this blood-activating pill originated from a bet. He then told Lu Yuan the whole story of the bet. After listening, Lu Yuan was deeply moved. I never expected that Teacher Qin would trust me so much, even risking extremely precious SS-level resources. At the same time, he was relieved of his burden. If he hadn't led his team to defeat Jingbei Superpower University, this blood-activating pill probably wouldn't have ended up in Qin Tianlong's hands. Lu Yuan gladly accepted the blood-activating pill. Then, teacher, what is this ticket? Qin Tianlong's left hand was empty, so Lu Yuan turned his gaze to his right hand and continued to ask, this is the admission ticket for Holy Ice Spring. Qin Tianlong replied slowly. Knowing that Lu Yuan was unaware of the significance of the Holy Ice Spring admission ticket, he added, the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall has a passage leading to the underground world. In that underground world, there is a spring called Holy Ice Spring. Legend has it that bathing in the sacred ice spring and absorbing its essence is of great benefit to ice-type ability users. However, the capacity of the Holy Ice Spring is limited, and the Ice and Snow Ability Museum only issues 50 admission tickets to the outside world every 2 years. And this year, as a 7th-tier ice-type master, I also obtained this ticket to the sacred ice spring. This is the real surprise I prepared for you. Qin Tianlong said solemnly, Lu Yuan, you are my proudest disciple to date, and I hope you will accept it. Lu Yuan possessed exceptional comprehension and diligently cultivated his skills. He is humble, polite, and respectful to his teachers. It is rare to find something that combines both, which greatly pleased Qin Tianlong. Tianlong. Thank you, teacher. I have no way to repay you for now, but I will stay true to my original aspiration and live up to your kindness. Lu Yuan accepted the admission ticket to the Holy Ice Spring, put it into his spatial ring, and said sincerely, alright, it's getting late. You should go back and rest too, Qin Tianlong said. Qin Tianlong beamed with satisfaction, his mouth practically agape. Goodbye, teacher. Lu Yuan bid farewell to Qin Tianlong, his heart filled with satisfaction. The blood-activating pills and the admission ticket to the Holy Ice Spring given by the teacher will surely bring me a qualitative leap. I will always remember this kindness. Afterwards, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. Brother Lu Yuan, your marksmanship is amazing. A few shots and that purple gold grass withered instantly. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Lu Yuan excitedly came over. He waved his fist and said excitedly. From the expression on his face, one could almost recall the intense scene on the screen. It's alright. That purple gold grass is only afraid of ice-type attacks. It's not that tough at all. Lu Yuan responded calmly. TSK. Brother Lu Yuan, you don't know. I was there, and the way those female students in the audience looked at me with such admiration was truly enviable. Lu Yuan changed the subject and said with a smile, Sai, there's no use in being envious. As my roommate, don't you want to show off? Don't you want to date a pretty senior? Don't you want to make great strides on the path of a superhuman? Lu Yuan's repeated questions struck a chord with Lu Yuan. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly. I understand, brother Lu Yuan, thank you. After saying that, Lu Yuan rushed back to the bedroom as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The second day of the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities has ended. Only one loser's bracket match was played that day. Tianchuan Superpower University versus Jingbei Superpower University. The number of spectators at this match was noticeably reduced. It's the loser's bracket after all, so there's no need to overthink the match, and it doesn't seem as exciting as yesterday's. Of course, quite a few students from Tianchuan Superpower University and Jingbei Superpower University, which are related to their own schools, also came. Yesterday, after Tang Hai was blasted into ice fragments by Lu Yuan's ice explosion technique. Back in the real world, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the angrier he became, the more he thought about it, getting caught up in a vicious cycle. In a fit of rage, he suffered a stroke and vomited blood all over the ground. He was swaying and extremely weak. Teams from other schools went to bed early in the evening to conserve their energy. But the situation was different for the team from Jingbei Superpower University. Their captain, Tang Hai, was hospitalized after vomiting blood, which severely damaged the morale of the entire team. The team members even had trouble getting a good night's sleep, even if they fall asleep. So what? The next morning, the only thing that could be refreshed was my stomach. As for morale, once it's gone, it will never be restored on time. The history books of Earth record numerous events, including the Battle of Julu at the end of the Qin dynasty and the Romantic Kingdom campaign during the Second Earth War. All of this is enough to prove the importance of morale. Ultimately, the demoralized Jingbei Superpower University team was easily defeated. This drew sighs from the students of Jingbei Superpower University. Tianchuan Superpower University has successfully advanced to the next round and has the opportunity to continue competing with 2 other universities. The third day arrived as scheduled. In the stands, many students from Jingbei Superpower University did not leave, still hoping for the final champion. Currently, both the Shanghai Superpower University and the Shenzhen Superpower University have the majority of supporters, and their strengths are roughly equal. Only a very small number of people support Tianchuan Superpower University. The competition continues, and the passion never stops. Today is the third day of the competition. The format is that 3 teams will face wave after wave of ferocious beasts at the same time, and the top 2 teams that survive will advance. Let me hear your applause, okay? Xiang Jun held up the microphone and shouted loudly. Smack, smack, smack. Applause erupted, igniting the audience's emotions. Amid applause, the 3 teams lay down in their respective virtual reality seats. Consciousness then entered the virtual reality world. The huge display screen above showed the figures of the 3 players. The competition will begin in 3 minutes. All participants, please get ready. The audience's eyes were glued to the game, and 3 minutes ticked by. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. At Xiang Jun's command, the first wave of ferocious beasts appeared simultaneously in front of the 3 teams. Meow, meow, meow. The first wave consisted of 10 seemingly ordinary, low-level shadow cats, like Pikachu found on the roadside. In less than 5 seconds, the first wave of ferocious beasts was easily defeated. There will be a half-minute buffer period afterward, after which the next wave of ferocious beasts will appear. The second wave consisted of 10 black-spotted deer at the mid-level of the first rank. They were still quickly defeated. This is too easy. Can't we put some pressure on you? Jiang Xingyu sighed, even feeling a little bored. This is boring. Can't we just fast forward? They're too weak. These ferocious beasts are far too weak. Not only did the players find it boring, but the spectators also found it dull. This pace is absolutely unwatchable. unwatchable. However, as the waves progressed, the ferocious beasts generated in the virtual reality gradually became stronger. A first-tier ferocious beast can be instantly killed, while second-tier ferocious beasts cannot be instantly killed. They can be easily dealt with. Until the seventh wave began, a third-tier low-level ferocious beast appeared, leading a large group of second-tier ferocious beasts. Now the pressure is on. This third-tier low-level ferocious beast is none other than our old friend, the flaming tiger. As soon as the flaming tiger appeared, the roar of the king of beasts resounded through the heavens. Immediately, the flaming tiger led a group of second-tier ferocious beasts to charge towards the group. Lu Yuan simply cast an ice explosion spell, and the flaming tiger instantly turned into countless ice fragments. Li Ji's team was not to be outdone. His teammates joined forces and captured the king first, also instantly killing the flaming tiger. Although Lin Tongtong failed to achieve a swift victory, she successfully weathered the crisis. Half a minute of buffer time passed. The eighth wave of ferocious beasts appeared immediately afterward. This time, it's 3 flame tigers at the lower level of the third tier. The enormous roar was deafening. It sends chills down one's spine. If a weak superhuman were present, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. Here comes the show. In order to conserve his internal energy, Lu Yuan gave up his ultimate move, the SS level skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, and only used the next lower level ice explosion technique. Even so, it took less than a minute. Li Ji, with his outstanding personal skills, managed to take on 2 opponents and kill a flaming tiger. After the other teammates killed the other one, they switched to assisting Li Ji. The challenge was completed in 5 minutes. However, the situation at Tianchuan Superpower University is not so optimistic. Although the Tianchuan Superpower University team ultimately won, but the losses were heavy. 3 team members were eliminated by the blazing tiger. Only team leader Lin Tongtong and 1 boy remained. The next wave continues. This time, 2 giant gale mantises at the mid-level of the third tier appeared. Lu Yuan resolved the issue much faster than before. After all, Ice Blast can instantly kill both flame tiger and giant gale mantis. Killing 2 is naturally faster than killing 3. Although the Shanghai Superpower University team passed, it was much more difficult than the Shenzhen Superpower University team, and they lost 2 team members. Only 3 team members remained to face the next round of challenges. The 2 remaining members of Tianchuan Superpower University were no match for the 2 giant gale mantises at the mid-level of the third tier and were quickly eliminated. This means the third day of the competition has officially ended. The remaining 2 teams will face off in the final battle tomorrow. Congratulations to Shenzhen Superpower University and Shanghai Superpower University for successfully advancing to the final. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Who do you think will win tomorrow between Shenzhen University and Mogu University? I think it's the Shenzhen Superpower University. As soon as the applause subsided, many audience members began to whisper among themselves. After all, once they reach the finals, they will inevitably make guesses about one of the opponents. Judging from the overall performance, most people are more optimistic that Shenzhen Superpower University will win the championship. The reason is quite simple. When facing the final wave of ferocious beasts, 2 giant gale mantises at the mid-level of the third tier, the Shenzhen University of Superpowers seemed to handle the situation with ease, while the Shanghai University of Superpowers struggled considerably. However, speculation is speculation, and no one can be completely certain. Perhaps the Shanghai University of Superpowers is deliberately playing dumb to conserve its strength. I'll be satisfied as long as I make it to the finals. I'll save my true strength for the very last moment. There have been similar precedents in history. At that time, someone opened a betting platform, and many people placed bets with great confidence, only to lose everything. It is this painful lesson that everyone still remembers. Lu Yuan. When some participants removed their helmets and their consciousness returned to reality. In the stands of the Shanghai Superpower University, a woman gazed with regret at a tall and resolute figure. That person was Lu Yuan. This woman was Jiang Ting, who was in charge of affairs in Jiangnan province and the surrounding areas back then. If she had known earlier that Lu Yuan was so outstanding, she would definitely have applied for more resources to win him over. I will never again say something like, Xinjiang Superpower University regularly organizes students to go into the underground world. You should think it over carefully. In order to recruit Li Ji, who had awakened the S+ level fighting ability Dragon Soul Body, the Shanghai Superpower University invested nearly 20 million yuan worth of resources in one go. Now it seems that Lu Yuan's performance is not only no less than Li Ji's, but even better. Unfortunately, there's no going back in life and no time machine to take her back. All of this is the arrangement of fate. The 4th day has arrived. The finals of the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities were held as scheduled, attracting an unprecedented number of spectators. The scene was packed with people, filling almost every corner. For example, Lu Yuan used to arrive an hour early and get a seat near the front. Now, even though we arrive an hour early, there are almost no seats left in the last row. With the outstanding performances of all the contestants, the competition is gradually coming to an end. Welcome everyone to the finals of this year's competition for freshmen from the 4 top universities. Please welcome the 2 finalist teams to the field. As it's the final round, a sense of ceremony is naturally essential. Boom, boom, boom. Xiang Jun waved his hand, and 2 teams entered from the left and right sides. The cannons fired in unison, creating a grand spectacle, and the dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky. With a loud bang, the members of both teams waved to the audience with smiles on their faces. Look at me, seniors. Look at me. Jiang Xingyu waved frantically, almost jumping up. Unfortunately, it was useless. Most of the female students' eyes were fixed intently on Lu Yuan. Jiang Xingyu's little actions couldn't attract their attention at all. Lu Yuan's charm is just too great. Seeing that his methods were ineffective, Jiang Xingyu could only sigh. The 10 finalists sat down in virtual reality chairs and put on their headsets one by one. Soon, my vision disappeared, and my consciousness entered the world of virtual reality. At the same time, the figures of 10 people appeared on the large screen above. There was no communication between the 2 sides before the final match officially began, but the expressions of the 2 teams were completely different. The team members from the Shanghai University of Superpowers all had furrowed brows and solemn expressions, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The team from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, on the other hand, remained calm and showed no signs of pressure. 3, 2, 1. The final match begins. Xiang Jun's loud voice resounded throughout the hall. At the same time, the 10 people in the virtual reality also received a notification that the competition had officially started. First up is the individual competition. The match process is quickly skipped. The result was a score of 3-2, with no winner determined in a single game. Ultimately, it will depend on the team's performance. Unfortunately, the 2 captains still did not face off directly, and the audience was unable to witness the long-awaited showdown. This is understandable, since statistically speaking, the chance of 2 people facing off is only 20%. Fortunately, this does not affect the overall situation. The upcoming team competition is about to begin, and it's sure to be even more exciting. Nature's essence, clear-hearted jellyfish. Both teams' support players unleashed their special abilities, providing powerful buffs to their respective teams. Everyone, hold your positions and wait for the inevitable. Li Ji calmly gave the instructions. Yesterday in virtual reality, he was unaware of Lu Yuan's performance and assumed that they, like his team, had only barely defeated 2 giant gale mantises at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. However, according to some students watching the match, Lu Yuan's team did not win by a narrow margin, but rather by a complete and instant kill. Li Ji realized that his side's only chance of victory was, it involves taking advantage of the opponent's underestimation of their strength. Judging from their facial expressions, they seemed quite confident and believed victory was assured. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Letting the opponent strike first might allow us to find a weakness in their defense. We will defeat them one by one, and ultimately achieve the feat of defeating the strong with the weak. You guys aren't moving? Well, I'm going to be moving. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Ice Sword, give it to me. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and quickly mobilized most of the ice-type elemental energy in his body to unleash his strongest technique to date, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Whoosh, 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 phew, phew, phew. In an instant, 12 ice swords were neatly arranged around Lu Yuan, bringing with them gusts of cold wind. Originally, Lu Yuan could only release a maximum of 8 ice swords, but with the improvement of his attributes and the breakthrough in skill proficiency, the number of ice swords naturally increased to 12. These 12 ice swords, combined with the intense chill emanating from his body, he exuded an aura akin to that of a cultivator from a novel. Describe it in one word. Handsome. What kind of skill is this? It's so cool. It makes me look even cooler than when I look in the mirror after a shower. Wow, he's so handsome. If Lu Yuan didn't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't mind. Mysterious, what happened to our promise of restraint? After Lu Yuan unleashed the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, many students watching the battle widened their eyes in surprise. This skill is like an incendiary bomb, instantly igniting the entire arena. The scene before them drew heartfelt praise from them. Jiang Xianran, who was sitting in the second row of the audience, also showed a rare look of shock. Judging from the power of the skill, this is clearly not something an ordinary S-rank skill could achieve. It can only exist at or above the S-class level. It's only been a little over a month since school started. Lu Yuan not only broke through to the master level in marksmanship but also mastered skills of extremely high quality. Take herself as an example. With her current strength, it would take her at least 2 to 3 weeks to learn a single S-rank skill from her department. S+ level skills typically require a month to develop. As for the more advanced SS level skills, it will take at least 2 months. This is based on her current strength. If her cultivation level were the same as Lu Yuan's, the time required would increase by at least 30%. And this Lu Yuan, this level of comprehension is terrifying. Is he a monster? Jiang Xianran stared wide-eyed and muttered to herself. Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University, sat in the first row of the audience. He
couldn't hide his excitement. Isn't this the SS level skill book Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array that he gave to Lu Yuan? Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan's comprehension was so rapid. He immediately decided that after the competition, he would grant Lu Yuan the highest level of authority a student in the history of Xinjiang Superpower University would have ever held. All resources available at the school's Resource Trading Center can be purchased directly at a 90% discount. The only condition is that it cannot be resold. All skill books in the library are available, including the rare SS-level skill books, and there is no time limit for learning them. However, the library didn't have any SS-rank Ice-type skill books. In addition to these, there are many other conveniences, but I won't go into the details. Such privileges have only been granted to 3 people in the more than 100-year history of Shenzhen Superpower University. The first person to be granted this title was named Feng Yu, who is now the commander-in-chief of the southern military region of the Great Xia Kingdom. The second one is Yi Qingyue, the current owner of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Both of them achieved extraordinary success. Lu Yuan's future will likely be just like theirs, with unlimited potential. When everyone noticed that Lu Yuan was surrounded by 12 ice swords, the faces of everyone at the Shanghai Superpower University were filled with shock and terror. Lu Yuan waved his hand. The 12 ice swords flew towards their opponent one after another. It should be noted that the power of an ice sword is enough to severely injure, or even instantly kill, a giant gale mantis at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Moreover, there are a total of 12 of them. The opposing team's 5 members dared not put up the slightest resistance. They could only desperately dodge the ice swords and make other plans. Unfortunately, the ice sword is extremely fast, and it's not so easy to dodge. Except for Li Ji, who dodged an ice sword, all the other team members were pierced through the chest by ice swords and were instantly eliminated. Li Ji could dodge the first day of the month, but he couldn't dodge the 15th. An ice sword suddenly attacked from behind, piercing through his chest. He immediately felt a bone-chilling cold, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. But thanks to his strong physique and the temporarily activated enhancement skill, he did not die immediately and continued to grit his teeth and persevere. Another flying sword came hurtling towards us. This time, Li Ji wasn't so lucky. 2 ice swords, one on the left and one on the right, pierced through his chest, the extreme cold sealing off his energy circulation and blood flow. Soon, Li Ji collapsed on the ring. With the elimination of the last member of the Shanghai Superpower University team, the finals have come to an end. Shockingly, the entire match lasted less than half a minute from start to finish. The scene fell into a deathly silence. All the students gasped. The second-year students didn't say anything. Even the senior students, who were in their 3rd or 4th year, realized after comparing themselves to this level that they simply couldn't achieve. In other words, his cultivation efficiency is dozens of times that of mine. A strong sense of frustration quietly welled up in their hearts. But then I thought about it again. There are countless heroes in the world, so there's no need to dwell on it too much. Moreover, if Lu Yuan continues to grow like this, he will surely become a powerful figure who commands respect in the region. With one more powerful figure, the Great Xia Kingdom will enjoy one more period of peace. Thinking about this, I felt relieved. After the match, the consciousness of all 10 people returned simultaneously. The Shenzhen Superpower University team was greeted with applause and cheers from the crowd. The focus was naturally on Lu Yuan. Many of the usually reserved female students made no attempt to hide their bold gazes at this moment. Those senior students who were originally pursuing the female senior were stunned, their illusions shattered. All I can say is that this sense of reserve truly varies from person to person. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin frowned slightly in the shadows, her face showing displeasure. Lu Yuan, congratulations. You are very strong. I admire you. Li Ji walked over and said readily. His face showed no sign of defeat, only a yearning for greater power and unwavering confidence. You're not weak either. You actually managed to withstand 2 of my sword strikes. Both last year and the year before, Li Ji's team won the championship in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. This is enough to demonstrate his strength. The 2 then bumped fists and laughed heartily. This beautiful moment was captured by the camera of a drone flying in the distance. The Shanghai Superpower University has decided to use this photo as the background for its promotional poster next year. The theme is Unyielding, Pursuit, Transcendence. I hereby declare the annual competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities officially concluded. Thank you to all the contestants for their wonderful performances. Finally, let's give them another round of applause, shall we? The applause was enthusiastic and prolonged. At this moment, the 4 teams bowed slightly in front of all the spectators, welcoming cheers and applause. After Xiang Jun's long and rambling speech, everyone was finally allowed to leave. However, Lu Yuan and his companions, or more accurately, Lu Yuan himself, found it difficult to escape. Many female students rushed over like hungry wolves, surrounding Lu Yuan and asking for his autograph. Some even wanted to add him on social media. Lu Yuan signed many autographs, but he didn't provide contact information. Everyone did a great job this time. There's a celebration party tomorrow night, and then it's on me. Everyone has to come. After dealing with the fans' harassment, Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said heartily, "Brother Lu Yuan, you're so awesome. Don't worry, see you tomorrow night." The group responded casually, their faces full of smiles. Only Xia Qingyin managed a weak smile and nodded slightly. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, clearly noticing her unusual behavior, but did not expose her on the spot. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Yuan caught up with her and asked with concern, "Xia Qingyin, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No, it's nothing. I'm just not feeling well today. I'm a bit sick." Xia Qingyin made up an excuse and answered hesitantly. But the real reason is clearly not what she said. "Can you still hold on? Should I take you to the infirmary?" Lu Yuan continued to ask with concern. Seeing his concerned expression, Xia Qingyin felt a mix of emotions. "No need, I can manage." She shook her head and waved her hand, politely declining Lu Yuan's company. "Okay, then you must be careful." Lu Yuan gave instructions. At that moment, his phone vibrated slightly, indicating that someone had sent him a message. Who sent the message? He unlocked the phone and saw that it was sent by Song Liyuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. The content is, "Lu Yuan, are you free now? Come to my office." Without much thought, Lu Yuan immediately understood why the principal had summoned him. "Principal Song, I'll be right there," he replied, got on a shared electric scooter, and headed straight for the principal's office. Sometime later, in the principal's office, "Lu Yuan, you've arrived." Song Liyuan's usually serious face couldn't hide his smile. Most students would be quite surprised by this contrast. Is this still the same decisive and stern principal? But Lu Yuan was already used to it. "Principal Song, what can I do for you?" He pretended not to know and asked. "Lu Yuan, your performance has been outstanding, so I have decided to grant you the highest student privileges." Song Liyuan spoke amicably, handing over an agreement as he did so. "All items at the school's resource exchange office are being sold at a 90% discount. All skill books in the library are fully accessible, including rare SS-level skill books, and there is unlimited time to learn them." Lu Yuan stared intently, his pupils dilating suddenly. Such privileges and benefits are truly astonishing. Of course, he understands that enjoying these benefits also means taking on corresponding responsibilities. Ultimately, this responsibility boils down to becoming stronger. However, this was not difficult for Lu Yuan. He glanced at the agreement briefly and then signed his name decisively. "This is the first agreement, the second one is here. In recognition of your outstanding performance in the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities, the organizers are awarding you this Lost Ruins Pass number 7. The spatial ring on Song Liyuan's finger flickered with light. The next moment, a dark red card quietly appeared in his palm. Lost Ruins number 7? Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Clearly this was beyond his area of knowledge. "Through the underground world passage on Earth, we have discovered a total of 12 lost ruins within the underground world, which are named in the order they were discovered. These ruins are filled with rare medicinal herbs and sweet springs that are rarely seen in ordinary times, and even more unexpected treasures that will be of great benefit to you. In fact, we humans have discovered technologies within it that far surpass our own era. This Lost Ruins number 7 is located deep in the Victoria Desert of Audolia in the ocean continent, and it is open to the public every November. However, it's too early to go this year. You need to reach the 4th or 5th level of strength to enter the ruins. You can go next year. The pass will not expire." Song Liyuan was always exceptionally patient with geniuses, so he explained it to Lu Yuan in detail. "Technology far beyond our time? Could it be something left behind by aliens?" Lu Yuan gleaned the key points from Song Liyuan's words. "I couldn't help but ask. Perhaps, who can say for sure?" Song Liyuan shrugged and spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. Then, his expression turned serious, and he solemnly said, "Faced with unknown challenges, the only thing we can do is to keep getting stronger." Lu Yuanshan agreed and nodded. Xia Qingyin returned to her dormitory. As soon as the door opened, she collapsed onto the sofa, pounding the cushions with her fists, her long, shapely legs swaying slightly. He seemed extremely depressed. A few seconds later, Wang Yuzhu, who had come downstairs and heard the noise, exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaoyin, you're finally back." During the competition, she naturally accompanied her best friend Xia Qingyin to watch the games. "We planned to go back together after the competition." As a result, a group of female senior students flocked to the scene. Wang Yuzhu simply went back to her dormitory by herself. "Oh, Xiaoyin, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Xia Qingyin's low spirits despite winning the match, Wang Yuzhu was quite surprised. "No, it's nothing," Xia Qingyin answered hesitantly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Yuzhu. So many senior girls rushed over just now, clearly heading for Lu Yuan. Could it be? Is your best friend jealous? Thinking of this, Wang Yuzhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Xiaozhu, what are you laughing at?" Xia Qingyin frowned and asked. "Xiaoyin, if you really care about Lu Yuan that much, why don't you just confess your feelings to him directly?" Wang Yuzhu said with a smile. "Oh, was I that obvious?" Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes widened instantly. A blush crept onto her cheeks. "Obviously,
very obviously. Wang Yuzhu nodded earnestly. What if he refuses? Then we won't even be able to be friends anymore. Faced with Wang Yuzhu's seriousness, Xia Qingyin's first reaction was to back down and hesitate. Sigh, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in you. Wang Yuzhu sighed heavily and then said, do you only want to be friends with him? Don't you want to take things further? She raised an eyebrow. Think. Xia Qingyin nodded in agreement. Then what are you waiting for? Just go and confess your feelings. Don't you realize how charming you are? Look at you, you're beautiful, have a great figure, even I, a girl, like you, and your family has a powerful background. What guy could resist you? Once those girls realize you're there, they'll naturally back off. Wang Yuzhu guided her step by step. She continued, besides, based on my observation, Lu Yuan definitely has feelings for you too. At this moment, Wang Yuzhu, like a schoolboy facing death, revealed that wicked smile of the cunning frog keeps touching your belly. As soon as Wang Yuzhu spoke, Xia Qingyin immediately recalled Lu Yuan's concerned expression from not long ago. Then I'll give it a try. After repeated persuasion from her best friend Wang Yuzhu, Xia Qingyin finally put aside her hesitation and nodded decisively. He, this is the Xiaoyin I know. Wang Yuzhu scratched her head and grinned. Then, she touched her stomach and said half-jokingly, Xiaoyin, I've helped you so much. It's not too much to ask you to make me a few macarons, is it? Xia Qingyin nodded happily, then turned and ran into the kitchen. Xia Qingyin tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She pondered repeatedly in her mind when and how she should speak. Her thoughts drifted until 2 in the morning when even breathing finally came from Xia Qingyin's bed. She was only just waking up because she stayed up late last night. It's already so bright outside. How long have I been asleep? Seeing the bright light outside the window, Xia Qingyin reflexively picked up her phone from beside her pillow to check the time. As soon as I unlocked the screen, I saw a message from Lu Yuan. The gist of the message was that they were concerned about her current health condition. They also said that if she hadn't fully recovered, the celebration banquet could be postponed for a few days. Thank you for your concern, I have recovered. Xia Qingyin replied with a faint smile on her lips. The next second, the nickname Lu Yuan at the top of the screen immediately changed to typing. Lu Yuan then replied, that's good. I also sent her the time and location of tonight's celebration party. 8 p.m. The location is Juxinlu nearby. Seeing the message and location sent by Lu Yuan, Xia Qingyin felt reassured. Time flies, and it was already 7 p.m. Xia Qingyin left her dormitory an hour early and happened to run into Lu Yuan, who had just come out of his dormitory as well. Good evening, Lu Yuan. Xia Qingyin greeted them and walked over with a smile. Okay, good evening. Lu Yuan glanced at her, a glint of light flashing in his eyes, and replied, Xincheng Superpower University is located in the southern part of Guangdong Province, in the south of the Great Xia Kingdom, where the nights still carry a hint of summer heat. At this moment, Xia Qingyin was beautiful, wearing a floral dress that seemed to reflect the gentleness of spring. Even under the loose skirt, her stunning figure could still be vaguely seen. All of this made Xia Qingyin appear exceptionally beautiful and charming. Half an hour later, the two arrived together in front of Juxinlu. They looked around. The 3 large characters Juxinlu are engraved on the plaque directly in front of the building in a vigorous and elegant style. The entrance was bustling with noise and excitement. Even in newly opened shops, customers still flock in and come in a constant stream. The most important thing in the restaurant industry is to attract customers to the store, and the current scene undoubtedly proves that this store is very successful. That's right, this Juxinlu is the same restaurant that Lu Yuan visited when he had dinner with the Firefox team in Jianjian City. It's worth mentioning that this restaurant has attracted a large number of loyal customers thanks to its excellent dining environment, affordable prices, and high-quality dishes. With a steady stream of customers, they naturally made a lot of money, so they began to expand into the surrounding areas and opened a branch in Shenzhen. As for how Lu Yuan knew about the newly opened Juxinlu, it turns out that a few days ago, while browsing the campus forum, he saw someone post asking about the newly opened store near the school. The post also included photos taken by the shop owner. In the comments section, some people said they hadn't been there, while others said it was worth a try and that they would definitely be pleasantly surprised. Moreover, there were no negative reviews. Lu Yuan was quite pleased to see these comments. However, I haven't had time to try it recently, so I'm taking advantage of this celebration banquet to have a proper meal. This is it, let's go in quickly. Xia Qingyin nodded. The two then went inside. Hello, there are 5 of us in total. Do you have any private rooms available? Lu Yuan asked as he walked to the counter. Yes, we have 2 6-person rooms available, the young lady at the counter replied warmly. Then let's have room number 45, Lu Yuan said casually. After answering the receptionist's questions, Lu Yuan took out his phone from his pocket and sent the room number to Wang Zhe, Fang Shi, and Zhang Xingyu. Following the receptionist's directions, the two entered private room number 45. You can order food directly from the mechanical display screen over there. If you have any questions, just press the red button to contact a waiter. After saying that, the saleswoman left. In the spacious private room number 45, only Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin remained. Getting a little bored while waiting, the two started chatting. Lu Yuan's words were humorous and witty, making Qingyin laugh out loud from time to time. Just then, footsteps drew closer. Jiang Xingyu was the first to rush in. Judging from the expression on his face, he seemed extremely excited. Feng Shi and Wang Zhe followed closely behind and walked in together. The group took their seats one by one. Now that everyone's here, let's start ordering. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and pointed to the mechanical display screen in front of him. The group started ordering food. We opted for the same dishes common in Guangdong province: steamed grouper, poached chicken, and roast goose. After all, none of them could handle spicy food, and they simply couldn't accept the spicy dishes from Xizang province. He, how about we get a few more bottles of beer? Feng Shi suggested with a smile. Beer is nothing. How about some 20% ABV spirits? Tonight we're not leaving until we're drunk. Jiang Xingyu chimed in. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's memories involuntarily drifted back to the past. At that time, he was drinking with his teacher Qin Tianlong, and they were drinking this very strong liquor. The alcohol content was 60% at the time. He passed out after only 2 cups. This liquor is only 20% strong, not particularly potent, and still within my tolerance level. A quick calculation shows that my alcohol tolerance is about 6 drinks. The food was served very quickly. 20 minutes after ordering, almost all the dishes were served. The aroma of the delicious food wafted over, making Jiang Xingyu sniff and drool. Then, he winked at Lu Yuan. Seeing Jiang Xingyu's expression, and knowing that he, as the team leader and the one treating, wanted to start eating first, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, please start eating. Don't be shy, and feel free to add more if you need more. Lu Yuan said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. He. Jiang Xingyu had been waiting for these words. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. Yes, it's absolutely delicious. Brother Lu Yuan, thank you for your hospitality. He. Thank you, Boss Lu. I won't eat for free. I wish you great fortune. More than an hour later, after they had eaten and drunk their fill, they dispersed at the entrance of Juxinlu restaurant. But Qingyin did not leave. After everyone else left, leaving only her and Lu Yuan, she blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, parted her red lips slightly, and asked softly, Lu Yuan, how about we take a walk together in this gentle breeze? It was still quite warm when I stepped out of the dormitory. But now, as Qingyin said, a gentle breeze is blowing, making a stroll just right and pleasant. Besides, he had eaten his fill, and a walk would help with digestion. So Lu Yuan nodded. The two strolled slowly along the riverside path. Without a word, I quietly felt the tranquility of the night and the gentle breeze. Shichi, Feng Shichi, look, this is an iPhone 17 I bought for you. It sounds like I love Feng Shichi in Chinese. Will you marry me? I swear I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Suddenly, beside the two, a man knelt on one knee and took out a ring he had prepared beforehand from his pocket, along with the newly released iPhone 17. Upon seeing this, the girl named Feng Shichi was slightly taken aback, then her face lit up with surprise and delight. Okay, I promise you. She nodded, extended her finger, and let the boy gently put the ring on her finger. The two embraced tightly, their faces beaming with sweet smiles. Qingyin, who was passing by, naturally remembered this extremely sweet scene. There were still a few people strolling around nearby, but now was not the right time. Qingyin stopped walking only when the two arrived at a place where no one would disturb them. Qingyin, you. Hearing the footsteps gradually fade away, Lu Yuan turned his head in confusion. But what happened next made his eyes widen in surprise. Qingyin stood still, her cheeks unusually flushed with the glow of the sunset, looking somewhat awkward and uneasy. Although she had mentally prepared herself a lot during her walks last night and today, but when the crucial moment actually arrived, she was still incredibly nervous. Taking a deep breath, as if gathering her courage, she parted her red lips slightly and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Lu Yuan, I like you. Let's be together. Then, she lowered her head shyly, but her eyes secretly scanned up and down, hoping for Lu Yuan's response. Although the voice was soft, Lu Yuan heard it clearly. Seeing Xiaoqingyin's clumsy appearance during her first confession, Lu Yuan smiled faintly, finding it particularly amusing. Seeing the smile on Lu Yuan's face, Xiaoqinyin was filled with torment. No way, my first confession of love failed like this? At this moment, Lu Yuan fell into a state of deep thought. He had to admit that what initially attracted him was Xiaoqingyin's stunning beauty. In fact, Xiaoqinyin was also attracted by his handsome appearance, and his whole person gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. But it's not just about appearance. With each encounter, Lu Yuan's understanding of her deepened, and he discovered that her personality was extremely to his liking. A natural feeling of goodwill arises. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many interactions with Xiaoqinyin. I was thinking of making plans later. Now that Xiaoqinyin, the girl, has confessed first, how could he, as a boy, hesitate? So Lu Yuan nodded and smiled. Okay. As he finished speaking, her almond-shaped eyes immediately shone with endless brilliance, and all the shyness and anticipation on her face were instantly replaced by a smile that bloomed like spring flowers. hours. In a moment of excitement, Xia Qingyin took a few steps and buried herself tightly in Lu Yuan's arms. Suddenly, Lu Yuan felt a softness and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a surging aura!" He secretly admired his girlfriend's figure. "Now that I'm your girlfriend, those female classmates shouldn't come near me anymore, right?" Xia Qingyin, nestled in his arms, whispered, "Ha, so that's what you're worried about." Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and reached out to pat her head. Unexpectedly, the female students who wanted his autograph and contact information inadvertently accelerated the process of this confession. "Xiaoyin, you seemed down yesterday. It didn't seem like you were sick, it seemed more like you were jealous." Lu Yuan chuckled and teased. Now that Xia Qingyin was his girlfriend, Lu Yuan naturally stopped calling her classmate and used a more intimate term. Who told someone to be so unforgettable to so many female seniors? Xia Qingyin snorted coldly. After successfully confirming their relationship, the two naturally spent a sweet and affectionate time together. Their feelings for each other quickly intensified. "Ah, Yuan, see you tomorrow." "Okay, Xiaoyin, see you tomorrow." It wasn't until midnight that the two walked all the way from outside the school to the dormitory entrance before reluctantly parting ways. During this time, Xia Qingyin's best friend Wang Yuzhu sent her a message asking about the progress, but she did not reply. Xia Qingyin, still savoring the sweet aftertaste, skipped and hopped back to her dormitory. At this moment, she was filled with anticipation for her first date with Lu Yuan tomorrow. Of course, she was greeted by her best friend Wang Yuzhu pretending to be angry. Xiaoyin, why aren't you replying to my messages?" Wang Yuzhu snorted coldly. "I'm sorry, Xiaozhu, I was chatting with Yuan at the time and didn't have time to look at my phone." "Oh, how about I make you a few more macarons as compensation?" Xia Qingyin waved her hand apologetically. "Hey, you've already slept with Yuan. I knew you'd confess successfully since you weren't replying to my messages. How does it feel to be in a relationship? Isn't it incredibly sweet?" Wang Yuzhu's feigned anger vanished instantly and she blinked her bright, lively eyes as she asked. Xia Qingyin nodded. Actually, if it weren't for time constraints, she wouldn't have gone back to her dorm so early. Therefore, she was even more excited about tomorrow's date. Hee, so am I your strategist? On your wedding day, you have to let me sit at the head table. Wang Yuzhu smiled smugly. Getting married? It's still a long way off. Xia Qingyin blushed and shyly turned her head away. "Oh, you're shy now? Your face is as red as a teapot." Seeing this, Wang Yuzhu rolled her eyes. After recovering from her shyness, Xia Qingyin excitedly said, "Xiaozhu, quickly help me decide which outfit is more suitable for my date tomorrow." After getting up, Lu Yuan went up to the second floor via the spiral staircase. "Brother Lu Yuan, you're up so late. Aren't you going to cultivate this morning?" Lu Yuan asked in confusion. As Lu Yuan's roommate, he knew everything perfectly well, even if others didn't. Lu Yuan has always been very dedicated, going for a run at 6 o'clock every morning without fail, and then having breakfast. Then go to the ice and snow ability hall to practice, where you can cultivate for 10 hours or even longer in one go. If I practice at night, I spend almost half of my time practicing every day. But today, it's already 9 o'clock. Forget about morning runs, I can't even catch up with my morning practice. How could this not make Lu Yuan suspicious? I'm not going to cultivate anymore. I'm going to go for a walk with Xiaoyin. Lu Yuan smiled and answered casually. Xiaoyin. Lu Yuan immediately grasped the key words. It seems like brother Lu Yuan has succeeded. Now, Lu Yuan's many female fans will be devastated during the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities, right? Of course, those boys who were attracted by Xia Qingyin's looks will also be completely devastated. But when will my true love finally appear? Lu Yuan was so envious he wanted to cry, and muttered to himself. After leaving his dormitory, Lu Yuan arrived at the dormitory across the street. Xia Qingyin isn't the kind of girl who makes her boyfriend wait for hours while she puts on makeup. She came out a few minutes later. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the pretty figure walking out of the dormitory. Xia Qingyin wore light makeup, her long, smooth hair cascading down her back. She wore a pristine white dress, her stunning figure impossible to conceal, and carried a small crossbody bag. Her long, shapely, white legs were on full display. She was wearing white socks and white sneakers. No matter how you look at it, it's like that unrequited love from high school in a novel. She embodied the word pure to the extreme. Wang Yuzhu originally planned to have Xia Qingyin wear black stockings, high heels, and a bodycon skirt, which would definitely be able to seduce Lu Yuan. But after trying on 3 outfits and standing in front of the mirror, Xia Qingyin decisively shook her head. Although it looks nice, it doesn't seem like a suitable outfit for a date. In the end, she decided to wear this outfit. Is it pretty? Meeting Lu Yuan's burning gaze, Xia Qingyin blinked her bright, beautiful eyes, her face beaming with a gentle smile as warm as the spring sun. Lu Yuan nodded sincerely. Faced with Lu Yuan's serious expression, Xia Qingyin was somewhat at a loss. She coughed lightly twice, then said, "Let's go." Lu Yuan nodded in response. The two walked away together, and after a few steps, their hands naturally clasped together. They had already held hands yesterday, so there was no awkwardness at all today. Wow, what a beautiful girl. It's a pity
she's already taken. What a handsome guy. Wait, isn't that Lu Yuan? The girl next to him is his girlfriend. I'm so shocked. Hee, it's Lu Yuan. He actually has a girlfriend. Quickly take a picture and send it to my best friend to tell her to stop bothering him and stop nagging all the time. The handsome young man and beautiful young woman walking side by side naturally attracted the attention of many students on the roadside. Xia Qingyin possesses extremely strong mental power, allowing her to clearly hear the whispers of those around her with just a little effort. Hearing these comments, her smile grew even brighter. Then, she took Lu Yuan's hand and brought it close to her chest, as if making a solemn declaration. Are all girls in love this adorable? Seeing Xia Qingyin's actions, Lu Yuan also smiled. He thought to himself, this little girlfriend is indeed so cute that it makes my heart flutter. Soon, the two arrived at the underground parking garage next to the Shenzhen Superpower University. Xia Qingyin used her car key to open the door of the red Ferrari. The two got into the driver's seat and the passenger seat, respectively. After exiting the underground parking garage, the engine roared loudly. Their destination was the largest shopping mall in the vicinity. The red Ferrari naturally attracted the attention of many pedestrians, who wondered who was sitting inside. Soon, the two arrived at Yonghui Mall. After parking their car in a nearby underground garage, they headed towards the main entrance of Yonghui Shopping Mall. The entire building is magnificent and spectacular, with smooth and modern lines. The huge floor-to-ceiling glass curtain wall gleams with a faint golden light under the sunlight, reflecting the color of the sky. In the center, the four large characters Yonghui Mall feature a simple metallic design that shines brightly in the sunlight, making them highly recognizable. Just as the two were admiring the magnificent Yonghui Mall, a figure hurriedly ran towards them. Hearing hurried footsteps behind them, the two turned around at the same time. A girl of about 20 years old ran over, with a camera hanging around her neck. Hello, I'm a third-year photography student at Shanghai University, which is located nearby. I wanted to take a picture of you too because you perfectly embody my definition of youth, and I couldn't help but want to capture it. Don't worry, I'll give you the photos. I'm just taking pictures and I won't use them for commercial purposes. The girl spoke very quickly and was so excited that she became somewhat incoherent. Xia Qingyin was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, okay, Mississippi. Lu Yuan nodded, okay. Anyway, she won't leave any photos or cause any trouble, but it's not bad to keep a memento for herself. After all, it was their first date, so taking a picture to remember the occasion was a good idea. Hee, I'll start then. The girl led Xia Qingyin and Lu Yuan to a relatively secluded place with a smile. There are few people here, so you won't be disturbed when taking photos. Hey beautiful, move closer to your boyfriend. Handsome guy, smile more. Photos look better and more harmonious when you smile. After several adjustments, the two snuggled together intimately, striking an absolutely perfect pose. Okay, look at me. 3, 2, 1, cheese. With a click of the shutter, their smiles were captured in the photo. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is the most perfect photo I've ever taken. The girl looked at the image in the camera, her eyes full of satisfaction, and nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your cooperation. Wishing you eternal happiness and a long and happy life together. Hee. In front of the two of them, she deleted all the photos from her camera, handed over the developed photos, and offered her a blessing. Lu Yuan couldn't help but move closer and snatched the photo first. The girl left cheerfully, humming a little tune. Ah Yuan, I haven't seen it yet. Show me how well I filmed it. Xia Qingyin reached out to take it, her eyes full of anticipation. Beautiful, beautiful. Lu Yuan nodded as he carefully admired the photos. I must say, as expected of students majoring in photography at Shanghai University, a top-tier 985 university, the photos they took are truly beautiful. Of course, the most important reason is that the people in the photos are so good-looking. Let me see it. Xia Qingyin reached out and nudged Lu Yuan again. No, unless. Lu Yuan wanted to tease her. Unless what? Xia Qingyin blinked and asked curiously. Unless you kiss me, Lu Yuan said casually. He was just joking. He didn't take it seriously and didn't expect Xia Qingyin to actually agree. The result, however, was somewhat unexpected. Xia Qingyin tiptoed slightly, closed her eyes, and gently pressed her lips to Lu Yuan's cheek. The next instant, a sensation like a dragonfly skimming the water came. To be honest, the feeling of skimming the water wasn't anything special, except for a slight chill. However, Xia Qingyin's bold move still slightly surprised Lu Yuan. While he was in a daze, Xia Qingyin took the photo from his hand and quickly ran into Yonghui Mall. Only Lu Yuan's back was left behind. From the side where Lu Yuan couldn't see, her pretty face was already flushed with a shy blush. Hey, this little een. Lu Yuan touched his cheek, chuckled, and followed. Inside Yonghui Mall. Looking up, beneath the soaring dome, a network of interconnected passageways unfolds like veins. The shop stretches from the entrance to the horizon, seemingly without end. On the main aisle, people pushing shopping carts moved freely, and although there were many people, it did not feel crowded. The escalators slowly carried people up and down, drawing elegant arcs. Looking up, the brand posters and promotional signs were neatly arranged. Bright lights illuminated every corner. It not only gives
people a sense of the spaciousness and grandeur of a large shopping mall, but also brings a sense of down-to-earth liveliness due to the wide variety of goods and the rich atmosphere of daily life. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already caught up with Xia Qingyin. Xiaoyin, where should we go first? He really didn't know much about where to go shopping. After all, he almost never comes to places like this. Xia Qingyin came to her senses, her red lips parted slightly, and she said, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in a week. Why don't we buy some ingredients and make mooncakes? The two then arrived at the relevant area. I bought the main ingredients for the pastry, such as all-purpose flour and invert sugar syrup. There are also various ingredients for making lotus seed paste and red bean paste fillings, and other necessities. It's worth mentioning that when the two discovered that neither of them liked the 5-nut mooncake, they couldn't help but smile at each other. Afterwards, they went to a clothing store. How about these jeans? Good, Lu Yuan said approvingly. Ah Yuan, what do you think of this dress? It's a bit short, but it looks good when you wear it to me in private. Xia Qingyin replied coquettishly. Watching Xia Qingyin change clothes, Lu Yuan didn't find it boring at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it. With Xia Qingyin's figure and appearance, this was a true visual feast. After leaving Yonghui Mall, they went to several other popular dating spots. Time passed quickly, and by evening, the two returned to Shenzhen Superpower University. Now, it's time to make mooncakes. The two entered Xia Qingyin's dormitory. Wang Yuzhu didn't care, since there weren't any private items on the first floor. Then they went to the kitchen, making the dough, preparing the filling, until the final baking process. Xia Qingyin completed these steps entirely on her own. After all, she had a talent for this, while Lu Yuan was almost completely clueless about it, except for grilling ferocious beast meat. I can only help out and do odd jobs. Preheat the oven to 200 degrees Celsius and bake for 5 to 8 minutes to set the shape. After removing it from the oven, brush it with a thin layer of egg yolk and bake at 180 degrees Celsius for 12 to 15 minutes, until the surface is golden brown. Meanwhile, Wang Yuzhu, drawn by the aroma, was already excitedly moving around in the kitchen. Xiaoyin, what did you make? It smells so good. Can I have a taste? Wang Yuzhu twitched her nostrils slightly and took a deep breath of the surrounding air. You won't help at all, but you still want to eat. Xia Qingyin gave a cold snort. I was just giving you some space, afraid of disturbing your mood. Besides, as a strategist, why can't I eat? Wang Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, her words brimming with confidence. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, noticing the keyword strategist. He thought to himself, sure enough, Xiaoyin suddenly realized that there was such a strategist behind her. Although I was reluctant to part with it, there was nothing I could do. After all, he couldn't let Lu Yuan stay here overnight. After saying goodbye, Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory across the street. The day's dating time is over. The next morning, Lu Yuan got up early. He first went for a morning run and made an appointment with his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. He was waiting at the entrance of the dormitory across the street. As soon as Xia Qingyin stepped out, she saw the tall and handsome Lu Yuan, and a bright smile bloomed on her face like spring flowers. She immediately ran over, taking 3 steps at a time. Next up is the main event. I participated in the freshman competition of the 4 top universities for the first 4 days, and yesterday I spent the whole day on a date with my girlfriend. Now, it's time to start cultivating. He was still holding an admission ticket to Lost Ruins number 7 in his hand. Therefore, I must formally break through to the 4th level before November. If it drags on for another year, until next November, I've long since lost track of what level I've reached. By then, the admission ticket in my hand will be meaningless. Breaking through to the 4th tier isn't enough. One must continue learning body tempering techniques, mastering more skills, and improving their proficiency. Significantly enhance overall strength. Xia Qingyin wasn't the kind of little girl who only cared about enjoying the comforts of a gentle home. She understood that Lu Yuan's mind was focused on cultivation. She was already very satisfied to be able to have a date with Lu Yuan for a day. Moreover, not only Lu Yuan, but she herself also needs to cultivate. Naturally, they won't make too many demands. Inside the B-level training room of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, the surroundings were covered in ice and snow. The air was filled with a chilling atmosphere and thick ice elemental energy. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, they would tremble with fear as soon as they entered, and within half a minute, their vital signs would completely disappear. But this temperature was just right for Lu Yuan at this moment. He sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at a free blood-activating pill in his hand. I wonder just how miraculous the effects of this blood-activating pill are, he muttered to himself. He then tilted his head back and put the blood-activating pill into his mouth. Instantly, my blood and energy surged, or rather, they boiled. As expected, the blood-activating pill truly lives up to its reputation. Lu Yuan sighed silently in his heart. Taking advantage of this surge of energy, he closed his eyes and guided his blood step by step according to the key points of the mysterious netherworld ice soul body for tempering blood that he had memorized. The scalding blood collides with the abundant ice elemental energy within the body, allowing the ice elemental energy to gradually cleanse the impurities from the blood. Once, twice, 3 times, countless times. At first, the pain was so intense that it almost made Lu
Lu Yuan faint. But the second time, the pain lessened considerably, leaving only a slight stinging sensation. The third time was even more comfortable than the first two times. The stinging sensation disappeared, replaced by a pleasant feeling. After that, I felt more and more comfortable. And so, with each surge of ice elemental energy within his body impacting his boiling blood, Lu Yuan's speed in tempering his blood rapidly increased. The third night. Generally speaking, a week is the standard training time for people with superpowers. The better their talent, the shorter the time required. In just 3 days, Lu Yuan completed the tempering process and successfully broke through to the 4th level of the profound nether ice soul body. The tempering is finally complete. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He didn't bother to brush away the faint black impurities on his body. Instead, he immediately brought up the control panel to check. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2000. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, lower 3rd tier. Mental strength, 894 Hz. Chi and blood, 2671 calories. Skills, marksmanship, master, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, advanced, ice flash, B, advanced, ice blade, A, advanced, frozen shield, A, advanced, ice blast, S, advanced, detective skill, S, advanced, extreme ice illusion killing array, SS, intermediate, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, 4th level, companion beast, ice shard serpent. Incidentally, Lu Yuan spent 2,500 evolution points to raise Xiao Bing's realm from the upper level of the 1st tier to the lower level of the 2nd tier. Now, Xiao Ice is set off to enter the school's underground world to continue serving him. Coming to his senses, Lu Yuan noticed that the increase in his mental strength was negligible, almost negligible. On the contrary, the increase in Qi and blood was unusually astonishing, with a full 500 calories added. Lu Yuan felt incredibly refreshed, his body brimming with energy. This is truly excellent, it lives up to its reputation as a blood-activating pill, he exclaimed. He secretly thanked Tang Hai's father, Tang Shan. After all, without Tang Shan, the Grandmaster, as the source, he would never have been able to obtain this invaluable blood-activating pill. Although I can't get in touch with Tangshan myself, I can contact Tangshan's son, Tang Hai. If I have the chance to meet Tang Hai next time, I must express my gratitude properly. As my thoughts raced, a feeling of hunger crept into my stomach. Sigh, I'm a little hungry, I'll leave now. Lu Yuan sat up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the B-level training room. Oh my, really? You've been in there for so long, I almost thought something had happened to you. A staff member familiar with Lu Yuan said with wide eyes, to be able to stay in there for so long, you must have improved a lot, right? The cultivation room is rich in spiritual energy, but one cannot stay there for too long, otherwise the body will not be able to handle it. Not at all, just a little progress, Lu Yuan replied modestly. He then paid the money. The staff were even more surprised to see a discount of -90% displayed on the screen. What level of access does that require? He was filled with emotion, having witnessed Lu Yuan's growth from his first visit to his current high level of access. After getting his phone back, Lu Yuan sent Xia Qingyin several messages. Xia Qingyin replied quickly, telling him to come find her in the garden near their dormitory after he had eaten. When Lu Yuan asked her why, she only gave him 2 words in response, secret. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, he agreed anyway. Even at 8 or 9 p.m., the food in the cafeteria is still plentiful. Losing money isn't the main issue, the key is to ensure that students are satisfied with their meals every time they come. After a hearty meal, Lu Yuan rode a shared electric scooter toward the dormitory area. He was filled with curiosity. What exactly was the secret Xia Qingyin was talking about? She wouldn't even reveal her boyfriend. Filled with curiosity, Lu Yuan slowly rode his bicycle toward the small garden near the dormitory. In the garden, colorful flowers bloom in profusion, accompanied by the hazy moonlight. The scenery is exceptionally poetic. On a normal day, after a long day of hard work, he might stop here to admire the scenery, perhaps even take a picture or recite a few lines of poetry. But at this moment, he had no interest in admiring the flowers. All he wanted to do was figure out what the secret Xia Qingyin had mentioned was. Walking into the small garden, Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked in surprise at the beautiful figure deep in the garden. What exactly did that scene look like? Xia Qingyin stood quietly. She wore an off-the-shoulder bodycon dress that clung to her figure, outlining her smooth and defined waist and hip curves, showcasing her perfect physique. Under the moonlight, the dress shimmered with a delicate, soft sheen. Her legs were gently encased in over-the-knee black stockings, the matte texture making her skin appear even more delicate. The lace trim peeking out from the top of the stockings adds a touch of femininity to the overall look. The absolute territory not covered by stockings is faintly visible, making people unable to resist having all sorts of fantasies. The black stiletto heels she wore added to her allure. At this moment, Xia Qingyin, bathed in moonlight and surrounded by the fragrant scent of flowers. It can only be described in 2 words, absolutely amazing. Seeing Lu Yuan approach, Xia Qingyin blinked her bright, lively eyes. This was the first time she had appeared in front of Lu Yuan dressed like this, and a shy blush immediately spread across
across her face. Then she called out sweetly, "Ah Yuan, you're here. Do you still like this secret?" Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan was first speechless with surprise, and then slowly walked over. "Ah Yuan, Xiao Zhu told me to dress like this. She said you'll definitely like it. This is the first time I've worn this. You don't like it?" Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't immediately respond, Xiao Qingyin became a little anxious. She was worried that Lu Yuan wouldn't like this slightly revealing outfit and was afraid that he would dislike her. She simply revealed her best friend, Wang Yuzhu. She spoke softer and softer, her voice growing weaker, and she lowered her head slightly, looking just like a little girl who had done something wrong. "How could I not like you? You're beautiful, I really like you." Lu Yuan's slow and firm tone made his seriousness even more apparent. "Hee, I'm relieved that you like it." Xiao Qingyin's worry instantly turned to joy. She raised her head and giggled. Then, she opened her arms and went to meet him, and the two embraced tightly. "Ahem, Xiaoyin, although this outfit is very pretty, I still suggest you only wear it in front of me." Lu Yuan coughed lightly a few times, offering a reminder. After all, he was Xiao Qingyin's boyfriend, so it was perfectly acceptable for her to dress like that in front of him. But he certainly didn't want other boys to see her dressed like this. Xiao Qingyin nodded. She doesn't really like wearing such revealing clothes. If it weren't for her best friend Wang Yuzhu saying that Lu Yuan would definitely like it, and the fact that Lu Yuan had just returned from several days of continuous cultivation and she wanted to give him a surprise, she wouldn't have given up. Otherwise, she wouldn't wear it at all. Fortunately, the result was good. A Yuan really likes it. Afterwards, Xiao Qingyin left the garden and returned to her dormitory to change into a more conservative set of clothes. She then took Lu Yuan's hand and they strolled together on campus. "Ah Yuan, what are you cultivating?" "You've been cultivating for 3 whole days." During their walk, Xiao Qingyin asked curiously. "Body tempering technique." Lu Yuan answered honestly. "Body tempering technique? Does it really require such a long period of continuous practice? Could it be?" Xiao Qingyin fell into deep thought. Judging from her expression, she probably guessed the answer. After all, as the daughter of the Xiao family, she was no stranger to the blood-activating pill. Although ordinary people might not know about it, she was quite familiar with it. "That's right, it's the blood-activating pill. I've already cultivated my body-tempering technique to the 4th level." Lu Yuan directly revealed the answer to the mystery. "The 4th level?" Xiao Qingyin exclaimed in surprise. Although she had suspected it, it was still hard to believe when he said it himself. Keep in mind that she herself has only just entered the 2nd level. If she wants to break through to the 3rd level, it will take at least 2 or 3 more months before she can take the blood-activating pill and improve her body-tempering technique to the 4th level. Now, a Yuan is 2 or 3 months ahead of her in body-tempering techniques. She was still at the lower level of the 2nd tier, while Lu Yuan had already reached the lower level of the 3rd tier, leading by an entire major realm. Moreover, their proficiency in other skills and their mastery of rare skills far surpass hers. As she walked, Xiao Qingyin seemed rather nonchalant. Lu Yuan noticed Xiao Qingyin's unusual behavior and asked with concern, "Xiaoyin, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Xiao Qingyin took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to say, "I've decided to go back to my family for special training." Initially, she and Lu Yuan were complete strangers. No matter how powerful Lu Yuan is, even if he is a 7th level grandmaster or an 8th level grandmaster, it has nothing to do with her. But things are different now. She is now Lu Yuan's girlfriend. In public, she also represented Lu Yuan's reputation to some extent. Therefore, she must work hard to cultivate, and although she cannot completely catch up, she must try her best to keep up with Lu Yuan's pace. She hadn't felt this way before, but now, she and Lu Yuan have just confirmed their relationship, and the special training will take at least a month to show results. If she participates in the training, she won't see Lu Yuan for at least a month. After listening to Xiao Qingyin's words, Lu Yuan smiled slightly, patted her head, and said, "If you want to do it, then do it. Don't worry too much about me. I support you. Besides, isn't it great that we're getting stronger together?" "Ah Yuan, I understand." Xiao Qingyin nodded, then took out her phone from her pocket and sent a message to her mother. The message was clear. She wanted to participate in the family's special training. "Xiaoyin, are you really sure?" Xiao's mother confirmed again on the other end of the phone. Xiao Qingyin replied without hesitation, "Okay, I'll contact your dad later." Xiao's mother responded. Starting with this incident, several days have passed. Attentive people will notice that the moon gets rounder and rounder at night, because the Mid-Autumn Festival is getting closer and closer. Tomorrow is the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. On this day, Shenzhen Superpower University naturally had a holiday. Moreover, the holiday time is very generous. 5 whole days. After all, while spiritual practice is important, spending time with family is equally important. Moreover, people who truly want to become stronger will not relax even on holidays. Shenzhen High-Speed Railway Station. What a cool car. Is this the legendary Mercedes? Am I the only one who noticed that there seems to be a beautiful woman sitting in the driver's seat? A rich heiress, hee. Stop thinking nonsense. I think I saw the silhouette of a man in the passenger seat. A black Mercedes slowly drove into the the Shenzhen high-speed rail station, attracting much discussion among passers-by. This Mercedes is worth over 10 million Blue Star coins and is another of Xia Qingyin's many sports cars. She was simply tired of driving Ferraris and wanted to try a different car.
Ah, Yuan, we've arrived. Get off the bus.
The Mercedes stopped in front of the high-speed rail station, and Xia Qingyin said softly,
Xiaoyin, it's been so long since we last met. Aren't you going to do something for me?
Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Hearing this, Xia Qingyin blushed slightly, naturally understanding what Lu Yuan meant. So, she first activated the car's stealth mode. In an instant, the entire Mercedes was half hidden, and people outside couldn't see what was inside the car at all. Even the general outline was blurred. After all, she would be so embarrassed if someone else saw her. Then she stepped forward and gave Lu Yuan a kiss that was deeper than a light touch. Okay. After the kiss, Xia Qingyin turned her head, gently smoothed her hair, and said, I let it go the first time, but now you think you can just get rid of me? Lu Yuan smiled slightly and reached out to embrace Xia Qingyin's slender waist.
Xia Qingyin immediately understood his thoughts.
She didn't resist, letting Lu Yuan pull her closer, his beautiful almond-shaped eyes subtly revealing a hint of anticipation.
Then came a passionate kiss.
Lu Yuan reluctantly let go of Xia Qingyin's arms only when she gradually lost her breath.
Ah, Yuan, you're so naughty.
Xia Qingyin, having breathed fresh air again, crossed her arms and said coquettishly,
Hee, do you like it? Lu Yuan chuckled and gave a vague answer. I like it.
Xia Qingyin gently touched her hair, a faint blush rising on her face, and said softly,
Xiaoyin, I'm leaving now. Don't miss me too much.
After saying this, Lu Yuan opened the door of the Mercedes and walked towards the Shenzhen high-speed rail station.
Who would want a pervert like you?
Xia Qingyin snorted softly, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Then, she started the Mercedes and quickly drove towards the direction where her family lived. Along the way, many men cast envious glances at Lu Yuan, although they couldn't see what was happening inside the car at all. But even if their vision is obstructed, how can they stop the wild thoughts that are running through their minds? Driving a Mercedes worth tens of millions of Blue Star coins, even if there are no beautiful women in the car, she is at least a rich woman. Being able to hook up with a rich woman is a stroke of luck that many would envy. Attention passengers, boarding for train G889 from Shenzhen Station to Tianyuan Station is about to begin. Please take your belongings with you and proceed to Gate 2 for boarding. Soon after, Lu Yuan boarded the high-speed train. He looked around and gave the carriage a quick glance.
After all, other schools are not as generous as Shenzhen Superpower University, which only offers a 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. With a 3-day holiday, traveling back and forth takes up 2.5 days. In such a rush, who would want to go home? This afternoon, Lu Yuan returned to his new home. This house is so much better than his previous rented room. Everything is brand new, bright, and completely refreshed. Mom, I'm home. Upon seeing his mother, Fong Wan, Lu Yuan was overjoyed and ran over to her as fast as he could. Xiao Yuan, are you hungry? Come inside and eat.
Fong Wan smiled gently. As soon as she learned that her son was coming home, she carefully prepared the meal and timed it perfectly.
Lu Yuan nodded and went inside.
The once cramped and dark living room is now bright and spacious. This sudden change even left Lu Yuan somewhat dazed. Then, Lu Yuan released his companion beast, Xiao Bing, from the containment sphere, allowing it to breathe fresh air.
Xiao Yuan, there's a snake next to you. Fong Wan looked wary when she entered the room.
Mom, this is my companion beast, Xiao Bing. Remember, Xiao Bing, this is your master's mother.
Lu Yuan patiently explained both of them. Fong Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning that Xiao Bing wouldn't hurt anyone without reason.
On the table were sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, and fish head with chopped chili peppers. These dishes are Lu Yuan's favorites, and they are no different from what he ate when he left home to go to the Shenzhen Superpower University. After enjoying a delicious meal, Lu Yuan received a message from his high school friend, Li Ming.
Brother Yuan, I heard your university has a 5-day holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Did you go home? Upon seeing the message, Lu Yuan sent his location.
I'm so envious of you guys, having such a long Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Luckily, I have my girlfriend to keep me company, hee. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking that this kid was obviously showing off his girlfriend. However, he didn't take it to heart, as if he were implying that he did have a girlfriend.
Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Xiao Yuan, you're up so early. Yes, Mom, I'm going for a morning run.
During the day, after telling his mother, Fong Wan, Lu Yuan ran out the door. He went to the fighting and superpower gym in the city to begin training.
Although the training room cannot provide enough ice-type elemental energy.
However, absorbing a small portion of combat-related elemental energy to practice marksmanship is still not a problem. After a period of exhilarating practice, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's getting late, we should head back, Lu Yuan said silently to himself. He left the meditation room and returned home.
Next, we gazed at the moon and ate mooncakes. It's worth mentioning that Xia Qingyin's mooncakes were exactly the same as those sold outside, and Fong Wanqi didn't even suspect anything. At the same time, Xia Qingyin Qingyin drove her Mercedes slowly into the Xia family's residential area. This residential area is extremely large. Dozens of magnificent villas stand here. The largest of these buildings is the residence of the current clan leader, Xia Jianfeng. Xia Jianfeng is Xia Qingyin's biological grandfather. He also awakened an S-class combat ability, reaching the level of a grandmaster at the upper 7th rank. Mom and Dad, I'm home. As soon as she entered the villa, Xia Qingyin greeted her parents with a smile. Oh, Xiaoyin is back. Xia Qingyin's mother smiled, her face beaming with joy. The father nodded in agreement. At that moment, an elderly man, well past 60, slowly emerged from the depths of the residence. It was Xia Jianfeng. He awakened an S-class fighting ability, reaching the 7th level upper-class grandmaster realm. He had a smile on his face, and was clearly in a very good mood. This joy naturally stemmed from the return of his granddaughter. Xia Qingyin greeted her warmly and quickly stepped forward to meet her. He, Xiaoyin is back. Xia Jianfeng reached out and gently patted Xia Qingyin's head. He watched Xia Qingyin grow up day by day. Of all his descendants, she was the one he loved the most. Not only because she awakened her exceptionally gifted S-ranked natural spiritual power. Furthermore, Xia Jianfeng was deeply fond of her because of her personality. Xia Jianfeng, now in his 60s, has an extremely rich life experience. He could tell at a glance that many of his descendants had long coveted his position as patriarch. After all, the Xia family had developed over many years and now controlled a vast business empire. The profits it brings are immeasurable. Although those descendants lacked the ability to inherit the position of clan leader, they still coveted it. They spend their days feigning concern and putting on an act. Only Xia Qingyin truly cared about him. Just then, Xia Jianfeng suddenly felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and weakness, and almost fell down. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin quickly helped her grandfather up and asked with a worried expression, "Grandpa, are you alright?" Xiaoyin still saw it. Xia Jianfeng sighed helplessly. In recent years, he has clearly felt his health deteriorating. Those were hidden wounds left from the struggles with other families when the family was expanding. Even with the help of an old friend who possessed an awakened S+ level superpower and was a lower level 8th tier grandmaster, still unable to cure it completely. The symptoms flare up from time to time. Fortunately, although the old friend could not be cured, his symptoms could be relieved. Don't worry, it's just his old problem acting up again. Xia Jianfeng chuckled and waved his hand, trying his best not to let his granddaughter worry about him. He then took out a pill from his personal spatial ring and swallowed it. Immediately, the symptoms were relieved considerably. By the way, Xiaoyin, are you really going to start the family special training? That's going to be extremely painful, Xia Jianfeng asked. After all, Xia Qingyin was his most beloved granddaughter, and he couldn't bear to see her suffer. Yes, I can no longer be that little girl who was protected by you all. Xia Qingyin nodded without hesitation. Seeing this, a hint of relief appeared in Xia Jianfeng's eyes. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lu Yuan returned to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. In the morning, at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. In the afternoon, at the Ice and Snow Superpowers Pavilion. At night, it was still the Ice and Snow Superpowers Museum. Lu Yuan spent almost every day and night at the Ice and Snow Ability Museum, having long forgotten the time. He only occasionally video chats with his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin, late at night. As can be seen from the video, the family training is indeed exceptionally arduous. The faint bloodshot at the corners of her eyes hinted at the rigor of her training. This went on for a full 10 days. A barrage of frost spears. Lu Yuan lowered his head and murmured to himself. At this moment, the Cold River sky-splitting spear was lying quietly in his spatial ring. In other words, his hands were empty. As Lu Yuan mobilized the ice elemental energy within his body, an enhanced ice spear instantly appeared in his hand. The ice spear radiated a cold, icy blue luster, its surface covered with fine frost patterns, as if it had just been taken from an extremely cold abyss. If it were any other superhuman, a mere touch of their fingertips would be corroded by the biting cold, let alone being hit and pierced by this ice spear. Lu Yuan aimed at the target, mobilized the strength of all his muscles, and hurled the ice spear fiercely. The final testing instrument showed an astonishing impact force of 6,250 kilograms. Phew, not bad at all. Seeing this astonishing figure, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After all, the ice sword he summoned with the extreme ice illusion killing array only had an impact force of less than 4,000 kilograms. Although the extreme ice illusion killing array can instantly summon multiple ice swords, its total impact is extremely terrifying. However, that skill depletes a large amount of ice-type elemental energy in one go, making it unsuitable for prolonged battles. The Frost Spear combo is different. The key is the word combo, which means that its ability to sustain combat is extremely strong. Using this skill not only consumes very little ice-type energy, but also continuously increases the spear's damage as the number of combos increases. Evolution points minus 2,720. Frost Spear combo, SS, Beginner. Frost Spear combo, SS, Elementary. Frost Spear combo, SS, Intermediate. By the way, after Lu Yuan used evolution points to upgrade Frost Spear combo from the beginner beginner stage to the mastery stage, he used evolution points again to break through from the beginner proficiency stage to the intermediate proficiency stage.
What? You want to ask how Lu Yuan, who spends all this time in the Ice and Snow Ability Museum, got his evolution points?
That's of course thanks to the hard work and contributions of our diligent working snake, Xiao Bing. It stays in the underground world and can gain several hundred evolution points every day. In the past few days, not only has its cultivation level broken through to the middle of the second tier again, but its small body has also grown considerably, its thickness now almost matching Lu Yuan's wrist. More importantly, it also brought Lu Yuan a substantial amount of evolution points. By the way, the school also organized its first trip to the underground world for students these days. This is not just superficial play, but rather in-depth, hands-on learning in a more complex area. A mentor was present to accompany him.
Unless it's a matter of life and death, the mentor will never intervene.
Naturally, Lu Yuan did not participate. For him, this level of learning was completely unnecessary.
The next day at noon, in the cafeteria of Shenzhen Superpower University, Lu Yuan was eating while scrolling through his phone.
He plans to go to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall this afternoon to continue his training. Lu Yuan had accumulated several thousand evolution points on his system panel, and he vaguely felt that the moment he would enter the mid-stage of the third tier was not far off.
Xiao Bing, then you should thank me properly.
Just as Lu Yuan was browsing the interesting stories shared by others on the Heart in Shenzhen University app's campus forum, a striking bright red notification suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. This notification also comes from the Heart at Shenzhen University app. The colors were vibrant, and Lu Yuan glanced at them casually.
This is serious.
He discovered that the bright red notification was actually an SS-level mission issued by the school's mission center.
SS rank mission.
His pupils trembled slightly.
A faint smile involuntarily appeared on his lips.
Similarly, this prompt appeared on the screen of any mobile phone with the Heart in Shenzhen University app installed. Within seconds, the entire campus forum was abuzz with heated discussion.
The original posting interval was between 10 and 20 seconds. A new post is popping up in less than a second. Looks like I finally have some serious business to attend to, Lu Yuan thought to himself.
With this in mind, he didn't go to the Ice and Snow Ability Museum as originally planned. Instead, he changed direction, rode a shared electric bike, and headed straight for the school's mission center. The task center is where the school posts tasks. The Heart in Shenzhen University app is just responsible for issuing notifications. Coming here is an essential step if you want to view or even accept this SS level mission.
What exactly is this SS rank mission? Can someone tell me?
Oh my god, it's a big mission with 100 participants.
We can go in and grab some rewards. Anyone wanna come with me and rake in some rewards?
Don't rush to collect the rewards. Let's take a look at the mission details first. The school hasn't issued an SS level mission for over a year. This mission is definitely not simple. The canteen near the Ice and Snow Ability Hall is not far from the mission center. Riding a shared electric scooter, Lu Yuan unleashed his full power and quickly arrived at the mission center. At this moment, the mission center is still packed with people and bustling with activity. Various discussions arose one after another.
However, after learning the specific details of this SS level mission, everyone couldn't help but hesitate.
The reason for signing up is simple. This SS level mission only recruits a maximum of 100 people, and the mission rewards also include a participation bonus of 10 credits, which is not a small amount.
This means they can follow the big shots and get some rewards. But the reasons for not wanting to sign up are also obvious.
Because the mission was to go to Base 2 in Shenzhen City and fight off the attack of the ferocious beasts alongside the station soldiers. The ferocious beasts in the underground world of Shenzhen Base number 2 are of extremely high rank, with very few being first or second rank, and most being third or fourth rank. There were even 5th tier low-level ferocious beasts. This is far too dangerous for most of the students here who are still at the first or second level. Faced with this formidable lineup of siege beasts, even if they wanted to claim the participation prize, they didn't have the guts. A ferocious beast at the lower level of the 5th rank is no joke. If Shenzhen Base number 2 were to fall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they managed to hold out, they might not survive to receive the reward.
I'll do it. Never mind.
If you go, I'll go.
Are you going?
I'm not sure.
While many people hesitated,
a slender figure appeared, her beautiful silver hair fluttering in the wind, attracting much attention.
More importantly, her identity is attracting even more attention. All eyes immediately turned to her. It's Senior Jiang.
Is she also participating in this SS level mission?
I want to go in and get a reward too. Don't steal my spot. I want to get in and claim the rewards too.
When Jiang Xianran appeared, everyone felt as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Many people quickly went from hesitant to eagerly signing up. As everyone knows, Jiang Xianran recently broke through to the upper level of the 4th rank.
She possesses the S-class superpower, Jade Purity Divine Thunder. Lightning-type abilities are inherently the most lethal type.
Moreover, she has already reached the 4th tier advanced level. Therefore, even when facing a low-level 5th-tier ferocious beast, there's probably not much to worry about. A ferocious beast attacking the city? I wonder what happened to the people in Jiangjiang City and the Firefox team back then. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan sighed softly, feeling a pang of emotion. But soon, a smile appeared on his face again. With ferocious beasts launching a massive attack, isn't this the perfect opportunity to harvest evolution points? It seems that I'm one step closer to the 4th level, and I'll have more confidence to go to the number 7 Lost Ruins. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was squeezed out of the crowd. Registration is limited to 100 people. He failed to secure the SS level mission. However, it wasn't a big problem. Lu Yuan spent twice the credits for the participation prize, which was 20 credits, and found a student who was obviously just there to get the prize for free. He paid the money readily, and the other party readily transferred the task slot to him. Although the beast siege has not yet broken out on a large scale, and there have only been sporadic disturbances, the situation remains tense. Therefore, once the maximum number of participants is reached, the operation officially begins. After a quick count, exactly 100 people boarded the 2 buses. The vehicle is clearly marked with the logo of Shenzhen Superpower University. Upon seeing this, passing vehicles quickly gave way as if they had encountered an ambulance. On the bus, sitting next to Lu Yuan was an old acquaintance of his. That was the senior who first brought him to the University of Superpowers. It has been more than a month since the two last met at the alchemy workshop. The two hit it off immediately after their chance encounter. As we were talking, the bus slowly came to a stop. Outside the car is our destination, Shenzhen City Base number 2. Everyone, get off the bus. The driver shouted urgently. Accompanied by the driver's anxious voice, the students hurriedly got off the bus. The ferocious beasts are attacking the city. The situation is urgent and cannot be delayed. Even a moment's delay could trigger unpredictable consequences, creating the so-called butterfly effect. Although the impact may be negligible, it is best to avoid it if possible. You must be from Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities? We've been waiting for you. Who's leading this operation? Upon seeing the Shenzhen Superpower University sign on the bus, a person in charge at the base entrance beamed with joy, quickly stepped forward, and asked. Upon hearing this, the students all moved closer to the back of a silver-haired girl. After all, Jiang Xianran not only has the highest reputation on campus, but is also the strongest superhuman here, making her the most suitable candidate to lead the team temporarily. It's me, my surname is Jiang. Jiang Xianran replied. Okay, Captain Jiang, please take the students inside with me first, the person in charge of the base said. At that moment, 2 more buses arrived. The vehicles were marked with the logos of Shanghai Superpower University and Hongbang Superpower University, respectively, accompanied by the sound of brakes. Lu Yuan knew that these 2 schools were 985 and 211 universities, respectively. They are all key universities in Shenzhen. As for why he knew, that's because, in the senior year of high school, to motivate students, the homeroom teacher specially posted maps of all the 211 and above universities in the country on the left and right walls of the classroom. If you see it every day, it's not hard to remember it. The car doors opened, and students from both schools got off one after another. The students sent by Shanghai Superpower University number about half of those from Shenzhen Superpower University, approximately 50 people. Hongbang Ability University has even fewer students, with only about 30. After all, the rewards for this mission were distributed by Shenzhen Base number 3, and since different schools have different strengths, the rewards they receive will naturally vary. Since we're all here, let's go in together. The person in charge waved to signal, and the leaders of the several schools nodded and led the students inside. Lu Yuan followed the crowd into the base and surveyed his surroundings. On the table next to me were piles of uneaten sunflower seeds and peanuts, and steam was still rising from the teacup, clearly freshly brewed tea. Several decks of cards were scattered haphazardly on the table. However, the incident happened suddenly. After learning that the ferocious beasts were attacking the city, the people with supernatural abilities in the area hurriedly returned home to take refuge, fearing that they would get caught in the crossfire. Continuing onward, the group arrived at the entrance to the underground world. All the students lined up and passed through the underground world passage in turn to enter Shenzhen City number 2. The current conflict is still relatively small in scale. Walking up the city wall stairs and looking down from above, you can hardly see any traces left by the ferocious beasts' attack on the city wall. After all, these are only first or second tier ferocious beasts. Although their numbers can reach hundreds or even thousands, they are physically weak and easily killed by long-range firearms. Junior brother Lu Yuan, what's wrong? Just as Jiang Yan and Lu Yuan were chatting and laughing, Lu Yuan suddenly turned around and glanced at her. The action was extremely abrupt and aroused Jiang Yan's curiosity. No, it's nothing. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and waved his hand gently. Is it just my imagination? A sense of doubt involuntarily arose in my mind. He could definitely feel 2 pairs of eyes staring intently at him. This is not an illusion. Sure enough, 2 people were staring intently at Lu Yuan. One of them is a student at Shanghai
Shanghai Superpower University. He awakened an A-level ice-type ability. He ranked among the top 100 in the province in the college entrance examination and was successfully admitted to the prestigious 985 University, Shanghai Superpower University. He ranked 7th in the freshman competition held by the school. But things are far more complicated than they appear. Just 2 weeks ago, he suddenly felt a surge of icy power erupt within his body. No matter how much you suppress or absorb it, it has no effect. He experienced excruciating pain all over his body and eventually fainted. Upon waking up, he was surprised to find that his superpower had undergone a qualitative leap. He broke through from A-level ice-type ability to S-level ice-type ability. Such a mutation is extremely rare. In the history of Earth, only one person has been fortunate enough to have a similar experience. He underwent 2 consecutive ability mutations at the first level, jumping directly from A-level to SS level. However, this lucky person's fate was equally tragic. He was born into the chaotic underclass of Africa. He was assassinated before he even grew up. Xia Sheng already knew that this was the only student in the Great Xia Kingdom to awaken an S-level ice-type ability this year. Lu Yuan chose to study at Shenzhen Superpower University. Although I had long heard of Lu Yuan's outstanding performance at school, but seeing is believing. Now, half a month has passed. Xia Sheng was looking forward to seeing how Lu Yuan would perform during the Beast Siege mission. He was the champion of the previous Shenzhen Superpower University freshman competition. I also signed up for this mission. In last year's competition for freshmen at the 4 top universities, due to command errors and complacency, Shenzhen Superpower University ranked last. There was nothing seriously wrong, but since Lu Yuan joined, his performance has become increasingly dazzling. They won the freshman competition with absolute strength, leading their team to victory in the freshman competitions of the 4 top universities. The situation has completely changed. Many students privately compared Du Chen to Lu Yuan, although it was not said to his face. However, the whispers that Du Chen occasionally overheard made him feel dissatisfied. The world is full of wonders, and some people have unusually stubborn personalities. He actually blamed all the mistakes on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, wait for me to challenge you after the mission is over. Du Chen looked at the tall figure not far away, squinted, and pondered to himself. Even though they lost to Lu Yuan at that time, but now that he is at the lower level of the 3rd rank, Lu Yuan will definitely be no match for him a year from now. Du Chen became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his heart was filled with joy. He could not suppress the restlessness in his heart. She quickly walked up behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan heard footsteps and turned to look. They saw Du Chen walking towards them with an aggressive air. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone indifferent. His expression betrayed his wariness of the newcomer's ill intentions. So, he didn't give the other party a friendly look. Lu Yuan, I am Du Chen, the champion of last year's freshman competition. I hereby issue you a challenge. After the mission is completed, let's go back to the arena and have a duel. How about it? Du Chen's face was full of provocation. This time, he is determined to regain his lost reputation. Why should I accept your challenge? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. With his mission over, he planned to prepare himself and re-enter the underground world to harvest evolution points. Will you accept the challenge from Du Chen, who claims to be the champion of last year's freshman competition? He wasn't interested at all. Lu Yuan felt that this was a complete waste of time, and he couldn't see any other use for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Chen clenched his fists, making a crack sound. The commotion they made immediately attracted the attention of many students nearby. Everyone turned their attention to this place, full of curiosity, wondering what had happened here. You're not scared, are you? Du Chen deliberately put on an arrogant and provocative expression. He spread his hands, sighed, and said in a mocking tone, I never thought that our invincible champion, Captain Lu, would ever have a day when he gets stage fright. At this moment, more and more students noticed this place, and discussions began to rise. Du Chen really didn't believe that Lu Yuan would actually refuse to accept the challenge after he said that. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out. Don't forget, this is the time to carry out the mission. Your personal matters can wait until we get back. The voice belonged to Jiang Xianran. You got lucky this time. Since Jiang Xianran had spoken up, Du Chen had no choice but to give up. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Senior Jiang, thank you so much for helping me out of that situation, Lu Yuan said gratefully. Du Chen buzzed incessantly in my ear like a fly. Although it wasn't so annoying that Lu Yuan impulsively agreed to the challenge and wasted time, this process was indeed quite irritating. You are welcome, Jiang Xianran responded calmly, then kindly reminded him, also, be careful. After all, in her eyes, Lu Yuan was the only student at Shenzhen Superpower University whose potential surpassed hers. She didn't want Lu Yuan to be seriously injured or even die during the mission due to impulsiveness, thus ruining his future. Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. But for some students, the situation is completely different. This is big news. Jiang Xianran, the senior student who was as aloof as a flower on a high mountain, not only took the initiative to help Lu Yuan out of a predicament,
environment but also cared about his safety. However, they could only sigh to themselves, not daring to even express their opinions on the campus forum. If Jiang Xianran finds out, given her abilities and prestige at school, she certainly won't let them get away with it. I think it's probably because you won the championship in the freshman competition of the 4 top universities, and Du Chen is feeling unbalanced. After Du Chen left, Zhang Yan guessed why Du Chen had approached Lu Yuan. Getting involved with flies is ultimately a sign of insufficient strength. Lu Yuan shrugged, feeling a pang of emotion. If I had the strength of Jiang Xianran, I would probably only need to give Du Chen a look and he would be scared away with his tail between his legs. Everyone, get ready. Holding a specially made telescope, Jiang Xianran looked into the distance and spoke calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on the city wall could feel a slight tremor. In the distance, a black line gradually appeared. Shadow cat, purple fong snake, one-horned rhinoceros. A huge, dark mass of ferocious beasts rushed over. The black line drew closer and closer, gradually turning into a dark shadow. It can truly be described as dark clouds looming over the city, threatening to crush it. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on the distance. Infernape, giant gale mantis, and cold lion. Behind these hundreds of level 1 and level 2 ferocious beasts, there were actually nearly 20 level 3 ferocious beasts. Everyone, do not leave the city for now. Those who have learned ranged attack skills, use the skills to attack immediately. Those who haven't learned ranged attacks, go over there and get your weapons. If you really don't know how to use a gun, stand by the city wall to prevent the ferocious beasts from entering the city. Jiang Xianran remained calm and gave proper instructions. Her crisp voice, combined with her cool and aloof expression, was incredibly captivating. Not only the students of Shenzhen University of Superpowers, but also the students of the other 2 universities are on high alert. Within minutes, the army of ferocious beasts had approached the city. This is the perfect time to make a move. Many students showcased their skills. Flames, lightning, gales, various types of skills were launched, and the first-tier ferocious beasts, which served as the frontline warriors, instantly lost more than half of their forces. Ice Blade, Ice Blade, Ice Blade. Lu Yuan also frantically unleashed his A-rank skill, Ice Blade. Like a blizzard, shards of ice swept towards the surging horde of ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lu Yuan's internal energy reserves far exceeded those of the past. He can now unleash ice blades continuously for a full 10 minutes. He alone formed a powerful output line. This shocked and stunned the other students standing next to Lu Yuan. Even Jiang Yan, who was already a senior in college, secretly felt inferior to him. His energy reserves are far less than Lu Yuan's terrifying reserves. You have defeated the tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the purple fong serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the second tier mid-level ferocious beast, shadow cat. Evolution points plus 400. At the same time, system notifications kept ringing in Lu Yuan's ears. Soon, the third tier ferocious beasts also gradually approached. Just as Lu Yuan took out an energy potion from his backpack, preparing to restore his Yuan energy and unleash the extreme ice illusion killing array to seize this wave of abundant evolution points. Lightning ball bombardment, tearing through the wind. A water whale is pressing down. The leaders of the 3 schools attacked simultaneously, killing most of the third tier ferocious beasts first. Fortunately, there were some remnants left. Lu Yuan collected these remnants and gained 17,000 evolution points. With the addition of the small ferocious beasts he had hunted in his existing evolution points, Lu Yuan's evolution points had climbed to 23,000. In order to hunt down more high-level ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan decided to invest his points in his SS level skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. These 23,000 evolution points can also help him leap from the lower tier of the third tier to the middle tier of the third tier. As for why Lu Yuan didn't choose to break through his cultivation level, that's because breaking through to a higher realm takes time, requiring a significant amount of time to calm the turbulent ice elemental energy within the body. Based on past experience, this process usually takes at least 2 hours. 2 hours, even the daylily buds would be cold by then. In contrast, the speed of absorbing memories is much faster. Evolution points minus 7,800. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS rank, Intermediate, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS rank, Advanced. When he pressed the key behind the system panel, a flood of memories rushed into Lu Yuan's mind, as if he had experienced countless releases. The instant Lu Yuan absorbed the memories and closed his eyes, Du Chen looked at him coldly, secretly laughing to himself. That's right, Du Chen thought that Lu Yuan had been exhausted after fighting for a while, and not just tired, but extremely weak. He thought that Lu Yuan was resting with his eyes closed to recover his strength. A dozen minutes later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. He was already able to unleash 15 ice swords. Originally, the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array could support the release of up to 16 ice swords at a high proficiency level. However, since the capacity of ice-type elemental energy has not yet reached its limit, only 15 can be released at this moment. Of course, Lu Yuan didn't care about this. The difference between 15 and 16 handles is not significant at all. After the ferocious beasts
beast's attack subsided, everyone rested by the city wall. But no one left the city walls. After all, the next wave of ferocious beasts could strike at any time. Lu Yuan, I never expected you to be this strong now. Zhang Yan patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile. It's alright, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Lu Yuan responded modestly. He was telling the whole truth. With the existence of evolution points, his cultivation speed was extraordinary, and he would never encounter any bottlenecks. The potential for improvement is naturally enormous. Hey kid, if you keep improving like this, you'll probably reach our school's graduation standard next year. Zhang Yan still had a smile on her face. What are the school's graduation standards? Lu Yuan's eyes widened, clearly somewhat surprised. I've only been in school for a short time, and I'm already almost ready to graduate. Do you think everyone is as twisted as you? Our school's graduation standard is the median of the third class, which is considered an ordinary graduate. To become a good graduate, one must reach the fourth class, and an outstanding graduate, in addition to meeting the requirements for a good graduate, must also have made outstanding contributions within the school. Zhang Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw Lu Yuan's expression. Third order mid-position. Lu Yuan muttered something to himself. If I had chosen to break through my current realm earlier, I could have graduated from Shenzhen Superpower University as an ordinary graduate long ago. But Lu Yuan knew in his heart that his goal was by no means limited to this. Ordinary graduates? He wants outstanding graduates. At this moment, however, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Suddenly, Lu Yuan thought of a question and asked, then why didn't senior sister Jiang Xianran choose to graduate as an outstanding graduate? She has reached the upper level of the fourth tier and led her team to win the national superpowered high school competition. Zhang Qing explained. With her talent, there would definitely be many 8th level grandmasters outside who would be willing to take her as their disciple. There's no need for her to stay in the school, right? Lu Yuan said thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing smiled mysteriously and whispered in Lu Yuan's ear. The first principal of Shenzhen Superpower University was surnamed Jiang. Many people speculate that senior sister Jiang Xianran and this principal Jiang may have some kind of relationship. She stayed here because she wanted to lead Shenzhen Superpower University to win the National Superpower University competition again. The National College Student Competition will be held in 3 months. It is estimated that after the competition, senior Jiang Xianran will choose to graduate. I see. Lu Yuan suddenly realized what was going on. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Xianran announced, the next wave of ferocious beasts is coming soon. Everyone quickly prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, the people on the city wall immediately sprang into action. Their eyes were fixed on the distance. A tremendous roar came from afar, sending chills down one's spine. Many people on the city wall shuddered involuntarily upon hearing the roar, their bodies trembling slightly. Immediately afterwards, nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts surged forward in a mighty wave. The combined weight of these ferocious beasts was over 1,000 tons, and the ground even trembled slightly. Many people lost their footing and nearly fell off the city wall. If someone were to fall from the city wall, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would surely be crushed into mincemeat by the ferocious beast army. The army of ferocious beasts gradually approached the city walls. Jiang Xianran said calmly. The next moment, an attack as fierce as a storm swept towards the horde of ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts had bloodshot eyes and had completely lost their reason, leaving only their most primal instincts and desires. They relentlessly rammed into the walls of Deep City Number 2. Fortunately, the impact of the first and second tier ferocious beasts had not yet reached its limit, and the city wall remained undamaged despite repeated impacts. Just when everyone thought they could easily defeat the ferocious beasts again, the appearance of several more beasts made everyone's eyes widen instantly. Thunder Tiger and Silver Gray Armored Bird. Both of these are quite famous among 4th tier ferocious beasts. Thunder Tiger's body is filled with a large amount of wind elemental energy and a small amount of lightning elemental energy, making its movement speed extremely astonishing. The Silver Gray Armored Bird contains a large amount of metal type and wind type elemental energy. Although its speed is slightly inferior, its defense is exceptionally strong. Its all-over silver gray armor gives it away. Both of these ferocious beasts have fused 2 types of elemental energy within their bodies. This is also a major difference between ferocious beasts and humans. Scientists have discovered that the unique physical characteristics of ferocious beasts allow them to possess 2 or even more types of elemental energy simultaneously. However, this only makes their abilities more diverse, but since the total amount of elemental energy in their bodies is fixed, their actual combat power will not be greatly improved as a result. It's a 4th tier ferocious beast. What should we do? Someone exclaimed. What's there to be afraid of? Our school's senior, Jiang, is at the upper level of the 4th tier. Taking down these ferocious beasts will be a piece of cake for her. It's actually the upper level 4th tier? That's great, we still have hope. The moment these ferocious beasts appeared, many students from Shanghai Superpower University and Hongbang Skills University panicked. However, when the students of Shenzhen Superpower University confirmed that Jiang Xianran
Xianran had reached the upper level of the 4th tier. The panic and unease vanished instantly, replaced by peace of mind and comfort. Among these students, there was one whose eyes held a hint of expectation. That person was none other than Lu Yuan. The Thunder Tiger on the left looks a bit smaller. If my ice sword can kill it, I'll definitely get a lot of evolution points, Lu Yuan thought to himself. He remembered that he had killed a high-level 3rd tier ice lion in the underground world and directly obtained 15,000 evolution points. The Thunder Tiger in front of us is a 4th tier ferocious beast. The evolution points gained from killing it will definitely far exceed those from the Frost Lion. Lu Yuan estimated that even if this Thunder Tiger was a lower tier 4th order tiger, it would still bring at least 30,000 evolution points. Just as Lu Yuan's emotions were churning, the remaining army of ferocious beasts rapidly approached. They are about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the city wall. Jiang Xianran was the first to mobilize the lightning elemental energy within her body. 100,000 volts. She whispered the name of her special skill. 100,000 volts, an SS level skill, unleashes a raging torrent of lightning with astonishing power. In an instant, purple-blue lightning surrounded his entire body, accompanied by a violent roar. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, lightning shot out, striking the oncoming horde of ferocious beasts. To maximize the power of the skill, Jiang Xianran locked her lightning strikes onto the nearest few 4th tier ferocious beasts. The moment the lightning touched them, these ferocious beasts immediately felt a tearing, destructive force. The silver-gray armored bird closest to Jiang Xianran had its once gleaming silver-gray armor instantly charred black, with some parts even turning into particles slightly larger than dust. It then plummeted and crashed heavily to the ground, completely silent. Other silver-gray armored birds and thunder tigers also suffered heavy losses. Under the bombardment of Jiang Xuanran's Jade Purity Divine Lightning, their entire bodies were charred black, though they did not die on the spot. But after catching his breath, he ultimately couldn't withstand the aftershocks of the thunder and fell silent. Smack, smack, smack. As these ferocious beasts were killed by Jiang Xuanran's lightning, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the city wall. This scene truly shocked them. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes. This further strengthened his belief in becoming stronger. After unleashing such a powerful skill, Jiang Xianran naturally felt exhausted. She was breathing slightly heavily, her chest heaving. With all the 4th tier ferocious beasts on the field eliminated, she decided to refrain from attacking for the time being. Give everyone some opportunities, so they don't always rely on you. Jiang Xianran heard the discussion from those people very clearly. However, she did not say much. Just as she sat down to rest, a thunder tiger suddenly leaped out from under the corpse of a 3rd tier ferocious beast. It hid under the corpse to avoid being targeted by the lightning. This was exactly the one Lu Yuan had in mind, because Lu Yuan mastered the S-rank skill detective technique and used it. Nature discovered the hiding thunder tiger. Lu Yuan, who was prepared, immediately made his move as soon as he saw Thunder Tiger appear. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. He whispered the incantation. Instantly, a strong chill erupted from his body, sweeping across the surroundings. The cold air gradually condensed into ice swords, surrounding Lu Yuan. 1, 2. The students around counted as many as 14 ice swords. What kind of skill is this? Its power is terrifying. Duchen, who was standing to the side, rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. The scene before me remained unchanged, proving that I had not misjudged it. No wonder, when the competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities was underway, Duchun was on a mission off campus and was unable to witness Lu Yuan's performance firsthand. He only heard that Lu Yuan had defeated his opponents with an overwhelming advantage and won the championship. At that time, because Lu Yuan defeated the opponent so quickly, the students watching the match didn't even have time to take out their phones before the game was over. Naturally, the video of Lu Yuan's battle didn't circulate. A hint of admiration also flashed in his eyes. Dude, we're both ice-type, so why are you able to play so cool? Just as everyone's attention was drawn to him, Lu Yuan waved his hand. All the ice swords flew towards the Thunder Tiger at lightning speed. Thunder Tiger opened its blood-red maw and spat out a string of lightning particles, clashing with the ice sword. The moment the ice sword came into contact with the lightning particles, it instantly unleashed a thick cloud of cold smoke, obscuring the view. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yuan focused his mind and caused the remaining 5 ice swords to change direction. They launched their attack precisely from Thunder Tiger's blind spot. This Thunder Tiger reacted very quickly, managing to dodge 2 ice swords under these circumstances. At this moment, Lu Yuan's extreme ice illusion killing array had reached an advanced level of proficiency. The impact force of an ice sword is close to 5,000 kilograms. The 3 ice swords together weigh nearly 15,000 kilograms, with an impact force of 15 tons. The ice sword flew past, and Thunder Tiger couldn't defend himself at all. His skin was slashed by the ice sword. Instantly, a thin layer of frost condensed on its flesh. Before Thunder Tiger could completely fall, Lu Yuan quickly finished him off. A series of ice blades struck Thunder Tiger hard. Soon, it stopped moving and looked completely dead. But Lu Yuan Yuan remained vigilant in the slightest. Sure enough, after playing dead for a while, the Thunder Tiger suddenly fled in the opposite direction with all its might.
Unfortunately, Lu Yuan was already prepared.
You have defeated the Tier 4 low-level ferocious beast, Thunder Tiger.
Evolution points plus 40,000. Only after the system's pleasant notification sounded did Lu Yuan confirm that Thunder Tiger was indeed dead.
Wow, that's amazing. Just who is this person? I know him, Lu Yuan. He's the strongest in this year's competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities.
What? You're saying he's a freshman? The way Shenzhen Superpower University trains students is too outrageous.
It's a pity I was only a few points short of getting into university. I'm also from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, and I'm a senior now, but my strength is still not as good as his.
How could Lu Yuan's strength have improved so much in such a short time? Many people were present.
Whether they were students from other schools or students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, regardless of whether they knew Lu Yuan or not, they were all stunned by what they saw, their faces filled with shock. After all, Zhang Xianran is a senior student, a 4th-level advanced cultivator who has performed exceptionally well in the national superpower competition and is renowned among students. While Lu Yuan was not as strong as Zhang Xianran, he was still far stronger than them.
More importantly, Lu Yuan is only a freshman.
The potential for future growth is extremely vast. At this rate, let alone reaching the Grandmaster level, it probably won't be difficult for Lu Yuan to even reach the 8th-tier Grandmaster level. After all, even among Grandmasters, few could match Lu Yuan's strength at his age. Upon realizing this, everyone involuntarily gasped. This includes Du Chen, who was standing at the back of the crowd. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips left marks on his palms. Du Chen's face was pale. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart, as if Lu Yuan had frozen his heart with his ice-type superpower. He had previously wanted to challenge Lu Yuan to a duel in order to regain his pride.
Completely based on, Du Chen believed that Lu Yuan's strength was temporarily inferior to his own.
After all, both of them were champions of the freshman competition that year.
Even if Lu Yuan is talented, he couldn't possibly be that strong, right? But the facts were undeniable. How could Du Chen not believe them? He wasn't blind.
However, now, an even bigger problem has arisen.
He actually dared to provoke a future 8th-tier Grandmaster. There are only a handful of 8th-level Grandmasters in the entire country.
Faced with such a situation where experts are emerging one after another, Du Chen knew that he could never reach that level. Frustration, fear, despair, a mix of negative emotions welled up in his heart. Thinking of this, his knees buckled, and he almost knelt down.
Are you all right?
The students next to him quickly helped him up.
What should I do now? Apologize?
However, bowing one's head and admitting mistakes in front of so many people is somewhat embarrassing. But losing face is better than planting a time bomb for your future. Du Chen was filled with a myriad of thoughts, tossing and turning in bed. He took a few deep breaths, trying to encourage himself. Then he walked towards Lu Yuan. Under Lu Yuan's cold gaze, he hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking slowly. Lu Yuan, about what happened just now, I'm sorry. To express his sincerity, he bowed deeply as soon as he finished speaking.
Lu Yuan waved his hand, his eyes showing no emotion.
Since the other party had already apologized, he couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter any further.
Of course, this is based on the premise that Du Chen is only making empty threats. If he actually resorts to violence, the matter will definitely not be resolved with just an apology.
With his previous evolutions, Lu Yuan's evolution points have reached an astonishing 60,200. Unfortunately, adding points to Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array now yields almost no benefit. Because the ice-type elemental energy in the body is still insufficient, it is simply not enough to fully unleash the skill. So he decided to save his evolution points for later. It feels like playing a gacha game, where you collect all the cards you've been saving up for a long time and then pull them all out at once. It's incredibly satisfying.
Another hour has passed. Most people rested against the city wall.
Only a very few people had furrowed brows and stared intently into the distance.
For example, Zhang Xianran.
She knew that this underground world was home to 5th-tier ferocious beasts. So far, only 4th-tier ferocious beasts have appeared.
Just 10 minutes later, Zhang Xuanran's guess came true. Before seeing its form, one hears its sound.
The beast was nowhere to be seen, but the ground was already shaking violently.
Beware! Beware! Another ferocious beast is coming. Everyone, prepare for battle.
Feeling the tremor, everyone immediately stood up and looked into the distance. But strangely, there was no sign of any ferocious beast in the distance.
Why is the vibration now stronger than before? Lu Yuan was also puzzled.
He then used his S-rank skill, Detective Technique, to investigate the situation in the distance. He wouldn't have paid any attention if he hadn't investigated, but once he did, he was shocked.
Approaching from afar,
it was not an army of ferocious beasts. There were only a few ferocious beasts. A ground dragon that burrows underground at high speed has a hard horn on its head, enabling it to travel at high speed underground. A giant bear, over 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles and weighing at least several hundred tons, could crush a car with a single punch. Crunch! There was also a huge eagle circling in the sky, its entire body engulfed in flames, so hot that it distorted the surrounding air, giving the illusion of an inferior phoenix. When the shadows of these ferocious beasts came into view, many people tremble at just a glance. This is the oppressive feeling brought by a fifth-tier ferocious beast. My god, what kind of monster is this? Stop fighting, let's run. Don't be afraid, we still have Senior Jiang Xianran. We should trust her. Many people felt apprehensive and wanted to back down, but with Jiang Xuanran's presence, they still held onto a sliver of hope. A fifth-tier ferocious beast. Seeing this, Jiang Xianran murmured softly. A serious expression involuntarily appeared on her face. These ferocious beasts were extremely troublesome for her, especially the Tier 5 lower-level Titan Bear, weighing over 300 tons, was almost impossible for her lightning attacks to cause significant damage. Troublesome as it may be, we must face it head-on. However, Jiang Xianran had some doubts in her heart. It has been more than 2 hours since we arrived at City 2 in Shenzhen. Why has the military's reinforcement been delayed? But there was no signal, so she couldn't make phone calls or send messages to contact the outside world. Despite her doubts, the current situation did not allow her to dwell on them. After all, she was standing right in Shenzhen's number 2 city. Once these fifth-tier ferocious beasts cross this place and enter the real world, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even if it is eventually killed, it will inevitably cause immeasurable destruction. Just then, someone came in from outside. Everyone, military reinforcements are on their way. Please hold on for another 10 minutes. Please. This is a message being conveyed on behalf of someone else. Hold on for 10 minutes. These words, though difficult, gave people a glimmer of hope. If we can hold out for these 10 minutes, military reinforcements will arrive. Well, holding on for 10 minutes is no easy feat. The 3 ferocious beasts at the mid-level of the 5th rank still hadn't stopped and were rapidly charging towards this side. They quickly entered Jiang Xuanran's attack range. At the same time, everyone entered the attack range of the extreme flame eagle. The fiery eagle cried out a few times and opened its hooked beak. Bang, bang, bang. Several enormous fireballs were launched in succession in this direction. How big is this fireball? It's bigger than an adult. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately fell to the ground. Fortunately, the city wall was built exceptionally sturdy. Several fireballs struck it, but only caused a few cracks, and the wall remained standing. This made everyone realize that resisting here was almost pointless, so they simply withdrew from the city wall. Extreme ice illusion killing array, Lu Yuan murmured. 14 ice swords appeared around him at the same time. With a wave of his hand, ice swords shot out in unison. The target was naturally the nearest fiery eagle. When the eagle saw the ice sword flying towards it, it revealed a hint of disdain. The next moment, raging red flames burst into flames all over its body. Before the ice sword could even get close, it was melted into water by the flames, and the water vanished into steam in less than half a second. It seems that 5th-tier ferocious beasts are indeed not as simple as I thought. Lu Yuan sighed softly and jumped off the city wall as well. Now, we can only rely on senior sister Jiang Xianran and a few other 4th-level senior students. On Jiang Xuanran's side, thunderstorm technique. She first drank a berserk potion, which greatly increased her strength in a short period of time. He then used another SS-level skill, thunderstorm. The difference between thunderstorm and 100,000 volts is that one is a sustained damage, while the other is an explosive damage. 10,000 volts is a short burst skill that is very effective against beasts of the same level. Against beasts of a lower level, Jiang Xuanran's mental attributes can even kill them in one hit. But these beasts in front of us are all mid-level 5th-tier ferocious beasts, several times stronger than 4th-tier beasts. This strength is more reflected in their physical defense. Although their attack power is strong, they are even more resilient. The damage from 100,000 volts might be significant to them, but it would be absolutely insufficient to stop their charge. Thunderstorm is best used in prolonged battles. As Jiang Xianran mobilized the lightning elemental energy within her body, the originally clear sky instantly darkened and became covered with dark clouds. A huge mass of dark clouds gathered. Then, huge bolts of purple-blue lightning struck down from the dark clouds. Not just one, but countless thunderbolts unleashed simultaneously. The thunder's target was that Titan Bear. Jiang Xuanran's goal was never to kill it, but to buy time. Numerous bolts of lightning accurately blocked Titan Bear's path. After all, Titan Bear does feel pain, and its body instincts make it constantly twist its body and use defensive skills to meet the several bolts of lightning that strike down from the sky. Titan Bear is temporarily blocked. Thunderbolt piercing. Facing the approaching fiery eagle, Jiang Xianran took out the silver-white spear from her spatial ring and summoned her companion beast, a silver-white wolf. The man and the beast engaged in a fierce battle with the fiery eagle. Similarly, Jiang Xianran doesn't need to defeat the extreme flame eagle, she only needs to stop it from getting close. As for the last earth dragon, Jiang Xianran had no time to pay attention to anything else. Fortunately, several members of the Silver Wolf team and several strong individuals from 2 other superpower universities were also present. Together, they launched a massive bombardment of the soil that the the Earth Dragon was about to pass through. This forced the Earth Dragon to burrow out of the ground. However, emerging from the ground is not a good thing. It will only cause it to lose the cover that shielded it from the relentless bombardment. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, 7 minutes flew by. "We're here." Several mid-level and high-level 5th-tier superhumans from the military arrived at the scene. They joined the battle and engaged in a fierce fight with the 3 ferocious beasts. The situation quickly reversed. Ultimately, the fiery eagle escaped at the cost of losing a wing. The other 2 ferocious beasts, however, were not so lucky and were killed one after another. The group arrived at the foot of the city wall. "Jiang, we owe you a lot this time. Otherwise, if these ferocious beasts were to enter the real world, they would have seriously threatened the safety of the nearby people. And there are other students too. Your contributions are also very important." Several soldiers saluted Jiang Xianran and the students around her. Everyone naturally responded politely. Then, someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so late?" These words struck a chord with many people. If it weren't for senior sister Jiang Xuanran's great strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Well, it's alright to tell you." One of the soldiers recounted the whole story in detail. It turned out that at this moment, the entire Black Blood Cult army stationed in Shenzhen City was mobilized. The head of the Black Blood Cult branch in Shenzhen was actually a 4th-level ability user. What's even more infuriating is that the Black Blood Cult resorted to its usual despicable tactics. This is absolutely disgusting. Therefore, they were delayed a lot of time on the road. More importantly, the soldier revealed a terrifying truth that sent a chill down everyone's spine. The local residents all witnessed this. There's no way to hide it from them, so it's fine to let them know. What? The Black Blood Cult can actually cultivate a 3rd-tier ferocious beast? 3rd-tier ferocious beasts are rampaging through the city. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Next, our military will launch a large-scale operation in the surrounding and nearby areas. Students, please be vigilant. If all else fails, stay on campus and don't come out to carry out missions for the time being," the soldier said. Everyone thought he made a lot of sense and nodded in agreement. Indeed, staying alive is far more important than tasks and rewards. Otherwise, there would be no chance to enjoy these rewards. Afterwards, the group took a bus back to the mission center of Shenzhen Superpower University. This task requires 100 participants. The awards are divided into first prize, second prize, third prize, and participation prize. One first prize winner will receive 1,500 academic credits. 10 people will receive a second prize, with each winner receiving 600 to 800 academic credits. The third prize was awarded to 29 people, with a reward of 100 to 500 academic credits. 60 participants will receive a participation award of 10 academic credits. All rewards are distributed via cameras within Shenzhen City No. 2, based on participants' performance. Lu Yuan won the second prize. I happily earned 700 credits. Although Lu Yuan now possesses the highest student privileges, his resource consumption is reduced by 10%, and he has more than enough credits. But who would complain about having too many credits? After completing the SS-level mission, Lu Yuan arrived at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Evolution points, 60200. Special ability, Ice Crown. Looking at the 60,000 evolution points on the panel and the list of abilities below them, Lu Yuan couldn't help but wonder, how many evolution points do these abilities need to evolve? Unfortunately, the familiar symbol did not appear after Ice Crown, which means that even with 60,000 evolution points, it is still not enough. Only when it appears can we know the specific number of evolution points required for evolution. However, Lu Yuan didn't dwell on it too much. Breakthroughs in superpowers are a stage I will inevitably go through in the future. Now, what's even more exciting is the moment to add points. He only needs to quietly feel his strength growing and enjoy this joy. The first thing added is the realm. Evolution points minus 22,000. Realm level, lower third tier, middle third tier. At this point, there are 38,200 evolution points remaining. The moment he pressed the button, an unprecedented burst of icy coldness erupted from Lu Yuan's body. Everything around them was blown away by this intense icy force. At the same time, the ice elemental energy within his body surged violently. Lu Yuan quickly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and quietly sensed this change. It is worth mentioning that this is a special phenomenon that has never occurred before. His body surface was covered with a thick layer of frost, and this layer of frost was condensing at an astonishing rate. Soon, Lu Yuan's entire body was completely enveloped in frost. Time passed quietly, and 3 whole hours went by. Gradually, the frost on the outside began to melt. To be precise, it transformed into tangible elemental energy, continuously flowing into Lu Yuan's body. Mental energy, 1024 Hz. Qi and blood, 3061 calories. His mental attribute has broken through 4 digits, and his Qi and blood have reached an astonishing 3000 calories. It should be noted that such attributes are significantly higher than those of many 4th-tier lower-level students who have awakened A-level superpowers at Shenzhen Superpower University. Improving
knowing attributes is certainly important. But what excited Lu Yuan even more was the increase in the capacity of ice-type elemental energy within his body. This is likely closely related to the frost that seeps into the body. In any case, the energy capacity has increased by a full 30%. This is a real and tangible improvement. Now, I'll finally be able to collapse immediately without using any skills. Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. Next, he started adding points to the S-level skill, detective skill. In the game, vision is extremely important. In reality, the importance of vision is even more crucial than in games. Evolution points minus 14,400. Detective skills, S, advanced. Detective skills, S, master. The remaining evolution points are 23,800. After absorbing the new memories that suddenly appeared in his mind, Lu Yuan successfully mastered the detective technique to a master level. This improvement is simply amazing. Now, he only needs to expend a small amount of mental energy to explore a radius of 10,000 meters. If a large amount of mental energy is used, the detection range can even be expanded to a terrifying 20,000 meters. Perhaps it's hard to grasp the meaning just by hearing the numbers, but once compared, the difference becomes crystal clear. A circle with a radius of 20,000 meters, covering an area of over 1.8 million mu, is as big as several Shenzhen superpower university campuses. Of course, it's impossible to maintain such a high level of mental energy for an extended period. Even if it is only 10,000 square meters in radius, the area exceeds 400,000 mu, which is equivalent to the area of two Shenzhen superpower university campuses. This power is truly astonishing. The remaining 23,800 evolution points cannot be allocated to extreme ice illusion killing array for the time being. After all, that's an SS level skill, requiring an enormous amount of evolution points. Fortunately, Lu Yuan possesses more than one SS level skill. Evolution points minus 7,800. Frost Spear Combo, SS, Intermediate. Frost Spear Combo, SS, Advanced. There are currently 16,000 evolution points remaining. When facing the ferocious beast's massive attack, the Frost Spear Combo failed to demonstrate its full potential. Therefore, Lu Yuan plans to enter the virtual reality later and personally test how powerful the advanced proficiency of the Frost Spear Combo is. He then added points to the Ice Blade skill. Evolution points minus 9,000. Ice Blade, A, Advanced. Ice Blade, A, Master. When clearing mobs, Ice Blade is undoubtedly an excellent skill. Evolution points minus 5,000. Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent. Ice Shard Serpent, 2nd tier high / 4th tier high. Finally, Lu Yuan also gave his companion beast an evolution. With a thought, the panel was brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2,000. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Realm level, mid-3rd tier. Mental energy, 1024 Hz. Chi and blood, 3,061 calories. Skills, Marksmanship, Master, Melee Combat, Intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, Advanced, Ice Flash, B, Advanced, Ice Blade, A, Master, Frozen Shield, A, Advanced, Ice Blast, S, Advanced, Detective Skill, S, Master, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Advanced, Frost Spear Combo, SS, Advanced, Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S, 4th level. Companion Beast, Ice Shard Serpent, Master, I've grown again. Just then, Xiao Bing communicated with Lu Yuan through a telepathic connection, her joy overflowing. Although he couldn't see its appearance, Lu Yuan could fully feel its excitement. Xiao Bing, it seems you and I are both exceptionally talented. Lu Yuan responded to its words, feeling secretly gratified. The ferocious beast before them was a low-level 4th-tier Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger's strength is mainly reflected in its power and speed, with a greater emphasis on speed, while its defense is the lowest among 4th-tier ferocious beasts. However, even so, an impact force of up to 15 tons could not kill it instantly. This is enough to prove how huge the improvement is between 4th-tier and 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. A barrage of frost spears. At this moment, the Frost River sky-splitting spear in Lu Yuan's hand glowed with an icy blue light, and he whispered the skill name. Thunder Tiger was surrounded by lightning, accompanied by gusts of wind. Its sprinting speed is extremely fast, almost approaching the speed of sound, which is 340 meters per second. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he raised the Cold River sky-splitting spear, seizing the opportune moment precisely. Unfortunately, Thunder Tiger saw through this attack and slightly tilted its body to dodge Lu Yuan's first shot. Oh, this is interesting. Seeing that his first shot was dodged, Lu Yuan found it rather amusing. Finally, it's not that rigid turn-based combat system anymore. In his next two shots, Lu Yuan deliberately missed with the second shot. Just as Thunder Tiger pounced, he thrust out his third shot with a backhand. With a loud bang, Thunder Tiger's shoulder blade was shattered by Lu Yuan. Taking advantage of its painful struggle, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity and fired another shot. Thunder Tiger tried to escape, but this time, Lu Yuan was even faster. This shot was driven by a deadly intent, aimed directly at its life. Master-level marksmanship is truly extraordinary. Lu Yuan's gunshot speed was even faster than Thunder Tiger's shield activation. The Cold River sky
sky-splitting spear pierced straight through the Thunder Tiger's head. Bright red and whitish blood and brain matter gushed out, but were firmly blocked by Lu Yuan's icy shield. The Thunder Tiger gently raised its paw, clearly not completely dead yet. However, the claws then fell heavily, a scene that was almost tantamount to announcing its death.
One Thunder Tiger isn't enough, bring another one.
Lu Yuan's fighting spirit burned fiercely, and he decided to summon a Thunder Tiger once again.
The first time, Lu Yuan's frost shield was shattered by a single claw attack from the two Thunder Tigers.
Then, he came back to life. The second time, one Thunder Tiger suppressed the enemy from a distance, while the other seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The result was another resurrection. But Lu Yuan was never defeated by difficulties. On the contrary, he felt fortunate. After all, if he were in the real underground world, he might not have a chance to be resurrected.
With each death, Lu Yuan endured for longer and longer.
Finally, on the fifth attempt, he fired 2 shots and finally killed the 2 Thunder Tigers. Evolution points can only be used to improve one's own attributes and skill power.
Practical experience still has to be gained through personal experience. Lu Yuan sighed.
Just like in a game, no matter how top-notch the equipment is, if the player is a novice, they may not be able to unleash its full potential. He then increased the number of Thunder Tigers to 3.
The pressure from the 3 Thunder Tigers naturally increased exponentially. Death after death, rising again and again, progress after progress. During practice, Lu Yuan seemed to forget the passage of time. After a period of exhilarating training,
his consciousness gradually detached from virtual reality, and the scene inside the Ice and Snow Ability Hall reappeared before his eyes.
What time is it now?
Lu Yuan muttered to himself, unlocked his phone screen, and took a look.
It's already the early hours of the next day.
2 missed calls were displayed on the phone screen. One belonged to his teacher, Qin Tianlong, and the other to his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. It was very late, and he wasn't sure if they were asleep. So instead of making a phone call, I sent messages to each of them. Xia Qingyin did not reply. It was unclear whether she was asleep or still cultivating.
Qin Tianlong did make a phone call. Lu Yuan, do you remember the admission ticket to the Sacred Ice Spring that I gave you?
The Sacred Ice Spring will open in 3 days. Even in the early hours of the morning, Qin Tianlong's voice was still loud and clear. He was clearly very excited.
This is normal. Lu Yuan is his most outstanding and most satisfying disciple. He naturally hoped to see Lu Yuan grow and improve. Sacred Ice Spring.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened slightly. It is known that soaking in the holy ice spring and absorbing its essence is of great benefit to ice-type ability users. He had been secretly looking forward to this for a long time. However, the opening time of the holy ice spring was not yet determined, so it was impossible to be sure of the specifics. I hope that this time you come back, you will have made a qualitative leap.
I will definitely not let you down. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye.
Xinsheng City is located in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, while Jingbei City is in the north, with a distance of more than 4,000 kilometers between the two places. This is a fictional world setting. Please do not apply it to reality.
Therefore, Lu Yuan chose an airplane as his mode of transportation.
On this day, he brought his companion beast, Xiaobing, to Shenzhen City Airport.
After checking in, board the plane.
The engine first emitted a deep roar, like a sleeping beast slowly awakening. The sound then gradually increased in intensity, becoming deeper and more resonant, and the fuselage vibrated slightly. It was the first time for both him and Xiaobing to fly, and they looked down with surprise. The ground receded at a visible speed, and the houses and roads looked like miniature models. The clouds changed from being at eye level to feeling like soft cotton wool underfoot. As the aircraft broke through the low-level airflow, the turbulence gradually subsided, the engine noise stabilized, and outside the window stretched a sea of clouds that kept moving backward.
At this moment, a girl sitting next to Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
The noise was so loud that it attracted the attention of the surrounding passengers. This also includes Lu Yuan, who was sitting next to her. Realizing the gazes of the crowd, the girl's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. But when she recognized that it really was Lu Yuan himself, that awkward moment turned into surprise and joy. She looked like a fan meeting their idol.
Hello, I am Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan never expected to run into his fans here.
Hello, you're my fan. Oops, I'm your idol. Oops, I'm your fan. Can I take a picture with you?
The girl was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently.
Lu Yuan nodded. The two took a photo together. By the way,
although the girl was extremely excited, she still maintained her composure and boundaries, and did not deliberately get close to Lu Yuan. After getting off the plane and saying goodbye to the little fan, Lu Yuan arrived at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Superpower Pavilion. Passengers, we have arrived at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Please disembark. That's what the taxi driver said. The taxi slowly came to a stop, and Lu Yuan got out of the car and closed the door behind him. As soon as he got out of the car, an extremely magnificent building came into view. Looking around, the entire building is predominantly glacial blue, a color that is not just ordinary light ice blue, but rather a deep hue that seems to have settled deep within the polar ice caps, radiating a cool yet bright light under under the sun. The building is surrounded by multiple dynamic ice mist corridors on both sides. Fine wisps of icy mist continuously seep from the ice crystal-like patterns on the corridor floor. It neither obstructs the view nor prevents the entire building from being shrouded in a hazy, cold mist, as if it were floating on a polar snowfield. The 5 large characters Ice and Snow Ability Hall on the front of the building are carved from millennia-old ice. The edges of the font are wrapped with flowing light blue light patterns, giving it a cool and gleaming appearance. From a distance, it resembles a totem formed from the power of ice and snow, solemn and majestic. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasp, a strong sense of shock welling up inside him. It felt as if I had accidentally stumbled into a mysterious heavenly palace. After calming his excitement, Lu Yuan stepped forward and arrived at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. "Hello, do you have an appointment? Or perhaps you're here to participate in the Holy Ice Spring event?" the security guard outside asked with a gentle smile. This security guard seems ordinary, and I can't figure anything out about him, but he actually has a hidden secret. If the two of them were to start fighting, he could easily subdue him in less than 3 seconds. By the way, the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall is not the same as the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. It is not a place for training others, but more like an office building where core personnel handle various complex affairs in different places. As a security guard, he was very familiar with all the key personnel. Lu Yuan was a stranger, which is why the security guard asked such a question. "I'm here to participate in the Holy Ice Spring event." Faced with the security guard's question, Lu Yuan had an idea and took out the admission ticket to the Holy Ice Spring given to him by his teacher Qin Tianlong from his spatial ring. After carefully verifying his identity, the security guard immediately gestured for him to enter. At the same time, the huge automatic door slowly opened. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, passed through the automatic door, and entered the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. What comes into view is a magnificent, 100-meter-high, ice-domed hall. The top is not a solid building, but a translucent dome made of tens of thousands of diamond-shaped ice crystals. Natural light is refracted through the ice crystals and turns into soft, cold golden spots that fall on the ground. The ground is paved with whole pieces of cut ice jade tiles, with light blue supernatural light patterns flowing beneath the tiles. As you walk, the light patterns ripple like ice crystals with each step. Is this the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, personally established by Yi Qingyue, an SS-level 8th-tier ice-type grandmaster? Lu Yuan was still deeply shocked. Filled with admiration, Lu Yuan walked inside, covering several hundred meters. He suddenly realized something. Just getting in isn't enough. You have to find the location of the Holy Ice Spring yourself. In other words, where exactly is the entrance to the underground world from the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall hidden? He first looked around blankly, but they found nothing. With a sigh, Lu Yuan was about to return to the main gate to ask the security guard. Just then, a light footstep sound came from behind. He instinctively turned around. A beautiful figure walked towards her with long, slender steps. She has short, ice blue hair that is as smooth as frozen snow. Both pupils were ice blue, like 2 crystal-clear gems. Her skin was as white as snow, her features were exquisite, her figure was upright, and her waist was slender but not thin, making it hard to look away. Those long, shapely legs were particularly eye-catching. She is an absolutely stunning beauty. Lu Yuan was puzzled. He didn't know her, so what did she want? The beautiful woman walking towards Lu Yuan was named Ji Yunxi. She awakened an S+ level ice-type ability. At only 24 years old, he had already reached the middle stage of the 5th level. Even within the Tiangong Superpower Academy in Tiangong City, her abilities are among the most outstanding of her peers. At the same time, she was also Yi Qingyue's disciple, so she naturally had a ticket to the Sacred Ice Spring. The Holy Ice Spring greatly enhances ice-type ability users, and Ji Yunxi herself is no exception. She came all the way from Tiangong City specifically to soak in the Holy Ice Spring. As for where Tiangong City is, that was a massive city built in the underground world by the combined forces of 5 superpowers. Completely different from Jiangzhansheng, it was a truly enormous city, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. Apart from a few high-ranking officials, the vast majority of 8th Order Grandmasters and 9th Order Saints reside here. This is because the beasts in the underground world are extremely ferocious. Therefore, strong individuals from all over the world must gather here to prevent any accidents from happening. Seeing that Lu Yuan seemed to be here for the first time, and considering that today happened to be the opening day of the Holy Ice Spring, it's obvious that this boy is a descendant of some Grandmaster or Grandmaster of Ice-type magic. I received an admission ticket to the Holy Ice Spring, but once inside, they didn't know where to go. Thinking of this, she strode over with her long legs and asked with a smile, "Are you looking for the location of the Holy Ice Spring?" Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yuan wasn't surprised that she could recognize his identity at a glance. "I know, I'll take you there," Ji Yunxi said. Someone offered to lead the way, and Lu Yuan quickly thanked them. On the way, the cheerful Ji Yunxi chatted with Lu Yuan for a few minutes. Upon learning that the Holy Ice Spring admission ticket in Lu Yuan's possession possession was given to him by Qin Tianlong. Lu Yuan was Qin Tianlong's disciple. This made Ji Yunqi blink her blue crystal-like eyes in surprise. Such a precious opportunity only comes once every 2 years. Qin Tianlong didn't go and make the lover himself but instead gave it to his disciple? It would be understandable if it were given to my own son. How can a mere disciple receive such preferential treatment? A thought struck her, and Ji Yunqi subconsciously used the most basic sensory ability among her supernatural powers. Lu Yuan's cultivation level was 2 whole major realms lower than hers. She could easily sense that Lu Yuan was at the 3rd level. To receive such attention, is this handsome guy still a sophomore in college? How could an ordinary 3rd-tier ability user be so highly regarded by a 7th-tier grandmaster? Ji Yunqi didn't believe that the 7th-level grandmaster named Qin Tianlong would be foolish enough to hand over his precious admission ticket for nothing. In other words, there must be more to this than meets the eye. To clear up her confusion, Ji Yunqi casually asked, "What grade are you in now?" This is equivalent to asking someone's age. Because the current college entrance examination for military science does not allow for retaking the exam. A senior in high school at 18, a freshman in college at 19. These age ranges are fixed. Lu Yuan understood that Ji Yunqi was indirectly asking about his age. It didn't matter, so I answered frankly. Once Lu Yuan answered, even Ji Yunqi, who was only 24 years old and had already reached the mid-level of the 5th rank, couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes, looking somewhat flustered. Ji Yunqi became a 3rd-tier superhuman when she was a sophomore in college, at the age of 20. The boy in front of her had actually been there a year earlier than her. A year in the morning might not seem like much, but from another perspective, in less than a year, he transformed from an awakened one into a tier 3 ability user. This speed is terrifyingly astonishing. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked with concern when Ji Yunqi suddenly stopped. After all, he still needed her to lead the way. Cough cough. No, it's nothing. Ji Yunqi recovered her senses, coughed lightly twice, and waved her hand. Instructor Yi has been working at the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy for many years, but he has not yet taken on any disciples. I can introduce you to him and get his attention. At the same time, Ji Yunqi made a decision in her heart. Anyway, she only mentioned it briefly and couldn't interfere with Yi Qingyue's final decision. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance to the underground world passage. Crossing the intersection, we entered the underground world. Once inside, the natural scenery was completely different from what Lu Yuan had imagined: wilderness, forest, desert, and the like. This place is more like the interior of a vast mechanical space. Lu Yuan saw various wires of different thicknesses, coiled everywhere like pythons. The heavy feeling underfoot proved that this was no ordinary metal. It is an extremely hard alloy. There were also exposed gears everywhere, as well as some novel devices that Lu Yuan didn't recognize or know the names of. This scene immediately caught Lu Yuan's eye. We have more guests. If you would like to participate in the Holy Ice Spring activities, please follow me. Just then, a mechanical sound suddenly rang out in the air, startling Lu Yuan. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small mechanical ball floating in the air. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan and Ji Yunqi followed. The two came to a fork in the road. According to the mechanical ball's description, each fork in the road corresponds to a capacity of one person. Therefore, the two must part ways at this moment. Lu Yuan, if you ever go to the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy for further studies, remember to come find me. Ji Yunqi smiled and waved to Lu Yuan, then turned onto another road. To be honest, Lu Yuan is handsome and resolute, and his emotional intelligence is also quite high. Chatting with him always gives people a sense of comfort. She naturally hoped that someone as talented as Lu Yuan would continue his studies at the Heavenly Palace Superpower Academy. Lu Yuan was stunned. After all, this was the first time he had ever heard the name Tiangong Superpower Academy. I'll have to ask Teacher Qin later, he thought to himself. This mechanical ball is a virtual projection that can split into countless individuals. So, the two of them were taken to the entrance of the Holy Ice Spring by the mechanical ball. To enter, one must pass through a mechanical gate. The device on the mechanical gate scanned the Holy Ice Spring admission ticket in Lu Yuan's hand again. Then the gate slowly opened. We've finally arrived. Ah, Holy Ice Spring, here I come. Filled with excitement, Lu Yuan stepped inside with a smile. Looking around, I saw. The spring water is not an ordinary liquid, but a semi-solid ice mist spring formed by the suspension and condensation of countless tiny ice crystals. Pale blue ice crystals swirl slowly in the air, resembling a miniature glacier floating among steel. At the center of the spring, a thin beam of ice blue energy shot straight up to the sky. When the beam of light touched the energy interface of the mechanical dome, it stirred up star-like ice shards, which fell onto the surrounding metal floor and instantly condensed into fleeting ice crystal patterns. There are no natural rocks around it, but it is surrounded by a ring of mechanical bases. Several translucent energy guide plates are embedded inside the base. These plates transform the chill emanating from the spring water into a pale blue halo, evenly spreading throughout the entire space. This not only softens the coldness of the mechanical metal, but also gives Shang Bingquan a sacred sacred aura with a sense of technology. Then, Lu Yuan slowly took off his clothes. His strong yet not overly exaggerated muscle definition, including his clearly defined 8-pack abs, was laid bare in the air. Such a scene would probably make many young girls secretly swallow their saliva. First, experience what it feels like. As soon as Lu Yuan's toes touched the icy mist of the holy ice spring, he felt a refreshing yet not bone-chilling surge of Yuan energy rising from his ankles. Great, really great. Then, without hesitation, Lu Yuan slowly immersed his entire body into the holy ice spring. As his body sank, countless tiny ice crystals seemed to come alive and surge toward him, clinging to his skin and transforming into a cool, luminous flow that seeped into his limbs and bones through his pores. He could clearly feel the essence of the sacred ice spring flowing slowly along his meridians, limbs, internal organs, viscera, even all over the body. The comfort made Lu Yuan simply close his eyes and quietly enjoy the process. Time passed by, second by second. 3 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Alas, it's a pity my body is still too weak. I haven't absorbed much essence at all. Feeling that his body's absorption was nearing saturation, Lu Yuan sighed softly. Suddenly, he realized that not only himself but also Xiaobing, as an ice-water companion beast, could soak in this sacred ice spring. Such a rare opportunity must not be missed. We must make the most of it. Master, this feels so good. Xiaobing, completely immersed in the holy ice spring, exclaimed in amazement. Gradually, a blue light enveloped the little ice. After the blue light dissipated, Lu Yuan was surprised to find that Xiaobing's original size had more than doubled. Evolution points, 2000. Companion beast, ice-sprung giant python. Realm, upper 2nd tier / upper 5th tier. Xiaobing, you. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. In his eyes, the originally small snake had now become a giant python. Especially those two enormous, ice-blue snake fangs were particularly eye-catching. Hee, master, I've gotten so much bigger. Does that mean I've grown up again? Xiaobing giggled, clearly overjoyed at the prospect of growing up. Okay, how about I call you De Bing from now on? Lu Yuan said jokingly. Oh no. Xiaobing lowered her head slightly, flicked her forked tongue, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. That name was the first name its owner gave it when it was born, and it held great significance. However, it wants to make its owner happy even more. Since its owner named it Big Ice, then it will be Big Ice. Lu Yuan naturally noticed Xiaobing's subtle emotions. He reached out and gently stroked its head, smiling as he said, I suddenly feel that the name Xiaobing sounds better, so I won't change it. Upon hearing this, Xiaobing excitedly raised her head. Xiaobing has evolved from an ordinary ice serpent into an ice serpent python, and its highest level has been raised to the upper level of the 5th rank. When will my superpowers break through to a new level? Lu Yuan gently stroked his chin, pondering to himself, although he is now one of the best among his peers. However, among their peers, there are also those who have awakened S+ level superpowers. For example, Li Ji, the captain of the Shanghai Superpower University team in the previous competition for freshmen from the 4 prestigious universities. His special ability is S+ level, Dragon Soul Body. Lu Yuan still remembers. When I returned home from the fighting ability gym, there was a news report on TV. 10 years later, it has been reported that someone in the United States has awakened an SS level superpower. An investigation by reporters shows that the news is highly authentic. If only I could possess S+ or even SS level superpowers. That increase in strength was far from insignificant. Let's first see how this soak in the holy ice spring will boost our attributes. Lu Yuan sighed. The strength of a superpower is the key to a superpowered person's power. The probability of awakening an S-class superpower is less than 1 in 10,000. Evolving to a higher level is never easy. He opened the panel to check. Mental strength 1044 Hz. Chi and blood 3,121 calories. Just as he expected. When soaking in the holy ice spring, although my whole body felt comfortable, as if I had been purified. However, once the body reaches its limit in absorbing the essence, there is no significant improvement in mental strength and physical power, etc. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he noticed a new item on the system panel. Energy purity, 73%. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's pupils instantly filled with curiosity. What exactly is elemental energy purity? No one around him could answer his question. He made a simple guess. The higher the purity of the elemental energy, the stronger the superhuman should be. It's roughly similar to elemental energy activity. At this moment, his and Xiaobing's bodies could no longer absorb anymore. So, Lu Yuan took Xiaobing and left. The mechanical gate opens. He stared at the small mechanical ball floating in the air. I think it's worth asking it. What is elemental energy purity? Can you tell me? Lu Yuan asked tentatively. Sure. Energy purity is used to measure the proportion of effective energy in a person's body to their total energy. The higher the energy purity, the stronger the ability. Under normal circumstances, the purity of the elemental energy in a D-level ability is about 40%, C-level 48%, B-level 56%, A-level 64%, S-level 70%, and SS level reaches 80%. It is important to note that the higher the purity of the elemental energy, the more difficult it is to improve. Moreover, if the same method is used repeatedly to improve the purity of elemental energy, the effect will decrease significantly, the mechanical ball slowly explained. If my elemental energy purity reaches 80%, will my superpower automatically evolve into SS level? Lu Yuan asked excitedly, his heart pounding with excitement. The key conditions for the evolution of superpowers have finally come into view. Increase the purity of elemental energy. The mechanical ball gave a very affirmative answer. Lu Yuan ended his conversation with the mechanical ball. The higher the purity of the elemental energy, the more difficult it is to improve. Moreover, using the same method to improve multiple times will greatly reduce the effect. Those ice-type grandmasters or great grandmasters probably didn't improve as much as I did after soaking in the holy ice spring. They probably only increased by about 3%, less than 1%. Even if it only increases the purity of elemental energy by a tiny bit, it is still extremely precious. Teacher Qin is actually willing to give me such an opportunity. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan felt a deep sense of gratitude. When I become successful in the future, I will never forget Teacher Qin's kindness. Increasing the purity of elemental energy is indeed too difficult, but obtaining evolution points is much easier. After some thought, Lu Yuan decided to refocus his attention on evolution points. He made a quick decision. Once he got out, he would find a nearby underground world and farm evolution points like crazy. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. How can one become invincible without accumulating evolution points? Lu Yuan left the mechanical space and returned to the real world. Then, following the route Ji Yunqi had led him in, he slowly walked to the outside of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall headquarters. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, followed by a tremendous roar that gradually drew closer. The immense pressure made it almost impossible for Lu Yuan to stand. After managing to steady himself, he looked up. A massive, silver-white fighter jet is slowly flying in. The fighter jet slowly landed on top of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall headquarters. After the pressure dissipated, Lu Yuan straightened his back, his eyes filled with envy, and he couldn't help but think, I must get such a magnificent fighter jet someday. He took out his phone and started searching for nearby superpower bases. It must be admitted that Beijing North City truly lives up to its name. As the political center of the Great Xia Kingdom, the number of superpower bases is surprisingly small. There is only one superpower base within a 10-kilometer radius. It was probably with this in mind that the national political center was moved from southern Beijing to northern Beijing. Fictional world, fictional world. In the end, Lu Yuan chose the superpower base that was closest to him and most suitable for him. That is the number 2 special ability base in Jingnan City. As you can tell from its name, it is located in Jingnan City. Lu Yuan opened his phone to check. Good, there are still quite a few high-speed rail tickets available from Beijing North to Beijing South. So he first bought a high-speed rail ticket on his phone that would depart in a little over an hour, and then took a taxi. To be honest, there are just too many people in Beijing. Lu Yuan waited for nearly half an hour before finally managing to flag down a taxi. As soon as he got in the car, the driver asked him a few questions. After Lu Yuan gave the last 4 digits of his phone number, the taxi started moving. Because it is located in a densely populated area with frequent traffic lights, the vehicle speed is extremely slow. On average, it's even slower than Lu Yuan walking. Fortunately, the speed increased significantly after leaving that section of road. A dozen minutes later, the taxi driver suddenly braked, catching Lu Yuan's attention. Master, what's wrong? Lu Yuan asked in confusion. Let's take another route. The taxi driver's face was unusually solemn, even showing a hint of fear. Judging from his tone, this wasn't a question, but rather a decision that had already been made. Lu Yuan was even more puzzled, until he looked out the car window and gazed ahead. There, several ferocious beasts were running rampant. Purple-toothed snake, leaf monkey, one-horned rhinoceros. However, the purple-toothed snake's sharp teeth were unusually small and serrated. The leaf monkey's tail was broken off quite a bit. The single horn on the head of the one-horned rhinoceros looks particularly rough. However, it's not difficult to recognize it based on its general shape. These are all old acquaintances. Lu Yuan recognized them all very well. I want to get off the bus. The composure and calmness in Lu Yuan's eyes came into view. The words the taxi driver wanted to use to dissuade him were stuck in his throat. In the end, they could only let Lu Yuan get out of the car. Before them, about a dozen ferocious beasts were wreaking havoc. They are all second-tier ferocious beasts. Passers-by at the scene either ran away or fled in panic after calling the police. Despite the fact that less than 5% of the students at Shenzhen Superpower University are awakened, they have not yet reached the status of superpowered individuals. In fact, more than half of the awakened individuals have advanced to superhuman abilities. Those who have reached the second level account for more than 90%. Even so, no one dared to rush forward in this situation. What if I get injured? What if I die? It's best to wait for professionals to handle it. Just then, 2 girls walked out of the clothing store, humming a tune. Upon witnessing this breathtaking scene, his expression changed drastically, and he turned and ran back into the store as fast as he could. Passers-by were afraid, but Lu Yuan was not afraid at all. He immediately unleashed his skill, Ice Blade. Master-level ice blades have achieved a qualitative leap in both speed and power. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ice blades shot out from the air. Before the ferocious beasts could react, the ice blades struck various parts of their bodies, tearing them apart. Before long, they lost their breath. The remaining few ferocious beasts, they all rushed towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he took out the Cold River sky-splitting spear from his spatial ring. No skills are required. One shot, one kill, one shot, one kill. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fong Serpent. Evolution points plus 100. You have defeated the Tier 2 low rank ferocious beast, Shadow Cat Cabbage Monkey. Evolution points plus 100. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the One-Horned Rhinoceros. Evolution points plus 300. After a mere 2 minutes of slaughter, Lu Yuan successfully gained 2,000 evolution points. Young man, I never expected you to be so strong. The taxi driver smiled and gave a thumbs up. Lu Yuan replied casually. At this moment, his heart was filled with turbulent emotions, because he discovered, after killing these dozen or so ferocious beasts, the increase in bloodlust within his body was extremely slight. The thought of what the teacher had said, that the black blood cult was grafting the flesh of ferocious beasts onto ordinary animals to cultivate new ferocious beasts, made me realize, the appearance of these ferocious beasts indicates that the black blood cult has made a breakthrough in this area. If only all these ferocious beasts were laid out in front of me, so I could kill them at will. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. Although there are fewer evolution points, there is far less pollution from the bloodlust aura, which is much more comfortable than killing ordinary ferocious beasts. Passenger, we have arrived at Jingbei High-Speed Railway Station. The taxi driver slowly brought the car to a stop. Lu Yuan responded softly, opened the car door, and got out of the taxi. Beijing North Railway Station. He walked over. No abnormalities occurred on the high-speed train. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and took a short nap. We are about to arrive at Gingnan Station. Passengers who are preparing to disembark, please gather your luggage and wait at the doors at both ends of the carriage. Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Yuan stood up and walked towards the doors at both ends of the carriage. He then got off the high-speed train. I hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Jingnan Superpower Base. It wasn't until the taxi arrived at the number 2 Superpower Base in Jingnan City that Lu Yuan noticed several figures walking forward in the distance. One of the burly figures made Lu Yuan narrow his eyes. Although it has been more than half a month since we last met, but Lu Yuan still vaguely remembered that the figure was Li Ji. He was following behind the others. Are they here at the number 2 Special Ability Base in Jingnan City on a mission? Lu Yuan muttered to himself. Through the corner of his eye, Li Ji also spotted Lu Yuan. This left him stunned on the spot. What's wrong? The person next to Li Ji asked. No, it's nothing. Li Ji shook his head. He was simply surprised. He hadn't expected to meet Lu Yuan here. Just how strong is Lu Yuan now? He secretly speculated in his heart. After muttering to himself, Lu Yuan also stepped over. With his gaze, what comes into view is a building full of technological features. There is also a huge billboard directly in front of the building. The billboards constantly switch between common advertisements such as Warren brand kidney tonic tablets, Gabubu ignition machine, and tomato novels. People came and went around, each with an extraordinary aura, at least a third-level ability user. A third-tier ability user, don't be fooled by its seemingly insignificant name. In fact, they make up less than 1% of the human population. If you put it out in public, it will definitely attract everyone's amazement. But here, there is a sea of people. Just then, Lu Yuan sensed that the phone in his spatial ring was ringing. On a sudden impulse, he took out his phone. Looking down, he realized it was a video call from his girlfriend, Xiao Qingyin. Even when using video calls, which can significantly diminish one's appearance, on Lu Yuan's phone screen, Xiao Qingyin's face was still absolutely stunning. Ah Yuan, I'm already a mid-level second-tier cultivator, isn't that great? I'm one step closer to you now, hee. Xiao Qingyin smiled radiantly, clearly in a very good mood. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and he was about to speak. But when Xiao Qingyin saw his surroundings, she frowned and asked, Hey Yuan, did you go to the superpower base again? She wasn't the type of girl who liked to control others. She was just worried about Lu Yuan's safety. Don't worry too much, I'll be careful. Seeing the worry and concern in Xiao Qingyin's eyes, Lu Yuan comforted her. That's good. I don't want to go to the high-speed rail station and not be able to pick up someone. Xiao Qingyin gave a soft hum, playful and adorable. After hanging up the video call, she started flipping through the skill book again. She is currently studying an SS rank grass-type skill, Thorn Thrust. Once activated, it can summon hundreds of extremely sharp thorns that pierce forward at an incredibly fast speed. At that moment, her door was pushed open. It turned out to be Aunt Xiaowan who walked in. Xiaoyin, not bad, you really are are hardworking. Xiaowan's face was full of joy and satisfaction. It's alright. Xia Qingyin smiled slightly in response to her aunt's praise. Then, Xiaowan leaned closer and smiled mysteriously. Could it be that you're trying to catch up with someone's footsteps? Xia Qingyin blushed and her heart pounded. She naturally understood her aunt's implication. She immediately opened her eyes wide and asked, Auntie, how did you know? Xiaowan's answer was simple and clear. Because Xia Qingyin volunteered for this special training. Thinking back to that person who swept everyone in the previous freshman competition of the 4 top universities. In addition, she overheard a fragment of conversation when she opened the door. The whole truth will then come to light. After ending the video call with Xia Qingyin, Lu Yuan composed himself and stepped into the number 2 superpower base in Jingnan City. The first step, naturally, is to go to the registration window. After spending 5,000 blue star coins to register his identity, Lu Yuan finally obtained the identity certificate for this superpower base. 5,000 blue star coins. The superhumans here earn a lot, so registering an identity must cost even more blue star coins, right? He muttered to himself. Fortunately, life is priceless, and at least they gave us a map. Afterwards, Lu Yuan took the elevator directly to the entrance of the underground world. He stepped inside. Number 2 city, Jingnan. The place was bustling with activity and filled with lively chatter. Many second-hand dealers are hawking their wares, selling pills, potions, equipment, and so on. Lu Yuan did not linger and walked straight to the city gate and out. Before him lay a primeval forest, something Lu Yuan was already quite accustomed to. As soon as he left the city, he activated his newly mastered skill, detective technique. Instantly, a radius of 10,000 meters centered on oneself was fully visible. They had only been out of the city for about 1 kilometer when they found many first-tier ferocious beasts lurking around them, such as shadow cats, white-spotted dogs, and black-horned deer. At the edge of 10,000 meters, we have seen many purple-toothed snakes, toothless tigers, and even a large one-horned rhinoceros. Lu Yuan understood that, based on his experience in other underground worlds, second-tier ferocious beasts lived at least tens of thousands of meters away. This means that the density of ferocious beasts in this underground world is astonishingly high, and even more powerful beasts may be lurking within it. The map does indeed indicate that several ferocious beasts at the upper level of the 4th tier live deep within this underground world. However, those markings are only approximate locations. In reality, they don't stay in one place but are constantly moving. Their enormous daily food intake forces them to hunt ferocious beasts in multiple areas to fill their stomachs. They wandered around, looking east and west. Their activity range was extremely wide. These places must be avoided. Lu Yuan carefully examined the map. It didn't take long for him to plan a safe walking route. To conserve his mental energy, he reduced the detection range of his detective technique to within 2 kilometers. Incidentally, the mental energy required to maintain the detective technique is not directly proportional to the area being detected. As the area expands, the mental energy consumption increases exponentially. It is controlled within 2 kilometers, which is equivalent to 1% of a 10,000 meter range. With that much mental energy, Lu Yuan could easily maintain it for more than 12 hours. At this moment, he could travel while attacking with ice blades without hesitation. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points plus 10. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, the Purple Fang Serpent. Evolution points plus 130. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-level ferocious beast, the one-horned rhinoceros, gaining 400 evolution points. As time goes by, the sun in the sky slowly moves from the east to the west. This means that the first day of daylight is about to end. On the first day, Lu Yuan killed only first and second tier ferocious beasts. Furthermore, since he did not deliberately pursue the fleeing beast, his score was naturally low, only 3,000 evolution points. His goal is to delve deep underground and find even more powerful ferocious beasts, so Lu Yuan continued on his way. Soon after, he encountered a second-tier high-level hippopotamus that was foraging for food. The hippopotamus itself is ugly, and its enormous head makes it look even more disproportionate, simply grotesque. Perhaps the giant hippopotamus sensed Lu Yuan's intentions. Its thick limbs slammed into the ground, and with an unstoppable momentum, it rushed towards Lu Yuan. Alright, then I'll play along with you. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. He took out the Cold River sky-splitting spear from his spatial ring, infused it with elemental energy, and swung it around like a spinning wheel of fire. No, to be precise, it's wind and ice wheel. The giant hippo charged forward, but Lu Yuan nimbly adjusted his posture to dodge the attack, and then suddenly thrust forward. The Cold River sky-splitting spear pierced fiercely into the giant hippo's thick body. Instantly, the giant hippo seemed to fall into an ice cave, and its agility suddenly decreased significantly. Lu Yuan drew the Cold River sky-splitting spear without hesitation. The giant hippo knelt on the ground, letting out a mournful howl. Another shot pierced through. The giant hippopotamus, kneeling on the ground, was slowly losing its breath. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-level ferocious beast, the giant hippopotamus, and gained 700 evolution points. The next day, the giant hippo quietly perished amidst Lu Yuan's repeated killings. For the time being, Lu Yuan has not yet found any trace of the third-tier ferocious beast. However, the few second-tier high-level ferocious beasts they encountered were enough to make Lu Yuan eat his fill. The next day, Lu Yuan gained 6,000 evolution points, in addition to the previously accumulated evolution points. At this point, the evolution points displayed on the system panel had climbed to 11,000. It was getting close to night. Upon sensing the aura of a ferocious beast, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. Judging from the detected aura, unexpectedly, on only the third day, they encountered a third-tier ferocious beast. "You rascal, you've gone this far in search of food." Lu Yuan had never seen this ferocious beast before. Although the image could not be displayed, the feedback from his mental power could roughly outline the shape of the three-headed dog. Just as they were about to rush forward and kill him, something unexpected happened. The three-headed dog seemed to sense Lu Yuan's approach. It was originally squatting down to drink water. He suddenly looked up, turned around, and fled quickly. Lu Yuan watched the three-headed dog gradually disappear into the distance, a sense of doubt creeping into his heart. Logically speaking, only fourth-tier ferocious beasts and some rare mental-type ferocious beasts possess the ability to detect their surroundings. Could it be that I've misjudged the situation? Or is this three-headed dog an extremely rare spiritual-type ferocious beast? In any case, Lu Yuan would never let the three-headed dog slip out of his control so easily. He increased his use of mental power and expanded the scope of his exploration. Soon, they located the Cerberus's trail. To Lu Yuan's surprise, the three-headed dog's detection range was a staggering 2,500 meters. After running for some distance, the three-headed dog's pace gradually slowed down. Clearly, it could no longer detect Lu Yuan's presence. Lu Yuan unleashed Ice Flash repeatedly, dashing forward with lightning speed like a flash of cold light. The three-headed dog noticed Lu Yuan approaching again and immediately quickened its pace to escape. But how could its speed compare to Lu Yuan's? 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Seeing that escape was impossible, the three-headed dog was forced to fight. Ice explosion. Lu Yuan was too lazy to get entangled with it and decided to finish the battle quickly. The next moment, the cold river sky-splitting spear easily pierced through his skull. Then a deafening sound of ice exploding erupted. The three-headed dog instantly turned into a pile of ice. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-level ferocious beast, Black Wind Cerberus, and gained 6,000 evolution points. 6,000 evolution points? The system notification sounded, much to Lu Yuan's surprise. He knew that among all the lower-tier third-level ferocious beasts he had killed, the highest reward was only a little over 4,000. Moreover, they were those ferocious beasts with bulging muscles and enormous bodies. How could something so small obtain 6,000 evolution points? Could it be because it possesses the ability to detect things? Lu Yuan made his own guess. He then continued on his way. You have defeated the second-tier mid-level ferocious beast, King Tanuki. Evolution points plus 200. You have defeated the Tier 2 mid-tier ferocious beast Mudkip, gaining plus 200 evolution points. About 2 hours later, Lu Yuan discovered a huge cave that had been temporarily constructed from dead branches, weeds, and rubble. This underground world was still muddy after it rained a few days ago. Lu Yuan noticed. The footprints on the ground were exactly the same as those of the three-headed black dog. Therefore, this huge cave could only be the work of the three-headed black dog. It's getting dark. Why don't we go inside and rest for a while, and also see how well the Black Wind three-headed dog is at building its nest? With this in mind, Lu Yuan stepped into the cave. As soon as Lu Yuan stepped into the cave, the view opened up before him. There was a large hole in the ceiling. In this way, as long as there is bright moonlight, it can shine in through this large hole. Right below the large hole, among several clumps of green grass, there was a bright, pearl-like blade of grass in the center. In the very center, surrounded by these few blades of grass, lies a clear, blue spring. Based on his previous experience of obtaining the S-grade herb blood-boosting grass, Lu Yuan immediately understood that these herbs were very likely also medicinal herbs. Evening primrose, an S-grade herb, is an excellent medicine that can quickly heal wounds. These herbs all look exactly the same. They are all the same type S-grade evening primrose. So many evening primroses, that's really nice. He suppressed his inner joy and turned his gaze back to the pool of blue spring water. Lu Yuan's intuition told him that this spring water was no ordinary water. According to the Heart and Shenzhen University app, this spring is an S+ level resource named Jade Spirit Spring, which can enhance mental strength. Mental strength enhancement. It seems that the reason why the Black Wind three-headed dog was able to possess the ability to detect things was probably because it had been drinking this Jade Spirit Spring for a long time. Lu Yuan clearly expressed his thoughts with a single word, but at that moment, he sensed a ferocious beast approaching. Most importantly, the ferocious beast was less than 500 meters away. Judging from the feedback from the mental energy, this ferocious beast was a huge lizard, about 2 meters tall, with black and red stripes all over its body, covered with ugly stripes, and its tail was emitting dark red flames. Why didn't my mental detection detect it? This was Lu Yuan's first question.
question. The next moment, he recognized the ferocious beast. It turns out that this ferocious beast is called the Shadow Fire Lizard. Judging from its size, it is a mid-tier 4th-order ferocious beast and possesses a powerful ability to weaken mental perception. This is why the Shadow Salamander was less than 500 meters away from him, yet he remained undetected for a long time. They're less than 500 meters away. I only have two choices. Given the current situation, the Jade Spirit Spring is the most important. After all, it's an S+ level resource that can enhance mental strength. With a thought, Lu Yuan opened his palm and unleashed his supernatural power. This is the fastest way, faster than all the skills he has learned so far. The next moment, a fine layer of ice and snow quickly appeared in his palm. It then piled up on top of the underground Jade Spirit Spring. With Lu Yuan's current strength at the 4th level of the profound Nether Ice Soul body, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do this. Just as the Shadow Fire Lizard arrived at the cave entrance, Lu Yuan struck first. He grabbed the frozen Jade Spirit Spring, which had been solidified into a block of ice, and with a thought, stored it in his spatial ring. The remaining evening primroses. Lu Yuan sighed softly, knowing there was nothing he could do about it. As the saying goes, don't bite off more than you can chew. He was no match for a mid-level 4th-tier fire-type beast. If we cannot escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not being able to obtain evening primrose or jade spring water is a minor matter. The biggest problem is life safety. He mobilized the ice elemental energy within his body and unleashed the A-level skill Frozen Shield. Instantly, a layer of ice shield enveloped his entire body. Immediately, he used Ice Flash to quickly dodge backward. The cave, constructed from rubble, weeds, and dead branches, was inherently fragile. It was easily knocked down by Lu Yuan. The cave collapsed at the back, sending dust flying and temporarily obscuring the Shadow Salamander's vision. Once the dust had settled, the Shadow Fire Lizard licked its long tongue, randomly chose a path, and began its pursuit of Lu Yuan. It seems that Ice-type ability users have become its dessert. At this moment, Lu Yuan ran as fast as he could. He even swallowed a speed pill while running. There wasn't even time to look at the map. I can't run anymore. It shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Lu Yuan finally stopped running when he was too exhausted to continue, and leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Although he felt physically tired, Lu Yuan was in a very good mood. The result this time was pretty good. Evening Primrose can help heal injuries, but it wasn't very effective for Lu Yuan. After all, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries since awakening his superpowers, so he didn't need this great herbs to heal. Where am I now? He didn't have time to check the map when he was running away. Now, Lu Yuan has no idea where he is. Just as he was about to take the map out of his spatial ring, he suddenly heard two people talking. The sound was quite loud, indicating that the two people were walking towards them. To avoid alerting the enemy, Lu Yuan held his breath, making his breathing extremely soft. In this extremely quiet environment, he saw the shadows of the two people and heard their conversation. One of them was thin, and the other was fat. Hey, is it really okay to come here to smoke? The skinny man asked somewhat nervously. What are you afraid of? Only I know about this cave entrance. I went through a lot of trouble to get this smoke. Do you want some or not? If not, hurry back. The fat man looked completely nonchalant, appearing very experienced. That's true. They patrol every day for a month, but there's been absolutely no activity. The skinny man gradually felt relieved after hearing the fat man's words. Patrol. Lu Yuan grasped this key word. Could there be something important hidden nearby? His gaze became more focused. The two walked very fast, talking as they went. This scene reminded Lu Yuan of his childhood memories. He had once been curious and wanted to smoke his father's tobacco, but after one bite it was so bitter that he never dared to try it again. The cigarette is still on its way. By the way, Yangdi, I haven't asked yet, why did you come here? The fat man spoke first, obviously finding smoking too boring and starting to chat. Nothing much, I just didn't like someone, so I killed his whole family. Rather than being caught and executed, I might as well join this group. The skinny man's expression was calm, showing no remorse whatsoever. He countered, Ming-ji, what about you? Why are you here? Have you ever been with a woman? The fat man, known as Brother Ming, asked abruptly. I've been with a few, but none of them were pretty. The skinny guy replied casually. I like to play tricks and torment young girls. I've killed 20 or 30 of them. After my schemes were exposed, I used my connections to join this place. Honestly, seeing the despair on their faces as they were being tortured made me feel especially happy. If we weren't already stuck here, I would have taken you with me to try it out long ago. The fat man's face showed a hint of lingering satisfaction. My brother Ming is still my brother Ming. The skinny guy gave a thumbs up in praise. Pervert, scumbag. After hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Yuan clenched his fists and frowned. They tortured and killed 20 or 30 young girls in the prime of their lives. The fat man calmly, even enjoying, said this. Anyone would find it difficult to remain calm upon hearing this. Wait a minute. But Lu Yuan restrained his impulse and did not act immediately. Listening to them might yield useful information. It's not too late to take action when the time is right. Hey, Ming, what's the purpose of hiring so many people lately? The skinny
skinny guy asked curiously. I heard it's an experiment that requires a lot of people, but I don't know exactly what kind of experiment it is, the fat man replied uncertainly. Clearly, he has some connections in that area, but not many. Patrol joined this, hiring people to conduct experiments. Lu Yuan, hiding in the shadows, fell into deep thought. This sounds like, it was very much like the word that kept nagging at him, the black blood cult. Let's try using our mental powers to sense it first. Lu Yuan employed his detective skills. However, the results showed that everything around was normal and no abnormalities could be detected at all. Try again. He mobilized his mental energy once again. The feedback remained calm and normal. In the past, Lu Yuan might have thought there was nothing unusual about the surrounding area. But now, after the Shadow Salamander incident, his thinking leaned towards another possibility. Mental perception has been blocked. As he was quietly pondering, Brother Ming, let's go back through the cave entrance quickly, or we'll be in trouble if we get discovered. The two chatted for a while before preparing to return. When patrolling, they wear mental sensing devices to detect outsiders in advance. But it wasn't patrol time at the moment, it was rest time, so naturally, I didn't bring that equipment. They were just sneaking out of a hidden cave to smoke and relieve their boredom. If discovered, the consequences will be extremely serious. Therefore, they will not stay for long. Go back through the cave entrance? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, catching the key word. Do these two know about some secret passage? The two walked towards the cave entrance, and Lu Yuan decided to follow. Based on his judgment, this area is very likely a base of the Black Blood Cult. If it really is the Black Blood Cult's lair, then this is a chance to make a fortune. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Killing those ferocious beasts that are not fully evolved will yield a lot of evolution points, but you will get far less bloodlust. As a base, it must contain a large number of ferocious beasts, because they need to conduct experiments. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. The two left hastily after finishing their cigarettes, showing extremely low vigilance. They were completely unaware that there was another person following them. As they went deeper, what was originally just ordinary trees and shrubs in sight, but after taking that first step, the scene before my eyes suddenly changed dramatically. The primeval forest instantly transformed into a massive black building. A single glance at that enormous building is enough to inspire awe. It was as if countless lives had vanished there. Is this high technology? It can actually achieve this level of sophistication. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. He then followed the two men through a hidden passage into their dwelling. This hidden passage didn't even have a camera. No wonder they were able to sneak out of here. If there were cameras, they would have been caught long ago, and they would have been severely punished themselves. This made things convenient for them, and also for Lu Yuan's infiltration. It's the best of both worlds, absolutely perfect. After entering this massive black building, Lu Yuan once again employed his detective skills. It turns out that the shielding is caused by the building itself. Once inside, the shielding disappeared, and his senses became crystal clear. Among the members of the Black Blood Cult here, there are 52 first-tier ability users, 17 second-tier users, 4 third-tier users, and no fourth-tier or higher users. Most of the rooms are laboratories. This is enough to prove that this is the experimental base of the Black Blood Cult. Many awakened individuals who did not become superpowered are being held in laboratories. No, to be more precise, they were used as experimental subjects. These awakened beings, just like the Black Blood Cult's method of raising ferocious beasts that Qin Tianlong mentioned before. A piece of his flesh was cut off and replaced with the flesh of a ferocious beast. Even their organs were removed and transplanted from ferocious beasts. These people are absolutely insane. Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown, a surge of anger rising within him. The members of the Black Blood Cult are not the main focus. What is truly concerning are the ferocious beasts used for experiments. There are more than 500 ferocious beasts living or half-dead here. All kinds of ferocious beasts, from first order to second order to third order, are available. Moreover, they are mostly concentrated on the southeast side of the building. First-tier ferocious beasts have dozens of evolution points, second-tier ferocious beasts have over 100, and third-tier beasts have over 1,000 evolution points. The combined value of these evolutionary points is absolutely terrifying. Lu Yuan realized this, and his eyes gradually became fervent. Just then, an accident suddenly occurred. Brother Ming, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Bear with it for now, I'll wait for you. It turns out the skinny guy needed to use the restroom. He stood aside and immediately unbuckled his belt. Mingji, don't look at me, or I won't be able to pee. A hint of shyness appeared on the skinny man's face. After all, being stared at in this situation would make anyone feel awkward. Okay, I won't look. I'll turn my head away. You're just too young. You won't let me look. The fat man muttered something, then turned his head away. Once the pressure was relieved, the skinny man began to relax. But when he glanced at him unintentionally, his gaze fell on Lu Yuan. Now that he had been discovered, Lu Yuan did not hesitate. An ice blade flew out and struck the skinny man's head directly, shattering it. Brain matter and shards of ice were scattered all over the ground. The ice blade technique reached a master level, and the speed was was extremely fast. The skinny man didn't even have time to make a sound before he died. The sound of the body falling to the ground also caught the fat man's attention. Yangdi, you went to the toilet. How did you end up falling down? He had just turned his head. A blade of ice suddenly caught his eye and rapidly magnified. The fat man was merely a second-tier ability user who had awakened a sea-level ability. Lu Yuan's ice blade shattered his head as easily as a stone smashing a watermelon. You two scumbags deserved it, Lu Yuan said calmly. Black Blood Cult Experimental Base. In a conference room, several third-tier ability users stood together, their gazes fixed ahead. Before them sat a well-dressed man in a chair. He gently swirled the half-glass of red wine in his left hand. The next moment, he brought the glass to his lips and drank it all in one gulp. Red wine from the human world? It tastes really good. Just then, a third-tier ability user spoke up. Lord Zhang, I disagree with your approach, even if you were sent by headquarters. Upon hearing this, the man referred to as Lord Zhang smiled faintly and asked, do you all think so too? Yes, studying ferocious beasts is fine, but using humans as a medium is going too far. That's right. This would require large-scale recruitment, which would easily attract the attention of the authorities. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. The others chimed in. Since that's what you all think. Lord Zhang stood up, squeezed hard, and the wine glass in his hand shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, a powerful mental force erupted from his body, exerting immense mental pressure on several third-tier ability users who had awakened B-level abilities. Under this intense pressure, they couldn't hold on any longer and all knelt down. His brows were furrowed, and his face was full of pain. Lord Zhang reached out and tightly gripped the throat of the first person to speak. Not only was there mental pressure, but also a strong sense of suffocation. The superhuman sensed death approaching and instinctively reached out to break free. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength to even lift his hand. Finally, Lord Zhang released his grip, and the mental pressure dissipated. The superhuman collapsed to the ground like a dead fish, panting heavily, his face filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. As the mental pressure dissipated, the others also stood up. I hope that such a thing will never happen again. Lord Zhang's gaze swept coldly around the room. The group trembled slightly as they responded in unison. The fat man was enormous, and his clothes were very large and obviously ill-fitting. So, Lu Yuan took off the skinny man's clothes and put them on himself. Lu Yuan also found a card on the skinny man. It must be something like identification, he thought to himself. Keep walking along this road, and the end point is a room. After leaving that room, Lu Yuan quickly walked towards the southeast direction of the Black Blood Cult's experimental base. As soon as he stepped outside, a pungent smell of blood mixed with the odor of disinfectant hit him, causing Lu Yuan to frown. After a brief adjustment, he had only taken a few steps when a member of the Black Blood Cult walked towards us. He was wearing a blue lab coat, clearly working in a laboratory. To be honest, Lu Yuan was a little nervous, but he remained calm on the surface. Fortunately, the other person didn't even glance at him and simply brushed past him. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at the door of a room. There are about 50 ferocious beasts locked inside. Hey, you over there, what are you doing here? A voice suddenly shouted from behind. This is the experimental zone. What is a patrolman in black planning to do? Sigh, I've been found out. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. That's understandable, since he had anticipated being discovered. But given the strength of the others in the base, what difference would it make if they were discovered? They're nothing but a rabble. Lu Yuan fired an ice blade, which accurately struck the superhuman's throat. In an instant, the body was separated. The person who found Lu Yuan fell heavily to the ground, so fast that they didn't even have time to cry for help. Lu Yuan walked to the door and was surprised to find that it required an access card to open. So he went back to the person he had knocked down and took out a white access card from his right pocket. I casually changed into his clothes. It's just a coat anyway, it won't last long. The door opened, and Lu Yuan went inside. The room is very spacious, covering several hundred square meters. The room was filled with cages containing ordinary animals that had been grafted with the flesh of ferocious beasts. Many animals have mutated and developed distinct ferocious features. These are precisely the goals of Lu Yuan's trip. Inside the room, there were more than a dozen researchers working diligently. They were mixing potions at the table that Lu Yuan couldn't understand at all. How serious are they? Even when Lu Yuan came in, they didn't look up at him. Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded, and the entire experimental base was filled with blaring alarms. It turned out that someone had discovered the body on the ground and immediately sounded the alarm. Alarm! Invaders have broken in. As soon as the alarm sounded, the experimenters became extremely uneasy. Several researchers who had just stood up had their heads instantly severed by ice blades. This is the speed and skill of a master-level ice blade. The remaining people were filled with shock. Unexpectedly, several of his companions were killed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan pondered in a low voice. He felt no guilt whatsoever about killing such a wicked person. Ice blast! Ice blast! Lu Yuan used ice explosion technique multiple times, blasting open the cage and killing the ferocious beast inside. You have defeated the Tier 1 low-rank ferocious beast, Shadowcat. Evolution points +8. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, Great Hand Duck, and gained 100 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 2 lower-rank ferocious beast, Flower Dog. Evolution points +100. A series of ice explosions rang out, and although the bloodlust within his body did not increase much, the evolution points on the system panel were rapidly rising. Just then, a large group of fully armed Black Blood cult members had assembled and were rushing here at an extremely fast speed. Something's wrong. An intruder has broken in. In the meeting room where Lord Zhang and several third-tier ability users were, a member of the Black Blood cult ran in to report. Don't panic, this is a good opportunity to release these ferocious beasts and test their power. Lord Zhang remained completely calm and composed. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. Although the outsider may be very strong, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of so many ferocious beasts. What about all the people we've gathered here? The Black Blood cult member asked. It's alright, it will also let them see just how powerful the ferocious beasts they raised really are. Lord Zhang waved his hand. The others followed suit and left the meeting room. Lord Zhang remained seated in his chair, without leaving, and turned on the surveillance camera. He took out a glass of red wine and poured it into the bottle. He then brought the glass to his lips and took a small sip. Enjoying wine while watching the battle unfold, that's what makes it truly satisfying. Evolution points, 27,000. Before entering the Black Blood cult's experimental base, Lu Yuan had 21,000 evolution points on his system panel, but now it has climbed to 26,000. These were approximately 50 ferocious beasts, which brought Lu Yuan a total of 6,000 evolution points. The number doesn't seem like much. However, it should be noted that these ferocious beasts are all of the lower and middle ranks of the first and second tiers. The rewards are truly generous once you kill a third-tier ferocious beast. With that thought in mind, Lu Yuan left the room. At this moment, a violent tremor came from afar, growing closer and closer, heading towards Lu Yuan's direction. Could it be that they released all those ferocious beasts? The first thought in Lu Yuan's mind. That's good. It saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. A smile appeared on his lips. Immediately, he used his detective skills to pinpoint the location of the newcomer. As he expected, it was a large group of ferocious beasts, accompanied by numerous fully armed members of the Black Blood cult. These ferocious beasts posed little threat to Lu Yuan. Their only problem was their sheer number. Lu Yuan has already mastered the ice explosion technique and the extreme ice illusion killing array. With the abundant elemental energy within his body and the various potions in his spatial ring, annihilating these ferocious beasts would be a piece of cake. As for these heavily armed Black Blood cult members, Lu Yuan was not afraid at all. That's the charm of the world of superpowers. Those with superpowers are the true masters of this world. Evolution points -9,000. Frozen Shield, A, Advanced. Frozen Shield, A, Master. Lu Yuan spent 9,000 evolution points to upgrade his A-level skill Frozen Shield from Advanced to Master level. After absorbing a large amount of memory, he had a thorough understanding of how to use the skills. Today, a Master-level Frozen Shield can easily block ordinary bullets. This is the world of superpowers. Can an ordinary person stop a bullet? In the world before Lu Yuan, this was simply unimaginable. More than 400 ferocious beasts, along with dozens of Black Blood cult members, arrived one after another. Extreme ice illusion killing array, Lu Yuan murmured. In an instant, 15 ice swords appeared around him. This imposing aura left the Black Blood cult members speechless. You've got some skills, kid, haven't you? Beast, charge. A third-tier superhuman pressed the remote control in his hand. The ferocious beasts swarmed out like a tidal wave. Suddenly, it was as if a horde of beasts had arrived. Seeing this, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and more than a dozen ice swords flew out. The skin of most ferocious beasts was instantly torn apart the moment they touched the ice sword. Then, the ice elemental energy released by the ice sword was quickly conducted into their skin. The next moment, layer upon layer of frost quickly covered their surface. This makes their movements extremely slow. This is only the effect of the ice sword making slight contact with them. If one is pierced by an ice sword, it goes without saying that one will die on the spot. Of course, Lu Yuan would never be foolish enough to stand still. Frozen Shield, a barrage of frost spears. After drinking a bottle of Tier 3 energy potion, he immediately summoned a layer of ice shield to cover his entire body, and then cast the skill Frost Spear combo. Each shot could unleash an impact force of several tons, and with Lu Yuan's continuous attacks, this power continued to rise. Soon, the impact force reached an astonishing 10 tons. Before long, most of the ferocious beasts were dead, while Lu Yuan remained unharmed. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of the Black Blood cult members vanished, replaced by extremely solemn expressions. Most of them are only first-tier ability users, so their strength is naturally limited. So they hid behind the pack of ferocious beasts and began firing their rifles. Unfortunately, they lacked professional firearms training, and their skills were only mediocre. Lu Yuan stood firmly. They might not even be able to aim successfully, not to mention firing a shot while he was moving at high high speed. Meanwhile, Lord Zhang, who was monitoring the scene from the side, was initially all smiles, looking forward to seeing Lu Yuan being torn apart by the ferocious beast. After all, strictly speaking, Lu Yuan is not entirely human. His body was that of a human, but his consciousness belonged to a ferocious beast. Possessing the consciousness of a ferocious beast, he has a natural liking for watching the horrific scenes of ferocious beasts tearing humans apart. However, Lu Yuan's subsequent behavior made Lord Zhang uneasy. This superhuman is incredibly powerful? He vaguely sensed something amiss and narrowed his eyes. This is not merely a difference in realm. There's also the difference in skill proficiency. That's right, skill proficiency is equally important. The difference in proficiency level can even double the skill effect. Lord Zhang left the meeting room and decided to take matters into his own hands. His physical body is probably at the upper level of the 4th tier of an A+ level ability user. Furthermore, he is an extremely rare psychic ability user. Killing Lu Yuan should not be a problem for him. It took more than 10 minutes. Lord Zhang finally arrived at Lu Yuan's location from the conference room. The scene before them was one of almost all the ferocious beasts lying dead, while the Black Blood cult still had a considerable number of members. After all, killing them wouldn't bring Lu Yuan any evolution points. As soon as Lord Zhang appeared, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated suddenly. He clearly remembered that there was no trace of this person in his mental detection. However, when he opened the system panel, a faint smile appeared on his lips. That smile may seem calm, but it actually hides a deadly intent. Evolution points, 100,000. Energy purity, 73%. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. My superpower can break through. Lu Yuan's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise. Superpowers are the fundamental factor that determines the strength of a superpowered individual. Just like his Awaken S-class ability, he was able to easily defeat a mid-tier first-class ferocious beast shortly after activating it. Ordinary C-level and D-level superpowers cannot do this when they are first awakened. S-class abilities are already extremely rare and powerful, and now I can even go a step further and upgrade my ability level? How could one not be incredibly excited? Without hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 100,000. Energy purity, 73% 80%. Special ability, Ice Crown, S. Frozen Throne, SS. The next moment, icy blue light scattered. An endless chill enveloped layers upon layers of ice and snow. Centered on Lu Yuan, it continued to sweep outwards and spread. Seeing that Lu Yuan made no move, those people still had the illusion that they could shoot him with rifles. Before, this kid was always dodging and weaving, making him difficult to hit. But now, he's motionless, and the ice shield around him is gone, making it incredibly easy to shoot him. Unfortunately, while the imagination is beautiful, reality is exceptionally cruel. Before they could even raise their rifles, some were thrown into the air, while others were buried directly by the intense snow and ice. The extreme cold instantly froze them, leaving them too weak to even stand up. Even with his A-level mental abilities and advanced 4th-tier physical strength, Lord Zhang, who possesses both a human body and the consciousness of a ferocious beast, had to give way. He added another layer of mental shield before he could barely stand and open his eyes. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yuan. Layers of ice crystals swirled rapidly around Lu Yuan, refracting a blindingly cold light. Beneath Lu Yuan's feet, an ice throne formed from condensed ice slowly took shape. The throne appears ancient and mysterious, with incredibly complex engravings on it. His pupils and hair turned ice blue, and his eyes showed no emotion. A crown woven from ice and snow also materialized above its head. Upon seeing this scene, Lord Zhang trembled slightly, and a sense of awe arose involuntarily in his heart, as if a true emperor was sitting before him. Interesting, really interesting, he murmured to himself. Then he thought to himself, let me test just how strong you really are. Anyway, this is just one of the most insignificant of his many clones, so it doesn't matter if he dies. Once Lu Yuan's superpower had fully evolved and the surrounding pressure dissipated, Lord Zhang was finally able to move freely. He used his supernatural power, and a sharp mental blade appeared in his hand. He rushed towards Lu Yuan in one stride. His shadow left a long and abrupt trail on the snow-covered ground. Extreme ice illusion killing array. As he approached, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he murmured softly. The next moment, 15 ice swords appeared one after another, spinning rapidly around him. This time is different from before. The ice sword is longer and larger than before. Lu Yuan waved his hand, and ice swords poured down like a storm. It was so fast that Lord Zhang had no time to dodge. One sword shattered his mental shield, and 2 swords pierced his body. A powerful surge of ice elemental energy entered his body, sealing off his organs, meridians, and blood. The physical bodies of those with psychic abilities are inherently fragile. Within seconds, his life force dissipated. You have slain an avatar of the supreme-level high-ranking ferocious beast, Soul Devourer King, gaining 40,000 evolution points. Even Zhang, who was sent from headquarters, couldn't withstand a single move. The rest of the Black Blood cult members had no will to resist and scattered to escape for their lives. Still trying to escape? Too late. Lu Yuan transformed into a streak of cold light and charged forward. A barrage of frost spears. A member of the black blood cult was pierced through the body by the cold river sky-splitting spear. The other one was pierced by an ice blade. You stay away. A member of the black blood cult leaned against the corner of the wall, trembling as he begged for mercy. Lu Yuan uttered a single word, as if pronouncing his death sentence. Soon, all the fleeing black blood cult members were killed by Lu Yuan one by one. After all, Lu Yuan's skilled detective technique had reached the master level of proficiency, allowing him to accurately pinpoint their location. No matter how you try to escape, you can't escape. The people here were all vicious and wicked, and they deserved to die. After killing the last one, Lu Yuan sat down and opened the system panel. Mental strength 1462 Hz. Qi and blood 3745 calories. He vaguely remembered that before entering this underground world, his mental state was 1024 Hz and his blood energy was 3121 calories. My mental state has now reached 1462 Hz, and my blood energy has increased to 3754 calories. After a simple analysis, my mental state improved by about 40%, and my blood and energy also increased by about 20%. Of course, the real breakthrough cannot be reflected in just these numbers. The key lies in the ice-type elemental energy within the body. First is the energy capacity. Lu Yuan clearly felt that the volume of Yuan energy in his body had almost doubled, or even more than doubled, because after using the extreme ice illusion killing a wraith skill, he was not tired at all, and could even use it again. Secondly, the purity of the elemental energy. It increased from 73% to 80%. This is similar to the purity of vampire blood in Western legends. Every little improvement brings a very significant boost to strength. There's also a hidden benefit. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that after his superpower evolved from S level to SS level, his ability to suppress bloodlust had reached a new level. Now, he can hunt ferocious beasts in the underground world for at least 2 weeks straight without losing control. It should be noted that Lu Yuan's rapid increase in strength, which shocked everyone, was largely due to evolution points. Nowadays, the longer you stay in the underground world, the more evolution points you gain. This is absolutely brilliant. Besides his superpowers, Lu Yuan also paid special attention to one other thing. That was the notification sound from the system after he had just killed an enemy. You have slain an avatar of the supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast, Soul Devourer King, gaining 40,000 evolution points. A supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast? The Soul Devouring King? These two words were completely unfamiliar to Lu Yuan. Perhaps Teacher Qin knows something, he thought to himself silently. However, being in the underground world at this moment, they are unable to contact the outside world and can only make plans after leaving. It was getting late, and he still had to hunt beasts tomorrow, so he decided to rest for a while. After waking up, Lu Yuan left the Black Blood Cult's experimental base. It's worth mentioning that, apart from the ferocious beasts and members in the base, he didn't touch anything. After he leaves, he will naturally notify the Jingnan city authorities. Perhaps if specialized personnel arrive, they can find out something. Lu Yuan continued hunting ferocious beasts. Half a day later, he defeated 2 ferocious beasts at the lower level of the 3rd tier, as well as many miscellaneous soldiers, and obtained 10,000 evolution points. He has accumulated 50,000 evolution points. What's the point of keeping these evolution points if you don't improve your cultivation level? Evolution points 50,000. Realm level, mid-tier 3. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the key to add points. Evolution points minus 50,000. Realm level, middle tier 3, upper tier 3. Instantly, a large amount of ice-type elemental energy surged within his body. The ice elemental energy, which was originally calm as water, suddenly became turbulent and violently surging. He quickly sat down and closed his eyes. Layer upon layer of power erupted from within him. The surrounding trees were snapped in half on the spot, and the birds that had been roosting there lost their homes. At the same time, huge icicles condensed around him, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. The time it took to absorb and stabilize the elemental energy was longer than before, lasting for 4 consecutive hours. 4 hours later, Lu Yuan slowly opened his icy blue pupils. With a thought, the panel immediately appeared. Mental scale, 1662 Hz. Qi and blood, 4145 calories. My mental state improved by 200 Hz, and my blood and energy increased by 400 calories. Lu Yuan felt that not only had his thinking become more agile and profound, but his blood and qi were also like a tiger unleashed from its cage, full of boundless power, and he seemed to have inexhaustible energy. 3rd tier advanced realm achieved, only 1 step away from 4th tier. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. He clearly remembered Lost Ruins number 7. Continue the hunt for ferocious beasts. He stood up, instantly transforming into a streak of cold light, and rushed forward swiftly. You have defeated the tier 2 superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger. Evolution points plus 1,000. After casually taking down the 2nd tier superior ferocious beast, the blue-spotted tiger, with a single shot, Lu Yuan immediately mobilized a large amount of mental energy to continue continue expanding the exploration range. His hunting method is to first use his mental power to search for ferocious beasts over a wide area, and after locking onto the target, he will approach while maintaining a small-scale, detailed investigation. In his mental feedback, a ferocious beast instantly caught his attention. It was a ferocious beast in the form of a lizard, with flames rising from its tail, and its entire body was black and red. Shadow salamander. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. By the way, since the spirit attribute was greatly improved, the shadow salamander's ability to weaken mental perception is no longer as effective. It was because of this shadow salamander that he had to give up several extremely precious S-grade herbs evening primroses. The pills made from those herbs have a remarkable effect on the recovery of injuries. Oof, I've finally found you. It's time for you to pay back the debt for these few evening primroses. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, but the next moment, he sensed several figures walking towards the direction where the shadow fire lizard was. Mental power can only detect external forms, so he didn't recognize who they were, but felt that one of them looked strangely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. I hope they don't steal my prey. Lu Yuan prayed silently in his heart. Revenge is one aspect, but more importantly, this is a ferocious beast at the mid-level of the 4th tier, so its evolution points must be plentiful. It will definitely exceed the earnings I get from hunting low-level ferocious beasts in a day. He immediately quickened his pace and headed towards the shadow salamander. Meanwhile, on the other side, a team of superhumans is advancing. If Lu Yuan were here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that this is the team Li Ji belongs to. Before they arrived, they had taken on several assignments at the school. One of them is collecting fire lizard tails. This is an A-level mission, requiring you to collect 10 tails, with a reward of 500 credits. We've collected 8 items so far, and we only need 2 more to complete it. At that moment, Li Ji glanced to the side and happened to see a ferocious beast with a flame-like tail. Because they were deep in the forest, more than a kilometer apart, they could only make out the conspicuous fiery tail and the outline of the ferocious beast. Its exact appearance is unclear. In fact, this is not an ordinary fire lizard, but a more powerful mid-level 4th-tier ferocious beast, the shadow fire lizard. A fire lizard. It's a fire lizard, Li Ji cried out in surprise. Upon hearing the sound, the others stopped in their tracks. It's right there. Li Ji pointed in the direction where the shadow fire lizard was located. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. A fire lizard? This is supposed to be a fire lizard? The captain's gaze gradually turned serious. This creature is significantly larger than a typical fire lizard, and its body color is also unusual. That's a shadow fire lizard at the mid-4th tier. Run! The captain spoke urgently, quickly taking out a swiftness pill that he had prepared beforehand from his spatial ring. The others also became alert and took swiftness pills, preparing to retreat. A massive ice spear, formed from solidified ice, shot towards them rapidly. It was moving at an extremely high speed, even creating a sonic boom. The shadow fire lizard reacted slowly, and the ice spear pierced right through its skull. In an instant, black blood splattered all over the ground. What happened? This ice spear is incredibly powerful, and so fast too? Yes. Not only did the shadow salamander not have time to dodge, but it also got a headshot. The group was taking speed-enhancing pills, preparing to escape, when the sonic boom of the ice spear made them turn their heads sharply. Everyone was so astonished by what they saw that their mouths were agape. The shadow salamander did not die immediately after its head was pierced by the ice spear. Its entire body was engulfed in black and red flames, with a temperature of at least 2000 degrees Celsius. It even distorts and deforms the surrounding air. Wait, it's not completely dead yet. I'm so far away from it, but I can still clearly feel the high temperature. Run! The group immediately began to retreat. Before long, the ice spear gradually melted, turning into a puddle of pure water devoid of any elemental energy. The pure water evaporated instantly into water vapor under extremely high flames and disappeared without a trace. Once a ferocious beast reaches the 4th rank, it is indeed incomparable to the first 3 ranks. Its vitality is so tenacious. Lu Yuan pondered to himself. Unfortunately, this is the best you can do. He fired another ice gun. The shadow fire lizard was still emitting black and red flames, and the ice-type elemental energy in its body had not completely dissipated. In addition, its movements were slowed down due to serious injuries, so it could not dodge Lu Yuan's ice spear at all. With a graceful arc, the ice spear pierced its skull once more. Thick, fresh blood gushed out. Unfortunately, this time, the shadow salamander wasn't so lucky. Its remaining life force couldn't withstand a second attack. Soon, it completely lost all signs of life. Wait, don't run away. The captain glanced back, interrupting everyone's actions, and everyone turned to look. This ferocious beast is dead just like that. Surprised, everyone's gaze fell upon the dark figure slowly emerging from the depths of the forest. A resolute and handsome face, a tall and upright figure. Li Ji recognized the dark figure at a glance. It was Lu Yuan. This, Lu Yuan? Li Ji was so surprised that he stood there stunned. The others didn't recognize Lu Yuan and could only marvel at how skilled he was. Li Ji, however, knew Lu Yuan and knew that he was a freshman at Shenzhen University of Supernatural
supernatural abilities. Now, what has he witnessed firsthand? Lu Yuan actually killed a mid-level 4th tier ferocious beast. This level of skill is already at the level of a senior in college, right?
No, to be precise, they were even considered quite formidable among the seniors. And only about a month has passed since the competition for freshmen at the 4 prestigious universities.
Lu Yuan's strength has improved so rapidly.
He even joined the team on a mission in the underground world.
Lu Yuan's strength has far surpassed the overall level of his team. He clearly awakened an S+ level superpower.
Thinking about this, Li Ji couldn't help but feel a little depressed. You have defeated the Tier 4 mid-tier ferocious beast, the Shadow Fire Lizard, gaining 40,000 evolution points. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Lu Yuan was unaware of the complex thoughts in Li Ji's mind, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared much. His only concern at this moment was that it was time to reap the spoils. He strode forward, took out an A-grade alloy dagger from his spatial ring, and slashed it forcefully at the tail of the Shadow Fire Lizard. A swift flash of light left a smooth cut. The tail of the Shadow Salamander fell intact into Lu Yuan's hands.
Next comes the more important crystallization.
This crystal is the source of primordial energy within the ferocious beast's body.
Its hard outer shell is difficult to break even with grade A alloy. Fortunately, after Lu Yuan's Frost River Rift Spear was infused with sufficient ice-type elemental energy, its hardness could reach up to S-grade alloy. And then, Lu Yuan easily sliced open the shell of the Shadow Salamander.
One of the dark red crystals still exudes a warm luster.
Lu Yuan reached out and took it.
He felt a slight burning sensation when he placed the crystal in his palm. But that wasn't a problem, he simply stored the crystal in his spatial ring.
Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction.
He recognized Li Ji, but made no move to greet him.
He turned and left. A few hours later, night fell.
Lu Yuan summoned his companion beast, Xiao Bing, from the containment sphere. The man and the snake then began to enjoy the barbecue with great relish.
Coincidentally, the little ice, who was well rested inside the containment sphere, could also help Lu Yuan keep watch at night.
In this way, Lu Yuan no longer needed to sleep lightly to maintain his mental awareness and could directly enter deep sleep, which made him feel much more comfortable. In the sky, streaks of lightning flashed, followed by blinding flashes of light and deafening roars.
The loud noise, like the beating of war drums, jolted Lu Yuan awake.
He rubbed his still sleepy eyes and stepped out of the tent.
Looking out, the sky was only just beginning to brighten.
Just as Lu Yuan was about to take out water and food from his spatial ring to replenish his morning energy, another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. However, Lu Yuan was not surprised. After all, the weather in the underground world is also unpredictable, and thunder and rain are common phenomena. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Lu Yuan put on his battle armor, stored the tent in his spatial ring, and prepared to begin a day of hunting ferocious beasts. First, he used his S-rank skilled detective technique to sense the movements of nearby ferocious beasts. When the mental energy returned as feedback, Lu Yuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He discovered that a clear gap had appeared in a certain direction, revealing a gap meant to be filled by a ferocious beast. In other words, there isn't a single ferocious beast over there. That direction is southwest. He took out a map from his spatial ring and saw that there was a huge canyon there. Could this be related to that canyon? With a sudden thought, Lu Yuan adjusted his direction and began walking southwest. Having just expended a great deal of mental energy, my body needs time to recover. Therefore, he only used a small amount of mental energy to explore when he was about 11,000 meters away from the canyon.
Deep in the canyon,
violent purple lightning scattered in all directions, flashing incessantly around the canyon. At the center of the thunder was a massive, bear-like ferocious beast.
Could this bear-like ferocious beast be breaking through to a higher realm? Lu Yuan murmured to himself.
This ferocious beast is 9 meters tall and weighs approximately several hundred tons. Although Lu Yuan did not recognize it, the Heart in Shenzhen University app had an extremely rich database. Simply enter keywords, such as thunder, 9 meters tall, diamond-shaped hair, etc.
The My Heart is in Shenzhen University app quickly and accurately displayed the results. A thunderstorm demon bear at the 4th tier high level. Moreover, the thunderstorm demon bear is currently in the breakthrough phase, a 4th order upper level realm cultivator. A thunderstorm demon bear breaking through to the upper level 4th tier? You're lucky. Lu Yuan quickened his pace.
He decided to take advantage of the thunderstorm demon bear's breakthrough to interrupt it, kill it, and gain a large number of evolution points. Of course, he also had another option, to wait until the thunderstorm demon bear broke through to the 5th rank before making a move. This allows you to obtain a greater number of evolution points. But Lu Yuan had never fought a 5th tier ferocious beast before, so he was unsure of himself.
If you fail and don't get the evolution points, that's fine too.
What's worse is that if you lose your life, how will you face yourself? If he escapes, leaving this terrifying beast behind in the underworld, this will inevitably affect all the superhumans heading to base number 2 in Jingnan City.
This is definitely not a good thing. In conclusion, Lu Yuan chose to kill the thunderstorm demon bear immediately. He gradually approached the canyon.
About a kilometer from from the canyon, there are deep fissures that can easily cause one to slip and fall. The aftershocks of the thunder raged, making it impossible for Lu Yuan to move an inch. Just then, a huge bolt of purple lightning struck the soil in front of him. They actually blasted out a hole that was nearly 10 centimeters deep. The area around the cave entrance was covered with a thick layer of charred black. Lu Yuan sighed deeply. If this lightning bolt were to strike me, although the injury wouldn't be too severe, the unavoidable pain would be inescapable. Frozen shield. Lu Yuan quickly condensed a layer of ice shield around himself. With this shield, the aftershocks of the thunder were effectively blocked, and Lu Yuan was finally able to advance further. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the canyon. Looking into the depths of the canyon, follow the gaze. The thunderstorm demon bear had its eyes tightly closed, and its body was surrounded by raging lightning. The lightning bolts had nowhere to settle around it and were leaping wildly. You still want to break through to a higher realm? Lu Yuan mobilized the ice elemental energy within his body, condensing it into an enhanced ice spear, and hurled it at the thunderstorm demon bear with all his might. Just then, the thunderstorm demon bear, which had been struggling to break through with its eyes closed, suddenly opened them. It roared, its massive 9-meter-tall body suddenly stood up, caught the thrown ice spear with its claws, and then crushed it with force. It looked around. Upon spotting Lu Yuan's figure in the canyon, they quickly rushed to the edge of the canyon and climbed up using the protruding rocks. Its breakthrough was interrupted. It must be furious. Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile. Seeing the thunderstorm demon bear's angry expression, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Humans and ferocious beasts have always been opposing forces, and this truth will never change. As the thunderstorm demon bear climbed, Lu Yuan was already standing at the edge of the canyon, launching an attack on it with his ice spear in hand. However, the thunderstorm demon bear was not to be outdone. It mobilized its lightning elemental energy and instantly condensed a thick lightning shield on its body. A single ice spear shot struck, causing multiple cracks to appear in the thunder shield. After 2 ice spears, the shield shattered. 3 ice spears struck in quick succession, embedding themselves deep into the flesh of the thunderstorm bear. Lu Yuan throws ice spears at an extremely fast speed, averaging 1 shot per second. Therefore, as soon as the thunderstorm demon bear set up its shield, Lu Yuan quickly broke it and also inflicted substantial damage on it. However, the thunderstorm demon bear's defensive capabilities are indeed astonishing. Despite enduring 2 ice spear attacks, it remained completely unharmed and unperturbed. Moreover, it climbs extremely fast, reaching almost the top of the canyon in just 6 seconds. Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and a bad idea popped into his head. Then, he threw another ice spear. Seeing this, the thunderstorm bear sneered contemptuously and immediately summoned a lightning shield. The thunder shield blocked the ice spear, and it looked like they were about to climb all the way up the canyon. At that time, wouldn't this annoying little bug that's hindering its evolution be at its mercy? However, to the thunderstorm demon bear's utter surprise, Lu Yuan did not attack it, but instead aimed at a rock that it was tightly gripping under its claws. After a series of fierce attacks, Lu Yuan became increasingly ferocious, and the impact force of the ice spear in his hand even reached tens of thousands of kilograms. Under such a powerful blow, the rock was finally shattered by the ice spear. The next moment, the thunderstorm bear lost its support and fell heavily to the ground, landing on its rear end first. Falling from a 100-meter-high canyon, coupled with its weight of over 100 tons, the pain is enough to make one shudder just imagining it. At this moment, it was extremely dissatisfied, rubbing its rear end while glaring angrily. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan showed no mercy and quickly unleashed his ultimate technique. In an instant, 15 enormous ice swords surrounded him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, 15 ice swords fell simultaneously. Upon seeing this, the thunderstorm demon bear roared, its roar containing the power of thunder. It actually shattered quite a few ice swords. But what it didn't expect was that Lu Yuan's control over the ice sword has greatly improved, reaching an unprecedented level. This caused its swollen, red bottom to be struck by 2 more swords when it fell. The thunderstorm bear was in so much pain that it lost focus. It's not over yet. Lu Yuan's body was still full of ice-type elemental energy, and he was about to unleash the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array once again. This time, the thunderstorm bear has very limited time to summon its shield. This lightning shield is absolutely powerful enough to withstand the full force of any third-tier ferocious beast. However, to think that it could be used to defend against Lu Yuan's ice sword attack would be to overestimate its defensive capabilities. Suddenly, shocking wounds appeared on the thunderstorm bear's body. Ice-type elemental energy then surged into his body. The frost spread rapidly from the inside out. Soon after, the thunderstorm bear's body was at its last gasp. Even with a normal-powered ice blade attack, the thunderstorm demon bear could not withstand it and finally collapsed to the ground, its breathing gradually weakening until it disappeared. As the thunderstorm demon bear died completely, a system notification sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. You have defeated the Tier 4 high-rank ferocious beast thunderstorm demon bear, gaining plus 50,000 evolution points. Immediately, Lu Yuan unleashed all the ice-type elemental energy he
he had accumulated within his body. Gradually, an extremely sturdy ice slide took shape in his hands. Despite consuming such a large amount of ice-type elemental energy, a feeling of weakness immediately overwhelmed him. However, the thunderstorm demon bear was full of treasures, and Lu Yuan could not remain calm if he could only look at it but not take it into his possession. After the ice slide was built, he went straight down the slide to the bottom of the canyon. The area above the canyon is not yet clearly visible, but once you reach the bottom of the valley, the view becomes very clear. The surrounding area was riddled with craters formed by the violent thunderbolts, a scene of utter devastation. One can't help but marvel at the power of this thunder. Fortunately, the thunderstorm bear was taking advantage of the terrain at the bottom of the canyon. Lu Yuan approached it, took out an A-grade alloy dagger, and began to cut it. However, when the sharp grade A alloy dagger touched the thunderstorm demon bear's tough fur, no matter how hard Lu Yuan tried, the dagger could not cut through the fur. The dagger's cutting precision is extremely high, preserving the beast's materials to the maximum extent. Unfortunately, it's not sharp enough. I'll need to buy another S-grade alloy dagger when I get back. Lu Yuan made a decision in his heart. Left with no other choice, he had to take out the Cold River sky-splitting spear. After being infused with sufficient ice elemental energy, the gun body's hardness can reach up to S-grade alloy, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. This time, the thunderstorm bear's fur was finally torn open. As soon as the blood was exposed, several bolts of purple lightning danced in the air. Lu Yuan understood that this was a manifestation of the lightning elemental energy being released from within the thunderstorm demon bear. After the lightning elemental energy is fully released, bear bile, bear heart, crystals, and other extremely valuable parts, Lu Yuan took them out one by one and put them into his spatial ring. After completing his search for the thunderstorm demon bear's carcass, Lu Yuan left the canyon to continue his search for new prey. Within a radius of 22,000 meters centered on oneself, the area appears to be large, but in this vast underground world, it's really nothing. Moreover, third-tier ferocious beasts are no ordinary creatures. You can't just find them anywhere. Until one day a week later, you have defeated the tier 2 high-level ferocious beast, the Run pig, and gained 600 evolution points. A muscular, running pig is drinking water by the stream. Suddenly, the pig's head fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately, a tall and handsome figure emerged from the depths of the forest. It was Lu Yuan himself. At this moment, Lu Yuan's evolution points on his panel had reached 90,000. A thought struck him, and the control panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 90,000. Energy purity, 80%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, upper third tier. Mental scale, 1662 Hz. Chi and blood, 4,145 calories. Skills, gun technique, master, melee combat, intermediate, ice shard ring, D, advanced, ice flash, B, advanced, ice blade, A, master, frozen shield, A, master, ice blast, S, advanced, detective skill, S, master, extreme ice illusion killing array, SS, advanced, frost spear combo, SS, advanced, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, 4th level, companion beast, ice sprung giant python. The time has come to advance your cultivation level. November is almost here, so, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to choose to directly improve his cultivation level. He decisively pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 90,000. Realm level, upper third tier lower fourth tier. As the evolution points rapidly disappeared, Lu Yuan suddenly felt an unprecedentedly cold power erupt within his body. It's cold, extremely cold. Even as an ice-type ability user, he found it difficult to directly withstand this coldness. The intense cold forced him to close his eyes and sit cross-legged. Thud, thud, thud. What Lu Yuan couldn't see was that the terrifying burst of elemental energy caused huge ice spikes to rise from the ground. The nearby trees were snapped in half, the flowers and plants were uprooted, and even the stream was frozen solid. The surrounding temperature dropped by tens of degrees Celsius instantly. Time flies. 4 hours later, the ice-type elemental energy within Lu Yuan's body gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. He sighed. He was incredibly strong and powerful, as if every punch contained unparalleled strength. My thinking has also become exceptionally sharp. Lu Yuan sensed that the maximum detection range of the skilled divine detective technique had increased from 22,000 meters to 24,000 meters. Although it only increased by 2 kilometers, the actual range increased by nearly 20%. Let's look at the attribute improvements. Lu Yuan brought up the control panel. The next moment, 2 important attributes came into view. Mental state, 1962 Hz. Chi and blood, 4,945 calories. The terrifying number made him gasp in shock. This is absolutely amazing. My mental state improved by 300 Hz, and my blood and energy surged by 800 calories. Now his mental attribute is approaching 2,000 Hz, and his blood energy is approaching 5,000 calories. Such a terrifying humanoid monster. It was accomplished in just 4 months after he awakened his superpower.
superpowers. Who could believe that? Who would dare to believe it? But this is the undeniable fact, and it compels one to believe it. There's still room for my bloodthirsty energy within me. Let's continue hunting ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan first used his detective skills. The location of the nearby ferocious beasts is immediately apparent. Among them, several figures stood out the most. 5 men and 1 woman, a total of 6 people, were walking towards him. However, judging from the feedback of their mental energy, they are only third-tier ability users. Even if someone harbors ill intentions, Lu Yuan can easily deal with them. In the underground world, one of the anchors sneezed twice in a row. This streamer's real name is MOCC, and she is a third-tier lower-level ability user who has awakened a B-level ice-type ability. Her online name is CC at Sunset, and she always posts her work at sunset. Her videos are bold and authentic, covering explorations of the underground world. This includes the identification of exotic underground plants, accounts of battles with ferocious beasts and analysis of their weaknesses, and dissections of these beasts. There is absolutely no falsehood in it. After all, most people in the world have never set foot in the underground world. Being able to see the strange underground scenes through her videos has greatly satisfied the curiosity of her fans. In addition, she is exceptionally beautiful and has cultivated a very successful online persona. As a result, she has accumulated nearly 10 million followers on Douyin, and her total number of followers across the entire network has exceeded 20 million. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that she is one of the pioneers in this field. Later, many streamers who followed suit found it difficult to maintain their viewership. I sensed it. There's an extremely terrifying fluctuation of ice-type elemental energy over there. MOCC pointed in a certain direction. That was the very place where Lu Yuan broke through his cultivation level. A terrifying fluctuation of ice-type elemental energy? The person standing next to MOCC raised an eyebrow. His name is Sun Fan, and he maintains a cooperative relationship with MOCC. He is a third-tier upper-level ability user who has awakened an A-level combat ability. The other 4 are also at the mid-level of the third tier, and their awakened abilities vary, with most of them concentrated at level B. These 5 people were originally a team of superhumans in Jingnan City. About a year ago, MOCC approached them and proposed a collaboration. After hearing her explanation, both parties quickly reached an agreement. After all, when filming videos in the underground world, someone has to be responsible for filming and keeping watch around the area, especially for MOCC, who is the main character. After that, there's a series of tasks including editing and product promotion, and these individuals were perfectly suited for these tasks. As it turned out, their choice was very wise. As a streamer with over 20 million fans across the internet, the CC Yushi account has an astonishing earning power, and their revenue sharing is also quite considerable. I spend less time in the underground world than before, but my income hasn't decreased at all. This is all thanks to MOCC's hard work. Therefore, Sun Fan was extremely friendly to MOCC. Yes, I feel like a ferocious beast is breaking through its cultivation level. MOCC responded. Then she blinked her bright eyes and said, Captain Sun, let's go take a look. Maybe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My recent videos haven't reached 1 million likes in a long time. Even the total number of fans in the backend has decreased. So, MOCC was thinking about whether she could take this opportunity to shoot a viral video. This. Sun Fan, as the team leader, hesitated. After more than a year of working together, he also developed feelings for MOCC that he shouldn't have. At that moment, he couldn't help but worry about her safety. What are you afraid of? We have swiftness pills here. Even if we encounter danger, we can escape immediately. Despite Sun Fan's concerns, MOCC understood that he was thinking of her best interests, but she still wanted to see it with her own eyes. After all, it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, the video's popularity has waned significantly, which has made her anxious. She has a natural love for challenges, and this personality makes it hard for her to back down. In the end, Sun Fan nodded. So, the 5 men and 1 woman set off. It's so cold, what happened here? Let's explore further towards the central station. The group continued on their way. This power is terrifying. They saw that the nearby flowers and plants were encased in ice and cold, the trees were snapped in half, and the stream was frozen so thick that one could walk on it. MOCC's eyes sparkled with amazement. Perhaps others who have awakened different superpowers cannot perceive it, but as an ice-type superpower user, she can clearly sense this powerful force. Just how immense is this ice-type elemental energy? Soon, the group approached where Lu Yuan was. At this moment, Lu Yuan completed his breakthrough and officially advanced to the lower 4th tier, and they were also detected by Lu Yuan's detective skills. Run! It's a ferocious beast. This icy power must have come from it. As he approached, a dark shadow came into view, and Sun Fan screamed in alarm. Upon hearing this, the members of the superhuman team quickly took out their speed pills, preparing to take them. Now that their share is substantial, they are much wealthier than before, and naturally they don't want to lose their lives easily. Moreover, we've taken enough photos of the ice. It's time to retreat. Wait, that's a human human figure. MOCC opened her eyes wide and pointed forward. Upon hearing this, Sun Fan's eyes widened suddenly, clearly even more shocked. This terrifying, icy power did not come from a ferocious beast, but from a human. Just how surging and powerful is the ice-type elemental energy within this human's body? Then, the group gathered around. When they saw Lu Yuan's appearance clearly, Lu Yuan also recognized them. Upon discovering that they were carrying filming equipment, Lu Yuan realized that they were actually a live streaming team from the underground world. Lu Yuan had no interest in these individuals and had no intention of saying another word to them, so he turned and left. MOCC was stunned when she saw this. Normally, when many teams of superhumans see them, they chat enthusiastically. After all, her looks and figure are what they are. Regardless, at least I'll glance at it more. It's rare to see someone like Lu Yuan who just glanced at something and left immediately. However, this is only a secondary issue. What stunned MOCC even more was, the boy doesn't look very old, maybe 22 at most. She herself was already 25 years old, and the icy power he emitted when breaking through to a higher realm was definitely several times that of hers. No, not only that, it could even be more than 10 times. It can only be described in 2 words: outrageous. Take MOCC herself as an example. She is a graduate of a 211-level university specializing in supernatural abilities. They've already surpassed the vast majority of people with superpowers. But at this moment, she experienced for the first time such a huge gap, like a chasm stretching across the sky. Fortunately, Lu Yuan did not choose to communicate with MOCC and the others. If she knew that Lu Yuan was only 19 years old and a freshman who had only been enrolled at the university for people with superpowers for a few months, she probably would have had a mental breakdown on the spot. In the following days, Lu Yuan remained in the underground world, maintaining a high-intensity hunt of ferocious beasts. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-ranking ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros, and gained 900 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 3 low-rank ferocious beast, the flaming tiger. Evolution points plus 4,000. Evolution points are accumulating rapidly. A few days later, Lu Yuan threw out a huge ice spear. The next instant, the ice spear pierced through the chest of the Gale Wolf not far away, leaving a shocking hole. If an ordinary person witnessed such a scene, it would inevitably leave a shadow in their heart, and they might even be plagued by nightmares for several nights in a row. The crystals inside the Gale Wolf's body shattered, demonstrating just how astonishing the power of Lu Yuan's spear strike was. You have defeated the Tier 2 high-rank ferocious beast, Gale Wolf. Evolution points plus 550. That's enough. I should go back, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. At this moment, he could feel that the bloodthirsty energy within his body had accumulated to an extremely high level. Having spent so long in the underground world, countless ferocious beasts were slain. If it weren't for the fact that his awakened superpower was the SS-level Frozen Throne, it would probably have been difficult to suppress long ago. He was quite satisfied with his harvest. First, his superpower has advanced from the S-rank Ice-type superpower, Ice Crown, to the SS-rank Ice-type superpower, Frozen Throne. Secondly, there's the realm. From the initial 3rd-tier mid-level realm, it has advanced all the way to the 4th-tier low-level realm, spanning 2 minor realms. Then, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and quickly brought up his panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 50,000. Skills, Gun Mastery, Master, Melee Combat, Intermediate, Ice Shard Ring, D, Advanced, Ice Flash, B, Advanced, Ice Blade, A, Master, Frozen Shield, A, Master, Ice Blast, S, Advanced, Detective Skill, S, Master, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Advanced, Frost Spear Combo, SS, Advanced, Companion Beast, Ice Sprung Giant Python. Add some points to the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array first. After opening the panel and browsing through it carefully, this was Lu Yuan's first thought. Although it's also an SS level skill, Frost Spear Barrage is extremely powerful. However, Frost Spear Combo requires accumulating combo hits to increase damage. To unleash its maximum power in the shortest amount of time, you still need to rely on Extreme Ice Illusion Kill Array. Evolution points minus 27,000. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS is Advanced, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Master level. Instantly, countless phantom images of ice swords swept through Lu Yuan's mind. The master level proficiency of the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing formation, every move and every stance, was repeatedly performed and deeply imprinted in his memory. Lu Yuan sensed that the number of ice swords he had summoned had reached a terrifying 20. Today, each ice sword has an impact force of nearly 10 tons, and the combined power of 20 ice swords is simply astonishing. This immediately depleted most of the 50,000 evolution points Lu Yuan had accumulated over the past few days, leaving him with only 23,000. He then upgraded his skill Ice Flash. The ability to move quickly is equally important. Evolution points minus 4,800. Ice Flash, B, Advanced, Ice Flash, B, Master. While Ice Flash has the furthest range, Frost Spear Combo requires accumulating combo hits to increase damage. To unleash the maximum burst power in the shortest time, you still have to rely on Ice Illusion Kill Array. Evolution points minus 27,000. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS is Advanced. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Master Level. Instantly, countless phantom images of ice swords swept through Lu Yuan's mind. Every move and stance of the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing formation, executed with Master Level proficiency, was repeatedly rehearsed in his mind and deeply etched into his memory. Lu Yuan could clearly sense that the number of ice swords he had summoned had reached an astonishing 20. At this moment, the impact force of each ice sword is close to 10 tons, and the combined power of 20 ice swords is simply terrifying. This nearly depleted Lu Yuan's 50,000 evolution points accumulated over the past few days, leaving him with only 23,000. Next, he invested his evolution points into the skill Ice Flash. The ability to move quickly is equally important. Evolution points minus 4,800. Ice Flash, B, Advanced, Ice Flash, B, Master. The maximum displacement distance of Ice Flash has been increased to 80 meters, which is twice that of the advanced proficiency level. There are currently 18,200 evolution points remaining. Lu Yuan took the opportunity to upgrade the Ice Ring body that had been shelved for a long time. In certain situations, this skill can still be useful. Evolution points minus 1,800. Ice Ring, D, Advanced, Ice Ring, D, Master. He then added some points to his fighting skills. Evolution points minus 1,000. Martial Arts, Intermediate, Martial Arts, Advanced. Finally, Lu Yuan summoned Little Ice from the Containment Sphere. Evolution points minus 7,400. Companion Beast, Ice-Sprung Giant Python. Xiao Bing's size suddenly increased again. It has now entered its teenage years. Lu Yuan felt at ease letting it stay in the ordinary underground world for a long time. With its strength, although it has not reached the 3rd rank, it is almost invincible within the 2nd rank. Master, I've grown up again, Xiao Bing said excitedly. Seeing Xiao Bing so excited, Lu Yuan also felt a surge of joy. This trip to the underground world of the Jingbei No. 2 superpower base has finally come to an end. Lu Yuan opened his phone and saw a message Xia Qingyin had sent him a few days ago, asking when he would be back. She even said she would pick him up at the high-speed rail station. He smiled faintly and returned to the time. He then went to the exchange counter. A large number of ferocious beast crystals were displayed. It attracted the attention of many staff members, especially the purple crystal from the thunderstorm demon bear's body. Even the manager of the exchange counter was attracted. The purple light was dazzling and almost blinded the people around it. The blue star coins obtained this time were naturally quite substantial. That thunderstorm demon bear crystal alone is worth 7.2 million blue star coins. In addition to bear bile and bear heart, a single thunderstorm demon bear can bring in over 10 million blue star coins. Including other crystals, a total of 29.55 million blue star coins were brought to Lu Yuan, which is close to 30 million. This is even after many crystals were destroyed during Lu Yuan's attack. The total amount is still as high as 8 figures. 30 million blue star coins is an unbelievable dream for ordinary people. A superhuman capable of killing the thunderstorm demon bear must be 1 in 1,000. It seems that these 30 million blue star coins are nothing special. On the way from Jingnan City's No. 2 superpower base to Jingnan City high-speed railway station, Lu Yuan dialed the phone number of the official Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Jingnan City. He didn't destroy the Black Blood Cult's experimental base because of this thought. Perhaps they can still make a major breakthrough at the base. Mr. Lu Yuan, thank you for your report. The person on the other end of the phone answered politely. If the news is true, you will receive a reward of 3 million blue star coins from the official Supernatural Abilities Bureau of Jingnan City. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Although 3 million blue star coins is not a lot for him, but it's better than nothing. Look, there's a beautiful woman over there. What beautiful woman? Let me see. My God, her face and her figure are absolutely stunning. Those thighs are truly top-notch. I could admire them for a whole year and never get tired of them. Am I the only one wondering who she's waiting for? It must be her best friend. I wouldn't want any guy to get to eat such good meat. A slender figure walked into the exit of Shenzhen's high-speed railway station, and many people waiting around couldn't help but cast their gazes at her. And that figure was none other than Xia Qingyin. It was already late October. Shenzhen is located in the southern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, and the temperature still remains in the 20s. Therefore, she wore a beige lightweight knitted cardigan over a slip dress. The exposed half of her thigh was straight and well proportioned, making it easy to see how long her entire leg was. Soon, a wave of people poured out of the high-speed rail station. Xia Qingyin locked onto one of the tall and handsome figures, and a sweet smile involuntarily bloomed on her face. Look, she's smiling at me. Brother, you can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. You're the busiest in the circus, the wildest in Gotham City. Oh, and there's another line. You stand guard in front of McDonald's, and you're the king and queen of spades. It's all yours, you're welcome. As soon as Xia Qingyin's smile appeared, many boys around her couldn't help but cast their gazes at her, instantly becoming infatuated with her. After all, in real life, ordinary people make up the majority, and truly beautiful beautiful women are extremely rare. They couldn't help but wonder who could be the person who could make such a stunning beauty smile like that. Please don't let it be her boyfriend. It has to be a best friend. They simply couldn't believe that a guy could have such a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. However, the reality is clear. Their hopes are destined to be dashed. After that tall and handsome figure walked out, Xia Qingyin jogged over and called out sweetly. Without hesitation, she gave Lu Yuan a big hug. This embrace embodies Xia Qingyin's deep longing for Lu Yuan, whom she hasn't seen for a month. Lu Yuan was also filled with longing. When her delicate body pressed against his chest, Lu Yuan naturally felt incredibly happy. Bro, now you're the one who's envious. I never knew you were so handsome. Wow, he's even more handsome than me after I take a shower. Isn't that a bit much? Damn it, I wouldn't even dare to get plastic surgery to look this handsome. After Xia Qingyin ran over and hugged Lu Yuan, no one around her felt the slightest bit of jealousy. Incidentally, since Lu Yuan awakened his SS-level ability Frozen Throne, his brow bone has become sharper and his profile has become more austere. It also exudes an aura of authority. That kind of temperament is indescribable. In other words, he's so handsome it's breathtaking. Wow, there are so many people. As the longing for her long-awaited reunion gradually subsided and Xia Qingyin's rationality slowly returned. When she realized that so many people were watching her as she hugged Lu Yuan, she couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ha, Xiaoying, you just realized that? It's alright, let's go. Lu Yuan, holding Xia Qingyin's hand, left the place amidst the envious gazes of many boys. Afterwards, Lu Yuan got into the Mercedes driven by Xia Qingyin and drove away amidst the envious gazes of everyone. Ah Yuan, this family special training has helped me improve a lot. I'm now at the mid-level of the second tier, and I'm about to learn an SS level skill. As Xia Qingyin spoke, she proudly puffed out her full chest. Xiaoying is great. Lu Yuan nodded, his words filled with sincerity. After all, Xia Qingyin was only a freshman in college, and she had reached the mid-level of the second tier in less than a year after awakening her superpower. This achievement was beyond the reach of others. Stop mocking me. Ah Yuan, tell me quickly, what realm have you reached now? Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then she blinked her bright, large eyes and asked with a look of anticipation. Now, Lu Yuan's cultivation level has surpassed hers, so she can no longer directly sense Lu Yuan's cultivation level. Of course, she knew that Lu Yuan was at the lower level of the third tier. Based on her judgment, Lu Yuan's position as either a lower tier or middle tier third-order individual was quite reasonable. However, what Lu Yuan said next was completely unexpected. I've been having good luck lately, with occasional breakthroughs, lower fourth tier. Lu Yuan spoke calmly, as if breaking through to a higher realm was a common occurrence for him. Indeed, that was the case. Breaking through to a higher realm was nothing to him. A monster. A true monster. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but gasp, her heart filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, Lu Yuan actually jumped to the fourth rank. Her amazement contained no trace of defeat, but rather a deep sense of relief. After all, he was her boyfriend, no matter what. She should be proud of this. Xia Qingyin knew that Lu Yuan had returned from the underground world. This means he must have gone through a long period of hunting ferocious beasts. At this moment, Lu Yuan's body must be extremely exhausted. So, even though it has been a long time since we last met, she still didn't blindly ask Lu Yuan to go on a date with her. Instead, he drove his Mercedes straight to the underground parking garage of Shenzhen Superpower University. The two then walked to the entrance of Shenzhen Superpower University. A figure who was extremely familiar with Xia Qingyin but completely unfamiliar with Lu Yuan slowly walked towards the school gate. That person was Xia Wan, the dean of the Grass Department College of Shenzhen Superpower University. Xia Qingyin called out in a clear voice, Xiaoyin, and, after Xia Wan responded, she glanced at Lu Yuan. Aunt, hello, auntie. Lu Yuan scratched his head and stammered a greeting. He never expected to meet Xia Qingyin's aunt here. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's greeting, Xia Wan was taken aback at first, then broke into a bright smile and waved. She didn't say much, just smiled and turned to leave. Looking back at their receding figures, she sighed inwardly. It's so good to be young. Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory. In the living room, Lu Yuan was enjoying his grilled skewers. Brother Yuan, you're back? Want to grab a couple of skewers? Hearing the door open behind him, Lu Yuan turned around excitedly. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into Lu Yuan's dormitory, and he slowly opened his sleepy eyes and woke up. After having a simple breakfast at the cafeteria, he went to Qin Tianlong's residence. The Holy Ice Spring event and his experience in the underground world of the number 2 superpower base in Jingnan City filled him with doubts. Heavenly Palace Supernatural Abilities Academy? Supreme level high-ranking ferocious beast? Soul-devouring king? He wanted to ask teacher Qin for more information. Upon arriving at Qin Tianlong's residence, Lu Yuan casually greeted the guards. After all, he frequently visited Qin Tianlong's home and was already familiar with the guards. Ha, Lu, it's been a long time. Professor Qin is already waiting for you inside. Please go in quickly, the guard said with a smile, appearing to be in a very good mood. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. It's already the end of October, and there are only a few days left until payday in November, so it's natural to be in a good mood.
Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, then walked into Qin Tianlong's residence. Lu Yuan, you're back. How was your soak in the holy ice spring? Qin Tianlong asked with a smile.
It's very comfortable.
Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction.
This experience not only helped him understand the meaning of elemental energy purity, but also allowed Xiao Bing to evolve from an ordinary ice shard snake into an ice shard giant python. The highest level has also been raised to the 5th rank.
By the way, Teacher Qin, do you know about the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy? Lu Yuan asked.
When she parted ways with Ji Yunqi at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Academy, she said, Lu Yuan, if you come to the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy for further studies, you're welcome to come find me.
This statement filled Lu Yuan with curiosity. Coincidentally, he was also planning to go back and ask Qin Tianlong. Now, isn't this a perfect opportunity? Heavenly Palace Ability Academy? Where did you hear that name from?
Qin Tianlong asked with great interest.
Tiangong Superpower Academy is the only superpower academy in Tiangong City. The teachers there are all 8th level grandmasters, and there are even 9th level saints who personally provide guidance.
All sorts of rare and precious materials, such as SSS level and above skill books, can be found there. Unless you are a descendant of an 8th level grandmaster, you must achieve a top 100 ranking in the Blue Star World Genius Battle to enter this academy through normal channels. The Blue Star World Genius Battle only allows superhumans aged 22 and under to participate, with hundreds of millions of participants every year. Therefore, it is easy to imagine how difficult it is to get into the top 100. News about Tiangong City was strictly censored, and almost no clues could be found on the internet in the Blue Star World, because that place is under the surveillance of a mysterious force. Only masters have the opportunity to learn about this information. Every year, Tiangong City holds a conference, which is attended by all superhumans at the 7th level Grandmaster realm and above on the entire Blue Star. Upon hearing Qin Tianlong's question, Lu Yuan recounted his experiences at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall in detail.
I see. Qin Tianlong finally understood, and he stroked his chin thoughtfully. He then told Lu Yuan what he knew.
One of his disciples awakened his special ability less than a year ago and has already reached the middle level of the 3rd tier. Generally speaking, the top contestants in the Blue Star World Genius Battle are mostly at the upper level of the 4th rank, with very few reaching the 5th rank. The Battle of the Geniuses is held annually. When the disciple turns 22, reaching the advanced 4th tier realm should not be a problem. As he spoke, he casually checked Lu Yuan's cultivation level. Originally, I just wanted to check how well Lu Yuan had practiced his basics, but I unexpectedly discovered something quite different. His disciple's cultivation level was actually only at the lower 4th rank. Most importantly, this 4th tier lower realm is genuine, with a solid and stable foundation, without any superficiality, and it was definitely not achieved by taking drugs.
Seeing this situation,
even Qin Tianlong, who was well informed and had the status of a 7th order ice-type master, was greatly surprised.
4th tier lower realm? A first-year university student? Who would have thought that these two words could be linked together? If this gets out, who will believe it?
But the facts are right in front of us. Whether others believe it or not, Qin Tianlong is convinced. Moreover, he felt incredibly proud.
I never imagined I could become the mentor of such a genius. Teacher Qin, what's wrong?
Lu Yuan asked curiously, his eyes wide as he saw the many changes in Qin Tianlong's expression.
Lu Yuan, you're already at the lower 4th rank, right? Not bad, not bad. Qin Tianlong smiled and patted his shoulder. However, what Lu Yuan said next left Qin Tianlong speechless with surprise.
That was it. Teacher, my superpower has evolved too.
Superpower evolution? Qin Tianlong narrowed his eyes.
S-class superpowers can even evolve further. That would have to be at least an S+ level ability, or even higher. After calming himself down, Qin Tianlong led Lu Yuan to the backyard of the house and asked, Lu Yuan, unleash your superpower.
Lu Yuan nodded, and then his supernatural power erupted.
A series of ice crystals spun rapidly. Amidst thick, cold smoke, at the center of swirling ice crystals, a frozen throne quietly emerges. Although the description seems simple,
but Qin Tianlong's feelings were anything but ordinary.
He could clearly feel that when facing Lu Yuan, he had a faint sense of oppression as a subordinate facing a superior. You should know that he also awakened an S-class ability 9 Netherworld Ice, which is definitely not bad. With a thought, Qin Tianlong summoned the intelligent assistant in the room.
Xiaoya, activate the ability detection. Xiaoya received it. Testing is underway.
A phantom slowly emerged, then emitted bursts of light and began scanning and analyzing the environment before it.
This is an SS-level superpower eruption. The accuracy rate exceeds 99%. There is no information about this ability in any known database of humankind. Should we name it?
In the end, Xiaoya came to a conclusion.
SS-level ability. Not bad. Excellent.
Having such a disciple is truly my good fortune, Qin Qin Tianlong. Qin Tianlong could hardly hide his joy. As Lu Yuan's mentor, the stronger Lu Yuan became, the more excited he became. Information about supernatural abilities is usually stored in a huge database. SS-level superpowers are extremely rare in human history, so it's normal that there's no information about them in the database. As for naming the superpower, let Lu Yuan decide for himself. Upon learning that Lu Yuan had awakened an SS-level superpower, Qin Tianlong was extremely excited and insisted on having another drink with Lu Yuan. Teacher, this. Lu Yuan recalled the embarrassing moment when he passed out after just 2 drinks, and was momentarily speechless. Ha, I was just kidding, Qin Tianlong said with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled slightly. Teacher Qin can still joke around, so she must be in a really good mood. Then, Lu Yuan asked, do you know of any supreme-level high-ranking ferocious beasts, such as the soul-devouring king? Ahem, I'm not quite sure about this. Why don't you go ask someone else? Qin Tianlong naturally took the issue involving Lu Yuan to heart, but after carefully recalling the information in his mind, he shook his head slightly, indicating that he was unaware of it. If even teacher Qin Tianlong doesn't know, then who else could possibly know? Upon hearing the teacher's words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ponder them silently. He quickly identified 2 potential targets. One is Xiaoya, an intelligent management assistant, and the other is Song Liyuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. When asked, Xiaoya also said she didn't know. That's normal. After all, Xiaoya knew nothing about the situation in Tiangong City. This kind of thing is obviously being kept secret by a mysterious force and won't be easily leaked. Since Xiaoya doesn't know, the only person Lu Yuan can ask is Song Liyuan. However, it's difficult to explain these things over QQ. It's more appropriate to talk about it face to face. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan sent a message to Song Liyuan, asking if he was free at the moment. Soon, Song Liyuan replied that he was free and happened to be in the principal's office. Of course, to avoid making a wasted trip, Lu Yuan still asked a few simple questions about the details. As expected, Song Liyuan did know the relevant information. However, he did not reveal this on QQ, since it was difficult to explain in a short time, and they agreed to discuss it in person. After hopping on a shared electric scooter, Lu Yuan knocked on the principal's office door shortly afterward. Is this Lu Yuan? Come in. Song Liyuan's loud voice came from inside the room. Lu Yuan nodded and pushed open the door to enter. Lu Yuan, tell me, how did you know the terms supreme level upper rank ferocious beast and soul devouring king? As soon as he entered, Song Liyuan propped himself up on the table with his arms, clasped his hands to support his chin, and asked with great interest. This scene reminded Lu Yuan of the way Qin Tianlong had asked him earlier. It was almost identical, so he began to speak. However, unlike when he spoke to Qin Tianlong, Lu Yuan did not tell the truth. He said he happened to discover the Black Blood cult's experimental base in the underground world and learned about the 2 terms from the materials inside the base. What else can I say? Should we expose our system? Although it sounded somewhat far-fetched, Song Liyuan still chose to believe Lu Yuan's words. Then, Song Liyuan slowly said, through professional research in recent years, we have discovered that there are actually bloodline differences among ferocious beasts. Currently, we classify ferocious beasts into 3 levels based on their bloodline: common, rare, and supreme. The higher the bloodline level, the stronger the ferocious beast will naturally be. You must know that. Lu Yuan nodded. Of course he knew. For example, a second-tier upper-level rodent beast was no match for a second-tier middle-level unicorn rhinoceros. This was the difference between races, or you could say the difference in bloodlines. The soul-devouring king you just mentioned can devour souls, parasitize its own soul, and create conscious clones. All of this is thanks to its powerful bloodline. Its bloodline is absolutely among the best of all ferocious beasts. We call this kind of top-tier ferocious beast bloodline the supreme level, devouring souls, parasitizing one's own soul, and creating conscious clones. Lu Yuan immediately understood that Lord Zhan was actually an avatar of the soul-devouring king. However, according to Principal Song, the soul-devouring king can create even more clones. Perhaps many of its clones have already infiltrated the real world. As for the supreme level, we will further subdivide it into lower, middle and upper levels, with the levels increasing in that order. After all, abilities at the soul level are extremely terrifying, and it is absolutely impossible for a ferocious beast without a top-tier bloodline to possess them. Thank you for your detailed explanation, Principal Song. Lu Yuan expressed his sincere gratitude. As the principal of Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities, Song Liyuan was so honest with him. How could he not be grateful for such kindness? By the way, Lu Yuan, do you still have that pass for Ruins number 7? Song Liyuan asked. Yes, what's up? Song Liyuan then offered an explanation. Lu Yuan then learned that the grandson of one of Principal Song's friends needed a pass to Lost Ruins number 7 and was willing to exchange it for an SS-level resource. Incidentally, Song Liyuan and his friends are all over 70 years old. However, once a person reaches the Grandmaster level, their appearance becomes fixed and changes very little over time. Song Liyuan
Yuan reached the level of a grandmaster at the age of 42. So, although he is now over 70 years old, he still looks like a middle-aged man. From Song Li Yuan's perspective, this deal was very worthwhile. Since I have to wait at least a year to go to Lost Ruins number 7, I might as well get an SS level resource first and improve myself quickly. However, the prerequisite for this deal to be successful is that Lu Yuan has not yet reached the 4th level. But Lu Yuan is already at the 4th level. He also awakened an SS level superpower, making him even stronger in combat. Excuse me, Principal Song, I've already reached the 4th level, so I need to go to Lost Ruins number 7 in person. Lu Yuan waved his hand, politely declining the exchange. Song Li Yuan had anticipated that Lu Yuan might refuse, but he didn't expect that Lu Yuan was already at the 4th level. It's only been 2 months since school started. This is absolutely outrageous. Ahem, well then, you can go. However, I still have to remind you that many teams from other countries gather there, so don't trust them too easily. When Lu Yuan received the message, a beautiful woman murmured softly. Her appearance was cold and exquisite, her skin was as white as snow, and it was so delicate that it seemed to break at a touch. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes were like autumn waters hiding stars. The shimmering light seemed to conceal the vast ocean of stars. Her nose was high and straight, and her lips were naturally red and luscious, like a beautiful rose in full bloom. She had a graceful figure, with a curvaceous bust and hips, and a slender waist that was so thin it could almost be grasped in one hand. Her legs were long and shapely, making one want to gently touch them. What's most striking is her long, smooth hair. Her hair was snow white like a waterfall of silver, gradually turning a deep purple at the ends. It is decorated with a purple flower. She wore a long, purplish-black dress, light as gauze, adorned with delicate patterns, exuding both nobility and mystery. Her name is Yi Qingyue, and she possesses an SS-level Ice-type ability, Divine Frost Mystic Ice. At only 30 years old, she has already reached the advanced 8th tier realm, a level unattainable by ordinary people. What's even more remarkable is that, due to the extreme rarity of Ice-type ability users, she is now the strongest Ice-type ability user in the entire Blue Star world. The student who sent her the message was Ji Yunqi, whom Lu Yuan had met at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Ji Yunqi recommended Lu Yuan to Yi Qingyue. Lu Yuan had only awakened his special ability a few months prior and had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. At this moment, he had already advanced to the lower stage of the 4th tier. In fact, Yi Qingyue already knew the name Lu Yuan without Ji Yunqi's recommendation. She had been closely monitoring the Blue Star world, hoping that an SS-class Ice-type ability user would appear on their own or through a mutation. Unfortunately, despite Lu Yuan's astonishing cultivation speed, reaching the mid-stage of the 3rd rank in just a few months. As far as she knew, Lu Yuan's awakened superpower was only S-level Ice-type. Sigh, I wonder when the Blue Star world will produce an SS-level Ice-type ability user who awakens or mutates on their own. Yi Qingyue frowned slightly and sighed softly. Thank you for the reminder, Principal Song. Lu Yuan thanked the principal. Although he wouldn't easily trust teams from other countries, it's always right to respond politely since the other party is being so kind. Lu Yuan then left the principal's office. I rode a shared electric scooter to the dormitory across the street and rang the doorbell. The doorbell rang once, and the dormitory door was pushed open. The person who opened the door was Xia Qingyin, dressed in a silver-white battlesuit, with a warm smile on her face like a spring breeze. Most women's battlesuits are form-fitting, and this one is no exception, perfectly showcasing Xia Qingyin's figure. Ah, Yuan, you've come. Xia Qingyin blinked her bright eyes, her almond-shaped eyes full of anticipation. Not long ago, a wicked idea suddenly popped into her head. Since a Yuan's cultivation level has improved so rapidly, then she'd like to have a friendly sparring session with him. Of course, in a normal fight, she probably wouldn't last more than a few moves, but that depends on one premise. That is, a Yuan suppressed his cultivation level to the same level as himself. At this moment, she thought to herself, a Yuan's cultivation level has improved so quickly, his skill proficiency shouldn't be too bad either. After all, proficiency is accumulated through continuous practice. This isn't a game. Where in real life can you find a shortcut to instantly boost your skill level? She had just learned the SS rank grass-type move Thorn Thrust an hour ago, and was currently in excellent form. Based on these 2 points, even if I am no match for a Yuan, I should be able to hold out for a while. After Xia Qingyin made a request to spar, Lu Yuan readily accepted. That's why he came to her dormitory. It must be said that Xia Qingyin comes from a wealthy family. To make her daily training more convenient, she actually built an extra training room in her dormitory. Wang Yuzhu had no objection to this. There was no objection from the Shenzhen Superpower University. This is a surefire way to make money. When the two entered the dormitory, Wang Yuzhu was walking down the spiral staircase. Wow, Xiaoyin, you're really something. You even brought a man back on your own initiative. Wang Yuzhu joked with a smile. She sometimes just likes to tease Xia Qingyin. Looking at my best friend's rosy cheeks, I felt a unique charm. Unlike someone else who can't even find a boyfriend. But this time, to Wang Yuzhu's surprise, Xia Qingyin not only didn't blush, but also retorted
retorted. After saying that, Xia Qingyin took Lu Yuan's hand and they walked together toward the training room. Watching the two figures walk further and further away, Wang Yuzhu smiled faintly. In the training room, Lu Yuan suppressed his cultivation level to the same level as Xia Qingyin, which was at the middle stage of the second tier. Even after falling back to the mid-second tier, he still felt somewhat out of place. I feel that my thinking has become somewhat sluggish, and my strength is far less than before. At the same time, this also made Lu Yuan feel emotional. Isn't this the path I've walked before? Ah Yuan, I won't hold back. Xia Qingyin playfully stuck out her tongue. Hee, it's still uncertain who will take care of whom. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and responded with a smile. The contest between the two instantly ignited a war. Lu Yuan infused some ice elemental energy into the cold river's sky-splitting spear, causing the spear to radiate an icy blue glow. Xia Qingyin was equally unyielding, with long vines and thorns entwining around her longsword. Thorns thrust forward. Xia Qingyin let out a delicate shout and immediately used the SS level skill she had just learned. Hundreds of sharp thorns shot towards Lu Yuan at an extremely fast speed. Faced with this sudden attack, Lu Yuan remained calm and composed. He first summoned a layer of ice shield. Immediately afterwards, he used Ice Flash to dash forward. Thud, thud, thud. Countless thorns pierced the frozen shield, instantly unleashing thick plumes of cold smoke. Before the cold smoke dissipated, a figure appeared from within. Xia Qingyin had just realized what was happening, and before she could even react, Lu Yuan had already quietly come up behind her and pulled her into his arms. He gently squeezed her waist. Great, it feels really good. Sigh, your skill doesn't seem to have enough burst damage for single targets. Lu Yuan sighed and shook his head. Xia Qingyin puffed out her cheeks, somewhat unconvinced, and said eagerly, let's do it again, this time only with weapons. Come on, come on. Since Xia Qingyin said so, Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. 10 minutes later, the two sides clashed violently multiple times, and Xia Qingyin was forced to retreat steadily. Finally, he plopped down on the ground, shaking his head frantically. She was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, so she gently unzipped her suit. It should be noted that she has an extremely enviable figure, which inevitably leads to some exposure of her private parts. Seeing Lu Yuan's gaze fall upon them, an overwhelming sense of shyness welled up inside me. Her cheeks flushed instantly, but at that moment, she was incredibly hot. Her entire body was soaked in sweat. Besides, Lu Yuan is her boyfriend, so it's okay to give him some benefits. She steeled her heart and let it be. Xiaoyin, let me help you cool down. As soon as Lu Yuan spoke, Xia Qingyin suddenly realized that he had awakened an ice-type ability. It can definitely help cool you down even through your protective suit. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyin's face, which had just recovered, instantly flushed red again. After the temperature drops, forget it, I'm not coming anymore. Yuan, you're simply a monster. Not only is your cultivation level improving so rapidly, but your skill proficiency is also increasing so quickly. Am I still in the real world, while you're like someone in a game, with a cheat code, leveling up with a single click? Xia Qingyin made a joke. Perhaps she herself didn't expect that this unintentional joke would. It turns out we're not far from the truth. We're just one evolutionary point away. Hearing her say that, Lu Yuan coughed twice. He then changed the subject, saying, my Xiaobing misses your Xiaolan a lot. How about we let them meet? Xia Qingyin nodded. Two companion beasts were summoned from the containment sphere one after another. When Xiaobing appeared in front of Xia Qingyin and Xiaolan, both of them were stunned. How long has it been? How did Xiaobing grow up so much all of a sudden? Sister Xiaolan, it's only been a short time since we last met. Don't you recognize me? I'm so sad. Okay, actually Xiaobing was just joking. Seeing that Sister Little Blue didn't say a word, it quickly began to explain the reason. Xiaoyin, there's something else I haven't told you yet. Lu Yuan suddenly said to Xia Qingyin. What's up? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin immediately opened her eyes wide and asked with great curiosity. My superpower has mutated and evolved to SS level. Lu Yuan blurted it out. He hadn't said anything before because he was afraid Xia Qingyin would feel guilty, but now that I think about it, there's no point in hiding it anymore. SS level ability. Congratulations, A1. Xia Qingyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light. Yuan, let me see what it looks like when an SS level superpower erupts, she said excitedly and expectantly. Lu Yuan granted her wish. Seeing Lu Yuan's short, ice blue hair and those ice blue eyes, Xia Qingyin couldn't help but sigh in her heart. So handsome. There is still 1 month until the opening of Lost Ruins number 7. To be precise, it's 4 weeks, or 28 days. On this day, Qin Tianlong rode his companion beast and descended from the sky, flying to the front of Lu Yuan's dormitory and personally delivering a skill book. Teacher Qin, thank you so much for going to the trouble of bringing this over, Lu Yuan said, feeling somewhat moved. He could have just gone to get it himself. Qin Tianlong delivered it personally. This is enough to show how much he values himself. Afterwards, the two went into Lu Yuan's dormitory together. Brother Yuan, has anyone else come in? Who is it? At this moment, Lu Yuan heard 2 footsteps coming from the living room, so he got up from the sofa and walked walked over. But when he saw Qin Tianlong's figure, he froze, a chill running down his spine. Qin Tianlong, the dean of the Ice Department Academy, is an extremely strict instructor in the classroom. How dare he even speak? I'm glad I stopped talking in time. The next moment, Lu Yuan realized something was wrong. Is this still the same Qin Tianlong who was incredibly strict in class? As Lu Yuan's gaze swept over, instead of a serious expression, Qin Tianlong's face was full of smiles. This demeanor is completely different from how she is in class. You must be Lu Yuan. I know you. You pay close attention in class. Keep up the good work. To Lu Yuan's even greater surprise, Qin Tianlong actually took the initiative to speak to him. Thank you, Professor Qin. I will work even harder. Lu Yuan nodded in response. Then, the two walked to the long table in the living room, with Lu Yuan following behind with a look of curiosity on his face. Under their watchful eyes, Qin Tianlong's spatial ring flashed slightly. Within seconds, a thick skill book appeared on the long table. The three of them looked closely. The skill book cover prominently displays 4 large characters, Winter's Cage. Lu Yuan turned to a page. The effects of the skill Winter Cage were then displayed before the three of them. Winter Cage, an S-rank skill, can quickly generate a circular ice prison in a designated area, creating a powerful confinement effect. The skill effect is very simple. Moreover, judging from the name, this effect is quite reasonable. Lu Yuan, you're just missing a control skill, Qin Tianlong said with a smile. Yes, teacher, thank you for your trouble. Lu Yuan nodded in reply. Before he had any crowd control skills, the ice swords summoned by his extreme ice illusion killing array were often dodged by his opponents. Now that we have the Winter Cage, this problem will be greatly improved. More importantly, this is only an S-level skill. To learn the basics, which means being able to start adding points. For Lu Yuan now, it definitely won't take a week. In this way, he will be able to use this skill during the upcoming exploration of Lost Ruins number 7. Lu Yuan, study hard. I'm leaving now. Okay, teacher, I'll see you to the door. Lu Yuan and Qin Tianlong left together. Lu Yuan was left standing there, stunned. He discovered that not only was Yuan Ji's talent far superior to his own, they are extremely meticulous in everything they do. Don't underestimate the small act of seeing your teacher to the door. In fact, Lu Yuan himself might not have thought of doing it at the crucial moment. At most, it's just a matter of realizing it too late. Winter Cage, S, beginner. Lu Yuan glanced at the panel and nodded to himself. That's good, really good. After intensive study, he finally mastered the Winter Cage skill to the basic level. The skill has appeared on the panel, and he can start allocating points using evolution points. Evolution points minus 100. Winter Cage, S, beginner. Winter Cage, S, elementary. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan decisively added points. However, at this moment, he was in the training room of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, where there was no space for him to use Winter Cage. After all, he would have to pay compensation if he damaged the training room. Although this amount of compensation is nothing to Lu Yuan, who now has tens of millions in assets, he doesn't want to be taken advantage of for nothing. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan's vision briefly went dark, and he entered virtual reality. The object he created was a Thunder Tiger at the lower level of the 4th rank. Because it was a test, he temporarily set the Thunder Tiger to be unable to move. Winter Cage, an S-rank skill, can quickly generate a circular ice prison in a designated area, forming a powerful confinement. Let me see just how fast this speed really is, and how strong this restraint is. With a slight smile, Lu Yuan gathered his ice elemental energy and unleashed Winter Cage. Approximately 0.6 seconds later, a circular ice cage rose from the ground, firmly trapping Thunder Tiger. The ice spikes beside the ice prison emitted a chilling aura, and just looking at them made one shiver. The ice prison is not large, with a radius of about 5 meters and a height of 5 meters, and is cylindrical in shape. This Thunder Tiger is enormous, measuring over 6 meters in length. Therefore, this ice prison could only barely confine it. In reality, given the Thunder Tiger's agile reaction speed, a 0.6 second casting delay would hardly be enough to trap it. So, evolution points, come on. Evolution points minus 1,600. Winter Cage, S, beginner. Winter Cage, S, intermediate. Winter Cage. Lu Yuan gave a low shout. About 1 second later, an ice prison with a radius of 7.5 meters and a height of 7.5 meters firmly trapped Thunder Tiger. The volume has increased by more than 2 times compared to before. However, because the ice prison has become larger, the release speed has also slowed down significantly. Of course, such a large ice cell is unnecessary. The height could be reduced. This will make the release speed much faster. Not enough. Lu Yuan was not satisfied. The next moment, countless memories of how to use the Winter Cage flooded his mind, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. Evolution points minus 4,800. Winter Cage, S, intermediate. Winter Cage, S, advanced. The area of the ice prison has been further expanded. It reaches an astonishing radius and height of 12 meters. The volume has increased more than 3 times. Unfortunately, it would take Lu Yuan a full 2 seconds to fully
unleash such a massive ice prison. However, the height can also be compressed. Even with its height reduced to 3 meters, it can still control Thunder Tiger. The time required has also been reduced to 1/4 of the original amount. That translates to only 0.5 seconds. The radius of the ice cage can reach up to 12 meters. Considering neural reaction time, Thunder Tiger absolutely could not escape the ice prison in 0.5 seconds. In other words, this winter cage will inevitably hit unless there is an accident. Of course, the scope of skill application is limited. Currently, the maximum range of winter cage is 500 meters. Now, let's see how powerful the confinement is. Winter cage. Lu Yuan first imprisoned the Thunder Tiger and then gave it consciousness. Upon seeing this, Thunder Tiger immediately roared in anger. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of purple lightning appeared on its tiger claw. The tiger's paw slammed down hard. Unfortunately, to Thunder Tiger's surprise, the ice prison was almost completely undamaged, with only a few small ice shards knocked off by the tiger's claws. Thunder Tiger's eyes widened instantly. It simply didn't believe that this ice prison could pose a threat to it. Its lightning-based elemental energy was instantly mobilized, causing it to continuously spit out a string of small lightning balls. This time there was finally a response. Thud, thud, thud. The moment the lightning ball touched the ice prison, it immediately emitted a thick cloud of cold smoke. Several icicles on the ice prison developed cracks of varying sizes. Thunder Tiger's confidence soared, and he unleashed another wave of small lightning balls. The breach in the ice cellar widened further. Finally, a crack, neither too big nor too small, appeared. It gritted its teeth and used its tiger claws to tear open a crack in the ice prison with all its might, creating a hole large enough for it to escape. Those humans over there are watching with great interest. Wait till I get out, and I'll see how I tear you apart. However, just as Thunder Tiger tore open the ice prison, a huge ice spear shot straight at it. It pierced through its skull, delivering a fatal blow. This ice prison is enough to hold off the Thunder Tiger for about 5 seconds. That should be enough time. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with this. This was merely Frosty Cage performed with advanced proficiency. There was still much room for improvement. Moreover, Lu Yuan's goal was not only to control his opponent, but also to improve the hit rate of his Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array to summon ice swords. With his current level of skill, SS level ability, and the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array which he just broke through to master level proficiency, he has the potential to achieve great success. For ferocious beasts of the 4th rank or below, it is almost impossible to withstand a single sword strike from him. Perhaps, this thunderous bear could withstand one of his sword strikes. However, its enormous size meant that Lu Yuan could not possibly have hit it with just one sword strike. After leaving the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, Lu Yuan, along with Xiao Bing who had broken through to the 3rd level, arrived at the entrance to the underground world of Deep City. At this moment, his bloodthirsty energy was extremely abundant, making it the perfect time to focus on cultivation, and Xiao Bing is just the right person to serve him at this time. However, Lu Yuan was not a cold-blooded capitalist. He agreed that Xiao Bing could come out to rest after staying in the underground world for 2 weeks. Xiao Bing readily accepted this offer. In fact, it always readily agrees to whatever its owner asks. 3 weeks have passed in the blink of an eye. During the 2 weeks that Xiao Bing entered the underground world, it brought Lu Yuan an average of 2,000 evolution points per day. That translates to 28,000 evolution points. Just enough for Lu Yuan to break through the proficiency level of the skill Frost Spear combo. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan quickly pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 27,000. Frost Spear combo, assist, advanced, Frost Spear combo, assist, master. In an instant, a flood of memories rushed into Lu Yuan's mind. After absorbing all of it, he completely mastered the Frost Spear combo technique at the master level. During this time, Lu Yuan focused on cultivating the body tempering technique. In addition to the previous foundation, breaking through to the 5th level of body tempering technique is not difficult. Simply temper the already tempered bones again using the same method. By continuously tempering the bones with the ice elemental energy within the body, the higher the purity of the elemental energy, the greater the efficiency will be. Lu Yuan's terrifying 80% purity of elemental energy played a huge role here. Therefore, he single-handedly broke through to the 5th level of the body tempering technique. The improvement in mental strength was not significant, increasing by only 30 Hz. But what's exciting is that the blood and energy levels have improved significantly, resulting in an extra 1,000 calories. This significantly enhanced Lu Yuan's chi and blood attributes. He felt that he could now kill an ordinary 4th-tier ability user with a single punch. Incidentally, if one could remove a piece of Lu Yuan's bone and then break it into pieces, you will find that the surface, the inside, and even the bone marrow of the bones are all ice blue, completely different from the color of human beings. Lu Yuan's panel is now as follows. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 2,500. Energy purity, 80%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, lower 4th tier. Spirit, 2020 Her. Chi and blood, 6,100 calories.
Skills: Marksmanship, Master, Melee, Advanced, Ice Shard Ring, D, Master, Ice Flash, B, Master, Ice Blade, A, Master, Frozen Shield, A, Master, Ice Blast, S, Advanced, Detective Skill, S, Master, Frost Cage, S, Advanced, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Master, Frost Spear Combo, SS, Master, Body Tempering Technique, Profound Nether Ice Soul Body, S, 5th level. Companion Beast, Ice Sprung Giant Python. If you had to describe this panel in 2 words, the word luxurious would be the most fitting. In the blink of an eye, there are only 2 days left before departure. Today, Lu Yuan only did some simple training to maintain his touch. Afterwards, I took some time to stroll through the bustling night market with Xia Qingyin. The two walked out of Shenzhen's Superpower University. As they looked outwards, under the neon lights, the shops on both sides of the street were brightly lit, and crowds thronged, with laughter and noise intertwining to create a lively night market scene. The enticing aroma of various snacks tantalizes the taste buds of countless diners. Even Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin, who were standing at the school gate, could smell the rich fragrance. At the barbecue stall, the charcoal fire blazes brightly, and the owner skillfully flips the skewers, sprinkling them with various seasonings. Amidst the swirling smoke, the aroma of meat fills the air. Long queues formed in front of the food stalls, and people's faces were filled with expectant smiles. The streets were bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, in a constant stream. Under a star-studded night sky, the colorful lights of the streets twinkled, and each shop attracted passers-by with its unique colors and music. People stroll leisurely, stop to admire the scenery, or shop to their heart's content, immersing themselves in the joy and hustle and bustle of the dimly lit city, temporarily forgetting the busyness and troubles of the day. The two then arrived at the night market. The moonlight lengthened their shadows. On his way back to the dormitory, Lu Yuan told Xia Qingyin about his upcoming trip to Lost Ruins number 7. Xia Qingyin knew that there were 12 lost ruins on Blue Star, each of which was extremely dangerous. Nevertheless, she did not say anything more. They did not try to dissuade Lu Yuan from staying, because she knew that Lu Yuan was not someone who indulged in a life of pleasure. He had always been striving to reach the pinnacle of superpowers. She simply said softly, "A1, be careful." "Don't worry, I will." Lu Yuan nodded in response. The two then embraced gently. "A1, you must take good care of yourself." Xia Qingyin watched Lu Yuan's retreating figure, closed her eyes slightly, and silently prayed in her heart. Back in his dorm, Lu Yuan called out softly to the air, "Xiaoya, master, I'm here." A mechanical sound rang out in the air. "Let me introduce Lost Ruins number 7. There are 12 lost ruins in the world of Earth." As soon as Xiaoya finished speaking, a screen of light appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. The light screen displays a map of Earth, 7 continents, 4 oceans. On the map, 12 dots mark the approximate locations of 12 lost ruins. Lost Ruins number 7 is located deep in the Victoria Desert of Auderia, Oceania. It is open to the public from November 29th each year. A point of light was magnified, revealing several simulated images of Lost Ruins number 7. This is a huge island. The island is surrounded by scorching lava, which is bubbling with moisture. This magma wasn't the usual fiery red, it was almost white and extremely hot. The island is home to a variety of ferocious beasts, species rarely seen outside the island, although the quantity is not large. However, it is worth noting that these ferocious beasts all possess rare bloodlines. The terrain is mainly mountainous and plains. On the plain, towering trees stand tall, their branches and leaves intertwined, completely obscuring the sky. These large trees are extremely hard, reaching the hardness level of grade A alloys, and their silvery white trunks. Therefore, people call it the silver iron tree. The ground was covered with a large number of C-grade herbs, and B-grade and A-grade herbs were also everywhere. In the mountainous areas, there are many caves. As the perspective changes, Lu Yuan also noticed that, in the center of the island, a massive volcano stands tall. The white lava inside the volcano continued to churn. Of course, this scene was not captured by a camera because the camera equipment simply could not withstand such high temperatures. These lava flows slowly down from the top of the volcano from time to time. Clearly, this is an active volcano that could erupt at any moment. Previously, Lu Yuan only knew that the minimum requirement to enter Lost Ruins number 7 was the lower level of the 4th rank. Through Xiaoya's message, Lu Yuan learned the specific restrictions for entering Lost Ruins number 7. The cultivation level must be between the lower 4th rank and the upper 5th rank. As departure approached, Qin Tianlong gave Lu Yuan a bracelet, or more accurately, a protective charm. 5th tier Guardian Charm. Manufactured by the top technology group on Blue Star, Saya Group, it is worth approximately 3 billion Blue Star coins and is issued in limited quantities each year. It can withstand 3 full force attacks from a 5th tier, high-level A-level ability user. The cooldown period is 1 day. Of course, Qin Tianlong himself didn't need this protective talisman. He got this for Lu Yuan through connections. "Thank you, teacher." Lu Yuan put on the protective charm, bowed slightly, and sincerely thanked them. "Don't thank me yet." Qin Tianlong smiled faintly and handed him an analytical watch. According to Qin Tianlong, Yuan, this watch has powerful AI computing capabilities, which can not only translate local languages in real time, but also generate subtitles in front of the user, making it extremely convenient. It can also analyze various resources within lost ruins. It has more features and more comprehensive data than the Heart in Shenzhen University app. Shenzhen International Airport. Lu Yuan boarded the plane smoothly. The sky was clear, with no thunderstorms and not even a single cloud. The plane took off on time, without a single second of delay. Everything seemed calm and going smoothly. Incidentally, Lu Yuan entrusted Xiao Bing to Xia Qingyin's care. Although Xiao Bing was somewhat reluctant, she could only obey her master's arrangements. It also understood why its owner hadn't taken it along. I am too weak. Carrying it with you will only add unnecessary burden. They won't be able to help. In fact, they might hinder the process. That's right, I must become stronger. Fight your way through the underground world and gain real combat experience. Lu Yuan had just sat down when, suddenly, I saw a slender figure walking towards me with long, shapely legs. She had a head of dazzling, smooth white hair. Lu Yuan recognized her immediately. Hi, Senior Jiang Xianran. He greeted them. Hello, Junior Lu Yuan. Jiang Xianran was slightly surprised when she saw Lu Yuan. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan was sitting next to her. The reason is that this flight is a direct flight to Oregon. She went because she had a Lost Ruins Pass number 7, and the ruins were about to open, so she planned to go on an adventure to search for treasure. And what about Lu Yuan? What was he doing in Aldaria? Could it also be for the Lost Ruins number 7? But as far as she knew, the lowest level to enter Lost Ruins number 7 was the lower 4th rank. Could it be that Lu Yuan has already reached the 4th rank? Thinking of this, Jiang Xianran couldn't help but gasp, her full breasts heaving slightly. However, reason made her shake her head in doubt. Lu Yuan is only a freshman. How could he have already reached the 4th level, even if it's just the lower level of the 4th level? When she finished her freshman year, she was only at the upper level of the 2nd tier and was working hard to break through to the lower level of the 3rd tier. So Jiang Xianran asked directly, Junior brother Lu Yuan, are you also going to Lost Ruins number 7? She turned her head and looked directly at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded slightly in affirmation. Having confirmed her guess, Jiang Xuanran's purple pupils widened instantly, clearly showing that she was still quite excited. Indeed, the word monster suits him better. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a little hungry. Immediately, he had a thought and took out a bag of potato chips from his spatial ring. They popped one slice after another into their mouths, enjoying it immensely. Seeing Lu Yuan eating so intently, Jiang Xianran couldn't help but steal a few glances, or rather, stare at the potato chips in Lu Yuan's hand several times. For her, most of her life is spent in training. As for food, I've always been easygoing, as long as it fills my stomach. As for snacks, she ate them when she was a child, but she has hardly touched them since she grew up. At this moment, Lu Yuan took another bite of a potato chip, making a crisp crunching sound. Is it really that delicious? Seeing how engrossed he was in eating, Jiang Xuanran's desire to try half of it grew stronger. She reached out and gently tapped Lu Yuan's arm, asking him for a piece of hers. With a click, delicious, she gently bit the potato chip with her pearly teeth. After tasting the delicious flavor, she couldn't help but silently praise it in her heart. Seeing Jiang Xuanran's appearance, Lu Yuan found it rather strange. It's just a potato chip. Even if it's a relatively expensive one, it shouldn't have caused such a big reaction, right? After finishing that piece, Jiang Xianran, who hadn't had a snack in a long time, was still not satisfied and obviously wanted another one. She reached out and gently tapped Lu Yuan's arm again. Seeing this, Lu Yuan simply handed her the whole bag. Thinking to myself, the senior Jiang Xianran doesn't seem as aloof as she appears. Fly from the deep city of Great Xia Kingdom to the city of Mirben in Aldalia. The two cities are more than 15,000 kilometers apart. This aircraft uses energy as fuel and flies much faster than ordinary aircraft. Of course, the airfare is not cheap either, costing tens of thousands of blue star coins per ticket. However, this amount of money was nothing to Lu Yuan. 4 hours later, the plane finally arrived over the international airport in Melbourne. An announcement came over the loudspeaker. Dear passengers, our flight has landed safely at Melbourne International Airport at 11:22 local time. The outside temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. Please, remain seated for a moment and wait for the seatbelt indicator lights to turn off before collecting your luggage and disembarking. Thank you for choosing this flight, and we wish you a pleasant journey. It is November, and the Great Xia Kingdom is in the midst of autumn. Aldalia, on the other hand, embodies the spirit of spring. The engine roar gradually subsided, and the fuselage trembled slightly as it skimmed the airflow below the clouds. The landing gear touched the ground first, producing a smooth friction sound. The entire aircraft, like a migratory bird returning to its nest, taxied steadily to the apron. The Victoria Desert is not located in Melbourne. Lu Yuan still needs to take another plane. This time, he and Jiang Xianran were still on the same flight, but their seats were not next to each other. Using Aldalia's domestic flights, Lu Yuan arrived at a city relatively close to the Victoria Desert, Montagenburg. This city is not far from the Victoria Desert. desert. After getting off the plane, the area outside the airport was filled with all kinds of taxis. Most people in Odalia speak English. Although Lu Yuan had studied English in high school, he was far from being able to communicate fluently. Therefore, he used the translation function of his smartwatch to communicate with a taxi driver parked outside the airport. The driver's name was Bob. Seeing that Lu Yuan looked like a Dachau person and was speaking fluent Chinese through his smartwatch, Bob instantly realized that Lu Yuan must be from the Great Xia Kingdom. "Hello, I need to go to the entrance of Lost Ruins number 7. How much does it cost?" This was actually said in English. It is well known that some people in Australia do not have a friendly attitude towards the people of Great Xia. Bob is one of them. "Hi, you can call me Bob. Welcome to Odalia." Nevertheless, he did not show any impatience on the spot. Instead, he concealed his true feelings and smiled as he quoted a price that seemed reasonable. He was certain that the price was neither too high nor too low, and Lu Yuan would find absolutely no fault with it. As expected, Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. And so, Lu Yuan got into a taxi heading to the entrance of Lost Ruins number 7. This is an off-road vehicle suitable for long-distance desert treks. From the moment I boarded the bus, Lu Yuan could faintly smell a perfume scent. However, the ominous premonition in his heart lingered, and Principal Son Li Yuan's words kept Lu Yuan on his guard. Could there be something fishy going on behind this perfume? As Lu Yuan thought about it, he felt that the possibility of Bob hiding a knife behind his smile was becoming increasingly likely. But he also knew that he couldn't completely dismiss a person based on such unfounded speculation. After all, what if I'm just overthinking it? Of course, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be wary of others. Therefore, Lu Yuan made a quick decision and condensed a small block of ice on his nose to act as a filter. If things are as he thinks, he will not hesitate to take action. The taxi's tires rolled over the soft gravel, kicking up 2 golden plumes of sand, while the engine roared in the vast desert. The vehicle bounced slightly as it undulated with the sand dunes, and outside the windshield, the continuous sand ridges shone dazzlingly under the blazing sun. The sun beat down on the car roof, and the air conditioning inside the car couldn't keep out the scorching heat outside. As far as the eye could see, there was only endless yellow sand meeting the blue sky. As time goes by, with hardly any people, vehicles, or buildings in sight, they gradually drove into the heart of the desert. After being exposed to the smoke for 3 hours, I finally fell asleep. After Lu Yuan fell into a deep sleep, Bob revealed a sinister smile. "People of the Great Xia Kingdom, daring to come to Aldaria, this is your fate. And the pass to Lost Ruins number 7 is mine too. Ha 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 ha." Bob was already extremely excited even before he had succeeded. He is a 4th-tier high-level ability user who has awakened a B-level wind-type ability. Once you obtain the Lost Ruins pass number 7, you can enter the ruins to explore. Even if you don't go in, you can still make a profit by selling the pass. Thinking of this, he took out an A-grade alloy dagger from a hidden compartment in the car. Under the blazing sun, the blade of the dagger reflected a cold light. "Go to hell." At the same time, he imbued the dagger with wind elemental energy, preparing to stab Lu Yuan's heart at an extremely fast speed. "Oh, really?" Suddenly, Lu Yuan opened his eyes wide and stood up abruptly from his seat. This sudden movement startled Bob, and the dagger in his hand almost fell to the ground with a clang. You're not asleep?" Bob stared at Lu Yuan, still shaken. Lu Yuan didn't say anything more to him, but instead slammed the car door open and fled desperately in a certain direction. If someone saw this, they would mistakenly think that Lu Yuan was afraid of Bob and that's why he was running away so desperately. But that's not actually the case. Lu Yuan just wanted to avoid destroying the car during the upcoming fight. After all, this place is deserted and there are very few passing vehicles. There were still dozens of kilometers to go before reaching Lost Ruins number 7. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was huge, and Lu Yuan didn't want to walk there. Bob mistakenly believed that Lu Yuan was afraid of him, which was why he desperately ran away. Haha, trying to run? I'm a wind-type ability user. Swift step. Bob gave a low shout. With his wind-based superpower activated, his movement speed suddenly increased. Before long, Lu Yuan caught up with Bob. "Run, why aren't you running anymore?" Bob raised an eyebrow, a sneer playing on his lips, and said sarcastically. By analyzing the watch, Lu Yuan understood the meaning behind Bob's words. He also magnified the display on his watch and sent a message to Bob. "Now, the car shouldn't be ruined again." Bob was stunned by what he said. "Instead of hurrying to escape, you're still worried about my car?" Winter Cage. Lu Yuan swiftly unleashed his newly acquired skill, Winter Cage. A massive circular ice cage instantly rose from the ground, imprisoning Bob within it. What is this?" Bob muttered to himself in a panic, his lips twitching as he was trapped. Lu Yuan remained unmoved. Bob was trapped in the ice cell and became a sitting duck. "Ice explosion," Lu Yuan shouted in a low voice. "To deal with this kind of guy, you have to make him experience the most extreme pain, and Ice Blast could just meet his needs." With a loud bang, the ice prison shattered. Bob's body instantly turned into fragments. After Bob died, his spatial ring became unclaimed. This means that
anyone can take items out of it. Lu Yuan glanced through it briefly. A bank card with an unknown amount of money deposited in it. There were also some cultivation resources that he had already exhausted. Lu Yuan couldn't help but complain. Even if you get hold of the bank card, you won't be able to withdraw any money. It seems that banks are making a fortune in this world of Blue Star. Afterwards, Lu Yuan got into a taxi alone and sped off towards the entrance of Lost Ruins number 7. 2 hours later, a magnificent building gradually came into view. The building is highly technological and stands out starkly in the desolate Victoria Desert, appearing completely out of place with its surroundings. Directly in front of the building, a string of English words reads "Entrance to Lost Ruins number 7. 2 impeccably dressed bodyguards stood at the main entrance. These two people may seem ordinary, but they are both 6th level ability users who have awakened A-level abilities, and their strength is extraordinary. Elsewhere, such a person would be enough to govern a region, but now, they can only serve as doormen. This is enough to demonstrate just how valuable the Lost Ruins number 7 is. The building houses a trading post where resources obtained from Lost Ruins can be exchanged for equivalent value. Many researchers also live there. After all, once Lost Ruins number 7 opens, the research team will also enter the ruins along with the official team. Their mission is to collect various rare beast pelts, flesh and blood, and rare resources for scientific research. Even more noteworthy is that a powerful army of superhumans is stationed here. This army is led by a master. If a dispute or accident occurs, they will take immediate action to handle it. Just as Lu Yuan was driving the taxi toward the building, a loud bang suddenly came from behind. A much larger off-road vehicle sped towards them at an even higher speed. The speed was too fast, and as the SUV swept past from the side, the flying sand it kicked up landed squarely inside Lu Yuan's taxi. Frozen shield. Fortunately, Lu Yuan reacted quickly and immediately summoned an ice shield around his body to block the flying sand. Is this how rude people are? Lu Yuan frowned slightly and turned his gaze forward. A young man stepped out of the car. He had blonde hair, fair skin, a high-nose bridge, and wore a golden battlesuit. His name is Noah, and he has awakened an A-level light-type ability, which is extremely rare. Currently, his strength is at the lower level of the 5th rank. He was followed by several white bodyguards, each over 1.9 meters tall, with strong physiques and a very imposing appearance. But in the world of superpowers, what really matters is not physical strength. No matter how developed your muscles are, they are just an empty shell. Judging from how closely they followed this young man, their cultivation levels were probably not very high, at most only at the upper level of the 5th rank. Lu Yuan made a simple judgment in his mind about this. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, I only have 2 purposes for coming to this Lost Ruins number 7. One is to kill those ferocious beasts with rare bloodlines and powerful strength here to obtain more evolution points. Second, explore the treasures within the ruins. After all, this isn't the Shenzhen Superpower University, so it's best to avoid trouble if possible. After getting off the car, Lu Yuan also walked to the front of the huge building. Please show your pass. A bodyguard at the door extended his hand, his tone calm and unwavering. To Lu Yuan's slight surprise, the bodyguard actually spoke Chinese. It seems he has already recognized himself as a Daxia person. That's good. It saves him from having to look at the translation on his watch. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan took out the number 7 relic pass from his spatial ring. The testing instrument lights up a green light, proving that the pass is genuine. As he entered the building, he casually glanced around. What comes into view is a spacious lobby. The tables and chairs inside the hall were arranged neatly, making it convenient for people to rest. It also offers a variety of catering and other services, all of which are free. This place is a gathering place for all sorts of people who form small groups and sit around chatting. Just then, a head of bright silver-white hair caught Lu Yuan's attention. It's Senior Jiang Xianran. Lu Yuan recognized him at a glance. After all, he didn't know anyone here, except for Jiang Xianran, who was from the same school. Just as she was about to go up and say hello, several short, middle-aged men walked toward where Jiang Xianran was sitting. The small mustache on their upper lips allowed Lu Yuan to recognize their nationality at a glance. Clearly, it comes from the Cherry Blossom country, which is not far from the Great Xia dynasty. Hey, beautiful, you came alone? This Lost Ruins number 7 is extremely dangerous. Why don't you join our team? The group struck up a conversation in broken Chinese, with what they thought were friendly smiles. Seeing Jiang Xianran sitting alone, he couldn't help but want to strike up a conversation. After all, a silver-haired beauty like her was completely different from the ones they usually saw. But Jiang Xuanran's eyes were cold, and she only replied with a single word. Her firm stance left the men helpless, and they could only slink away. If they dare to make a move, the superhuman army stationed here will immediately retaliate, and they will be the ones who suffer. Then, Lu Yuan walked over. Hi, Senior Jiang Xianran. He greeted them. A familiar voice rang out, and Jiang Xianran turned to look at him. Upon seeing that it was Lu Yuan, a junior from the same school, she gave a faint smile, and her previously furrowed brows relaxed. Junior brother Lu Yuan, it's you. Here, have some fruit.
She pushed the plate of fruit she had just taken in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder, we're both men, so why is there such a big difference between us? As the two chatted and laughed, several Japanese superhumans sitting at the next table clenched their fists, their anger burning. They all awaken A-level and A-plus level superpowers, and all were at the mid-level of the 5th rank. In Japan, they are highly respected. Some forces even went so far as to offer them beautiful women as companions in order to win them over. Now, not only was she rejected by this silver-haired beauty, but she even turned around and started talking to another young man. Of course, they also knew perfectly well that Lu Yuan was indeed more handsome than them. Kid, I admit you're handsome. But so what? In the ruins, strength is the most important thing. They secretly made their plans, a slight smile playing on their lips. Junior brother Lu Yuan, how did you improve your strength so quickly? Zhang Shenran blinked her bright, amethyst-like eyes and couldn't help but ask. Not long ago, during the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities, Lu Yuan was only at the lower level of the 3rd rank. But just over a month later, when she saw Lu Yuan again, he had already reached the lower level of the 4th rank. To advance a minor realm in just over a month is already quite remarkable. Lu Yuan, however, directly crossed a major realm in this short period of time. This is unbelievable. I'm not really sure. I guess I just got lucky. Huh? Lu Yuan gave a vague answer. After all, he wouldn't easily reveal the secrets of his system. Jiang Xuanran's eyes darkened slightly. She always felt that Lu Yuan must be hiding some unique skill, but he just didn't want to reveal it. This is quite normal. If she had mastered such a rapid cultivation method, she wouldn't easily share it with others. The official opening time for Lost Ruins number 7 is 9 p.m. It was only afternoon. After having lunch in the hall, Lu Yuan returned to the room he had prepared and rested for a while. When he unlocked his phone screen, he discovered that the Jingnan city government's mission to explore the Black Blood cult's experimental base had ended, and the reward money had been deposited into his bank account. Then, Lu Yuan casually scrolled through some videos. Soon after, he saw a screen that immediately felt strangely familiar. The scene moves from far to near, with sharp icicles rising abruptly from the ground in the foreground and plants toppled by the icy air in the distance. Isn't this the scene that appeared when I broke through to the lower 4th tier realm? I never expected it to be uploaded online. A strange feeling welled up in Lu Yuan's heart. The streamer who uploaded the video is named Shishi Yushi. Could it be the same streamer with the camera equipment and the superhuman team from before? Lu Yuan recalled the scene he had encountered in the underground world. Let's rest first. After watching videos for a while, Lu Yuan lay down on the bed and closed his eyes for a light sleep. At 8:30 p.m., all the superhumans who participated in the exploration of Lost Ruins number 7 walked out of the corridor and gathered in the hall. Junior brother Lu Yuan, would you like to come in with me? Zhang Shenran walked with her long, slender legs to Lu Yuan's side and asked softly. Regarding Jiang Xuanran's question, some of the superhumans here came in groups, while others formed temporary teams with superhumans from the same country. Of course, there are also lone wolves. If they are in large groups, the situation is relatively stable. But temporary teams are different. You should know that many rare resources are scattered within the Lost Ruins, and conflicts are bound to arise when forming a team temporarily. Once a disagreement arises, former teammates can instantly become enemies. A stab in the back is extremely deadly. Moreover, this kind of backstab is highly unpredictable. You can never be sure when the other party will suddenly strike, and it's difficult to defend against them. Rather than taking such a risk, it's better to act alone. However, based on Lu Yuan's character, Zhang Shenran still felt that he was trustworthy, which is why she asked him. Lu Yuan replied, I'm sorry, Senior Jiang Shenran, I still want to explore alone. His target was not only the treasures in the ruins, but also the ferocious beasts within. When it comes to hunting ferocious beasts, one person is actually more agile and convenient than two. Most importantly, he awakened an SS-level ability, making him fully capable of challenging opponents of a higher level than himself. After grinding against ferocious beasts inside for a while, his strength will increase even further. Teammates aren't really that necessary. They had thought Lu Yuan would agree, but to their surprise, he shook his head and firmly refused. Okay, then you should be careful on your own, Zhang Shenran said with concern. Just as everyone was discussing it, the person in charge of Lost Ruins number 7 came out. The air suddenly became deathly silent, because this person in charge is the commander of the superhuman army stationed here. A 7th tier grandmaster. Easily crushes anyone here. Everyone, the gate to Lost Ruins number 7 is about to open. The 7th tier grandmaster announced in fluent English. The extremely smooth wall at the back of the hall slowly opened to both sides. All eyes turned to the inside of the opened wall. A huge triangular stone gate suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. It is made up of 3 dark brown boulders joined together, their tops converging at a sharp angle, with a faint blue light flowing through the gaps, like solidified lightning wrapped around the stone surface. The stone gate has no base at the bottom, as if it grew directly from the ground. Looking through the door, inside was a bottomless dark purple vortex, with fragmented light and shadows floating within it, a passage to another another dimension. I wish you all the best." As soon as he finished speaking, the master stepped aside to make way. "Hurry! Go in quickly, or the treasure might be gone. Make way for my young master." The crowd instantly lost control, surging in like a tidal wave. The vast majority of people rushed in directly. It was very smooth, with almost no obstacles. Only one person seemed to have bumped into a wall and was forcibly pushed out. I was thinking of trying to see if a 6th tier lower level ability user could get in. The person who was squeezed out complained helplessly. After all, the rewards from personally exploring are far greater than those from selling the pass. Lu Yuan followed the crowd and arrived at the huge triangular stone gate. I stepped into that deep, dark vortex. At the same time, he gripped the dark red card tightly in his hand. In an instant, it turned into wisps of smoke and dust, vanishing without a trace. Inside Lost Ruins number 7. Upon entering, Lu Yuan looked around. It was clear that he was on the edge of the island, because he discovered that on one side was an endless ocean of lava. Lu Yuan knew in his heart that if he accidentally fell, the probability of him surviving would be less than 1 in 10. Bubbles kept rising from the surface of the lava. Suddenly, a bubble burst, sending up a large amount of lava flying. "Let's leave here first." Lu Yuan frowned slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. As an ice-type ability user, he hates this kind of high-temperature, scorching environment the most. Frozen shield. He quickly mobilized his internal energy to create an ice shield around himself and then began to move forward. Incidentally, after entering the entrance to Lost Ruins number 7, the positions of each team are shuffled. Therefore, although everyone entered in the same direction, there was no one around Lu Yuan. After walking a few steps, Lu Yuan finally saw some plants. This gave him a slight sense of reality that he was still alive, rather than being in hell. After all, the surrounding area was filled with lava, the dark red ground was crisscrossed with cracks, and the temperature was dry and hot, making it hard to feel that this was not hell. These plants are extremely tall and entirely silvery white. Lu Yuan knew that this plant was as hard as a grade A alloy. That's right, this is the most widespread plant on this island, the silver iron tree. He bent down, picked up 3 weeds from the ground, and carefully put them into his spatial ring. Although the plant looked no different from a weed, Lu Yuan knew in his heart that what could grow here was definitely not an ordinary weed. In fact, it is indeed a C-grade herb, dry hard grass, which can be used to make tough ropes. After I leave, these ropes can be sold for a good price. A thin layer of mist hung in the air, which significantly obstructed Lu Yuan's vision. He immediately unleashed his detective skill. After mobilizing a large amount of mental energy, the detection range was still less than 10,000 meters. It seems that this fog has a very strong blocking effect on the spread of spiritual power. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Once I've accumulated enough evolution points, I'll definitely be the first to improve my proficiency in detective skill. He made the decision immediately. After all, the Lost Ruins take a full 21 days to open, a full 3 weeks. If the number of ferocious beasts encountered is greatly reduced due to the fog, then it would be a huge loss. Therefore, we must rely on more proficient detective skills to broaden our horizons. 2 hours passed. Sigh, this island is really big. I've been walking for 2 hours, and the surrounding environment hasn't changed at all. Lu Yuan sighed, then cast another layer of ice shield around himself. In 2 hours, he didn't even see a single ferocious beast. Just as he was about to stop and rest, suddenly, a roar shattered the silence and echoed all around. Immediately following were the sounds of fierce fighting. The sound made Lu Yuan reveal a hint of joy. He seemed to be instantly given strength, quickening his pace and rushing towards the source of the sound. Soon, through his mental abilities, he discovered that a lion-shaped beast and a tiger-shaped beast were engaged in a fierce battle. When it comes to tiger-shaped ferocious beasts, you might think of our old friend, the flaming tiger, but the truth is completely wrong, because the flaming tiger is just a ferocious beast with ordinary bloodline. All the ferocious beasts on this island possess rare bloodlines. Therefore, Lu Yuan had no idea what their real names were. Fortunately, he also had the analytical watch. After connecting consciousness to the analytics watch, the answer was quickly obtained. Fiery saber-toothed tiger. The other ferocious beast was surrounded by a whirlwind, clearly a wind-type beast. The analysis of the watch also provides the answer. You fire a fireball, I'll fire a wind blade. The 2 energy spheres collided and exploded, creating ripples in the air. At this moment, the 2 sides were engaged in fierce combat, evenly matched. 2 mid-tier third-order ferocious beasts. Let's see how many evolution points we can get by killing them, and how much better we'll be compared to ordinary ferocious beasts. As Lu Yuan drew closer, he could sense the cultivation levels of these 2 rare bloodline beasts. This was the first time he had encountered a rare bloodline beast, and he was naturally curious about how many evolution points he could gain after killing it. He did not act rashly, but calmed himself down and quietly approached. The sounds they made were so faint that they were completely masked by the sounds of their fighting and could not be detected at all. The goal is to avoid being discovered by them so that they can take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, they could only hunt down one of them, which would result in too great a loss. Lu Yuan continued forward forward. He only stopped when he was extremely close to the battlefield, just inside the maximum release range of Winter's cage. At this moment, the two beasts fought fiercely. Their bodies were covered with scars of varying sizes and depths. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lu Yuan clenched his fists. Suddenly, a huge ice prison rose from the ground where the battle was taking place, trapping the two ferocious beasts. Seeing this, the two beasts briefly confronted each other and then stopped fighting, turning their attention to the enemy. Just as they were trying to break the ice prison, with a low shout from Lu Yuan, a gigantic ice spear appeared out of thin air. The impact of this ice spear was extremely terrifying. It reached an astonishing 18 tons. With just one shot, a large hole was pierced through the body of the blazing saber-toothed tiger that was closer to Lu Yuan, and it quickly lost its life due to excessive blood loss. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery saber-toothed tiger, gaining plus 16,000 evolution points. 16,000 evolution points, not bad at all. Upon hearing the system notification, a glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Upon seeing this, the other ferocious beast, the storm lion, disregarded everything else and charged with all its might towards the ice prison that had trapped it. The reaction force caused it to see stars and its head to bleed profusely. Nevertheless, the ice prison was only partially broken, far from enough to allow the storm lion to escape. It goes without saying that what awaits it next is Lu Yuan's harvest. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, Stormy Lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. You're really not good enough. You even gave me fewer evolution points than the fiery saber-toothed tiger. You should thank me. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been dead before that saber-toothed tiger. I guess I've avenged you. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Yuan couldn't help but complain. He then bent down and began to dissect the fiery saber-toothed tiger and the storm lion. First, extract the most precious crystals, followed by key parts such as the tiger penis and lion heart. If their fur hadn't been damaged, Lu Yuan would have already started skinning them. Time slipped by quietly, and 5 days passed. Simply put, a quarter of this trip to the Lost Ruins has already passed. Lu Yuan obtained an S-grade medicinal herb, the fiery red lotus. It grows in a piece of scorching magma, where the temperature is extremely high and it cannot be touched directly. Lu Yuan spent half an hour using his special ability to finally freeze it before he could extract it from the magma. Unfortunately, the crimson lotus can only increase the activity of fire-type elemental energy within the body. For Lu Yuan, it can only be sold for money. In addition, he also obtained a large quantity of herbs. 26 plants were classified as grade C, 11 as grade B, and 6 as grade A. More importantly, Lu Yuan's evolution points have now reached 100,000. According to his previous plan, he did not hesitate to break through the detective skill proficiency level from master to supreme. This was also the first skill for which he achieved the highest level of proficiency. All I can say is that the detective skills are incredibly useful. Evolution points minus 75,000. Detective skills, S, master level. Detective skills, S, master level. As the evolution points on the panel rapidly decrease, countless memories flooded into Lu Yuan's mind like a tidal wave. Soon, he mastered the detective technique to the highest level of proficiency. Previously, when Lu Yuan used a large amount of mental energy, he discovered that the limit distance was 24,000 meters in radius centered on himself. And now, the detection range has been greatly improved. The extreme range reached an astonishing 42,000 meters. The increase exceeds 200%. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Realizing this, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated sharply, and he gasped. This is indeed the pinnacle of proficiency, a level that ordinary people can hardly reach in their entire lives. Moreover, this was even with his mental strength being only slightly over 2,000 Hz. With the continued improvement of mental strength in the future, the detection range of the detective technique will also experience a qualitative leap. After breaking through to the ultimate level, even under the interference of the fog, using a great deal of mental energy, they determined that the distance was still over 15,000 meters. Even with only a small amount of mental energy, it can detect distances exceeding 7,500 meters. It still plays a significant role here. Just as Lu Yuan was happily searching for ferocious beasts in the vicinity with his upgraded detective skills, suddenly, a huge figure entered his detection range. It was a gigantic, spider-shaped ferocious beast. It has 7 spider legs, each covered with dense hair. However, this seemingly fuzzy thing, in reality, they are sharp blades as thin as knives. Even the slightest touch will result in being cut by these exceptionally sharp blades. Through the analytical watch on his wrist, Lu Yuan learned that this spider-like ferocious beast is called the Vajra demon spider. Based on observed body shape, the height is 3.1 meters. It can be determined that it is a Vajra demon spider of the lower 5th level. Several shocking scars remain on its back. It should have had 8 spider legs, but due to unnatural reasons, it only has 7 left. Purple blood slowly dripped from that mutilated wound. This indicates that it was a wounded King Kong spider that escaped. I don't know who did this out of kindness, but I'm so
so lucky. Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile. A ferocious beast of the lower 5th rank. Or perhaps it's a 5th tier lower level being who has awakened a rare bloodline. It will definitely provide a lot of evolution points. So Lu Yuan quickened his pace and headed towards the Vajra demon spider. Indeed, lower tier 5th order ferocious beasts possess the ability to shield themselves from mental perception. However, because it is extremely close to Lu Yuan, even if it can be shielded, it will still be difficult to escape being detected. Lu Yuan clearly saw the wounded Vajra demon spider fleeing for its life. Despite being injured, it sensed that the human in front of it was only at the lower 4th level. Instead of fleeing, they increased their speed. It climbed up with 7 legs at lightning speed and pounced straight at Lu Yuan. For ferocious beasts, both their own kind and humans are good resources for replenishing their energy. If it eats Lu Yuan, its mutilated spider legs will probably regenerate directly. You actually didn't run away when you saw me, but instead came to greet me? Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Immediately, he unleashed the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. A chill burst forth from his entire body. 20 ice swords appeared instantly, spinning rapidly and evenly around him. Faced with this terrifying situation, the Vajra spider immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively tried to escape. Still trying to run? Hee, too late. At this time, the distance between the human and the animal was less than 500 meters. The King Kong spider's attempt to escape at such close range was nothing short of wishful thinking. Lu Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice swords poured down like a torrential downpour. With nowhere to escape, it had no choice but to resist. A layer of diamond shield immediately condensed around his body. Clang, clang, clang. The ice sword collided with the shield, producing a loud bang. Cracks appeared on the shield from just 6 ice swords. After consuming approximately 12 ice swords, the shield shattered completely. Just then, the Vajra spider suddenly turned around and spat out a huge Vajra spider silk. He skillfully deflected the oncoming impact of the 4 ice swords. They all fell to the ground together. The remaining ice swords aggravated the Vajra spider's injuries, but failed to sever its life. Did you think I could only use the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array once? One more time. This time, the King Kong spider was powerless to resist. After it collapsed completely, a system notification rang in Lu Yuan's ears. You have defeated the Tier 5 lower level ferocious beast, the Vajra demon spider, and gained 90,000 evolution points. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise in his expression. After all, for a ferocious beast with a rare bloodline, having only 90,000 evolution points seems rather low. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Yuan understood the reason. When the golden spider appeared before him, it was already quite injured, and it was clearly not his teammate who injured it. Therefore, the evolution points gained from killing the enemy will naturally be reduced. Unexpected events can happen at any time. Just as Lu Yuan was about to step forward and retrieve the crystal core from the corpse of the Vajra demon spider, an accident suddenly happened. Several people rushed over from a short distance away. The leader was a blonde young man. Seeing this, Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He still remembered these people. It was those same people who almost splashed sand on him back then. The purpose of their trip. You, get out of here. This is my prey. The blonde youth, Noah, spoke, his words simple, but Lu Yuan understood them clearly. Why should I? I killed that Vajra demon spider. Lu Yuan responded coldly, showing no intention of backing down. The crystal core of a single Vajra spider is worth at least tens of millions. Lu Yuan has not yet reached the point where he can be indifferent to wealth of tens of millions. We were the first to discover this Vajra demon spider, and we were also the first to injure it. Otherwise, do you think you can kill it by yourself? Noah's face showed impatience. As soon as he finished speaking, several white bodyguards unleashed their powerful aura. Feeling this oppressive aura, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although these individuals only possess A-level superpowers, they are all at the upper level of the 5th rank. He wasn't afraid of taking on one person alone. In fact, he felt he had a good chance of winning. But he didn't feel very confident facing the combined forces of several people. He decisively stopped pursuing the matter. This world only recognizes strength. Since we can't win, arguing won't help. Retreating is the wise thing to do. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan turned around, shielded himself with an ice-covered shield, and activated the Ice Flash skill repeatedly, transforming into a streak of cold light and quickly leaving the scene. This kid knows what's good for him. Come on, let's dissect this King Kong spider together. The blonde-haired youth, Noah, waved. Yes, young master. Several white bodyguards nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. After confirming that the evacuation was safe, Lu Yuan slowly stopped. The white bodyguards around them are all awakened A-level superpowers and have reached the upper level of the 5th rank. With my current strength, it's almost impossible for me to beat them. Leaning against a silver iron tree with one hand, Lu Yuan shook his head. But if I can break through to the middle of the 4th tier and combine it with the 5th tier guardian talisman, I might be able to contend with them. His gaze gradually hardened. Mid-stage 4th tier. With a thought, the system
system interface pops up randomly. Evolution points, 116000. Realm level, lower 4th tier. Currently, Lu Yuan has accumulated 116,000 evolution points. However, it has not yet reached the threshold for a breakthrough. Looks like we'll have to keep grinding. The ferocious beasts here offer significantly more evolution points than usual, so we must make the most of this opportunity. After a brief pause, Lu Yuan continued in another direction. Activate detective skill, unleash your mental perception, and continue searching for and hunting ferocious beasts. He comes from a small country in the White Continent Alliance. As its national strength gradually weakened, it could only rely on the Kingdom of Sunset. One day, the people of this small country accidentally obtained 2 passes to the Lost Ruins number 7 in the underground world. Originally, the king intended to hand over these 2 passes to the Sunset Kingdom in exchange for resources. But Mike and John, 2 of the country's strongest superhumans, objected. Incidentally, both of them awaken A-level superpowers, and were at the upper level of the 4th tier. They believed that there was no need for a travel permit and that it would be more worthwhile to enter Lost Ruins number 7 on their own and bring back a large amount of valuable resources. The king finally agreed. After all, although they were subordinate to the Sunset Kingdom and received its protection, as a vassal state, it still needs to pay a large amount of resources to the Sunset State every year. It can be said that this country has almost become one of the resource reserves of the Sunset Country. What we gain is far less than what we give. But their national strength was too weak, and they had no other options. If they can indeed find valuable resources in Lost Ruins number 7 this time, then, the country's path to recovery will take a very important step. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Unfortunately, they were all blinded by the joy of the nation's impending rise and overlooked a crucial issue. Ah, no! John, I'm so sorry! Mike screamed at the top of his lungs. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head tightly with both hands, his face filled with pain and self-reproach. During their exploration of Lost Ruins number 7, extremely bad luck, they happened to encounter a ferocious beast at the lower level of the 5th rank. John, who was traveling with him, was killed by the beast while covering Mike's retreat. Mike, having escaped, naturally suffered an emotional breakdown. I should never have come to Lost Ruins number 7 to try my luck. I should have just stayed in China. Self-blame, fear, regret, despair. Countless negative emotions intertwined in his heart, almost causing him to have a mental breakdown. At this moment, there are still more than 10 days before the Lost Ruins number 7 closes, which is the time he must leave. Without John, how would he have survived these past 10 days? People like him are not uncommon within Lost Ruins number 7. They all harbored fantasies of getting rich overnight, but ignored their own abilities. I regret not selling the pass to Lost Ruins number 7 back then. Although the official statement says that only 4th tier ability users can enter, but in reality, this place is more suitable for 5th level ability users. 4th tier ability users would find it extremely difficult to defeat the many ferocious beasts here, let alone ensure their own safety. Mike's idea is suitable for the vast majority of 4th tier ability users. Unfortunately, this is not suitable for Lu Yuan. At this moment, he is still frantically hunting ferocious beasts. You have defeated the tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, Stormy Lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. You have defeated the tier 3 high-level ferocious beast, the giant lava snail, and gained 25,000 evolution points. The ferocious beasts here are not numerous, but of high quality. 3 more days passed. That night, in a secluded mountain cave, Lu Yuan brought up the control panel. Evolution points, 240,000. Realm level, lower 4th tier. As he expected, Lu Yuan decided to break through his cultivation level. Without much hesitation, he pressed the button after the realm. Evolution points minus 200,000. Realm, lower 4th tier, middle 4th tier. In a mere instant, all 200,000 evolution points were consumed. Lu Yuan suddenly felt several times more ice-type elemental energy than before surge into his body. Although he did not explode, he had to concentrate intensely. This energy fluctuation is far stronger than the last time I broke through to the lower 4th rank. A terrifying burst of ice elemental energy erupted instantly, spreading wildly in all directions. The nearby rocks could not withstand the pressure and shattered into small fragments. Layer upon layer of thick ice enveloped Lu Yuan. From a distance, he looked as if he had turned into an ice cocoon. A team from New Eastland did not rest during the night. Instead, they sped up their journey. Just as they were preparing to rest, they felt a slight chill, although this chill was extremely faint. However, the captain awakened an S-class mental ability, reaching the mid-stage of the 5th rank. He naturally wouldn't think it was because the temperature dropped at night. It's important to know that this island is surrounded by endless lava. There is also a giant active volcano in the center. The temperature at night is unlikely to drop suddenly. Even the wind can only bring intense heat. Therefore, this chill. The captain deduced that this must be a sign that the treasure was about to be revealed. After all, there's no way that ice-type ferocious beasts could exist on this island. And for those superhumans who come to explore, breaking through their cultivation level is even more impossible. Breaking through a level requires a natural, spontaneous breakthrough, but it demands thorough preparation. How could a breakthrough be possible in a place like this? After ruling out these two possibilities, the only slightly plausible explanation is that a treasure has appeared. They knew there might be danger involved. But since there are risks, what can we do? High risk means high reward. They came here in search of treasure. It is precisely because of this courage that their team has been able to get to where they are today. They even won the favor of the king and obtained 5 passes to Lost Ruins number 7 issued by the New Eastland Kingdom. It's just a bit of a pity. This chilling sensation lasted only a moment. For the next 10 minutes, the team captain didn't feel the slightest chill. The chilling aura that erupted when Lu Yuan broke through his cultivation level varied in intensity. At such a distance, he only received the strongest wave. "Captain, which way should we go next?" a teammate asked from behind. This. The team captain fell silent. Could it be that I made a mistake in my judgment? Never mind, let's go back to sleep. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. Just as the entire team was walking back for 3 minutes, he suddenly felt a chill again. The team captain was unwilling to give up and immediately led the team to change direction. But the chill quickly disappeared. The chill appeared and disappeared intermittently. Because of the long interval and the rugged terrain, he could only roughly determine the direction of the chill and could not find the exact source. "Captain, should we continue?" a teammate whispered. "I'm not going. I'm going back to sleep." The team captain waved his hand and said irritably, "A chill ran through me. Don't talk nonsense, I'm really not kidding you." Lu Yuan was completely unaware of this, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared about it at all, because he has more important things to focus on. That is, the improvement brought about by breaking through a realm. No need for further explanation. Let's look at the attributes first. Mental energy, 2620 Hz. Qi and blood, 7900 calories. That's terrifying. Upon seeing this data, Lu Yuan's heart raced and his breathing became rapid. He knew he had improved a lot, but he never expected it to be this amazing. Before entering Lost Ruins number 7, he opened the panel and clearly remembered his attributes. "My mental state is 2020 Hz, and my energy and blood volume is 6100 calories. The mental state increased by 600 Hz. The blood and Qi imbalance is even more alarming. It increased by a full 1800 calories, almost reaching 2000 calories. Lu Yuan threw a few punches. He felt the blood and energy within his body surging like a mighty river. If we encounter that fiery saber-toothed tiger, there's no need to use any skills at all. With just one punch, you can leave it half dead. Would I be considered a Wusong from another world? In high spirits, Lu Yuan couldn't help but make a self-deprecating joke. It's safe to say that Lu Yuan is now an absolute monster in terms of attributes. Generally, a level A ability user at the upper level of the 5th rank. If your body tempering technique isn't very good, even looking at the data on paper, it can't compare to his current state as a mid-level 4th order cultivator. In addition, there's a huge difference in the purity of elemental energy and skill proficiency. Even if several such superhumans join forces, they might not be able to defeat Lu Yuan. Not bad, not bad. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, quite pleased with himself now. Next time, if I run into that blonde youth and his white bodyguard again, he also has the confidence to fight them. He yawned. After the initial excitement, the fatigue from a day's journey, coupled with the energy depletion from calming the riot, instantly overwhelmed him. How can this cave be drafty? Looking around, he saw the ice chips on the edge of the rocks and realized that he had unintentionally damaged the place when he broke through his cultivation level. Forget it, it's come to this now, let's rest first. With a thought, the spatial ring on Lu Yuan's finger lit up. The next second, a huge tent suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, who had reached the middle level of the 4th rank, did not stop and continued to hunt ferocious beasts. "You have defeated the tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the blazing saber-toothed tiger, gaining plus 16,000 evolution points. You have defeated the tier 4 low-rank ferocious beast, the lava boar, and gained 45,000 evolution points. The island is oval-shaped and extremely vast. Coupled with the pervasive mist, finding the ferocious beast is no easy task. Therefore, Lu Yuan spent most of his time traveling. 2 days later at noon, he entered a cave to rest for a while. However, at that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a strong shaking coming from where he was. What's going on? Has there been an earthquake? He frowned, but he knew he had to get out of the cave first, no matter what. With a thought in mind, Lu Yuan immediately stepped out of the cave. The tremor has stopped? He had barely taken a step when he noticed the swaying sensation vanish instantly. He quickly turned back and looked into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a mirror appeared out of nowhere inside the cave. This mirror was completely different from the ones I usually see. When Lu Yuan approached the mirror, what he saw was not his own image, but a scene he had never seen before. What exactly is going on? He leaned closer to examine it, his eyes glazed over, as if the mirror possessed magic and was about to suck him in. "Shao Si, water." "Yes, young master." Not far away, a blonde young man was leading 4 white bodyguards slowly up a mountain path. As soon as the blonde youth finished speaking, a bodyguard behind behind him handed him a glass of water. Suddenly, the group felt a strong tremor. What happened? An earthquake? Quickly, protect the young master. They quickly sought cover nearby. However, the vibration disappeared in less than a minute, leaving the group puzzled. Let's go up and take a look. The blonde-haired youth, Noah, gave the order in a deep voice. Yes, young master. The bodyguards nodded respectfully. The mirror of time and space? Lu Yuan murmured to himself, looking at the results displayed on his analysis watch. According to the watch, such a mirror does indeed exist in the Lost Ruins. However, the mirror of time and space has previously appeared in other ruins, and this seems to be the first time it has appeared in Lost Ruins number 7. Of course, it's also possible that it happened before, but it wasn't recorded. The mirror of time and space, as the name suggests, is a mirror that reflects and connects other times and spaces. Lu Yuan felt that its principle was similar to that of the underground world passage, but the appearance of this time mirror was more random. Analysis of the watch revealed that entering it would lead to various different situations. Current reports suggest that there is a high probability of receiving various rare rewards. It should be noted that once someone enters, the originally clear mirror will become cloudy. At this point, the mirror of time and space will no longer be accessible. In other words, only one person can enter a single mirror of time. Furthermore, once the entrant leaves, the mirror of time and space will shatter completely and then reappear in other places from time to time. Without further ado, Lu Yuan naturally chose to enter this mirror of time and space. After all, one of his purposes in coming to Lost Ruins number 7 was to obtain rare treasures. He stepped forward, his entire body passing through the lens, and finally entered another space. The once clear mirror surface immediately became abnormally cloudy. A few minutes later, the blonde youth Noah and his several white bodyguards arrived at the cave where Lu Yuan had been. Upon seeing the unusual mirror, the group froze, their gazes fixed on it, filled with confusion. Young master, this is the mirror of time and space. That's what one of Noah's experienced bodyguards said. He explained to Noah in detail all the possible situations he might encounter after entering the mirror of time. The content of the explanation was completely consistent with the conclusions Lu Yuan drew from analyzing the watch. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Noah, with his blonde hair, clenched his fist and said expectantly. Clearly, he was eager for it. Young master, to tell you the truth. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard shook his head. The mirror of time and space is currently murky, indicating that someone has already entered it. What? Someone beat me to it? Noah frowned, his mood inevitably somewhat displeased. However, he quickly changed his mind. He himself was an A-level ability user, a 5th-tier lower-level ability user, and together with 4 bodyguards who had awakened A-level abilities and were 5th-tier upper-level abilities, the whole team was already considered a very powerful force in Lost Ruins number 7. Moreover, the bodyguard said that the mirror of time and space only allows one person to enter at a time, and there are no other people around. This means that the one who enters the realm of time and space must be a lone wolf. Therefore, the only one who can emerge is a lone wolf. It's important to know that there are level restrictions for entering Lost Ruins number 7. That lone wolf is at most a 5th-tier upper-level ability user. Can he fight 5 against 1? Moreover, he also carried a 5th-tier protective talisman carefully prepared for him by his parents, which could withstand 3 full-force attacks from an A-level superpower user and a 5th-tier high-level user. This time, victory is on my side. Noah was secretly delighted. He gazed expectantly at the now murky mirror of time, hoping that someone would soon emerge from it. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. All the rewards this lone wolf earns will eventually end up in his pocket. Inside the realm of time and space. Upon entering, Lu Yuan looked around with curiosity. This is a circular floating platform, quite large in area, with a radius of several kilometers. The platform was covered with countless glittering blocks of light, and it was their radiance that allowed Lu Yuan to see his surroundings. The bottom of the platform was engraved with many runes that Lu Yuan couldn't understand at all. All around was an endless expanse of darkness. Not a single ray of light or shadow was projected onto it. Lu Yuan thought to himself, if he accidentally slipped and fell into this darkness, no one could say for sure where he would land. This was the last thing he wanted to see. It was also an endless darkness. Just as Lu Yuan was gazing up at the pitch-black void, a blue light suddenly enveloped his entire body. Lu Yuan did not feel anything unusual about this. As the blue light gradually dissipated, suddenly, a section at the bottom of the floating platform opened, and several huge spheres slowly rose from the crack. Immediately afterwards, a strange language that Lu Yuan couldn't understand at all rang out. What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Yuan was immediately bewildered. Even though he quickly turned on his analysis watch, it was to no avail. The watch was equally unaware of this. Secret Realm of Inheritance 827. Realm rating, mid-level of the 4th tier of the Stardust Realm. Superpower rating, SS level superpower, Frozen Throne. Potential meets standards. The 1,222,665th Inheritance Realm on Void Star is about to begin. Alloy Robot Strength rating, a plus level, upper 5th tier of the Stardust realm. Under Lu Yuan's incredulous gaze, the giant spheres suddenly transformed, turning into robot forms in just a few seconds. There are 4 robots in total. Lu Yuan observed that they are about 2.5 to 3 meters tall, similar in size to the robots that exist on Earth. Of these 4 robots, 2 are equipped with ranged attacks, while the other 2 are adept at melee combat. Click, click. The 2 melee robots moved with incredible speed, rapidly approaching Lu Yuan in an extremely bizarre manner. When the footsteps collide with the floating platform, they make a crack sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, the other 2 remotely attacking robots remained stationary. They raised their cannons and quickly launched several missiles. These missiles were targeting Lu Yuan, which was located on the other side of the floating platform. Does this mean I have to deal with all 4 robots at the same time? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, but the situation had already come to this point, and he couldn't think about it any further. After all, those 4 robots were definitely coming for him. Didn't you see they've already launched missiles? Frozen shield. He whispered a command, and a layer of ice shield quickly covered his entire body. It has always been Lu Yuan's habit to first create a protective shield before engaging in combat. Ice flash. Immediately afterwards, he used the ice flash skill to quickly relocate. Amidst perilous situations, they successfully evaded all the missiles. Come on, let's fight. Facing the 2 charging robots, Lu Yuan remained calm and instead summoned the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear from his spatial ring to meet them head-on. The Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear collided with the robot's mechanical arm, producing a crisp metallic clang. Lu Yuan sheathed his spear, his brows furrowing slightly. The robot's power was indeed not to be underestimated. It almost made his arm go numb. Since that's the case, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. As the ice elemental energy within his body was activated, 20 sharp ice swords surrounded Lu Yuan. He waved his hand dramatically. The next moment, these ice swords poured out like a storm. Smack, smack, smack. The effect was remarkable. Despite the robot's quick dodge, one of its arms was severed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the remote robot has completed loading, and the second wave of missiles follows closely behind. A barrage of frost spears. During the lulls in the ice sword attacks, Lu Yuan unleashed frost spear combo, wielding his spear. Each shot carried the momentum of a dragon, as it fiercely battled the 2 robots, or rather, 1.5 robots, in a close and evenly matched contest. Lu Yuan could not completely evade these missiles. 2 of them hit his body directly, shattering his ice shield. As time goes by, in just a few rounds, Lu Yuan gradually gained the upper hand against a half robot, going from being evenly matched. After all, the key to frost spear combo lies in combo attacks, becoming stronger with each battle. At this moment, Lu Yuan's casual shot had an impact force exceeding 50 tons. He took 2 steps back, then launched a flash of ice attack forward, delivering a surprise blow. The Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear pierced through the shell of a robot. The complex wiring and components were fully exposed. However, the robot suddenly turned completely red and rushed towards Lu Yuan. This scene sent a chill down Lu Yuan's spine. It clearly wants to self-destruct. Fortunately, Lu Yuan used Ice Flash to achieve continuous displacement and relied on the ice shield to withstand the aftershocks of the self-destruction. In this way, the robot problem was completely solved. Only 3 robots remained on the floating platform. 1 against 3, the advantage is obvious. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he raised the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear and strode forward to meet the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Master-level marksmanship. Firing 5 shots in a second is effortless. Within seconds, the other robot was unable to withstand the attack and was riddled with holes by Lu Yuan. At this point, only 2 remote attack robots remained on the field. As the melee robots were destroyed, their originally green pupils instantly turned an even more dangerous red. We need to finish this quickly. Lu Yuan's heart tightened. The 2 sides are thousands of meters apart, making it unrealistic to approach each other quickly. He decisively unleashed the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. In an instant, 20 ice swords appeared, spinning rapidly around his body. Suddenly, 2 bright red laser beams shot out from the 2 robots. A good opportunity. Lu Yuan suddenly pushed off with his thigh, and his whole body was lifted into the air. With his physical abilities, jumping 5 meters high is no problem at all. With the added boost of Ice Flash, he quickly increased the distance between himself and the laser. At the same time, he was controlling the ice sword he had summoned. At the very moment the 2 robots fired their lasers, the ice swords also flew towards them at the same time. Thud, thud, thud. The next moment, a thick icy fog spread out. Although the icy fog had not yet dissipated, Lu Yuan knew very well that the 2 robots were definitely gone, because the lasers they emitted have disappeared. Test over. Test result rating, perfect. The reward will be distributed shortly. Please wait. What are you mumbling about? Lu Yuan slightly raised his sword-like eyebrows. Then, it was still a strange language he couldn't understand. Although he destroyed all the robots in front of him, he did not let his guard down at all. His right hand gripped the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear tightly, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Originally, Unfortunately, Lu Yuan kept his eyes fixed on the front, fearing that the next wave of attacks would suddenly come, until the three beams of light in the mirror of time reappeared. Only then did he relax his furrowed brows. It seems the reward has finally been distributed. After all, the appearance of the mirror of time and space meant that he could leave this place. As the light faded, the three treasures appeared one by one before Lu Yuan's eyes, from left to right. The first one was an extremely tiny test tube containing a pale, icy blue blood. This is dragon blood. To be precise, it is the heart blood of the Frost King Dragon, a ferocious beast at the middle level of the 8th rank of the Stardust realm. It is important to note that this product is not for internal use. Ingestion could be life-threatening. It is for external use only. Apply to the skin and allow it to absorb. The effect is to greatly enhance physical strength. Upon scanning the blood with his watch and learning that it was dragon blood, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Dragon-type ferocious beasts are at least at the 7th level, which means that this blood comes from the essence blood of at least a 7th level ferocious beast. However, the watch still couldn't identify which kind of ferocious beast it was. Therefore, Lu Yuan decided to use more professional equipment to scan carefully after returning to school. The first treasure is already so precious. Let's take a look at the second one. His expectations grew stronger. His gaze fell on the second treasure. It was a fruit that exuded a chilling aura. Its surface is covered with delicate, silky ice crystals, and the liquid inside flows with a faint silver light. Through analysis of the watch, Lu Yuan learned it's called the ice crystal glass fruit. The effect is simple. It can be seen as an enhanced version of the sky tree fruit. It not only enhances the activity of ice-type elemental energy within the body, but also removes impurities from the ice-type elemental energy, increasing the purity of the elemental energy. Of course, Lu Yuan's body is still too weak to directly take the potent effects of the ice crystal glazed fruit. He first had to refine it into a pill, and then take it slowly in stages. The third item was a scroll. Unlike traditional bamboo scrolls, this scroll is an extremely soft screen. This is. Lu Yuan strode forward, picked up the scroll with both hands, and slowly unfurled it. Once unfolded, a projection appeared. Most of the content was in text he couldn't understand. The watch can't be analyzed either. Lu Yuan recognized only the three words SS+. Could it be that these words and the strange noises we just heard are the same language? He had a guess in his mind. But guessing was useless. He still didn't understand the meaning of the words. In fact, these are the characters of the Void Star, and the content is the SS+ level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Next, the introduction of the SS+ level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror will be given. Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. It can condense cold air into a huge ice mirror to defend against attacks. The surface of the ice mirror is covered with countless tiny flat surfaces, which can disperse the impact of attacks. Lu Yuan still couldn't understand these words. After the text disappeared, the projected video finally made Lu Yuan understand. So this is what a skill scroll is. Lu Yuan immediately understood and nodded slightly. Although I can't understand these words, I should be able to master the basic skills by learning through the videos. He lowered his head in deep thought, secretly making plans in his mind. SS+ level skills must be extremely powerful. Lu Yuan was quite satisfied with the result and then put the skill scroll into his spatial ring. After storing all the treasures in the ring, Lu Yuan stayed quietly in place for a while. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. He had hoped to see if he could take on a similar challenge again, but that was clearly impossible. However, Lu Yuan was not too disappointed. After all, these treasures are already valuable enough. It's time to leave, he murmured to himself, and as soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and came to the mirror of time. He could see the outside view from the inside of the mirror. This is. Seeing the few people waiting outside the mirror of time and space, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on his previous experience, he knew exactly what these people were up to. So, he first cast a layer of ice shield around himself. Then, passing through the mirror of time and space, they crossed time and space and returned to Lost Ruins number 7. The outside of the mirror. The outside world remained murky, and the group was unaware that Lu Yuan was appearing through the mirror of time and space. Once he comes out, the initiative will be in his hands, and he will naturally strike first. He quickly used Ice Flash, instantly teleporting backward to create distance between himself and the others. Someone's coming out. The blonde youth, Noah, opened his mouth slightly, showing a hint of surprise, but mostly joy. After all, this was just a lower-level 4th-tier ability user, barely reaching the threshold to enter Lost Ruins number 7, and was no match for their combined attack. This great Xia person seems to have already reached the mid-4th rank. But what about the middle of the 4th order? It would only slightly prolong his own death. Stop talking nonsense and just attack. Noah's face turned fierce. The group reacted quickly and unleashed their skills. Although some skills were dodged, others still hit. However, the 5th-tier Guardian Talisman on Lu Yuan's finger glowed slightly, and with the addition of the Ice Shield, he calmly withstood the attack. Winter Cage. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan's move was equally swift. First, use Winter Cage to restrict a group of enemies, then decisively unleash your most powerful powerful short-duration skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Kill Array. In an instant, 20 incredibly sharp ice swords suddenly appeared. Swish, swish, swish. The cave was narrow, making movement difficult, and the winter cage further restricted movement. The two were unable to dodge in time and were struck by the ice sword. Each sword has an impact force of over 10 tons. Not to mention a few sword combos. They fell heavily to the ground, their chests pierced by ice swords. Mistress 4. Noah was stunned by this. Isn't his aura exactly that of a mid-level 4th tier ability user? How could it be so powerful? However, Noah's time was running out. In an instant, another white bodyguard next to him collapsed. Young master, what should we do? The last white bodyguard's voice trembled, barely concealing his fear. Young master? Unfortunately, his young master could no longer respond to him, because Noah had already escaped the cave. Go to hell. The last white bodyguard was also taken down by Lu Yuan with a few shots. Do you think you can escape? Lu Yuan showed no mercy and had no intention of letting Noah go. How could he be soft-hearted if someone wanted to rob and kill him? He also left the cave. Instead of rushing down the mountain, he first used his skill, detective technique. After all, when people are running for their lives, their potential is unleashed to an unlimited extent. This also means that he might not simply follow the mountain path down the mountain. Although Noah awakened an A-level mental ability, his level had reached the lower 5th rank, and his ability to shield mental perception was indeed remarkable. However, in terms of mental attributes alone, Lu Yuan's mental attributes are actually higher than Noah's. Moreover, Lu Yuan's skilled detective technique has reached the ultimate level of proficiency. These evolution points don't come for free. Therefore, he quickly located Noah's whereabouts. As Lu Yuan had predicted, Noah was climbing the rocks and descending the mountain from another direction. The goal is to avoid being tracked and to remain undetected. I've found you. Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile. At this moment, he gave off the feeling of a big bad wolf chasing a little white rabbit. He. If I come down the mountain from this side, you might not be able to find me. On the face of the blonde youth Noah, there was no sadness over the death of his bodyguard, only the joy of surviving a disaster. I survived, and your mission is complete. You can rest in peace now. Noah smiled gently, etc. Sensing a figure rapidly approaching from above, Noah's eyes widened in shock. He looked up and saw, oh no, the Xia people have caught up. I'm going all out. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Noah decided to give up and prepare to fight Lu Yuan to the death. So you're not planning to run away after all? Perfect, that suits you and me. Seeing this, Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. The outcome was self-evident. Lu Yuan won easily. However, to his surprise, Noah also carried a 5th-tier guardian talisman. Furthermore, with 4 bodyguards accompanying him, he was clearly someone of considerable importance. There must be other forces backing them up. However, Lu Yuan was not afraid. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. With the system in place, victory is inevitable. Thank you for the gift. Lu Yuan whispered his thanks to Noah's corpse. He then took the spatial ring and the 5th-tier guardian talisman from Noah's hand. After Noah died, the spiritual imprint on the spatial ring disappeared. Lu Yuan can freely insert his mental energy to investigate. Although it cannot be bound to a person or have items placed inside, it is fine to take things out of it. This is simply a treasure trove. Thank you for the gift, Lu Yuan said excitedly again. This spatial ring has a capacity of 100 cubic meters, exactly the same as the one his girlfriend Xia Qingyin wore. It contains extremely rich cultivation resources. Although Lu Yuan already had enough money to support his cultivation for a long time, but being able to get these resources for free still feels really great. He selected some important cultivation resources and put them into his spatial ring. As for the spatial ring, Lu Yuan did not keep it. If this ring has a GPS tracking function, it will definitely expose me immediately. He didn't want his identity to be exposed so soon. It's true that there's a system, but development still takes time. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan wiped the fingerprints clean and threw the spatial ring down from a height of 1,000 meters. A few hours later, on the other side. Quick, after her. Don't let this pretty girl get away. A member of the Sakura national team was furious. Just recently, they stumbled upon a mushroom. Looking from afar, the mushroom's surface is covered with fine purple scales that emit a faint blue glow under light. The center of the cap is slightly sunken, and its color is deep purple, like a deep night sky, gradually turning lighter purple around it. A ring of lightning also surrounded it. Seeing this, everyone was excited and thrilled. I had such great luck today. If they weren't mistaken, wasn't this the legendary SS grade resource, the phantom mushroom? Just as they were about to take a few steps forward and try to take the phantom mushroom for themselves, something unexpected happened. A slender figure flashed past, accompanied by a burst of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the phantom mushroom that was standing there vanished without a trace. Following their gaze, the fleeing figure came into view. That long, flowing silver hair. This made them think of the beautiful girl from the Great Xia Kingdom that they had tried to flirt with before. This explains their earlier remarks. So the group quickened their pace and gave chase. If we can catch up with her, that would be killing two birds with one stone. On one hand, they were about to take the phantom mushroom from her hand when something unexpected happened. A slender figure flashed past, accompanied by a burst of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the phantom mushroom that was there just vanished without a trace. Following their gaze, the fleeing figure came into view. Those long, flowing silver hair. This made them think of the beautiful girl from the Great Xia Kingdom that they had tried to flirt with before. That's exactly why they said those things before. So the group gave chase. If we can catch up, it would be killing two birds with one stone. First, seize the phantom mushroom from her hand. Secondly, with such beautiful young women, they could still do things that are difficult to talk about. Although the group relentlessly pursued her, Jiang Xianran had no intention of fighting them. If you don't have a 100% chance of winning, you should run away if you can. Why bother to fight? This isn't a virtual game. If you get hurt, you really get hurt. Even though she disliked those Japanese people, Jiang Xianran has awakened lightning-type superpowers, so getting rid of them will be a piece of cake. About half an hour later, Jiang Xianran, believing she had shaken them off, entered a cave to prepare for rest and work. Phantom mushroom, SS level resources, that's really good. She smiled knowingly. I opened my palm and looked at the purple mushroom. It can be said that this phantom mushroom is her most precious harvest since she entered the underground world more than 10 days ago. Once I get back, I will definitely absorb its essence completely. This way, one's own abilities can be significantly improved. During a short break, she took out a bottle of water and tonight's dinner from the blue and purple spatial ring on her hand and began to enjoy it with relish. However, in a corner she was unaware of, several purple-pink flowers quietly bloomed, then slowly released the gas inside their buds. It's raining? As Jiang Xianran was enjoying her dinner, she looked out of the cave, her thoughts drifting away. When she was little, she loved rainy days the most. Whenever it rains, she always likes to lean against the window and quietly watch the raindrops falling from the sky and the ripples spreading across the ground. That feeling made her feel extremely relaxed. But her father would always come and force her to continue training. Jiang Xuanran's great-grandfather, Jiang Huaiwan, was the first principal of Shenzhen Superpower University. Unfortunately, the family fortunes declined. Jiang Huaiwan contracted a terminal illness while fighting ferocious beasts in his early years, and his son and grandson were both mediocre. Only Jiang Xianran awakened the S-level lightning-type ability, Jade Purity Divine Lightning. From then on, her father placed high hopes on her and disciplined her with extreme strictness. This plant is called the Mystic Orchid. It is divided into two parts, flowers and vines. They usually hide in the dark corners of caves, often viewing approaching ferocious beasts as prey. Humans are no exception. At this moment, they noticed their prey and became even more excited. Blooming proactively, the body releases hallucinogenic gases silently by boiling a frog in lukewarm water. What happened? Jiang Xianran suddenly snapped out of her wandering thoughts and returned to reality. She frowned slightly, clearly noticing something was amiss. But by then, it was too late. The scary thing about psychedelic gases is that they have a critical point. Below the critical point, prey is unlikely to detect it. Once the critical point is exceeded, even if you realize it, it will be too late. Ultimately, their only fate was to be devoured by the enchanting orchid. Instantly, she felt weak all over and even her head was spinning. Suddenly his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his long legs unable to support him any longer, and he sprawled out. Qingxin Dan, a traditional Chinese medicine formula. In this emergency, Jiang Xianran quickly used her last bit of strength to take out a fourth-tier Qingxin pill from her spatial ring. This pill contains extremely precious ingredients, combining multiple grade A and grade S herbs, making it exceptionally effective. Just one of these is worth millions of blue star coins. However, to Jiang Xuanran's surprise, even this fourth-order Qingxin pill had no effect. Even more surprisingly, a strange feeling surged within her body. My whole body is getting hotter and hotter. It even gave her a constant urge to take off her clothes. Although Jiang Xianran was not fully awake, this unusual feeling made her realize that her current state was not good. There's a cave up ahead. Why don't we spend the night there? After killing all of Noah and his group, the blonde youth, Lu Yuan, continued hunting ferocious beasts. He originally planned to find a flat, open area to pitch his tent and rest. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate. Just as he unfolded the tent, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly rang out in the sky. Immediately afterwards, large raindrops began to pour down. Frozen shield. As Lu Yuan uttered the words softly, an ice shield immediately enveloped his entire body. He quickly stored the tent in his spatial ring. They then left the spot and began searching for a nearby cave to take shelter from the rain. Oh, there's a cave here. As he walked, Lu Yuan discovered a cave, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He went inside. The sight before him made his eyes widen, and he stood there stunned. In his line of sight, a silver-haired beauty slumped on the ground, her eyes filled with seductive allure. The beauty mark beside her eye added to her charm. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and her face was flushed with an unusual blush. That person was Jiang Xianran. A faint purplish-pink gas permeated the air. Upon
Upon seeing Lu Yuan appear, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Xuanran's beautiful eyes. Perhaps, there is finally hope for her? Even so, she still tried her best and shook her head slightly. This was clearly a signal to Lu Yuan not to approach rashly. A moment later, Lu Yuan understood the situation. At this moment, Zhang Shenran was clearly affected by the pale purple gas. After all, they were acquaintances. How could Lu Yuan just stand by and watch her get into trouble? But the problem is, how can we save her? Although his ice-based abilities can suppress emotional fluctuations, but he couldn't be sure if he could withstand the corrosive effects of that strange gas. After all, I have never personally experienced a similar situation. Therefore, Lu Yuan did not go directly into the cave but instead used his powerful control over the ice elemental energy in his body to condense a frost vine. The icy vines quickly stretched out and tightly wrapped around Zhang Shenran. Lu Yuan retracted the vines, and Zhang Shenran was pulled out of the cave. Not far away, Mi Xinlan, who had lost her cooked duck, was furious. But anger aside, it can only choose to be a coward between being a coward and being angry. After all, its ability to release hallucinogenic gases is indeed powerful. However, without an enclosed space, the effect is greatly reduced. Moreover, its combat power was already limited. The vines were extremely fragile. They could be easily cut with a regular dagger, even without an alloy one. Lu Yuan, Jr., thank you. Zhang Shenran thanked him weakly, her voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. The hallucinatory effects hadn't worn off, and she still couldn't muster any strength, only able to barely speak. Lu Yuan waved his hand. However, the lingering hallucination also means that the intense heat emanating from Zhang Shenran remains. With others present, she could only force herself to suppress the burning sensation. Senior Zhang Shenran, why don't you take off your battle suit? At this moment, Lu Yuan spoke earnestly. These words startled Zhang Shenran. Lu Yuan has a cool and handsome appearance and a good personality, which is exactly her type. She couldn't help but feel a bit of goodwill towards him. But under these circumstances, wouldn't it be too hasty to make such a move? A blush appeared on Zhang Xuanran's face. Junior brother Lu Yuan, her pearly teeth gently bit her red lips, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her charm. Seeing her expression, Lu Yuan immediately realized that she had misunderstood. He sighed first, then said, Senior, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to use my powers to help you suppress this hallucinatory feeling. The effect is actually quite limited through the battle suit. Don't worry, I'll close my eyes. To prove his point, Lu Yuan walked behind Zhang Shenran, sat down, meditated, and closed his eyes. Oh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shenran realized that she had been overthinking things. However, we can't entirely blame her, since it was the influence of the hallucinogenic gas that gave her such thoughts. Even though Lu Yuan had his eyes closed, she still felt shy. A few minutes later, Zhang Shenran slowly took off her battle armor, revealing her smooth, creamy back. Is it done? Seeing that she did not respond for a long time, Lu Yuan asked. Okay. Zhang Shenran nodded gently. Then I'll begin. Upon hearing her reply, Lu Yuan mobilized his internal energy and gathered it in his palm. His palm gently rested on Zhang Xuanran's back, and the icy air seeped into her body through her skin. Fearing she wouldn't be able to adapt, only a very small amount of icy cold was released at first. Even so, the cold was as biting as wearing short sleeves on a snowy winter day. Zhang Shenran gritted her teeth and managed to pull through. Gradually, Lu Yuan increased the output of his icy energy. The hallucinogenic gas was gradually suppressed within her body. Her mind became increasingly clear. Although I was now fully awake, the shyness in my heart had not diminished at all. What if junior brother Lu Yuan didn't actually close his eyes and was secretly admiring your beautiful body? Impossible. How could junior brother Lu Yuan do that? He had things to do this morning. There's no need for him to just admire him. At this moment, it felt as if two voices were battling within Zhang Xuanran's heart. One demon insists on the first idea, while the other angel supports the second. In the end, the angel won. 10 minutes later, Senior Zhang Shenran, how are you feeling? Lu Yuan asked. With his eyes closed, he was unable to observe the outside world and could only learn about the situation through questioning. Okay, much better, Zhang Shenran said. The burning sensation in her body completely dissipated. However, the strength in my thighs has not yet recovered. She remained slumped on the ground, unable to stand up. After saying that, she took out a new silver-white battlesuit from her spatial ring and put it on. Junior brother Lu Yuan, I'm all set. After changing my clothes, Zhang Shenran said. Hearing her say that, Lu Yuan finally opened his eyes. What came into view was her face, full of gratitude and joy at surviving a disaster. If it weren't for Lu Yuan, she really couldn't imagine what unspeakable dangers she would have encountered next. The voice of the angel in particular deeply touched her heart. She was well aware of her attractiveness to men. At school, many boys couldn't help but glance at her as they passed by. Even more outrageous is that even if these guys have girlfriends with them, their eyes will still involuntarily drift towards them. In stark contrast, junior Lu Yuan was always able to remain focused and undistracted. That's what truly moved her.
Thinking of this, the coldness in her heart seemed to slowly melt away. Just as Lu Yuan arrived at the cave entrance, the torrential rain suddenly turned into a drizzle and soon stopped.
Just as Lu Yuan lit a campfire, preparing to roast some ferocious beast meat for dinner, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Not far away, several short, middle-aged men walked towards them with lewd smiles. "Yoshi, pretty girl, you can't escape." These short, middle-aged men were members of the Sakura National War Team, whose SS-level resource, the Phantom Mushroom, was recently snatched away by Jiang Xianran. Their first sentence was in Chinese, but the second sentence was in Japanese. However, Lu Yuan had already activated his analytical watch and naturally understood their meaning. "You say you can't escape? I think you can't escape now." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yuan activated the voice analysis function of the watch. The mechanical sound accurately reached the ears of those Japanese people. "You can't escape. You can't escape." Although Jiang Xianran didn't understand why Lu Yuan was so confident. After all, Lu Yuan's cultivation level was only at the lower 4th rank. How did you reach the mid-4th tier in such a short time? So fast? Did he ascend to this level by rocket? Jiang Xianran quickly realized something was wrong. But the mid-level 4th tier. The 5 members of the opposing Sakura Kingdom team were all mid-level 5th tier ability users. She herself had not yet recovered to combat readiness. Therefore, Lu Yuan had no choice but to fight against 5 people head-on. Faced with this enormous gap in skill and numbers, logically speaking, Lu Yuan's chances of winning are extremely slim. But for some reason, Jiang Xianran was willing to believe that the seemingly impossible miracle would happen. Frozen Shield, Winter Cage, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan swiftly unleashed a series of skills. Once the ice prison bound the two of them, the 20 ice swords surrounding him were almost guaranteed to hit. 2 people on the other side suddenly disappeared. This caused the smiles on their faces to vanish instantly, replaced by heavy and solemn expressions. After a brief thought, the group focused their skills on Jiang Xianran, intending to use her to threaten Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, while fantasy is beautiful, reality is cruel. Lu Yuan didn't even blink as he unleashed the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array once more. With lightning speed, the enemy lost 2 more men. He, I'll take someone down with me even if I die. The last middle-aged man from the Cherry Blossom country had a fierce expression. He immediately activated his skill and aimed at the weakened Jiang Xianran beside him. His heart sank the moment the 5th tier Guardian shield lit up. How could this be possible? Damn it! He stamped his foot in frustration and said through gritted teeth. Then, only death awaited him. "Junior brother Lu Yuan, here you go." Jiang Xianran smiled and returned the activated 5th tier Guardian talisman to Lu Yuan. This was given to her by Lu Yuan when the superhumans from the Sakura Kingdom attacked, although she already possessed a 5th tier Guardian talisman. But for some reason, she still accepted the one Lu Yuan offered her. This warmed her heart. Lu Yuan was unaware of the complex emotions in Jiang Xuanran's heart. He simply nodded, retrieved the 5th tier Guardian talisman, and put it into his spatial ring. After the beast meat was grilled, Lu Yuan handed a skewer to Jiang Xianran. "Oh, is this for me?" Jiang Xuanran's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled as she took the skewers. "First, I took a light sniff. The aroma of these grilled skewers is irresistible, making your mouth water." Then, she took a small bite. As soon as your teeth pierce the crispy, caramelized skin, the aroma of cumin and meat explodes in your mouth like a string of flavor fireworks. The rich aroma, combined with the savory meat juices, bursts in your mouth instantly. "Not bad, not bad." Jiang Xuanran's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. She never expected that Lu Yuan had such a skill hidden away. One night passed, the two slept peacefully in their respective tents, without incident. However, Jiang Xianran was having some trouble sleeping, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Jiang Xianran has fully recovered. She felt a little embarrassed and didn't bother Lu Yuan any further, and so, the two parted ways. Afterwards, Lu Yuan continued to grind monsters. "You have defeated the tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, Stormy Lion. Evolution points plus 15,000. You have defeated the tier 3 high-level ferocious beast, the giant lava snail, and gained 25,000 evolution points. Time flies by like a river. There are 4 days left until Lu Yuan leaves. During this period, Lu Yuan did not encounter any other superhumans, nor did he have any conflicts. He was just focused on grinding monsters. Although you might encounter 3 or 4 ferocious beasts at most each day, sometimes you might not even encounter one in a whole day. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts here provide an exceptionally high amount of evolution points. One day, in a cave, Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and immediately brought up the control panel. Evolution points, 420,000. Seeing the 420,000 evolution points, Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised, but found that he still could not break through the realm. After careful consideration, he finally understood the reason. The improvements brought by the first 3 stages are nothing compared to the current 4th stage. When breaking through from the lower 4th tier to the middle 4th tier, the spirit increased by 600 Hz, and the blood and chi increased by a full 1,800 calories. The difference is self-evident. Lu Yuan
Yuan simply shook his head, not taking it to heart. Since you'll naturally improve your strength once you have evolution points, there's no need to be too fixated on breaking through your current realm. Evolution points minus 112,000. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Master Level. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Premium Level. Needless to say, as the skill with the strongest burst damage at present, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array has always been Lu Yuan's favorite. Therefore, he always prioritizes improving his skill proficiency whenever there is an opportunity. After suddenly absorbing all the memories, Lu Yuan also learned about the enhancement brought about by reaching the ultimate level of proficiency in the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. First, the number of ice swords has been increased from a maximum of 20 to 30. Secondly, the impact of the ice sword has also achieved a qualitative leap. For Lu Yuan now, the impact force of an ice sword is close to 50 tons. If all 30 ice swords hit their mark, the power would reach thousands of tons. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be absolutely incredible. After all, he is only a mid-4th rank player, yet he can deal damage that even mid-5th rank players can hardly match. However, everything has two sides. The shortcoming is that Lu Yuan cannot fully unleash the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array twice. As for energy replenishment potions, with current human technology, they can only reach the 4th level. Although it's said to be at the 4th level, in reality, after drinking one bottle, Lu Yuan couldn't even replenish half of his Yuan energy. However, these problems will become insignificant as Lu Yuan's cultivation level and body tempering techniques continue to improve. Evolution points minus 140,000. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S, 5th level. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S, 6th level. The 6th level of the Xianning Ice Soul Body involves tempering the 6 internal organs. As evolution points were rapidly depleted, Lu Yuan could feel the ice-type elemental energy flowing automatically within his body, constantly cleansing his internal organs. Soon, he felt that his control over ice-type elemental energy had made a qualitative leap. Looking at the attribute improvements, the improvement in mental state was not significant, but the increase in energy and blood volume was a full 2,200 calories. Mental energy, 2,720 Hz. Qi and blood, 10,100 calories. This is a milestone leap. My Qi and blood levels have officially entered the 5-figure range. At this moment, Lu Yuan has 168,000 evolution points remaining. He decided to save it for now. Save it for the SS plus level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Just as Lu Yuan's heart was surging with emotion, a sudden tremor interrupted his thoughts. What happened? Has the Mirror of Time appeared again? Having experienced the previous incident, Lu Yuan's first reaction changed from earthquake to time mirror. His last entry into the Mirror of Time and Space brought him extremely rich rewards, filling him with joy. Therefore, he naturally wanted to go back in. Lu Yuan waited for a full 10 minutes. The tremors did not weaken. Instead, they became even more intense. The Mirror of Time and Space that he longed for still hadn't appeared before his eyes. What's going on? His gaze gradually drifted into the distance. What came into view was a layer of magma bursting with a bright white light, which had just emerged and was sweeping towards us with an unstoppable momentum. The silver iron trees along the way collapsed with a roar after being hit by the lava. Looking up, the sky in the distance was completely obscured by a thick layer of volcanic ash. The volcano has erupted. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that Xiaoya had analyzed the situation when they were about to set off, saying that the huge volcano in the center of the island was an active volcano. Now, this active volcano has erupted. Seeing this scene before him, his gaze gradually turned serious. Lu Yuan had just broken through to a 5-figure level of qi and blood, and his strength was inexhaustible. There was no doubt about that. But he would never be so foolish as to think he could withstand the engulfing of the lava. However, this inexhaustible power did come in handy. Used to escape. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan turned and ran. With his current physique and the upgraded swiftness pill, his running speed can reach an average of 340 to 350 meters per second. Note that this is the average speed, and this speed has exceeded the speed of sound. If the burst speed is required, it would have to be doubled, reaching twice the speed of sound. From afar, Lu Yuan resembled a streak of cold light, constantly moving through the mountains and forests. Ahead of him, another lone wolf was desperately fleeing. However, its speed is only 200 meters per second. For Lu Yuan, it was noticeably slower. Therefore, he easily closed the gap and was about to overtake his opponent. Behind them, lava was rapidly approaching. The speed is approximately 250 meters per second. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this lone wolf is unlikely to escape. He could hear the roar of the rolling lava, and he naturally realized that danger was approaching. If I die, you won't live either. A ruthless glint flashed in the lone wolf's eyes. With the determination to perish together, they decided to kill Lu Yuan in secret just as he was about to surpass them. Frozen Shield. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan, who was always cautious, did not slack off in the slightest. The lone wolf's flaming whip struck his frozen shield. With a crisp sound, not even a crack was left. The lone wolf was instantly bewildered. He He awakened an A-level fire-type ability, making him a lower-level 5th-tier ability user. He could sense that Lu Yuan's aura was only at the mid-4th rank. Under the combined suppression of realm and attribute, it's already quite good that the shield can withstand one whip strike. Even more perplexing is that the shield remained completely undamaged. This is simply unacceptable. He quickly understood. That's right. This guy, Lu Yuan, is actually a master, but he has hidden his true level of skill through some means. This also explains why he ran much faster than himself. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the answer. More importantly, he no longer had time to investigate. The scorching lava was less than 2 kilometers away from him. Even though the lava had disappeared from Lu Yuan's eyes, he has not stopped running. Once the effects of the Gale Pill were off, he will no longer be able to outrun the lava. Half an hour later, Lu Yuan leaned against a silver iron tree, panting heavily and unable to stop breathing deeply. In just half an hour, he actually ran more than 500 kilometers. These 500 plus kilometers, though just a cold string of numbers, are actually equivalent to a quarter of the distance from a deep city in the Great Xia Kingdom to Jingnan City. He felt as if his legs no longer belonged to him. The next moment, Lu Yuan's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He was still breathing heavily. If he could go back to his previous life, he would definitely be able to win all the running races. At this moment, he thought to himself. After resting for 4 hours, Lu Yuan felt that the run had almost drained all his strength. So much time has passed, the volcanic eruption should have ended by now, right? He pondered, looking down. Immediately, Lu Yuan began to retrace his steps. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery saber-toothed tiger, gaining plus 16,000 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 3 mid-level ferocious beast, stormy lion, evolution points plus 15,000. On the way back, he occasionally encountered some ferocious beasts, which he killed on the spot, until the 4th day after their return, which was also the last day before the Lost Ruins number 7 were about to close. Lu Yuan finally saw the edge of the lava, looking from the bottom and then upwards. This scene is truly magnificent. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Thinking of this beautiful scene, he immediately took out his phone and took a few photos. Such a scene is quite rare. About 1,000 meters away from Lu Yuan, a small horn emerged from the lava. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yuan's gaze involuntarily turned towards it. To his surprise, an even larger head emerged from the lava. Next, the complete body. It emerged from the lava, shook itself, and flung the not yet cooled lava to the ground. This is a ferocious beast. It is about 6 or 7 meters long, with a thick body that resembles a salamander, but with streamlined muscle lines. The muscles on its shoulders are high and prominent, and its limbs are strong and powerful. It has 2 thin, spiraling horns on its head, with black lava cracks at the base, gradually thinning and twisting upwards, and covered with a layer of translucent, fiery red keratin. His eyes were reddish gold, surrounded by lava-like orange-red patterns, and his skin was a mix of black and orange. It has a pair of membranous wings on both sides of its back. The wing bones are black and the wing membranes are translucent orange-red, which are obviously used for flight. The tail is unusually thick and long, almost as long as the body, tapering gradually at the tip. The back of the tail continues the spines on the back, and the belly of the tail is covered with soft, bright red membranous tissue. Seeing this, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. A ferocious beast that can soak in lava as if it's taking a bath must be extremely powerful. However, he didn't recognize the ferocious beast, so he handed it over to the analysis watch for identification. Identify by watch. The conclusion is, fiery salamander, mid-level of the 5th realm. A mid-tier 5th order ferocious beast. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. That's perfect, just what he wanted. His strength has recently increased dramatically, and he's looking for a formidable opponent to hone his skills against. But the ferocious beasts he encountered in the past few days could hardly withstand a single blow from him. Now we finally encountered a powerful and ferocious beast. 5th tier mid-level ferocious beast. The evolution points it brings will definitely be considerable. It seems my strength is about to experience another surge. Just as Lu Yuan had predicted, this fiery newt is extremely heat resistant. Temperatures of 3 to 4,000 degrees Celsius are nothing to it. That's why it's soaking in lava that hasn't completely cooled down, just like humans soaking in hot springs. As Lu Yuan stared greedily at the fiery salamander also noticed him. After your bath, it's time for a little snack. The fiery salamander thought to itself. At this moment, it clearly regarded Lu Yuan as a snack. Immediately, the fiery salamander spread out the membranous wings on both sides of its back. The wing bones are jet black, while the wing membrane is a translucent orange-red. Then, it leaped into the air, its sharp claws opening, the tips of which ignited with dark red flames. The flames were extremely hot, at least 3,000 degrees Celsius. It swooped down toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised a brow. He did not immediately use the extreme ice illusion killing array. After all, the fiery salamander flies extremely fast, making it difficult for the ice sword to unleash its full power. We need to think of a way. Lu Yuan pondered silently in his heart. At this moment, the fiery salamander had already arrived in front of Lu Yuan. It suddenly stretched out its long claws. Lu Yuan swiftly used Ice Flash to dodge the fatal blow. The area where the fiery salamander's long claws had just scratched made a sizzling sound. It was as if even the air itself had been scorched. Next, taking advantage of the terrain and using the Ice Flash skill, Lu Yuan continued to move around and toy with the fiery salamander. Even the flames it spewed were blocked by the ice shield on its body, and it did not cause it any harm. The fiery salamander frowned. This little guy is actually quite good at dodging. Flame bomb. It opened its gaping maw, revealing its gleaming white teeth. Endless fire elemental energy gathered in his mouth, bursting forth with a dazzling fiery red light. The radius of the fireball began to gradually increase, by 1 centimeter, 1 decimeter. It's almost half a meter away now. If this flame bomb is successfully launched, its power is self-evident. I'm afraid I'll be blasted to pieces. They're building up their strength. Lu Yuan reacted quickly. At the same time, a faint smile appeared on his lips, because this is also his opportunity. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan let out a low shout and almost frantically mobilized the Yuan energy within his body. 30 ice swords instantly appeared beside him, spinning rapidly. He waved his hand dramatically. Swish, swish, swish. The ice swords poured down like a torrential downpour. This scene took the fiery newt by surprise. Both are ultimate skills, so why can you release them instantly? Left with no other option, to avoid becoming an easy target, it had to stop charging up its power. Launch the incompletely formed flame bomb. Lu Yuan used a few ice swords to parry. The moment the ice sword made contact with the fire bomb, thick smoke erupted. The smoke obscured the fiery salamander's vision. Taking this opportunity, most of the ice swords bypassed the smoke and struck the fiery salamander hard. The ice swords were extremely powerful, though not enough to completely withstand the power of the fireballs. However, Lu Yuan also has an ice shield and a 5th-tier protective talisman as double protection. In contrast, the fiery newt. Now she looks more like a fiery hedgehog. As the smoke cleared, Lu Yuan saw that its entire body was riddled with ice swords. From a distance, it looks just like a hedgehog. The once magnificent wings were now riddled with 2 large holes. After being pierced by the ice sword, the fiery salamander was seriously injured. With its wings damaged and a large amount of ice-type elemental energy raging within its body, it had no way to escape. Just then, a flash of scarlet appeared in its mouth, and then it spat it out. Since you've already become a hedgehog, a few more quills won't hurt, right? Lu Yuan revealed a malicious smile. A barrage of frost spears. He frantically hurled ice spears at the fiery newt. In less than half a minute, the fiery salamander's head drooped, its pupils closed. It looks as if it is already dead. Still trying to fool me? Seeing it feigning death, Lu Yuan chuckled. He knew that only when the ferocious beast truly died could he gain evolution points. Currently, he has not gained any evolution points, indicating that the fire salamander is still playing dead. With a final ice spear shot, Lu Yuan finally ended the life of the fiery salamander. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his ear. You have defeated the Tier 5 mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery salamander, gaining 250,000 evolution points. 250,000. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and his mood instantly improved. His evolution points skyrocketed to 425,000, including Xiao Bing's portion. However, this battle also took a toll on Lu Yuan's physical strength. He smiled, leaned against the edge of a boulder, and slowly rested. Just then, the earth shook again. Has the mirror of time appeared? Or is the volcano about to erupt again? Lu Yuan immediately stood up, his gaze fixed on the distance. If the volcano erupts, he must escape immediately. Vibration is neither a mirror of time and space nor a volcanic eruption. Instead, the entire island was trembling. Before him, Lu Yuan saw a very familiar black vortex appear. He recognized it as the entrance to Lost Ruins number 7. The entrance to Lost Ruins number 7 has appeared. It seems the ruins will be closing soon. Lu Yuan murmured to himself. However, he felt no regret whatsoever. On the contrary, he was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Hundreds of thousands of evolution points. Dragon Blood, Ice Crystal Glazed Fruit, SS Plus level skill scroll Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, and dozens of S-level herbs. This trip to the Lost Ruins number 7 was exceptionally fruitful. Finally, he glanced back at the scene inside the ruins. He then stepped into the black vortex, passed through it, and returned to the real world. Ah, I'm finally back. The air on Earth is still so fresh. Back in the real world, Lu Yuan couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. A slender figure stood quietly, gazing ahead, as if waiting for someone. That was Jiang Xianran, and the person she was waiting for was Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan appeared, a look of surprise immediately flashed in Jiang Xuanran's eyes, and she quickly walked closer. Junior brother Lu Yuan. Jiang Xianran greeted him with a light laugh. Lu Yuan nodded in response. The volcano erupted shortly after the two parted ways. At the time, he was still worried about whether Jiang Xianran was safe and sound. However, after the volcanic eruption, he was too preoccupied to worry about anything else. He breathed breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his acquaintance was safe and sound. Afterwards, Lu Yuan prepared to leave and return to the Great Xia Kingdom. He said, "Senior Jiang Xianran, I'm going back now," and then walked away. But Jiang Xuanran's next words made him change his mind and stop in his tracks. "An auction is about to start over there. Do you want to go check it out?" Auction. Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that there was a trading area inside this giant building. Resources can be exchanged at an equivalent value. What you get in return could be resources of equal value, or relics coins jointly issued by the 12 relics. The currency used in the auction was not blue star coins, but relic coins. So, Lu Yuan and Jiang Xianran walked together toward the trading area. "Here are your 121 relic coins. Please keep them safe." A bald, burly man smiled as he accepted a bag of relic coins from someone. After the bald, burly man left, it was Lu Yuan's turn. He took out all the items in Lost Ruins number 7 that were of little value to him and exchanged them. For example, there are dozens of S-grade herbs, as well as ferocious beast crystals, flesh and blood, and the like. However, he did not use the treasures that were of great significance to Lu Yuan, such as the treasures obtained from the Mirror of Time and Space, to exchange for them. Among these spoils, a dark red crystal not only caught the eye of the staff but also attracted the attention of many other ability users in the vicinity. "My god, I've never seen such a large crystal before. Could this be the crystallization of a fiery salamander? Judging by its size, it must be at least a mid-level 5th rank, right?" "That's right, exactly." Many people with superpowers started discussing it. "This crystal is clearly the crystal of a fiery salamander." Standing behind Lu Yuan, Jiang Xuanran's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her heart filled with shock. A ferocious beast at the mid-5th tier, and an extremely powerful fiery salamander at that. Lu Yuan's strength far exceeded her expectations. At this moment, she clearly understood that she was no longer the strongest student at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. The true strongest one is junior brother Lu Yuan. More importantly, Lu Yuan is only a freshman, while she is already a senior, a full 3 years older than him. This is enough to demonstrate Lu Yuan's amazing talent. "Here are your 657 relic coins. Please keep them safe." After the staff finished counting, they respectfully handed over a large bag of relics coins. The surrounding superhumans couldn't help but cast envious glances. Jiang Xianran received only 150 relic coins. She didn't use the SS-grade resource, the Phantom Mushroom, to exchange for it. Instead, she carefully stored it in her spatial ring. Lu Yuan and Jiang Xianran sat in the middle right position. There are over 100 people with superpowers here. They either spoke in hushed tones or sat quietly waiting. Without exception, they were all full of anticipation for the upcoming auction. These superhumans have just emerged from Lost Ruins number 7. What treasures will be at this auction? I hope I can bring back something of value. Lu Yuan thought to himself. After all, he had exchanged all the herbs and crystals for relic coins. Converted to blue star coins, that's worth hundreds of millions. With such a large amount of relic coins, it shouldn't be difficult to spend them, right? As a black curtain slowly opened, the auction has officially begun. The auction is now open. Everyone must be exhausted after coming out of Lost Ruins number 7. Without further ado, let's get straight to the first item for auction. The host announced in fluent English. Because his English is fluent enough, even people who don't understand English can hear him clearly through translation software. The first item up for auction is 15 5th-tier enlightenment pills. Each person is limited to one purchase. The starting bid shall not be less than 15 relic coins, and each bid shall not be less than 5 relic coins. As soon as the host finished speaking, a heated discussion broke out in the audience. The 5th-tier enlightenment pill can increase the probability of breaking through to the 5th tier. Upon seeing this treasure, many superhumans showed expressions of surprise and delight. "I'll offer 15 relic coins." 20, 25, is anyone else here? Soon, all 15 5th-tier enlightenment pills were snapped up amidst shouts of excitement. However, Lu Yuan did not make a bid. For him, as long as there are evolution points, regardless of the level of breakthrough, the success rate is 100%. The second item is a 60 kg S-grade shape memory alloy. The starting bid shall not be less than 50 relic coins, and each bid shall not be less than 15 relic coins. The host announced loudly. Compared to ordinary alloys, shape memory alloys have extremely high elasticity and ductility. Once it takes shape, it will always return to its original state unless subjected to extremely severe damage. 50 relic coins. 70. I'll bid 100 directly. Go ahead and compete with me. 120. Many people with superpowers are not interested in this, but those with superpowers who specialize in fighting are scrambling for it. Half an hour later, the auction has now reached its 20th item. The 20th item, the Herb of Life. The moment those 4 words were uttered, most people at the scene were excited and thrilled, but a few people looked bewildered, not understanding why everyone was so excited. Some people may not be familiar with this name, so let me introduce it. The Grass of Life can regenerate severed limbs of 5th-tier ability users and below. This plant of life is extremely rare outside outside. The starting bid shall not be less than 400 relic coins, and each bid shall not be less than 100 relic coins. Upon hearing the introduction of the Herb of Life and its miraculous healing effects, Lu Yuan's pupils dilated suddenly, and his eyes shone with undisguised joy. Using the Grass of Life can actually regenerate the severed arms of 5th-tier ability users and below. Doesn't this mean that Mom can still be saved? An overwhelming feeling of excitement welled up inside me. Since her father died in a beast tide when she was 7 years old, her mother has been taking care of her with great difficulty. She not only endured the strange looks from outsiders, but also smiled gently at herself when she got home. Although his mother, Fong Wan, always said she didn't care about those stares, Lu Yuan knew in his heart that she actually cared a lot. Now, the appearance of the Herb of Life seems to solve all the problems. Lu Yuan's expression subtly changed, and a flicker of emotion also crossed Jiang Xuanran's eyes as she sat beside him, as if she had sensed something. My God, it's the Herb of Life. No one can take it away from us. I'm not going to argue with you. I'll just check if you have enough relic coins. The appearance of the life grass was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, sparking a heated discussion among those present. After all, the effect is so incredible that it's hard to believe. This scene, which was originally only seen in movies, actually appeared in real life. However, once the initial excitement of the discussion subsided, everyone realized that the starting bid is a whopping 400 relic coins. I don't have enough relic coins on hand. Moreover, the people present were all strangers to each other, and this was already the 20th item up for auction. Everyone had almost run out of relic coins. Everyone covets the Grass of Life, but there's a shortage of relic coins. It's probably unlikely that others will voluntarily give up their relic coins. Ultimately, whether or not you succeed depends on how many relic coins you have. 400 relic coins. Lu Yuan was the first to state his bottom line. These words immediately drew gasps of astonishment. My God, 400 relic coins. I can't believe someone actually dared to bid that high. It takes a lot of patience to keep so many relic coins from the first 19 auction items. Sigh, I also want the Herb of Life, but I only have 250 relic coins, not even enough to cover the starting bid. Discussions arose one after another, some expressing surprise, others regret. Just when Lu Yuan thought victory was assured, a burly man from a team from the United States sitting not far from him shouted, 500 relic coins. Someone actually offered 500 relic coins. How many treasures did this guy get in Lost Ruins number 7? 600 relic coins. Lu Yuan raised the price again without hesitation. For him, the Herb of Life was extremely important and he had to obtain it. The American man's expression changed, and his smile froze instantly. I never expected someone would dare to offer 600 relic coins. Their team had incredible luck this time, managing to salvage a lot of treasures in Lost Ruins number 7, but they only managed to collect a total of 510 ruins coins. Friend, how about I give you some face and give you some other resources as compensation after the auction? The burly man tried to soften the relationship, revealing a smile, hoping to win Lu Yuan over. Lu Yuan analyzed the other party's meaning through his watch and shook his head in refusal. He must get his hands on this life-giving herb. 3, 2, 1. As the host brought down the gavel, the Grass of Life finally fell into Lu Yuan's hands. After the auction, the staff handed him the Herb of Life and reminded him, once you leave here, the safety of the auction items is entirely up to you. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. With his current strength, probably no one on the scene can match him. Captain, it's not difficult to make a move in this vast desert. Why don't we just go and rob it? The teammate next to the burly man made a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes fierce. But to the team member's surprise, the burly man who was the captain shook his head. The reason is simple. Just as Lu Yuan was exchanging the relic coins, the burly man happened to pass by and also saw the fiery salamander crystal. The burly man naturally wouldn't easily believe that this was something Lu Yuan had casually picked up. This only proves that Lu Yuan possesses the strength to defeat a mid-level 5th-tier fiery salamander. Such superhumans are people they would never dare to provoke easily. Although the Herb of Life is precious, my strength is insufficient, so I have no choice but to give way. After many twists and turns, Lu Yuan and Jiang Xianran finally arrived at the Mo Urban International Airport. They will fly to the deep city of the Great Xia Kingdom. On the plane, Jiang Xianran and Lu Yuan chatted very congenially, laughing heartily. However, good times are always fleeting. Soon, the plane arrived at the deep city of the Great Xia Kingdom. After the plane landed slowly, the two walked towards the exit. There, a pretty figure stood quietly. Whether it's her looks or her figure, either one is enough to attract the attention of passers-by and make her a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Now, such an extreme combination of appearance and figure is perfectly combined in one person. The sight of her stunning beauty captivated everyone else at the airport who couldn't take their eyes off her. That figure was Xia Qingyin. Upon learning that Lu Yuan would be returning, she arrived at the airport early to wait for him. Upon seeing Lu Yuan appear, Xia Qingyin quickly stepped forward, blinking her clear, bright eyes, and called out crisply, "A1." Unable to suppress her longing, she rushed straight into Lu Yuan's arms. Feeling the curvaceous figure in his arms, Lu Yuan, who had spent 3 whole weeks in the Lost Ruins number 7, couldn't help but feel a sense of enjoyment. He reached out and gently stroked Xia Qingyin's head, right behind Lu Yuan. So Junior Lu Yuan already has a girlfriend. Jiang Xuanran's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. She took a deep breath and composed herself. He then said, Junior brother Lu Yuan, I'll be going now. After all, Lu Yuan was such an outstanding man that even she was tempted by him. It would be strange not to have a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyin broke free from Lu Yuan's embrace. Looking at Jiang Xuanran's expression and her receding figure, he seemed to understand something. Then, Lu Yuan got into Xia Qingyin's Mercedes and returned to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. 3 weeks, finally back. Lu Yuan sighed silently to himself. This was the longest he had ever left for another dimension. During this time, he also grew quite a bit of beard on his chin. However, this did not affect his good looks at all. Instead, it adds a sense of vicissitude, as if the person has returned after experiencing many hardships. Although the battlesuit has automatic temperature regulation, combined with his own ice-type ability for dual adjustment, he hasn't broken a sweat in the past few days. After not showering for 3 weeks, Lu Yuan still felt a little uncomfortable. Back in his dorm, he quickly cleaned himself up, changed into casual clothes, and left his room. Xia Qingyin had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Lu Yuan left the dormitory, she couldn't wait to come forward to greet him. She blinked her bright, lively eyes and kept looking him over. A dozen seconds later, Lu Yuan waved his hand and forced a smile. Xiaoyin, there's no need to stare at me like that. Xia Qingyin snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and muttered, how can I not take a look around? You're always either cultivating or going out. Hearing her words, Lu Yuan's heart stirred, and he reached out to pat her head. Sigh, Xiaoyin, I've let you down. Indeed, after Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin confirmed their relationship, they didn't stick together all the time like ordinary couples. He had originally planned to report the results of the battle to Qin Tianlong, but he has now changed his mind. Let's spend some time with Xiaoyin today. After all, the time I can spend with Xiaoyin will probably become less and less in the future. That's not what I meant. I just wanted you to spend more time with me. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's apology, Xia Qingyin was slightly taken aback, then quickly shook her head and waved her hand. Then, Xia Qingyin stomped her foot and asked, why do you keep touching my head? Do you think I'm your little daughter? A little daughter? That's not a bad idea. My dear daughter, come here and call me daddy so I can hear it. Lu Yuan smiled with a hint of mischievousness. He was in a good mood at the moment and even joked with Xia Qingyin, which was rare for him. Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to accept Xia Qingyin's verbal rebuttal, unexpectedly, Xia Qingyin tiptoed and slowly leaned closer to those delicate red lips. Their lips touched lightly, silently expressing her longing for him. That won't do. But this, I can grant you. After they parted, Xia Qingyin's face flushed slightly. She gently tossed her hair and spoke in a clear, melodious voice. Seeing this, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Lu Yuan returned around noon. After spending the entire afternoon with Xia Qingyin, he arrived at Qin Tianlong's residence. At Qin Tianlong's home, Lu Yuan, you only remembered your teacher after the date was over? Why didn't you ask me out for a little longer? Qin Tianlong raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. If other students saw this, they would probably be shocked. The strict and impressive dean of the Ice Academy, Qin Tianlong, actually has such a wicked side. Teacher, Lu Yuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. He never expected that Qin Tianlong would be able to detect this. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Tell me, what treasures did you bring back from the Lost Ruins number 7 this time? Qin Tianlong walked to the coffee table and poured himself a pot of tea. After taking a sip, he asked a question. Dragon blood, ice crystal glazed fruit, and this SS plus level skill scroll, myriad flower ice mirror. Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't hide it from his teacher. With a thought, the 3 treasures from the spatial ring appeared one after another on the coffee table. Ice crystal glazed fruit, SS plus level skill scroll, kaleidoscope of ice. Upon hearing about each treasure, Qin Tianlong's pupils dilated slightly. He almost choked on his tea when he heard about the last skill scroll. What does SS plus level skill mean? Only a 9th level ability user can create a skill book of this caliber. As 9th tier ability users, they had long since come to regard blue star coins as insignificant. What they lack is the opportunity to break through, the chance to accumulate strength and then unleash it. Therefore, unless it is out of some obligation, a 9th level ability user would never create an SS plus level skill book. After all, crafting SS plus level skill books is extremely difficult. Even Qin Tianlong himself currently only possesses one SS plus level skill. Unexpectedly, his student Lu Yuan, who was only at the 4th level, had already obtained such a precious learning opportunity. Great, great. Luck always favors geniuses. That makes perfect sense. At this moment, Qin Tianlong couldn't stop smiling. Lu Yuan asked, Teacher Qin, could you please help me determine the grade of this dragon blood? Qin Tianlong accepted the dragon blood handed to him by Lu Yuan. After carefully examining the blood using his mental power, he said, judging from the strength of the blood, this should be the essence blood of a mid-level level 8th order ferocious beast, but I cannot determine exactly what kind of ferocious beast it is. If you were to make contact with them now, you would definitely be in mortal danger. After saying that, Qin Tianlong brought over a water bucket with a capacity of about 20 liters. Pour those few milliliters of semen into the water. Then, regular ice cubes were added continuously. Add ice, keep adding ice, and keep adding ice. After being diluted 1,000 times, Qin Tianlong slowly exhaled and said, "This dragon blood diluted to this concentration should be suitable for you." "Thank you, teacher." Lu Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Oh, right, Lu Yuan, I almost forgot to tell you, the National Superpowered College competition is about to begin. Song Laodang and I both agree that you're now capable of participating. Would you like to give it a try?" Qin Tianlong suddenly asked. Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities is his alma mater. He enjoys the highest privileges as a student, has received many special treatments, and has also received meticulous care from teacher Qin. Whether from a sentimental or rational point of view, Lu Yuan should bring honor to his alma mater. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan nodded firmly. "Good lad, I knew I hadn't misjudged you." Qin Tianlong patted his shoulder with a smile, his satisfaction undisguised. "Come on, follow me to the second floor, I'll apply this dragon blood to you," Qin Tianlong said, walking towards the stairwell and beckoning Lu Yuan to follow. Lu Yuan nodded and followed closely behind Qin Tianlong. On the second floor of Qin Tianlong's residence, the two entered an empty room. "This place is quite suitable, Lu Yuan, why don't you take off your clothes?" Qin Tianlong said slowly. "Yes, teacher," Lu Yuan replied, taking off his outer clothes to reveal his muscular physique. "Not bad, not bad." Qin Tianlong smiled and nodded in satisfaction. In his eyes, Lu Yuan's muscles were firm but not overly bulky, and his shoulders and back were broad and powerful, showing that he had never relaxed. "This is your first time absorbing dragon blood. Even if it's diluted 1,000 times, it will still hurt a lot. You'll have to bear with it," Qin Tianlong reminded Lu Yuan, telling him to prepare himself mentally. "Understood, teacher." Lu Yuan nodded, already mentally prepared. "This pain is nothing compared to becoming stronger." Qin Tianlong smiled slightly, then scooped up a ladleful of diluted dragon blood and slowly poured it onto Lu Yuan's back. Dragon blood flowed slowly along the muscle lines. Despite the blood of an ice dragon, Lu Yuan did not feel the slightest bit of cold. Instead, a warm current seeped out from his back, gradually penetrating his bones, organs, meridians, and blood, spreading throughout his body. "Doesn't this hurt?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. He wondered why teacher Qin had specifically reminded him of this. Unexpectedly, it started as a warm current, and then the temperature rose rapidly. The warm current turned into scorching heat. Lu Yuan frowned, his fist clenched so tightly it made a crack sound. "It looks like the pain is coming soon. I have to grit my teeth and bear it." The burning sensation intensified and quickly evolved into a piercing, searing pain. Lu Yuan groaned, his body tensed up suddenly, his muscles trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat poured out of his forehead like rain. His heart was pounding rapidly, as loud as a drumbeat. He could even clearly hear his own heart beating. To put it figuratively, Lu Yuan at this moment was as if he were trapped in a steamer with the heat blazing down, making it unbearable. But no matter how painful it is, you can only endure it. This is a trial that the strong must go through. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain. Dragon blood washed over his body again and again, and his originally yellowish-white skin gradually turned bright red, like a piece of iron being forged in the flames. It's not just physical pain, but also mental torment. Lu Yuan felt an emotion called tyranny strongly impacting his mind, causing his eyes to turn bloodshot for the first time in a long time. "No, I need to calm down. I need to calm down," he told himself. How can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Despite the impact of the dragon's blood, Lu Yuan struggled to hold on thanks to his strong will. Gradually, the pain began to subside. This means that his body has fully adapted to the process of absorbing dragon blood. Once you get used to it, the following steps will naturally be much easier. Lu Yuan could clearly feel the dragon blood seeping into his body from his back, flowing like a babbling brook, with a slightly cool sensation. For him, this feeling was extremely comfortable. He secretly praised him in his heart. The comfort made Lu Yuan squint his eyes, immersing himself in it and enjoying it to the fullest. 12 hours have passed. The dragon blood was completely absorbed by Lu Yuan. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be. Lu Yuan let out a long breath. It had been a long time since he had felt so refreshed. "Lu Yuan, your willpower is truly remarkable. You actually managed to hold back from fainting," Qin Tianlong praised. "Ah, you flatter me, teacher." Lu Yuan scratched his head and responded modestly. "The dragon blood has been fully absorbed. Do you have any different feelings?" Qin Tianlong asked. "I can feel every muscle brimming with power. The circulation of vital energy between organs and meridians is now smoother. Moreover, the purity of the elemental energy seems to have improved as well." Lu Yuan closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. These are all his subjective feelings. As for the objective changes, naturally, this means an improvement in attributes. Teacher Qin couldn't see his panel, so Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and opened the panel to take a look. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 425000. Energy purity, 81%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, mid-tier 4. Mental energy, 3020 Hz. Chi in blood, 13,100 calories. This sudden change in attributes left Lu Yuan stunned for a moment. My energy and blood levels increased by an astonishing 3,000 calories, reaching 13,100 calories. His pupils suddenly dilated. That's great. All my hard work paid off, Lu Yuan exclaimed. It seems your absorption rate of dragon blood is pretty good. There are about 3 weeks until the National Superpowered College competition. I hope you can give a great performance. Qin Tianlong nodded slightly. Yes, teacher, Lu Yuan replied. Afterwards, he left Qin Tianlong's residence and went to the alchemy department of Shenzhen Superpower University. After refining the extreme ice pill, he added the head of the alchemy department on WeChat and explained the situation to him. The head of the alchemy department was naturally very pleased. After all, he was a pill-making fanatic who particularly enjoyed high-difficulty refining techniques. This made him enjoy it. He usually didn't even look at the alchemical raw materials that the students brought him. Upon learning that Lu Yuan had brought rare medicinal ingredients, he excitedly came to the entrance of the alchemy workshop to greet him. Who is this old man? Someone asked in a low voice. You haven't met the head of the alchemy department? Well, I've only met him once. I heard he has a particular fondness for complex crafting techniques. Who delivered the raw materials to him this time? I don't know, let's see. The students watching started discussing it. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lu Yuan's figure slowly appeared. Seeing the large number of people, he did not take out the ice crystal glass fruit in public, but instead walked in chatting and laughing with the director. Damn it, I still want to see what these raw materials are. Forget it, let's leave, someone said, leaving in frustration. Inside Principal Song Li Yuan's office. What did you say? You're not going to be the captain anymore? Song Li Yuan looked astonished. He knew that Jiang Xianran was able to stay at Shenzhen University of Superpowers because of her great-grandfather's connections, precisely because she wanted to lead her team to victory in the National University Superpower competition. Otherwise, she would have already met the criteria for being an outstanding graduate. But what did he hear now? Jiang Xianran made it clear that she would no longer be the team leader. If you don't become the team leader, then who will? Song Li Yuan asked anxiously. To serve as captain, one needs not only excellent command skills but also outstanding abilities. In the entire Shenzhen University of Superpowers, no one is more suitable than her. When Song Li Yuan asked her, Jiang Xianran shook her head slightly and then uttered two words in a low voice. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. His command ability is passable, but his actual strength. Cough cough cough. Hearing Jiang Xuanran's evaluation, Song Li Yuan almost choked. Perhaps because he understood Jiang Xuanran's personality, he almost mistook her for someone who was blinded by love. Seeing Song Li Yuan's strange expression, Jiang Xianran told him in detail about how Lu Yuan single-handedly fought against the 5-person team from the Sakura Kingdom and the Lost Ruins number 7, and about the 5th-tier mid-level fiery salamander crystal among the loot. Even Song Li Yuan, a grandmaster at the mid-level of the 8th rank and a man of great knowledge, couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Who could believe that a freshman, or even a student in the first semester of freshman year, could do something like this? But he knew very well that Jiang Xianran would never lie to him. He has no choice but to believe. This incident gave him a clearer understanding of Lu Yuan's potential. He smiled calmly and said, okay, we'll do it your way. This year, let's make Lu Yuan the team leader. Immediately afterwards, Song Li Yuan contacted Lu Yuan privately via QQ. Just because someone can be the team leader doesn't mean they want to be. It depends on their personal willingness. As expected, Lu Yuan readily agreed. Soon after, an official announcement was posted on the campus forum. The announcement naturally includes the time and location of the National Superpowered College competition, as well as the list of participating teams from each school. Many students who frequented the forum flocked to the site, checking in and reserving their spots. Soon, they noticed a shocking fact. Our school's team captain for this National Superpowered High School competition. It wasn't Jiang Xianran they knew, but Lu Yuan. Good heavens, isn't that just a freshman in college? What's going on with the school leaders? Did they drink fake alcohol and mistake Lu Yuan, a freshman, for the team leader? To be honest, it was already surprising enough that Lu Yuan was able to join the team, let alone become the captain. The news spread like wildfire. You tag me, I tag you. In an instant, the news that Lu Yuan had become the team leader was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar on the campus forum. After all, many people's impression of Lu Yuan is still that he is at the middle level of the 3rd tier. They didn't have an omniscient perspective, so how could they know that Lu Yuan was no longer the same person he used to be? They were completely unaware that he had even broken through to SS-level superpowers. Shocking. The captain of the National College Superpower competition is not Jiang Xianran. Why should Lu Yuan be the captain? Can official announcements even contain typos? typos? Lu Yuan and the school leaders are engaging in shady dealings. Titles like these quickly spread like wildfire on campus forums. It's not that they don't trust the school leaders, but rather that this is too unbelievable. Should a freshman be chosen as the captain of the National Superpowered College Student Competition? Since its establishment, Shenzhen University of Superpowers has never had such a precedent. Of course, a small number of people chose to believe the school leaders' decision and firmly believed that Lu Yuan must have extraordinary abilities. Thus began a war of words between the two sides. In any case, not long after the incident escalated, the technical staff of the campus forum took action. Those who should be silenced, and those whose posts should be deleted should be deleted. Before long, the once bustling forum returned to calm. But the heated offline discussions never stopped. On the contrary, they intensified. Xiaoyin, look at your husband. His name is on the campus forum. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Yuzhu was browsing the forum excitedly. What do you mean my husband? That's a long way off. Xia Qingyin responded with a slight blush. Oh well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Never mind all that. Come and see this announcement on the campus forum. Wang Yuzhu beckoned Xia Qingyin over. Ah Yuan, he's actually the captain. Seeing this, Xia Qingyin repeatedly confirmed it, her beautiful eyes sparkling with disbelief. Xiaoyin, do you think there's a typo? I know Lu Yuan is strong, but not to this extent. Wang Yuzhu frowned, appearing somewhat doubtful of Lu Yuan's abilities. Xiaozhu, let me tell you a secret, Yuan's special ability, and the level he reached 3 weeks ago. Xia Qingyin didn't take it seriously, and quietly leaned close to Wang Yuzhu's ear, whispering something. Anyway, all this information will be revealed once the competition starts, so there's no harm in telling your best friend in advance. Wow, SS level ability, lower 4th tier. Finally, Wang Yuzhu couldn't help but blurt out a word. Xiaoyin, look, those people are still cursing your husband. What? No way. Xiaozhu, help me yell back at them hard. We're both freshmen, but Lu Yuan has become the team leader, while I haven't even reached the upper level of the 1st tier. While eating in the cafeteria, Lu Yuan's eyes widened. Like him, Wang Zhe, Fangshi, and Jiang Xingyu also seemed somewhat dazed. 2 months ago, Lu Yuan led them to participate in the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities. Now, 2 months later, he has become the captain of the National College Superpower Competition. Although the time was short, Captain Lu Yuan's improvement in strength was truly astonishing. Inside the principal's office, these people, seeing the comments made by some students on the campus forum, Zhang Shenran became unusually excited. Although these trolls' comments would naturally be dispelled once the competition began, she still couldn't tolerate any damage to Lu Yuan's reputation, even if it was only temporary. The news of his appointment as team captain caused a huge uproar on the campus forum. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, it seems I've been too low-key, and so many people are unaware of my abilities. Indeed, since the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities, Lu Yuan has not shown his true strength in front of everyone. So, after reporting to Song Li Yuan, he went to the testing ground of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. He then sent a video to Song Li Yuan. Lu Yuan gave a low shout, and 20 ice swords surrounded him. That's right, he was actually holding back. He had already reached the pinnacle of proficiency with the extreme ice illusion killing array skill, and could now unleash up to 30 ice swords at a time. But 20 ice swords are more than enough. He waved his hand. The ice sword shot forward with tremendous force, like a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice sword was incredibly sharp, making a loud noise as it rubbed against the air. The sword's edge was pointed directly at the testing equipment not far away. A shocking number popped up on the instrument. 518,000 kilograms. That's 518 tons. That's right. Lu Yuan still held back. The ice sword he released was not in its full form. But this is already shocking enough. After receiving the video, Song Li Yuan immediately contacted the administrator of the Heart and Shenzhen University app and requested that the video be uploaded to the official announcement. The other party executed it swiftly. Soon, below the introduction of the captain of our school's participating team in this national superpowered college competition, an additional 20-second video has been added. As soon as the video was posted, all the students who had commented on the post instantly received notifications on their phones. The post you are following has been updated. The post has been updated? Driven by curiosity, they flocked to the post again. In less than 10 minutes, a large number of new posts appeared on the campus forum, and the trend had completely changed. After all, they weren't fools. They knew that Lu Yuan wasn't showing his full strength in the video. Even so, the total damage of a single skill reaches 518,000 kilograms, or 518 tons. How much real strength do they possess? It's probably far more than 518 tons. 700 tons? Or 800 tons? No one can say for sure. But the only thing they were certain of was that Lu Yuan had proven himself worthy of being the captain, and that was enough. Shocking. Lu Yuan's strength is off the charts. Haters, come out and respond. Lu Yuan's selection as team leader is a wise choice by the school leaders. Meanwhile, similar posts quickly went viral on campus forums. After posting the video, Lu Yuan didn't pay much attention to the trending topics on the forum. At this moment, carrying the herb of life, he has boarded the high-speed train bound for his hometown Fengyang City, Jiangnan Province. The herb of life is extremely precious. If it gets lost, who can take responsibility for it? Even if someone is willing to take responsibility, the life-giving grass can never be found again. That would mean the hope of curing my mother would be delayed indefinitely. After much thought, I decided I would feel more at ease taking it back myself. By the way, Lu Yuan has already told his mother, Feng Wan, that he is coming back. He also confessed about the herb of life. As the old saying goes, the sooner you tell your mother the good news, the sooner she will be happy. A few hours later, Xiao Yuan, you're back. As soon as Lu Yuan returned home, Feng Wan's face was filled with joy and anticipation. The good news is that my son has finally come back. What we are looking forward to is news about the herb of life. Come on, Mom, let's go inside and talk. The two walked into the house together. Look, this is it. Just take it and your arm will grow back. As Lu Yuan spoke, he took out the grass of life from his spatial ring. Bearing all hope, the grass of life shone brightly in his hands. Suddenly, a few clear tears slid down Feng Wan's cheeks. Mom, why are you crying? It's nothing, Mom's just excited. Feng Wan's eyes welled up with tears as she suddenly recalled the hardships she had endured taking care of Lu Yuan alone. Though she said she didn't care, could she truly remain unmoved? How could that be? She used to be the school's most beautiful girl, but over the years she has suffered a lot of criticism and accusations behind her back. It hasn't been an easy journey. She simply swallowed all her bitterness and never showed it to anyone. Feng Wan swallowed the herb of life. The next moment, a dense green light appeared at the spot where her arm had been severed. This luster is like life itself, just like the name of the herb of life. As the light flashed, she could actually feel her arm growing out of thin air. Just like a scene from a movie, it has now become a reality. At the same time, the wrinkles that had accumulated from her exhaustion vanished instantly. That's incredible. Feng Wan sighed. All of this is thanks to having such a wonderful son. Old Lu, did you see that? Our son is really promising. Feng Wan's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Afterwards, she carefully prepared a sumptuous meal for Lu Yuan. Needless to say, these are all foods that Lu Yuan likes to eat. She doesn't care whether her son is a picky eater or not. She would definitely make it as long as he liked it. Oh, right, Mom, I'm participating in the National College Superpower Competition in 3 weeks, and I'm the team captain. Okay, I will definitely come as promised. Feng Wan nodded with a smile. According to regulations, the freshman competition and the freshman competition of the 4 prestigious universities are only open to students for spectating. But the National College Superpower Competition is different. The venue has over 100,000 seats, open to the public. Moreover, people throughout the Great Xia can watch the live stream online. Even if you're not there in person, you can still cheer for your favorite universities and players. This competition will fully demonstrate the top strength of a school. Similarly, it will have a huge impact on the school's enrollment next year. Students who perform exceptionally well often attract the attention of major corporations, supernatural ability agencies, and legionary organizations, and may even sign contracts with them in advance. After dinner, early the next morning, Lu Yuan bid farewell to his hometown and took the high-speed train back to Shenzhen University of Superpowers. The National Superpowered College Competition differs significantly from the freshman competitions and the 4 prestigious universities that Lu Yuan previously participated in. In this competition, contestants can bring their companion beasts along with them. During my absence, Xiao Bing continued to cultivate diligently in the underground world of the school without the slightest slackening. Lu Yuan clearly saw Xiao Bing's efforts through the constantly increasing evolution points on the panel. Although it has few evolutionary points, it is enough to prove its dedication and effort. Whether it was to prepare for the upcoming national competition or as a reward for Xiao Bing's hard work, Lu Yuan decided to bring it to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. As if sensing something, Xiao Bing seemed unusually happy today, wagging its tail constantly. Inside a training room of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Evolution points 425000. Companion beast, Ice-sprung giant python. Little Ice. Lu Yuan reached out and gently stroked Little Ice's snake head. Xiao Bing enjoyed this pampering, squinting her eyes, her forked tongue trembling slightly. Eat this, and your strength will be significantly enhanced. Lu Yuan clicked on the next to the companion beast pen and handed Xiao Bing an ordinary fruit. Evolution points minus 15,000. Companion beast, Ice Prism Python, Tier 3 mid-tier / Tier 5 high tier. Evolution points minus 25,000. Companion beast, Ice Prism Python, Tier 3 upper rank / Tier 5 middle rank. Evolution points minus 50,000. Companion beast, Ice Piercing Python, Tier 4 lower grade / Tier 5 mid grade. Evolution points 3350 0.000. Lu Yuan consumed 90,000 evolution points in one go, allowing Xiao Bing to leap directly from the lower third tier to the lower fourth tier, crossing an important realm. A blue glow enveloped Little Ice, marking its transformation and a leap in its strength. Judging from its size, the snake is over 10 meters long and weighs more than 10 tons. The two protruding fangs were even larger and sharper, radiating a deadly aura. The hardness of the scales has increased several times, greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Master, thank you so much. Xiao Bing excitedly leaned closer, pressing her body tightly against Lu Yuan's thigh. Xiao Bing may have once thought that she was exceptionally talented, or that her rapid growth was due to her master's rapid improvement in strength. After all, the cultivation level of a companion beast is closely related to the cultivation level of its master. Just like Xia Qingyin's companion beast, the deep-water demon dragon cub Xiaolan, its current realm is only the lower level of the second tier. But now, how could Xiao Ice not understand? I am just an ordinary companion beast, and my rapid growth is all thanks to my master's careful cultivation. That magical fruit was actually fed to me by my master. Xiao Bing was filled with gratitude. Now, Sister Little Blue will be so surprised when she sees me, it thought to itself, already imagining the look of astonishment on Little Blue's face when she sees it now. After Xiao Bing completed its transformation, the two began to train diligently in the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. After the training ended, Lu Yuan took Xiao Bing and left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. At this moment, a graceful young woman was quietly waiting at the door. Beside her, a small blue dragon flapped its tiny wings and floated in midair. The person and the beast were Xia Qingyin and her companion beast, Xiaolan. What is this beautiful woman doing standing here? I need to go up there and get their contact information. If I don't succeed this time, I've lost. Xia Qingyin's beauty attracted many people who had just left the superpower hall to stop and stare. Are you crazy? That's Lu Yuan's girlfriend, you know? He's the captain of our school's national superpower competition team this year. Never mind, it's a good thing I didn't go up and ask for it. However, some people recognized Xia Qingyin and understood her relationship with Lu Yuan, so they all turned around and left. After Lu Yuan came out, Xia Qingyin called out softly, then strode over to him with her long legs. A fragrant breeze wafted over, and Lu Yuan took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. He raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyin, there are still quite a few people watching around." Xia Qingyin gently shook her head, her eyes firm. "It's alright, let them watch if they want to." Despite the many students watching her, Xia Qingyin didn't care at all. Since getting together with Lu Yuan, she has become increasingly bold. Sister Xiaolan. Xiao Bing flicked its tongue and slowly crawled up to Xiaolan. "Xiao Bing? You're Xiao Bing? How did you get so big?" Xiaolan was stunned and speechless with surprise. She was born several months earlier than Xiao Bing. In the following period of time, Lu Yuan's main focus is on mastering the SS plus level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Moreover, this was not his effort alone, but a joint effort by two people. Lu Yuan's teacher is Qin Tianlong. Even though Qin Tianlong is a 7th tier lower level Ice-type master, the Ice-type defensive skills he has mastered are only at the SS level. This is enough to demonstrate the rarity and preciousness of the Mirror of 1,000 Flowers. The skill scrolls present the teaching content via projection, allowing two people to learn simultaneously even if they don't understand the language in the scrolls. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, life will undergo its first true sublimation. The average lifespan is about 80 years. A master-level expert, barring unforeseen circumstances, can live to at least 120 years old. This is one of the reasons why the 7th level is named separately. 8th-tier Grandmasters have even longer lifespans, reaching up to 160 years. A 9th-tier saint can easily live past 200 years old. As for the 10th-tier venerables above the 9th tier, their lifespan increases dramatically. Take the ruler of the Great Xia Kingdom, for example. He is 270 years old this year and still in good health. In short, the higher one's spiritual level, the longer one's lifespan. Qin Tianlong is only in his 40s and has a long life ahead of him. Therefore, learning a more powerful SS plus level skill from scratch is definitely more valuable than improving an existing SS level skill. After completing his training at the Ice-type Ability Hall, Lu Yuan did not ride a shared electric scooter back to his dormitory tonight, but instead chose to walk. The time is 23:30. A gentle breeze was blowing, the night was quiet, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Walking along the street, I felt incredibly happy. Just then, Lu Yuan passed a street lamp from which the current emitted a distinct buzzing sound. The light bulb flickered on and off, creating an eerie atmosphere in conjunction with the surrounding silence. This street light is broken. Lu Yuan observed for a few moments and came to this conclusion. However, he didn't take it to heart. Given the efficiency of Shenzhen University of Superpowers, the street light should be repaired by tomorrow night at the latest. This is the efficiency of a top-tier university for people with superpowers, one of the 4 most prestigious universities in China. Just as he was about to continue walking, a middle-aged man of about 45 years old blocked his way. The person was holding a lecture book, clearly a theory teacher. However, Lu Yuan did not recognize him, nor did he know his name. After After all, as a mentor's personal student, Lu Yuan had the right not to attend classes. Many people, even after becoming personal students, would still choose to take one or two courses, since they were there to learn. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, preferred to use evolution points directly to add points, so he never attended any classes. The middle-aged man asked, "I am, teacher, what can I do for you?" Lu Yuan nodded, then asked with a hint of doubt, "Even if you don't know the other person, you should still show basic politeness. Knowing your name as Lu Yuan is enough." The middle-aged man gave a strange smile after hearing this. Immediately afterwards, an aura that was both unfamiliar and familiar to Lu Yuan suddenly erupted. The strange thing is that this aura doesn't seem to be emitted by a human at all. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that Lu Yuan vaguely remembered sensing a similar aura somewhere before. "You've awakened an SS level ability. You're only a freshman with unlimited potential, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to continue growing." The middle-aged man shook his head, then summoned a longsword from his spatial ring. His special ability is an A+ level wind-type ability, reaching the upper level of the 5th rank. A fierce wind swept across. He concentrated all his wind elemental energy into the longsword, and in an instant, the sword was surrounded by specks of green light. Then, he raised his longsword high and swung it sharply. A column of wind, tens of meters long, quickly formed and swept towards Lu Yuan at an astonishing speed. The speed was so fast that it was accompanied by a sonic boom. "You have awakened an SS-level superpower. You are the clone of the soul-devouring king." Listening to the middle-aged man's words and sensing his aura, Lu Yuan finally understood the truth. After returning to school, he returned the 5th-tier guardian talisman to Qin Tianlong. However, he kept the 5th-tier guardian talisman he received from the blonde youth Noah. At this moment, the talisman displayed its divine power. As a shield of elemental energy appeared, the massive pillar of wind was forcefully blocked. Lu Yuan's judgment was indeed correct. The assassin was indeed an avatar of the soul-devouring king. This guy went to great lengths to possess the body of a teacher who was away on a mission. The objective was clear: to infiltrate the Shenzhen Superpower University and assassinate Lu Yuan. Once SS-level ability users grow up, they will pose a great threat to the ferocious beast faction. No matter the cost, killing Lu Yuan is worth it. Not too stupid. It's a pity there's no reward. Your 5th-tier protective amulet can only save you 3 times. There are only the 2 of us here. It will take at least 5 minutes for the patrol team to arrive. I could kill you countless times in 5 minutes. The middle-aged man, no, it should be said that he was an avatar of the soul-devouring king, revealed a fierce smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. This reaction clearly left the soul-devouring king's clone completely bewildered. "Why are you laughing?" "Nothing." Lu Yuan didn't say much, but he was secretly delighted that he had actually received evolution points delivered to his door. Indeed, this is an unprecedented opportunity. You're just stalling for time. Don't waste your time." The soul-devouring king's clone snorted coldly and continued to attack. Thud, thud, thud. The wind blades collided with the ice blades, bursting out bursts of blue-green smoke. To his surprise, the ice blades that Lu Yuan continuously released were comparable to his wind blades. A fierce wind swept across. Extreme ice illusion killing array. Both sides continued to use their skills. The raging winds were still blocked by the elemental energy shield of the 5th-tier guardian talisman, and Lu Yuan's extreme ice illusion killing array. With a wave of his hand, 30 ice swords shot towards the location of the soul-devouring king's clone, their momentum overwhelming. "I knew you would use this trick." Gale Vortex. The soul-devouring king's clone revealed a cold smile. Gale Vortex is an S+ level skill with a powerful attraction that can even change the direction of flying objects. However, to his surprise again, the suction force of the whirlwind vortex had no effect on these ice swords. It should be noted that each ice sword summoned by Lu Yuan has an impact force of up to an astonishing 50 tons. How could it be so easily switched? "It's not over yet, keep attacking with frost spears." Not only that, Lu Yuan also unleashed another SS level skill, Frost Spear Combo. He raised the Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear, took a few steps forward, and thrust it fiercely at the soul-devouring king's clone. With ice swords attacking from the front and spears pressing from behind, the opponent was completely overwhelmed and could only retreat resentfully amidst shocked gazes. "You have slain an avatar of the supreme-level high-ranking ferocious beast Soul Devourer King, gaining plus 120,000 evolution points." A system notification sounded, and Lu Yuan's evolution points jumped to 455,000. A bit too little, not as good as the fiery salamander. Lu Yuan curled his lip. However, this is quite normal. The strength of this clone brought a sense of oppression, but it was indeed not as powerful as the original fiery salamander. "Patrol team, fighting is prohibited on school grounds. Everyone stay still and put your hands up." Just then, the school patrol team finally arrived. They glanced at Lu Yuan, then at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, and were stunned for a moment. This wasn't a fight between students, but a conflict between students and teachers. "This teacher suddenly attacked me, and I had no choice but to defend myself. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage over there. Lu Yuan spoke the truth. Most of the recent surveillance footage has been destroyed by the Soul Eater King's clones. However, there was one inconspicuous corner where the surveillance camera went unnoticed. That video recording does indeed prove Lu Yuan's innocence. The teacher attacked him first, and Lu Yuan was only forced to retaliate in self-defense. What's even more shocking is that Lu Yuan's strength is actually so great. He's only a freshman in college, yet he managed to outwit his teacher. Although he is only a teacher of theoretical courses, his ability is still unbelievable. Of course, this is a fantastic thing for him. The appearance of such a powerful figure is an absolute blessing for Shenzhen University of Superpowers, and even for the entire Great Xia Kingdom and the entire human race. 450,000 evolution points, and you still can't break through to a higher realm? On his way back to the dormitory, Lu Yuan muttered a complaint to himself. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. The more evolution points a requirement has, the greater the improvement brought by breaking through from the middle of the fourth order to the upper of the fourth order. Moreover, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to break through his cultivation level. On one hand, he had just mastered the skilled Myriad Flowers Ice Mirror and was planning to add points to it like crazy. On the other hand, as far as he knew, most of the contestants in the National College Superpower competition were only at the middle or upper level of the fourth tier, and he happened to be in that state of mind. The difference is, his ability level is SS, far exceeding the S level of other contestants. With this S bonus, the difference in strength immediately became apparent. On her phone, Jiang Xianran added Lu Yuan to a group chat, and after entering, she transferred the group owner's status to him. The 5 people in the group are the contestants representing Shenzhen University of Superpowers in this National College Superpower competition. They are Lu Yuan, Jiang Xianran, Lu Hong, Wang Ji, and Mu Xian. The team gathered in a large warehouse on campus. This warehouse was specially built by Shenzhen Superpower University, with the sole purpose of providing a special training venue for contestants of the National College Superpower competition. The assembly time is set for 12 noon today. Lu Yuan arrived 10 minutes early, at 11:50. However, there were already 4 figures inside the warehouse. 2 men and 2 women. "Hi, seniors, you're all up so early." Lu Yuan greeted him modestly. This surprised Wang Ji, who had originally intended to intimidate him. While the official announcement might change other students' opinions, Wang Ji remained unconvinced. After all, he was a member of the Silver Wolf team and knew that Jiang Xuanran's skill 100,000 volts had recently been upgraded to advanced proficiency. This is an SS level skill. The extremely strong offensive power of lightning combined with the instantaneous burst of impact can reach 600 tons or even close to 700 tons. Unlike Lu Yuan's ice sword, it deals massive damage in one hit and is much harder to defend against. Therefore, Wang Ji originally thought that Lu Yuan was a talented person who was eager to show himself and used his connections with school leaders to become the team leader. But now, hearing his humble tone, I feel like I might have been wrong. It's uncertain, we need to observe further. Yeah, it's alright, I just arrived too. Jiang Xianran gently tossed her silver hair and said with a smile, "Hello, Lu Yuan. Captain Lu, hello there." Others also responded, "Hello, hello." Even Wang Ji managed to force a smile in response. "Dear seniors, since we are about to participate in the competition, why don't we introduce ourselves first? That way, we can all get to know each other." Special abilities, cultivation levels, and their respective specialties, Lu Yuan said with a light laugh. The first person to speak was Jiang Xianran. She parted her red lips slightly and said with a smile, "Jiang Xuanran's awakened superpower is the S-level lightning superpower Jade Purity Divine. Lightning, at the upper level of the 4th rank. She excels at long-range bursts of power and also possesses certain close combat abilities." Next was Mu Xian. She blinked her bright eyes and said, "Mu Xian has awakened the S-level light-type ability Holy Light at the mid-4th tier, specializing in support." She was slightly surprised. Jiang Xianran, who was usually aloof, was the first to speak, and she had a bright smile on her face. This gave her an indescribable feeling. Is it out of respect for the strong? Unsure, she decided to observe further. Then Lu Hong patted his chest generously and introduced himself. "I am Lu Hong. I have awakened the S-level fire-type ability, Purple Sun Blazing Fire. I am at the upper level of the 4th tier. I am good at using a broadsword and prefer close combat." Wang Ji was the last to speak. "Wang Ji, I have awakened the S-level water-type ability Root Blue Water, which is at the mid-level of the 4th rank. My main role is to provide defense for the team. I see, ranged attacks, melee attacks, support, defense. The lineup is quite complete." Lu Yuan pondered silently in his heart. "I imagine many of you have some questions about why I'm the team leader. That's normal. To dispel your doubts, let me introduce myself properly." Lu Yuan smiled faintly and then said, "I am Lu Yuan. My superpower is the SS-level Ice-type superpower Frozen Throne, and I am at the middle of the 4th level. My abilities are relatively balanced, or rather, I am an all-rounder." SS-level superpower? Lu Yuan's introduction shocked the other 4 people. SS-level superpowers are extremely rare. It might take a country country only to produce one person with this kind of superpower every few years. These people are usually descendants of 8th level grandmasters or 9th level saints, because S-class ability users cannot have offspring with SS-class abilities. Only 8th order grandmasters and 9th order saints have enough resources to improve the purity of their own elemental energy, allowing their special abilities to evolve after birth. Now, an SS level ability user is right in front of them. How could they not be excited? No wonder, no wonder. A strange light shone in Zhang Xuanran's eyes. She finally understood why Lu Yuan was able to defeat the Sakura Kingdom team single-handedly and obtain the crystal of the 5th-tier mid-level ferocious beast, the fiery salamander. It turns out that the difference between superpowers is so great. It's actually an SS level ability. That's amazing. Lu Hong and Mu Xian were equally astonished. But they were not jealous, instead, they were delighted. With Lu Yuan on the team, this year's championship is sure to belong to Shenzhen University, and they will win the championship easily. Unlike last year, Shenzhen Superpower University won with exceptional difficulty. No wonder the school leaders appointed Lu Yuan as the team leader. A hint of shame appeared on Wang Ji's face. He's overthinking it. As you can see, the video in the official announcement did not show the full power of this skill. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan unleashed his skill, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold surged from his body and rapidly spread to the surroundings. As the icy aura gradually dissipated, 30 ice swords floated evenly around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan sent the 30 ice swords rapidly turning and flying toward the testing equipment in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. These ice swords, imbued with a death wish, struck the testing equipment and shattered. Unfortunately, the instrument was extremely robust, and the ice sword failed to perish along with it. But the numbers on the testing instrument started jumping wildly. 300 tons, 500 tons, 700 tons. The numbers continued to climb, leaving the four people dumbfounded and astonished. 1,000 tons. Shockingly, the numbers on the testing instruments did not stop at all. Even after breaking through the 1,000-ton mark, they continued to rise without any sign of slowing down. It's still rising. It's actually still rising. Upon seeing this, the pupils of all four involuntarily dilated. Wang Ji, in particular, felt not only surprise but also a hint of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't voiced her dissatisfaction with Lu Yuan when she harbored it. If she had impulsively spoken up then, dealing with such a powerful figure would likely have involved far more than just an apology. Lu Yuan was completely unaware of Wang Ji's feelings. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. As Lu Yuan's gaze fixed on the testing equipment, ultimately, the numbers stopped at an astonishing figure, 1,530 tons. My god, 1,530 tons. So this is Captain Lu's true strength. Wang Ji and Lu Hong were astonished, their breath catching in their throats. Such terrifying explosive power far exceeded their understanding of 4th-tier superhumans. You are a 4th-level ability user, and so am I. We are both 4th-level ability users, so why is there such a huge difference between us? Ultimately, they can only conclude that Lu Yuan was an SS-level superhuman. This is a difference that is obvious on the surface. In fact, it's not just a difference in the level of superpower, but also a difference in proficiency. Top students from the four prestigious universities, such as Wang Ji and Lu Hong, can generally only reach the intermediate level of proficiency in SS-level skills, at most the advanced level. It's difficult to reach the master level unless you dedicate a lot of time to training. Lu Yuan's skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array has not only reached the master level of proficiency, but has even broken through to the ultimate level. Junior brother Lu Yuan, you are really strong, really very strong. Zhang Xianran murmured to herself. Even she, who was once the strongest student at Shenzhen University of Superpowers, was filled with shock. Her full chest rose and fell slightly with it. At this moment, Mu Xian, who was standing next to him, said something surprising. Since Captain Lu is so strong, does that mean we don't need to train at all? After all, Captain Lu can wipe out the entire opposing team single-handedly, so we can easily handle things from behind. No, not at all. Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand and said modestly. Then, he put on a serious expression and said, however, training is still necessary. He was absolutely confident that he could lead the Shenzhen Superpower University team to win the National Superpower University competition. However, if the team becomes arrogant and complacent and underestimates their opponents, they may end up losing. Pride and laziness are absolutely unacceptable. Just like Lu Yuan himself, after returning to the real world, he didn't lie in bed and slack off, or spend all day being lovey-dovey with his girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. Instead, he continued to seize the time and devote himself wholeheartedly to the training at the school's Ice and Snow Ability Hall. I was just joking. The training will continue for every second that is required, Mu Xian said with a smile. As for other schools, there's no need to pay too much attention to them. From the start of the admissions process, it was pretty much predictable that the only ones truly worth paying attention to were the other three prestigious universities. Of course, apart from the team captain being the strongest in the school, the strength of the other team members members is hard to determine. On the one hand, apart from the captain, their cultivation levels and superpowers are actually quite similar, and there is no significant difference in their strength. On the other hand, a reasonable team composition is key.
For example, at Shenzhen Superpower University, apart from Lu Yuan, the other
four members already have a reasonable configuration of ranged, melee, defensive, and support roles, making the team very balanced.
So they began to analyze the strongest students from the other three prestigious universities. After some investigation,
first is the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Their strongest member is Song Fei, who has awakened an S-level Dark-type ability. Dark-type abilities are extremely rare, and his level has reached the upper 4th rank.
Next up is the Jingbei Superpower University.
This year, Jingbei Superpower University seems to be performing poorly. None of the current senior students have reached the upper level of the 4th rank, and the highest level is only the middle level of the 4th rank.
Finally, there's Tianchuan Superpower University. Their strongest member is named Li Shier, whose cultivation level is the upper 4th rank. This is normal and nothing special.
On the contrary, it was her special ability that attracted everyone's attention, because what she awakened was the extremely rare beast taming type.
Beast taming is a type of special ability, far rarer than elemental skills. The unique aspect of this ability is that it allows one to contract with multiple companion beasts.
More importantly, she can synchronize her cultivation level with all her contracted companion beasts, the 4th order superior realm. You can form contracts with 4 companion beasts, and all of them are at the upper level of the 4th rank.
Speaking of one-on-one combat, 1 against 4, who could withstand such strength?
We need to keep a close eye on this Li Shier. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Of course, despite the formidable strength of beast-taming ability users, they inevitably have weaknesses, and this weakness is precisely the ability of the superhuman. Unlike ordinary ability users, beast-tamer ability users cannot learn defensive combat skills and can only rely on their companion beasts to absorb damage.
This is precisely the breakthrough point. After the analysis was completed, the group entered virtual reality and began today's training.
The training content was very simple: teamwork.
The enemy they faced was a horde of ferocious beasts surging in from afar.
After a thrilling and intense battle, today's training session has come to a successful conclusion.
Captain Lu, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Captain. The group waved goodbye and then left. Time passed day by day.
In the morning, it was Lu Yuan's personal training time. In the afternoon, it was time for the team's group training. In the evenings, Lu Yuan would delve into the skilled Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. It is worth mentioning that he studied with his teacher at Qin Tianlong's residence. As for Xia Qingyin, although she wanted to be close to Lu Yuan, she was very sensible and did not take up his training time. I'll just take him for a walk after his training session.
One night, Lu Yuan said to his teacher, Qin Tianlong, "Teacher, I probably won't come here again tomorrow."
What?
What happened? Qin Tianlong looked puzzled and concerned after hearing this. It's nothing.
I've already mastered the Myriad Flowers Ice Mirror, so you can keep this scroll for your own study.
Lu Yuan told him the truth.
After all, he only needs to get the basics down, and the subsequent skill point allocation is also very simple and straightforward. Qin Tianlong, on the other hand, needed to thoroughly understand the basics to reach the beginner level of proficiency. The difficulty levels are naturally quite different.
Qin Tianlong was surprised that Lu Yuan had mastered it so quickly.
He was stunned for a few seconds after hearing what Lu Yuan said before he came to his senses. He had no doubt about his student's words, and patted Lu Yuan on the back with delight, saying, "You little rascal, you've already caught up with your teacher in learning skills."
It's all right.
Lu Yuan scratched his head and answered with a smile.
"I've been your teacher for so long, how about I become your student this time?"
Qin Tianlong raised an eyebrow with a smile and said those words.
Qin Tianlong dared to make such a joke only because they had a very good relationship. It's not impossible. Lu Yuan responded by touching his nose.
He dared to make such jokes only because of their close relationship. You little rascal, you're getting the benefits and you're still acting innocent. Even so, Qin Tianlong's smile remained bright. He was overjoyed to have met a student as talented and humble as Lu Yuan. Therefore, Lu Yuan left the skill scroll Myriad Flowers Ice Mirror in Qin Tianlong's residence. It's about 9 p.m. now, which is still early for Lu Yuan, and he can't waste any time.
So he went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Evolution points 454800.
After killing the soul-devouring king's clone some time ago, Lu Yuan's evolution points have reached 455,000. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Beginner, Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Low Level.
It took 200 evolution points to upgrade from beginner proficiency to low proficiency. With a thought, I opened the panel to check.
Skills: Gunplay, Master, Melee, Advanced, Ice Shard Ring, D, Master, Ice Flash, B, Master, Ice Blade, A, Master, Frozen Shield, A, Master, Ice Blast, S, Advanced. Winter Cage, S, Advanced, Detective Skill, S, Premium, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, SS, Premium, Frost Spear Combo, SS, Master, Kaleidoscope Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Beginner. Without a doubt, as Lu Yuan's only SS+ level skill, he would naturally allocate points to it without hesitation. Evolution points -6,500. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Low Level, Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Intermediate Level. The moment the evolution points were consumed, countless memories of practice flooded into Lu Yuan's mind. Although he had never actually used this skill, countless scenes of him practicing day and night appeared in his mind out of thin air. Sigh, looking at this memory, it seems like practicing it will be quite tough. Lu Yuan sighed with emotion, feeling a sense of relief as well. Intermediate level is far from enough, add more points. He whispered, add some more movements and continue. Evolution points -19,500. Kaleidoscope of Ice Mirrors, SS+, Intermediate. Kaleidoscope of Ice Mirrors, SS+, Advanced. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Advanced. The next to a skill means it can be upgraded further. Adding points is an art in itself. Evolution points -70,000. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Advanced. Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror, SS+, Master. When Lu Yuan's Myriad Flower Ice Mirror proficiency reached the Master level, he still had 358,800 evolution points remaining. Kaleidoscope of Ice Mirrors, SS+, Master level. With such a large number of evolution points, it is still possible to continue to upgrade Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, as can be seen from the next to it. But Lu Yuan chose to stop temporarily. Although I haven't personally used it yet, based on the memories that have just flooded in, the Master level Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror can disperse 60% of the impact force, and its own defensive power is sufficient to withstand an impact of at least 1,000 tons. To break through this Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, the opponent's impact force would need to reach 2,500 tons, almost 3,000 tons. 2,500 tons of force is powerful enough. Even Lu Yuan himself, at his highest burst, only reached a little over 1,500 tons, just over half the distance to 2,500 tons, let alone other people. Let's try out this skill and see what it feels like. Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. This was the first time Lu Yuan had used the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. After he mobilized his internal energy, a sudden burst of icy cold air erupted. The first thing to appear is the fine fragments of ice mirror. Clang, clang, clang. With a crisp clanging sound, the fragments quickly pieced together to form a huge ice mirror. Despite the complicated description of the process, it actually took less than 0.2 seconds. The mirror's uneven surface, due to its unique structure, effectively reduces impact force. Under the lights of the training room, the ice mirror gleamed. Such an incredible skill, it only consumes 40% of ice-type elemental energy when fully released, less than half, which is quite impressive. Lu Yuan secretly praised him. When it came to the actual competition, he didn't need to unleash the full Kaleidoscope Ice Mirror at all. At that time, less ice-type elemental energy would naturally be used. There are 358,800 evolution points remaining. Lu Yuan continued to add points. Evolution points -55,000. Gunplay, Master Level. Gunplay, Master Level. After consuming 55,000 evolution points, Lu Yuan had 303,800 points left. This time, the points he allocated to marksmanship have given him a deeper understanding of the sport. His movements are now as fast as lightning, and firing 10 shots in a second is no longer a challenge. Combined with the skill Frost Spear combo, it can quickly stack up the number of combos, making its melee burst power exceptionally strong. Therefore, Lu Yuan took the opportunity to break through the proficiency of another SS level skill, Frost Spear combo, from Master level to Supreme level. Evolution points -110,000. Frost Spear combo, SS, Master. Frost Spear combo, SS, Premium. This upgrade cost 110,000 evolution points, leaving me with 193,800 evolution points, less than 200,000. But all of this was absolutely worth it. Lu Yuan felt the increased gun combo speed brought about by the Supreme proficiency. Within 3 seconds, the impact force of each shot could approach 200 tons. Although 200 tons may not seem like a lot, he can fire 10 shots per second. Even if not every shot hits, this is still extremely powerful firepower. To describe it in one sentence, it would be like a dragon shooting out, a perfect description. Lu Yuan used the remaining evolution points to break through the skill Winter Cage twice in a row. Evolution points -14,400. Winter Cage, S, Advanced. Winter Cage, S, Master. The area and height of the ice prison have been increased. Both the radius and height have been extended to 18 meters. Evolution points -77,600. Winter Cage, S, Master Grade. Winter Cage, S, Premium Grade. There are currently 101,800 evolution points remaining. As skill proficiency increased, the range of the ice prison expanded dramatically once again, with its radius and height exceeding an astonishing 25 meters. This is already a fairly large area. To put it in concrete terms, it is almost a cylinder with a volume of nearly 50,000 cubic meters. Of course, to unleash such a massive ice prison, the charging time must exceed half a minute. Moreover, the amount
amount of ice-type elemental energy consumed is equally astonishing. I'm afraid that Lu Yuan himself was almost completely exhausted of his energy as soon as he started. Fortunately, he could reduce the release time on ice elemental energy consumption proportionally by compressing the height of the ice prison. Incidentally, this skill proficiency upgrade also brings new effects. Within the ice prison, a thin layer of ice mist will permeate the area. The icy fog not only affects visibility but also weakens the enemy's movement speed and reaction time to some extent. Not bad. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He is really looking forward to the upcoming national superpowered college competition. He continued to maintain his consistent training habits and dared not slack off in the slightest. The day before the competition, the team's final group training session ended. The competition starts tomorrow. Are you all nervous? Lu Hong asked with a smile. With Captain Lu leading the team, what's there to be nervous about? Wang Ji said with an indifferent expression. These past few days of intensive training have turned Wang Ji into a complete fan of Lu Yuan. Why are we so nervous? Look over there. Mu Xian chuckled and pointed in a certain direction. As she pointed, everyone's eyes turned to her. Junior brother Lu Yuan, would you like some water? Zhang Xianran asked him. At that moment, she handed over 2 bottles of mineral water with her right hand. Her face was expressionless, she was just asking casually. Lu Yuan nodded, took the bottle of mineral water that Zhang Xianran handed him, twisted open the cap, and took a sip. What are you looking at? Wang Ji scratched his head, looking bewildered. It's just handing out a bottle of mineral water. What's so interesting about that? Oh dear, you're all brawn and no brains. Mu Xian stomped her foot, giving him a look that said she was looking at an idiot. When do you think Zhang Xianran will go and deliver water to others? Lu Hong crossed his arms and bluntly stated the truth. He felt a pang of emotion. He recalled how he had once represented the Silver Wolf team in poaching Lu Yuan, promising him the position of vice captain. Now, before even finishing their freshman year, Lu Yuan had become a capable leader, far surpassing any member of the Silver Wolf team, even Zhang Xianran. Moreover, judging from Zhang Xuanran's recent behavior, she has clearly developed feelings for Lu Yuan. But this is good too. At least she doesn't only have the thought of becoming stronger in her mind. As the vice captain of the Silver Wolf team, Lu Hong and Zhang Xianran naturally had a good relationship. In the past, Zhang Xianran was only focused on becoming stronger, like a machine. Only now does Zhang Xianran make Lu Hong feel that she is truly living as a living, breathing person. Captain Jiang likes Captain Lu, but I remember Captain Lu clearly has. Wang Ji suddenly said something surprising. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Xian covered his mouth with her hand. What are you doing? Wang Ji asked curiously after Mu Xian let go of his hand. Can you say that out loud? Mu Xian pouted and rolled her eyes at him. All right, but Captain Jiang has been outmaneuvered, so the chances of him losing are pretty high. Wang Ji scratched his head and continued. If I were Lu Yuan, I would accept 2 girlfriends at the same time, and then, Mu Xian revealed a sly smile. Lu Hong listened thoughtfully. Given Zhang Xuanran's personality, she certainly wouldn't act impulsively towards Lu Yuan's other girlfriend, nor would she be likely to confess directly. She would probably keep this secret crush deep in her heart. Alright, having 2 girlfriends isn't out of the question. As long as you meet the dual requirements of being an 8th level grandmaster and having an S-level superpower, you can have multiple spouses within the limits set by the state. I think with Captain Lu's terrifying cultivation speed right now, meeting the requirements shouldn't be difficult. Wang Ji finally realized. The reason the state has this regulation is that at least one spouse must be an S-class ability user for the probability of their offspring also being an S-class ability user to exceed 10%. If neither spouse is an S-class ability user, the probability of their offspring becoming an S-class ability user is extremely low. There are only a few examples on Earth, and Lu Yuan is one of them. However, a 10% probability is still not high. You can't be guaranteed a minimum for every 10 pregnancies. As your cultivation level increases, this probability also increases, typically reaching 40% at the 8th tier grandmaster level. However, the higher one's spiritual level, the more difficult it becomes to have offspring. In this chaotic world, the country urgently needs S-class superhumans, and thus such regulations came into being. Of course, there is an important premise to this: it cannot go against the wishes of others. It's not that simply meeting the dual conditions of being an 8th level grandmaster and possessing S-level superpowers allows one to force someone to become their spouse, and that person must accept it. Name: Lu Yuan. Evolution points: 101800. Energy purity: 81%. Superpower: the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level: mid-tier 4. Mental energy: 3720 Hz. Qi and blood: 13,700 calories. After 3 weeks of cultivation, Lu Yuan's blood and qi had not improved much. Compared to 3 weeks ago, his calorie intake had only increased by 600 calories. However, his mental strength improved significantly. After taking the pill made from the ice crystal glass fruit, his mental strength improved more than his blood and qi, increasing by a full 700 Hz. To possess such a attributes at the mid-4th tier is truly extraordinary. Many superhumans don't even reach the level of Lu Yuan's current attributes at the 5th tier advanced level. With these attributes, plus the newly mastered advanced skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, it's really hard to lose, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Then, he and the other team members walked towards the fighter jet that would transport the contestants to their destination. During the National College Superpower Competition, all universities across the country are on holiday. Not only universities with superpowers, but also liberal arts universities are included. This also gave them ample time to watch this thrilling National College Superpower Competition. Although the venue has hundreds of thousands of seats, it still can't accommodate all the spectators. Tickets are selling like hotcakes. Even though the state has clearly stipulated that scalpers who buy tickets will face a fine of 10 times the amount and imprisonment for up to 3 years, even excluding the influence of scalpers. Even if you camp out early, it's still very difficult to snag a ticket. There were just too many people. According to incomplete statistics, the number of viewers watching the National College Superpower Competition reaches at least tens of millions every year. To snag a ticket, you need not only thorough preparation but also a lot of luck. However, even if you didn't manage to get a ticket and couldn't attend in person, you can still watch the game via live stream. As a contestant, Lu Yuan received 6 tickets in advance. He allocated the votes as follows. Qin Tianlong, as his teacher, how could he not let his disciple shine on the field? Fang Wan, needless to say, is Lu Yuan's mother. It was arranged beforehand. Lu Yuan also wanted his mother to see how much he had grown, so she would feel that all his past efforts had been worthwhile. Xia Qingyin, his girlfriend, was also on the list. Lu Yuan, my roommate, also got one. The remaining 2 tickets. Lu Yuan gave the gifts to his good friend Li Ming from high school and Director Li, the head of the teaching department at his high school. Li Ming's awakened superpower was very ordinary, and he chose to participate in the liberal arts college entrance examination. He eventually got into university. Even so, he still deeply admired those with superpowers. They especially admired Lu Yuan, who had awakened an S-level superpower. What boy wouldn't enjoy the training and battles of someone with superpowers? With the National Superpowered College competition approaching, he, as a college student, was on vacation and wanted to take advantage of the holiday to watch the competition up close and make up for some regrets. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a ticket. An hour later, however, he received the ticket from Lu Yuan. He was deeply moved. The moment he received the ticket, Director Li burst into laughter in his office. Such a good thing actually happened to me? Ha 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 ha, I really am an angel investor. Ha 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 ha. Director Li's laughter echoed from the office and into the principal's office. As for Song Li Yuan, the principal of Shenzhen Superpower University, he naturally didn't need Lu Yuan to send him tickets. As the principal of a participating school, the event organizers had already sent him tickets. The fighter jets were flanked by students who had come to cheer them on, although they cannot participate. But as members of Shenzhen Superpower University, they have a strong sense of collective honor. As I walked out, I heard someone shout, "Look, look, this is the champion school of this year's National Superpowered College competition. This honor is truly something to be proud of. Go Shenzhen University. Shenzhen University will prevail. Go Shenzhen University. Shenzhen University will prevail." Cheers rose and fell, deafening like a landslide and a tsunami. Meanwhile, dazzling fireworks lit up the sky, adding to the festive atmosphere. Hearing the cheers, Lu Yuan and the others exchanged smiles and nodded in acknowledgement. They then boarded the fighter jet. Once everyone was confirmed to be seated securely, the fighter jets took off. This is an A-class fighter jet. Its maximum flight speed can reach 5,000 kilometers per hour. Such top-of-the-line fighter jets are subject to strict national control. The fact that the country dispatched such high-level fighter jets to transport the participants demonstrates the importance it attaches to this competition. Moreover, with a total of 256 universities with superpowers across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, 256 Class A fighter jets are needed. As the roar gradually subsided, the fighter jets landed at the airport. Next, the entire team traveled to the competition venue in a dedicated vehicle. Seeing the superhuman soldiers accompanying the vehicles, Lu Yuan once again felt the importance the country placed on the competition. The scenery around me flashed by. Soon, Lu Yuan arrived at the hotel that had been specially arranged next to the competition venue. The competition will officially begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The Shenzhen Superpower University team was assigned positions 101 to 105 as they naturally had the best locations since they were last year's champions. The area where the team was located remained peaceful all night. After all, if a conflict breaks out at this time, the school's team will be banned for 4 years. The government's resource support for schools largely depends on the results of the National Superpowered High School competition. Being banned is tantamount to having one's lifeline severed. The two are almost identical. The next day, Lu Yuan walked out of the hotel. Coincidentally, the other team members also came out around the same time. Keep it up, everyone. Victory will ultimately belong to Shenzhen University. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said softly. The venue for the National Superpowered College Competition is a large-scale stadium specially built by the state in Beijing. The venue is vast, with seating for hundreds of thousands of people. The scene was bustling with noise and shouts. Welcome everyone to the 2052 National Superpowered High School Competition. I am your host, Guan Feng. After years of development, the Great Xia Kingdom now has 256 universities specializing in supernatural abilities. These are divided into 4 prestigious universities, a 24-university alliance, and 228 other universities with special abilities. Let's welcome all the participating teams with warm applause. Guan Feng smiled and spoke with great enthusiasm. The first team to enter is from Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Remember their glorious championship win last year? I wonder if they can achieve the same result this year. With Guan Feng's introduction, the Shenzhen Superpower University team entered the arena. Shenzhen University is the strongest. Shenzhen University will win. Many students and fans from Shenzhen University of Superpowers cheered loudly for them. The leader was none other than Lu Yuan, the captain of the Shenzhen Superpower University competition team. He was dressed in black battle armor, with an ice blue spear slung across his back. He exuded an aura of imposing power, ready to be unleashed. Beside him, a giant, ice blue python swam slowly. That was Lu Yuan's companion beast, Little Ice. This scene did not surprise the audience. After all, the existence of companion beasts is no secret. Following closely behind was Jiang Xianran, whose striking silver hair and cool demeanor attracted the attention of many male students. After all, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom generally have a good impression of white hair, which is quite normal. Next is the warm and cheerful Mu Xin. Whenever someone looks at her, she always smiles and waves enthusiastically. Finally, Lu Hong and Wang Ji followed behind. As they drew closer, fireworks burst forth behind them. The dazzling fireworks converged to form the emblem of Shenzhen Superpower University. Seeing this scene, Fong Wan, sitting somewhere in the audience, felt extremely gratified. My son has really grown up. Xia Qingyin sat silently in the audience, silently praying for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan is actually the captain of the Shenzhen Superpower University team? Li Ming and Director Li were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. It wouldn't be surprising if others didn't recognize Lu Yuan, but they were different. They had seen Lu Yuan at school a year ago. A year has passed and Lu Yuan has undergone earth-shattering changes. They were already shocked that he could represent the school in the National Superpowered High School competition. Now that they know he is actually the captain, their surprise is even greater. After entering the Shenzhen Superpower University, following this, 3 prestigious universities made their appearances in turn: Beijing North Superpower University, Shanghai Superpower University, and Tianquan Superpower University. It also won cheers from supporters. After the 4 prestigious universities entered, it was the turn of the 24 Schools Alliance to make their appearance. As the name suggests, the 24 Schools Alliance consists of 24 teams. Incidentally, this alliance of 24 schools consists of 24 universities with special abilities that are ranked at the 985 and 211 level. They naturally didn't have the grand entrance of the 4 top university teams. They didn't enter alone, but rather entered together with the other 24 teams. Following these 24 teams are the remaining 228 universities with special abilities. The fact that over 200 teams from universities with superpowers could enter the arena simultaneously speaks volumes about just how massive the competition was. Specifically, it is a huge rectangle that is about 3,000 meters long and 2,000 meters wide. The opening ceremony is over. Now, I will formally introduce the rules and schedule of this National Superpowered College competition. The rules are simple. Only top-tier S-Class ally combat suits and S-Class weapons are allowed. The use of any other items, pills, or potions is prohibited. If discovered, it will be considered cheating. At this point, Guan Feng's expression turns serious. Then, he slowly said, "As for the complete schedule, we will draw lots to divide the teams into 4 groups. To ensure the competition's appeal and fairness, each group is numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4, and each group contains only one of the 4 top universities. Based on last year's rankings, they are Shenzhen University of Superpowers, Beijing University of Superpowers, Shanghai University of Superpowers, and Tianquan University of Superpowers. Each group contains 64 universities, and these 64 universities play 1 game each day. The competition will last for 4 days. Each team must play 4 matches and win at least 3 to advance. Other schools will enter the knockout stage. After the preliminary rounds of the group stage, the qualifying rounds and elimination rounds will be held. In the qualifying rounds, the universities with special abilities that have advanced will face off again, with 2 matches a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The knockout stage involves all teams hunting ferocious beasts in a randomly generated scenario for 1 day, with rankings based on team scores. The winners of the qualifying rounds advance to the finals, while the losers enter the ranking rounds. The qualifying rounds and the knockout rounds follow exactly the same process. As for the specific format of the finals,
details, arrangements will be made after the final number of schools advancing is determined. Finally, to prevent accidents from causing injuries to athletes and affecting their future, this competition will be conducted entirely in virtual reality. The virtual reality scene will be projected directly onto the entire arena. Guan Feng finished speaking in one breath. As the host of this grand event, he remained energetic and spoke at a steady pace. This is all thanks to a special ability he awakened. The fierce competition among 256 universities with special abilities is a complex process, which is to be expected. However, the audience members did not find it boring at all. On the contrary, they became more and more excited as they listened. After all, the longer the race, the more valuable the ticket price becomes, and the more highlights there are, making it absolutely worth the money. Upon hearing this, the contestants on the field were filled with fighting spirit and eager to get started. Charge! This is a golden opportunity to make a name for ourselves. Here we come. Rules and schedule explained. Now, please gather the team captains of the participating teams from all universities with superpowers except the 4 top universities, and draw lots to form groups. After giving the audience and contestants about a minute for free discussion, Guan Feng continued. The draw has begun. Let's all pray that we get into a group with fewer strong players. As soon as he finished speaking, the fighting spirit that had been burning in some contestants immediately faded. After all, the weak make up the vast majority. With all 252 team captains assembled, the group assignments were then drawn by lot. The preliminary rounds for the large group are about to begin. Everyone, please return to the edge of the competition area. The preliminary rounds for the large groups are about to begin, Guan Feng announced. There are devices at the boundaries of the stadium that allow access to virtual reality. As before, the device resembles a chair. Simply lie on it to enter virtual reality and start a battle. The scenes of them fighting in virtual reality will be projected onto the entire arena in real time. This ensures that both the live audience and all viewers watching the live stream can see it clearly. The preliminary rounds of the group stage lasted for 4 days, with each team playing 1 match per day. The competition schedule is as follows. First, all teams in Group 1 will compete, then Group 2 will play, followed by Groups 3 and 4. This arrangement ensures that the participants have ample rest time. First up is Group 1's match. Lu Yuan looked up at the large screen in the sky. 2-1, Shenzhen Superpower University vs Black Wind Superpower University. The opponent is Black Wind Superpower University. Because it's a 2-on-2 format, there are 64 schools in the group, which means there are 32 matches. The number 21 on the screen represents the sequence number of this match. Of the 32 matches, the 21st match was relatively late in the series. Black Wind Superpower University is a very ordinary superpower university, ranked 188th last year. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. He checked the relevant information on his phone but didn't take it too seriously. It wasn't that he didn't take it seriously, but rather that his opponent was simply too weak. Ranked 188th, most of the contestants are second-tier ability users. Most of their superpowers are only grade C or B. The difference between the two realms, coupled with the vast disparity in the quality of superpowers, is hardly worth paying attention to. The difference between the two sides in terms of blood and energy and spirit is very obvious. To give an example, if Lu Yuan just stands there using a small ice shield, the contestants from Black Wind Superpower University might need to use more than a dozen skills to break through his defenses. The 21st match is still a long way off. Why don't we go back to the hotel and rest for a bit? Mu Xian suggested with a smile. Let's go back. It's pretty boring staying here, Lu Hong casually remarked. So the group returned to the hotel next to the stadium. This hotel is connected to the stadium, allowing guests to watch the live broadcast of the games even while inside the hotel. In their rooms, they can clearly see the progress of the game and even know exactly when they will be on the field. This is also a thoughtful arrangement by the competition organizers. Lu Yuan silently gave them a thumbs up in his heart. Don't be fooled by the relaxed demeanor of the students at Shenzhen University of Superpowers. Looking over at Black Wind Superpower University, all 5 contestants looked pale. Oh my god, this is such bad luck. It's actually the Shenzhen Superpower University. How are we supposed to fight this? They simply couldn't understand why they had encountered one of the top 4 universities in their group, last year's champion, Shenzhen Superpower University, right at the start of the competition. Captain, how about we just surrender? One of the team members suggested. After all, the difference in strength is too great. The strongest member of the team, the captain, was only a superhuman who had awakened a B+ level ability and was at the upper level of the second tier. His team members were even less capable than their captain. To surrender, or not to surrender? The captain of Black Wind Superpower University hesitated. Given the vast difference in strength, there's really not much chance of winning, but surrendering directly would be a bit of a loss of face. Finally, the captain gritted his teeth and said firmly, anyway, the pain level will be reduced in virtual reality, so we have to fight no matter what. Whether out of consideration for their captain's feelings or because they were influenced by his words, the team members all echoed his sentiments. More than an hour later. Now, please welcome Group 1, Match 21, Shenzhen Superpower University vs Black Wind Superpower University. Guan Feng announced, holding the microphone. As soon as he finished speaking, an amazing cheer erupted from the audience. It was deafening, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. Almost all the support leaned towards Shenzhen Superpower University. This is understandable, given the disparity in strength between the two sides. At Black Wind Superpower University, one of the team members' legs went weak and he almost fell over as he walked toward his seat. In virtual reality, unless otherwise specified, a normal competition consists of individual events and team events. The detailed rules will not be repeated here. It is basically the same as the previous freshman competition of the 4 top universities. However, a new rule has been added. Participants can use companion beasts. The individual competition has officially begun. The 5 contestants from Shenzhen Superpower University all adhered to the belief that giving their all is the greatest respect for their opponents, and gave it their all without reservation. Because they gave it their all, the contestants from Black Wind Ability University were instantly defeated as soon as they entered the arena, without even having a chance to utter a word of surrender. The 5 matches took only a short minute in total. On average, each game lasts only 12 seconds. This also includes the time spent on the field. The actual combat time was less than 3 seconds. After the individual matches concluded, the score between Shenzhen Superpower University and Black Wind Superpower University remained at 5-0. This makes it possible to skip the team competition altogether. On the first day of the preliminary rounds in the large group, Shenzhen Superpower University won a victory. Keep it up. I hope you can achieve good results. Lu Yuan extended his fist in greeting. Thank you, and I hope you can continue to win the championship. The captain of Black Wind Superpower University, who had initially looked dejected, now smiled again. He extended his fist and gently touched it with Lu Yuan's, offering his blessings in the process. The next 3 days need no further explanation. The Shenzhen Superpower University team continues its unstoppable momentum. 4 days later, the qualifying rounds began as scheduled. The number of participating universities in the qualifying rounds was neither too many nor too few, totaling 80. The remaining 176 universities will have to compete fiercely in the knockout stage. Xiangyu, are you watching the game? My new iPad has a bigger screen. Why don't you use mine and watch together? In a 4-person dormitory room at Tianyu's Superpower University, a girl walked over with a light laugh, showing off her newly acquired iPad. Another girl sitting at the table nodded. If Lu Yuan were here, he would definitely recognize her. It was his high school class monitor, Lin Xiangyu. She awakened an A-level water-based superpower, achieved good results in the martial arts section of the college entrance examination, and was successfully admitted to the prestigious Tianyu's Superpower University, a top-tier university. The two then watched the live broadcast of the National Superpowered College competition on the tablet. The first team to enter the arena is from Shenzhen University of Extraordinary Abilities. I still clearly remember their glorious victory last year. I wonder if they can continue their success this year. Host Guan Feng introduced the team from Shenzhen Superpower University in his deep, powerful, and passionate voice as they slowly walked out from the intersection. Upon hearing the name, Shenzhen Superpower University, Lin Xiangyu recalled Lu Yuan, the person she had a crush on in high school. Of course, as time went by, she had long since let go of that unrequited love. Now, when Lu Yuan is mentioned, she only feels a little emotional. How is Lu Yuan doing now? He should be close to reaching the second stage by now. Lin Xiangyu thought to herself silently. The two lost contact after graduation, and she was unaware of his current situation. After nearly a semester of hard work, she has become a mid-level ability user. That's why it's speculated that Lu Yuan should now be roughly at the second level. Xiangyu, look. The captain of Shenzhen Superpower University is so handsome. Lin Xiangyu's roommate, sitting next to her, shouted excitedly and almost stood up. This sudden shout instantly pulled Lin Xiangyu back to reality. How handsome could he be to excite you so much? After all, her roommate has extremely high standards. If someone is considered handsome by her, then he must be incredibly handsome. Lin Xiangyu smiled faintly and looked at the screen on the tablet. However, what happened next stunned her. She couldn't help but rub her eyes. After confirming that the scene in front of you has not changed, she reached out and pinched her roommate's thigh. Xiangyu, what are you doing? That hurts. My roommate pouted, her tone carrying 3 parts dissatisfaction and 7 parts doubt. Gigi, Lin Xiangyu's nickname for her roommate. Would you believe me if I said that the captain of Shenzhen Superpower University is my high school classmate? Lin Xiangyu ignored her roommate's complaints and continued talking to herself. Ha, what did you say? Is that even possible? My roommate was stunned. Back to the competition venue of the National Superpowered College competition. The sheer number of matches in the first 4 days was astonishing. It is divided into 4 large groups, each containing 64 schools. So, a single group has 32 matches, and 4 groups together have 128 matches. This is only 1 day of competition. With 128 matches in one day, the schedule is indeed too dense. Even if the matches are exciting, it is inevitable that the audience will experience fatigue. Fortunately, 4 days later, the even more intense qualifying rounds followed. In the preliminary rounds of the group stage, a total of 80 universities with superpowers met the standard of winning at least 3 out of 4 matches and successfully advanced, which means that their respective universities with superpowers have entered the top 80. As for the remaining schools, unfortunately, they can only compete in the knockout stage for rankings between 256th and 81st. The first match of the qualifying rounds. 1-1, Shenzhen Superpower University vs Tianyue Superpower University. Tianyue Superpower University. After learning about his opponent in the first round of the qualifying tournament, Lu Yuan checked the information on his phone. This school is a 211-level university specializing in superpowers, and it ranked 23rd in the National College Superpower competition last year. At that time, the team members who participated in the competition were roughly at the level of Awaken A-level superpowers, reaching the upper level of the 3rd tier. Your strength is not bad, it's a pity you ran into us. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, then led the other 4 people away from the arena to return to the hotel for a short rest. They will naturally appear when it's time to go on stage. On the other side, the members of Tianyue Superpower University turned ashen-faced upon learning their opponent in the first round of the qualifying tournament. Shenzhen Superpower University. A luxurious lineup where everyone has S-level superpowers. How are we supposed to fight them? Are we just going to ram our heads into it? One of the team members from Tianyue said dejectedly. Not only him, but the other team members were also deeply disappointed. After all, this is Shenzhen Superpower University, which ranked first in the national superpower competition last year. Sigh, out of 79 opponents, I just had to run into them. Wang Xiong, the team leader, sighed repeatedly. They have a chance of winning against most of their opponents in the qualifying rounds, but then they encountered such a formidable and difficult opponent. They can only blame their bad luck. Even if we can't win, we can't give up easily. The next moment, Wang Xiong's eyes burned like flames. He clenched his fists and said passionately, "We're definitely no match for them one-on-one. But that's okay. We can request to play a team match first. As long as they agree, we'll at least make them lose one player. We can't let them win too easily." Wang Xiong's words ignited the fighting spirit of his teammates. They raised their right hands, their eyes resolute, and shouted, "We can't let them win too easily. We can't let them win too easily." Just then, a team member suddenly asked, "Captain, what if they don't agree to play in the team competition?" "We do not accept team competitions. This is indeed a tricky problem." Wang Xiong is a hot-blooded young man. He is unwilling to provoke his opponents with taunts or provocation, not to mention making sarcastic remarks in front of tens of millions of viewers. Once the competition ends, he'll probably be drowned in the audience's criticism. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. But then I thought, if Shenzhen Superpower University refused the request, it might be used by those with ill intentions to sow discord. After all, fame often brings trouble. Shenzhen Superpower University has a large number of fans, but also quite a few haters. However, as one of the top 4 universities, who would be afraid of these haters? After thinking it over, he scratched his head and could only say, "You have to try everything, don't you?" Inside a girls' dormitory at Tianyue Superpower University. He's only a freshman. No matter how high his level is, he can't compare to the seniors. Why would we let him participate? No matter how Lin Xiangyu explained, her roommate still couldn't believe her. "You must be mistaken. Maybe he just looks like your high school classmate." My roommate added another sentence. She can't entirely blame her for not believing. After all, the National Superpowered College Competition is an arena for senior students. At least junior students can participate. It's surreal and unbelievable that freshmen are appearing in a competition full of upperclassmen. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Lin Xiangyu remembered something, opened her phone's photo album, and scrolled down. Okay, I found it. Look, this is my entire senior year graduation photo. As Lin Xiangyu spoke, she opened the graduation photo. This graduation photo was taken a month and a half before the college entrance examination, so Lu Yuan is in it. As Lin Xiangyu zoomed in with 2 fingers, Lu Yuan's figure clearly appeared before the 2 of them. "Zhizhi, you can't say anything now, can you?" Lin Xiangyu revealed a sly smile. "Xiangyu, is this his younger brother? They look almost exactly alike. Quick, give me his brother's WeChat." My roommate's expression showed a hint of excitement. Lin Xiangyu shook her head helplessly. All right, Xiangyu, I was just kidding." My roommate leaned over and continued, "But just what kind of cultivation genius is Lu Yuan? He was able to represent the school in the National Superpowered High School competition in his freshman year, and he was even the captain." My roommate wouldn't believe that the school leaders of a university of Shenzhen Superpower University would mistake someone for someone else. That only proves that Lu Yuan truly has that ability. The combination of freshman and representing the school in the competition was enough to completely overturn her worldview. "Wait, isn't our school your high school classmate's opponent?" different this time? My roommate came to his senses and suddenly realized this. Yeah, it seems our school can only make it to the next round. Lin Xiangyu shook her head slightly. She does have a strong sense of collective honor. However, given such a huge gap in strength, she would not blindly support her school. The 11th match of the first day's qualifying rounds is about to begin. That is, the match between Shenzhen Superpower University and Tianyue Superpower University. We'll see Shenzhen Superpower University make an appearance again. I wonder how long their opponents can last this time. Sigh, only evenly matched games are enjoyable to watch. Knowing the outcome beforehand makes it no fun. No rush, the real excitement will come in the finals. Am I the only one who cares about who the captain of Shenzhen Superpower University is? I remember last year's captain was that silver-haired beauty. When the host, Wan Feng, announced, "Please welcome the contestants from Shenzhen University of Superpowers and Tianyue Superpowers," the audience immediately began to discuss. Feng Wan, who was also sitting in the audience, couldn't help but smile as she heard others praising Shenzhen Superpower University, especially the captain. On the field, next to the seats, Wang Xiong asked, "Can we play a team match with you first?" The rules dictate that individual matches should be played first, followed by team matches. But if both parties agree, exchanging the order is not a big deal. Team competition? That works too, Lu Yuan answered. He won 5 individual matches in a row over the past few days, without any suspense. The game became a bit boring. Playing a team match now would add some fun. Anyway, it won't affect the final result. Wang Xiong even expressed his gratitude. He thought to himself, if he could get the other side to lose someone, that would be a great opportunity to prove himself. So the two of them communicated with the host, Wan Feng. Upon learning of the situation, Wan Feng raised the microphone and his voice resounded throughout the venue. Both sides have decided to start with the team competition, so the match will begin immediately. The two sides, totaling 10 people, all took their seats. Inside the spacious arena, their silhouettes were projected onto the screen, attracting the attention of all the spectators. In virtual reality, the 10 people instantly summoned 10 companion beasts. Both sides' assistants happened to be light-type ability users. The light of the sanctuary, the light of purity. The support characters on both sides unleashed their special abilities first. The warm glow emanating from them made them look like saints descended to earth, inspiring no one to harbor any sense of disrespect. Holy light is an S-class ability, while pure white light is an A-class ability. The difference in strength between the two is obvious. Although the Bai-Jie light was suppressed, it could still illuminate a small part of the arena. Under the light, they felt warm all over, and their strength increased by about 30%. In comparison, the increase at Shenzhen Superpower University was even stronger, reaching 45%. This is what makes S-class superpowers so terrifying. Charge. Focus fire on. The target is. Wang Xiong hesitated briefly. Mu Xian, acting as a support, stayed in the rear and couldn't touch them at all. Zhang Shenran knew that the previous captain of the Shenzhen Superpower University team was difficult to defeat. Lu Yuan, needless to say, as the current captain, will inevitably find it equally difficult to break through. Wang Ji is tough and thick-skinned. He's definitely a defender in this position, and you can't break through his defenses at all. Only one left. Wang Xiong pointed at Lu Hong. The other team members immediately understood. Lu Hong was slightly taken aback when he saw this. What's going on? What did I do to deserve this? Purple sun blaze. He did not back down, for backing down would mean losing face. Therefore, Lu Hong mobilized the fire elemental energy within his body. The next instant, the greatsword in his hand burst into flames of purple. The difference between the two lies not only in their superpowers and realms of cultivation, but also in the skills they have learned. In the library of Shenzhen Superpower University, there are more than a dozen S-level skill books in one department, and even some SS-level ones. Even if Tianyue Superpower University, a 211-level institution, searched the entire library, it might not have more than 10 S-level skill books. Note that this refers to the entire library, not a single department. The result is self-evident. Lu Hong's extreme flame slash shattered the illusions of the 5 opponents. The blade temperature is at least 2,500 degrees Celsius. One cut, one kid. The second round of the qualifying tournament, the rules for the final. In the first match of the qualifying round, Shenzhen Superpower University won easily with a crushing victory. In the second match, they faced an even weaker opponent than in the first match, a top-tier university. Faced with a formidable opponent, the opposing captain was so frightened that his legs went weak and he lost all will to fight, choosing to surrender immediately. With this, Shenzhen Superpower University successfully advanced to the finals. 15 other universities with special abilities also made it to the finals. A total of 16 teams have entered the finals. The next 2 days will be the knockout stage. One match is for the 256th to 81st place finish, and the other is for the 81st to 17th place finish. The duration is 1 day. The competition involves gathering all participating teams in a fixed area. The area is vast, with each team separated by at least 20,000 meters. Players search for and hunt ferocious beasts within in the area and can also attack members of other teams. The result is self-evident and has nothing to do with Lu Yuan, the protagonist of this book. The next afternoon, in front of the hotel where the contestants were staying, Lu Yuan told Xia Qingyin that his mother had also come and was staying at a nearby hotel. Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Xia Qingyin's face. What did A Yuan mean by that? Is this meeting the parents? What if A Yuan's mother is not satisfied with me? A Yuan, Xia Qingyin was about to speak. Xiao Yuan, there's also. At this moment, Lu Yuan's mother appeared at the hotel entrance, naturally there to see Lu Yuan. She was slightly taken aback when she saw her son, Xiao Yuan, and the slender young woman beside him. Lu Yuan called out, "Hello, auntie." Xia Qingyin's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. "Mom, this is my girlfriend, Xia Qingyin. You can call her Xiaoyin." Lu Yuan introduced it generously. "Hello, I am Xiao Yuan's mother." Feng Wan smiled warmly and extended her hand. He thought to himself, my son is quite good. He actually managed to find such a beautiful girl. "Hello, auntie, I'm I Yuan's girlfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you." Xia Qingyin finally came to her senses and responded with a smile. Afterwards, Feng Wan took Xia Qingyin shopping. After 2 days of intense elimination matches, the rankings for this year's National Superpowered College Competition from 256th to 17th place have been finalized. Next comes the moment all the viewers have been eagerly anticipating, the final. Hello everyone, the finals are about to begin. I'm sure you're all eagerly waiting. Come on, let me hear your cheers and support your favorite school team. The host, Guan Feng, holding the microphone, shouted with great enthusiasm. Shenzhen University, Shenzhen University, Kyoto, Kyoto, Magic, Demonic, Sichuan University, Sichuan University. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the audience. Judging from the momentum, the 4 prestigious universities have the strongest support and are evenly matched. The cheers of fans from the other 12 superpowered high schools could also be faintly heard. Okay, I can feel your enthusiasm. Now, the final rules are officially announced. The final consists of 3 rounds. They are the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. In the quarterfinals, all teams will enter an underground world constructed in virtual reality to kill ferocious beasts and earn points. The match will last for 12 hours. Note that each team enters a different underground world. These are the points corresponding to each level of ferocious beast. Then, a circular light screen unfolded before everyone's eyes. Second order superior, 100 points. Third order lower / middle / upper order, 150 / 250 / 400 points. Fourth order lower / middle / upper order, 1000 / 2000 / 4000 points. Fifth order lower / middle, 10,000 points / 25,000 points. The lowest level is the upper second rank, and the highest is the middle 5th rank. Incidentally, these points were set after careful consideration by the event organizers. The lowest level of the school teams that entered the finals was at least 4th tier, so the points for 3rd and 2nd tier beasts were deliberately set to be low. How come there aren't even any ferocious beasts at the upper level of the 5th tier? I still want to challenge my limits. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. After all, there are bloodline differences among ferocious beasts, just like the differences in superpowers among humans. Even within the same realm, there are differences. Therefore, a mid-level 5th tier fiery salamander is actually comparable to an ordinary high-level 5th tier ferocious beast. Just as Lu Yuan sighed, the host Guan Feng continued. The top 4 teams with the highest points in the quarterfinals will advance to the semifinals. The remaining 12 will advance to the final ranking round, where they will compete in 3-team matches. The winners will take 20% of the losers' points. In the semifinals, the 4 schools will be randomly paired up for 2 1-on-1 team matches. The 2 winners will advance to the final. As for the rules of the finals, at this point, Guan Feng paused, deliberately whetting the audience's appetite. His strategy worked. Everyone in the audience stared wide-eyed, full of anticipation. Seeing this, he continued, the finals will be divided into 2 parts, a team competition and a practical skills competition. The team competition has 5 bonus percentage slots, which are 10%, 10%, 15%, 25%, and 40%, and the team captain decides how to allocate them. The team competition lasts for 5 minutes. The percentage of bonus points carried by the surviving team members after the competition will be used to add points. Of course, to get bonus points, you must first have raw points, and the raw score comes directly from the practical skills competition. In the practical competition, with the help of virtual reality, all participants' abilities and attributes will be adjusted to the same level. 10 players face ferocious beasts in different spaces. Killing them will earn the team original points. The player with the highest score, plus the percentage bonuses from both sides, will be the ultimate champion. The rules for this final are really complicated. Some viewers sighed and shook their heads. There's nothing major wrong. We just need to clear our minds and enjoy the excitement of the battle. But the other participants have much more to consider. However, some viewers smiled knowingly. These words drew nods of approval from many of the audience audience members around him. After the host, Wan Feng, finished reading out the lengthy rules for the final round, the quarterfinals then began. A total of 16 teams, wearing virtual reality devices, entered the virtual world. The scene before my eyes also changed. This is a square area of approximately 50,000 meters by 50,000 meters, covering an area of 2,500 square kilometers. The team's starting point was located in the very center of this underground world. Upon entering the underground world, Lu Yuan immediately used his detective technique. Previously, due to the fog, this skill, which had reached the highest proficiency level, did not play a significant role. After all, the mist can block mental perception. As Lu Yuan's mental strength improved, the detection range of detective technique also expanded. At Lost Ruins number 7, if a lot of mental energy was spent, the detection radius could reach about 42,000 meters. Now, it has been increased to an astonishing 43,000 meters. Therefore, Lu Yuan was fully capable of using his detective technique to see all the traces of ferocious beasts in the underground world. Although it consumes a lot of mental energy and is difficult to maintain for a long time, but just pinpointing the general location is enough. After all, the points gained from killing the 5th-tier ferocious beasts were more than enough. We only have 12 hours. Why don't we split up and hunt the beasts more efficiently? Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Shenran asked Lu Yuan beside her, "Captain Lu, how wide is the range of your mental power?" She remembered that during the team's training camp, Lu Yuan mentioned that his mental power had a very wide range of detection capabilities. Regarding the skill of mental detection, unless one is a psychic, other types of ability users can only reach the basic proficiency level, and then it becomes difficult to progress further. The detection range of the basic proficiency level is almost identical whether you've learned it or not. The solution is simple. Once you reach the 5th tier of ability user, learn the spirit refining technique, which corresponds to the body tempering technique. Once you master the refining spirit technique, your mental strength will be enhanced by leaps and bounds. In this way, it will no longer be difficult for them to learn and improve their mental skills. Moreover, students will be able to choose their major at that time. Those who specialize in cultivating chi and blood are martial artists. Those who specialize in spiritual cultivation become Dharma masters. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, can use evolution points to directly add skill points. This is why Lu Yuan was able to break through to the ultimate level of proficiency in detective technique even though he had hardly improved it before. In response to Jiang Xuanran's question, Lu Yuan replied calmly, "The whole range." Although his tone was calm, as if it were nothing unusual, the others who heard it were immediately stunned. Everyone knew that his mental power had a wide range of detection, but no one expected it to be this wide. Just as everyone was in shock, Lu Yuan pointed to the southeast and said, "There is a ferocious beast at the mid-level of the 5th rank over there. Let's hurry over there." The others nodded in agreement. They all knew that Lu Yuan had killed the fiery salamander in Lost Ruins number 7. These ferocious beasts at the mid-level of the 5th rank might be extremely difficult for others to deal with, but for their captain Lu Yuan, they were nothing at all. The people in the audience narrowed their eyes as they saw Lu Yuan and his group's movements. Are they heading in that direction to find the Titan bear? Did you go there specifically? I feel like it's a coincidence. I'm not sure. Let's observe further. Having a god's eye view, they quickly realized that they were heading in the direction of the Titan bear's habitat. The Titan bear is a ferocious beast at the mid-level of the 5th tier, as depicted in the virtual reality setting. About an hour and a half later, the group finally arrived at the location of the Titan bear. Great, finally we can see some intense battles. Before, Shenzhen University's battles were all over the place. It was so boring. That's right. I want to see an exciting battle. Many spectators were excitedly discussing it. Fang Wan frowned slightly, revealing a worried expression. This ferocious beast is as tall as a small building. Hopefully, Xiao Yuan and the others can handle it. But then she shook her head, her eyes hardening. It will definitely work. It absolutely will. As a mother, she should trust her child. Back to virtual reality. Titan bear, after traveling for more than an hour, I've finally met you. Lu Yuan revealed a slight smile. Then he beckoned and said, Wang Ji, Lu Hong, Jiang Xianran, control it. Mu Xin, provide support. The four nodded repeatedly. Lu Hong swung his broadsword, and the next second, a wall of fire rose up in front of the Titan bear. After the firewall was broken by the Titan bear, Wang Ji immediately created another wall of water. Because Wang Ji's main focus is on defense, this water wall is much stronger than Lu Hong's firewall. Jiang Xianran then unleashed her SS-level skill, Thunderstorm Technique. Lightning bolts struck repeatedly from the sky, blocking the Titan bear's path. Time is up. After the skill was fully charged, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, a huge ice prison nearly 20 meters high rose from the ground, completely seal off the Titan bear inside. The appearance of this ice prison shocked the audience. Because this ice prison was so enormous, it was able to completely trap such a massive Titan bear. But the Titan bear is no pushover either. After being trapped, it suddenly raised its fist and slammed it heavily into the ice prison. Thud, thud.
thud, thud. Its power was astonishing. After a few punches, several shallow cracks appeared in the ice prison. It's too late. Extreme ice illusion killing array. Lu Yuan chanted the incantation in a low voice. In an instant, 30 sharp ice swords spun rapidly around him. At this moment, the Titan bear was desperately attacking the ice prison in a manner that would injure 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of its own, and had just managed to break through one of the openings. However, what awaited him was not freedom, nor the thrill of revenge, but 30 ice swords flying towards him. The Titan bear was trapped in the ice prison and had no way to avoid the attack, taking the full brunt of the ice sword attack. It was completely unstoppable. With a heavy thud, this Titan bear, known for its thick skin and tough flesh, lost its life. The audience was slightly stunned when they saw this. Immediately, the entire audience erupted in cheers. What? I didn't see wrong, did I? He only used one skill. What kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Shenzhen University's new captain is so strong. Who exactly is he? Many audience members couldn't help but blurt it out, and some even stood up excitedly on the spot, because the scene was just too shocking. As is well known, the Titan bear is renowned for its extremely strong defensive capabilities. The fact that he could kill it instantly with just one move is enough to prove Lu Yuan's terrifying strength. Meanwhile, students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers also looked confused. They originally thought that Lu Yuan had held back in the demonstration video in the official announcement of the Heart in Shenzhen University app. Unexpectedly, it wasn't just something they kept hidden, it was a secret weapon. No wonder the school leaders insisted on appointing Lu Yuan as the team leader. On second thought, they couldn't help but laugh again. With Lu Yuan on the team, it seems like defending the title in Shenzhen this year won't be too difficult. The principals of the other three prestigious universities, sitting in the first row of the audience, narrowed their eyes slightly, their gazes growing increasingly serious. Shenzhen University is still a tough opponent this year. In virtual reality, the competition lasts only 12 hours. After killing the Tier 5 mid-level ferocious beast Titan Bear, the members of the Deep City Superpower University team scattered to hunt down the surrounding ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan stood quietly in place, his eyes slightly closed, slowly recovering his mental energy. Several hours passed. When his mental energy was almost fully restored, Lu Yuan opened his eyes and began to channel his mental energy into the skill detective technique. As I said before, higher-level ferocious beasts are more valuable, so we must try our best to find them. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the quarterfinals came to an end. Next, we will look at the quarterfinal rankings in points. It was presented completely and flawlessly to all the viewers through the light screen. First place, Shenzhen Superpower University, points 92,400. Second place, Jingbei Superpower University, points 62,000. Third place, Shanghai Superpower University, points 59,500. Fourth place, Tianchuan Superpower University, points 58,800. Fifth place, Shenzhen Superpower University is far ahead. Of course, not only in the quarterfinals, but Shenzhen University also made great strides in the semifinals and the finals. However, mental perception won't be of much use in the upcoming team competition. The ultimate winner will definitely be Kyoto University. Tianchuan Superpower University has an extremely rare awakened beast taming department. I have high hopes for them. As soon as the standings were released, the audience started discussing it. Judging from the points ranking, Shenzhen University of Extraordinary Abilities is far ahead of the other three schools. The reason for this lead is actually quite simple. The ultimate proficiency skill, detective skill. After the quarterfinals ended, everyone got up and left their seats. When they saw the rankings, the people from the other three prestigious universities were slightly surprised, but not too astonished. After all, this is just killing monsters in an underground world generated by virtual reality, so there is an element of luck involved. This ranking doesn't determine everything, making it to the semifinals is enough. The real showdown is yet to come. However, when they saw the difference in points, they couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Shenzhen Superpower University has a significant lead in points. It's unbelievably high. It's hard to tell whether it's luck or skill. We'll see. The semifinals will be the true test of our strength. They thought about it silently. They remained silent. A tense atmosphere was subtly spreading in the air. The quarterfinals lasted 12 hours, leaving the players mentally exhausted. Their rest time lasts from afternoon until evening. The next day was the stage for the 12 top high schools with special abilities to compete for the 16th to 5th place rankings. As for the semifinals, they will be postponed by one day. Inside Lu Yuan's room, Shanghai Superpower University, Dark-type superpower user Song Fei. Extremely skilled in stealth and assassination. Fortunately, my detective technique can pinpoint locations, which should be especially effective against these types of superhumans. Lu Yuan silently calculated in his heart. Li Xier from Tianchuan Superpower University is considered a favorite to win the championship. Although they have 4 4th-tier high-level ferocious beasts, that's just a numerical advantage and doesn't pose much of a threat. The strongest person on the surface at
that Gingbei Superpower University is only at the mid-level of the 4th rank, which is one small realm lower than the other 3 schools, but their points rank 2nd.
We cannot let our guard down.
Letting out a breath, Lu Yuan, having nothing else to do, sat down to meditate, closed his eyes, and entered a state of cultivation.
For ordinary people with superpowers, cultivation is often extremely painful, but Lu Yuan found it endlessly enjoyable.
Just like how top students and struggling students have completely different feelings about doing problems. Of course, body tempering techniques are an exception.
After all, he's not a masochist.
During his cultivation, Lu Yuan gradually lost track of time.
Ding, ding, ding. A few hours later, Zhang Xianran rang the doorbell of Lu Yuan's room.
It turned out that Song Li Yuan had something to discuss with Lu Yuan, but Lu Yuan was focused on his cultivation and couldn't be reached by phone. So Song Li Yuan asked Zhang Xianran, who was having dinner, to go and check if Lu Yuan was at the hotel.
Out of goodwill, Zhang Xianran brought some fruit for Lu Yuan after dinner.
At this moment, Lu Yuan had just recovered from his cultivation.
What time is it now?
His gaze involuntarily swept around, and through the window, it was already pitch black outside. I took out my phone and saw that the time was 18:15. In the north, it gets dark exceptionally early in autumn and winter. It was just past 6:30, and it was already almost pitch black outside.
Not only the time, but after unlocking his phone, Lu Yuan also discovered a message from Song Li Yuan.
What does Principal Song want with me? He scratched his head, a hint of confusion on his face.
Ding, ding, ding.
Just then, the doorbell rang.
Lu Yuan quickly walked to the door and opened it. Lu Yuan, Principal Song wants to see you,
Zhang Xianran said as soon as she opened the door.
Okay, I understand, thank you. Lu Yuan nodded his thanks.
You're welcome. I was just going that way anyway, and I bought too much fruit. Zhang Xianran waved her hand and then handed the fruit in her hand to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan then went to Song Li Yuan's residence.
He stayed in a hotel specially arranged for the contestants, while Song Li Yuan stayed in another hotel.
Lu Yuan, you've arrived.
Song Li Yuan smiled faintly. For some reason, he always felt exceptionally happy whenever he saw Lu Yuan.
Principal Song, what can I do for you? Lu Yuan, do you have time? Come for a walk with me.
Song Li Yuan extended the invitation subtly, without stating it directly.
Lu Yuan nodded. After all, Principal Song is an 8th level grandmaster. How could I refuse an invitation to take a walk? Just then, an untimely noise rang out.
It turned out that Lu Yuan was hungry. That's good, at least we can have an extra meal while we're at it. Song Li Yuan showed no displeasure and continued speaking.
In a private room at a restaurant. Lu Yuan, are you confident about the upcoming matches?
As Song Li Yuan picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and put it into his bowl, he asked. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his expression calm and composed. To be honest, Xia Laogui and I, who is also the president of Peking University, were classmates when we were young.
Back then, it was either you or me who was number one.
The one who was lagging behind would work hard to improve and catch up with the other.
Doesn't that sound amazing? Lu Yuan nodded in approval. It is indeed fortunate to have such a formidable rival.
But now that we're all school principals, although we have a good relationship, competition is still inevitable. And this competition has continued since we were young. However, the gap in skill levels is now obvious, so individual competitions are no longer very meaningful. Therefore, he and I make a bet every year on which school will rank higher in the national superpowered high school competition, with the stakes naturally being a few hundred million.
Lu Yuan fell into deep thought.
Generally speaking, Principal Song will then mention the rewards for leading the team to victory.
If that's true, Song Li Yuan continued, after the competition, he will give Lu Yuan a mysterious reward.
However, the conditions and stakes are different. The team must win first place.
Lu Yuan readily accepted. Anyway, you don't need to pay any money yourself. Moreover, winning first place was his original goal.
And you can even snag a mystery reward along the way, which is really great.
Currently, only 4 schools remain to be ranked. These 4 schools are exactly what all of you have been most looking forward to.
The host, Wan Feng, passionately shouted into the microphone.
With a wave of his hand, the changes in the light screen in front of the audience. The emblems of the 4 prestigious universities are prominently displayed. The semifinals will be held in which 4 universities will be randomly matched to compete in 2 one-on-one team matches. The matching results will rely entirely on a random algorithm.
As soon as the light screen changed, the audience's eyes were glued to the screen, their hearts pounding as if they were about to jump out of their chests.
The results of the random algorithm were then revealed. The results are as follows. That morning, the Shanghai Superpower University faced off against the Beijing Superpower University. In the afternoon, Shenzhen Superpower University will face off against Tianchuan Superpower University. Go, Magic University. Magic University will win. Kyoto University is mighty. Kyoto University is invincible.
This crucial semi-final was completely different from the previous matches. It was no longer a simple crushing victory, but rather full of more interesting aspects. As a result, the audience took out their support flags, creating an an exceptionally enthusiastic atmosphere. Lu Yuan did not leave. One of the two universities will inevitably become the opponent in the finals, making watching the match quite meaningful. Similarly, the team members from Tianchuan Superpower University shared the same mindset. Both sides were on high alert, summoning their companion beasts, creating a tense atmosphere. At this moment, it was a fierce battle of 10 against 10. First, both sides assist the ability users in unleashing their abilities. The support character at the Shanghai Superpower University is a water-type superpower user who greatly enhances defense and damage resistance. The other is a wind-type superpower user who increases movement speed and skill casting speed. Shadow Strike. Song Fei concealed himself in the darkness, and his companion beast also vanished without a trace. At the same time, both sides' defenders activated their defensive skills, ready to face the opponent's attacks. Clang, 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 thud, thud, thud. Amidst the flashing blades, you fall one of your companion beasts, and I take down one of my superhumans. However, thanks to Song Fei's invisibility, many superhumans on the field found it difficult to track him down. As time went on, the Shanghai Superpower University gradually gained a slight advantage. Go Kyoto University! Go Kyoto University! The fans of Jingbei Superpower University continued to cheer for their team, but their voices gradually sounded tired. Go, Magic University! Magic University is invincible. Yes, that's it. Take them down. Supporters of the Shanghai Superpower University were in high spirits, clenching their fists and beaming with excitement. Many girls saw Song Fei's ghostly figure and their eyes sparkled with admiration. Judging from this situation, Magic University will win the game sooner or later, but is Peking University really that weak this year? Only Lu Yuan frowned slightly, feeling that something was amiss. In the virtual reality, Zhang Yang, a team member, revealed a faint smile. The teammates had bought enough time, the skills were fully charged, and it was time for them to make their move. To everyone else, he was just an ordinary team member, but that wasn't actually the case. The moment his superpower mutated, he was no longer ordinary, just as Zhang Yang had in mind. A year ago, his superpower mutated, transforming from the A+ level Bone-Eating True Fire into the S+ level Red Lotus Karmic Fire. At the same time, his cultivation speed also achieved a qualitative leap. Zhang Yang is now a 4th-tier high-level ability user who has awakened an S+ level ability. It is also the biggest trump card that Jingbei Superpower University has kept hidden until now. Blazing Sun. Using his wind-based superpower for acceleration, Zhang Yang moved forward rapidly, swinging his longsword. A fierce burst of flames erupted instantly. This Blazing Sun is an SS level skill. The temperature is approaching a terrifying 5,000 degrees Celsius, and the range is extremely wide. This dealt a sudden and unexpected blow to the Shanghai University of Superpowers. The relentless flames instantly evaporated the water shields on their bodies. The enemy immediately lost 2 superhumans and 2 companion beasts. Zhang Yang's Blazing Sun instantly turned the tide of the game. Jingbei Superpower University, which was originally at a disadvantage, suddenly turned the tables and gained the upper hand. Upon seeing this, every audience member present was shocked. Some audience members even stood up on the spot. What's going on? The flames are so intense. Kyoto University actually refused to let their strongest member be the captain. They're really cunning. Could this be Kyoto University's hidden trump card? The neutral audience stared wide-eyed, exchanging incredulous glances. After a long period of silence, the fans of Jingbei Superpower University burst into laughter after showing their shock. With this guy around, Peking University can finally hold its head high this year. Go, Magic University! Song Fei! Go for it! Fans of the Shanghai Superpower University were still cheering for the team, but their voices were noticeably quieter. Old Ghost Song, Zhang Yang from our school had a sudden change in his superpower about a year ago. He now possesses the S+ level superpower Red Lotus Karmic Fire and is at the upper level of the 4th rank. I've investigated. Your captain is just an S-rank Ice-type ability user, and a freshman at that. Although his breakthrough speed is astonishing, making him a genius that only appears once every few decades, he's still young, so his cultivation level can't be ridiculously high. Ha, let's see how you win this time. Several kilometers away, Xia Dingnan, the principal of Jingbei Superpower University, used his mental power to transmit his voice to Song Liyuan of Shenzhen Superpower University. After all, they had a bet, and Song Liyuan had told Lu Yuan about it yesterday. Just wait and see, you'll find out then. Upon receiving Xia Dingnan's telepathic message, Song Liyuan smiled calmly and then replied with his mental energy. Heh, still stubborn as a mule. Xia Dingnan smiled knowingly after hearing this. Zhang Yang's S+ level ability, and at the advanced 4th tier, makes him the strongest among the contestants. Moreover, it's an S+ level fire-type Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire, which perfectly counters Lu Yuan's Ice-type. In Xia Dingnan's view, there is only one way for Shenzhen Superpower University to win. There must also be members with supernatural abilities among the team members. But how is that possible? If an S-class ability evolves again, it becomes the extremely rare SS-class ability. SS rank? think? That's incredibly precious. If you could really transform yourself so easily, you might as well lie in bed and dream for the rest of your life. Thinking of this, Xie Dingnan shook his head, and the absurd thought in his mind vanished without a trace. Leveraging their numerical advantage, Beijing North Superpower University quickly overtook them. They almost wiped out all the humans and beasts on the field of the Shanghai Superpower University. Only Song Fei, who had awakened his dark elemental abilities, remained. But even the strongest fists can't fight against many hands. No matter how strong Song Fei is, he can't fight against so many opponents by himself. Ultimately, Jingbei Superpower University won the semifinal and successfully advanced to the final. Beijing University, mighty. Kyoto University, so impressive. The moment the projection on the field showed Song Fei being killed, the fans of Jingbei Superpower University went wild. They waved their support flags and shouted loudly. Jingbei University has a trump card up its sleeve this year. Zhang Yang performed exceptionally well, successfully helping Jingbei University of Abilities advance to the finals. The host, Guan Feng, also provided commentary via microphone. As Guan Feng finished speaking, both teams exited virtual reality and returned to the real world. The Jingbei Superpower University team, led by Zhang Yang, left without stopping. At this moment, Zhang Yang was secretly delighted. Lu Yuan, I heard you are a genius. I admit that your cultivation speed in your freshman year was indeed amazing, and you do deserve the title of genius. However, we have already locked in the championship of this national superpowered college competition. How could I possibly lose when I've awakened the S+ level Crimson Lotus Karmic Flame? As for your future growth, I won't be able to witness it because I'm a senior this year and will be graduating soon. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yang laughed inwardly, feeling smug and triumphant. Being able to defeat a cultivation genius like Lu Yuan, even just once, made him feel incredibly exhilarated. Meanwhile, on the Shenzhen Superpower University team's side, Zhang Yang's flames are quite fierce. Based on my experience, it should be an S+ level ability. Lu Hong crossed his arms and spoke slowly. He awakened the S-level superpower Purple Sun Blazing Flame, and his cultivation level was also at the upper 4th rank. However, the flames he unleashed were nowhere near as powerful as Zhang Yang's performance on the field. Therefore, we can only speculate at a higher level. It's probably a mutation in superpowers. If a superpower mutates, the news must have been suppressed by those people at Kyoto University, otherwise I could have found clues on their campus forum. Wang Ji took over the conversation. Hey, what are you all afraid of? Captain Lu has SS-level superpowers, SS-level superpowers. Do you understand? I bet you don't. Mu Xian pursed her lips, appearing completely unconcerned. Heh, you talk as if you really know everything. Wang Ji also pursed his lips and chuckled softly. The bystanders, seeing the two bickering again, didn't say anything more. These everyday squabbles were something we'd already gotten used to during team training camps. Zhang Yang, S+ level ability, your flames are indeed fierce, but they're still a long way from burning through my myriad flower ice mirror. Lu Yuan thought to himself silently. Zhang Yang's appearance did not make him panic. After this match, the next game will be between Shenzhen Superpower University and Tianquan Superpower University. However, that match was scheduled for the afternoon. As soon as the semi-final results were announced in the morning, the audience members began to leave. Never mind, what's done is done, let's go eat first. You're right, I'm starving, and I have a competition this afternoon. Amidst laughter and cheers, the group from Shenzhen Superpower University left the scene. Watching Lu Yuan's receding figure, Li Xier, the captain of the Tianquan Superpower University, showed a solemn expression. We must give it our all in the afternoon's semi-final, because Tianquan Superpower University has failed to qualify for the finals for 3 consecutive years. This time, all the pressure fell on her shoulders. She absolutely could not lose. This responsibility weighed heavily on her mind. After a delicious lunch and a short nap, the afternoon quickly arrived. The sun was exceptionally bright today, as if adding a burning passion to the afternoon's semi-final match. Fortunately, a sunshade was set up on site, which spared the audience from the scorching sun. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final match of the semifinals. Enough with the chit-chat, the competition is about to begin. Before the competition, let's cheer for the school we support one last time and let them feel our determination, okay? Guan Feng's loud voice resounded throughout the venue through the microphone. Shenzhen University, Shenzhen University, Sichuan University, Sichuan University. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience's shouts were like a landslide and a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire stadium. Amidst cheers, both teams walked toward the virtual reality device. After putting on the helmets, the consciousness of the 10 people gradually sank into the virtual world. The competition venue for team events is exactly the same as in real life. A rectangular field measuring 3,000 meters long and 2,000 meters wide. The two sides were initially nearly 3,000 meters apart. The match first entered the classic phase of unleashing support abilities. The light of the sanctuary. Mu Xian closed her eyes tightly, clasped her hands together, and 2 pure white angel wings appeared behind her. At the same time, a burst of platinum gold light erupted, enveloping the other 4 people. This increases their damage and defense by 45%. This is the support effect that Mu Xin brings to her teammates. The cry of the wild. As Lin Lan murmured softly, a pair of delicate and lively deer antlers suddenly grew on the top of her head. She is a special ability user assigned to Captain Li Xier by Tianchuan Superpower University. Although Lin Lan is currently only at the lower 4th level, her special ability can truly form a tacit cooperation with Li Xier. With the help of Lin Lan's wild cry, all the companion beasts on the field have achieved a minor improvement in their cultivation level. The 4 4th-tier high-level companion beasts summoned by Li Xier. In an instant, 4 companion beasts at the lower level of the 5th rank quickly appeared. Lin Lan and Li Xier themselves did not possess strong combat abilities, so Li Xier left behind 2 companion beasts to protect her. The other 2 companion beasts, along with the 3 ability users in the group, sounded the horn of attack. They were met with a fierce offensive from Lu Yuan and Lu Hong. Although Jiang Xianran can also wield a spear, in the current battle, it is more appropriate for her to use Thunderstorm and 100,000 volts for ranged attacks. Explosive Flame Slash. A barrage of frost spears. A purplish-red flame ignited on Lu Hong's broadsword. Lu Yuan's spear was covered in a thick layer of frost. The combination of fire and ice is perfectly harmonious. Of course, the most outstanding performance came from Lu Yuan. After all, his marksmanship had already reached the pinnacle level before the start of the National Superpowered College competition. The gun moves like the wind and strikes like a dragon, capable of firing 10 shots in a single second. So fast was it that the spear left after images as it was swung. Not only is its speed astonishing, but its damage is also astonishingly high. The 5th-tier lower-level ferocious beast that launched the attack couldn't even last a second under Lu Yuan's lightning-fast series of thrusts. My god, his marksmanship is incredible, and it's so powerful. Yeah, does anyone know how skilled he is with a gun? I guess, maybe it's master level? Heh, my marksmanship isn't slow either, just not as fierce as his. The audience was stunned. The president of the Shanghai Superpower University, sitting in the first row, suddenly widened his pupils, his face filled with shock. He was over 90 years old and had experienced countless trials and tribulations, but he had never seen someone master the ultimate level of marksmanship at the age of 19. He himself is also skilled with guns, and has not improved since reaching the master level 20 years ago. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that the marksmanship on the field was also at the pinnacle level. The combination of 19 years old and masterful marksmanship was unbelievable even to this man who had lived for over 90 years. Lu Yuan alone is fully capable of withstanding the opponent's offensive. Lu Hong only needed to help deflect a few blows from time to time. A few minutes later, the 3 superhumans from Tianchuan Superpower University fell one after another, leaving only Lin Lan and Li Xier behind. Shenzhen Superpower University suffered almost no losses. Yes, you read that right. In close combat, Lu Yuan is absolutely king. Faced with his incredibly sharp marksmanship, his opponents couldn't get even a fraction closer. Their long-range attacks. It is extremely difficult to hit the target, even if hit. Not to mention the myriad flower ice mirror, even the ice shield is hard to shake. Faced with Lu Yuan and Lu Hong's strong offensive, Li Xier narrowed her eyes slightly. Clearly, the tide has turned against them. In any case, at least one person needs to be replaced. If Lu Yuan is too difficult to deal with, then we'll start with Lu Hong, who's right next to him. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan's combo count had reached an extremely high level, and the impact force of an ice spear he casually threw out exceeded 500 tons. The 2 figures had just appeared in front of Li Xier. Lu Yuan then threw out an ice spear. The ice gun flew through the air at high speed, making a distinct friction sound. With a graceful arc, the ice spear pierced directly through the giant bear beneath Li Xier, which she was using as a mount. In an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain from the point where the ice spear had pierced through. Ice-based elemental energy rapidly poured into his body. Within seconds, the giant bear lost its strength and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Li Xier had no choice but to jump off the giant bear. The rest of the process is self-explanatory. Shenzhen Superpower University easily defeated Tianchuan Superpower University, successfully securing their ticket to the finals. When the projected image on the field disappeared in an instant, the silent stands were suddenly filled with gasps of surprise, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. Amazing, absolutely incredible, a genius boy. Lu Yuan, you're amazing. Am I the only one who cares about Jiang Xianran, who was the team captain last year? She didn't even get a chance to make a move. There's nothing we can do about it. There's never a shortage of geniuses on the football field. They couldn't even break through Lu Yuan and his partner's defense. What a pity. No matter how strong Lu Yuan is, he is still an ice type, which is countered by Zhang Yang's fire type. This is just theory. The actual situation will only be clear once the fighting begins. The semi-finals are over. Let's give a warm round of applause for the 4 schools' outstanding performance. As the host, Wan Feng held the microphone and made the announcement. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause immediately suddenly erupted and lingered for a long time. The 20 contestants from the 4 prestigious universities nodded and smiled, gesturing to their enthusiastic fans, until the applause gradually subsided.
Lu Yuan, you're amazing, I'm impressed. I hope you can win the next championship.
At this moment, Li Xier, from Tianchuan Superpower University, walked up to Lu Yuan with her long legs and said,
"Yes, I will."
Lu Yuan nodded in response.
Then, he left the arena with his teammates from Shenzhen Superpower University.
Zhang Yang stood to the side, his eyes slightly narrowed, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan's back. "You may be very proud now, but you will be very lonely later. Your marksmanship is indeed excellent, but what can you do if I bombard you from a distance with flames? Come and witness the power of S+ level superpowers, kid."
Lu Yuan was unaware of Zhang Yang's thoughts. Of course, even if they knew, they wouldn't care.
He silently recited in his heart, "As I said before, witness the power of SS level superpowers, kid." Amidst much anticipation, the finals of the 2052 National Superpowered College Competition officially commenced.
Fans supporting Shenzhen Superpower University waved blue support flags.
Fans supporting Jingbei Extraordinary Abilities University raised red support flags. Both sides shouted loudly. From a distance, the blue and red sides appeared to be evenly matched in terms of numbers and flags. Under the fervent gaze of all the spectators, the freshmen from the 2 prestigious universities walked confidently into the arena from the entrance. Leading one side was Lu Yuan, exuding a commanding presence.
He wore black battle armor and carried an ice blue spear on his back.
His steps were steady and composed, with no trace of tension on his face. The other leader was Zhang Yang, who had a contemptuous smile on his face. He slowed his pace slightly, clearly eager to begin the finals. It seems that all the players are in good form. Without further ado, please have the contestants from both schools take their seats on the corresponding virtual reality devices,
Guan Feng said, holding up the microphone.
Without exchanging words, the two walked directly to their respective virtual reality devices. After putting on the helmet, consciousness gradually penetrates into virtual reality. The finals consist of 2 parts, a team competition and a practical skills competition. The team competition determines the percentage of bonus points, while the practical competition determines the raw score. Therefore, the bonus percentage allocation is performed first. The allocation for students at Shenzhen Superpower University is as follows: 1G 10%, Muxin 10%, Lu Hong 15%, Jiang Xianran 25%, Lu Yuan 40%. It is divided entirely based on individual ability. The assignments at Jingbei Extraordinary Abilities University are roughly the same. With a command from the host, Guan Feng, both sides summoned their respective companion beasts. Subsequently, the support players on both sides unleashed their special abilities. The light of the sanctuary. A platinum gold light enveloped the contestants of Shenzhen University of Superpowers, enhancing their attack and defense.
A light and breezy breeze.
A bluish-green light enveloped the contestants from Beijing North University of Superpowers, granting them an increase in speed.
This speed is extraordinary.
It's not just about movement speed, but also reaction speed and skill casting speed.
The frozen throne, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. The next moment, a burst of icy blue mist suddenly erupted, obscuring everyone's vision, and even the audience could not see clearly. The fog gradually dissipated. What came into view was a frozen throne, upon which Lu Yuan sat. Even through projection, the audience couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. What kind of superpower is this? I remember Lu Yuan from Shenzhen University awakened the ice and snow crown. How did it become like this now? The intimidation is too strong. I can feel it even through the projection. I wonder how the others in the arena will react.
Upon seeing this, the audience discussed it animatedly, their faces filled with shock and admiration. Xia Qingying couldn't hide the slight smile on her face.
Watching Lu Yuan shine on the field, I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride.
As expected of brother Lu Yuan, he is indeed incredibly handsome. A look of amazement flashed in Lu Yuan and Li Ming's eyes, and they silently gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up in their hearts. Xie Dingnan, sitting opposite Song Li Yuan, suddenly widened his pupils, as if he had noticed something.
Zhang Yang, who had been laughing arrogantly,
in just a moment, the smile on his face vanished without a trace. Even though he awakened an S+ level superpower, even he felt as if his own flames couldn't ignite. Impossible. Zhang Yang took a few steps back and muttered to himself.
According to his investigation, Lu Yuan's awakened superpower should be the S-level ice crown, but his current feelings told him that this was definitely not an ordinary S-class ability. SS-level superpower?
This unbelievable idea suddenly exploded in Zhang Yang's mind.
Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. If I can have superpowered mutations, why can't others? It's just that we started from different points. What are you all standing there for?
I'll charge up my skill first, you guys stall for time. With a look of anxiety on his face, Zhang Yang gave instructions to the others in the team.
Lu Yuan's power made him wary. We must decide the winner as soon as possible. His chosen decisive move was the SS-level skill Blazing Sun.
Upon hearing hearing this, the other team members nodded in agreement. If Zhang Yang can unleash the blazing heavenly sun, his chances of winning will greatly increase thanks to its terrifying, wide-range devouring ability. If you refuse to show yourself, my sword will naturally come for you. Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Lu Yuan, sitting on the frozen throne, gently waved his hand. His internal energy was rapidly mobilized, and 30 ice swords instantly condensed. When supernatural abilities are unleashed, primal energy is consumed extremely quickly. However, it also grants Lu Yuan extremely high benefits. This further enhanced his control and activity level over elemental energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a sudden storm, these 30 ice swords, accompanied by the sound of air being cut, flew swiftly towards the position of the Jingbei Superpower University. Quickly, defend, protect Zhang Yang. The students from Jingbei Superpower University reacted quickly and urged them on. This year, the senior team from Peking University is indeed not strong overall, and Zhang Yang is their only hope for victory. Moreover, Zhang Yang awakened a fire-type ability that counters ice, so his safety is of paramount importance. Not only Lu Yuan's ice sword, Zhang Xianran also unleashed the skill Thunderstorm technique. Large patches of dark clouds gathered directly above the Beijing North Superpower University. Immediately afterwards, streaks of bluish-purple lightning struck down from the dark clouds. Although Thunderbolt isn't as massive as 100,000 volts, however, its frequency and intensity far surpass those of 100,000 volts. Diamond Barrier. Lightning Arrow Scattering. Faced with the current situation, the team members of Jingbei Superpower University naturally would not sit idly by and wait for their doom. Use defensive skills decisively. If there is no defense, use attack skills to counterattack. Thud, thud, thud. A series of violent impacts rang out. A cloud of purplish blue and icy blue smoke instantly spread out. Two of the enemy's superpowered individuals and 4 companion beasts fell instantly. This was even after they managed to dodge most of the ice swords and lightning using lightness of the wind. Otherwise, the injuries will only be more severe. Incidentally, originally only 2 companion beasts would die, but it was because of Zhang Yang that the other 2 companion beasts volunteered to help him fend off the flying ice swords, which allowed Zhang Yang to survive. It's my turn to make a move. With his skill fully charged, Zhang Yang used the light breeze to sprint towards Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities at a speed exceeding 100 meters per second. An ice prison suddenly rose from the ground, trapping Zhang Yang, who was walking towards it, inside. It turns out this was Lu Yuan's prediction. After unleashing the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, he quickly charged up the skill Winter Prison. Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Clang, clang, clang. Countless tiny fragments of glass came together and pieced together to form a giant ice mirror. Everyone hid behind me. The others nodded in agreement, trusting Lu Yuan completely and following closely behind him. You think this little ice cage can hold me? Zhang Yang unleashed Blazing Sun without hesitation. In less than a second, the ice prison melted completely, and a vast expanse of flames rapidly swept outwards. Seeing the giant ice mirror summoned by Lu Yuan, and the students from Shenzhen University of Superpowers hiding behind him, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. Judging from Lu Yuan's amazing marksmanship and ice sword burst skill that he just displayed, it must have taken him a lot of time to master these skills. With Lu Yuan in such a state, how could he possibly have the leisure to study defensive skills? Trying to use this ice mirror to block my flames? Could it be an illusion caused by your SS-level superpowers? How could you trust him so much? Zhang Yang sneered inwardly. The other 2 surviving contestants from Jingbei Superpower University also smiled. Great, they're all hiding behind this ice mirror. It'll be perfect to catch them all in one fell swoop. Boom, boom, boom. The raging flames reached Lu Yuan within seconds. In an instant, the flames approached the ice mirror. It's over. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. The complete defeat of Shenzhen Superpower University means that our side has secured 100% of the bonus points. As long as nothing goes wrong in the upcoming practical competition, the final victory will surely belong to Jingbei Superpower University. Sigh, what is Lu Yuan thinking? He actually wants to use an ice mirror to block the flames? What a pity. I really thought Shenzhen University could win the championship again. What are you 2 haters talking about? Hide your red support flags first. The audience watched the scene intently. Fans of Beijing North Superpower University smiled smugly, while fans of Shenzhen Superpower University were tense and worried. Even Xie Dingnan, the principal of Jingbei Superpower University, couldn't take his eyes off it. The outcome hinges on this moment. However, to everyone's shock, the flames gradually died down. No one was injured at Shenzhen Superpower University. Even the ice mirror summoned by Lu Yuan remained completely unaffected. The pattern remains perfectly symmetrical. They had assumed Lu Yuan could withstand the flames, but to everyone's surprise, he managed to escape unscathed. After all, they had already witnessed the power of Blazing Sun during the semifinals. To everyone's surprise, the ice mirror was completely undamaged. After the flames subsided, Zhang Yang looked at the scene before him with anticipation. What kind of ice mirror can block my flames? The scene before before him caused Zhang Yang's smile to freeze instantly. "Everyone, are you alright?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. "Don't worry, we're all fine." Wang Ji patted his chest with a smile. "Xiao Bing, are you alright?" Lu Yuan reached out and patted Xiao Bing's head. "Master, it's alright, it's alright." Xiao Bing flicked its forked tongue, responding via telepathic link. This scene pierced Zhang Yang's heart like a sharp blade. That was my all-out attack. Zhang Yang completely broke down. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. "It's over, it's all over." He kept muttering to himself. No further explanation is needed. Lu Yuan's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Leading Shenzhen Superpower University, he easily won the championship in the team competition of the finals. This earned them a perfect score bonus. In contrast, the Beijing North Special Abilities University only received 0 bonus points. This means that Beijing North Superpower University must score twice as many points as Shenzhen City Superpower University in the upcoming practical competition in order to turn the tide. Shenzhen Superpower University performed exceptionally well this year, especially Lu Yuan. Let's congratulate Shenzhen Superpower University on winning the team championship. The practical competition this afternoon will be the final round, where the champion of the National Superpowered College competition will be revealed. Stay tuned. The entire venue erupted in cheers. "Old Xia, is there anything you want to say?" Song Li Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked through mental transmission. Lu Yuan's ability has evolved to SS level, but it's just luck. Once the practical competition starts, everyone's abilities and levels will be unified. I'll see how he can still play this game. Xia Dingnan snorted coldly and said stubbornly. He could certainly see that Lu Yuan not only possessed rare supernatural abilities, but also had considerable skill in other areas. But his stubbornness is still part of his personality. "Sai, so many years have passed, and you're still the same. It's just luck. If I remember correctly, you always say that when you're being stubborn." Song Li Yuan sighed softly, revealing a helpless expression. The practical skills competition has officially begun. This practical competition will directly determine the outcome of the National Superpowered College competition finals. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the two teams walked to their respective virtual reality devices and then sat down. This was clearly the crucial moment that would determine the outcome of the game. However, there were far fewer spectators at the scene compared to the team competition in the morning. False supporters at the peak, devout believers at the twilight. Those who left in anger were all fake fans of Jingbei Superpower University. True fans of Jingbei Superpower University naturally chose to stay and witness the final result of the competition. Of course, this match was almost a foregone conclusion. After all, the practical competition will adjust the participants' skill level and ability level to the same level. However, judging from Lu Yuan's performance yesterday, his marksmanship remains formidable. It is almost impossible to get a bad result in a practical competition. Each person was transported to a separate space. Lu Yuan sensed that his special abilities and attributes had changed. The most noticeable effects are that my thinking becomes sluggish and my muscle strength is much weaker than before. With a thought, the panel was immediately brought up. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 101800. Energy purity, 64%. Special ability, A. Realm level, mid-tier 4. Mental state, 1500 Hz. Qi and blood count, 6000 kilocalories. Just as he expected, the panel changed. Although he had a whopping 101,800 evolution points, which, according to the A-level ability, could be used to evolve into an S-level ability, he could still achieve that. However, since this is not his actual panel, the familiar icon did not appear. Good heavens, my spirit and vitality have been cut by more than half. Seeing this, Lu Yuan immediately understood the reason. No wonder I felt unwell all over. A sudden drop in energy and vitality is something that would be difficult for anyone to adapt to quickly. The same applies to everyone else. However, their spirit and vitality were far inferior to Lu Yuan's, so his symptoms weren't as obvious as his. Just as Lu Yuan was beginning to adapt to his body's new attributes, a screen of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Second tier lower/middle/high tier ferocious beast. Original points, October 20th 30. Tier 3 lower middle/high tier ferocious beast. Original points, 100/200/300. Tier 4 lower middle/high tier ferocious beast. Original points, 600/1500/3000. The screen clearly displays the raw score that killing the ferocious beast will bring to the group. My ability level has been downgraded and my attributes have been greatly weakened. I wonder if I can handle a 4th tier high level ferocious beast now. Lu Yuan lowered his head, pondering silently. In the past, he wouldn't have thought twice. He would have just stabbed the ice spear right in and been done with it. Alas, even a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. He sighed and shook his head gently. Just as his thoughts were churning, the ferocious beasts over there respawned. The first to appear was a 2nd tier lower level ferocious beast, which was marked as the lowest level on the light screen. Lu Yuan looked closely. The ferocious beast was serpentine in shape and had 2 extremely conspicuous purple fangs. fangs. It was obvious that this was their old friend, the Purple Fong Serpent. Long time no see, Purple Fong Snake. Lu Yuan waved to greet him. Since Lu Yuan's ability level dropped from SS to A, the capacity of his Ice-type elemental energy has also shrunk significantly. This means that he can no longer use the two major skills, Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array and Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Fortunately, the problem isn't serious. Lu Yuan can also unleash the Frost Spear combo. Although this skill is a melee attack, it consumes very little energy, and the damage of each shot increases with the number of hits. Thus, Lu Yuan's exclusive killing spree officially began. Slay 10 Tier 2 lower rank Ferocious Beasts, team base score plus 100. Slay 15 Tier 3 lower rank Ferocious Beasts, team base score plus 1500. Slay 20 Tier 4 lower rank Ferocious Beasts, team base score plus 12,000. With unparalleled marksmanship and masterful proficiency in Frost Spear combo, the number of hits keeps increasing. Lu Yuan was full of fighting spirit, and his essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak. Simply put, every shot he fired made him feel incredibly satisfied. Meanwhile, news came from outside the stadium. Shenzhen Superpower University original points, 40,000. Original score at Jingbei Superpower University, 19,000. Shenzhen Superpower University's points are still soaring. My god, it has already surpassed 40,000. While Beijing Superpower University hasn't even reached 20,000. Lu Yuan took most of the points, but what's going on? He killed so many ferocious beasts, doesn't he feel tired at all? I saw that the other contestants were taking advantage of the 5-minute break to rest, but Lu Yuan's eyes were almost red. Not only is his bonus percentage 100% higher than that of Jingbei University of Abilities, but his raw score is also more than double that of Jingbei University. In the audience, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. After each batch of ferocious beasts was killed, the contestants had a 5-minute rest period. Of course, they can also choose not to rest and directly face the next wave of ferocious beasts. Many people were puzzled as to why Lu Yuan didn't take advantage of those 5 minutes to adjust his state. The reason is actually quite simple. First, he killed these ferocious beasts one by one with his gun without feeling tired at all. On the contrary, he found it extremely enjoyable to kill them. Secondly, once you take a break, your combo will be interrupted. Time slips away quietly. While others were still facing ferocious beasts that were only at the 4th or even 3rd tier. Several 4th tier high-level ferocious beasts have already appeared in Lu Yuan's lineup. These ferocious beasts let out a deafening roar and suddenly pounced on Lu Yuan. A barrage of frost spears. Lu Yuan showed no mercy. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then raised his spear high. In the pupils of the ferocious beasts, a cold glint appeared first, followed by the spear flying out like a dragon. Swish, 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 thud, thud, thud. A barrage of gunfire rang out, and the ferocious beasts fell to the ground one by one. Congratulations! You have defeated all the ferocious beasts in the practical competition. As Lu Yuan killed the last ferocious beast, this notification popped up in front of him. My god, Lu Yuan has already broken through. A gasp erupted from the audience. It's over just like that? Lu Yuan himself nearly pursed his lips, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The practical skills competition has come to a successful conclusion. The final score is the result of multiplying the raw score by 1 plus the bonus percentage. Finally, the champion of this year's National Superpowered College competition has been decided. It was a team from Shenzhen University of Superpowers. After all, once the results came out, in terms of raw scores alone, Shenzhen University of Superpowers has more than doubled the score of Beijing University of Superpowers. If we add the extra points, the total score of Shenzhen Superpower University is even more than 5 times that of Beijing Superpower University. Among all the team members, Lu Yuan undoubtedly stood out the most. In the audience, all the spectators chanted his name in unison. The sound was uniform and deafening. They called his name and clapped enthusiastically. The applause was thunderous and continuous. The audience's faces were filled with genuine admiration. Lu Yuan's girlfriend, Xiao Qingyin, watched this scene intently, her eyes sparkling. Thinking of the surprise she was preparing for Lu Yuan, her cheeks flushed slightly. In the live stream room, tens of millions of viewers witnessed all of this. Whether it was the effortless rescue by the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, the unstoppable Frost Spear Assault, or the sweeping Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, this dignified and handsome figure is deeply imprinted in the hearts of tens of millions of viewers, leaving an indelible impression. Tianhua Superpower University. In a girls' dormitory. Oh my god, Xiangyu, your high school classmate is amazing. Does he have Lu Yuan's WeChat? Quick, send it to me. Lin Xiangyu's roommate shouted excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration, having already regarded Lu Yuan as her idol. If he won't give it to you, go ask him for it yourself. Besides, even if we give it to him, he has to agree first. Lin Xiangyu shook her head slightly, politely declining her roommate's request. How about a meal at Heidileo? My roommate wanted to test the waters again. Lin Xiangyu shook her head again, but in his heart he was thinking silently. Lu Yuan is already so amazing, I need to improve myself as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, she got up and left her seat.
2 meals, is 2 meals alright? Sai, where are you going?
Lin Xiangyu's roommate watched in surprise as she left the dormitory and headed to the Ability Center to begin her training. The champion team of the National Superpowered College Competition.
Lu Yuan, Jiang Xianran, Lu Hong, Mu Xian, and Wang Ji, let's give them a big round of applause.
The host, Wan Feng, excitedly announced, microphone in hand.
Shenzhen University is awesome. Lu Yuan is awesome. These words best express the shock felt by the audience. Lu Yuan's performance on the field fully deserves such praise.
Meanwhile, in the live stream room,
Shenzhen University is awesome. Lu Yuan is awesome.
These words dominated the screen, leaving no room for other content. Suddenly, a portal appeared on the field, attracting the attention of all the spectators. As everyone watched, the portal slowly opened, revealing a tall and imposing figure, a young man about 1.9 meters tall who appeared to be in his 30s. In fact, he has lived for over 100 years. The superpower he awakened in his youth was an S-level spatial ability, which has now been upgraded to SS level.
Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Xian, an 8th level upper level grandmaster. This is a trophy for you. Jiang Xian handed the trophy to the team members of Shenzhen Superpower University.
The one who accepted the trophy was naturally the team captain, Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan, you performed exceptionally well.
This 200 cubic meter spatial ring is a reward we prepared for the most dazzling genius in this year's National Superpower Competition.
Congratulations. Jiang Xian then spoke to Lu Yuan privately.
Immediately afterwards, he handed over a spatial ring that shimmered with an icy blue luster. He started crafting this ring 6 months in advance, specifically to reward this year's geniuses.
200 cubic meters? Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted.
After all, outside of Shenzhen University of Superpowers, even obtaining a spatial ring with only 1 cubic meter of space requires scrambling for a limited number of spots. As for the 100 cubic meter spatial ring in Xia Qingyin's hand, it not only requires a huge amount of money, but more importantly, it requires connections, otherwise, no amount of money can buy it.
And what did Lu Yuan see at that moment?
A ring with 200 cubic meters of space.
How could such an existence not shock Lu Yuan?
Now, this 200 cubic meter space ring has a capacity that is far too large to be used up.
Thank you very much, Senior Jiang.
Lu Yuan quickly composed himself, bowed slightly, and then took the enormous spatial ring from Jiang Xian's hand.
Seeing this, Jiang Xian was very satisfied. This Lu Yuan really knew how to be polite.
Everyone present, and even everyone in the live broadcast room, was stunned by what they saw. They have to wait for a long time to win a space ring that holds even a cubic meter of space. And now, this 200 cubic meter space ring has been given away directly.
To say I'm not envious would be a lie.
But they felt no jealousy whatsoever. After all, they don't have the ability to become the most dazzling genius in the National Superpowered College Competition. The most important thing for a person to do in life is to have self-awareness.
Xin Tianlong watched this scene with a face full of satisfaction. I never imagined time would fly by so quickly.
He still vividly remembers the scene when Lu Yuan became his disciple.
In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan has become the most watched genius in the country. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face.
Just then, he suddenly felt someone contacting him. This was not a phone call, but a message sent through the Grandmaster Temple. The Temple of Grandmasters is an organization jointly established by 5 superpowers. Since it is called the Temple of Grandmasters, there is only one minimum requirement to reach the Grandmaster realm. After joining the Temple of Grandmasters, you can not only enjoy many privileges, but also make friends with other Grandmasters and expand your network of contacts.
There is also an in-game store inside.
For example, an SS Plus Great Spear, which costs as much as 20 billion blue star coins outside, can be bought for less than 10 billion blue star coins inside the Grandmaster Temple.
More importantly,
members can also participate in a rare item auction held every 4 years. The treasures exhibited at that auction were all priceless and rare gems.
Someone from the Temple of Grandmasters has contacted me? Who could it be?
With a thought, Xin Tianlong immediately immersed his mind in the Grandmaster Temple system.
Yi Qingyue is contacting you. Would you like to answer?
After merging his mind into the Grandmaster Temple, Xin Tianlong realized that it was Yi Qingyue who was trying to contact him.
Grandmaster Yi. Xin Tianlong's pupil shrank when he saw Yi Qingyue take the initiative to contact him.
It should be noted that Yi Qingyue is the founder of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall and currently the strongest Ice-type ability user on the entire planet. Her special ability is SS-level Divine Frost Ice, and her cultivation level has reached the 8th tier upper-level Grandmaster. Most importantly, she is only 30 years old, younger than Xin Tianlong, and can be called a genius among geniuses.
Why did Grandmaster Yi contact me?
With a mix of doubt and anticipation, Xin Tianlong contacted Yi Qingyue.
Master Qin, hello. After the call connected, Yi Qingyue's cool voice rang out. Grandmaster Yi, hello. May I ask what brings you here? Xin Tianlong responded
responded respectfully. Clearly, Qin Tianlong used a respectful term here, even though Yi Qingyue was younger than him. In a world where everyone possesses superpowers, only strength reigns supreme. As an 8th level grandmaster, her strength was one major realm and 2 minor realms higher than his, and her special ability was an extremely rare SS level. Qin Tianlong had no problem using honorifics to address her. As for how Qin Tianlong addressed Song Liyuan, that's entirely because the two of them have an extremely good relationship. Remembering that Yi Qingyue had awakened an SS level ability, Qin Tianlong couldn't help but think of his disciple, Lu Yuan. He simply couldn't understand why Yi Qingyue would need to contact him, unless her target is Lu Yuan. Once I thought about it, everything suddenly made a lot more sense. As Qin Tianlong had predicted, Yi Qingyue's target was Lu Yuan. She continued, my goal is very simple. I want to take Lu Yuan as my disciple. A month and a half later, the Blue Star Genius battle officially began. With Lu Yuan's strength, entering the top 100 on Blue Star would be no problem at all. After entering the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy, one must become a mentor's student, or even further, a disciple. And I'm planning to take Lu Yuan as my disciple ahead of time. Master Qin, what are your thoughts or requests? As long as they are not excessive, I can fulfill them. Qin Tianlong nodded slightly and said respectfully, it would be best if Lu Yuan could learn from you. I don't have any special ideas or requirements, but this crucial step still depends on Lu Yuan's own wishes. Indeed, then bring Lu Yuan to the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to see me. Yi Qingyue nodded slightly, then hung up the connection. The National Superpowered College Competition is held in Beijing, which is very close to the Ice and Snow Superpowered Hall. Lu Yuan, this is all I can do for you. I look forward to the day when you become a powerful figure who commands respect in the region. As his consciousness returned to reality, Qin Tianlong looked at Lu Yuan, who was receiving much attention not far away, and a hint of blessing appeared in his eyes. The awards ceremony for the National Superpowered College Competition has ended, and Lu Yuan has now become a national celebrity. The most dazzling genius in the National Superpowered High School Competition, Lu Yuan. How to withstand 5,000 degrees Celsius flames. Lu Yuan creates a miracle with his ice wall. Then, someone in the comments section exclaimed in surprise that Lu Yuan was still a freshman. At first, many people couldn't believe that Lu Yuan, who was so strong, was actually just a freshman. After all, being a freshman means that one's superpowers have been awakened for less than a year. To have this level of skill is simply incredible. With more and more students from the Shenzhen University of Supernatural Abilities speaking out, this news caused a huge uproar, raising everyone's shock at Lu Yuan to several levels. For a senior student to have this level of ability is already very impressive. A freshman, that's absolutely outrageous. Do Lu Yuan and we really live on the same planet? They felt their worldview had been completely turned upside down. This year's freshmen, in particular, are practically in despair. On one hand, they were struck by Lu Yuan's strength. On the other hand, Lu Yuan's presence inevitably makes the school's management of freshmen more stringent. Lu Yuan briefly told Xia Qingyin to take his mother, Fong Wan, back home, and then went to Song Liyuan's temporary residence. Principal Song, you've called me here, it must be related to the mysterious reward, right? As soon as he entered, Lu Yuan spoke. Song Liyuan did not hold back his praise. With a thought, the spatial ring on his finger flashed with light. The next moment, a skill book with a green cover appeared in front of Lu Yuan. This is the Qingxinju, Secret of Purifying the Mind. Don't be fooled by its thinness, there's a lot of knowledge inside. Song Liyuan introduced with a smile. He said slowly, I know you like to hunt ferocious beasts in the underground world. This book, the Heart Cleansing Manual, will greatly help you. After learning it, you can greatly reduce the accumulation of bloodlust. If you enter the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy in the future, you will also receive a skill book called Heart Soothing Technique. After all, Heavenly Palace City is located in the underground world, and breathing the air there for a long time will also affect you with the bloodthirsty aura, so you must learn Heart Soothing Technique. Heart Cleansing Technique is a more advanced alternative to Heart Soothing Technique. The difference can also be seen in the names. Qing means to clear away, while Jin means to suppress. Although neither of them directly clears away anything, it is obvious which one is superior. The Heart Cleansing Formula. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed brightly. This is an absolutely exquisite treasure. The significant reduction in the accumulation of bloodlust means that one's efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts in the underground world will be greatly improved. The speed at which evolution points are acquired will experience a qualitative leap. Thank you, Principal Song. Lu Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Song Liyuan nodded, his satisfaction evident in his eyes. Even though Lu Yuan had won the title of Most Dazzling Genius in the National Superpowered College Competition, he remained humble and polite, which made him very gratified. By the way, Lu Yuan, the Blue Star Genius Battle will begin in a month and a half. The top 100 contestants will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy, which will be very beneficial for your further studies. Even if you don't get into the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy, you will still will receive generous rewards prepared by the 5 superpowers, so be sure to prepare in advance. Song Liyuan didn't forget to give some instructions. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Blue Star Genius Battle. Heavenly Palace Superpower Academy. A joint reward from 5 superpowers. I must seize this opportunity. He was silently making plans in his mind. Just after leaving Song Liyuan's temporary residence, Lu Yuan received a call from Qin Tianlong. Teacher Qin, is there something you need from me? After answering the phone, Lu Yuan asked with some doubt. Lu Yuan. Qin Tianlong then told him everything that had just happened. Grandmaster Yi wants to take me as his disciple ahead of schedule? Of course I'd like to become your apprentice. The headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall? Okay, I'll be right there. This unexpected surprise made Lu Yuan unable to suppress a smile. As the saying goes, when you're out in the game, power and connections matter. The resources and opportunities one can gain by being accepted as a disciple by an 8th-tier grandmaster are simply unimaginable. More importantly, since she and I both possess Ice-type abilities, she must have mastered valuable Ice-type skill manuals. Lu Yuan only needs evolution points to become stronger. However, this is on the premise that there must be attributes on the panel that can be added. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, how could Lu Yuan let it slip away so easily? Since others value me so much, he will surely prove with his abilities that the trust and investment were worthwhile. Ice and Snow Ability Hall Headquarters. Lu Yuan, you've arrived. Come inside with me. When Qin Tianlong saw Lu Yuan appear, a rare smile finally appeared on his face. Okay, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The two then walked together into the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. Lu Yuan looked around. This time, the place was no longer deserted. Many people were bustling about. Just then, a pretty figure suddenly appeared, followed by a clear and melodious voice. That was Ji Yunxi, whom he had met at the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall last time. She has long, ice-blue hair and eyes as clear and bright as sapphires. You must be Grandmaster Qin? And little brother Lu Yuan, we meet again. Ji Yunxi greeted him warmly. Hello. Qin Tianlong responded. Hello, Sister Yunxi. Lu Yuan responded politely. Since Ji Yunxi is Yi Qingyue's disciple, then she is the future senior sister, so it is very natural to call her Sister Yunxi. Ji Yunxi nodded with a smile. The teacher is already waiting for you. Please follow me. Without saying much, she turned and led the way. The two looked at each other and nodded, then followed closely behind. The teacher is inside. Let's go in. Ji Yunxi stopped in front of an office and opened the door. Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan exchanged a glance, then went inside together. A beautiful woman sat gracefully at the desk. She possessed a cold and exquisite appearance, a voluptuous figure, and exuded a mature charm that was completely different from that of young girls. What's most striking is her long, snow-white hair. Slightly different from Jiang Shenran, her hair cascaded down like a waterfall of silver, gradually turning a deep purple at the ends. A purple flower was pinned in her hair as an embellishment. After the group entered, Yi Qingyue conducted a brief inspection. As expected, Lu Yuan's current superpower is indeed SS level, without a doubt. Lu Yuan, you're here. What's your decision? Yi Qingyue parted her red lips slightly and asked directly. She was referring, of course, to whether Lu Yuan was willing to become her disciple. She was too lazy to beat around the bush. Whether or not he becomes her disciple depends on Lu Yuan's decision. If we could really become disciples, that would be wonderful. Everyone would be happy. If not, Yi Qingyue can only continue to wait for the next SS level Ice-type ability user to appear. Disciple Lu Yuan wishes to become your disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan did not hesitate and respectfully performed the apprenticeship ceremony. Alright, I, Yi Qingyue, will accept you as my disciple. Yi Qingyue nodded in satisfaction. Through her investigation, she learned that Lu Yuan was a humble person, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's indeed true. After Yi Qingyue accepted Lu Yuan as her disciple, Ji Yunxi was at a loss for words. Looking back, she had put in a lot of effort to become Yi Qingyue's student. But now, Lu Yuan has become a disciple with just a few words, even surpassing the status of a student. However, Ji Yunxi felt no jealousy whatsoever because she knew she didn't have Lu Yuan's talent. You all go out first, I need to talk to Lu Yuan about some things. Yi Qingyue waved her hand. The two left the office at the same time. Lu Yuan, I spend most of my time in Tiangong City. You should know about Tiangong City, right? Yi Qingyue smiled lightly as she looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded and added, my next goal is to continue my studies at the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. Not bad, not bad. With your current strength, entering the top 100 in the Blue Star Genius Battle is no problem at all, but my requirements for you go far beyond that. Yi Qingyue's expression gradually became serious. Lu Yuan said, teacher, please continue. Yi Qingyue blurted out, my goal for you is to be at least in the top 3 of the Blue Star Genius Battle. Only then will you be worthy of being my master. No, teacher. Lu Yuan shook his head. Yi Qingyue frowned slightly and asked, what's wrong? Do you feel it's too demanding? Then let's lower the standard a little, at least least the top 5? Teacher, what I mean is, as your disciple, I naturally want to prove myself. Therefore, my goal is to win first place in the Blue Star Genius Battle, Lu Yuan said seriously. This is not just empty talk. After all, he had a system, and he was a transmigrator. How can I do justice to myself if I don't win first place in the Blue Star Genius Battle? Seeing Lu Yuan's serious expression, Yi Qingyue was slightly taken aback, then smiled. The smile didn't seem out of place at all. Instead, it added a touch of warmth. Okay, then the goal is to get first place. If you achieve that, I'll give you a gift. Yi Qingyue continued. Lu Yuan said, this disciple thanks you in advance for the gift, master. You're quite the smooth talker, kid. Yi Qingyue joked, then took out a skill book from her spatial ring and placed it on her desk. Lu Yuan looked closely. SS Plus level skill book Ice Dragon's Roar. The first page, naturally, introduces its effects. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS Plus level skill. When used, it will summon an ice dragon with extremely high destructive power. Lu Yuan murmured to himself. Although the effect was brief, Lu Yuan knew it was no ordinary thing. Didn't you see SS Plus level skill? There are precedents for this level, such as Myriad Flower Ice Mirror, which is also an SS Plus level skill with an extremely powerful defensive effect. So, what do you think? Do you want it? Seeing Lu Yuan staring intently at the skill book, Yi Qingyue's lips curled into a faint smile. Of course I want it. Lu Yuan nodded honestly, his eyes shining with determination. Imagine summoning an ice dragon with your bare hands. Wow, that would be incredibly cool. Not only is he incredibly handsome, and this is an SS Plus level skill, absolutely powerful. Yi Qingyue's smile remained, and she asked, logically speaking, shouldn't you be taking a step back to advance at this point? Hearing Yi Qingyue's words, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and then said, this disciple does not want to become estranged from his teacher, so I will speak frankly about what is on my mind. He, you certainly know how to talk. Here you go. Yi Qingyue smiled and handed the SS Plus level skill book Ice Dragon's Roar to Lu Yuan. Thank you, teacher. After receiving the skill book, Lu Yuan put it into his newly acquired spatial ring, a spatial ring with a capacity of up to 200 cubic meters. Oh, and this too. This is a simple virtual reality device. With it, you can enter virtual reality anytime, anywhere. This will make it much easier to contact me and for teaching. Yi Qingyue then took out a wristwatch from her spatial ring and handed it to Lu Yuan. That's all. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Finally, Yi Qingyue asked. Yes, teacher. Do you have any skills related to disguise? With a month and a half to go before the Blue Star Genius Battle, Lu Yuan naturally had to go to the underground world again during this time. You're sure to meet a lot of people along the way. Now that he's the most dazzling genius in the national superpowered high school competition, it's hard not to feel uncomfortable with so many people staring at him on the street. Yi Qingyue nodded and handed him the B-grade skill book Disguise Technique as well. A B-grade skill book doesn't require too many evolution points to reach a high level of proficiency, which is quite suitable. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then left Yi Qingyue's office. As soon as they stepped outside, they were met with the attention of Ji Yunxi and Qin Tianlong. However, they didn't say much at the office door. The three walked away and arrived at the first floor of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall headquarters. The two of them spoke at the same time, asking, how was it? Teacher/Grandmaster Yi, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Ji Yunxi asked this question because she knew that Yi Qingyue had high expectations for her students. Qin Tianlong took the opportunity to chat with the lively Ji Yunxi. No, it's not that bad. Lu Yuan shook his head repeatedly and answered with a light laugh. That's true. You are the teacher's first disciple, and the others are all students. She wouldn't want to make things difficult for you. After all, there aren't many people who can awaken an SS-level ice-type ability on their own. Ji Yunxi revealed an expression of I knew it. The first disciple. Lu Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. The three walked and talked until they went outside. Lu Yuan, do your best in the Blue Star Genius Battle. I'll treat you to dinner the day you enter the Heavenly Palace Superpower Academy. That's what the lively Ji Yunxi said when she said goodbye. Then I thank you in advance, senior sister. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. It's just the Blue Star Genius Battle, isn't it? With a month and a half until the competition, and with the teacher's guidance, there is more than enough time to learn the SS Plus level skill Ice Dragon's Roar. I learned the SS Plus level skill Ice Dragon's Roar. This means that you have 2 SS Plus level skills. The title of first place in the Blue Star Genius Battle is definitely mine. On their way from the headquarters of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to the Jingbei City Airport, Lu Yuan received a message from Xia Qingyin. Xia Qingyin, Yuan, when are you coming back? Lu Yuan, what's wrong? Did you miss me? Xia Qingyin made no attempt to hide her feelings and simply replied with one word, yes. This straightforward reply stunned Lu Yuan. Immediately afterwards, Xia Qingyin said, come back soon, I have a surprise for you. Curious, Lu Yuan typed, what surprise? Xia Qingyin, I won't tell you. If I tell you, can the surprise still be called a surprise? Looking at the message Xia Qingyin sent, Lu Yuan could almost see the smile on her face in front of the screen. Lu Yuan, okay, wait for me to come come back. She wondered to herself, what kind of surprise has she prepared for me? A few hours later, Shenzhen City Airport. Xiaoyin, I've arrived. Where are you? As soon as he got off the plane, Lu Yuan immediately sent a message to Xia Qingyin. Come back to school, come to my dorm, and I'll tell you what the surprise is, hee hee. Upon seeing this message, Lu Yuan became even more curious. Do I really have to go to the dormitory in person? Go ahead and go. Who's afraid of who? Just as Lu Yuan was about to hail a taxi, Xin Tianlong shook his head beside him. Teacher, what's wrong? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. No need to take a taxi, this is faster. Xin Tianlong opened his containment sphere. The next moment, a huge, ice blue eagle appeared before the two of them. This was Qin Tianlong's companion beast. It was the one that carried Qin Tianlong and Lu Yuan to the library, where they obtained the S-rank body tempering technique, mysterious nether ice soul body. Then, the two of them sat on Xiaoyu's back, one in front of the other. Are you two ready? I'm about to take off. After receiving an affirmative answer, Xiaoyu slowly rose from the ground and soared into the azure sky. This long-lost feeling brought a surge of joy to Lu Yuan's heart. He couldn't help but wonder when he could fly freely in the sky like that. As he pondered this, Lu Yuan looked down at the beautiful scenery along the way. Xiaoyu flies extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of a taxi, and has no need to worry about traffic jams or traffic lights. In less than 5 minutes, a huge figure appeared in the sky above the gate of Shenzhen Superpower University. This attracted students who had just come out of the school gate to stop and watch. Some people couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, while others took out their phones to take pictures. It wasn't until Xiaoyu slowly landed that everyone realized this was Dean Qin's companion beast. No wonder so many students know Qin Tianlong. After all, his strictness is renowned throughout the entire Shenzhen Superpower University. Lu Yuan, I still need to buy some things. You go in first, Qin Tianlong said to Lu Yuan. Okay, teacher. Lu Yuan nodded in response, then got on a shared electric scooter and headed towards the dormitory area. Xiaoyin, you're keeping me in suspense like this. Just how big of a surprise are you going to make? 1 week ago, Xia Qingyin was training with her teacher, who was also her aunt, Xiao Wan, in the training room. After training, it's time for rest. Xiao Wan asked with a smile. Xiaoyin, I heard from Principal Song that Lu Yuan's superpower has evolved into SS level. Is that true? Xiao Wan and Song Li Yuan had a good relationship. When she asked why Lu Yuan was chosen as the team leader, Song Li Yuan told her the truth. Anyway, once the national superpowered college competition begins, Lu Yuan's strength will be hard to hide. However, Xiao Wan still found it hard to believe, so she asked her niece, Xia Qingyin. She knew that Xia Qingyin was Lu Yuan's girlfriend. After receiving Xia Qingyin's affirmative answer, Xiao Wan's expression became somewhat serious. Xiaoyin, since that's the case, you'd better keep a close eye on him. Xiao Wan spoke earnestly. What are you optimistic about? Xia Qingyin showed a blank and adorable expression. A man as outstanding as Lu Yuan must have a lot of women wanting to take him away. I don't expect him to have only one girlfriend, but at least he should have you in his heart. Xiao Wan answered Xia Qingyin's question. So, auntie, you. Before Xia Qingyin could finish speaking, Xiao Wan leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Yuan and I haven't reached that point yet. Xia Qingyin shyly turned her head away, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. Xiao Wan said earnestly, oh well, it'll all come sooner or later anyway. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you want to? Of course I want to, but... Xia Qingyin hesitated. The words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. Just what? Xiao Wan opened her eyes wide and pressed for an answer. Yuan, he might not be able to handle it. In the end, Xia Qingyin still spoke up. It was probably after the freshman competition that she witnessed Lu Yuan obtaining the tiger whip in the school's underground world. What are the effects of tiger penis? How could she not know? Her aunt is a grass-type master, so perhaps she can be of help. Don't worry, have you forgotten who your aunt is? This little thing is nothing to me. Xiao Wan patted her chest and said confidently. Alright, let's continue training. At this moment, Lu Yuan arrived at Xia Qingyin's dormitory. He was filled with anticipation for the surprise Xia Qingyin had mentioned. He then rang the doorbell. The door was opened quickly. However, it wasn't Xia Qingyin who opened the door, but her best friend Wang Yuzhu. Where is Xiaoyin? He called Xia Qingyin to the dormitory, but she wasn't there. She's upstairs. Wang Yuzhu answered. Okay, thanks. Lu Yuan didn't ask any further questions and went into the dormitory. In a corner where Lu Yuan wasn't looking, Wang Yuzhu revealed a sly smile. Lu Yuan arrived at Xia Qingyin's bedroom door. Thump, thump, thump. He reached out and knocked on the door. Yuan, the door isn't locked, come in. Upon hearing the knocking at the door, Xia Qingyin's voice came through. Okay, I'm coming in. Lu Yuan nodded, pushed open the door, and went inside. The scene before him stunned him. Xia Qingyin was wearing a long black leather trench coat, the hem of which almost reached her ankles. The trench coat was tailored to fit her figure perfectly, highlighting her slender waistline. She wore a white shirt underneath, but it couldn't hide her stunning curves at all. The length of the trench coat's hem cleverly elongated the lines of her long, shapely legs. She wore a short black pleated skirt, black stockings, and patent leather pointed high heels that complemented each other perfectly. The exposed area of her private territory was so captivating that it was impossible to look away. Her hair was styled into a high bun, with a few stray strands falling across her forehead, and her makeup was exquisite. If I had to describe Xia Qingyin at this moment in one word, it would be alluring. Xiaoyin, what's wrong? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Xia Qingyin murmured softly, then slowly opened her palm. In his hand was a green pill. Lu Yuan asked curiously, Yuan, aren't you not quite there? I'll just eat it. Can you? Her voice trailed off and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Oh, what are you talking about? Lu Yuan scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. He actually knew all along, but he just wanted to tease her. It's that, how am I supposed to say it out loud? Xia Qingyin's voice grew softer and softer, almost a murmur. Xiaoyin, stop joking. I actually understood. Lu Yuan said with a smile. But are you so sure I can't do it? He raised a brow. At this moment, Xia Qingyin seemed to have misunderstood something. How can a man be so embarrassed when his girlfriend misunderstands him from this perspective? Then, Xia Qingyin recounted the whole story in detail. This is a mission from the school's mission center. What have you been thinking about all day? Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly. I never expected that something like this would be misunderstood, and for so long. It's all your fault. Xia Qingyin crossed her arms and pouted. After learning the truth, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear, and could only relieve her embarrassment with this gesture. Okay, it's all my fault, alright? Lu Yuan reached out, a faint smile on his face, and gently patted her head. Sigh, it seems I don't really need your surprise. With that, he sighed and made a move to leave. Although Xia Qingyin was extremely alluring at that moment, but Lu Yuan would never do such a thing without her consent. Just as Lu Yuan turned around, Xia Qingyin suddenly remembered her Aunt Xiaowan's words. Her red lips parted slightly, and she mustered her courage to say, Yuan, I forgot to tell you, there's more than one surprise. More than one surprise? What else is there? Lu Yuan's pupils dilated slightly as he turned his head in confusion. The moment he turned around, Xia Qingyin's delicate body threw herself into his arms without hesitation. Her little face was as red as a ripe apple. Xiaoyin, you. Before she could finish speaking, Xia Qingyin gently sealed Lu Yuan's lips with her own. Xiaoyin, since you're like this, you can't blame me. The first one to wake up was Lu Yuan. Sunlight streamed in through the window. He stared at his arm, thinking to himself, this little girl, is she a dog? How can she bite like that? A large patch of messy, uneven teeth marks were left on his arm. However, this was not a complaint or rant, but rather a bit of teasing. Then, he subconsciously looked at Xia Qingyin. She had long eyelashes, a delicate face, and her hair was spread out evenly. She is sleeping peacefully. Even in her sleep, Xia Qingyin remained beautiful and captivating. Her face showed 2 parts pain, but even more so 8 parts satisfaction. If you look closely, you'll find that Xia Qingyin at this time has shed some of her girlish naivete and gained a more mature charm compared to before. At this moment, Lu Yuan slowly lowered his head, wanting to kiss Xia Qingyin's forehead, but then he thought about it again and shook his head slightly, deciding against it. Xia Qingyin was too tired last night, so let her rest for a while and don't disturb her. Just then, Xia Qingyin rubbed her eyes and opened them, still half asleep. Yuan, she called out softly. Xiaoyin, were you exhausted last night? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Lu Yuan said with a light laugh. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qingyin's fair cheeks flushed red. How dare you say that? Isn't it all because of you? She pouted and said coquettishly, raising her little fist to gently tap Lu Yuan's chest. This is clearly not a complaint. Her face was full of happiness and a sweet smile. Yuan, you're really amazing. Last night was wonderful. Xiaoyin, you rest first, I'll go get you some breakfast. Lu Yuan reached out and gently rubbed Xia Qingyin's head, his face full of concern. It's already 10 a.m., time for breakfast. Moreover, Xia Qingyin had expended a lot of energy last night and needed to replenish her strength with a proper meal. Xia Qingyin nodded. Afterwards, Lu Yuan put on his slippers, got out of bed, and left her bedroom. He walked up the spiral staircase from the second floor to the living room on the first floor. I happened to run into Wang Yuzhu. The two looked at each other silently and smiled gently. Xia Qingyin did indeed expend a lot of energy last night. Just as she was about to lie down and continue resting, suddenly sensing something amiss, he couldn't help but frown. This blanket is a bit. Xia Qingyin muttered to herself, filled with doubt. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Her initial doubts were instantly replaced by shyness. This happened last night. Realizing this, her sleepiness vanished instantly. She put on her pajamas, picked up the blankets and mattress, and with her long legs, went to the bathroom, where she threw the bedding into the washing machine. Just then, a figure quietly appeared behind her. With a smile, the person asked innocently, Xiaoyin, why are you washing the blankets? This. Hearing the voice, Xia Qingyin turned around and saw that it was her best friend Wang Yuzhu. She was speechless for a moment. I understand everything. Seeing this, Wang Yuzhu took light steps closer, her gossipy smile becoming even brighter. Soon after, Lu Yuan returned to Xia Qingyin's room with breakfast. He opened the door door and went into the bedroom. Xia Qingyin was sitting on the edge of the bed, and the blankets on the bed had been replaced with a new set. Her previously somewhat messy black hair was now neatly and beautifully styled. Lu Yuan placed the breakfast on the bedside table and said, "Xiaoyin, breakfast is here." Xia Qingyin nodded in response and began to savor the taste. Lu Yuan was about to leave, giving her some time alone. Xia Qingyin looked up, blinked her bright eyes, and asked with a hint of shyness, "Yuan, will you come again tonight?" Seeing this, Lu Yuan nodded without hesitation. Of course. Xia Qingyin was physically exhausted, but for Lu Yuan, this was a piece of cake. After all, Lu Yuan is a mid-level 4th-tier ability user with a blood energy value of 13,700 calories and an extremely strong physique. This was the first time Lu Yuan had experienced something like this. Having just tasted the ways of the world, he naturally felt great enjoyment, but he did not become addicted to the pleasures of the world. Therefore, he did not stay beside Xia Qingyin. Time is of the essence. The Blue Star Genius battle is about to begin. The training that needs to be completed must continue. Thinking of this, the burning light in Lu Yuan's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Teacher Yi values him so much, personally accepting him as his first disciple. Naturally, he will not let Teacher Yi down. And the gift the teacher mentioned. Moreover, Lu Yuan was also looking forward to the gift Yi Qingyue mentioned, so he went to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. On the way, Lu Yuan wore a mask, so the students on campus did not recognize him. As soon as I entered the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, I took off my mask. Oh my god, it's Lu Yuan. It's Lu Yuan. Brother Lu Yuan is here. Quickly, give me his autograph. Brother Lu Yuan is so handsome, he definitely doesn't lack girlfriends. Does he need a boyfriend? Several students from the Ice and Snow Ability Hall immediately recognized Lu Yuan, quickly attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Their eyes were filled with undisguised admiration, and they gathered around. In a world of global superpowers, the strong reign supreme, and worshipping the strong is perfectly normal. There's really no other way to remove the mask, since to open a training room here, you not only need to show your student ID, but you also need to have your face scanned. However, this is not a big problem for Lu Yuan. There weren't many people here. Compared to the crowded streets outside, there were far fewer. After quickly dealing with everyone, Lu Yuan entered the A-level training room. The principle behind the B-level skill, disguise, isn't difficult. I should be able to learn it today. The heart-clearing mantra will take some time, but it shouldn't take more than a week. The heart-cleansing technique is an upgraded version of the heart-soothing technique, both designed for those who need to live in the underground world for extended periods and hunt ferocious beasts. Therefore, it is not difficult to learn, provided that you have enough mental strength. Lu Yuan's mental strength reached 3,720 Hz, which already met the requirements. As for the SS Plus level skill Ice Dragon's Roar, it is very difficult to master it on your own. Although both are SS Plus level, offensive skills are much more difficult to learn than defensive skills. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. With the teacher's guidance, I should be able to get the hang of it quickly, and then keep adding points until I fully master it. Lu Yuan added Yi Qingyue as a friend in virtual reality. She once said, "Every day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I teach the Song of the Ice Dragon for 2 hours." Lu Yuan arrived at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall at noon. After studying the art of disguise for 4 hours, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He put on the watch and entered virtual reality. A flash of light. Soon, Yi Qingyue's graceful figure appeared before him. Lu Yuan called out respectfully. Yi Qingyue nodded slightly in response and then began the day's teaching. Lu Yuan continued to study the art of disguise. Not bad, you've already mastered the basics of disguise. He gave a faint smile. Disguise techniques, B, beginner. Then press the button next to disguise. Evolution points -60. Disguise technique, B, beginner. Disguise technique, B, elementary. The effect of disguise at the beginner level is not significant. Evolution points -600. Disguise, B, beginner. Disguise, B, intermediate. Evolution points -1800. Disguise, B, intermediate. Disguise, B, advanced. Evolution points -5400. Disguise, B, advanced. Disguise, B, master. Lu Yuan consumed 7,860 evolution points in one go. He upgraded his disguise skills from beginner to master level. Lu Yuan currently has 93,940 evolution points remaining. Let's see how it goes. Disguise. Lu Yuan used a disguise technique on himself. Enveloped in a burst of white light, his appearance slowly changed. He immediately conjured a mirror of ice. Through the mirror, the once aloof young man instantly transformed into a middle-aged man. Unless a high-level superhuman possesses mental perception, no one can see through this disguise. Maintaining this appearance consumes negligible amounts of elemental energy for me. Lu Yuan grinned. Then, he sat on the ground and took out the heart-cleansing mantra from his spatial ring. His plan is, after fully mastering the pure heart mantra and that Ice Dragon's Roar, then you can challenge 6th-tier ferocious beasts. A 6th-tier ferocious beast, it must provide a lot of evolution points. Lu Yuan was secretly making plans in his mind. Time
time quickly came to 10 p.m.
Lu Yuan went to the cafeteria, picked up some late-night snacks for Xia Qingyin, and then headed to her dormitory.
Hey Yuan, you've come.
Xia Qingyin looked exceptionally sexy tonight, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. She blinked her clear, bright eyes, a hint of excitement on her face, clearly full of anticipation for what was to come. In order not to affect Lu Yuan's training the next day, the two did not stay up too late and fell into a deep sleep around midnight. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lu Yuan had already arrived at the Ice and Snow Ability Hall.
Time flies. I've finally grasped the basics of the Qingxinju. Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction.
Then the panel was opened.
The mind-clearing technique, beginner.
The purifying heart technique has no skill level.
Evolution points -400.
The mind cleansing technique, beginner. The mind cleansing technique, elementary.
Lu Yuan observed that the evolution points required to upgrade this mind cleansing technique were quite considerable.
The evolution points required to progress from beginner to intermediate are sufficient proof of this. The SS Plus level skill Myriad Flowers Ice Mirror only costs 200 points from beginner to basic level.
No need for further explanation, keep adding more. Evolution points -9000.
The mind cleansing technique, beginner. The mind cleansing technique, intermediate.
Evolution points -40,000.
Cleansing heart technique, intermediate. Cleansing heart technique, advanced. At this point, Lu Yuan had 44,540 evolution points remaining. The mind cleansing mantra, advanced. However, the symbol is no longer present after Qingxinju, which means that there are not enough evolution points to add more.
Let's put it aside for now and talk about it later. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, not paying much attention. 2 more days have passed. It's so great to have a teacher to guide me. I've actually mastered the basics of Ice Dragon's Roar so quickly.
Lu Yuan grinned, his pupils gleaming with excitement.
Create a dragon with your bare hands? This is practically a reality. Anyone would be incredibly excited. With a thought, he opened the panel. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS Plus, beginner.
He raised his hand and pressed.
Evolution points -200. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS Plus, beginner. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS Plus, elementary. Oh, I see.
As a flood of memories rushed into his mind, Lu Yuan suddenly understood, and all his confusion vanished instantly.
He decided to save the next evolution point for now. Lu Yuan knew this in his heart. It's not convenient here, let's try virtual reality instead.
Soon, his image appeared in the virtual reality. He sent Yi Qingyue a message.
Teacher, I have learned Ice Dragon's Roar. The implication is that the teacher doesn't need to worry about it anymore.
Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyue was also immersed in virtual reality at that moment.
Yi Qingyue requests entry into your space. Lu Yuan received a message.
Upon seeing this scene, he nodded in agreement without hesitation.
Lu Yuan, you've already mastered Ice Dragon's Roar? You're really not lying to me?
Yi Qingyue's ice blue eyes widened slightly. Although she had known for a long time that Lu Yuan was a genius, this still made her find it hard to believe.
Absolutely true. Lu Yuan nodded firmly. Immediately, he mobilized the ice elemental energy within his body. A deafening dragon roar shattered the silence.
A massive and majestic ice dragon appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a sky full of ice shards, its scales gleaming coldly in the dim light. It opened its enormous mouth like a flash of lightning and swooped down, flying swiftly in the direction Lu Yuan had indicated. Where it passed, the ground froze into a thin layer of ice, and the air currents converged into ice fog. The next instant, the ice dragon's body suddenly shattered, thousands of ice shards scattering like stardust, followed by a deafening roar, and a shockwave of bone-chilling cold swept outwards.
Teacher, how was it? Lu Yuan asked with a grin. After a half-second silence, Yi Qingyue gave her evaluation. Judging from the results, Lu Yuan did indeed master the skill Ice Dragon's Roar.
As for the word amazing, although it is simple, it is the highest praise Yi Qingyue has given. If her disciple Ji Yunqi heard Yi Qingyue use the word amazing as a compliment, she would probably be stunned on the spot. Normally, Yi Qingyue would consider even a simple not bad a compliment, let alone amazing, something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Teacher, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you for help with, Lu Yuan continued.
What is it?
Yi Qingyue asked with great interest. I want to go to the superpower base in Gansu and Ningxia to hunt ferocious beasts, but I need to get approval, Lu Yuan said.
As is well known, the habitats of 6th tier and above ferocious beasts in the underground world are strictly controlled by the state.
These superpowered bases are not open to individuals with special abilities, they must be authorized to enter. Those who approve it must be at least at the Grandmaster level.
Since Yi Qingyue happened to be here, Lu Yuan asked her a question first. If we could get her consent, that would be the best outcome.
Of course, even if she disagreed, Lu Yuan could go to Qin Tianlong, Son Li Yuan, and others.
Hunting ferocious beasts. Yi Qingyue nodded, without saying anything more.
According to her previous investigation, Lu Yuan did indeed frequently travel to the underground world. She guessed that it was because he often honed his skills in the underground world, coupled with his astonishing comprehension, that his skill proficiency improved so rapidly. Subsequently, Yi Qingyue quickly approved his request. The approval process was quite simple. Yi Qingyue only needed to contact the Gansuningsha province ability base. After Yi Qingyue left his space, Lu Yuan continued to add points to Ice Dragon's Roar. Evolution points minus 6,500. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Beginner, Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Intermediate. Evolution points minus 19,500. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Intermediate, Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Advanced. It consumed 26,000 evolution points at once. 18,340 points remaining. It's a bit of a shame that Ice Dragon's Roar can only be upgraded to advanced proficiency at the moment because there aren't enough evolution points. Let's see how bad the damage really is. Lu Yuan grinned. The next second, a test specimen capable of withstanding infinite damage appeared before him. Such stakes are impossible to exist in reality. They can only be used in virtual reality. Ice Dragon's Roar. Lu Yuan mobilized the ice elemental energy within his body. Instantly, about 30% of the ice elemental energy was consumed. A deep dragon roar then resounded. Instantly, an ice dragon more than twice the size of the previous one was condensed. The ice dragon charged out like lightning with an unstoppable momentum. It then violently collided with the stake that could withstand infinite damage. With a deafening roar, thick ice fog instantly spread out. Lu Yuan looked closely and saw that the damage had reached 1,900 tons, almost 2,000 tons. Lu Yuan was pleasantly surprised by this. Don't be fooled by the seemingly small impact force of 1,900 tons. It's actually just the effect of that Ice Dragon's Roar skill at an advanced proficiency level. If one can break through to the master level of proficiency, increasing the impact force to around 4,000 tons should be no problem at all. Let's compare it with the SS level skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array, which has already reached the highest level of proficiency. First of all, Ice Dragon's Roar consumes less ice-type elemental energy. Secondly, its damage is even more powerful. This is mainly because different skills use different methods to channel ice-type elemental energy. It's difficult to just talk about it on paper. It must be verified through practical operation. Therefore, only through repeated learning, continuous practice, and constant improvement can one reach a higher level. After the Ice Dragon's Roar was released, a sudden thought flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. No matter how much it's improved, Ice Dragon's Roar always seems to only be able to unleash one ice dragon. So, how can you release multiple ice dragons to attack at the same time? That scene must have been incredibly impressive. Lu Yuan couldn't help but silently calculate in his heart. However, these are not his most pressing concerns right now. Right now, he should focus on improving his own abilities. So he embarked on his journey to the Gansuningsha Special Abilities Base. After leaving school, Lu Yuan went outside the school to buy equipment, because his existing equipment can no longer meet his needs. After all, the highest level of equipment in the school is only S grade. The Cold River Sky-Splitting Spear in his hand could only support a maximum of 4,280 kilograms, which was only at the level of an S-class spear, and was clearly far from sufficient. Holding it in my hand, it even feels light and flimsy, lacking weight. Therefore, Lu Yuan decided to purchase an SS-grade alloy spear. This spear is named Shattered Star, and it was crafted by a 7th-tier high-level martial arts master from the Great Xia Kingdom. It is 3 meters long and weighs 12,400 kilograms, or 12.4 tons. In terms of price, it is completely within Lu Yuan's budget now. 25 million blue star coins. Although he could afford it, Lu Yuan still felt a little heartache. He secretly planned that once he entered the underground world, he would hunt as many ferocious beasts as possible to earn back all of his investment. With weapons in hand, combat suits are equally important. So he also purchased an SS-class alloy combat suit. The price is even more expensive. 30 million blue star coins. This alloy battlesuit is entirely black, gleaming with a cold, sharp light, and naturally exudes a sense of oppression. The design is extremely lightweight, yet it does not compromise its defensive capabilities in the slightest. Young man, this spear can be inlaid with elemental gems. Would you like to buy it as well? As I was leaving, the weapons seller said something enthusiastically. Elemental gem? Lu Yuan raised a brow, revealing a hint of surprise. This was the first time he had ever heard this word. However, he did have some recollection of the term inlay. After all, the area around the tip of the Shattered Star gun is densely covered with many tiny grooves. Perhaps this is the spot where elemental gems are set. Filled with doubt and anticipation, Lu Yuan said, "Take me to see it first." The boss laughed heartily and led Lu Yuan to a small room. Following his boss, Lu Yuan entered the room. Hiss, it's so bright. The dazzling light forced Lu Yuan to shield his eyes with his hands. After gradually getting used to it, he slowly opened his eyes. The room displays various elemental gemstones. It radiates a dazzling luster, making it impossible to look away. Fiery red, ice blue, dark purple, turquoise. The icy blue gem is undoubtedly an ice element gem. However, these elemental gems are all very small, not much larger than grains of sand. Are these the elemental gems? My special ability is ice-based. How many would I need for the star-shattering spear? Lu Yuan pointed to the ice
blue gemstone not far away and asked. Since he didn't know, he could only ask directly. Lu Yuan didn't mind being ripped off a little money, since it was reasonable for him to make money this way. If the boss really intends to swindle him out of a lot of money, then he can only seek redress from some people. Hee, young man, this isn't your first time seeing elemental gems, is it? The shopkeeper didn't answer Lu Yuan's question directly, but instead asked in return. Lu Yuan nodded. He did feel a bit unwell when he first entered the room. The boss immediately noticed his gesture of covering his eyes. It was impossible to hide, and there was no need to try. That's right. Are you going for the martial arts path or the mage path? The shopkeeper continued. Although they are both ice elemental gems, they are divided into two types: sustained elemental gems and burst elemental gems. The types of gems needed by martial artists and mages are naturally different. Warriors are suited to sustained elemental gems, while mages need burst elemental gems. Martial artist? Mage? Lu Yuan was somewhat confused upon hearing these two terms. These are two more unfamiliar new terms. Ha, you don't know about martial artists and mages? The shopkeeper was also a little surprised to see his blank look. The weapons they use are all long spears made of SS-grade alloy, so their cultivation level must be at least 5th or even 6th. How could they not know about martial artists and mages? Once a superhuman reaches the 5th rank, they can learn the divine refinement technique, which will greatly increase the growth rate of their spiritual attributes. At that time, those with superpowers will be able to choose their future path. One path is for martial artists who focus on cultivating chi and blood, and the other is for mages who focus on cultivating spirit. Many people with superpowers do not choose to do so actively, but rather are forced to make that decision passively. Some are naturally gifted in physical training and thus choose the path of martial arts. Some, however, possess exceptional spiritual talent and choose the path of a mage. Everything depends on the actual situation. The boss then explained the concept to Lu Yuan. After listening, Lu Yuan seemed to be deep in thought and said lightly, I am only at the middle level of the 4th rank. He was actually thinking to himself, should he take the path of a martial artist or a mage? He quickly made up his mind. It primarily focuses on mages, while also considering the path of martial artists. In other words, it means becoming a superhuman with extremely strong spirit and blood, completely without any weaknesses. A moment later, the boss's eyes lit up with surprise. You must be Lu Yuan. The national superpowered college competition just ended a few days ago, and the boss, as one of the tens of millions of viewers, knows the competition inside and out. Not to mention Lu Yuan, who shone brightly on the field. Although only at the mid-4th rank, he can wield a spear that only 5th or even 6th rank ability users can control. Moreover, this place is very close to Shenzhen University of Superpowers, which is why the boss dared to make this guess. Boss has a good eye. I didn't expect him to recognize me at a glance. Lu Yuan cancelled the disguise. His weathered face vanished instantly, revealing a handsome and dashing face. But after the initial surprise, the boss was slightly taken aback. At first, he thought Lu Yuan was a clueless newbie and was planning to rip him off. But after learning Lu Yuan's identity, he immediately abandoned the idea. Boss, what's wrong? Lu Yuan asked when he saw him standing there in a daze. And nothing, the boss said, waving his hand as he came to his senses. Then equip me with half-sustained elemental gems and half-burst elemental gems. After the boss nodded, he took out several ice elemental gems from the table, confirmed their type, and then embedded them into the shattered star gun. As soon as Lu Yuan held it in his hand, he immediately felt a mental connection with the shattering star spear. I've never felt this way before. He nodded in satisfaction, then asked, how much? The original price was 40 million, but with a 20% discount, it's 32 million blue star coins. The original price was at least 50 million blue star coins, after a 20% discount. It must be said that the price is indeed quite expensive. But just now, Lu Yuan asked Qin Tianlong about the value of an SS-grade alloy spear inlaid with ice element gems, and the answer he received was approximately 35 million blue star coins. This proves that the boss did not lie to him. Therefore, Lu Yuan took out his bank card without hesitation. After obtaining the spear and battlesuit, Lu Yuan used his disguise technique to revert to his original appearance as a middle-aged man, and then hailed a taxi. The taxi's destination was Shenzhen City Airport. He was preparing to fly to Gansuningsha Province. As for Xiaobing, my skills aren't good enough yet, so I have no choice but to stay in school. After all, once he's in the underground world, he can't afford to be distracted by protecting it. However, Xiaobing has now evolved to the lower 4th tier, and in the underground world, she can bring Lu Yuan an average of 10,000 evolution points every day. Sitting in the taxi, Lu Yuan entered virtual reality through his watch. Ice Dragon's Roar. He planned to test how much this elemental gem could actually enhance his strength. After using Ice Dragon's Roar, Lu Yuan observed carefully and discovered half of the elemental gems instantly went out. The other half still radiates light. With a loud bang, the ice dragon shattered. At the same time, an astonishing number popped up on the screen, 2,400 tons. The improvement is more than a quarter, which is quite good. Lu Yuan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It can be said that the 32 million blue star coins were well spent. The moment he got off the plane, Lu Yuan took the subway without hesitation and headed straight for the Gansuningsha Special Ability Base. The Blue Star Genius battle is about to begin, and time is of the essence. Gansuningsha Province Supernatural Ability Base. About a kilometer ahead of you after exiting the subway station, there stands a magnificent building. It is more than a dozen stories high and more than 100 meters wide. The silver-white exterior walls reflected a cold light under the midday sun, resembling a steel beast that inspired awe. Hundreds of meters away from the building, there were many warning signs that read, "Military Restricted Area, do not approach." The building is surrounded by several layers of electric grids. From a distance, one could see thin silver threads shimmering with electricity. But in reality, thousands of volts of high-voltage electricity flow through this power grid. If a bird, oblivious to its own limitations, were to crash into it, it would likely be roasted to a crisp. Around the power grid, many heavily armed soldiers stood ramrod straight, their eyes piercing, exuding a chilling aura. The guns they carried were the latest models, using their own elemental energy as ammunition, and their firing power was astonishing. In stark contrast to the tight security, very few people actually approached the building. After all, it is extremely rare for superhumans to be able to enter this place to hunt ferocious beasts. In addition, this area is a key area under national control, so the population is even more sparse. Is this the Gansuningsha Province Supernatural Ability Base? Looking at the magnificent building, Lu Yuan sighed. Then he started walking towards it. When he was about 500 meters from the base, several soldiers had already noticed his arrival. One of them spoke with a serious expression. At the same time, all the other soldiers turned their attention to him. If Lu Yuan shows the slightest abnormality, he will surely face severe punishment. In response, Lu Yuan calmly replied, "My name is Lu Yuan, and I have already received approval." "Okay, follow me." The soldier waved, signaling Lu Yuan to follow. Is it the same person? To be honest, he was a little surprised. Wasn't Lu Yuan the same person from the previous national superpowered college competition? But looking at this middle-aged man again, how could he possibly still be a college student? Besides, this place is already half the distance of the Great Xia Kingdom from Shenzhen University of Superpowers, so Lu Yuan has no reason to come here. The other soldiers followed closely behind the two, ready to act immediately if they noticed anything amiss. The soldier led Lu Yuan to a machine and said, "Enter your name into it." Lu Yuan did as instructed and entered his name. A large checkmark immediately appeared on the screen, indicating that the name had been verified. Collecting your facial information. As soon as the notification appeared, Lu Yuan cancelled that disguise technique. The soldiers were slightly taken aback when they saw this. It was indeed Lu Yuan himself, not a homophone. But a new problem arose. They remembered that Lu Yuan's cultivation level was only at the mid-4th rank. However, since they wanted to come in and had received approval, there was no way to stop them. All they can probably do is offer their silent blessings. After confirming Lu Yuan's identity, the soldier led him towards the entrance of the underground world passage. Lu Yuan stepped inside. After passing through the underground world passage, he looked around. The air is unusually dry. The wind howled, stinging my face as if it were being sliced by blades. Clearly, this underground world is located in the desert. Frozen shield. Lu Yuan shielded himself with an ice-freezing shield. The dry, biting wind made me feel much more comfortable. Then, he concentrated a great deal of mental energy and used detective technique. The next moment, he took in the distribution of the ferocious beasts around him. There are a few mid-level 4th-tier sand crocodiles over there. With a thought, Lu Yuan took out his newly bought SUV from his spatial ring. He then got into the driver's seat. This off-road vehicle was built specifically for people with superpowers. A regular off-road vehicle would sell for at most 1 million blue star coins. Lu Yuan's car, however, cost tens of millions of blue star coins. Compared to ordinary off-road vehicles, it has two outstanding advantages. Firstly, its defenses are made of S-grade alloy, making it exceptionally sturdy. Secondly, there's speed, utilizing the elemental energy within the ferocious beast crystals as fuel. It can reach speeds of up to 540 kilometers per hour, or about 150 meters per second. Without these two advantages, who would buy this off-road vehicle? Buying it would be a losing proposition. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived at his destination. Several crocodile-shaped beasts, entirely yellow with black stripes, dwell in a fortress built of sand. After getting off the bus, Lu Yuan acted without hesitation or mercy. Ice Dragon's Roar. A powerful dragon roar resounded, startling the sleeping sand crocodiles awake. They stared in terror at the approaching giant ice dragon, desperately trying to escape the sand fortress. But it was too late. The moment the ice dragon touched the sand fortress, it exploded. Several sand crocodiles were blown to pieces on the spot. At the same time, the long-awaited notification sound rang in Lu Yuan's ears. You have defeated the Tier 4 mid-level ferocious beast, the sand crocodile, gaining 35,000 evolution points. You have defeated the Tier 4 mid-level ferocious beast, the sand crocodile,
gaining 35,000 evolution points. With this one move alone, Lu Yuan gained a whopping 140,000 evolution points, a very rewarding achievement. More importantly, he could hardly feel any increase in the bloodlust within him. Evolution points, 165000. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Advanced. Ice Dragon's Roar can be upgraded now. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, I added points to Ice Dragon's Roar. Now, Ice Dragon's Roar has replaced Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array and become his new favorite. After all, it consumes less Ice-type energy but deals more damage, so who wouldn't like it? Evolution points minus 70,000. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Advanced. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Master. There are 95,000 evolution points remaining. This underground world is vast, covering tens of thousands of square kilometers, and high-level ferocious beasts are not easy to find. I wonder if I'll be able to break through to the 5th rank after a month. Lu Yuan plans to fight here for a month. The goal is to reach the lower level of the 5th rank. Of course, besides realm level, skill proficiency and body tempering techniques also need to keep up. You have defeated the Tier 4 superior beast, the Earthly Centipede, and gained 50,000 evolution points. You have defeated a Tier 5 low-level ferocious beast, the Desert Viper, and gained 70,000 evolution points. The evolution points on the system panel have reached an unprecedented level. Evolution points, 520000. Finally, I can break through to a higher realm. Lu Yuan decided without hesitation to raise his cultivation level to the next level. Evolution points minus 450,000. Realm, middle 4th tier, upper 4th tier. This breakthrough took an exceptionally long time. Once I broke through to a higher realm, I felt refreshed and invigorated. The ice elemental energy flowing through his body like a stream made Lu Yuan sigh with emotion. He then opened the panel to take a look. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 70,000. Energy purity, 81%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm, upper 4th tier. Mental energy, 4,800 Hz. Chi and blood, 18,000 calories. Indeed, spending so many evolution points was worth it. Seeing his spirit and blood energy surge wildly, Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Hunting ferocious beasts is a job that is both tedious and interesting. It's tedious because of loneliness, because every ferocious beast encountered is instantly killed by one Ice Dragon Roar. He has yet to encounter an opponent who can truly put him under pressure. What's interesting is that evolution points are constantly accumulating, which also represents a steady increase in strength. The feeling of watching one's own strength gradually grow is indeed intoxicating. Nothing noteworthy happened here, it was just mechanical grinding all day long, so I won't go into details. Evolution points, 900,000. Although the level of cultivation cannot be further improved, there are still many aspects that can be strengthened. Evolution points minus 280,000. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Master level. Ice Dragon's Roar, SS+, Premium level. First is Ice Dragon's Roar, which is Lu Yuan's strongest offensive skill, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy with evolution points. After absorbing a large amount of memories, Lu Yuan finally understood the secret. This skill is indeed unfathomable. He muttered to himself. Lu Yuan knew that when the Blue Star Genius battle came, his master Yi Qingyue would probably find it difficult to remain calm. But he didn't care. Even if you open your mind to others, you will never reveal anything unusual. In other words, the existence of the system is essentially one of his talents. Isn't it reasonable that I can improve faster by relying on my own talent? Lu Yuan thought to himself. Evolution points minus 500,000. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S, 6th level. Mysterious Nether Ice Soul Body, S, 7th level. This is the second tempering of the meridians. I'm only one step away from the final 8th level. When that happens, I'll have perfected the Xianming Ice Soul Body. Then I can switch to cultivating a more advanced body tempering technique. I wonder what surprises that will bring, Lu Yuan silently recited in his heart. Then, he focused his mind and opened the panel again to check. Mental state, 5,000 Hz. Chi and blood, 25,000 calories. Chi and blood volume as high as 25,000 calories. It was almost twice as many as when he first entered the underground world. No wonder it takes so many evolution points. Lu Yuan was filled with emotion. Half of the month has already passed. I need to hurry. In high spirits, he continued his journey to find the ferocious beast. It is worth mentioning that, not long after Lu Yuan entered the underground world, a team of superhumans entered the superhuman base in Gansu and Ningxia provinces. They were only 23 years old, yet they had all awakened S-class abilities, and their cultivation levels were all at the lower or middle level of the 5th rank. He is truly an outstanding individual among his peers. If it were placed outside, it would surely attract countless admiring glances. But what's even more crucial is their identity. They are from Tiangong City. That's right, it's the extremely mysterious Tengu City in the underground world. To be precise, they are students of the Heavenly Officials Supernatural Abilities Academy. I'm here to carry out a mission. After they identified themselves, the soldier leading the way couldn't help but compare them to to Lu Yuan, who had arrived a few days earlier. The result is obvious. Lu Yuan still had the upper hand. At only 19 years old, he has already reached the middle level of the 4th tier, with unlimited potential. This is not surprising. The Blue Star Genius battle is about to begin. With Lu Yuan's current strength, he should have no problem easily making it into the top 100 of Blue Star. By then, he will inevitably become a student of the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. However, these individuals are no less capable, and their futures are equally bright. After entering the underground world, everyone started chatting. "Captain, did you watch this year's National Superpowered College competition? Lu Yuan is amazing. He actually has an SS-level superpower," a team member said with pride. The Heavenly Palace Ability Academy is a gathering place for students from all over the world. These students often form various groups due to their different nationalities. They are roughly divided into 5 camps: Great Xia Kingdom, Beautiful Kingdom, White Continent Alliance, Black Continent Alliance, and Ocean Continent Alliance. In other words, the 5 superpowers. Some smaller countries, such as Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, have been grouped with the United States. After all, Japan and the United States have a close relationship. Class 2051, which is their grade, has almost no strong individuals from the Great Xia Kingdom. Within the college, competition among students is encouraged, because only competition can stimulate motivation and bring forth stronger individuals, and the Academy's resources must flow into the hands of these powerful individuals. This resulted in the students of the Great Xia Kingdom and their cohort often being suppressed by students from other factions. That's right. I wonder if Lu Yuan has a girlfriend. He's handsome and talented. I really want to be his girlfriend, another female team member said excitedly. As she talked, she couldn't help but drift into a state of infatuation. At the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy, some students are very popular with the opposite sex and have multiple partners at the same time. To become someone everyone admires, you only need 2 things. One is personal ability, and the other is family influence. Good looks are important, but you can't just be a pretty face. Come on, Lu Yuan would never be interested in you. Someone next to him rolled their eyes and said mercilessly, "So what? I'm a girl, I'll always have a chance." The female team member crossed her arms and snorted coldly. "Stop arguing, let's get going. Once the desert ostrich eggs hatch, the mission is considered a failure." Captain Zhu Yan interrupted their chatter at the right moment. "This is the 18th day since Lu Yuan entered this underground world, somewhere in the desert. A shady area cast by the remains of a giant, ferocious beast. How come we haven't even seen a single 6th-tier ferocious beast yet?" Lu Yuan asked, glancing at the map while munching on dry bread. As the game progresses, the evolution points required for breaking through realms, improving skill proficiency, or body tempering techniques increase explosively. High-level ferocious beasts are not as easy to find as cabbages. On average, he can only find 1/5 level ferocious beast every day. Evolution points, 200,000. Looking at the heavy 200,000 evolution points on the panel, Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. A few months ago, we had more points than we could use. But now, even with so much, it's difficult to break through to a higher level. Incidentally, Lu Yuan also upgraded the skilled Myriad Flower Ice Mirror to the highest proficiency level. The damage reduction rate has increased from 60% to 70%, and the defense power has reached 1,500 tons. We should continue searching for the ferocious beast. He emerged from the gap between the ribs of the ferocious beast's skeleton. Just then, a huge sandstorm vortex suddenly appeared in the distance. The vortex was spinning extremely fast, and the surrounding rocks, cacti, and small insects hidden in the desert were all sucked into it. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively stepped back. Then, he calmly considered the matter again. How could a sandstorm vortex suddenly appear out of nowhere here? Anyway, there's no harm in giving it a try. With this in mind, he immediately used his skill detective technique. Although the thick sand and gravel have a strong blocking effect on mental power, at this limited depth, mental power can still be clearly perceived. Through his mental probing, Lu Yuan discovered that at the bottom center of the sandstorm vortex lurked an exceptionally large ferocious beast. This ferocious beast is over 20 meters tall. It was precisely because it realized it was being captured by mental energy. It felt extremely uneasy. Without hesitation, he rushed to the ground and pounced straight at Lu Yuan. The moment it burst through the ground, what caught Lu Yuan's eye was a ferocious scorpion-shaped beast. Standing over 20 meters tall, it resembles a menacing black iron hill rising in the desert. Its entire body was covered in jet-black carapace, its surface covered with spiderweb-like crimson demonic patterns that emitted an eerie, dark glow under the blazing sun. Each carapace had a sharp, knife-like edge, stained with dark brown, dried blood. Its 8 thick limbs, like giant steel pillars, are deeply embedded in the sand, and its joints are covered with sharp bone spurs. Its 2 huge compound eyes on its head are a cloudy blood red, and its pincers at the front are like 2 giant battle axes, covered with barbs and serrations. What is most terrifying is its thick, python-like tail stinger, over 10 meters long, with a ghostly green tip dripping with with a viscous, highly venomous liquid. With a gentle sway, it emits a suffocating stench and a demonic aura. This aura, it's a demonized sand scorpion at the lower level of the 6th rank. As a 6th tier lower level ferocious beast, the demonized sand scorpion is undoubtedly the overlord of this underground world. However, facing the demonized sand scorpion, Lu Yuan did not back down. Instead, a blazing light flashed in his pupils. This is exactly the evolutionary milestone he has been dreaming of. An opportunity for a breakthrough has arrived. Lu Yuan sees a chance to break through his current realm. At the same time, he also wanted to test the power of the ultimate proficiency skill, Ice Dragon's Roar. After all, during these 18 days of training, he had not encountered any ferocious beast that could withstand a single Ice Dragon roar. Back then, the Ice Dragon's Roar at a high proficiency level already possessed an impact force of 2,400 tons. Once you reach the master level of proficiency, the impact force will soar to a terrifying 5,000 tons, equivalent to the power of 100 large trucks sprinting at full speed. As for the even more advanced, ultimate level proficiency Ice Dragon's Roar, to fully unleash its power, it requires consuming 70% of Lu Yuan's ice-type elemental energy. Its impact force is astonishing, approaching 10,000 tons. The numbers alone might not be enough to imagine. However, in terms of equivalent conversion, it would be the devastating damage of 5 extreme ice illusion killing arrays, totaling 150 ice swords. The range of the Ice Dragon's explosion is also quite exaggerated. It is almost impossible to avoid the effects of the aftershocks. The demonized sand scorpion raised its stinger high. The next moment, countless purple energy particles gathered on the tail spike. A laser beam as thick as Lu Yuan's arm shot out rapidly. The laser lightly grazed the nearby rocks. The intense corrosive power instantly turned the stone into fine dust. Moreover, this was not a one-off attack, but a continuous one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One laser beam after another was fired out. Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Faced with the incoming laser, Lu Yuan decisively used the skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror. Clang, clang, clang. The ice mirror fragments quickly pieced together to form a giant ice mirror, blocking all the corrosive lasers. This ice mirror is pretty durable. I'll see how long you can withstand it. The demonized sand scorpion laughed wildly to itself. Just as it was preparing to increase the laser frequency, a deep and majestic dragon roar suddenly rang out. The dragon's roar stunned the demonized sand scorpion. Sensing danger, it immediately used its powerful 8 limbs to escape at top speed. But no matter how fast it is, how can it compare to the speed of an ice dragon flying? The demonized sand scorpion's body was instantly shattered. However, the intense poisonous gas emitted from the beast's corpse made Lu Yuan hesitant to approach. You have slain a tier 6 lower level ferocious beast, the demonized sand scorpion, gaining plus 450,000 evolution points. A system notification sounded. This attack boosted Lu Yuan's evolution points to 650,000. Joy welled up in my heart, but it was followed by a feeling of emptiness in my body. A complete ice dragon and an ice mirror instantly drained his strength. It only consumes the cost of 2 skills. This made Lu Yuan shake his head slightly and sigh. The amount of ice-type elemental energy in my body is still somewhat mismatched with my proficiency and skills. Lu Yuan's idea was correct. Ultimately, it was because he had too little ice-type elemental energy in his body. However, without comparison, there is no harm. Even if other 4th-tier high-level ability users exhausted all their energy, they couldn't conjure such a powerful ice dragon. After the poison gas completely dissipated, Lu Yuan regained some of his strength. He took a few steps forward and froze the bluish-green, watermelon-sized monster crystal with ice and snow. Otherwise, he worried that if he touched it directly with his hands would be corroded. This ferocious beast crystal is worth at least 70 million. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put it into his spatial ring. He had spent a lot of blue star coins before entering the underground world, and his heartache was palpable. Now, the value of this single ferocious beast crystal alone can make up for most of the losses. It was the 22nd day since Lu Yuan arrived in the underground world. Now it's time to head back. On his return journey, Lu Yuan encountered another ferocious beast at the lower level of the 6th rank, named the Flaming Giant Lizard. Evolution points, 1,500,000. As a result, Lu Yuan's evolution points have soared to an extremely terrifying level. He was astonished to discover that the realm he had been longing for was finally within his reach. Realm level, upper 4th tier. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan pressed the button on the panel. Evolution points minus 1,250,000. Realm rank, upper 4th tier, lower 5th tier. Countless icy energies appeared out of nowhere, converging on Lu Yuan like rivers flowing into the sea. The yellow sand within 100 meters of him instantly froze into frost, and tiny ice crystals danced in the air currents. As the body's internal energy surged, the frost transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, which, as they fell softly, revealed a crystal-clear luster like glass. The moment the realm broke through the 4th-order barrier, a clear and melodious sound of ice cracking reverberated through the desert. Centered on him, the sand layer within a radius of several kilometers froze wildly, and countless icicles icicles broke through the soil like bamboo shoots, climbing to a height of tens of meters, intertwining to form a crystal-clear ice forest. A pale blue halo shimmered on the surface of the icicles. Even more astonishingly, the clouds in the sky were drawn by the cold air, transforming into boundless ice clouds. Countless icicles fell from the clouds, but quietly melted as they approached the ice dome, turning into a gentle, nourishing mist that sustained the frozen desert. As the last surge of Yuan energy within his body gradually subsided, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as deep and unfathomable as an icy blue abyss. Finally broke through and reached the lower level of the 5th rank. At this moment, I officially become a 5th-tier ability user. Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile. He could clearly feel that the ice elemental energy he cared about most had doubled. The blood and chi in the body surged and rushed like a fierce tiger. Lu Yuan even had a kind of illusion. The demonized sand scorpion I encountered a few days ago could be defeated with a single punch. Of course, this is just an illusion. If they were to meet again, he would never rashly step forward, much less use his fists to fight the demonized sand scorpion head-on. With a slight thought, the panel was brought up. Mental energy, 7,000 Hz. Chi and blood, 32,000 calories. With a mental value of 7,000 Hz and a blood energy of 32,000 calories, he is like a humanoid monster. What pleased Lu Yuan even more was that, once he returns, he will be able to begin learning the art of spirit refining. Body refinement techniques can significantly improve chi and blood. Similarly, the art of refining the spirit can bring about a spiritual leap. At that time, his mental strength will experience a qualitative leap. With the surge in his mental power, Lu Yuan's divine detective technique expanded its maximum detection range to a radius of 50,000 meters centered on himself. After habitually employing detective skills, he quickly sensed two ostrich-like ferocious beasts 40,000 meters away from him. Moreover, a huge ostrich egg lies in their nest. A pair of 5th-tier superior ferocious beasts, the desert ostriches. A glint of light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He immediately turned his SUV around and sped toward the nest of the two desert ostriches. A team from the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. Captain, based on our analysis of the habits of desert ostriches, this area is very likely their habitat. One of the team members reached out and drew a circle on the map. Zhu Yan nodded, turned the off-road vehicle around, and quickly drove towards the location indicated by the team members. By this time, they had collected 4 desert ostrich eggs. Only one more is needed to complete the mission. Therefore, everyone's face was filled with joyful smiles. The task is indeed arduous. If it weren't for accumulating contribution points to exchange for resources, who would want to go out? It would be more comfortable to stay at school. Fortunately, the mission is almost over, and I can finally go back to rest. After a while, Zhu Yan and his team got off the car. Their team, facing 2 5th-tier high-level ferocious beasts, is no problem at all. However, we cannot let our guard down. After all, safety comes first. So they steadily moved forward. Suddenly, a soul-stirring dragon's roar resounded. A gigantic ice dragon appeared out of nowhere. As the ice dragon swept by, even the desert ground was covered with thick frost. My God, what on earth is going on? The group froze, staring intently at the shocking scene before them. The one who controls this ice dragon is Lu Yuan. The two desert ostriches had barely shown their heads when they were blasted to pieces by Lu Yuan's ice dragon. After reaching the lower 5th tier, the ice dragon's power increased significantly once again. The impact force of this ice dragon was at least 12,000 tons. Nature could not resist it. You have defeated the tier 5 high-level ferocious beast, the desert ostrich, and gained 200,000 evolution points. You have defeated the tier 5 high-level ferocious beast, the desert ostrich, and gained 200,000 evolution points. 400,000 evolution points. That's pretty good. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Incidentally, Lu Yuan certainly knew that ostrich eggs were also valuable, so he deliberately pretended to be weak, luring out 2 desert ostriches before launching his attack. Although the ice dragon's blast radius is large, however, Lu Yuan had complete control over ice-type elemental energy. He can precisely control the blasting range. The ostrich eggs in the nest were perfectly fine. Lu Yuan stepped forward and picked up the ostrich egg. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. He looked back. At the very front was a red-haired young man. It was Zhu Yan, the team leader. You want these ostrich eggs? That's right, big brother. Can you sell us ostrich eggs? 10 contribution points. No, 100 million blue star coins. How about it? Zhu Yan spoke with a light laugh. For those who can enter the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy, 100 million blue star coins are nothing at all. After receiving the bank card with a balance of 100 million yuan and no password from Zhu Yan, Lu Yuan casually handed over the ostrich egg. At the same time, Zhu Yan also left a good first impression on Lu Yuan. If it's the blonde youth we met in Lost Ruins number 7, they would have already started stealing it. After the transaction was completed, Lu Yuan left without lingering. The disguise technique changed his appearance. The others didn't recognize him at all, assuming he was just another middle-aged man on a mission. They had no idea that this middle-aged man was related to Lu Yuan. Yuan. There is 1 week left until the Blue Star Genius battle. Evolution points, 1,040,000. Lu Yuan has returned to Blue Star. The system panel shows that he has 1.04 million evolution points left. But that few evolution points aren't enough. I can't get the SS Plus level skills Myriad Flower Ice Mirror and Ice Dragon Roar to full proficiency. However, Lu Yuan didn't care too much. After all, they would soon obtain the Divine Refining Technique. I'll use these 1.04 million evolution points to max out the Divine Refinement Technique. Let your mental attributes surge. This not only increases the perception range of detective skill, but also enhances the damage effects of many skills. Upon returning to reality, Lu Yuan prepared to deal with the mountain of ferocious beast spoils piled up in his spatial ring. Through his mental perception, he saw that inside the spatial ring, the spoils of the ferocious beast had piled up into a small mountain several meters high, occupying nearly half of the space inside the ring. Lu Yuan decided to sell these items at the Gansuningsha special ability base. When he used his mental power to take the spoils out of his spatial ring, many soldiers did not show any change in expression at first glance, because the sheer quantity was not enough to surprise them. But upon closer inspection, they were stunned. Among them are many crystals, about the size of peaches, which are all crystals of 5th order ferocious beasts. There were even 2 crystals the size of watermelons. Could this be the crystallization of a 6th tier ferocious beast? Someone exclaimed. That's right. Judging from its bluish-green color, it should be the crystallization of a demonized sand scorpion, another person confirmed. My god, how did he do that? This SS level ability is too overpowered. Even challenging someone of a higher level can't be this outrageous, right? It's not that they're unsophisticated, it's just that they've never seen anything so outrageous. Judging from Lu Yuan's current state, they vaguely felt that he was very likely to win the Blue Star Genius tournament and make up for the regret of last year's Blue Star Genius tournament in the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Yuan, this is a total of 360 million Blue Star coins. Do you accept this price? After counting the money several times, Lu Yuan finally held 360 million Blue Star coins in his hand. After leaving the Ganning Province superpower base, he told Ji Qingyue about his successful breakthrough to the lower 5th rank, but she seemed to be busy and didn't reply. Then, Lu Yuan called Xia Qingyin. Her voice on the other end of the phone was full of joy. That's normal, considering it's been a month since we last saw each other. Shenzhen City Airport. To avoid the crowds blocking the school gate, Lu Yuan used a disguise technique. When he walked directly towards a Mercedes parked outside the airport, looking like an ordinary middle-aged man, people around him couldn't help but cast envious glances. Surprisingly, the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man is actually quite wealthy. Sure enough, the big bosses are surprisingly low-key. As soon as he got into the car, Lu Yuan stopped his disguise technique, and his originally weathered face instantly became handsome and dashing. Ah Yuan, you're finally back. Xia Qingyin couldn't suppress her longing and kissed Lu Yuan as soon as she saw him. After a passionate kiss, Xia Qingyin was still a little unsatisfied. She decided to quench her thirst a little first, and there would be plenty of time later when they got back. Then she asked, is there anywhere else you'd like to go? Lu Yuan shook his head. There was nowhere else he wanted to go. At this moment, he wanted to try the method Huang Hao had suggested for relaxing the mind after leaving the underground world. Then I'll drive back to school. With a deep engine sound, the car started and drove towards Shenzhen Superpower University. By the way, Yuan, you'd better do your best during training later. Xia Qingyin smiled slyly. She missed him terribly after not seeing him for a month. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Don't worry, you know my strength. When have I ever disappointed you? In Xia Qingyin's bedroom, 2 passionate hearts were closely connected. Time flies, it's already 3 in the morning. This is the time when Patriarch Bodhi taught Sun Wukong the 72 transformations, but at this moment, this time is unrelated to that. Xia Qingyin was exhausted and had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Yuan, however, felt somewhat unsatisfied. He got up, picked up the slightly torn black stockings from the ground, and casually threw them into the trash can. Then, he went to a nearby training room and began a new round of training. The next day at noon, Xia Qingyin rubbed her sleepy eyes before slowly waking up. As the saying goes, there are no fields that can't be plowed properly, only oxen that have been worked to death. But this is completely the opposite when it comes to Lu Yuan and Xia Qingyin. Upon returning to school, Xia Qingyin discovered. During the training, Lu Yuan's strength improved significantly compared to before. Upon inquiry, it was learned that Lu Yuan had already advanced 2 minor realms compared to before. Now, he is a 5th-tier lower-level superhuman. For example, in the early hours of the morning, Xia Qingyin was exhausted and about to give up, while Lu Yuan still seemed to be enjoying himself. Ultimately, the difference in their physical strength was simply too great. At this moment, Xia Qingyin's gaze involuntarily swept around. I saw food and soup packed in a thermos on the bedside table. That's really good. A warmth filled her heart, and she opened the insulated container and began to eat. Inside Lu Yuan's dormitory, looking at Lu Yuan, who had already reached the lower level of the 5th rank, Lu Yuan was extremely surprised. It should be noted that Lu Yuan is currently only at the upper level of the first tier. All of his achievements were the result of his relentless, competitive efforts. Brother Lu Yuan, sometimes I really wonder if you've awakened some kind of one-click level-up cheat? Lu Yuan made a joke. After all, Lu Yuan's improvement speed was too fast, like he had a cheat code. System, do you think this is a novel? Don't get any ideas. Lu Yuan shook his head in denial, then added, also, the final exams are coming soon, you have to do your best. I heard that the top 10 students in the final exams this year will receive a generous reward. Top 10? Great, I'll definitely do my best. Perhaps inspired by Lu Yuan, a hint of fervor flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes this time. Lu Yuan will not participate in this final exam. 9 new students were specially recruited in this exam, and I will become the first among these 9 specially recruited students. After all, we all live in the same dormitory. Lu Yuan's strength is undeniable, so I can't let the dormitory down. In virtual reality, you've already reached the lower level of the 5th rank? Yi Qingyue asked in great surprise. Lu Yuan nodded, unabashedly exuding the aura of a lower-level 5th-order cultivator. Not bad, not bad. Yi Qingyue nodded in satisfaction. Then she asked, once you reach the 5th level, you can choose to focus on cultivating qi and blood or spirit. Those who focus on cultivating qi and blood are martial artists, possessing formidable vitality. Those who focus on cultivating spirit are mages, with astonishing explosive power. I chose the mage path. If you also choose the mage path, I can teach you even more. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan blurted out, I will focus on the path of a mage, while also cultivating the way of a martial artist. A good choice. Your cultivation speed is very fast, so this will make your attributes more comprehensive. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingyue spoke. Just come and wait for me at the entrance of your school's ice and snow ability hall. After saying that, Yi Qingyue exited the virtual reality. Items cannot be exchanged in virtual reality. Soon after, with the help of the teleportation array inside the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy, Yi Qingyue arrived directly at the Shenzhen City Ability University. With a delicate shout from Yi Qingyue, the next second, 2 ice wings sprouted from her back, carrying her at an extremely fast speed towards the ice and snow ability hall inside the Shenzhen University of Abilities. What's that in the sky? Have ferocious beasts invaded the school? It's clearly a human. A human can actually fly. I want to learn too. The figure in the sky sparked a flurry of discussion among the students below. At this moment, Lu Yuan, who had exited virtual reality, arrived at the entrance of the school's ice and snow ability hall with a blank expression. What does it mean that the teacher asked me to wait here? He pondered to himself. Ha, what's that? An approaching black dot caught Lu Yuan's attention. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. As the black dot drew closer, a slender figure appeared, and Lu Yuan recognized it as his teacher, Yi Qingyue. Then, he noticed the 2 icy wings on her back and felt a pang of envy. Hello, teacher. After Yi Qingyue landed smoothly, Lu Yuan greeted her respectfully. Let's go inside first, Yi Qingyue said softly. The 2 then passed through the automatic doors and entered the ice and snow ability hall. Lu Yuan, who else? When Lu Yuan appeared, several female students in the hall showed expressions of joy. I finally saw Lu Yuan again. However, they were all stunned when they saw Yi Qingyue standing next to Lu Yuan. Her snow-white hair, her aloof and ethereal face, and her purple dress accentuated her distant and indifferent expression, making her seem like a fairy who had accidentally fallen to earth. Judging from the aura emanating from her, he is definitely an extraordinary person. At this moment, the manager of the ice and snow ability hall came to the first floor on business and saw Yi Qingyue walking towards him. He exclaimed in surprise, Master. The call was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. This also confirms their suspicions. So she was the owner of the ice and snow ability hall. No wonder she had such an extraordinary aura. Rumor has it that the owner of the ice and snow ability hall is an unparalleled beauty, and indeed, the reputation is well deserved. As for Lu Yuan, who was beside her, this naturally led them to conclude that he must have been taken as a disciple by Yi Qingyue. That makes sense. Lu Yuan's talent is well known, so it's only natural that he would be taken as a disciple by such a great figure. Okay, take us to the VIP room, Yi Qingyue said calmly. The VIP room is a quiet place where you are usually undisturbed. Okay, please follow me. The manager was courteous and led the 2 to the VIP room. After the manager left, only Yi Qingyue and Lu Yuan remained. Lu Yuan, relax your mind and body, and don't resist mentally from now on. Yi Qingyue gave a solemn instruction. Lu Yuan nodded. The next moment, a flash of icy blue light appeared in Yi Qingyue's pupils. It turned out she was probing Lu Yuan's mental power. Mental strength 5,000 Hz. No, it's 7,000 Hz. She murmured softly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Lu Yuan's extraordinary talent even exceeded her expectations. After the exploration was completed, Yi Qingyue said, to be honest, you surprised me quite a bit. I originally planned to give you this S+ level divine refining technique, the Great Sun Observation of the Ocean. But with your aptitude, you are fully qualified to directly learn this SS+ level divine refining technique, the Hidden Moon and Starry starry sky observation. The scripture of contemplating the hidden moon and stars, Lu Yuan murmured softly, sounding somewhat puzzled.
Yi Qingyue explained.
Observation refers to the cultivation of the refining spirit technique based on the method of visualization, to visualize the target with the mind and spirit, rather than simply absorbing primordial energy. Hidden moon and starry sky are the two core images of visualization, representing a vast and magnificent spiritual realm.
They can not only broaden the upper limit of
spiritual power, but also nourish the mind and spirit with the inclusiveness and vastness of the starry sky, thus achieving a significant increase in spiritual power.
After listening to her explanation, Lu Yuan was deeply shocked.
This Guanyin Yu Xingkong Jingjing has 6 levels, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate. I have only cultivated to the 4th level so far. If you cannot master it for a long time, don't be discouraged.
You can only cultivate to the 4th level?
Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. Clearly this refining spirit technique was exceptionally difficult.
Don't be too ambitious. If you can learn the 1st level within 3 months, I will be very satisfied. Yi Qingyue's tone was calm, yet full of anticipation.
Subsequently, Lu Yuan took the Guanyin Yu Xingkong Jing, scripture of observing the hidden moon and stars, from Yi Qingyue's hands.
Lu Yuan, didn't you want to become a mage? Let me show you the difference between a mage and an ordinary ability user. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Spells cannot be cast here. Their consciousnesses then entered virtual reality. Ice Spike.
Yi Qingyue gave a sharp shout and raised her right hand holding the magic staff. The next moment, a complex and mysterious magic circle appeared in front of the staff. The magic circle was inlaid with dense inscriptions, gleaming with a cold, icy blue light.
The condensed ice spike shot forward at an astonishing speed.
Yi Qingyue explained, by releasing it in this way, the power of the skill can be greatly enhanced. This is what is called magic. Spells. At this moment, the scene before Lu Yuan made him widen his eyes in disbelief. What he saw was a system notification.
Your system panel has been updated. This scene naturally piqued Lu Yuan's curiosity. What's going on? The system panel can still be updated? He raised an eyebrow.
With a thought, the system panel was immediately brought up.
Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 1,040,000. Energy purity, 81%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, lower 5th rank. Mental energy, 7,000 Hz.
Chi and blood, 32,000 calories. Martial arts, spear technique, master level, melee combat, advanced level, ice flash, B, master level, frozen shield, A, master level, ice blast, S, advanced level, frost spear combo, SS, master level. First circle spells, ice shard ring, D, master level, ice flash, B, master level, ice blade, A, master level.
Second order spells, winter's cage, S, premium, detective, S, premium.
Third ring spells, extreme ice illusion killing array, SS, premium, myriad flower ice mirror, SS plus, premium, ice dragon's roar, SS plus, premium. Other skills, mind cleansing technique, advanced, body tempering technique, profound nether ice soul body, S, 7th level.
Refining spirit technique, none. Companion beast, ice sprung giant python.
First level spells. Lu Yuan noticed that after the system panel was updated, the originally messy skills were divided into 2 major categories, martial arts and spells. Spells are categorized based on their level, or number of stages.
The higher the spell's level, the better.
Generally, the greater the difficulty of release, the more elemental energy is consumed.
But once the spell is released, its power is terrifying. Lu Yuan knew that he could cast spells in the same way as ordinary superhumans, but the effect is definitely not as good as casting it using the mage method.
It's like a math problem. There are many ways to solve it, and although you can get the answer in all of them, the speed at which you can solve them varies drastically. Why did the 5th tier ability users I encountered in Lost Ruins number 7 never use the mage method to cast spells?
Lu Yuan wondered to himself.
In that ruin, he encountered quite a few 5th tier ability users,
but now, he naturally can't figure out the reasons behind it. Back to the real world. This is the complete guide to basics for monks. Take a look at it whenever you have free time. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me.
I will try my best to explain it to you when I have time. Yi Qingyue took out a book called The Complete Guide to Basic Mage Skills from her spatial ring as she spoke. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and took the book from her hands. After a quick glance, he realized that this book could teach him how to quickly cast third circle spells. He gradually came to understand why many 5th tier ability users did not use magic. It turns out that the problem stemmed from not having properly studied the complete guide to the fundamentals of Dharma Masters. And after the 3rd ring spells, there are clearly 4th ring, 5th ring, and so on. Perhaps, a book titled The Complete Guide to Advanced Mage Training will appear at that time. Lu Yuan only thought about it briefly and did not delve into it further. Let's focus on doing the things in front of us well first, and worry about the future later. Also, this is the staff I used when I was young.
If you don't mind, you can use it.
Yi Qingyue then took out a staff from her spatial ring.
I'm overjoyed. How could I possibly dislike it?
Lu Yuan said with a smile as he accepted the staff. Holding the staff, the cool touch felt exceptionally comfortable to him. The staff's main body is made of frozen ironwood, with many ice patterns carved along the edges and inlaid with fragments of cold starstone. The crystal core of the staff was filled with an icy blue liquid. You can even see the liquid flowing inside if you shake it gently. In reality, it was half the essence blood of a phoenix-type ferocious beast at the lower level of the 8th rank.
Seeing Lu Yuan sincerely accept the staff, Yi Qingyue revealed a faint smile. She didn't tell Lu Yuan that the staff was worth a staggering 1.06 billion blue star coins.
She took Lu Yuan as her disciple not entirely so that he would repay her when he became a powerful figure in the future.
Another reason is, by the way, teacher, when you came to the ice and snow ability hall just now, how did those two ice wings behind you come about?
Lu Yuan asked, his eyes widening slightly with curiosity.
Is this what you mean?
Yi Qingyue snapped her fingers lightly. Immediately, two ice wings made of ice shards condensed behind her.
This is it.
Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Who wouldn't want a pair of ice wings to soar freely in the sky?
Have you cultivated your body tempering technique to the 8th level?
Yi Qingyue suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Lu Yuan shook his head in reply, saying that he had only reached the 7th level and was just one step away from the 8th level. Once you reach the 8th level, you will be able to switch to a more advanced body tempering technique. I learned the SSS level body tempering technique, Frostwing Spirit tempering technique, which has 4 levels. At the 9th level, by circulating the ice elemental energy within the body according to a specific mental technique, the back and shoulder blades will be tempered, causing a layer of cold-resistant ice crystals to form on the skin of the back, which can condense into a semi-solid ice wing prototype. After completing the 10th level of body tempering, one can condense ice wings at will, enabling not only high-speed flight but also coordinated attacks. If the ice wings are damaged, they can also regenerate rapidly using the ice elemental energy within the body, almost becoming an integral part of the body. The 11th and 12th levels enhance the sharpness and toughness of the ice wings, while also significantly increasing chi and blood.
Yi Qingyue explained slowly. I see. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully.
Once he cultivates his S-level body tempering technique, Mysterious Netherworld Ice Soul Body, to the 8th level, he can switch to cultivating the SSS level Frostwing Spirit tempering technique just like teacher Yi Qingyue. After reaching the 10th level, it can grow ice wings, gaining the ability to fly and attack in coordination.
Who wouldn't yearn for such power? You're still early. Don't overthink it.
Focus on preparing for the Blue Star Genius battle a week from now.
That's the most important thing, Yi Qingyue reminded her.
Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes clear and bright, igniting a burning fighting spirit. He is determined to win this year's Blue Star Genius Battle Championship. Yi Qingyue did not linger and turned to leave. After dropping her off at the entrance of the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, Lu Yuan watched her receding figure with gratitude on his face. Lu Yuan obtained the SS Plus level Divine Refining Technique, the Scripture of Observing the Hidden Moon and Starry Sky, and the Complete Book of Basic Magic. He opened the Guanyin Yixing Kong Jing, Scripture of Contemplating the Hidden Moon and Stars, browsed it briefly, and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. It felt as if countless tiny needles had pierced the cerebral cortex. Sigh, let's watch it a little longer. He shook his head, gritted his teeth, and continued to study diligently.
2 hours have passed.
Aside from the stinging sensation in his mental energy, he felt nothing else particularly. The mysteries of the hidden moon and starry sky are completely beyond our comprehension. It seems I still have to ask the teacher for help. Feeling inadequate in his abilities, Lu Yuan decided to seek help. He sent Yi Qingyue a message, then opened The Complete Guide to Basic Mage Skills.
This book is divided into 2 parts, theory and practice. Theoretical explanation of the composition of magic array runes.
Even though they are the same type of spell, the runes in the magic arrays at different levels are completely different. A D-rank spell uses 3 6-pointed stars arranged in a tripod shape. B-level spells, on the other hand, consist of as many as 6 6-pointed stars, making them far more complex than they appear. The book also details the steps for inscribing the runes of the magic array. The practical part involves applying the theory to real-world situations.
Throughout the afternoon and evening, Lu Yuan practiced casting spells while holding his staff.
However, even at midnight he was still unable to cast spells using the magician method. Even the simple D-rank spell Ice Ring is no exception.
Let's continue tomorrow.
However, he was not in a hurry. After all, once he reaches 10% comprehension, he can use evolution points to add points with a single click.
At that time, wouldn't casting the 3rd circle spell Ice Dragon's Roar be an easy task? Xia Qingyin was still tired tonight and chose to rest early.
While scrolling through his phone late at night, Yi Qingyue, Qin Tianlong, Song Liyuan, and others sent messages to Lu Yuan, informing him that registration for the Blue Star Genius Battle had begun.
Registration for the Blue Star Genius Battle has begun. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up.
Open the official website, fill in your identity information, confirm your identity, and pay the fee. By the way, the Blue Star Genius Battle is jointly organized by the 5 superpowers, and the registration website is also jointly maintained by the 5 powers, so the registration interface is very smooth. smooth and there is no lag. Congratulations! Lu Yuan has successfully registered for the Blue Star Genius Battle. After the page displays that registration was successful, it immediately shows the number of participants. Within just a few minutes, the number of applicants exceeded 10 million, and the growth rate is extremely fast. 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. 5 minutes later, the number of applicants had skyrocketed to an astonishing 100 million. Moreover, the growth rate has not slowed down at all. Even if they're just cannon fodder, why would they desperately want to sign up? Lu Yuan sighed. However, he also understood that the Blue Star Genius Battle had various awards, and anyone who participated could receive a participation prize. The value of these entry prizes far exceeds the registration fee. This can be considered a small act of support from the 5 superpowers to those with superpowers. On the eve of the National College Student Competition for Supernatural Abilities, in a large family in the United States, the clan leader is a mid-level 8th-tier grandmaster, only 76 years old, and currently serves as an instructor at the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. How could this happen? Xiao Ya, Wa'ada. The speaker was a blonde white woman named Amy, who had awakened an S-level light-type ability and was a 7th-level grandmaster. Upon learning that her son Noah had lost vital signs, she was so grief-stricken that she almost collapsed to the ground. It is important to know that the higher one's spiritual level, the more difficult it is to have offspring. In the past 10 years, she and her husband William have only had one son. Although Noah's talent was mediocre, only possessing an A-level ability, and his cultivation speed was far inferior to that of top geniuses. But this did not diminish the couple's affection for him in the slightest. Maybe it's just that Xiaoya's life pearl shattered. He has 4 bodyguards at the upper level of the 5th rank and a 5th rank protective talisman with him, so he'll be fine. William walked over, patted Amy's back gently, and comforted her, but he was also filled with unease. After all, Noah had worn the pearl of life around his neck since he was a child. This life-giving orb can detect his life force, and Amy has a string of corresponding orbs on her wrist, through which she can monitor Noah's physical condition. However, just now, the life orb on Amy's wrist shattered. This made Amy wonder if something had happened to her precious son. After all, just a few days ago Noah said he was going to train at Lost Ruins number 7. William was even more panicked. Xiaoya had cherished the pearl of life since she was a child. How could she have accidentally broken it? Time passed day by day. Lost Ruins number 7 has been closed for several days. Noah remained missing. Amy's face was filled with worry, which accumulated over time, to the point that she couldn't even eat. Finally, one day, exhausted, Amy collapsed to the ground. Whoever dares to kill my son, I will make them pay with their life. William clenched his fists, a fierce look on his face. He first sought out Elias, a 7th-tier high-level grandmaster and the creator of his son Noah's spatial ring. They inquired whether the location where the spatial ring was created could be found. After all, it's impossible for a murderer not to be interested in this 100 cubic meter space ring after committing the murder. If he takes this spatial ring out, the consequences will be unimaginable. As for locating the spatial ring, this task requires a tremendous amount of mental energy and is extremely taxing on the body. It will take at least a month of slumber to recover. Therefore, Elias obtained many benefits from William. Having received the promise, Elias began to act. He closed his eyes and used his mental power to connect with the spatial ring on Noah's hand. After a while, "My God, my goodness!" Elias exclaimed. "What happened, Elias?" William asked, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. "This spatial ring doesn't seem to be within the spatial range I'm in." Elias shook his head. His meaning was very clear. The spatial ring would remain in Lost Ruins number 7. Otherwise, the ring would have appeared in the space where Elias was. The registration deadline rang. The number of applicants for the Blue Star Genius Battle ultimately reached an astonishing 320 million. According to regulations, applicants must be no older than 22. This also aligns with the population proportion of Earth aged 19 to 22. After all, who would pass up an opportunity to receive a reward just by signing up? Moreover, everyone wants to know their ranking among the many young people on Earth, especially the 22-year-olds. Their eyes are burning with passion and they are full of vigor. A 19-year-old has 3 more chances, and there is a good chance of significant improvement in 3 years. And at 22, it will be their last chance to participate in the Blue Star Genius Battle. This is their ultimate moment to prove themselves to the world. Thanks to the website's powerful intelligent computing capabilities, the schedule for the Blue Star Genius Battle has been published on the website's homepage. This immediately attracted the attention of all sectors of society. It's important to know that the ranking in the Blue Star Genius Battle largely determines the potential of a superhuman. Players who make it into the top million will be sought after by many companies, guilds, and teams. Not to mention the top 10,000 contestants. A significant number of them went directly into government service after graduation. Another point, although not explicitly stated, is, but those who know about the existence of Tiangong City know that, as long as you make it into the top 100 of the Blue Star Genius Battle, not only can you receive generous rewards jointly provided by the 5 superpowers. They will also gain the qualification to study at the Heavenly Palace Superpower Academy. The Heavenly Palace Ability Academy is a sacred place for ability users to further their studies. The instructors here are at least 8th level lower tier ability users. Most of the deans are even 9th level saints. Moreover, the college has incredibly abundant resources, which is astonishing. Most importantly, as long as you graduate from the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy successfully, you will at least reach the Grandmaster level. The reason is simple. The only graduation standard at Tiangong Superpower Academy is to reach the 7th level. The entire process of the Blue Star Genius Battle has been revealed. Preliminary rounds, qualifying rounds, champion rounds, and finals. After Lu Yuan's intervention, detailed information was immediately displayed. The first stage is the preliminary round. The 320 million participants were divided into 10,000 competition zones. The allocation of competition zones is determined entirely by big data and is completely unbiased. Each competition zone has approximately 32,000 participants. Contestants with virtual reality devices compete through their devices, students participate on campus, and members of the public go to designated national locations. 10,000 competition zones are running simultaneously. The preliminary round lasted 7 days. Everyone will be placed in an underground world constructed using virtual reality. This underground world is extremely vast, far exceeding any known underground region. Each person will receive a map of the surrounding area. Various ferocious beasts roam the underground world. The points earned for defeating ferocious beasts of different ranks are as follows. First order inferior / medial / superior, October 20th 40 points. Second order lower / middle / higher scores, 80 / 160 / 320 points. The integration rule is also very simple. The first level is worth 10 points, and the points for each subsequent level are double those of the previous level. The highest level of ferocious beasts is the 5th tier superior ferocious beast. Defeating this ferocious beast will earn you 163,840 points. Of course, when a contestant encounters an opponent, they can also choose to eliminate them. After defeating an opponent, you will receive 25% of their points. Each day of the competition, the area of the underground world will continue to shrink inward. On the final day, the map will directly display the positions of the top 100 players in the current region. This ranking is dynamic. As the points change, the list of players to be announced will also change accordingly. After the 7th day, the final ranking will be based on points. The top 100 players in the region will advance to the next round of the competition. There are a total of 10,000 competition zones. The top 100 players in each zone add up to 1 million people. Reducing the number of participants from 320 million to 1 million is indeed a very rigorous selection process. After a short 3-day rest, the qualifying rounds will be a tournament between the top 100 players in each region. The event will last for 4 days, with 1 match each day. Similarly, opponents are randomly assigned based on big data. The winner receives 25% of the loser's points. Based on points, rank all remaining 1 million people in the region. After these 4 days, the players ranked between 1 million and 10,001 will be determined. The top 10,000 players will advance to the next stage of the King of Glory tournament. Only 10,000 people remain to participate in the King of Glory tournament. These 10,000 participants need to take part in the tower climbing challenge. There are 3 types of tower climbing: offense, defense, support. The assessment criteria for these 3 towers are different. Choosing to attack the tower will mean facing layers upon layers of ferocious beasts. When choosing a defensive tower, it is necessary to test its resistance to a certain amount of impact. When selecting a support tower, for virtual reality generated superhumans will act as teammates, and players need to assist them in killing the ferocious beast. The tower has 10 floors, and those who successfully reach the top will advance to the finals. If the number of people who reach the top exceeds 100, the top 100 with the shortest time will advance to the finals. If the number of people who reach the top is less than 100, the number of people will be counted in descending order of the number of floors climbed. Finally, they made it to the final round of the top 100. Unfortunately, the specific schedule for the finals was not released here. It was exactly the same as the situation in the National Superpowered College competition back then. Perhaps, this is to whet everyone's appetite. Lu Yuan murmured helplessly. Other parts of the competition cannot be watched. After all, watching such a match isn't very entertaining. Only during the final stage, after entering virtual reality, can viewers watch the game in real time. Perhaps, the entire tournament did indeed involve an element of luck. For example, in the preliminary rounds and qualifying rounds, if there are many strong players in your region, and you face stronger opponents, your ranking will naturally be affected. But luck is also a part of ability. Just like breaking through to a higher realm, there is also the possibility of failure. Of course, this does not apply to Lu Yuan. With evolution points, as long as he wants to break through, the success rate is 100%. equipment. The last page contains the competition rules. Companion animals are allowed. The weapons and equipment used by the contestants must not exceed the SS level. If a contestant fails to participate on time, they will be disqualified. The weapons used by the contestants must not exceed the SS level. It seems I won't need the staff that teacher Yi gave me for the time being. Upon seeing this rule, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. The staff named Iceheart is an SS plus grade weapon. According to the competition rules, it is obviously not allowed to be used. However, Lu Yuan was not discouraged. A regular staff is sufficient for the competition. Refresh the website and try accessing it again. The rewards for this Blue Star Genius battle have also been announced. This is also what all the contestants are most concerned about. After all, rankings are just numbers. The real reward is the one you actually receive. The rewards this time are very generous. Players ranked after 100 million will receive cultivation resources worth 10,000 Blue Star coins. Those ranked between 100 million and 10 million will be rewarded with cultivation resources worth 50,000 Blue Star coins. Players ranked between 10 million and 1 million and 1 will receive cultivation resources worth 250,000 Blue Star coins. For every tenth of a rank improvement, the value of the cultivation resources gained will increase fivefold. Therefore, the total value of cultivation resources obtained from the 1000th to the 101st place was as high as 156.25 million Blue Star coins. Only the top 100 players will receive the specially customized reward. These rewards are not cultivation resources that are readily available and freely purchasable on the market. They will be assigned according to the specific circumstances of each superhuman. For example, the rewards received by Ice-type ability users and Lightning-type ability users are completely different. Furthermore, within this ranking range, even a difference of just one place can result in a significant difference in the rewards received. That's incredibly extravagant. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The amount of Blue Star coins consumed in a single Blue Star Genius battle is simply unbelievable. The registration fee is only 1,000 Blue Star coins, which is practically just a formality. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. This is truly something that makes me both laugh and cry. After signing up for the Blue Star Genius battle, many contestants were secretly praying. They hoped that their region has as few strong players as possible and as many weak players as possible. After all, the reward for each stage of advancement is 4 times that of the previous stage. Who wouldn't want to get more rewards? Lu Yuan's awakened superpower is the SS level possession type Yamada no Orochi. It can summon Yamada no Orochi to possess it, greatly enhancing its combat power. After Ito Hashi successfully awakened the SS rank possession type Yamada no Orochi, this immediately caused a sensation among many high-ranking officials. The news of the successful awakening was immediately and strictly suppressed by the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Kingdom. Japan has indeed become a vassal state of the United States, but who is willing to remain a subordinate forever? And Ito Hashi was the best candidate they placed their hopes on. They were looking forward to the end of the Blue Star Genius battle. Ito Hashi was able to directly enter the Tengu Supernatural Ability Academy for further study. After completing his studies and returning home, he will lead the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to once again reach the pinnacle. The Blue Star Genius battle is about to begin. You are no match for me. Only I can lead the declining Great Sakura Empire to glory. Ito Bridge laughed arrogantly and conceitedly. Having received unanimous expectations from the top brass of Japan, he was naturally filled with pride. The Great Xia Kingdom, within the Heavenly Palace City. Lin Shang, son of Lin Feng, an 8th rank Grandmaster, has awakened an SS level superpower. Because of his prestigious family background, he awakened on his own within the family, and the news was kept strictly confidential. He was only 22 years old and had awakened the SS level wind-type ability Explosive Cyclone. Yes, you read that right, he perfectly inherited his father's superpowers. Because of his illustrious background, he has always lived in Tiangong City and his cultivation speed is extremely fast. He has now reached the middle level of the 5th rank. Lu Yuan, SS level ability Frozen Throne. At only 19 years old, he is already a mid-level 4th tier ability user. Looking at the information in front of him, Lin Shang smiled slightly. He then murmured to himself, Lu Yuan, you are indeed very strong, but unfortunately you are still young and your cultivation level is not high enough. When you turn 22, the Blue Star Genius Tournament Championship will definitely be yours, but by then I will no longer be competing. Lu Yuan awakened his SS level superpower during the school's awakening ceremony. Therefore, the news was not blocked. Lu Yuan, 19 years old, SS level ability Ice Throne, mid-stage 4th tier cultivation level. We're both 19 years old, and we both have the same superpowers, so why is your cultivation speed so fast? The speaker was Lucas, a mid-level tier 3 ability user. He was filled with doubt. He cultivated diligently every day, but compared to Lu Yuan, who had the most dazzling performance in the national superpower competition of the Great Xia Kingdom a few days ago, but they're a whole world apart. It's not a small difference, but a significant difference in level. This puzzled him greatly. Therefore, he was very curious about Lu Yuan's cultivation method. Everyone, are you ready to witness the power of divine fire? The boy from the kingdom of Eros had wheat-colored skin and a faint smile on his lips. His name is Nikos, and his awakened superpower is the SS-level fire-type Radiant Divine Fire. Last year, at just 21 years old, he achieved second place in the Blue Star Genius Battle. At that time, his cultivation level was only at the upper level of the 4th rank. This is enough to demonstrate that his terrifying abilities in other aspects, such as skill proficiency and combat awareness, are far beyond those of ordinary people. Of course, this is also related to the fact that there were only 2 SS-level ability users last year. However, after a year of growth, his skill proficiency and combat awareness have both improved significantly. His cultivation level has also risen to the middle of the 5th rank. This year, he has only one goal: first place in the Blue Star Genius Battle. Name, Lu Yuan. Region, 33. On the official website, Lu Yuan could clearly see his region. There are a total of 100 regions, and he is in the 33rd region. Yuan, which region are you from? Lu Yuan, which region are you in? Junior brother Lu Yuan, which competition region are you from? Suddenly, many people sent messages to Lu Yuan. Almost all the students from the same school who had added him on QQ were asking about him. Even high-ranking individuals like Qin Tianlong and Son Li Yuan sent messages to inquire. Number 33. Lu Yuan simply sent a group reply with one click. Oh dear, I'm from Division 55. Looks like you're not in the same division as me. Yuan, I was hoping you'd look out for me. Xiaoyin, don't be sad, I'll always protect you from now on. Lu Yuan wasn't good at sweet talk, but his words still stirred Xia Qingyin's heart slightly. Junior brother Lu Yuan, it's fortunate that you and I are not in the same competition area, otherwise I would be under a lot of pressure. Anyway, I wish you good luck. Jiang Xianran, you too. Let's cheer each other on. Lu Yuan, I want to know, what is your goal? Lu Yuan only replied with 2 words, which indirectly confirmed his absolute confidence. In the end, Qin Tianlong used only 1 word to perfectly express his unwavering trust in Lu Yuan. Along the way, Lu Yuan has created too many miracles, making it impossible for him not to trust Lu Yuan. With a few days left until the Blue Star Genius Battle, Lu Yuan remained focused throughout the preparations. Moreover, he still has over 1 million evolution points on his system panel, and he needs to find a way to spend them. Previously, he planned to add some points to the spirit refining technique in order to boost his mental attributes, but reality is often not as good as imagination. The art of refining the spirit is called the scripture of observing the hidden moon and stars. This is a form of visualization. You need to visualize the 2 images, the hidden moon and the starry sky. Experience the magnificent spiritual realm in order to achieve the purpose of tempering the spirit. So far, when he closes his eyes, his mind is completely blank, and he still has a long way to go before he can visualize the imagery of the hidden moon and the starry sky. Even if only 10% is completed and can be displayed on the panel, Lu Yuan is not satisfied. After these few days of diligent practice, he finally raised his comprehension of the complete guide to basic mage skills to 10%. This means he can start adding points to it. Evolution points minus 10,000. Comprehension of the complete guide to mage basics, 10%, 40%. A flood of memories rushed into my mind. This dispelled all the doubts in his mind. So this is how a first-level spell is cast. Lu Yuan suddenly felt enlightened. At this moment, he had already mastered the method of casting a first-level spell. Evolution points minus 40,000. Comprehension of the complete guide to mage basics, 40%, 70%. After consuming 40,000 evolution points, more memories are flooding back. He successfully increased his comprehension level from 40% to 70%. After reaching 70% comprehension, Lu Yuan was able to successfully unleash all second circle spells. Not enough, add some more. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. With a tap of his finger, the system panel changed abruptly. Evolution points minus 160,000. Comprehension of the complete guide to mage basics, 70%, 100%. Having spent the last 160,000 evolution points, Lu Yuan thoroughly mastered the complete guide to the fundamentals of mage training. The level of comprehension reached an astonishing 100%. At the same time, he also mastered the method of casting the third circle spell. The difficulty naturally increases as you progress through the complete guide to mage basics. The number of evolution points required also increases dramatically. However, Lu Yuan could still afford the 200,000 evolution points that would be spent on these 3 upgrades. Evolution points, 840,000. This is the remaining evolution points for Lu Yuan, a total of 840,000. He immediately decided to let his companion beast, Xiaobing, grow. After all, Little Ice, who has already reached the lower tier of the 4th level, has a considerable monster-killing speed. In the underground world, it can bring him an average of 10,000 evolution points per day. Evolution points minus 100,000. Companion beast, Ice-piercing python, tier 4 lower grade / tier 5 upper grade, tier 4 middle grade / tier 5 upper grade. Evolution
Evolution points minus 240,000.
Companion Beast, Ice Piercing Python, Tier 4 mid-rank / Tier 5 high rank, Tier 4 high rank / Tier 5 high rank.
Evolution points minus 500,000.
Companion Beast, Ice Piercing Python, Tier 4 high / Tier 5 high, Tier 5 low / Tier 5 high.
Just then, all 840,000 evolution points were used up. Evolution points, 0.
Seeing his evolution points reach 0, Lu Yuan smiled faintly.
It's been a long time since I've seen my evolution points reach 0.
This stirred a sense of emotion within him.
After spending a total of 840,000 evolution points,
Xiao Bing has jumped from level 4 into the prime of its life.
Its size has become much larger, and its weight has increased by tens of tons.
Of course, the so-called prime of life only refers to the leap in strength. Xiao Bing's pure and firm heart has not changed in the slightest due to the changes in strength and physique. Having thoroughly grasped the complete compendium of basic spells, Lu Yuan was naturally curious.
How much of an improvement does a mage's spellcasting offer compared to an ordinary ability user's skill casting?
After all, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. So he entered virtual reality and created a target that could withstand infinite damage based on his own ideas. He took out the Ice Heart Staff.
The test has officially begun. Ice Dragon's Roar,
Lu Yuan silently recited in his heart. Using his memories, he attempted to guide the ice-type elemental energy within his body in a completely new way.
The first magic circle, the second magic circle, the third magic circle. One after another, extremely profound magic arrays appeared in front of the Ice Heart Staff.
Each magic circle is decorated with 10 six-pointed stars, demonstrating the vast amount of knowledge required to construct them.
Once preparations are complete, Lu Yuan immediately unleashed the Ice Dragon. A majestic, low roar followed.
The most noticeable change is that the Ice Dragon's size has at least doubled compared to before. The visual impact is absolutely stunning.
Some timid superhumans were stunned by the sight and didn't even think about running away.
With unstoppable momentum, the Ice Dragon swooped down towards the target at an extremely fast speed. The moment the Ice Dragon struck the target, it exploded with a deafening roar. The thick ice fog spread rapidly. Fortunately, this was a virtual space, and Lu Yuan only needed a thought to see through the ice mist. The values on the target are rising rapidly.
3,000 tons, 5,000 tons, 8,000 tons.
Even after exceeding 10,000 tons, the figure continues to rise rapidly without any sign of slowing down. Ultimately, the values on the target soared to an astonishing 30,000 tons.
No, 30,000 tons?
Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment. It wasn't that he lacked knowledge, but rather that the number was truly astonishing.
It's important to know that he consumed the exact same amount of ice-type elemental energy as before.
But the damage they cause is vastly different. The spell is indeed powerful, and the damage is terrifying, but casting a spell requires a certain amount of preparation time.
Lu Yuan suddenly realized this.
Just like before, 3 magic circles need to be generated one by one in order to fully release the Ice Dragon.
Each magic circle takes about 1 second to generate. 3 magic circles, which means nearly 3 seconds of preparation time.
According to the Complete Guide to Mage Basics, as mental strength increases, the speed at which magic arrays are generated also increases.
As for the upcoming Blue Star Genius battle, I can first set up the Myriad Flower Ice Mirror to withstand the damage, and then condense the Ice Dragon.
Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, not taking it to heart. Lu Yuan spent a long time in the Ice and Snow Ability Hall, cultivating for more than 14 hours a day. After all, he needed to grasp 10% of the Complete Guide to Basic Mage Skills, and time was of the essence. The Ice and Snow Ability Center and his dormitory became the only 2 points in his life. As for meals, everything was prepared in advance and brought into the Ice and Snow Ability Hall to eat. It was precisely because of this hard work that Lu Yuan was able to increase his comprehension of the Complete Guide to Mage Basics to 10%, thus gaining ability points to allocate.
Finally, the highly anticipated Blue Star Genius battle has begun. The first event was the preliminary round.
In the preliminary rounds, all participants must venture into the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts. The points earned affect both the preliminary rounds and the ranking in the qualifying rounds. Therefore, it is of great significance. These 2 matches will directly determine the rankings from 320 millionth to 10,000 first.
The span is extremely large.
For this reason, many superhumans made thorough preparations before the competition, striving to hunt down as many ferocious beasts as possible in the underground world.
The more you hunt, the higher your score will be.
For the vast majority of people with superpowers, their ranking is generally between 320 millionth and 10,000 first. The number of points you have directly affects your ranking.
This preparation has been very beneficial. However, Lu Yuan did not make any special preparations.
Because of his own abilities, he has almost reached the top level of the underground world. Possessing detective skills, they can search for ferocious beasts without leaving any place undetected across a vast area. In addition to several rare skills with high proficiency, the highest ranking ferocious beasts in the underground world are no more than the upper level 5th rank. Their They're not worth mentioning at all. Every strike is a guaranteed kill. Blue Star Genius Battle Preliminary Round. Name, Lu Yuan. Region, 33. Start time, 9 o'clock. All participating superpowered individuals simultaneously enter a virtual reality jointly created by 5 superpowers. This virtual reality can accommodate 320 million superhumans competing simultaneously, demonstrating the terrifying computing power behind it. In this underground world generated by virtual reality, many of the superhumans looked around curiously as soon as they entered. Normally, they just scroll through videos, watching underground world streamers like MOCC. But this was the first time I had ever truly set foot in the underground world. If they are 19 years old, most superhumans are only at the lower level of the first tier. It's indeed unrealistic to allow a first-tier lower-level ability user to directly enter the underground world. In this world, there are still more ordinary people than ordinary people, let alone Lu Yuan. Even those who cultivate at an extremely fast pace like Xia Qingyin are extremely rare. Some well-prepared participants have already started taking action. They searched actively in all directions for the ferocious beast. Division 33. Lu Yuan also began to take action, but unlike other superhumans, the others, like headless flies, aimlessly searched for nearby ferocious beasts on a map that only marked the terrain but not their locations. Lu Yuan, however, was very targeted in his search. All of this is thanks to his skill, detective skill. Detective skills. Lu Yuan used a large amount of mental energy. Instantly, the image of all the ferocious beasts within a 50,000-meter radius centered on him, with nowhere to escape, flashed into his mind. The area shown on the map is limited. However, the range perceived by the detective technique far exceeded the size of the map that Lu Yuan saw. Within a radius of 50,000 meters, there are at most only second-tier ferocious beasts. There are still a few superhumans. Killing them probably won't get us many points. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. He didn't care about those points at all. Therefore, based on the range he perceived and his own judgment, Lu Yuan head towards the center of this underground world. Generally speaking, the closer to the center, the stronger the surviving ferocious beasts. The rules also clearly state, every day of the competition, the area of the underground world continues to shrink inward. This undoubtedly confirms the point. So, Lu Yuan headed towards the center of the underground world. After all, apart from their own weapons, all the contestants' spatial rings had disappeared. The only extra item on his back was a backpack containing some supplies prepared in advance by the event organizers. This means he cannot move quickly in an off-road vehicle and can only travel on foot. On the road, whether they encounter ferocious beasts or people with superpowers, Lu Yuan showed no mercy whatsoever. At this moment, the most effective skill is Ice Blade. It conserves ice-type elemental energy, has virtually no launch delay, and boasts extremely high flight speed. It has too many advantages to count. The only drawback is that, as an A-level skill, its damage is slightly insufficient, falling short of many of Lu Yuan's other skills. However, killing first or second-tier ferocious beasts is extremely easy. One Ice Blade is enough. On the first day, I earned 10,400 points. The next day, the points increased to 21,000. On the third day, it climbed to 53,000. On the fourth day, it surged to 125,600. On the fifth day, it reached 263,800. They traveled while hunting ferocious beasts. Over the course of 5 days, Lu Yuan earned a total of 463,400 points, firmly ranked first in the entire competition area. It wasn't until the 6th day that Lu Yuan arrived at the center of the map. Here, he could sense the presence of many 5th-tier ferocious beasts. This was clearly pre-arranged by the event organizers. On the 6th day, the powerful hunted down high-level ferocious beasts. On the 7th day, the chaotic battle between superpowered individuals officially began. A barrage of frost spears, ice dragons roar. Inside the backpack, the organizers prepared 7 bottles of energy potions. But for Lu Yuan now, these medicines are not even enough to quench his thirst. Therefore, he would use ice dragons roar on 5th-tier ferocious beasts that were quick to escape, leaving them no chance to escape. As for those large, clumsy 5th-tier ferocious beasts, Lu Yuan took out the shattering star spear and engaged in close combat. Calling it a fight is an understatement. It's more like a one-sided massacre. Lu Yuan wielded his spear with such speed that it was like a blur, and the ferocious beast could hardly last even a second. On this day, he didn't need to travel. He could simply kill to his heart's content. All the beasts killed were 5th-tier ferocious beasts, so the points naturally skyrocketed. On that day, he earned a whopping 2.4 million points. Adding the points from the first 6 days, the total reached 2.86 million. We are just one step away from the 3 million points mark. The 7th day arrived quietly. The full form of the map was then revealed. Everyone can see the rankings and points of the top 100 players in the region. The map in front of all the surviving contestants with special abilities has changed. First, the field of vision has been expanded from a partial area to the entire range. Secondly, as many as 100 small red dots appeared on the map. map. Each small red dot represents a contestant. These 100 little red dots represent the top 100 superhumans in terms of points. Next to the little red, the corresponding points and ranking are also marked. Rank 100 points 244,650. Rank 99 points 245,000. Rank 98 points 247,900. As you can see, the scores of the lower ranked players in the top 100 are extremely close, indicating fierce competition. Correspondingly, rank 4 points 355,000. Rank 3 points 490,000. Rank 2 points 594,000. The points gap between the top players is quite wide. The difference in points between the second and third place finishers was more than 100,000. 100,000 points is no small amount. It's almost equivalent to the points you get for killing a tier 5 high-level ferocious beast. Most of the contestants with special abilities had this thought in mind when they saw the leaderboard rankings, until they spotted the eye-catching rank 1 among the countless little red dots on the screen. Rank 1 points 2,860,000. In an instant, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. After seeing this astonishing number, their first reaction was to pinch their thighs hard. When the pain shot through his thigh, his pupils were filled with even more disbelief. 2,860,000 points, what does that even mean? That means that the vast majority of high-level ferocious beasts in this underground world have been killed by this contestant. Moreover, he is only 22 years old, or even less than 22, yet he has achieved such brilliant results. What shocked them even more was that, after killing so many high-level ferocious beasts in a row, this person doesn't need to replenish their energy or recover their stamina. Many superhumans, by using all their skills, were indeed able to kill 5th-tier ferocious beasts. However, due to the combined mental and physical exhaustion, they all need to spend a lot of time resting to recover. And this first-place contestant is practically a tireless machine. I feel no fatigue after killing a 5th-tier ferocious beast. This is what shocked everyone the most. As a result, everyone became curious about the identity of the first-place winner in the competition. Who exactly is he? How can his score be so high? With such strength, this person seems to be at least among the top 100 geniuses on Earth. No, it's not just in the top 100, it's definitely in the top 10. For him, killing a 5th-tier ferocious beast was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Such strength is 1 in a million across the entire planet, not just those under 22, but across the entire age group. At this time, Li Kai was in second place in Division 33. He is a senior student at Tianchuan Superpower University. The awakened superpower is still S rank. I'm in second place now. I don't know how big the gap is between me and the first place. I'll see if I can take first place after the rankings are announced. Li Kai thought to himself silently. Tianchuan Superpower University has a rule that students who win first place in the regional competition will be directly awarded 2,000 credits. What does 2,000 credits mean? That's equivalent to 20 million blue star coins. Not to mention that the exchange rate between academic credits and blue star coins is usually not 1 to 10,000, but more. Li Kai was naturally unwilling to miss out on such a generous reward. He himself has already managed to secure second place in the division, so challenging for first place doesn't seem too far off. Then, Li Kai confidently opened the map to find the first place. He was stunned and stood frozen in place. Rank 1 points 2,860,000. 2.86 million. Li Kai couldn't help but swear. Is this a cruel twist of fate? I'm currently second in the division, just one step away from taking first place. As it turned out, the opponent's score was more than 4 times that of his own. How can I possibly win first place in the region? Li Kai complained helplessly, and then everything went black. Defeating an opponent will earn you 25% of the points. 25% of the opponent's points is 715,000. In the next stage of the promotion competition, defeating your opponent will also earn you 25% of the points. So, when you calculate it this way, if the first place player stands still and lets himself be killed in both matches, the maximum number of points I can get is 2,024,000. It still can't compare to the number 1 score of 2,860,000. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Li Kai dares to challenge Lu Yuan. Li Kai would never invite trouble by challenging Lu Yuan. He was well aware of the extent of his own abilities. If you can't recognize the gap, what else is that but being out of your mind? Many other contestants shared the same idea. They all chose to fight against ability users whose scores were close to their own, or more accurately, slightly higher. Having a few more points than someone else might just be a matter of luck. After all, some people just happen to encounter many ferocious beasts that they can easily kill as they walk along. In this way, their score will naturally be a few points higher than those of people with the same strength. The real contest comes down to strength. For example, defeating the top player in the region earns 715,000 points. Then it soared into the sky, climbing to second place in one fell swoop. Significantly improve your global ranking. Sorry, they wouldn't do something something foolish. Even though they were curious about who came in first place, they didn't dare to easily find out. Lu Yuan was unaware of what others were thinking. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. At this moment, he has sat down quietly, closed his eyes to rest, and entered a state of mild relaxation. First place in the region, and it's still in first place by a wide margin. More importantly, with such a large lead, he has already secured his qualification for the preliminary rounds and the qualifying rounds. They can be considered to have advanced to the King of Glory tournament ahead of schedule. That's why he doesn't plan to actively seek out other people with superpowers. He will only intervene again if unforeseen circumstances arise along the way. However, he is happy to spar with any challengers who come to him. In the following time, Lu Yuan noticed that many red dots on the map were circling around him and getting farther and farther away. Sigh, you people don't even have the guts to challenge me? He sighed helplessly and shook his head. Time slowly passed. The lower-ranked individuals in the top 100 have changed time and again. Just as other superhumans had predicted, the lower rankings in the top 100 do indeed have an element of luck. Now, the superhumans are beginning to clash with each other. They might team up, launch a surprise attack, or intercept. In this chaotic battle, within a few hours, only 100 superhumans remained on the field. In other words, everyone's location was completely exposed. Furthermore, because everyone wanted to stay away from Lu Yuan, and the map area was compressed to a very small size, the remaining superhumans were all very close to each other. Just as they were preparing to continue fighting each other to increase their scores, a bespectacled boy spoke up. If we keep playing like this, we won't get good results. Don't you want to know who the champion of this region really is? Many people started to get excited. After all, who wouldn't want to know who the other party was if they could get 2,860,000 points? How about we go and see who's in first place? Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been piqued, the boy continued. If we go there now, aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths? Exactly, it's too dangerous. Soon, dissenting voices arose from the crowd. Heh, how foolish. The boy scoffed, then retorted. Do you think that if we stay where we are, the number one player won't come over on their own? As the saying goes, two fists can't beat four hands. Why don't we all go together and fight it out with our true skills? If we can beat the number one, that would be fantastic. Which of the participants in the Blue Star Genius battle wasn't a spirited young man? Moreover, being able to squeeze into the top 100 in the competition area must be something that people around you praise and admire. Who doesn't have a bit of arrogance? The bespectacled boy's words ignited their fighting spirit. Let's go over there together and see who's stronger, him or us. Someone spoke first. Those who were interested gathered together, adjusted their direction, and marched in a grand procession toward Lu Yuan's location. Li Kai also joined the team. After all, he was also very curious about who would be the winner of the competition. You have to understand, even Li Shi'er, the strongest student at their Tianchuan Superpower University, could never reach that level, and the distance is still quite far. Standing there, Lu Yuan felt a little bored. After all, no one dared to challenge him. Just as he was preparing to set off to find some appetizers, to his surprise, he discovered that about half of the small red dots on the map were gathering together and heading in his direction. They've actually banded together. Are they planning to gang up on me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and immediately understood their intentions. However, this is also reasonable. Facing their own dragon, it was indeed a wiser choice for everyone to work together to launch an attack. That's perfect. Come on, walk right into our trap. That saves me the trouble of coming to you. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan revealed a faint smile. As time passed, the map gradually shrank. The two sides are getting closer and closer. In less than half an hour, those people arrived at Lu Yuan's location. Full of curiosity, they all turned their attention to the location of the small red dot. Under a towering tree, a handsome young man stood there. His clear, cold eyes were filled with boundless calmness. He was dressed in black combat gear and carried a jet black alloy spear on his back. Despite its small size, this spear is extremely dense and weighs a staggering 12.4 tons. Many superhumans from the Great Xia Kingdom recognized the figure under the tree at a glance. How could they forget? It was none other than Lu Yuan, who shone brightly in the national superpowered high school competition just a few days ago. Isn't this Lu Yuan? My god, Lu Yuan is already this amazing. To get 2.86 million points, such a genius actually comes from our Great Xia Kingdom. Brother, stop sighing. Aren't you afraid of dying if you don't run now? Upon seeing Lu Yuan, many people immediately lost their will to fight and turned to flee. The determination that had just united them crumbled into disarray in a single second. Their thoughts shifted instantly from I also have a chance to defeat the top team in the region to at least I shouldn't die too early. The majority of the participants in Division 33 are from the Great Xia Kingdom. However, this is not the whole story. Some foreign players still made it into the top 100 of Division 33. Seeing the surprised and fleeing appearance of the people of Great Xia, these foreigners, though somewhat bewildered, also followed suit and fled. Everyone says that guests are always welcome, so why are you in such a hurry to leave? Everyone, As Lu Yuan spoke, he unleashed the skill Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chill spread, and 30 ice swords instantly condensed and shot out rapidly in different directions. You have defeated a competitor, earning 62,000 points. You have eliminated a competitor, earning 71,000 points. These contestants also made it into the top 100, but in reality, most of them simply couldn't withstand Lu Yuan's ice sword. One sword strike is enough to kill them. A barrage of frost spears. After firing all the ice swords, Lu Yuan raised the shattered star spear and charged quickly toward the nearest enemy. Immediately, one notification after another popped up. Lu Yuan's points have surpassed the 3 million mark, and it far exceeds 3 million. The points climbed steadily until they reached 5 million. The remaining contestants realized that continuing to run away was pointless. It's better to stick together and take a gamble. In fact, they had already escaped to the edge of the map with nowhere else to run. This united force posed no threat to Lu Yuan. Since you've all gathered together, well then, ice dragons roar. Lu Yuan waved his hand. The next moment, a ferocious ice dragon appeared, accompanied by the majestic roar of the ice dragon. The nascent resistance of the survivors was once again completely extinguished. What kind of weird skill is this? Dude, it's been a month and you've already managed to handcraft an ice dragon? The rest is history. As a result, Lu Yuan single-handedly killed all 99 other ability users. At the same time, his score also climbed to an astonishing level. Points, 11,940,000. 11,940,000. This is the sum of Lu Yuan's own points plus 25% of the points of the top 100 ability users. With this, Lu Yuan secured absolute victory in the subsequent qualifying rounds. Even if Lu Yuan ignores them and doesn't fight back, letting them attack him, he will still be number 1 in the region and easily advance to the King of Glory tournament. However, this is clearly impossible. First of all, Lu Yuan would never sit idly by. Secondly, his health and mana are as high as 37,000 points, making his defense extremely strong. Others might not be able to harm him at all. The preliminary rounds of the Blue Star Genius battle have officially concluded. Back in the real world, Lu Yuan immediately discovered that many people were asking about his points. This was not out of doubt, but out of concern and curiosity. Everyone knows that Lu Yuan is destined to win first place in the competition, but everyone was curious about how many points he actually got. From the past to now, there are indeed many more people who care about me. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. More than 10 million, I guess. He then gave everyone a brief reply. Lu Yuan only glanced at the final score, confirming that it was an 8-digit number starting with 1, but he didn't remember it very clearly. At this moment, Xia Qingyin sent another message. My god, Yuan, you actually killed all the top 100 people in the region. At first, Xia Qingyin was extremely shocked, but then I thought about it again, and considering it's Lu Yuan after all, his behavior makes sense. Lu Yuan replied to her, saying that was indeed the case. He had eliminated all the top 100 players in the competition area. Xia Qingyin continued, "I am only ranked 17th. There's definitely no chance of me advancing to the King of Glory tournament." Lu Yuan comforted him, "This is already very good. You are still young. Your ranking will definitely be much higher when you are 22. Xia Qingyin pouted and said, "I don't care anymore. I'm so sad. Come and comfort me." Lu Yuan, okay. In front of the screen, Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and shook his head gently. He certainly understood what Xia Qingyin meant. Ever since that surprise, he discovered that this little girl was both incompetent and loved to play. There are 3 days left until the King of Glory tournament. This girl should be able to recover. With that thought in mind, Lu Yuan left his dormitory and walked towards the dormitory across the street. Ice and Snow Superpowers Hall. In an extremely cold environment, Lu Yuan felt his thoughts were unusually sharp. He sat down cross-legged and began to study the art of cultivating the spirit, the scripture of observing the hidden moon and stars. The second page was turned. That's right, you read that correctly. After so much time, Lu Yuan's progress is still stuck on the second page. This is by no means due to Lu Yuan's stupidity. However, this SS plus level divine refining technique is simply too difficult to learn. Because this art of refining the spirit relies on visualization, it emphasizes intuitive understanding and is difficult to explain in words. However, mentor Yi Qingyue was unable to provide specific guidance. Hidden moon, the starry sky. My knowledge is still blank. After a long while, Lu Yuan had no choice but to give up on this attempt. No wonder the teacher said that with the talent I've shown so far, he was already very satisfied that I could master the first level within 3 months. At first, Lu Yuan didn't pay attention to Yi Qingyue's words. If mastering the first level is difficult, then mastering 10% is the beginner level, which is quite simple, isn't it? Now, he admits that he underestimated this SS plus level divine refining technique, the scripture of observing the hidden moon and starry sky. However, everything has 2 sides. This is also a good thing, because this proves that the rewards after completing the course will be enormous. Lu Yuan was full of anticipation for the improvement he would make after completing pursuing his studies. The King of Glory tournament has arrived as scheduled. This tournament lasted for 4 days. His opponents, besides himself, were the other 99 contestants who were among the top 100 in the preliminary rounds. During these 4 days, Lu Yuan had to face off against a different player every day. Blue Star Genius Battle Qualifying Round. Name, Lu Yuan. Region, 33. Points, 11,940,000. Regional ranking, 1. First match start time, 9:10 a.m., date in 2052. Second match start time, 5:20 p.m. The start time of the third match, 11:40 a.m. Fourth match start time, 9:20 p.m. The start times for each of the 4 qualifying matches are different. After all, there are a total of 100 participants in the qualifying rounds of a region. There will be 50 matches in total, with each team playing against the other. Each match lasts 10 minutes. It will take a total of 500 minutes. The matches will be held from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., and 7 p.m. to 10:20 p.m. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for the start times to be different. However, one thing is very similar. Each time Lu Yuan entered virtual reality through his watch, he would exit in less than half a minute. This is not because he easily defeated his opponent. Rather, the moment they saw Lu Yuan, they didn't even have the thought of resisting, they simply surrendered. It should be noted that Lu Yuan was able to defeat the other 99 contestants on his own, not to mention one-on-one duels. At this moment, Lu Yuan was like a super demon king in the late game to them, while they were just newbies starting out in the beginner village. They wouldn't dare provoke them at all, let alone confront them head-on. Therefore, 4 days later, Lu Yuan effortlessly won first place in the qualifying round. In the past 4 days, Lu Yuan has spent less than 2 minutes in total in virtual reality. Winning first place in the qualifying round means that Lu Yuan has entered the ranks of the top 10,000 strong players in this Blue Star Genius battle. After the qualifying rounds, the university immediately released a congratulatory message on the Heart of Shenzhen University app. The good news shows that the number of contestants who entered the top 10,000 at Shenzhen Superpower University this year is nearly 20% higher than last year. This is indeed a significant increase, and it is reasonable to announce the good news. Each qualifying match only requires 10 minutes for the participants. Moreover, you can't feel any pain at all in the virtual space. Therefore, the mental pressure over these 4 days was almost zero, which is completely incomparable to the previous 7-day preliminary round. Unlike the preliminary rounds, the tournament organizers did not give the players any rest time after the qualifying rounds. The Blue Star Genius Battle King tournament has officially begun. This naturally attracted a great deal of attention from the outside world. This stage will determine the top 100 contestants in the Blue Star Genius Battle. It's not just the top 100 in a single region, but the top 100 superhumans under the age of 22 across the entire planet. The King of Glory tournament is conducted by a single player climbing a tower in virtual reality, with no spectators allowed. Therefore, no matter how much the outside world anticipates, they can only wait anxiously from the sidelines. Lu Yuan arrived at the King of Glory tournament arena. Please select one of the 3 types of tower climbing. Offense, defense, support. As soon as he entered the arena, a virtual screen appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to attack the tower. But while waiting for the game to change, Lu Yuan couldn't help but start thinking again. If I choose a defensive tower, with my SS plus level skill Myriad Flower Ice Mirror at the pinnacle of proficiency, I might be able to reach the top. After all, when an ordinary ability user casts it, it already possesses the equivalent of 5,000 tons of defensive power. If I choose the support tower, I can just use my skills to instantly kill the enemy's ferocious beast. Would that count as support? It seems like I could even come up with a reasonable excuse. My support's infinite firepower, may I ask how you counter it? I could come up with any title and maybe write a novel about it. However, Lu Yuan knew in his heart that if given another chance, he would still firmly choose to attack the tower. After all, who wants to be passively attacked, unless they have absolutely no offensive capabilities? Furthermore, under the monitoring of intelligent algorithms, all skills without clear auxiliary effects will be directly disabled. After a moment of reflection, the scene before Lu Yuan's eyes began to change. Attack tower has been generated. 1 minute of preparation time is over. The tower climb officially begins. A closed space quickly materialized in front of them. Lu Yuan knew perfectly well that this was actually a tall tower, and he was at the bottom of it. He was facing a staircase leading to the next level. Beside the stairs stood an invisible wall. This is clearly to prevent some contestants from using tricks. After all, some people might not want to confront the ferocious beast head-on and would try to bypass the battle and go directly to the stairs to climb to the next level. This completely deviates from the original intention of the competition. The invisible wall will only disappear after all the ferocious beasts have been killed. Only then will participants be able to successfully ascend the stairs. A minute passed. Attack tower, level 1. The invisible wall appeared and disappeared, and ferocious beasts began to spawn. A cluster of of virtual particles converged, and a burly figure gradually appeared. The first level features 20 low-level, third-tier ferocious beasts. After all, this was specifically designed for the top 10,000 geniuses on Earth, so the difficulty couldn't be too low. However, this meant nothing to Lu Yuan. He strode forward gracefully, his body surging with ice elemental energy that transformed into sharp ice blades. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs, all 20 low-level third-tier ferocious beasts on the first floor had been killed. The invisible wall then disappeared. The timing was perfect. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. He then stepped onto the stairs and entered the second floor. Attack tower, second tier. The virtual particles coalesced again, and the ferocious beast was regenerated. Lu Yuan sensed their imposing presence. This layer of ferocious beasts consists of 10 mid-tier third-level beasts and 15 low-tier third-level beasts. The difficulty is slightly higher than the first level, but not by much. Ice blade, ice blade. Lu Yuan silently chanted as he continued to use the ice blade skill. Climbing a tower requires speed. If you have the ability to reach the top, you must move forward quickly. Therefore, he planned to use the ice blade, which was both fast and energy efficient, in the first few floors. Incidentally, the day before the Blue Star Genius battle, Lu Yuan brought Xiao Bing, who had already reached the lower level of the 5th rank, to the number 2 superpower base in Jingnan City. The ferocious beasts here pose no threat to Xiao Bing's life, but they can bring him a large number of evolution points. In the past few days, Xiao Ice has contributed 220,000 evolution points to him. Evolution points minus 30,000. Ice Blade, A, Master Tier. Ice Blade, A, Premium Tier. Evolution points minus 180,000. Ice Blade, A, Premium Grade. Ice Blade, A, Perfect Grade. Lu Yuan spent 210,000 evolution points to upgrade the Ice Blade skill from Master level to Perfect level proficiency. This is his first fully fledged skill, which is of great significance. After achieving perfect proficiency, Lu Yuan felt smooth and at ease using the Ice Blade. This is what it feels like to have perfect proficiency. He sighed silently in his heart. Just like on the first floor, these third-tier ferocious beasts were no match for the ice blades that had reached the perfect level. In less than half a minute, Lu Yuan stepped onto the second floor of the stairs and began his ascent to the third floor. Attack tower, third floor. This layer of ferocious beasts consists of 5 high-tier third-level beasts, 10 third-level beasts, and 20 low-tier third-level beasts. The difficulty has increased again, mainly testing those ability users who cannot instantly kill third-tier ferocious beasts. For Lu Yuan, who could instantly kill a third-tier ferocious beast, the first 3 levels were not much different. Unlike typical spires, this tower has a larger area as you go up. Since it is generated by virtual reality, it is reasonable no matter how strange the form is. Therefore, it took Lu Yuan 40 seconds to reach the steps. Attack tower, level 4. Finally, a 4th-tier ferocious beast has arrived. There is only one ferocious beast on this floor, a shadow fire lizard at the mid-level of the 4th rank. There was only one ferocious beast, much like a boss in a game. Lu Yuan still remembered this ferocious beast. After all, it had caused him to lose a lot of evening primroses. However, in Lu Yuan's eyes, this boss was nothing more than a small monster that could be killed easily. Attack tower, level 5. Attack tower, level 6. Attack tower, level 7. All 3 levels are filled with 4th-tier ferocious beasts, but the difference from the 4th level is that their numbers have increased significantly. But in Lu Yuan's eyes, they were still as insignificant as roadside weeds. Attack tower, level 8. Finally reaching the 8th floor, Lu Yuan saw the figure of a 5th-tier ferocious beast. This is a ferocious beast at the lower level of the 5th rank, with a focus on defense. Ice Blade is only an A-level skill. Even if the proficiency is perfected, it cannot escape the limitations of A-level. Its damage output is already starting to prove insufficient. A barrage of frost spears. This time, Lu Yuan did not use the Ice Blade, but instead drew the shattering star spear. He took a few quick steps forward, his gun flashing so fast it was like a blur. This low-tier 5th-order defensive beast couldn't even last a second against Lu Yuan's lightning-fast marksmanship. A second later, riddled with bullet holes, it collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Instead of gushing blood upon death, the body dissipates into countless virtual particles. This is the power of the perfect combination of supreme proficiency gun technique and the skill frost spear combo. Lu Yuan then continued up the stairs and arrived at the 9th floor. Attack tower, level 9. The 9th floor is significantly more difficult than the 8th floor. 2 ferocious beasts at the mid-level of the 5th rank suddenly appeared. It should be noted that the combat power of a mid-level 5th-tier ferocious beast is several times greater than that of a low-level 5th-tier beast, let alone 2. These 2 ferocious beasts are the Storm Green Viper, which attacks from a distance, and the Ironclad King Kong Viper, which has extremely strong defense. The combination of offense and defense, along with their excellent teamwork, resulted in a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. However, for Lu Yuan, these 2 ferocious beasts at the mid-level of the 5th rank were still nothing. I've been keeping the consumption of ice-type elemental energy very low all along, all for this moment. Lu Yuan's heart was filled with excitement. excitement. In the previous 8 levels, he had been using the Ice Blade and Frost Spear combo, which consumed very little power, all to build up his strength for now. Ice Dragon's Roar. Lu Yuan mobilized the primordial energy within his body. The next moment, an incredibly ferocious ice dragon materialized and pounced straight at the two vipers. The ice dragon exploded the moment it touched its target, producing a deafening roar. Frozen Shield. At the same time, the scattered debris struck the ice shield that Lu Yuan had created, producing a crisp clang 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 sound. Lu Yuan didn't look at the thick smoke for long, because he was full of confidence. Sure enough, the invisible wall beside the stairs had disappeared without a trace halfway up. Attacked the 10th floor of the tower. Stepping onto the stairs, Lu Yuan finally arrived at the last floor, the 10th floor. Attack tower, level 10. As someone at the top, you simply can't stand firm without having some real skills. What came into view were two 5th-tier high-level ferocious beasts. In terms of overall strength alone, a single 5th-tier high-level ferocious beast is far more troublesome than two 5th-tier mid-level ferocious beasts, let alone two. However, these two ferocious beasts at the upper level of the 5th rank were completely insignificant to Lu Yuan at this moment. His Ice Dragon Roar is enough to instantly kill a ferocious beast at the lower level of the 6th rank. So what is a beast at the upper level of the 5th rank? That's it? Nothing special. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and released the Ice Dragon again without hesitation. Before the two ferocious beasts, both at the upper level of the 5th rank, could react, they vanished into endless virtual particles amidst the billowing cold smoke. At the same time, two notifications popped up in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. The attack tower has been reached. You have successfully advanced to the finals. The prompt did not specify which number Lu Yuan reached the summit. The first? The second? The third? Lu Yuan was not sure. But in reality, he didn't care at all what number he was when he reached the summit. Making it to the finals is enough. Even if the King of Glory tournament is fast, it doesn't prove anything. The real key is the upcoming final. Anyway, it's not just him. There are definitely other people in the Blue Star Genius battle who can also reach the top with an instant kill streak. If those people are wind or lightning type ability users, their walking speed will definitely be faster than mine, and their speed to reach the top will naturally be superior. Lu Yuan thought to himself, even if we don't talk about wind or lightning type ability users, there must be at least some strong people who can reach the top in an instant. Without people like this, the Blue Star Genius battle would be incredibly boring. Once the prompt appears, Lu Yuan then exited the virtual reality. He's already successfully cleared the King of Glory tournament, so what's he still doing here? Instead of wasting time in virtual reality, instead, you should hurry up and learn the SS Plus level Divine Refinement technique, the scripture of observing the hidden moon and stars, which is the right path from an unknown awakener to where he is now. What Lu Yuan enjoys most is taking on challenges. This Guanyin Yuxingkonking Jing is an extremely tough nut to crack, and it is also the biggest challenge he is facing at this stage. After the King of Glory tournament ends, he will have 7 days to prepare. It's important to understand that the essence of the Blue Star Genius battle has two aspects. First, resource subsidies will be provided to all young superhumans on Earth. The stronger they are, the more subsidies they will receive. Secondly, it is to select students for the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. More precisely, it is to select students for the Academy's instructors. In times of chaos, those who can shoulder the banner of humanity are undoubtedly the younger generation with boundless potential. They need to be nurtured, and they must be nurtured. Humanity's most powerful figures attach great importance to this. Several hundred years ago, the strongest human beings and the strongest ferocious beasts verbally signed a peace agreement. Neither side will initiate a war. Therefore, what we are seeing now is just a minor skirmish between weak and ferocious beasts. However, in this world, strength is the foundation of everything. The peace agreement was signed simply because the top experts on both sides were evenly matched and neither could defeat the other, so they simply declared a ceasefire. However, if the strongest of the ferocious beasts successfully breaks through to a higher realm, it will surely unilaterally tear up this ineffective peace agreement. Furthermore, since the discovery of extraterrestrial technology on Earth, they knew that there were definitely other humans, or even other races, on alien planets. Ferocious beasts are eyeing the scene with predatory intent, while the attitudes of the various races remain unclear. The fate of the people of Earth must never be entrusted to any outsiders. Therefore, we must do our utmost to cultivate strong individuals. The stronger a student is and the better they perform in the Blue Star Genius battle, the more likely they are to be noticed by the strong students of the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. Therefore, this final cannot be taken lightly, which is why the top 100 contestants are given a full 7 days to prepare. The goal is to ensure that all the top 100 players can compete in their best condition, leaving no regrets. Lu Yuan was planning to use these 7 days. I'll stay in the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for a while and continue to work on the Hidden Moon and Starry Sky scripture. After all, this is the only way to become a top expert. Although the Guanyin Yuxingkonking Jing is difficult to understand, but he refused to believe that he would never learn it. After exiting the virtual space, Lu Yuan rushed to the Ice and Snow Ability Hall without stopping. The Ice and Snow Ability Hall is an S-level training room. It is also the training ground with the most abundant ice and snow supernatural abilities within the Shenzhen Supernatural Abilities University. Therefore, the cost is extremely high. The cost is as high as 200,000 blue star coins per hour. Converted to seconds, it would cost nearly 60 blue star coins in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Yuan possesses the highest student privileges and can significantly reduce or waive fees. Of course, even without using the permissions, this fee is nothing to him. Lu Yuan's net worth has already exceeded 100 million. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the cold temperature in the air, and slowly exhaled, his mind exceptionally clear and sharp. With a thought, the ice blue ring on his right finger flashed with light. The next second, the SS Plus level divine refining technique, the scripture of observing the hidden moon and starry sky, materialized in Lu Yuan's hand. This time, we're sure to succeed. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, filling himself with confidence. Then, he opened the scripture of contemplating the hidden moon and stars, until the very last 7th day. During these past few days, Lu Yuan did not leave the S-level training room, having already prepared ample food in his spatial ring. Hidden moon, the starry sky, I saw it all. Suddenly, Lu Yuan seemed to have an epiphany, and a faint golden light burst forth from his pupils. Deep in his mind, the originally impenetrable clouds. At this moment, a clear crack appeared, and a faint, almost invisible moon hung quietly in the sky, surrounded by an endless starry sky. Billions of stars twinkle, serene yet magnificent. The hidden moon, unlike the full moon, is not flamboyant, but possesses a profound and all-encompassing power, making the starry sky appear even more vast and boundless, as if it could contain all things in the world. Lu Yuan's mind gradually cleared, and he no longer deliberately pursued anything, just quietly observed the hidden moon, quietly observed the starry sky. As his mind wandered, the profound mystery of the hidden moon and the vastness of the starry sky surged into his mind like a tide. He didn't try to grasp anything, he simply let this state of mind slowly unfold in his sea of consciousness. The hidden moon symbolizes restraint and profundity, expanding the boundaries of his spirit, and that invisible barrier slowly dissipates in this dim light. The starry sky possesses a boundless inclusiveness, with each star like a gentle nourishment. This is not ice-type elemental energy, yet it is exceptionally mild, flowing through his mind and nourishing his spiritual foundation. The hidden moon is the bone, the starry sky is the vein, contemplation is the guide, and the spirit is the foundation. This is the scripture of contemplating the hidden moon and the starry sky. At the same time, the golden light bursting from his pupils reached its peak. After a long while, the golden light gradually faded. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, which were as deep as ink. So this is the scripture of contemplating the hidden moon and stars. The art of refining the spirit is indeed incredibly wondrous, he remarked with emotion. This is not just a feeling of emotion, but also a feeling of joy and pride. Spirit refining technique is different from body tempering technique. Once you learn the spirit refining technique, you will have an epiphany, and there is no such thing as a 10% comprehension level. The body tempering technique, on the other hand, tempers bones and meridians, and has real progress that you can see and touch. This refining spirit technique was something Lu Yuan comprehended on his own. How could this not fill him with joy and pride? Yi Qingyue originally set a 3-month training period for him, but he comprehended it in less than a month. The teacher will be even more surprised and satisfied now. Then, on a whim, he opened his control panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Evolution points, 260,000. Energy purity, 81%. Superpower, the Frozen Throne, SS. Realm level, lower 5th rank. Mental energy, 11,000 Hz. Chi and blood, 32,000 calories. Refining spirit technique, observing the hidden moon and starry sky scripture, SS Plus, 1st level. I never expected that just by comprehending the 1st level, my mental strength would increase by 4000 Hz. Lu Yuan was overjoyed by this. It should be noted that before comprehending the hidden moon and starry sky scripture, his mental strength was only 7000 Hz, but now, it has suddenly soared to 11,000 Hz. The increase exceeded 50%. However, he also discovered that he still had 260,000 evolution points, but he still couldn't add points to the divine refinement technique. Looking back, when I added points to body tempering technique, it seemed like only a few hundred points were needed. But then again, from another perspective, this is also a good thing. The more evolution points you consume, the greater the improvement. What? You say you don't have enough evolution points? Then go grind for them. Cultivation and improvement may be difficult, but for Lu Yuan, killing ferocious beasts is an easy task. After successfully comprehending the Guanyin Yixing Kong Jing, scripture of observing the hidden moon and stars, Lu Yuan couldn't wait to tell Yi Qingyue the good news. Inside the large supermarket on campus, this, and this. With so much delicious food, A Yuan will definitely love it. At this moment, Xia Qingyin was busy selecting various ingredients for Lu Yuan at a large supermarket. She knew that Lu Yuan would be staying in the Ice and Snow Ability Hall for 7 consecutive days. During those 7 days, he naturally couldn't eat fresh, hot meals. finals. Therefore, she planned to prepare a sumptuous feast for Lu Yuan after he came out. Oh, right, I almost forgot, we've run out of soy sauce too. Because she was too anxious, Xia Qingyin accidentally bumped into someone when she turned around. The man had a striking head of silver hair. Xia Qingyin immediately recognized it. Senior Jiang. Jiang Shenran, I'm so sorry. She quickly apologized. After all, I was the one who bumped into someone else first. Junior Xia Qingyin, are you alright? Unexpectedly, Jiang Shenran reached out and helped Xia Qingyin up. Then, she glanced at the food scattered on the ground. Are you buying groceries? Jiang Shenran bent down to help her pick up the ingredients, a faint smile on her lips as she asked. Xia Qingyin nodded. Then, Jiang Shenran handed her the plastic bag containing the ingredients. Watching Jiang Xuanran's departing figure, Xia Qingyin pondered to herself. Perhaps, Senior Jiang Shenran isn't as cold as the rumors suggest. Furthermore, it seems that Senior Jiang Shenran has a special feeling for a Yuan. Suddenly, this thought came to mind. She recalled her exhausted state in the early hours of the morning and Lu Yuan's reluctant expression as he prepared to leave for the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy. A bold decision suddenly welled up in my mind. Yi Qingyue requests entry into your space. Upon seeing the message from Lu Yuan, Yi Qingyue immediately requested to enter his space. Lu Yuan, have you truly grasped it? Upon entering the space, Yi Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her face showing a mixture of surprise and joy. Lu Yuan nodded calmly. He then relaxed and allowed Yi Qingyue to probe his spiritual power. Mental strength 11,000 Hz. You have indeed comprehended it. Only a month. Yi Qingyue whispered softly. What a pleasant surprise. Lu Yuan completed the 3-month goal in less than a month. Who wouldn't be shocked to hear that? Lu Yuan, your talent far exceeds my expectations. Yi Qingyue praised him without reservation. At this moment, Lu Yuan's performance completely surpassed that of anyone she had ever met before. You flatter me, teacher. Lu Yuan responded with a smile and humility. There's no need to be too modest. Your talent is indeed very strong. That's a fact. Yi Qingyue looked serious. She parted her red lips slightly and continued. The Blue Star Genius Battle Finals are tomorrow. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'll give you the gift I promised, no matter what your result is. Hearing Yi Qingyue's words, Lu Yuan was moved. In that case, he should work even harder to bring honor to his teacher. The number of SS-level ability users participating in this year's Blue Star Genius Battle far exceeding the past decade. Including you, there are 5 in total. One of them is a superhuman who only awakened this year, and his level is only at the 3rd rank. He's not worth mentioning, but the other 3. Itohashi, a native of Japan. He has awakened the SS rank possession type ability Yamada no Orochi, and is at the mid-level of the 5th rank. Lin Shang, a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom. He has awakened the SS level wind type ability Exploding Cyclone, and is at the mid-level of the 5th rank. Nikos, a citizen of the Kingdom of Eros. He has awakened the SS level fire type ability Radiant Divine Fire, and is at the mid-level of the 5th rank. Yi Qingyue slowly spoke to Lu Yuan. The Blue Star Genius Battle Finals are about to begin, and the tournament organizers will select 4 seeded players from them. Subsequently, the algorithm was intervened to ensure that the 4 seeded players would not face off prematurely. The principle is the same as the way the National Superpowered College competition was divided into 4 competition zones at the beginning. These 4 seeded players were only announced internally now. I'm not worried about the news being leaked. After all, once the finals begin, everyone on the planet can enter to watch, and at that point, there will be no point in hiding anything. Is it because we are all SS level ability users, and these 3 are all at the mid-level of the 5th rank, while I am only at the low level of the 5th rank, that you lack confidence in me? Don't worry, teacher. I, Lu Yuan, have been invincible throughout my life, whether in the past, present, or future. Yi Qingyue saw absolute confidence in Lu Yuan's eyes. This unwavering conviction made her nod unconsciously and whisper, "Teacher believes in you." Subsequently, Lu Yuan withdrew from virtual reality. At this point, the final schedule for the Blue Star Genius Battle had been announced. Lu Yuan naturally wanted to examine it carefully. The competition is divided into 4 stages: round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. First up is the round of 16. The algorithm randomly selects 50 pairs of players to compete against each other, but in reality, there is human intervention to ensure that seeded players do not meet. This round is equivalent to eliminating 50 people from 100. Next up is the quarterfinals. This stage of the competition lasts the longest, a full 4 days. Over 4 days, each person will compete against another player. The winner will accumulate 1 win count. The top 4 players in terms of wins will advance to the semifinals. The selection process in the quarterfinals was extremely rigorous. From 50 people, only 4 were selected. Seeded players will still not be randomly matched with each other, but if they do not have enough wins and are not ranked in the top 4, they will be eliminated. If there is a tie in the rankings, the comparison is then based on the average damage level of the jerseys during the 4 matches. The arena for the round of 16 and quarterfinals is a rectangle 20,000 meters long and 5 kilometers wide.
It will also generate random terrain. Next up is the semifinals.
The semifinals for the 4 contestants were arranged quite simply.
Random matching, 2-on-2 battles. Then came the grand final. The 2 semifinal winners will engage in a showdown to determine the ultimate champion.
The battleground for the semifinals and finals will expand further. It forms an astonishing rectangle, 30,000 meters long and 7.5 kilometers wide. It also features random terrain. By the way, the first few competitions allow you to bring companion beasts. The only exception is the final round, where companion beasts are prohibited. However, this rule had no effect on Lu Yuan, since he did not intend to let Xiao Bing participate, but instead sent it to the underground world to hunt ferocious beasts and accumulate evolution points for himself.
Afterwards, Lu Yuan left the Ice and Snow Ability Hall.
He had just stepped out of the automatic door when he received a call from Xia Qingyin.
Lu Yuan answered the phone without hesitation.
On the phone, Xia Qingyin said with a smile that she had cooked a meal and asked Lu Yuan to come back quickly. Lu Yuan smiled and replied that he would be there soon. Soon after, Lu Yuan arrived at Xia Qingyin's dormitory.
For convenience, Lu Yuan's fingerprint was entered into the dormitory door.
The moment he swiped his fingerprint to open the door, a rich aroma of food wafted over, unexpectedly assaulting his senses.
Lu Yuan sighed sincerely.
Stepping inside, he saw a table laden with a dazzling array of delicious dishes: sweet and sour pork ribs, braised prawns, steamed fish head with chopped chili peppers.
Upon seeing this, Lu Yuan's gaze immediately sharpened.
These are his favorite dishes.
Ah, Yuan, you're back. Come and try my cooking.
At this moment, Xia Qingyin came out of the kitchen and brought out the last bowl of steamed eggs. Upon seeing the tall figure in the living room, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise and delight.
Lu Yuan chuckled and walked over. More than an hour earlier,
when Wang Yuzhu saw Xia Qingyin return with a lot of ingredients, she excitedly asked, "It's been so long since I've tasted your cooking, Xiaoyin.
Are you finally going to show off your skills?"
"Yes, Yuan will be back from the Ice and Snow Ability Museum soon," Xia Qingyin casually replied, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yuzhu's excitement immediately subsided.
"I don't want to be a third wheel." She muttered something and left the dormitory.
"Today, let's splurge and have a sumptuous meal. Give yourself a good comfort to your wounded heart." Looking at Xia Qingyin, who was still fast asleep beside him, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, and then he silently started. Virtual reality device. Identity verification complete. Lu Yuan, a top 100 contestant in the Blue Star Genius Battle. After 2 notifications flashed, Lu Yuan appeared in a crowd. These people are the top 100 contestants in this Blue Star Genius Battle. Above their heads, their names were displayed. Ito Bridge. This was a short boy with a slightly grayish complexion and messy hair, but his pupils shone with a mysterious light. At first glance, he has an ordinary appearance and is inconspicuous in a crowd, much like Jiang Yan. But upon closer inspection, one can sense his low-key and reserved temperament, as if he were ready to explode at any moment, and is by no means as simple as he appears on the surface. Nikos. This is a tall, healthy-looking young man with a tan complexion, standing over 2 meters tall. He had striking red hair and a muscular physique, with prominent lines drawn across his battlesuit. Could these be the other 3 seeded players? Perfect. Let me see just how strong you fellow seeded players really are. Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then he looked around. The virtual audience seats were packed with people, a vast and boundless expanse. The number of viewers is also displayed in real time below. 10 million, 50 million, 80 million. You think the audience size is only this many? That was just a change in the last 3 seconds of the audience count. The actual number of viewers is 710 million, 750 million, 780 million. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Every year, the number of people watching the Blue Star Genius Battle remains stable at around 2.5 billion. That's equivalent to a quarter of the total population of 10 billion on Earth. This number has remained almost unchanged over the years. Even without a virtual reality device, you can watch the live stream on a large screen at officially designated locations in various places. These people's illusory images will also appear in the virtual audience seats. Unlike the National Superpowered College competition, this time there was no real host. The host is the intelligence system behind virtual reality. It announced in a mechanical voice, "Hello everyone, welcome to the Blue Star Genius Battle of 2052. Great, great." Cheers immediately resounded through the sky. If virtual reality hadn't blocked out over 99% of the sound, the thousands of people standing in the center probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the deafening shouts. Now, let's introduce the seed players that the tournament organizers are focusing on among the top 100. The mechanical sound continued. "A seeded player? What's going on? Looks like there's going to be a good show." In the audience, half of the people looked puzzled, while the other half were filled with anticipation. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This segment was absolutely not included included in previous years. Could it be because all 4 seeded players this year are SS-level superhumans? Upon closer reflection, this possibility is extremely high. After all, this year has seen the most SS-level ability users participating in the competition in the past decade. It's important to understand that SS-level ability users are not ordinary individuals that can be found everywhere. In the past, there were at most 2, 1, or even none. This year, there are a total of 5, making it a rare year of fierce competition. In fact, that's almost certainly the case. The tournament organizers' goal is very clear: to intensify the battle between seeded players and ordinary players, to expose the seeded players to the public eye, put pressure on them. Only pressure can drive growth, and those who can remain calm and composed in the face of pressure are the true stars. At the same time, this will also make the competition more exciting. Nikos has awakened the SS-level ability Radiant Divine Fire and is at the mid-level of the 5th rank. A dazzling light shone on Nikos, a young man with wheat-colored skin, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Not only were the top 100 contestants around him watching, but hundreds of millions of viewers were also watching him. Nikos seemed to thoroughly enjoy the spotlight. He laughed and waved to the crowd. Next, it was Lin Shang and Ito Hashi's turn. Finally, there's Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan has awakened the SS-level ability Frozen Throne and is at the lower 5th level of the cultivation realm. Some viewers who were not familiar with Lu Yuan did not feel much about this. After all, his level was a grade lower than the top 3. However, the audience who knew Lu Yuan, especially those from the Great Xia Kingdom, instantly erupted in excitement. They clearly remembered that a month ago at the National Superpowered College competition, Lu Yuan was only at the mid-level of the 4th rank, and now, he has actually risen to the lower 5th rank. This is infuriatingly enviable. Some people have been stuck at the 2nd stage of cultivation for a whole year. Some people level up as easily as drinking water. This astonishing speed of cultivation. This is truly unprecedented and unbelievable. Just as everyone was marveling at Lu Yuan's rapid growth, such a voice came from behind them. So what if you cultivate quickly? You're only at the lower 5th level. You'll still be trampled underfoot by Ito-kun. I admit he's a genius, but unfortunately he's still a level below. It's really difficult, really difficult. If Lu Yuan were in any other year, his chances of winning the championship would be extremely high, but this year is different. These voices came not only from the audience of the Great Xia Kingdom, but also from audiences in many other countries. Virtual Space Automatic Translation enables audiences from multiple countries to communicate without barriers. Upon hearing this, many viewers from the Great Xia Kingdom realized the truth. Lu Yuan's cultivation level was indeed a grade lower than the others. Moreover, this 5th order lower realm seems to have just been advanced and is not yet stable, appearing somewhat unstable. No problem, Lu Yuan is only 19 years old. After a year of honing his skills, he will definitely be the champion in next year's Blue Star Genius Battle. Perhaps Lu Yuan is still hiding some trump card. Realm isn't the only factor determining strength. Everyone agreed that Lu Yuan would definitely win the championship. It remains to be seen whether this year or next will happen. Lin Shang, Ito Bridge, Nikos. The 3 of them were slightly taken aback when they heard the mechanical voice. As SS-level ability users, they naturally paid close attention to the situation of other SS-level ability users in this Blue Star Genius Battle, especially Lu Yuan, who shone brightly in the National Superpowered High School competition of the Great Xia Kingdom. This further captured their attention. Although he was only at the mid-level of the 4th rank at the time, he was only 19 years old and had awakened his superpower for less than a year, so his potential was limitless. Of course, they were simply amazed by Lu Yuan's rapid growth. He did not consider him a threat. After all, there is a whole realm difference between a 4th-tier mid-level and a 5th-tier mid-level. Moreover, their superpower levels are the same, both being SS level. Yes, that's what they used to think. But now, what did they hear? Lu Yuan has awakened the SS level ability Frozen Throne and is at the lower 5th level of the cultivation realm. Wasn't Lu Yuan at the middle level of the 4th rank? How did he suddenly jump to the lower level of the 5th rank in just 1 month? As mid-level 5th-tier ability users, they naturally wouldn't doubt their ears. There's no doubt that the event organizers made a mistake. The only possibility is, Lu Yuan has indeed advanced to the lower level of the 5th rank, the real deal. This made them both wary and relieved. What they fear is that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Yuan's future will surely surpass theirs, leaving them far behind. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's cultivation level was only at the lower 5th rank, a small realm lower than his opponents, and he had just broken through, so his cultivation level was still unstable. The odds of victory still favored them, even if they seized this opportunity, ignoring the reactions of others. The mechanical voice sounded again, the final of this Blue Star Genius Battle. It began by introducing the rules of the final round. The rules have been explained. Now, let's begin the random matchmaking for the round of 16. Incidentally, neither the introduction of the seeded players nor the current rule explanation mentions any human intervention in the seeded player matchmaking process. In other words, you won't be matched with seeded seeded players through random pairing. Random matching begins. A few seconds later, the random matching ended. The virtual screen displayed the number of 50 battles. Lu Yuan looked down and saw a notification pop up on his wrist. Match 22, Lu Yuan vs. Gaylor. Gay lol. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This is an athlete from India. According to past information, he awakened an S+ level metal-type superpower, and his weapon is extremely rare, a pair of swords. He also incorporated the unique soft-style techniques of India into his movements, making his sword strikes swift and fierce, demonstrating formidable strength. Good. Lu Yuan said good 3 times in a row. With his skill level, Gaylor definitely deserves to be among the top 10 in this Blue Star Genius battle. He wanted to see whether his spear was more powerful or his opponent's twin swords were superior. Is it possible to instantly kill the opponent? Anyway, as long as you win, you can advance to the quarterfinals, which is the top 50. Gaylor himself was completely bewildered when he saw the random matching results. He originally wanted to achieve a high ranking. Does this mean we're destined to be eliminated in the round of 16? Ugh, my luck is just awful. However, he wasn't too discouraged, because the instructors from the Heavenly Palace Ability Academy had already contacted him in advance. A combination of dual swords, jujitsu, and physical skills, plus metal-based superpowers. If these 3 conditions are met, it will naturally attract the attention of the supervisor. But he doesn't intend to give up. We must at least give it our all and leave no regrets. After the random matching results are published, other participants can choose to stay and watch the competition, or they can choose to leave. Lu Yuan naturally chose to stay. He wasn't arrogant enough to simply leave. Besides, it's quite relaxing to stay here and watch other people's games. The round of 16 begins. The first match is between a fire-type ability user and a fighting-type ability user. Fire-type ability users use large swords, while combat-type ability users use long swords. The 2 sides clashed head-on, presenting the audience with a spectacular fighting battle. Screams erupted from the crowd. In the end, the combat-type ability user proved superior and secured the victory. Then, the second match, the third match. Until the 9th game, one of the 4-seeded players, Ito Hashi from Japan, makes his appearance. Go Ito-kun. Ito-kun, you're the best. As soon as Ito Bridge appeared, many Japanese people waved and cheered, their enthusiasm soaring. It should be noted that Ito Hashi is the only SS-level ability user in Japan in the past decade, so naturally the people of Japan have high hopes for him. Yamata no Orochi. Ito Bridge murmured softly. The Yamata no Orochi was summoned and then possessed him. Suddenly, Ito Hashi's combat power increased dramatically. However, its ferocious appearance made many people who saw it for the first time unable to bear looking at it. Suddenly, Ito Hashi's figure grew taller. His skin was covered with black and blue snake scales, his eyes turned into vertical pupils, and he was surrounded by a sky-covering demonic mist. A long snake covered in barbs grew out from its back. This long snake has a strange shape. 8 snake heads coiled behind it, emitting a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. With a wave of his hand, Ito Bridge unleashed 8 serpent heads that charged forward with fierce momentum. Wherever it passed, it stirred up a thick, purple, poisonous fog. Diamond Barrier. Ito Hashi's opponent is a superhuman who has awakened earth-based abilities. He slammed his fists into the ground. In just a moment, a solid wall appeared before him. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment those 8 ferocious snake heads touched the wall, the walls, originally a yellowish-brown mixed with blue, quickly turned into a dark purple. Not only that, the wall instantly turned to dust, scattering across the ground. Rock Bomb. The Earth-type ability user activated the Rock Bomb skill. Then, rocks the size of watermelons were shot out and slammed into the 8 hideous snakeheads. Strengthened the serpent's head. Ito Hashi used his skill to enhance the snake's head's defense. The rocks struck the snake's head but had no effect whatsoever. Soon, the Earth Elemental ability user was instantly swallowed up by the 8 ferocious snakeheads that came rushing towards him. He then transformed into virtual particles and dissipated on the field. Match 9, Ito Hashi wins. Mechanical sounds reverberated throughout the stadium. Ito Bridge. Ito Bridge. Ito Hashi's name echoed throughout the stadium. People are naturally inclined to admire the strong, and it is only natural that the strong win the cheers of the audience. Although Ito Bridge looks somewhat frightening at this moment, the round of 16 continues to advance fiercely. In the 12th match, Jiang Xuanran's opponent was a water-type ability user who was completely unable to withstand Jiang Xuanran's terrifying thunderous attacks. Jiang Xuanran wins the 12th match. In the 17th match, Lin Shang used the SS-level skill Explosive Tornado to lift the opponent's ability user hundreds of meters into the air. During the process of being swept up, the opponent has to endure hundreds of tearing blows from the gale every second. As the tornado dissipated, the opponent crashed to the ground, his armor torn, his exposed skin covered with horrifying wounds. Extreme Wind Blade. Lin Sheng appears calm and ordinary, but in reality, he doesn't give his opponents any chance to breathe. He unleashed Extreme Wind Blade, and hundreds of wind blades shot out within seconds. The opponent, severely wounded and unable to withstand the attack, eventually dissipated as virtual particles. Match 17, Lin Shangshang. Next up was the 19th match, featuring another SS-level ability user. Clearly, Nikos was holding back. After all, his opponent was relatively weak. He didn't use any powerful offensive skills. He only used the S-rank skill Fireball Bombardment to send his opponent fleeing in disarray. Game 19, Knicks win. Match 20, Match 21. Each match ended in less than 10 minutes. Soon, the 22nd game arrived. As soon as Lu Yuan appeared, shouts and cheers erupted throughout the arena. He shone brightly in the national superpowered high school competition. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he naturally gained countless fans. I hereby declare the round of 16, Match 22, open. The mechanical sound faded, and the terrain was generated. This is a rugged but not steep mountainous terrain. Come on, let me see just how fast your twin swords are. Lu Yuan raised the shattering star spear and strode forward. Gaylor was slightly taken aback. Is Lu Yuan trying to engage in close combat with me? He had watched Lu Yuan's battle videos from the national superpowered high school competition. At first, Gaylor was worried that Lu Yuan would use the skill of summoning ice swords, 30 ice swords flying at once, with astonishing power. He couldn't guarantee he could withstand it. Now, Lu Yuan has actually chosen to engage in close combat with me using weapons? Gaylor will never back down. His pupils suddenly swelled with fighting spirit. He raised both swords and strode forward. He was certain that few could defeat him in close combat alone. The two quickly approached each other. Has Lu Yuan gone mad? He actually wants to engage in close combat with Gaylor? Completely foolish, isn't that a bit too confident? Gaylor is extremely strong in close combat. He would regret it to death if he lost. Many audience members frowned. Only a very few instructors at top universities specializing in superpowers could understand that Lu Yuan's behavior was not arrogant or conceited. The instructors, who were experts in marksmanship, had already recognized Lu Yuan's unparalleled skill in marksmanship during the national superpowered high school competition. In contrast, according to previous information, although Gaylor is proficient in jiu-jitsu, his swordsmanship is only at the master level. Of course, the combination of physical skills and jiu-jitsu greatly enhances the power of the dual swords. Perhaps, Lu Yuan is no match for him. Even if he were no match for him, Lu Yuan could easily retreat and then use his skill to summon an ice sword to kill him in one blow. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the audience, Lu Yuan and Gaylor engaged in a fierce battle. A barrage of frost spears, shattering void blade technique. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the sounds of metal clashing together rose and fell. Surprisingly, after a dozen or so moves, Gaylor actually gained a slight advantage. His twin sword attacks grew faster and faster, sparks flew, and his ferocious momentum was overwhelming. Lu Yuan repeatedly used the shattered star spear to block while constantly retreating. Didn't you say you wanted to fight in close combat? A cold smile crept onto Gaylor's lips. In close combat, he is the undisputed king. Even SS-level superhumans would find it difficult to match him. What's going on with Lu Yuan? How could an SS-level ability user be defeated in the round of 16? Lu Yuan of the Great Xia Kingdom is indeed overhyped. I knew there couldn't be such a peerless genius. I don't think it's that simple. Let's wait and see. In the audience, many people started discussing it. Defense may not necessarily be a disadvantage. It could be a way to build momentum. Gaylor may have been careless. Sitting in the corner was a 90-year-old mid-level 8th-tier grandmaster who shook his head. His name is Atuka, and he is Gaylor's mentor. He had contacted Gaylor beforehand. They were both from India. He also perfectly blended jiu-jitsu and physical techniques, which is why he chose Gaylor as his apprentice. Atuka practiced swordsmanship from a young age. With nearly 90 years of training experience, his swordsmanship has reached a near-perfect level. He naturally had a thorough understanding of this battle. No matter how strong your ice mirror defense is, it will eventually be shattered by me. Gaylor's eyes burned with rage. Each strike was as fast as lightning. On the ice mirrors summoned by Lu Yuan using the myriad flower ice mirror skill, marks of varying depths were drawn. To be honest, it's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying game. Lu Yuan felt the active pulsation of his muscles and blood, and a surge of joy welled up in his heart. It's time to end this. He smiled faintly. Stop defending, launch a decisive attack, and turn defense into offense. The combo stacks up rapidly, resulting in astonishing power. The power and damage of this shot were terrifying. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity when Gaylor sheathed his sword for less than 0.1 seconds and thrust his spear forward, then pressed down smoothly. Gaylor felt a chill run down his spine. Unexpectedly, the offensive and defensive positions shifted instantly, and the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Lu Yuan was indeed hiding his true abilities, but by then, it was too late to react. With a turn of the gun, with a crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out. Gaylor's arm was precisely severed by Lu Yuan's shattering star spear. In the end, Lu Yuan won the victory. Lu Yuan wins the 22nd match, a mechanical voice announced. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in cheers as loud as a landslide. landslide. They never expected that Lu Yuan's close combat skills would be so terrifying. Lu Yuan's match was his 22nd. There are 50 matches in the round of 16, with 28 remaining. As planned, 25 matches will be held today. The remaining 25 matches will be held tomorrow. After 3 more matches, today's 25 matches will be completed. At that time, everyone reluctantly exited the virtual reality. There's no way around it. Watching the clash between the strongest is just so exhilarating and gets your blood pumping. In this enthusiastic atmosphere, the audience couldn't help but wonder if they too could one day stand on such a stage. Soon, exciting videos of various Blue Star Genius battles flooded major platforms. Among them, the video of Lu Yuan's duel with Gaylor has become a hot topic and its popularity has soared. Gaylor wields his twin swords, showcasing the ultimate in violent aesthetics. Although Lu Yuan seemed to be suffering repeated defeats, he remained calm and composed throughout. That final counterattack, which turned defense into offense, won over countless fans. After the video of the Blue Star Genius Battle Round of 16 match went viral, the discussion about who will win this year's championship has become increasingly heated. After all, this year is different from previous years. It is an exceptionally competitive year. 5 SS-level superhumans have appeared. Leaving aside Lucas, a mid-tier SS-level ability user, the other 4, Edo Bridge, Lin Shang, Nikos, and Lu Yuan, they are all 5th-tier powerhouses. Each of them has the ability to win the championship. However, instead of focusing on Lu Yuan, who had the highest video popularity, many eyes were drawn to Nikos. After all, Nikos had already won the runner-up title in the Blue Star Genius tournament last year. After a year of development, our strength has naturally increased. Incidentally, Ito Hashi and Hayashi Katsuhiro did not participate last year. However, a large number of analysis videos about winning the championship suddenly appeared online, and the general consensus was that Lu Yuan had the least chance of winning, despite Lu Yuan's past brilliance in the national superpowered high school competition. But some people enjoy pulling former heroes down from their pedestals, deriving a twisted pleasure from it. Some of these statements also conceal the transfer of benefits by foreign forces. You're saying I have the least chance of winning? Lu Yuan shook his head slightly, not taking the online rumors to heart. He knew that those people were too shallow, especially those comments that say he just broke through to the lower 5th rank and his foundation is extremely weak. Lu Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Perhaps, the realm of conventional cultivation is indeed superficial, but with the help of the system, his foundation became as solid as steel. Don't take those words on the internet too seriously. At this moment, Jiang Xianran sent a message via QQ. She had limited ability and was eliminated in the quarterfinals. Lu Yuan, however, was different. Although his cultivation level seemed low, she knew that Lu Yuan had a solid foundation and his skill proficiency far surpassed that of ordinary people. They have a very good chance of winning the championship. She didn't want Lu Yuan to be affected by the negative comments online. Don't worry, why would I care about such comments? However, thank you for reminding me. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied with a light laugh. He then went straight into the Ice and Snow Ability Hall and continued his rigorous training. Jiang Xianran, watching the message on the screen, couldn't help but smile. Lu Yuan remains the same indomitable Lu Yuan. The Blue Star Genius tournament continued on the second day with the round of 16 remaining, with 25 matches still to be played. However, Lu Yuan did not enter the virtual reality. After all, the matches of the 4-seeded players have ended, and the remaining matches are not very exciting. Meanwhile, the number of viewers today is significantly lower than yesterday. Yesterday's viewership reached a staggering 2.5 billion. Today, however, it plummeted to 1 billion, a decrease of 60%, a huge drop. Most of these spectators came for the main event. The focus of this year's Blue Star Genius battle is precisely those 4-seeded players. Their match ended yesterday. Therefore, the sharp decrease in audience numbers today is to be expected. Lu Yuan spent all his time in the Ice and Snow Superpower Hall. The next morning, he entered the virtual reality on time. Looking around, the audience that had previously left has returned, and in greater numbers than before. It exceeded 3 billion. The video, once released yesterday, immediately attracted many people who were not originally interested, and the number of viewers reached a new high. Next up is the random matchmaking for the quarterfinals. A mechanical sound rang out. Since the rules were already explained yesterday, they will not be repeated this time. A few seconds later, random matching complete. Lu Yuan glanced at his match schedule. Day 1, match 7, Lu Yuan vs McLean. Day 2, match 10, Lu Yuan vs Zhang Yang. Day 3, match 19, Lu Yuan vs Pierre. Day 4, match 16, Lu Yuan vs Artyom. Simply browse the information on the virtual screen. Lu Yuan learned that among his upcoming opponents, 3 were foreigners and 1 was a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom. One of the names made him involuntarily squint. This name sounds strangely familiar. Soon, Lu Yuan suddenly remembered that this was the trump card that Beijing North Superpower University had hidden during the National Superpower University university competition. Unexpectedly, by sheer coincidence, he ran into his old rival again. However, Lu Yuan at that time was no longer afraid. With a single myriad flower ice mirror, the opponent's strongest fire skill was firmly sealed. Not to mention now. Then, Lu Yuan noticed the name of his opponent on the fourth day. Artyom. This name left a deep impression on Lu Yuan. This is a superhuman from the Russian country. His strength is comparable to Galer's, and he is also among the top 10 combatants in the Blue Star Genius battle. His awakened superpower is a combat type S+ level superpower, Raging Demon Bear. The person can transform into a demonic bear, greatly enhancing their strength and defense, especially their defensive capabilities. If Galer is a combination of speed and ferocity, Artyom, on the other hand, is a prime example of someone who excels in both offense and defense. On the other hand, Zhang Yang, upon seeing the results of the random matching, his eyes almost glazed over. Three words kept echoing in my mind: the sky has fallen. It was Lu Yuan again. This person haunted him like a nightmare. To be honest, Zhang Yang really wanted to surrender. Unfortunately, he could only bury this thought deep in his heart. After all, billions of people witnessed the quarterfinals. So far, no match has ended prematurely due to surrender. If he becomes the first to take the lead, that's so embarrassing. To be honest, these 4 matches were no challenge for Lu Yuan at all. After all, he had already been selected as a seeded player by the tournament organizing committee, so it would be strange if he didn't make it into the top 4. Unless Lu Yuan is out of his mind and deliberately loses to someone else. But no matter how easy the game is, he will never let his guard down. In the first match, Lu Yuan faced off against McLean. This is a contestant who has awakened an S-level light-based superpower. However, unlike many light-based ability users who typically use it for support, he is a true offensive player. However, the weapon he used was not for melee combat, but a staff. Of course, this staff is different from the mage's staff. It was just a normal skill, not a magic spell. Just like Sulu from the Firefox team back then, who also used a staff as her weapon. Incidentally, since the Blue Star Genius battle began, Lu Yuan has yet to see anyone actually cast a spell. After all, to cast spells, one must first comprehend the complete guide to mage basics. A 70% comprehension level is required to cast second circle spells. You need to reach 100% to cast a third circle spell. Therefore, most people prefer to invest their time in realm cultivation, body tempering techniques, or spirit refinement techniques. I will only consider continuing to study the complete basic guide to Dharma Masters if I reach a bottleneck in all of these. Although at the 5th rank, one can choose the path of a mage or a warrior. However, most mages who are truly skilled in using spells are at the 6th level. The difference between a 6th tier and a 7th tier Grandmaster is only one step, yet it is as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. Why are 7th tier ability users given a separate name? That is the Grandmaster. And precisely because of this, the Temple of the Grandmaster was specially established with this as the boundary. This is because breaking through to the 7th level and becoming a Grandmaster is a complete transformation of life. Because this transformation was exceptionally difficult, the challenge of breaking through it is extremely high. This stage is the best time to devote oneself to studying magic. McLean held his staff and emitted countless particles of light energy. When these particles get close, they burst into a blinding light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. However, this was not a problem for Lu Yuan. Since comprehending the first level of the Hidden Moon and Starry Sky scripture, his mental strength had reached 11,000 Hz, and with the assistance of the skilled Divine Detective technique, fighting McLean with his eyes closed is no challenge for him. Lu Yuan actually closed his eyes? Is he really planning to fight McLean with his eyes closed? Hee, this guy from the Great Xia Kingdom is too arrogant. He's no match for our Edo-kun. The audience erupted in cheers when they saw Lu Yuan actually close his eyes. The first match has ended. Lu Yuan won easily. Speak up, why are you so quiet? The Japanese audience was grinning from ear to ear. In contrast, the previously smug Japanese fans were speechless. The second match began the following day. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and stepped onto the field. He knew he might face a seeded player, but no matter who the opponent was, it just so happened to be Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed not to recognize him at all, and immediately unleashed the extreme ice illusion killing array at the start. Flame barrier. Zhang Yang reacted quickly, mobilizing his fire elemental energy to rapidly construct a wall of fire. However, what he didn't expect was that the power of this ice sword far exceeded that of the national superpowered college competition, and was at least twice as powerful. It easily penetrated his wall of fire. Don't come any closer. Zhang Yang was in a panic. He had initially thought the firewall could somewhat block the attack, and was charging up Blazing Sun to counterattack as soon as it was fully charged. Even if you lose, you should still finish in style. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan didn't give him that chance. Soon, Zhang Yang fell under the rain of swords. They transformed into virtual particles and disappeared from the field. The following day, the third match. His opponent was Pierre from the Land of Romance, awakened water-based superpowers. The swordsmanship was fluid and elegant, as graceful graceful as flowing water. Of course, no matter how gorgeous and fluid it is, it's no match for Lu Yuan. The fourth match. The opponent, Artyom, is from the Russian country and has awakened an S+ level combat ability, the Berserk Demon Bear. His cultivation level is at the mid-5th rank, which is one minor realm higher than Lu Yuan's. Artyom roared. The next moment, waves of dark red elemental energy burst forth. But no matter how agitated he was, Lu Yuan remained unmoved, calmly watching everything unfold. Artyom's chest heaved violently, a low growl emanated from his throat, his bones cracked, his body rapidly expanded, his muscles bulged as hard as rock, and his skin was covered with thick, dark brown mane. Sharp claws sprang from its fingertips, flashing with cold light. Its snout arched forward, forming a ferocious bear's jaws, with sharp fangs protruding and eyes as red as burning hot irons. Artyom eventually swelled to about 8 meters tall before stopping. Fortunately, the SS-class alloy suit is highly malleable. Even though Artyom's size increased several times over, the suit still tightly wrapped around him. Otherwise, at the same time, he summoned his weapon, a giant axe and an alloy shield. The weapons were also exceptionally large, fitting his massive body perfectly. A large size does not necessarily mean strength. To protect his battlesuit from serious damage, Lu Yuan did not intend to engage in close combat with him. After all, there are only 4 spots in the semifinals. If a player has more than 4 wins, the ranking will be based on the extent of damage to their uniform. Lu Yuan decisively released the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array. With the surging ice elemental energy within him, Lu Yuan was fully capable of unleashing the full power of the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array 3 times. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon seeing this, Artyom immediately raised his shield and battle axe to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately, the sounds of intense metal clashing echoed one after another. After the first round of ice swords were fired, without hesitation, Lu Yuan activated the Extreme Ice Illusion Killing Array once again. As expected, one round of ice swords couldn't defeat Artyom. Fortunately, there's a second round. 2 rounds of ice swords, a total of 60, instantly turned Artyom into a hedgehog. He lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, but lifeless. This signifies that Lu Yuan is the victor of this match. After 4 matches, the extent of damage to Lu Yuan's battlesuit was. Thus, the quarterfinals of the Blue Star Genius Tournament came to a successful conclusion. There are 6 players with 4 or more wins. In addition to the 4 seeded players, there are 2 unseeded players. However, if the extent of damage to their suits is taken into account, 4 people are tied for first place, while 2 others are ranked 5th and 6th. Unsurprisingly, the 4 tied for first place are Ito Bridge, Lin Shang, Nikos, and Lu Yuan. These 4 will advance to the next semifinals. The semifinals will begin tomorrow. This naturally caused a huge uproar online. If you observe closely, compared to the previous quarterfinals, Black Lu Yuan's posts have decreased significantly. This is because the National Cybersecurity Administration acted swiftly, first identifying the IP addresses of those who maliciously defamed Lu Yuan. Then, decisive action was taken. With my account of 50,000 followers, I can earn 100,000 Blue Star coins just by posting a video. It's awesome. A game streamer was lying on a chair, laughing heartily. As is well known, the main income of online streamers comes from advertising, especially game streamers. After all, their audience is mostly elementary school students who don't have money to send gifts. Even if someone spends a large sum of money on gifts, they will be refunded by a minor, and in the end, they will only lose more money. Small streamers like him with only 50,000 followers usually don't get approached by advertisers. But today, someone contacted him, offering him 100 Blue Star coins for posting just one video. If the video plays for half an hour, you can get 9,900 Blue Star coins. If it continues for 12 hours, you can get the remaining 90,000 Blue Star coins, for a total of 100,000 Blue Star coins. Don't be fooled by Lu Yuan's seemingly endless wealth, spending tens or hundreds of millions at will. That's because he's a superhuman. Ordinary people are still short of money. So he asked again, is there really 100,000 Blue Star coins? After all, this kind of good thing is like a pie falling from the sky. From a young age, he was taught that there's no such thing as a free lunch. He then glanced at the video. This video is clearly intended to stir up trouble and smear Lu Yuan. He had certainly heard of the name Lu Yuan. Seeing his hesitation, the person who contacted him transferred 100 Blue Star coins directly to him. The game streamer was stunned for a moment. He looked at the mountain of instant noodle boxes and several empty plastic bottles that couldn't even hold a drop of cola. At the same time, the phone rang. It turns out the loan was about to be overdue. He nodded slightly, as if he had made up his mind. There was no other way. He desperately needed the money. Although doing such a thing is indeed dishonorable, he had no other choice. At worst, I'll just post it for half an hour. The 9,900 Blue Star coins that arrived in my account within half an hour were enough to alleviate my immediate crisis. Half an hour later, the game streamer received a transfer of 9,900 Blue Star coins. At this point, his mindset changed. I was originally planning to delete the video, but suddenly, inexplicably, I moved move my hand away. Let him play for another 11.5 hours, and he can get another 90,000 blue star coins. That's enough for him to live a carefree life for several years. Unfortunately, he severely underestimated the importance the country placed on Lu Yuan. The country will never tolerate smear campaigns on the internet. Just as he made up his mind, a few seconds later, there was a rapid knocking on the door. He was filled with curiosity. Who exactly will come looking for me? When I opened the door, it was Uncle Hat who had arrived. Lu Yuan also failed to notice these details, because he is still training inside the Ice and Snow Ability Hall. At this moment, he was deliberately guiding the ice elemental energy within his body to temper his flesh and blood again and again. This was Lu Yuan's second time undergoing flesh and blood tempering. It is also part of the 8th level of body tempering technique. If he succeeds in the tempering process, he can continue to learn the 9th level of the body tempering technique. By then, the day when we can spread our ice wings and soar through the sky will not be far off. Lu Yuan entered the virtual world through a virtual reality device. This time, the number of spectators has seen a new increase. Nearly 4 billion. That's almost half of the total population of Earth. After all, this is the most crucial part of the Blue Star Genius battle. The remaining 4 seeded players are not only all at the 5th level, but are also all SS level superhumans. Every second spent watching the game here is absolutely worthwhile. Therefore, it is only natural that the number of viewers increased. Matchmaking begins for the semifinals of the Blue Star Genius battle, accompanied by a mechanical sound. 4 names appeared simultaneously in 4 corners of the virtual screen, each in a different color. Dark purple, Ito Bridge. Emerald green, Lin Shang. Fiery red, Nikos. Ice blue, Lu Yuan. The font colors correspond perfectly to their respective superpowers, demonstrating meticulous design. After the dazzling special effects flashed by, the audience's tense nerves gradually relaxed, because the matching results have already been revealed. In the first half of the semifinal, Lu Yuan faced Ito Hashi. In the second half, Lin Shang faced off against Nikos. At this moment, a huge wave of heated discussion instantly swept through the audience. It's a sure thing, Ito-kun is definitely going to the finals. Woohoo, take off. With 8 serpent heads leading the expedition, what are your plans? The audience from Japan cheered the loudest. After all, this is the Ito Bridge on which they have placed high hopes. They vividly remembered the scene of the Yamata no Orochi sweeping across the land. His opponent was Lu Yuan, who was slightly inferior in skill level among the 4 seeded players. Although they acknowledged Lu Yuan's formidable strength, but I still favor Ito Hashi more. So how could you not be excited when you saw the matching results? The 4 seeded players sitting in the center also had their own reactions. Lu Yuan Jun, I didn't expect my opponent to be you. It seems the match will be over soon. Not far away, Ito Hashi crossed his arms and said with a smile, yes, that's what I think too. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Lin Xingze was eager to try. Intuitively, he felt that Nikos definitely had more cards up his sleeve. He was very curious about the match. For Lin Shang, a thrilling and exhilarating contest is more important than the outcome itself. The process is far better than the result. Nikos's lips curled into a smile, a skill that has been hidden since the Blue Star Genius battle. The moment has finally come when it can be put to good use. The first half of the semifinal has officially begun. Lu Yuan and Ito Hashi appeared at opposite ends of the arena in an instant. The terrain then took shape. This is a muddy road surface that has just been rained on. There are very few obstructions and the view is wide open. Ito Bridge, Ito Bridge. As soon as the two appeared, the audience on both sides immediately started shouting. However, due to the vast difference in the number of spectators on both sides, the cheers of the Great Xiao people were significantly louder, easily drowning out the shouts of the Sakura people. Many Japanese viewers scoffed and pouted, saying, what's the use of being loud? It's only a matter of time before we lose. As I said before the match, the game will be over soon. The two sides were extremely far apart, a full 30,000 meters, and could not be communicated by words alone. Ito Hashi could only ponder this silently in his heart. After the mechanical voice announced the start of the match, Lu Yuan and Ito Bridge launched their attacks simultaneously, quickly closing in on each other. If someone were unaware of the situation, they might think they were heading towards each other. Both men were walking quickly, clearly eager to clash. Soon enough, the two sides finally bumped into each other. Yama no Orochi. Ito Hashirama curled the corners of his lips and murmured to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sprang up, and his entire body was instantly covered in bluish-black snake scales. Those vertical pupils gleamed with a chilling light, and dark purple smoke surged and billowed, obscuring half the sky. Behind them, a long, spiky snake burst forth, with 8 heads, coiling menacingly. The roar shook the heavens and earth, and the killing intent pressed down like Mount Tai. Hee hee, the special effects are pretty cool. The Frozen Throne. Lu Yuan chanted softly, simultaneously unleashing his supernatural power. Layer upon layer of ice crystals swirled rapidly around him like a silver torrent, each crystal sharp as a blade, refracting a blinding, cold light. The cold air flowed and spread along the ice crystals, and the surrounding air condensed into fine frost flowers. Beneath his feet, thousands of icicles roared and converged, and a towering, frozen throne slowly solidified from the swirling mist. The throne is made entirely of ancient ice, its surface covered with intricate and ancient engravings. These engravings resemble runes or star maps, shimmering with a faint blue light beneath the ice, exuding a chilling mystery and majesty. Lu Yuan's pupils gradually turned into a deep, icy blue as the cold air seeped in. At the same time, his black hair gradually faded, turning into an ice blue color like frost and snow. His eyes were calm and undisturbed, without any joy, anger, sorrow or happiness, only a cold indifference that seemed to freeze 1,000 miles away. Even more spectacularly, the cold air above his head grew increasingly intense, with countless ice chips and frost flowers intertwining and eventually condensing into a crystal-clear ice and snow crown. The crown is inlaid with sharp-edged ice shards, echoing the frozen throne. The chilling aura surrounding him almost freezes the heavens and earth, fully displaying the supreme majesty of the Ice Emperor. Here we go again. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to faint from his handsomeness. After Lu Yuan unleashed his superpower, a burst of screams erupted from the audience, the sounds intense and enthusiastic. Most of the people who spoke out were female fans that Lu Yuan had accumulated. No wonder they were so captivated by the breathtaking scene before them. To avoid disturbing the contestants, the shouts from the audience were only audible to those in the audience themselves. The contestants could not hear them at all. Lu Yuan slowly sat on the frozen throne, his gaze fixed coldly ahead. Hey, Lu Yuan-jun, I even put one on for you. Yamata no Orochi, attack. Ito Hashi laughed, then frantically mobilized the energy within his body. In an instant, the 4 ferocious snakeheads charged forward. Not only that, Ito Hashi also displayed other skills along the way. Strengthened the serpent's head of power. The snake's head suddenly grew larger, and its strength increased significantly. Swift serpent head enhancement. The snake's head increased its speed dramatically, leaving after images as it moved. Strengthened the serpent's head. Defense capabilities have also been greatly enhanced. Ito Hashi used every enhancement skill he could get his hands on. It is worth noting that only 4 snakeheads launch melee attacks forward. Venom spray. The other 4 snakeheads spewed out thick venom from a distance. This venom is extremely corrosive. Even an S-grade alloy would be corroded into a puddle of liquid in less than a second. The ability to use so many techniques in one go is inseparable from Ito Hashi's hard training. Nevertheless, using so many skills at once still took a toll on Ito Hashi's body. The energy was almost exhausted. He immediately collapsed to the ground, but a satisfied smile spread across his face. We won the game. He also kept his pre-match promise. This match will be over soon. What's wrong with Lu Yuan? He's not even moving. Is he going to admit defeat? Ah, Edo-kun is invincible, no doubt about it. But to the surprise of all the audience, including Ito Hashi, Lu Yuan remained seated on the frozen throne, completely unmoved. This led the audience to speculate whether Lu Yuan was stunned by the terrifying attack of the Yamata no Orochi. Xia Qingyin, Jiang Xianran, and the others sitting in the audience also stared wide-eyed at this scene. Based on their intuition, Lu Yuan definitely has some trump cards he hasn't revealed yet. Lu Yuan, I thought you were a peerless genius, but I didn't expect you to be just like this. Even Ito Hashi himself shook his head, although he always liked to talk tough. But in reality, he had high expectations for this match. But right now, he's completely confused. The distance was too great, and the display needed to be in full screen, so the people in the audience couldn't see Lu Yuan's expression at all. But Ito Hashi was different. He could see it clearly. Lu Yuan remained calm and composed, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence. Alright, then let me show you properly. Ice Dragon's Roar. Lu Yuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a calm smile. A dragon's roar, seemingly from the ancient primordial era, suddenly resounded, like thunder splitting the sky, shaking people's hearts and minds. An enormous ice dragon, with an imposing and awe-inspiring presence, appeared out of thin air. Its deep dragon eyes surged with a chilling aura that could freeze everything. Suddenly, it opened its enormous, blood-red maw and spewed out a sky full of ice shards and bone-chilling cold air. Its massive body, like a flash of silver lightning, swooped down in the direction Lu Yuan was pointing, accompanied by a whistling sound as it tore through the air. The direction they were rushing towards was none other than the location of the Yamata no Orochi. Wherever the ice dragon passed, the muddy ground instantly froze into ice, and the hard ice layer spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, with cracks spreading out like a spider web.